Chapter 1. The ninth concubine for the wedding ceremony. Slap. A fierce slap landed on her face, and Zhao Taohua's ears rang as she stumbled and fell to the ground. Who had the nerve to hit her? Her cheek throbbed painfully, and a metallic taste of blood welled up in her mouth. She felt weak all over, her hunger twisting painfully in her stomach. She could devour an entire ox right now. She was always one to pamper herself and had never let herself endure such hardship. How could this have happened? Zhao Taohua spat out the blood in her mouth. As she struggled to lift her head and was about to berate her assailant, she suddenly saw an old woman dressed in ancient attire. Her face was filled with a sinister black aura as she glared down at Zhao Taohua with disdain from above. Was she seeing another ghost? Or a ghost from ancient times? Though this ghost didn't seem to radiate overwhelming malevolent energy, how could it trap her in such a vivid illusion? Looking around, Zhao Taohua found herself in a narrow courtyard with an antique style. The walls were uneven, riddled with countless cracks. The house looked extremely shabby. The roof's thatched grass was sparse in places where it had already collapsed. Windows and doors hung precariously, trembling at every breeze. Inside the room was dark without light, and a few pieces of furniture were either incomplete or broken beyond repair. An old wooden table stood against the wall, its legs of different lengths making it lean awkwardly. On it sat several chipped porcelain bowls. As Zhao Taohua contemplated all this confusion in her mind, the old woman's cold voice interrupted. "Little wee dog, the arrangement for you to become Mr. Li's ninth concubine is finalized. Even if you die, you will be a ghost of the Li family. Stop your scheming and put on your wedding dress immediately." "What? Mr. Li? Ninth concubine?" Zhao Taohua clenched her fists in rage. A dead old woman dared to humiliate her by suggesting she marry a ghost as his concubine? To hell with that. Let me be his ninth concubine. She rose and struck 2 more slaps, but her limbs felt limp and powerless. Grandma's son grew red-faced with anger, fuming after having lived half her life to be slapped by her own granddaughter. "You little wee dog." Grandma's son nearly lost control and was ready to beat Zhao Taohua there and then, but thinking of the impending auspicious time, she forcibly suppressed her fury. She ordered her younger son Zhao Sanshi and her daughter-in-law Ms. Wang. "You two, quickly help her change into her wedding clothes and take her to the Li mansion now." When Zhao Taohua heard these words, unfamiliar memories flooded her mind involuntarily. This woman was her grandmother, and who was she? A 14-year-old village girl from Zhao Village? So, she wasn't encountering ghosts. This was reincarnation. Zhao Taohua, baffled, remembered that in her original reality, she was a powerful metaphysical master from the 21st century, skilled in fortune-telling, ghost exorcising, geomancy, talisman drawing, and alchemy. Wealthy people often invited her for consultations, earning her astronomical wealth. At only 26 years old, her annual income reached double digits, and she indulged herself in luxuries akin to being a living goddess of wealth. Now, she had somehow transmigrated into a poor and suffering village girl from ancient times. Her previous self was also named Zhao Taohua and came from Zhao Village, where everyone shared the surname Zhao. Surrounded by mountains, Zhao Village suffered from dense fog and dampness, resulting in poor crop yields and widespread poverty. Many villagers chose to work in towns to make ends meet. Zhao Taohua's family owned no land, so her parents worked in the town while sparing her from the hardship of village life. Zhao Taohua's father, the second son of the Zhao family, married a woman named Qian, whose difficult pregnancy left her unable to bear more children afterward. Enraged, Grandma's son had pressured for their divorce. Zhao Ershu refused adamantly, leading to the eviction of his family from the main house. Though impoverished, the household remained harmonious and together until Grandma's son decided to capitalize on Zhao Taohua's absence while her parents were away. In town, 50-year-old Mr. Li suddenly fell ill and needed a wife born on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month for a marriage ceremony to cure him. He offered 20 taels of silver as a dowry. 20 taels. For the Zhao clan's main household, this was a fortune. An entire year of hard work earned them merely 2 taels. Her grandchildren, currently in their growth phase, complained incessantly about hunger. If they could secure those 20 taels, life at the Zhao estate would vastly improve. And thus, determined, Grandma's son persuaded Zhao Taohua to become the 9th concubine of Mr. Li. But when she refused outright, she was locked indoors without food for 3 days, eventually starving to death. Awakening once more, her body housed a new soul. Today was the wedding day. Grandma's son arrived with her son and daughter-in-law, intending to drag Zhao Taohua off to the Li residence even if bound. Zhao Taohua thought about her bank accounts back in the 21st century, the villas, luxury cars, and her boyfriends, all young men at 18, standing 6'5", with washboard abs. Now, here she was supposed to marry an almost dead 50-year-old man as his concubine for good fortune? She was always the one breaking spells for others. No one ever used her to break a spell. On the Zhao family estate, Grandma's son was in charge. Zhao Sanshi and Ms. Wang had long grown accustomed to obeying her commands. After all, Zhao Taohua wasn't their daughter, and if they sent her to the Li residence, the household would receive 20 taels of silver. With that, every meal would come with meat. Exchanging glances, the excitement in each other's eyes was impossible to hide. Zhao Sanshi and Ms. Wang, one tall, one short, were both thin but appeared far healthier than Zhao Taohua. Moreover, she hadn't eaten for 3 days. As Zhao Taohua saw them approaching, her entire body tensed up. If they really forced her to the Li mansion as a concubine, it would be over for her. Unfortunately, her body felt completely drained. There was no way she could outrun them. Suddenly, Zhao Taohua detected a tiny bit of spiritual energy within herself. Although little remained, something was better than nothing. Her gaze landed on Zhao Sanche. The malevolent ghostly aura around him was so intense that he was almost indistinguishable from the ghost itself. His yang energy had been nearly depleted by the ghost. Still, outwardly, nothing seemed amiss. Zhao Taohua's eyes narrowed slightly, and a plan began forming in her mind. Quietly, with her right hand, she formed a secret gesture and channeled the meager spiritual energy into Zhao Sanche's body. However, that minuscule amount couldn't immediately take effect. Seeming casual, she asked, "Uncle, haven't you been frequently having nightmares lately? Nightmares where you're chased by an evil ghost you can't shake off?" Upon hearing this, Ms. Wang, who had just taken a step toward Zhao Taohua, suddenly felt a chill sweep through the room and couldn't help but shiver. She thought perhaps it was because the door hadn't been opened for 3 days, causing such coldness indoors. Zhao Sanche's pupils contracted sharply. "How did you know about that?" Doubts churned in Zhao Sanche's heart. He hadn't told anyone about the nightmares recently. Yet how did this girl know so clearly? Inside, Zhao Taohua sneered mockingly. "Of course I know. Uncle, last night, didn't you dream that a ghost had its hands around your neck and almost strangled you to death?" Zhao Taohua pressed further. Zhao Sanche's complexion changed dramatically. "All true." Staring at Zhao Taohua with wide eyes, he questioned anxiously. "Then why does this ghost appear in my dreams every night?" "Because there is karmic debt between you and the ghost, which is why it keeps clinging to you. It will soon claim your life." To others' eyes, Zhao Sanche appeared normal, but in Zhao Taohua's view, Zhao Sanche was practically dead already. His face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, his eye sockets deeply sunken, his lips cracked and peeling, all signs of being nearly drained of yang energy by the ghost. Zhao Sanche looked extremely distressed. Grandma's son scolded furiously. "You little weed dog, don't spout nonsense. My youngest son has the purest heart. He wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone harm people." Chapter 2. Her portable charger? Zhao Taohua rolled her eyes. Such kindness. Sending her own niece to be the concubine of an almost dying old man was this kind of kindness? "Don't listen to her nonsense. Put on your wedding dress, and let's go." Grandma's son urged impatiently. "We can't miss the auspicious time. It's a 10-mile walk from Zhao's village to town." This wretched girl actually dared to blurt out lies in front of them and curse her youngest son. As Zhao Taohua thought she'd delayed enough, the moment seemed right. A slow smile rose at the corners of her mouth. She counted silently in her mind. 3, 2, 1, fall. With a loud thud, Zhao Sanche, walking beside Wang, suddenly collapsed. His normally healthy complexion turned deathly pale in an instant. All blood drained from his face, with sunken eye sockets and chapped, peeling lips. Wang dropped the wedding gown she was holding, rushing to Zhao Sanche's side and calling anxiously, "Sanche? Sanche?" After shouting several times without any response, if it weren't for the faint rise and fall of his chest, they might have thought he had already died. Grandma's son was also terrified. Little son, the heartthrob of grandson old lady. Zhao Sanche was her favorite youngest son. She always thought of him first when it came to good things. And how could he suddenly collapse like this? "Little son, wake up." Tears streamed down Grandma's son's cheeks as she wiped them away with her sleeve. Seeing the situation, Zhao Taohua quickly leaned against the wall and attempted to escape outside. After taking just one step, however, her body began to sway weakly, and she struggled to keep herself steady. Even though her whole body was drained of strength, the strong will to survive pushed Zhao Taohua toward the courtyard gate while shouting, "Help! Help!" Inside, Grandma's son and Wang frowned simultaneously, alarmed that the little girl had run off. "Little grass dog, don't you dare run away." Grandma's son, rising menacingly, rushed after Zhao Taohua, followed closely by Wang. Although many villagers had gone out to work, there were still 1 or 2 people remaining in each household. If others were alerted, things would get difficult. Her heart leaped into her throat, and Zhao Taohua quickly flung open the gate and bolted outside. Even though her energy had nearly drained to zero, sheer determination kept Zhao Taohua running as she screamed for help. Listening to the increasingly rapid footsteps behind her, panic surged within her. How could she outrun 2 fully capable adults like Grandma's son and Wang? "Little grass dog, grandmother is doing it for your own good. The Li residence is like a golden nest. Once inside, you'll live comfortably. Your grandmother found you a great place, and one day you'll thank me." Getting closer, Grandma's son extended her claw-like hand toward Zhao Taohua's collar. Heartbroken, Zhao Taohua saw her last hope slipping away. Suddenly, she noticed someone appearing ahead. The morning sunlight bathed the tall and sturdy youth, whose snow-white hair sparkled under the rays with a silvery glow. At that moment, even as Zhao Taohua was exhausted, her body mustered one final ounce of strength. Fueled by her powerful will to survive, she charged straight toward the young man, colliding directly into him. Thrown off balance, Zhao Taohua toppled backward, but was suddenly pulled back by a strong arm that wrapped around her waist. Lifting her head, she gazed up at him. His face was sharp and defined, his knitted brows giving him a stern appearance. Beneath his prominent nose lay slightly pursed lips, handsome and rugged. He was Zhao Taohua's type of man. What was astonishing was that he exuded both an overwhelming murderous aura and an ethereal glow of merit light surrounding his body. The dense murderous chi enveloped him entirely, casting an oppressive darkness where his form gleamed bright gold like a Buddha statue, glowing with intense radiance, striking and awe-inspiring. "Help!" Zhao Taohua desperately clung to the youth's hand. Upon the very moment their fingers touched, Zhao Taohua felt an immediate surge of surprise. Her originally empty cultivation base now had a trace of spirit energy? And as time ticked on, the amount of spiritual energy within her continued to steadily grow. This discovery made Zhao Taohua grasp the other hand of the youth as well, confirming her suspicion. The more skin contact she had with the youth, the faster her internal spiritual energy grew. In an instant, Zhao Taohua looked at the young man with new eyes. Was he her portable charger? Zhao Taohua's shouts drew the attention of nearby neighbors. Villagers love spectacles, and soon a crowd had gathered around. Grandma Sun's face changed dramatically. She feared that Zhao Taohua would say something scandalous heard by others and immediately scolded her harshly. How dare you, you ungrateful girl. I arranged a good marriage for you, and you refused it to elope with this foreign calamity. Heaven almighty, Xin Ming was born with innate loneliness. Getting close to him means misfortune at best and death at worst. Tell me, who couldn't you have chosen except him? Your parents only had you, and since they're not home, I cannot stand idly by as you jump into this fiery pit. Xin Ming, release her now. My granddaughter will never marry you. Xin Ming's brows furrowed slightly. Marry him? There wasn't any relation between him and Zhao Taohua. Xin Ming, fearing Zhao Taohua might lose her reputation because of this, immediately withdrew his hand when he saw the situation. Zhao Taohua. The power hasn't been fully charged yet. There's no pause allowed. As Zhao Taohua turned around, she grabbed his hand again with force. This time it was Xin Ming who was surprised. Unbelievably, he turned his head to look at Zhao Taohua. Her? Brother Xin Ming, I haven't eaten for 3 days and feel dizzy. Could you help me? Zhao Taohua pleaded pitifully, refusing to let go in any case. My goodness, is Taohua going to elope with Xin Ming? The couple Zhao Ershu will return probably mad as hell. Who could say otherwise? Their hard-raised daughter is about to elope with a calamity, surely under Xin Ming's instigation. Fortunately, Grandma Sun has timely stopped them. Surrounding villagers pointed fingers at Zhao Taohua and Xin Ming, whispering disparaging comments, their eyes full of disapproval and disdain. Hearing those voices, Zhao Taohua's eyes turned cold. That cursed old woman actually slandered her. The reputation of ancient women was most important, comparable to their lives. Once lost, they would have no dignity left and also drag along the families of Zhao Ershu and Qian Shi, as well as the innocent Xin Ming. As everyone spoke increasingly absurdly, she immediately shouted loudly to the crowd looking on, respected elders and relatives, there is no relationship between Xin Ming and me. Just now he kindly saved my life. My grandmother forced me into marriage to be the 9th concubine of Mr. Li while my parents were away for just 20 taels. I rather die than comply. She locked me at home for 3 days without food or water. Today, she came with my younger uncle and aunt, planning to forcibly take me to the Li family. Only then did I manage to escape while my uncle suddenly fainted. I have nothing with me, so if I was really running away, why wouldn't I pack my belongings? And why during the day? You can see that brother Xin Ming just came back from hunting on the mountain. He merely passed by our house. If you don't believe me, you can check my parlor. My uncle is still unconscious there. Please, help me bring the village head over for justice. Zhao Taohua screamed hoarsely, her weak body producing a voice louder than any horn, which carried through the air toward all corners of the Zhao family village. She had an attitude like she'd shout until the village head came even if no one helped call him. Grandma Sun's body stiffened in panic. How could this little grass dog reveal everything? Chapter 3. You can tell if someone is ill at a glance. How can Madame Sun's heart be so cruel? Master Li is older than her, yet she forces young Taohua to become his 9th concubine? How disgusting. To make 20 taels of silver, she betrays all humanity and even slanders Taohua and Xin Ming for eloping, ruining Taohua's reputation. How wicked, especially when Taohua still calls her grandmother. Madame Sun has a sharp nose and cheekbones, showing a mean face. It's clear that she isn't a good person. She used to criticize Qian Shi for giving birth to nothing but daughters, not sons, thus pressuring Zhao Ershu into divorcing her wife, forcing the family to break apart with nothing but a needle and thread left behind. Now she's trying to interfere in her granddaughter's life? Phew, shameless. When villagers arrived at Zhao Ershu's main hall, they indeed saw Zhao Sanshi lying on the ground, which caused an uproar. Their eyes were filled with contempt for Madame Sun. Upon hearing these words, Madame Sun's face flushed, and the flesh on her cheeks quivered with anger. She glared at them furiously. How dare you criticize me? The Zhao family's lives have turned into a mess, but I'm trying to give Taohua a better future. Instead, you blame me? Grandma, if this kind of wealth suits you so well, why don't you go yourself? Zhao Taohua countered with this question. Suddenly, the villagers burst into laughter. Yes, Grandma Taohua, if such a wealthy life suits you so well, why don't you take it yourself? You could bring your grandchildren together to enjoy blessings alongside you. Madame Sun stared furiously at the person who dared speak against her, scolding, What nonsense are you spouting? I'm over 50 already. Do you want me to lose my honor? If Taohua entered Master Li's mansion, she would eat meat daily and live comfortably every day. I see that you're just jealous of her. Now, in her mind, there was only the 20 taels of silver, making even baseless arguments seem logical from her mouth. Madame Sun was notorious in the village for being difficult to deal with and obstinate. Though everyone harbored resentment towards her, none dared voice it aloud, fearing entanglements with her that might result in undesirable consequences. However, among the observing villagers, a compassionate individual quietly sought out the village chief. Blessings. Zhao Taohua grew anxious that Madame Sun might placate the gathered crowd successfully. Her tears streamed down as she lamented. 10 years ago, my father and our family split from the old residence. Back then, we agreed that the second house and the old residence would sever all relations. 3 years ago, I fell critically ill, and due to lack of money for treatment, my father begged for help from you, but you dismissed him. And now, how kind-hearted are you by letting a 14-year-old girl like me marry a 50-year-old man to enjoy wealth? You, Madame Sun was utterly silenced by Zhaojia's counterattack, leaving her gasping for air. Madame Sun had given birth to 3 sons. Taohua's father was the middle child, originally of little significance to her. She treated this son indifferently. At first, Zhao Ershu seemed obedient and listened, but later, because of the barrenness of Qianshi who couldn't bear a son, he defied her wishes. In anger, she severed ties completely without allocating any family property to Zhao Ershu. And truly, those words were spoken by her, causing the Zhao family to never even step foot into the old residence again during the last decade. Still, she didn't anticipate that this insignificant little grass dog, like Taohua, would use her own words against her. Wang Shi wasn't as powerful as Madame Sun, and, seeing the many people gathered in the courtyard, remained silent. Madame Sun glanced at her, annoyed. Useless. Zhaojia gave no time for Madame Sun to respond further. She continued, according to parents' wishes and matrimonial contracts, both my parents are alive. Therefore, who gives you the authority to arrange my marriage? Haven't our two families been disconnected for years? At this moment, Madame Sun felt as though her face was slapped in public, creating a loud sound. Little ingrate. I am your grandmother, and you dare disrespect me like this? Your parents didn't have time to arrange a proper match for you, so I stepped in to provide a suitable one. Yet here you are finding fault. A fleeting hint of malice flashed in Madame Sun's eyes before she extended her hand to grab Zhaojia's wrist. This certain sum of 20 taels mustn't slip away. Her gaze hinted for Wang Shi to pick up the ceremonial clothes off the floor. Zhaojia hadn't expected Madame Sun to persist under such public scrutiny and try to drag her forcibly. At that moment, she noticed someone approaching through the entrance. Previously sitting on the ground stubbornly, Zhaojia immediately stood, feigning cooperation as she was supposedly dragged outside. Breathlessly sobbing, she implored pitifully, Grandma, please. I don't want to become concubine to Master Li. If you want the 20 taels of silver, I will earn money for you later. Please don't send me to the Li mansion. As the threshold approached, a flash of triumph crossed Madame Sun's eyes. Today, she was sure to gain this silver. Sun Zhaodi, aren't you ashamed of your own actions? Before Madame Sun could fully cross the door frame, an elderly man with a goat-like beard obstructed her path, speaking loudly with commanding authority, causing her complexion to drastically pale. Village Chief Grandpa, please save me. I am not even of marriageable age yet. I don't wish to become the 9th concubine of Master Li. Clutching onto the village chief's arm, Zhaojia knelt before him with sobs streaming profusely. Her pitiable demeanor made the village chief furrow his brows tightly, recalling his own granddaughter similar in age to Taohua. The village chief's home wasn't far from Zhao Ershu's. Zhao Ershu's family had been in debt since 3 years ago when they were paying for Zhaojia's treatment, making their financial situation especially dire. He often provided some assistance to Zhao Ershu's household. Just now, someone informed him that Madame Sun had gone to Zhao Ershu's place to create a disturbance, so he hurried over immediately. Upon arrival, he never expected to hear such words. The village chief held significant authority in Zhao family village. His presence immediately restrained Madame Sun's audacity. However, Madame Sun's hand still clutched Zhaojia's as she refused to give up on this 20 tael silver. Sun Zhaodi, if you continue doing immoral deeds and damage the reputation of Zhao family village, don't blame me for enforcing the village rules. The village chief warned her sternly. Who didn't know that in town, Mr. Li, who was getting on in years, obsessed with lust, was already frail. It was said his end was near. Madame Sun actually still intended to force young Taohua to go become his concubine. If the surrounding villages found out, wouldn't they laugh until their jaws dropped? Madame Sun's heart jolted. Being over 50, where would she live if expelled from the village? Wouldn't it make people mock her if she ended up homeless at her age? And what about the old man? Would he possibly divorce her upon hearing this and remarry someone else to take care of her? Afraid, Madame Sun's complexion turned unpleasant. After living more than half her life, was she going to fall flat on her face at this point? Not only did she not get the 20 taels today, but her youngest son somehow fainted for no reason? Madame Sun's eyes darted around, quickly formulating another plan. Little grass dog, your uncle came fine, but after you cursed him, he collapsed. She demanded money. 20 taels, not a single coin less. Zhaojia's mouth twitched. So they were determined to pin this whole mess on her? As for those 20 taels, did Zhao Sanshi even deserve them? Grandma, if you hadn't wronged me, why would my uncle be overcome by dark thoughts and faint? Taohua advised her. You should do good deeds more often and stop slandering others. Taohua glanced up and down at Madame Sunday. She exuded quite a bit of ominous energy herself. Furrowing her brows, Madame Sun retorted. Stop your nonsense. My youngest son is the kindest-hearted person. How could he have evil intentions? It's you cursing him that caused his illness. Once again, this little grass dog was cursing her youngest son. Madame Sun glared daggers at Taohua. If looks could kill, Zhaojia would have died 10,000 times over in her grandmother's eyes by now. The village doctor grandpa is right here. We'll know instantly whether he's sick or not. Chapter 4. Not an ounce of moral blackmail. After Zhaojia finished speaking, the villagers made way for old village doctor Zhao Xiamping. Uncle Xiamping, please come and take a look at my son. He was fine earlier, but suddenly fainted just now. At the mention of Zhao Sandstone, Grandmother Sun's eyes involuntarily welled up with tears again. Zhao Sandstone's complexion looked terribly off. Life and death hung in the balance. Zhao Xiangping didn't dare to waste any time and rushed to Zhao Sandstone's side. Zhao Xiangping's medical skills had been passed down by his father, who was famed for reviving patients multiple times when others thought they were beyond help. He was very well known within a radius of several villages. If he said someone could be saved, they would definitely survive. If he said there was no hope, even a celestial immortal would be powerless. Grandma Sun and Mrs. Wang anxiously watched Zhao Xiangping as his expression darkened after diagnosing Zhao Sandstone. Zhao Xiangping triple-checked Zhao Sandstone's pulse, but then pulled back his hand and shook his head helplessly. There's no hope. Go back and prepare the funeral arrangements. What? Everyone present was shocked by Zhao Xiangping's verdict. Zhao Sandstone was still so young. You charlatan, how can my youngest son not be savable? He was fine just moments ago. Grandma Sun started yelling curses at Zhao Xiangping. How could her youngest child die before her? Mrs. Wang immediately knelt down and begged Zhao Xiangping, banging her head against the ground. Village doctor, sir, please, save Sandstone. I'll pay you anything, or you can try giving him some medicine first. She was so young. How could she already become a widow? The prospect of raising 2 children alone frightened her immensely. What kind of life awaited her henceforth? Mrs. Wang was terrified inside. Despite being insulted by Grandma Sun, Zhao Xiangping remained calm, shaking his head helplessly towards Mrs. Wang. Villagers consoled Mrs. Wang. Wang Ayun, take Sandstone home quickly. While he still has breath, let him say a few words to his kids. Mrs. Wang sobbed uncontrollably and was already lost in her sorrow. When the villagers suggested taking Zhao Sandstone home, she immediately attempted to do so, but suddenly, something occurred to her, remembering Zhao Taohua's prior words. Even though she knew that even the miraculously skilled Zhao Xiangping had declared it hopeless, how could she believe Zhao Taohua's lies? But, wasn't this their only option? Desperate situations called for desperate measures. Did you say Sandstone fainted because he was possessed by evil thoughts? Mrs. Wang paused mid-step, turning to face Zhao Taohua, and asked. If that was true, wouldn't that mean there was still a chance for Sandstone? That's true. However, being possessed by malevolent thoughts was merely the last straw for young Uncle Zhao. The main problem is that he's been targeted by an evil spirit demanding his life, Zhao Taohua explained. Grandma Sun gasped for breath upon hearing this, urgently asking, is there any way to save my youngest son? Please, hurry and rescue him. Zhao Taohua nodded, causing Grandma Sun and Mrs. Wang to breathe a simultaneous sigh of relief. However, Zhao Taohua continued, young uncle can be saved, but money must be paid. Upon hearing money, Grandma Sun's demeanor shifted abruptly, scolding furiously. He's your own blood relation. How can you demand money to save him? Zhao Taohua wasn't the least bit affected by moral pressure and scornfully retorted. When Uncle Zhao agreed to sell me as the 9th concubine of Mr. Li for 20 taels, wasn't that also my real younger uncle? 2 years ago, when I was dying due to lack of funds for treatment, my father pleaded with you, but you didn't give a single copper coin and drove my father away. Had it not been for our generous village uncles, aunties, and grandfathers lending my father enough money to pay for my treatment, I would have died 3 years ago. If you want to save young uncle's life, hand over 20 taels. Her family had already incurred 10 taels in debt to treat her, and 8 taels were still owed. Wasn't today the day when Grandma Sun planned to sell her to Mr. Li to celebrate his happiness in exchange for 20 taels? Well, she'd make Grandma Sun cough up those 20 taels for Zhao Sandstone's exorcism. What? Grandma Sun's face darkened dangerously. How dare this girl ask for 20 taels? Are you planning on robbing us? 20 taels. And she would lose another 20 taels from Mr. Li's household. Altogether, 40 taels of silver gone in one day. Such a large sum, and their entire extended family couldn't eat or drink for 20 years without working tirelessly. On one hand was 20 taels of silver, on the other hand was her beloved youngest son. As Grandma Sun hesitated, Mrs. Wang fell to her knees, crying out, Mother, please save Sandstone. He can't die. How could Grandma Sun bear losing her favorite youngest son either? Gritting her teeth, she told Zhao Taohua, we don't have 20 taels. Every family in the village is struggling with poor harvests, and jobs in town aren't available daily. 10 taels will have to suffice. But you must promise to save my youngest son's life. Money first. Zhao Taohua extended her hand toward Grandma Sunday. They had plenty of time ahead, and this money would eventually come out of Grandma Sun's pocket anyway. Though reluctant, Grandma Sun painfully dug into her pocket and handed Zhao Taohua the 10 taels of silver. It felt like tearing out her heart. The moment Zhao Taohua took the silver, she shoved it into her bosom and then demanded Grandma Sun fetch a big rooster from home. I've already paid. Don't take advantage of the situation. Grandma Sun assumed Zhao Taohua was insatiable and was now trying to extort yet another rooster. Zhao Taohua retorted, it's for the ritual. Are you going to save him or not? If you don't hurry up and get it, Uncle Zhao will really be dead. Actually, given the little bit of spirit energy she had just regained from Shen Ming, rooster blood wasn't absolutely necessary. However, she didn't want to waste even a bit more spirit energy on Zhao Sandstone. Hearing this, Grandma Sun immediately urged Mrs. Wang to hurry home and catch a rooster. If her youngest son died, she would definitely not let Zhao Taohua off scot-free. Old village doctor Zhao Xiangping and the other villagers shook their heads upon seeing this, thinking that Grandma Sun and Mrs. Wang were flailing around like people who'd lost their minds. believing in some evil ghost nonsense instead of bringing Zhao Sandstone home to see his children one last time. The village head was somewhat worried about Zhao Taohua. He certainly knew how ruthless Grandma Sun could be. If Zhao Taohua played tricks on her, Grandma Sun would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely against Zhao Taohua afterward. Taohua, is there truly an evil ghost possessing Zhao Sandstone? Do you really know Taoist magic? Or should we just let them take Zhao Sandstone back? Zhao Taohua gave the village head a reassuring look. Grandpa Village Head, please rest assured. I have everything under control. The moment Zhao Taohua took the rooster from Mrs. Wang's hands, the atmosphere around her entirely shifted. The village head actually sensed a dependable presence radiating from Zhao Taohua instantly. Zhao Taohua walked over to Zhao Sandstone with the rooster, pinched its comb with her fingernail, and scalding rooster blood immediately flowed out, precisely dripping onto Zhao Sandstone's forehead. She gathered a strand of spirit energy at the tip of her index finger, dabbed the chicken blood, and drew an incantation symbol. Thankfully, she had managed to regain some spirit energy from Shun Ming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to complete the incantation. Grandma Sun sneered disdainfully. What are you scribbling on my youngest son's face? Is this what you call conducting a ritual? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Compared to believing in rituals, Grandma Sun thought Zhao Taohua was merely making random marks. How foolish she was to believe this girl could perform such rituals. What madness made her trust someone like Zhao Taohua? Chapter 5. Is Zhao Taohua the reincarnation of a great Buddha? Immediately, Grandma Sun was about to use her sleeve to wipe off the chicken blood on Zhao San's face. You can't do that. This is the talisman to save him from evil spirits, Zhao Taohua reminded her. Mrs. Wang felt the coldness in the room gradually fading away. She quickly pulled at Grandma Sun's arm. Mother, let's wait a bit longer. What if it really saved San's life? Zhao San slept soundly. In his dream, he was being strangled by an evil ghost, almost out of breath. Suddenly, a red talisman appeared on his forehead, directly blasting the ghost away and turning it into ashes, which became a puff of black smoke. Zhao San came back to life. Immediately after waking up, the first thing he saw was Mrs. Wang crying uncontrollably before him. Ayun, who bullied you? I'll settle the score with them for you. Although Zhao San looked unwell, his voice thundered. Grandma Sun couldn't believe it and covered her mouth with both hands. Was my youngest son actually awakened by Zhao Taohua? Just by using the pattern she drew with chicken blood? Uncle Xiaoping, could you check on my youngest son? Is he really fine? Grandma Sun asked immediately. Zhao Xiaoping stayed still. I'm a quack doctor, I can't tell. Grandma Sun's face froze, but then gave an awkward laugh and apologized quickly to Zhao Xiaoping. Uncle Xiaoping, I spoke too fast and said something wrong. Please don't take it to heart with me, just a housewife like me. Zhao Xiaoping huffed, then went straight towards Zhao San, not bothering to quarrel with Grandma Sun, his clan niece-in-law. After all, Zhao San was a boy he had watched grow up. Life or death matters were no joking matter. However, even Zhao Xiaoping found it hard to believe. He had clearly diagnosed the person as almost dead. How could they look so fine now? The village head and other villagers stared wide-eyed like bells. What on earth was going on? Everyone kept their eyes glued on Zhao Xiaoping, waiting for him to speak. As Zhao Xiaoping checked the pulse, he muttered, "This can't be." Grandma Sun worriedly asked, "Uncle Xiaoping, what's wrong with my youngest? San's body is fine, he's just exhausted. He should rest more. What about some medicine?" Grandma Sun followed up. "There's no need to waste that money." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoping's words, everyone present was shocked. Heaven, the person who was confirmed ready for the funeral by Grandpa Xiaoping was revived by Taohua's incantations. Could she possibly be the reincarnation of a great Buddha? In a moment, everyone started looking at Zhao Taohua differently. They originally thought she wanted to deceive Grandma Sun for money, but it turned out she was truly capable. Even the village head asked, "Taohua, did your uncle fall ill because he bumped into an evil ghost?" If it were earlier times, the village head would have definitely not believed in the existence of evil ghosts. But, right before his eyes, Zhao San had been revived by Taohua's methods of Taoist magic. What else was there to disbelieve? Zhao Taohua nodded, and added, "That evil ghost has attached itself to Uncle because of karmic connections between them. That's why it has stuck onto him, nearly killing him." After hearing this, Grandma Sun furiously replied, "You stop your nonsense. My littlest son has never harmed anyone. How could he possibly have any karmic ties with it?" Zhao Taohua wasn't scared of her. She pointed at the clothes Zhao San wore inside. "I'm not making anything up. Uncle is wearing the very clothes the ghost wore when it was alive." The crowd, upon hearing her words, had various expressions. Wang trembled her hands anxiously, her pupils suddenly widening. "This clothing was given to me a few days ago by my mother-in-law. It wouldn't be worn by someone who died." Wang's entire body shook from fear, stuttering uncontrollably. Everyone then looked toward Zhao San's undergarments. No wonder Zhao San could wear a hemp cloth undershirt. It was taken from a corpse. Zhao San's heart clenched, cold sweat dripped down his spine. Something from a dead person? Mother, how could the clothes you gave me have belonged to someone deceased? Grandma Sun didn't expect things to turn out like this either. "I didn't know it would be this way. I found this great piece of clothing by the roadside. I didn't even give it to your older brother. I directly gave it to you. This clothing is brand new. How could it have been worn by a dead person? Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. A foot of hemp cloth costs 10 coins. But Wang dared not gamble with her husband's life. She reached over and grabbed Zhao San's undergarment and pulled hard. With a tear, the neckline broke. Unexpectedly, something fell out from the broken neckline. Everyone fixed their gaze. It was a bundle of hair tied neatly with white string. Seeing this scene, everyone got chills running down their spines, feeling a sudden cold wind pass through. Wang immediately removed the undergarment from Zhao San, determined that these clothes could never be worn again. TSK. It turns out that Grandma's son tried to take advantage of a small deal and almost killed her own son. The truth uncovered, one villager commented. Son Zhaodi has always treasured her youngest son the most, and look at her now. Her youngest son almost lost his life because of her. Old lady Sun wanted to offer Tao Hua as a concubine to Mr. Li, but not only did she lose 10 taels of silver, she nearly lost her son too. It's karma. Zhao Taohua listened to the villagers' gossip, raising her eyes to glance at the ominous aura on old lady Sun's face. The ominous energy was continuously spreading. Old lady Sun's retribution wasn't far off. Old lady Sun gritted her teeth with anger. Let's go, she snapped irritably. Today, not only had she lost 30 taels of silver, but her youngest son had also almost met his end. Wang Shi harbored resentment towards old lady Sun in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud like the others. Supporting Zhao Sandstone, she followed them out of the courtyard of the second house. When everyone saw that old lady Sun and her two companions had left, they all dispersed, leaving behind only one compassionate woman and Shen Ming in the dilapidated courtyard of the Zhao family. Shen Ming took a rabbit out from his basket and handed it to Zhao Taohua before leaving. The neighbor, Aunt Zheng, handed over a bowl of corn gruel she was holding to Zhao Taohua. Taohua, poor child, eat quickly. Thank you, Aunt Zheng. As soon as Zhao Taohua took a sip of the sweet corn gruel, she felt as if she'd come back to life. Aunt Zheng, gazing at Shen Ming's retreating figure, said, Taohua, Auntie must warn you. Shen Ming was born under an isolating curse. He is a disaster star. Keep your distance, and don't get too close to him. The moment he was born, his mother died of childbirth complications. Soon after, his father also passed away. Even his second uncle and grandfather succumbed until his grandmother consulted an old Taoist priest who revealed what the curse meant. Unfortunately, the old lady found out too late and couldn't escape either. She also perished in the end. That rabbit he just gave you. You should take it to town and sell it for some money to buy food. Upon seeing Shen Ming earlier, Zhao Taohua immediately noticed the overwhelming ominous energy swirling around him, proving the old priest right. However, this priest lacked the necessary insight to realize that Shen Ming was also surrounded by golden blessings of merit. More importantly, upon touching him skin to skin, he had somehow replenished her spiritual energy. A sly smile flickered in Zhao Taohua's eyes. Such an excellent mobile charger was something she wouldn't let slip. Regardless of what kind of ominous energy or rumors about misfortune, these were insignificant before her esteemed mastery of metaphysics. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt Zheng. Zhao Taohua pretended to be compliant. Taohua, my Taohua. Before Zhao Taohua could finish speaking, a gaunt-faced woman rushed into the yard and tightly embraced Zhao Taohua. This was Qian Shi, Zhao Taohua's mother. Because their family owned no land, Qian Shi and Zhao Ershu could only earn money in town, taking any available jobs there. Today, Qian Shi had just received her pay and hurried home to check on her daughter. However, upon entering the village entrance, she heard news of the trouble at home. Seeing her daughter's swollen cheeks, Qian Shi's heart broke. Taohua, tell me which dog's child hit you. I'll fight them right now while I'm still here. They have the nerve to harm my daughter when I'm not home? If they think they can lay a finger on my daughter with me present, let them try. Qian Shi shouted loudly, hands planted firmly on her hips. Chapter 6, Missing Her Power Bank. Mom, I'm fine. Zhao Taohua told Qian Shi everything that had happened today and the previous 3 days. She originally intended to share with Qian Shi that she had earned 10 taels of silver for the family. With this money, they could pay off all their external debts and still have 2 taels of silver left. Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, Qian Shi not only did not feel happy, but her face became frighteningly gloomy. The damned Sun Zhaodi and Zhao Sanshi couple actually took advantage of her absence to try to sell her daughter for money, bullying her little sweetheart into this state. Mom, Zhao Taohua spoke up. Qian Shi snapped back to reality and saw her looking at herself cautiously, thinking she had scared her. Qian Shi immediately hid her anger and smiled at her. Don't be afraid, Taohua. Mom is here. Qian Shi wasn't someone to be easily bullied. There weren't many jobs in the town, and to snatch a job from so many people, if one was timid, it would be impossible to earn even a single meal. Just now, when she heard that old lady Sun had actually locked Taohua up and starved her for 3 days, planning to send her as a concubine to Manager Li, she couldn't help feeling extremely angry, wanting to rush over right now and beat old lady Sun and her 2 accomplices severely. It was then that she revealed her fierce expression, scaring her Taohua. Taohua, you go rest in your room first. Mom will cook for you, Qian Shi said gently. Mom, I'm fine. Aunt Zheng just gave me a bowl of corn porridge. You've just returned, take a break. Qian Shi repeatedly thanked Aunt Zheng. Although Aunt Zheng's family situation was better than theirs, food was scarce in everyone's house, and this bowl of corn grits porridge was truly a great favor. Zheng felt genuinely sorry for Zhao Taohua and thus told Qian Shi, Hong Yan, old lady Sun isn't a good person. Today, Taohua almost got sold to the Li family, and she was starved for 3 days. Fortunately, Taohua managed to survive. Qian Shi looked extremely grim and turned to Zhao Taohua, saying, from now on, Mom will stay home. Because neither she nor Ershu were at home, Taohua was calculated against and bullied by the main house. Before, she thought that as long as she and Ershu could earn money in the town, they could pay off the family's debts sooner and save more dowry for Taohua, finding her a good family for a grand wedding. Who would have thought that Taohua was almost dead, nearly ruined by old lady Sun and her gang? She couldn't leave Taohua alone at home anymore. She must stay at home to protect Taohua. Zhaojia couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Qianshi's emaciated, darkened face, a warmth rose in her heart. This was probably what family care felt like. Thinking about her previous life without parents or relatives, she never expected to have such a loving mother-in-law after reincarnating. After Aunt Zheng left, Qianshi saw the wild rabbit on the ground and said, Shinjia's boy really has a kind heart. A rabbit costs 15 big coins per pound, and this one weighs over 3 pounds. Taohua, Mom will stew the rabbit for you. Mom, aren't you afraid of being unlucky because of Shun Minga's ominous energy? Zhao Taohua asked curiously. In these times, being able to eat some meat is already pretty good. Life is already hard enough without worrying about those things. Saying that, Qianshi nimbly carried the rabbit into the kitchen to prepare it. Zhao Taohua admired Qianshi's thoughts, but the rabbit given by Shin Ming indeed carried ominous energy. Fierce filth dissipates, Dao Qi remains forever. Zhao Taohua softly recited the incantation. The moment she finished, a wisp of spiritual energy followed the movement of her fingers and flew toward the wild rabbit in the kitchen, instantly dispersing the ominous energy. All the spiritual energy she had saved up was used up, and she missed her power bank. Just after coming to this world through reincarnation, she didn't know why, but her metaphysical master-level cultivation had not come with her. Right now, she could only rely on Shun Ming to replenish it. Soon, a scent of meat came from the kitchen. Even a plain boiled rabbit had been made to look as enticing as a delicacy by Qianshi. Finally, Qianshi added the corn grits to the pot, resulting in rabbit meat corn grits. Each grain of corn grits was cooked with rabbit broth, crystal clear and transparent. Qianshi first scooped out 2 bowls into a basket using a porcelain bowl with a chip, then covered it with an old cloth. Taohua, bring these 2 bowls to Shin Ming. He saved you today and gave you a rabbit. We must know how to be grateful. Mom, I understand. Zhao Taohua happily took the basket. She was precisely looking for him. Hurry up, come back to eat the rabbit corn grits. Qianshi affectionately smoothed the strands of hair near Zhao Taohua's cheeks, tucking them behind her ears. Shin's house wasn't far from Zhao Taohua's home, and it didn't take long to arrive. Although most people in the village originally surnamed Zhao, later, with some outsiders settling in Zhao Village, there appeared similar families with different surnames like the Shin family. Bang, bang, bang. The courtyard gate of the Shin family was wide open. When Zhao Taohua arrived, Shin Ming was bare-chested, wielding an axe to chop wood. With each powerful swing of the axe, his arm muscles bulged high. Sweat trickled down his forehead, flowing over his firm chest, his pectoral muscles sharply defined, resembling 2 solid iron plates. The sweat continued downwards, streaming across 8 neatly stacked abs, resembling small peaks. The tempting muscle lines made Zhao Taohua blush, yet she couldn't help but take a few more glances. She remembered that Shin Ming was 18 years old this year. Her gaze was too intense, making it hard for Shin Ming to not notice. He turned his head and saw her staring straight at his upper body. For some reason, Shin Ming instinctively reached for the clothes lying nearby. Zhao Taohua clicked her tongue in regret, lamenting why such a good figure had to be covered by clothes. Immediately, she put on a sweet smile and walked towards him, saying in a honeyed tone, Shin Ming brother, thank you for the rabbit you sent today. My mom made rabbit meat corn grits for me to bring over. Only then did Shin Ming notice the cloth-covered bamboo basket slung over her arm. However, just as she approached, she suddenly grabbed his hand. The more he tried to break free, the tighter she held on. Shin Ming brother, why are you standing here? Let's go to the kitchen and take out the bowls. Our family only has a few bowls. If they're left here, my mom and I won't have any to eat from. Zhao Taohua feigned sadness while secretly reveling inside, having replenished her spiritual energy once again. After hearing this, Shun Ming's eyes softened, and he simply let Zhao Taohua lead him to the kitchen. When the cloth was lifted off the basket, the entire kitchen filled with rich aromas, making Zhao Taohua immediately swallow her saliva. But looking at how tall Shin Ming was, these 2 bowls might not even be enough for him. She'd better go home and eat instead. Before leaving, Zhao Taohua gave one last pull of Shin Ming's hand and said, Shin Ming brother, I'm leaving. Thank you, and thank Aunt Qian too. As Shin Ming looked at the 2 steaming bowls of rabbit meat corn grits that Zhao Taohua had brought, a hint of complexity flickered in his eyes. When the warmth of the food seeped through the bowl into his palm, a warmth rose in his heart, as if melting away the gloom that had long shrouded his soul and creating a crack in his frozen heart. He first took a bite, and the taste immediately spread on his tongue. Then, he devoured the food with both cheeks bulging. Every bite felt like tasting a rare delicacy in the world, and he didn't even notice the corn grains sticking to the corners of his mouth. Only after finishing the 2 bowls did he realize the regret he should have eaten slower. Chapter 7. Ways to earn money. At the Zhao family's residence, Zhao Taohua finally got to eat the rabbit meat corn grits cooked by Qian. She couldn't stop praising. Mother, how can your cooking be this delicious? Before her reincarnation, Zhao Taohua had tasted cuisines from all sorts of star-rated hotels, yet none compared to Qian's culinary skills. Moreover, apart from pork lard, salt was the only seasoning in this household. Qian kept piling more rabbit meat onto Zhao Taohua's bowl as she laughed, and said, It's probably a natural talent. Your father also says that my dishes taste better than others. By the way, Taohua, did your uncle really have an evil ghost Chanshan? Were you the one who saved him? How do you know Taoist magic? As Qian spoke, she found it increasingly unbelievable. Zhao Taohua had already prepared her excuse. Mother, it's probably a talent too. After being starved for 3 days by grandma, this talent suddenly awakened. Qian was deeply shocked. My goodness, it's incredible that her Taohua could practice Taoist magic. Taohua, eat more. Although your uncle may be a bad person, saving one life is equivalent to building a 7-story pagoda. You're accumulating good karma for yourself, which is a good deed. If you encounter similar situations in the future, those who need help should still be helped. Qian instructed. Qian was kind-hearted with a fiery temper. Mother, I understand. Today I earned 10 taels of silver. We can pay off our debts now. In the future, I plan to earn money this way so that our family can live a better life. After saying this, Zhao Taohua handed over the 10 taels given by old lady Sun to Qian. Seeing the money passed over by Zhao Taohua, Qian's eyes immediately moistened because this money reminded her of the 3 days Taohua spent starving at old lady Sun's hands. The wretched old woman, taking advantage of her absence to bully her Taohua. Mother understands. I'll go around house to house repaying the money right away. There are 2 taels left. Mother will buy some cotton to make you a new set of clothes. Qian suggested. Zhao Taohua shook her head. Just past August, the weather had just started cooling down. Instead of making winter coats, she thought it would be better to repair their house first, preferably tearing it down and rebuilding it. She had just calculated with a finger snap that 3 years later, there would be a catastrophic disaster in Zhao family village, and the heavy snowfall this winter would mark the beginning. Following would be hailstorms, earthquakes, droughts, torrential rains. Not only would there be natural disasters, but also human-made ones. Zhao Taohua furrowed her dark eyebrows, lightly bit her lips, and her gaze filled with worry. Mother, how much money would it take to rebuild 3 rooms at home? Asked Zhao Taohua. Only sturdy houses could withstand thick layers of snow and wouldn't let us freeze to death in winter. Good grief, that would take quite a lot of money. Just hiring masons for one day would cost 30 big coins. Even if we do the labor ourselves and save costs, it would still require at least 5 taels of silver. While speaking, Qian turned to look at Zhao Taohua. After realizing something, she asked curiously, Taohua, why do you ask this? Do you intend to build new rooms? Yes, we already have 2 taels, so another 3 will be enough. Otherwise, once winter arrives, life would get difficult. Cold winds would seep through the gaps everywhere. Heavy snow would crush the thatched roof, leaving no place to keep warm and eventually freeze us to death. Qian immediately agreed. All right, we'll follow Taohua's idea. Even though she knew that almost every household in the village had an annual income of only 2 taels of silver, saving another 3 taels for their home would not be easy. However, since Taohua wanted to build a new house, they would build it. This homestead was the old residence of Grandpa and Grandma when Second Tree was alive. Later, after their family of 3 was separated, they had lived here for 10 years. The house needed reconstruction. It was worn out, with doors and windows on the verge of collapse. After going out to repay the money, Qian returned with many things in hand. The villagers didn't rush for her family's money. Everyone felt sympathy for their circumstances. So, when Qian left, some gave her some greens, others gave her some homegrown eggplants, and the village chief's house directly gave her 10 eggs to take back. Upon returning, Qian put down the items and handed the remaining 2 taels of silver to Zhao Taohua. Taohua, this money belongs to you. Keep it here. This time, the employer settled 100 big coins for me. Also give it to you. From now on, you manage the household. Staring at the money in her hand, Zhao Taohua suddenly came up with a way to earn money. Tomorrow, she'd go to town and buy some talisman paper and cinnabar. This way, she could start making money by selling talismans. Whether it was peace talismans or amulets, they were effortless for her to produce. At the Zhao family's old house, after old lady Sun took Zhao Sanshi and Wang back home, she angrily sat on the chair in the living room, ordering Wang to pour her water, and she drank an entire bowlful in one gulp. Today, we've really had 8 generations of bad luck. We didn't earn the 20 taels, and instead, lost 10. Old lady Sun slammed the bowl down and cursed. Wang walked over to pour a bowl of water for Zhao Sanshi, concerned about his still slightly pale complexion. Zhao Sanshi said, Mother, wasn't that dead girl Taohua lying today? She swindled 10 taels from you. That's 10 taels. Are we just letting her take it? Old lady Sun's face darkened, teeth clenched as she swore. This absolutely cannot be. With all the expenses piling up at home, grandson number 1 and grandson number 2 needed money for their betrothal gifts. Her youngest grandson was already 7 years old, and she wanted to send him to the academy in town, so he could become the first scholar of Zhao family village and bring her honor. However, all these plans were ruined by this little troublemaker Taohua. On top of that, she had no idea how to explain the situation to Manager Li yet. Old lady Sun's eyes gleamed with calculation as she gestured to the couple. Come over here. Tomorrow, you should. The next day, Zhao Taohua and her mother had just finished breakfast early in the morning and were about to head to town with their baskets on their backs. Yesterday, Qian had managed to complete some embroidery work at home. She also took advantage of her spare time when doing jobs in town to create a few small crafts. Today, they planned to sell these items in town to make some money. Just as Qian locked the courtyard gate, they heard a cry for help. Turning around, they saw Wang rushing towards them, her hair disheveled across her forehead, looking utterly terrified. Help! Help! 3 Stone has been possessed by an evil ghost again. Taohua, save your young uncle. Wang cried out frantically, her voice piercing through the air. The villagers, who had the habit of waking up early, whether to weed the fields, chop wood in the mountains, or fetch water, stopped what they were doing and came out of their courtyards curiously. What's Wang Ayun shouting about? Is Three Stone possessed by an evil ghost again? My goodness, why is Three Stone so unlucky? Wang rushed up to Zhao Taohua and grabbed her hand. Taohua, please save your younger uncle. Zhao Taohua noticed that beneath Wang's apparent urgency, there was a hint of unnaturalness. Though her screams were loud, they lacked sincerity. Strands of her hair hung down against her cheeks, but couldn't conceal the feigned panic in her eyes. She occasionally hesitated slightly, as if confirming whether anyone noticed. Zhao Taohua looked coldly at Wang and sneered inwardly. What poor acting. Did Wang really think it would fool her? She had just exorcised an evil ghost from Zhao Shui yesterday, and now another ghost was supposed to possess him today? Even cursed people didn't have it this bad. Curious villagers gathered. Poor Three Stone. Taohua, you should check him out. Yes, Taohua. Seeing everyone urging Zhao Taohua to go, Wang lowered her head to hide the smirk in her eyes. Soon, she would expose Zhao Taohua's fraudulent behavior and make her return yesterday's 10 taels of silver with interest. Taohua, we won't take too much time going to the old house first. Qian also advised. After all, saving lives was a way for Taohua to accumulate merits. Qian firmly believed that people should do more good deeds for blessings in the future. On their way to the Zhao family's old residence, Zhao Taohua's family always struggled financially, and their yard was simply surrounded by a fence. However, the old Zhao residence was different, its yard wall built with mud bricks, and with 2 sturdy wooden gates. There were 2 rooms on the east side, 2 on the west, plus the main room and the hall. It totaled 6 rooms, far more impressive than Zhao Taohua's house, which only had 3 rooms in total. In the southwest corner of the yard, there was a chicken coop housing 2 or 3 dozen chickens and ducks. A hen walked out of the coop, which already contained more than 10 eggs. Wang led Zhao Taohua toward the hall. Seeing so many curious villagers brought back by Wang, Old Lady Sun praised her actions silently. She thought Wang had done a great job this time. Chapter 8. A lesson well deserved. Seeing people coming, Sun Laotai immediately put on an act of being utterly flustered. Taohua, my good granddaughter, quickly let your young uncle see you. I know your rules, the 10 taels of silver I will give. Save your young uncle first. With so many people here, I won't go back on my word. Sun Laotai's voice was laced with crying, her acting much better than Wang Shi's. However, Zhao Taohua knew that Sun Laotai had no intention of giving her any money, and not only did she not want to pay, but she also wanted to ruin her business. Zhao Sanshi pretended to be possessed by an evil ghost, rolling and struggling on the ground, muttering nonsense. If one looked closely, a hint of cunning could be seen in his eyes. A smile curled at the corner of Zhao Taohua's mouth as she playfully responded, Grandma, don't worry. My younger uncle is my real uncle. I wouldn't abandon him. But he's been possessed by an evil ghost twice already. This has great implications for both his health and the well-being of everyone around us. Especially all of the elders and younger siblings standing here in the hall. It greatly affects our lifespan. Her gaze swept swiftly across the main hall. The majority were older senior members from the Taigong and Yi generation. The elderly are especially superstitious about death, desiring to live longer, and hearing this talk of losing years frightened them. She knew that Feng Tainyang was practically a tyrant in Zhaojia Village, her fiery temper like thunderbolts, yet due to her high status, no one dared to provoke her. Ajunainai, who was about to enter the main hall with her little grandson, retracted her foot at half-step upon hearing this. Heavens, she nearly lost years just for some idle curiosity. What? This affects our lifespan. The originally relaxed villagers watching from the sidelines suddenly became tense. When Sun Laotai heard Zhao Taohua's words, she felt even more amused inside. Her youngest son wasn't actually possessed, it was an act. Listening to Zhao Taohua, this grass-waving dog, blabber nonsense. As expected, the elder matriarch Feng instantly shot her an angry glare, pointing straight at Zhao Sanshi lying on the ground. She shouted, You cursed creature, day after day possessed by foul ghosts, radiating bad luck everywhere. Now, you dare to shorten the lifespan of old me because of you. Each word of Feng Taipopo carried like arrows shooting towards Zhao Sanshi, spittle flying through the air. Then she turned around and said amicably to Zhao Taohua, Taohua, what can we do? Hurry up and think of a solution. Old me cannot lose my life force because of this unlucky thing. Feng Tainyang was still healthy now, but she was already 66 years old. If she lost years, today might just be her last day. I haven't lived enough yet. Thinking of this, Feng Taipopo's eyes seemed to have 2 burning flames, her gaze sharp like a drawn sword. Other villagers shared the same thoughts as Feng Taipopo, and they all asked Zhao Taohua for a solution. Zhao Taohua furrowed her brow in thought. Everyone watched her, and the air was silent for several breaths. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zhao Taohua finally clapped her hands together. Got it. This ghost is too powerful, but there is still a way to exorcise it. However, to ensure it doesn't affect everyone's longevity, Grandpa and Grandma along with little Annie must drink water mixed with sheep dung. Otherwise, even if the ghost is driven away, we would still lose our lifespan. Zhao Taohua sighed as she spoke, casting sympathetic glances at Sun Laotai, Zhao Sanshi, and Wang Shi. It's hard for Grandma, young uncle, and little auntie. Before Zhao Taohua finished her sentence, Feng Taipopo interjected, What kind of hardship is this? It's for everyone's good. Yueying, go home and get some sheep dung water. Yes, mother. Chen Yueying ran home swiftly. Hearing that he had to drink sheep dung water, Zhao Sanshi, who was just pretending to writhe on the ground in an act of possession, couldn't keep it up anymore. He hastily stood up and explained, I'm not possessed by an evil ghost. I was faking it. It's just as I said before. This evil ghost is more powerful than yesterday's and seems intelligent enough to defend itself. Zhao Taohua's brows knitted tightly, causing Feng Tainyang's nearby anxious gaze to swirl even more wildly. Where is Yueying? Mother, she's here. Chun Yueying entered carrying a shovel full of sheep dung water from the courtyard entrance. The black-brown pellets soaked in the water emitted a pungent smell as she approached. Everyone gave her a clear path. With a face filled with terror, Zhao Sancher stammered as he tried to explain to the crowd. I really am not possessed by an evil ghost. I refuse to drink that stuff. The evil ghost, stop resisting. The sheep dung water is divine. Drink it, then leave quickly. Do not take our collective life force with you. After saying this, Zhao Taohua had everyone help pin down Zhao Sancher and forced open his mouth to pour the sheep dung water down. Though Zhao Sancher was young, how could one person fight off so many? He was forced to drink it without any say, and the pungent smell and taste of the sheep dung water tormented him beyond words. Sun Laotai and Wang Shi, seeing the situation turn against them, hurriedly tried to flee but were immediately spotted by Feng Taipopo who had sharp eyes. She ordered someone to hold them back. Yueying, bring over the dung spoon. Let your Zhaodi sister-in-law and Ayu niece-in-law have a taste too. Feng Taipopo shouted. Chun Yueying quickly obeyed, carrying the dung spoon towards the two women. Upon hearing that she would be forced to drink sheep dung water, Sun Laotai's deeply lined face contorted with terror, and her body trembled like a sieve. Her eyes full of fear, her lips quivering, she could not utter a word, until finally, a mouthful of sheep dung water was poured down her throat. Wang Shi suffered the same fate, both of them dry heaving on the ground. Zhao Taohua stood aside with arms crossed, her eyes filled with mockery. Those who acted cleverly deserved their just desserts. Wanted to trick her? Never. Seeing this, Feng Taipopo sighed in relief. Taohua, now that these three have drunk the sheep dung water, will removing the evil ghost from Sanchi's body still shorten our lifespan? The moment Sun Laotai heard this, she sprang up, cursing furiously. My youngest son has not been possessed by an evil ghost. She is just a fraud. But before Sun Laotai could finish her curse, Zhao Taohua frowned deeply, wearing an expression of worry as she said, this time the evil ghost is too powerful. It can even manipulate my grandma into helping it speak lies. Looks like we'll need to feed my grandma another dose of sheep dung water. At these words, Sun Laotai hastily shut her mouth. The taste of sheep dung water still lingered in her nose and mouth, and now she felt nothing but deep terror at the prospect of drinking more. She immediately changed her tune, agreeing with Zhao Taohua. Sister Taohua is absolutely right. My youngest son has been possessed by an evil ghost. Sheep dung water is a divine object. The wicked energy inside me has already been exorcised. Taohua sister, please perform your magic quickly and rid my youngest son of the evil ghost. Zhao Sanchi stared at Sun Laotai in shock. Whether or not he had been possessed by an evil ghost, his mother should know best. How could she lie like this? Just as Zhao Sanchi was about to clear his name, Sun Laotai stopped him with a single glare. Chapter 9, Miss Qian's outburst. At this moment, if anyone dared to say they hadn't been possessed by a malevolent ghost, they would have to drink sheep dung water again. She had figured it out. Little Taohua was intentionally messing with them. She knew from the beginning that they were setting a trap for her, so she deliberately came up with sheep dung water to tease them. Zhao Sancher's pupils contracted instantly. In that fleeting moment, he belatedly realized the situation. Ms. Qian noticed their mother-son exchange of glances and understood at this very moment that from the beginning, Sun Zhaodi and Zhao Sancher had set a trap for Taohua. The grudge over starving Taohua for 3 days and selling her as a concubine to Mr. Li still hadn't been avenged, and now they actually. Ms. Qian was so enraged that her whole body trembled. Her eyes burned with anger as she clenched the corner of her clothes, turning her knuckles white. If it weren't for the fear of ruining Taohua's plan, she would have rushed forward and scratched all 3 of their faces. Zhao Taohua, seeing how well Grandma Sun understood the situation, spoke softly to her, and then said to everyone, the influence of the evil ghost on my grandmother has already been subdued by the sheep dung water. There's no need for her to drink it anymore. Next, I will perform an exorcism for my uncle, and after this, everyone will not suffer shortened lives because of this powerful evil ghost. After saying this, Zhao Taohua's expression turned solemn, her eyes wide open as she recited spells, swiftly making gestures in the air. Her movements resembled a butterfly weaving through flowers, bewildering to the eye. Grandma Feng and the others watched her perform the spell with nervous anticipation. Heaven spirit, earth spirit, ghosts and demons appear. Urgent as the law commands, vanish. While shouting loudly, Zhao Taohua jumped around Zhao Sancher, her simple hairstyle bobbing along with her movements. At this moment, Zhao Sancher felt as though he was the monkey being publicly teased by Zhao Taohua, but unfortunately, he had to cooperate and play along. All right, the evil ghost inside my uncle's body has been expelled. No one will have their lifespan shortened. Everyone can be happy. Once Zhao Taohua stopped, she informed the crowd. Zhao Sancher quickly stood up, ceasing his previous act of being possessed by an evil ghost, writhing and struggling on the ground. His face gloomy, his heart seethed with indignation, yet nothing could burst forth right now. Otherwise, he would once again be tricked by Taohua into drinking sheep dung water. Villagers immediately expressed gratitude to Zhao Taohua, especially Grandma Feng, who held on to Zhao Taohua's hand and affectionately said, Taohua, you should visit Grandma Feng more often in the future. Protecting her from having her lifespan reduced allowed her to live with peace of mind in the future. Though young, Tao Hua had great skills, twice driving out the evil ghost from Zhao Sinshi's body using divine techniques. Witnessing Zhao Tao Hua's magical abilities twice, the villagers increasingly believed that Zhao Tao Hua possessed profound divine techniques. All right, thank you, Grandma Feng. Zhao Tao Hua smiled at her cutely. After the villagers left, the suppressed rage within Grandma Sun, Zhao Sanshi, and Lady Wang couldn't be contained any longer. Each of them glared furiously, looking like they wanted to peel Odalva's skin off. However, before any of the three could speak, Miss Qian hurled the first insult at them. You are all utterly worthless, continually trying to harm my daughter. Do you truly think I am someone to be trifled with? Her voice was hoarse with fury, each word squeezed out between gritted teeth, her face red with intense anger. As she spoke, Miss Qian caught sight of a chamber pot placed in the corner of the yard. Qian Hongyan, how dare you talk to me like that? I'm your elder, your mother-in-law, Before Grandma Sun finished her sentence, Miss Qian had already grabbed the chamber pot and aimed it toward her head. This terrified Grandma Sun so much that she bolted, abandoning any intentions of reprimanding Miss Qian further. You disgusting old worm, how dare you arrange my Tao Hua as a secondary wife for Mr. Li to ward off misfortune? I'll fight you to the death. Lady Wang had initially tried to mediate, but seeing Miss Qian's aggressive stance, she became too scared to intervene directly, yet didn't dare retreat inside. She stayed near the wall, timidly urging, sister-in-law, calm down. Halfway through her sentence, Wang Aiyun saw Miss Qian suddenly charging at her with the chamber pot and let out a frightened scream. Wang Aiyun, you heartless thing. It's disgraceful that Tao Hua even calls you little aunt. You're supposed to be the elder, aren't you? Miss Qian, resembling a frenzied old hen, exhibited an exceptionally terrifying fighting power. Now, Lady Wang bitterly regretted everything. If only she'd known how berserk Miss Qian could get, she wouldn't have interfered at all. This time, Qian Hongyan clung stubbornly to her. Household chamber pots had been used for decades. Even if cleaned daily, they still held countless years' worth of filthy urine. Wangshi desperately wished she had 8 legs to run faster. Seeing Ms. Qian stop chasing her for now, Grandma Sun hurriedly leaned against the wall, waiting for a chance to retaliate. When she saw Qian Hongyan chasing after Wangshi passing by her, she gritted her teeth and cursed. Qian Hongyan, you disrespectful old hag. With a step forward, Grandma Sun's face twisted nastily. She raised her arm high and fiercely swung it toward Qian's face. The slap carried a fierce gust of wind, as if it intended to unleash all the anger and humiliation she had endured today. Qian's eyes became stern, and she deftly bent to dodge a split second before impact, her movement agile and efficient. Grandma Sun. How did she miss? Bang! Due to excessive force, Grandma Sun tumbled straight down to her left rear. She landed clumsily on the ground, filled with disbelief and embarrassment. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Tao Hua's mom sure is sharp. The commotion between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law drew back some villagers who hadn't walked far. They came back out of curiosity, laughing heartily when they saw Qian nimbly dodging Grandma Sun's slap. Phew! Grandma Sun swallowed dirt, so enraged that her face turned green. Zhao Sanshi hurried over to help her up, whispering in persuasion. Mother, second sister-in-law, is a vicious woman who disrespects elders. Let's wait for second brother to return. We'll let him deal with her. Grandma Sun nodded. Today, first she was forced by little Zhao Tao Hua to drink sheep dung water, and then Qian Hongyan, this vixen, chased her around with a chamber pot. None of the three of them could match this mother-daughter duo. When Zhao Ershu returns, she will make sure Zhao Ershu gives these two a good lesson. After all, he is still her son even though he has his own family now. She must punish these two pests at all costs. Mother, calm down. We have errands in town. We cannot waste time arguing with them. Zhao Taohua pulled on Qian Hongyan, trying to reason with her. In Zhao Village, filial piety comes first. Grandma Sun is the mother-in-law, so although Grandma Sun made mistakes earlier, it was acceptable for Qian Hongyan to scold and taunt her using the chamber pot, but if it escalated further, it would harm Qian Hongyan's reputation. Besides, Grandma Sun's face showed increasing signs of ominous dark energy, and at any moment, she might faint and blame Qian Hongyan for causing it. It would be a great disrespect for a daughter-in-law to cause her mother-in-law to faint. Seeing Zhao Taohua, Qian immediately changed her expression, softening completely. She smiled agreeably. All right, let's go. Grandma Sun let out a deep sigh of relief inside her mind. This menace was finally leaving. Just as Qian Hongyan was about to step out the door, she suddenly paused, turned around, and glared at Grandma Sun and the Zhao Sanshi couple. From now on, I'll stay at home. If either of you dare to mistreat Tao Hua again, watch what I do to you. Having said that, she threw away the chamber pot and marched out. Grandma Sun fumed until her face turned ashen as she stomped her foot and cursed. You smelly fox. Just wait until Zhao Ershu comes back. You'll get what's coming to you. Wang Shi poked her head out of the door, waving at Grandma Sun in the courtyard. Mother, be quiet. Second sister-in-law hasn't gone far yet. Cough cough. Grandma Sun fell silent immediately and retreated indoors. 7-year-old little grandson Zhao Lei asked curiously. Grandma, are you afraid of Aunt too? You little brat, don't talk nonsense. I'm just thirsty from all the yelling. Let me drink some water and rest. Grandma Sun's face looked unnatural as she hurriedly walked towards the main hall. She had just sat down and grabbed the water kettle from the table to pour herself a bowl of cold boiled water. A big gulp later, her chest instantly felt much better. However, shortly after, she felt a warm stream flow from her lower abdomen. A familiar sensation that should not be there. Grandma Sun's face drastically changed. Wang Shi entered the main hall and noticed something wasn't right with Grandma Sun's expression. Mother, what's wrong? Grandma Sun hesitated, embarrassed to speak. My stomach feels a bit off. I need to use the outhouse. Wang Shi watched her rushing figure disappear, confused. Is she shy about me seeing the color of her stool? Wang Shi shook her head incredulously. Then suddenly, her gaze fell on the chair Grandma Sun had been sitting on just moments ago. There was a red stain. Chapter 10. They will laugh at us. She suddenly narrowed her eyes. Had her mother-in-law's bottom bled? Turning her head, she saw Old Lady Sun rushing back into the house from the outhouse. She quickly grabbed Old Lady Sun and asked, Mom, are you all right? Why is your bottom bleeding? At the mention of this, Old Lady Sun became enraged and scolded. Shut up and lower your voice. Wang saw her mysterious demeanor, and suddenly an inappropriate thought arose in her mind. Mom, could it be that you're menstruating? Ugh, shut up already. Old Lady Sun grumbled as she returned to the room, looking for a piece of old cloth, then went to the kitchen to grab some ash from under the stove. Wang followed in shock. Mom, you're 51 years old. How can you still menstruate? She remembered that her mother-in-law had already gone through menopause many years ago. How was it possible now? Shut up. Don't go spreading rumors, or I'll slap you. Old Lady Sun warned her. Being quite elderly and already a grandmother, menstruating again was truly embarrassing. In her youth, each menstrual cycle brought discomfort. Backache, dizziness, weakness. It felt like all her vitality had been drained, just as she felt now. Unaware if it was due to her age, she experienced stronger pelvic pressure, with severe abdominal pain. Heavens above. Immediately, Old Lady Sun couldn't bear it anymore and retreated to lie down. Wang instantly prepared ginger slices and brown sugar water for her and delivered it over. However, after drinking it, Old Lady Sun remained very uncomfortable, writhing in pain on the bed. She would vomit, then defecate, which utterly exhausted her. Seeing her pale complexion, Wang panicked immensely and hurriedly discussed with Zhao Sanshi. Sanshi, Mom has started her period, and her stomach hurts so badly. What should we do? Previously, all big and small decisions in the family were made by Old Lady Sunday. Now, with her ill and other male relatives out of town, she had no idea what to do. When Zhao Sanshi heard what Wang said, he became visibly startled. What did you say? My mother has started her period? That's impossible. His mother was 51 and had long been through menopause. However, seeing Wang's serious expression, he immediately went to the main room. Oh heavens above. Ow wow. Old Lady Sun was rolling around on the bed in pain, her hands tightly gripping her lower abdomen. The pain felt like sharp thorns piercing and stirring within her, causing her face to become deathly pale, sweat dripping profusely from her forehead. Zhao Sanshi, witnessing this, was also frightened. Mother, shall I ask Grandpa Xiaoping to come take a look? He had never seen his mother in such distress before. Old Lady Sun immediately stopped him. No, not allowed. I'm already quite elderly. If the news gets out, won't the villagers laugh their heads off? Besides, it's just stomach pain. It's not fatal, let me endure it. When she was younger, each menstrual cycle lasted 5 days, and even now, she assured herself it wouldn't exceed 5 days. Suddenly, Zhao Sanshi had an idea and said, Mother, I have an idea. Would this work? In the town, Zhao Taohua and Mrs. Qian searched around the town, but failed to find specific talisman paper. In the end, they discovered regular yellow paper at a bookstore. But a full sheet of 4-foot yellow paper cost 10 large coins, while cinnabar was incredibly expensive, 50 coins per ounce. Zhao Taohua also bought a writing brush, spending another 30 coins. As Zhao Taohua left the bookstore, her lips were curled upwards. These 3 items had already cost her 90 coins. Seeing her pained expression, Mrs. Qian comforted her right away. There must be sacrifice before gain. I believe our Taohua will surely make the money back. Zhao Taohua's mood slightly improved, and today, she was determined to sell at least 1 talisman and had set the price at 100 coins. Mrs. Qian found a spot by the roadside and laid out an old cloth. Then she displayed her embroidered handkerchiefs, pouches, sachets, and arranged them neatly on the cloth. Mrs. Qian deliberately left a large empty space on the cloth for Zhao Taohua to place her talisman papers. Because the yellow paper wasn't cheap, Zhao Taohua meticulously cut the paper, trimming it into strips measuring 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. She took out one first, dipped the brush into a bit of cinnabar, and began drawing a protective amulet on the paper according to her memory. As her pen traced the cinnabar across the yellow paper, a spirit essence flowed with the ink and formed a protective charm. Satisfied with her work, Zhao Taohua gently fanned the amulet to dry it more quickly. As Zhao Taohua started drawing her second talisman, halfway through, she suddenly realized that her internal energy was running low. Her brush hovered uncertainly over the yellow paper, hesitating whether to abandon the incomplete piece when, abruptly, she caught sight of a familiar streak of snow-white hair gleaming in the sunlight. She immediately shouted loudly, "Brother Shenming!" Shenming was just carrying a basket of hunted game, preparing to sell it at the entrance of the market, when he suddenly heard someone call his name. Confused, he looked around. He saw Zhao Taohua crouching on the ground, half raising her head and looking at him, one hand waving vigorously as if inviting him over. It seemed like she was holding something resembling a brush in the other hand and writing something on the ground. "Brother Shenming, come quickly. There's room next to me. Come here to set up your stall. This spot is absolutely great. You'll definitely sell out early." Zhao Taohua shouted even louder for fear that Shenming couldn't hear her. All the people surrounding Shenming turned to look at him. This was the first time Shin Ming had drawn attention for reasons other than his unusual hair color. Lowering his head slightly, he attempted to act as if he didn't recognize Zhao Taohua and quickly passed by her. However, before he could step away, suddenly, she grabbed his hand with lightning speed. Shin Ming froze mid-step, before he managed to shake off Zhao Taohua's grip. Instead, he heard her question, "Brother Shin Ming, why do you pretend not to hear me when I call?" How could he leave without giving her some essence since they'd already met in town? Besides, her talisman was only halfway done and exactly needed more essence right now. Every encounter was fate, so Zhao Taohua wasn't about to let go easily. Shin Ming hesitated momentarily and explained, "There were too many people on the street, so I didn't hear." After speaking, his ear tips flushed red, clearly surprised that Zhao Taohua had cornered him this way. Narrowing her eyes and studying him, Zhao Taohua obviously didn't believe his excuse. She pulled on his hand and insisted, "Then Brother Shin Ming, set up your stall next to me now." It was clear that today, no matter what, Shin Ming had to set up his stall next to her or else she wouldn't let him go. Frowning awkwardly, Shin Ming hadn't anticipated how persistent Zhao Taohua would be. So, he tried explaining further, "Sister Zhao, I've been told by a Taoist priest that I carry ominous energy. I'm a calamity star. Being near me could bring bad luck at best, death at worst. It's better for me to keep my distance." Zhao Taohua raised an eyebrow with a sly smile. "Oh, so Brother Shin Ming is actually worried about me. But don't worry, I was born unafraid of ominous energy." She eagerly hoped for more physical contact with Shin Ming, so she could absorb even more essence. "Yes, Shin Ming, we're not afraid. Set up your stall together with us. We're all from the same village. This way, we can help each other out." Mrs. Qian chimed in supportively. Seeing that neither of them would back down, Shin Ming reluctantly placed his basket beside Zhao Taohua. Smirking secretly, Zhao Taohua finally felt at ease to continue drawing the second piece talisman, finishing it in no time. "Brother Shin Ming, put out your goods so others can see what you're selling." While talking, Zhao Taohua helped Shin Ming take everything out of the basket, wild rabbits, wild chickens, even small wild pigs. But through the whole process, she never once let go of his hand. Being held by her for so long, Shin Ming's ears turned bright red all the way down to his earlobes. With so many people on the street, and Mrs. Qian standing nearby, how could Zhao Taohua be so bold? Chapter 11. The Matchmaker's Line of the Fierce Ghost. Shin Ming hurriedly pulled his hand away from Zhao Taohua's grip with force. Everyone else kept their distance from him because he was a calamity star, but she was not only unafraid, but also held hands with him. Zhao Taohua regretfully rubbed her palms, pausing the recharging. But it didn't matter. As long as he was nearby, there would always be opportunities. She looked at the two talismans she had drawn. They were already dry after a while. She folded them both into triangles and took one out to give to Mrs. Qian. "Mother, put this on, and it will ensure your peace and prosperity, keeping evil spirits away." Mrs. Qian shook her head repeatedly, pushing the amulet back to her. "You've only drawn two in total, and giving one to Mother right before opening the business is inappropriate. If you want to give me one, just draw another for me later. I'm not in a hurry." After hearing Mrs. Qian's words, Zhao Taohua followed her advice and placed the amulet back on the old cloth. The two yellow talismans on the old cloth weren't very noticeable. Zhao Taohua noticed that Shin Ming and Mrs. Qian just waited quietly in front of their stall, without calling out for customers. Even though there were many people walking by on the street, most of them simply walked past, hardly stopping to look at their goods. How could this work? When would they sell all of this? Without wasting any time, Zhao Taohua stood up and shouted to the passers-by, "Good news! Good news! Friends passing by, fellow countrymen on the road, take a look. If you're looking to buy handkerchiefs, purses, or sachets, come here. Fine craftsmanship, soft feel, exquisite embroidery, and first-class quality. For the same price, the quality here is the best. For the same quality, the price here is the lowest. You will buy with confidence and use with satisfaction." The sudden voice shouting from Zhao Taohua startled Shin Ming and Mrs. Qian who were standing beside her. They saw that the passers-by who were originally going to walk straight by now turned their heads towards them. Mrs. Qian became incredibly embarrassed, and her toes curled inward with shame. Her embroidered goods were far from what Zhao Taohua described, clearly exaggerated. Just when Mrs. Qian felt too awkward to lift her head, she suddenly heard someone ask about the price. "How much for this kerchief?" Mrs. Qian instinctively replied, "2 large coins." After checking both sides of the handkerchief, the young lady seriously remarked, "Indeed, at the same price, it's better quality than others." Mrs. Qian's face lit up with joy. She never rushed her work, nor did she deceive anyone, only stopping once she was satisfied with the result herself. "You, beautiful sister, truly have good taste. That light pink handkerchief suits you the most, making you look like a peach blossom. If you pair it with a pink sachet, it would be even more perfect." While speaking, Zhao Taohua handed the young woman a pink sachet with both hands. Who knows if it was because the butterflies embroidered on the sachet were so lifelike, or whether it was due to Zhao Taohua's sweet talk. Either way, the young lady couldn't help but grin widely from ear to ear. "Fine, I'll take these two." When Mrs. Qian glanced at the 7 large coins lying in her palm, she was so thrilled she couldn't keep still. Had they already made their first sale so quickly? And not only that, 2 items sold at once. "How much for this purse?" "I'll get a handkerchief." Zhao Taohua kept shouting loudly, gradually gathering quite a crowd around her booth purchasing her embroidered goods. Moreover, most people bought 1 or 2 items after looking, causing Mrs. Qian to be ecstatic with laughter. This was the smoothest day of selling since she had started setting up her stall many years ago. Seeing how many people she had attracted already, Zhaojia decided to build on her momentum and announced, "Don't miss out if you pass by. Look at these freshly hunted wild rabbits, pheasants, and boars straight from the mountains. Just caught, ready to sell, very tasty indeed. Stir-fried or stewed, it's great for health. Elderly folks who eat it will become stronger, and children will grow faster and smarter. Tomorrow, they'll surely be scholars of distinction." As Zhaojia spoke, she gave everyone a thumbs up, delighting the women buying embroidered goods as well as the men and women walking by. What a wonderful sentiment. Eating their wild game could even make one a scholar. Shen Ming listened to Zhaojia's words, completely stunned. Were the animals he hunted on the mountain really just ordinary beasts? How could eating them provide such benefits? Even mentioning the idea of becoming a distinguished scholar came from her. Still, watching her explain things with such vivid enthusiasm and charm, a faint smile flickered across Shen Ming's eyes, almost imperceptible. "Miss, because you are so eloquent in delivering auspicious words, I'll take one wild pheasant and one wild rabbit. I'll take one each as well." Seeing the situation, Zhaojia immediately greeted, "All right, everyone will have their share. No need to rush, we'll weigh each item one by one." While speaking, Zhaojia took advantage of the moment to gently grab Shen Ming's hand again, letting him weigh them for the aunts and uncles, while she swiftly formed seals with her fingers, purging all the wild animals of Shen Ming's ominous qi. In just a short period of time, over 10 wild pheasants and rabbits had been sold. A middle-aged man wearing a dark gray robe and a black four-cornered flat headdress approached, asking, "Is this a wild boar?" "Uncle, you have great eyesight. This is a wild piglet freshly hunted from the mountain, absolutely delicious." Zhaojia looked up and replied with a smile. However, when her gaze fell on the man's wrist, she noticed a black-red string, the line of the matchmaker. But this was the line for a fierce ghost, meaning his intended was a fierce ghost. Wei Jianfeng picked up the wild pig and weighed it. It must be about 50 catties. Without any hesitation, he asked Zhaojia to weigh it for him. After Wei Jianfeng paid, Zhaojia asked, "Uncle, would you like to buy a talisman for peace and safety? It will protect you from evil spirits and ensure your peace. 100 large coins each. It's a bargain that won't leave you at a loss." Wei Jianfeng seriously shook his head. He didn't believe in such things. 100 large coins could already buy several pounds of wild pork. There was no need to waste money on useless paper. Thinking of this, Wei Jianfeng glanced at Zhaojia, not expecting this young girl to be a fraudster who deceives people on the street. Next time, he decided not to buy game from her anymore. Just as he was about to turn around with the little wild pig in hand, he suddenly heard Zhaojia ask, "Uncle, haven't you been frequently dreaming of a woman in a red bridal dress appearing in your dreams lately? She wants to get married to you." Having finally found a potential customer today, Zhaojia wasn't about to give up. She had to sell the talisman to cover the cost of the tools she bought earlier. Wei Jianfeng couldn't help but look back at her in disbelief. "How do you know? Was it a lucky guess?" Wei Jianfeng doubted if this was the usual trick used by fraudsters to deceive people. His eyes gleamed as he stared intently at Zhaojia, trying to discern her intentions. "Uncle, I may be young, but I am proficient in Taoist magic. If you wear this talisman, the fierce ghost won't be able to haunt you anymore." Zhaojia was speaking the truth. She genuinely wished to help him. Once he was taken by the fierce ghost bride to hold the wedding, he would become one of the underworld's residents. Wei Jianfeng looked at Zhaojia's innocent face, marveling how a 14-year-old girl had developed such convincing skills. "Thief! Catch the thief!" While Zhaojia was talking to Wei Jianfeng, she suddenly caught sight of a hand quietly stealing his waist pouch and immediately shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. Chapter 12. My mother became furious to the point of exhaustion. Wei Jianfeng instinctively reached for his money pouch, only to realize it had been stolen. He felt as if a thunderclap had sounded in his mind. The pouch contained nearly half a month's living expenses for the household. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with endless fear and worry. Zhaojia immediately chased after the thief's fleeing figure. However, a tall figure dashed out ahead of her. He was swift as lightning, and just as the thief was about to disappear into the crowd, he was forcibly apprehended. Zhaojia beamed and clapped, praising, "Brother Shen Ming is truly amazing." The thief was lifted by Shen Ming grabbing both his wrists. Any attempt at mischief was rendered impossible. Shen Ming retrieved a silver pouch from the thief's arms and asked, "Uncle, is this your pouch?" "Yes, yes." Wei Jianfeng's voice involuntarily rose in excitement. If this money had been lost, the master would have certainly become enraged. "Uncle, please check whether any money is missing," Zhaojia reminded. The thief indignantly said, "It can't be missing. I had barely grabbed it when you discovered me." After Wei Jianfeng checked, he let out a long sigh of relief. Not a single coin was missing, which was excellent. Finally, he and Shen Ming sent the thief off to the local station together. Such villains should be locked up to prevent them from harming others. When Wei Jianfeng returned to the stall and picked up the little wild boar again, he looked at the peace talisman on the old cloth and asked, "Young lady, does this peace talisman cost 100 large coins?" If not for her timely discovery of the thief and the young man's help catching the thief, he would have lost the family's half-month worth of expenses in his money pouch, leading to scolding from his master. A peace talisman, in the end, costs around 100 large coins, so this was his way of thanking their assistance. Yes, for 100 large coins, you can't go wrong or make a bad deal, and if it doesn't work, it comes with a return guarantee. Zhaojia enthusiastically pitched, Watching Wei Jianfeng open the pouch, count 100 large coins, and hand them over to her, Zhao Taohua was delighted beyond measure. She couldn't believe that her first business transaction closed so suddenly. She handed the peace talisman over to him with both hands and reminded, "Uncle, keep the talisman close to your body." Understood. Wei Jianfeng followed her instructions and put it inside his robe. Initially, it was just out of gratitude that he purchased this talisman, but deep down, he didn't believe this yellow piece of paper could actually be any kind of real charm. But unknowingly, upon touching the yellow paper, he immediately felt much more comfortable, and his previously foggy brain became refreshingly clear. Looking at Zhao Taohua, he began to wonder if this girl possessed some genuine skills. However, after only a moment's thought, Wei Jianfeng dispelled this notion. How naive could he be, thinking a 14-year-old girl understood anything about Taoist practices? Anyway, these 100 coins were all hers now. Wei Jianfeng then left, carrying the wild boar. Zhao Taohua looked happily at the newly earned 100 coins. "Mother, I've made money." Deducting the 90 coins she spent on tools, she still had a profit of 10 coins. "Taohua, mother has also made money. The embroidered items brought here sold for 62 coins. Qianshi handed the money to Zhao Taohua. Even though they were still far from accumulating 5 taels of silver, Qianshi's heart was especially content being able to be with Taohua. Ming had also finished selling his game, and this was the first time he managed to sell everything so quickly, making him feel admiration for Zhao Taohua's cries of promotion. Still, shouting loudly like her on a busy street seemed something he himself wouldn't be able to do. "Zhao Taohua, when will you come set up a stall next time?" Zhao Taohua immediately saw through his intention and raised an eyebrow. "What, brother Ming, want me to help shout for you again?" Ming blushed red in his ears as he nodded. He immediately added, "I'll offer my thanks. Would giving you 10% of what I sell for those goods work?" "That's unnecessary." Though Zhao Taohua needed money now, she wouldn't exploit Ming either. Ming just sold the game, 10 wild chickens and rabbits, plus a small wild boar, and earned over 1,300 large coins. Yet, considering how dangerous the mountain was with its heavy fog, the game Ming managed to capture came at a price of risking his life. Ming hesitated somewhat. How could he take advantage like that without paying back? Beside them, Qianshi said, "Ming, we're neighbors. Helping each other is the right thing to do. Besides, if it wasn't for your help catching the thief today, the noble sir wouldn't have bought Taohua's peace talisman. Instead, it's us who should thank you. It was nothing. If it weren't for Sister Taohua's keen observation, I wouldn't have been able to catch the thief." As Ming spoke, he glanced toward Zhao Taohua. She may be small, but her eyes are sharp. As Zhao Taohua listened to their mutual compliments in her ear, she immediately interrupted. "All right, both me and brother Ming are really capable." However, she still had one more peace talisman that hadn't been sold, so she would have to try again when they returned. It was the time in August for seedlings of Chinese cabbage, celery, cauliflower, cabbage, and onions. Qianshi went to the seed shop to buy some. Even though the Zhao family had no farmland, they could grow vegetables in the courtyard for their own consumption, and there was also a circle of plants outside the yard wall. When Qianshi came out after purchasing, she only saw Zhao Taohua and asked, "Where's Ming? Did he go home first?" Brother Ming went to the neighboring sundry shop. Just as Zhao Taohua was speaking, Ming emerged from the sundry shop with coarse porcelain bowls in his hands, each pair neatly sandwiched between craft paper and tied together with straw ropes. "Sister Taohua, these bowls are for you, as an advance thank you gift for your help calling out for me." Ming placed the bowls into Zhao Taohua's arms. They were heavy. There were exactly 8 in the stack. Before Zhao Taohua could say anything, Qianshi spoke up first. "This isn't right. How can you spend money like this, young man?" Each coarse porcelain bowl cost 8 large coins, making 8 of them 64 large coins. Helping shout on the streets was just something done between neighbors. Moreover, Ming had already helped her daughter Taohua several times before. Clearly, Zhao Taohua didn't expect Ming to go to the sundry shop to buy bowls for her. She remembered telling him yesterday that there weren't many bowls at her house, and even those were chipped. Looking at the brand new, intact coarse porcelain bowls in her arms, she realized that Ming, being detail-oriented, had remembered her words from the day before. This made Zhao Taohua develop a much better impression of Ming. Unlike Qianshi's refusal, she accepted them without hesitation. "Then I'll thank brother Ming for the bowls. In the future, whenever we set up stalls in town, promoting your game is my responsibility." Zhao Taohua promised earnestly, patting her chest. Qianshi beside her scolded, "What kind of child are you?" Though it was a reprimand, there was evident affection in Qianshi's tone. Ming was also a good child, kind-hearted, courageous, and generous. The three walked back to the village together. Just as they reached the village entrance, they heard Zhao Sanshi standing at the door of the old Zhao residence, shouting loudly, "All of our neighbors, please come and judge. My second sister-in-law, Qianshi, disrespected and acted insolently toward my mother. She viciously chased my mother with a chamber pot, trying to put it on my mother's head, which left my mother bedridden out of anger. My mother is elderly. She could have enjoyed a peaceful old age, but now she has been angered to near death by this wicked woman." Upon hearing this, soon enough, quite a few neighbors gathered in front of the old Zhao residence. Chapter 13. Use this opportunity to ruin Ms. Qian's reputation? No way. Sanshi, is what you said true? Is your mother on the verge of passing? Everyone followed Zhao Sanshi into the house. Although everyone had some prejudices against Grandma Sun before, at this critical moment with a life in danger, they all set aside their preconceptions. They saw Grandma's son lying in bed, pale-faced and faintly breathing. Zhao Sanshi angrily said, "In the morning, my mom was fine, but after being chased by brother-in-law number 2 with a spittoon, she became like this. My mom has lived half her life, and her grandchild will be getting married soon, yet she is bullied by her daughter-in-law and becomes so distressed that I don't know if she can pull through." After saying this, Zhao Sanshi knelt down beside Grandma's son's bed and began to cry. Ms. Wang also wiped away her tears and sniffled. Zhao Lei didn't understand what happened, only seeing his parents crying. He started wailing as well. "Grandma, please don't die. Don't leave me. You just promised to buy me candy-coated haws this morning." Even though Grandma's son was pleased with her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson's acting skills, she still felt deeply hurt watching them mourn for her in such grief. Still, for the purpose of ruining Ms. Qian Hongyan's reputation, that seductive vixen, she decided to bear it. Ideally, she wished the village head could expel that vixen Qian Hongyan from Zhao family village. Once Second Tree, her son, is rid of the influence of this seductive woman, wouldn't everything go according to her wishes? Second Tree's earnings would be handed over to her. The wedding arrangements for Zhao Taohua, Second Tree's daughter, would follow her instructions, and she'd take possession of the dowry money too. Thinking about this plan made Grandma's son feel much better. Seeing this situation, the villagers all sighed, their faces expressing sympathy. Someone reproached, "How could Qian Hongyan be so extreme, chasing her mother-in-law with a spittoon? Humph, Qian Hongyan has never been decent. Look how she distressed aunt's son like this. A disrespectful and unfilial daughter-in-law like her is simply against heaven's justice. In my opinion, the village chief should expel her from the village." Jiang Shi stood with hands on her hips, shouting curses with saliva flying everywhere. When Zhao Taohua heard Zhao Sanshi shouting outside the door, an ominous feeling crept into her heart. Could it be that Grandma's son really fainted and now wants to pin it on Ms. Qian? When she left the Zhao family home earlier in the morning, the dark aura on Grandma's son's face was already heavy enough to make it hard to see her expression clearly. At that time, Zhao Taohua had predicted that Grandma's son was about to faint, so she quickly took Ms. Qian away. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Sanshi accused Ms. Qian anyway. However, Zhao Taohua knew that Grandma's son's fainting had absolutely nothing to do with Ms. Qian. Yet, even if she argued until her lips were chapped, she couldn't prove it without some authority. She turned toward Shinming and said, "Shinming brother, please help me invite Grandpa the village doctor to come over and check Grandma's pulse. By then, whether or not Grandma's son's condition is caused by anger will be clear once tested." Zhao Taohua sneered internally. So Grandma's son wants to use this opportunity to destroy Ms. Qian's reputation? Never. Alright, I'll go immediately. Without asking any more questions, Shinming ran swiftly toward the village doctor's house. Hearing Zhao Sanshi's words from afar, Ms. Qian was seething with anger. She wanted to stay far from the Zhao family house, but its residents clung to her like dog dirt, impossible to shake off. Clearly, when she left in the morning, Ms. Sun Zhaodi seemed fine, but now she was bedridden and nearly on her deathbed. Talked up this much, aren't they afraid of getting slapped in the face? Enraged, Ms. Qian stormed toward the old Zhao residence. Pushing her way through the crowd of villagers gathered at the main house to gawk, she was ready to confront Grandma's son fiercely, urging her to act decently and stop framing others out of slyness every day. But upon carefully observing Grandma's son's pale complexion, her large beads of cold sweat on her forehead, and the low groaning showing her endurance, these signs didn't seem fake. Qian realized, was she really sick because of anger? As Jiang Shi saw her approach, her eyes immediately widened like bells, berating her. "Qian Hongyan, how dare you show no respect towards your mother-in-law? To let someone of your moral standing remain alive in this world must mean heaven has lost sight of righteousness." While cursing, Jiang Shi viciously jabbed the air with her finger, the fatty flesh on her face quivering as she looked like someone who was going to devour Qian alive. Zhao Guangzhu, nearby, gently held Jiang Shi's hand and consoled her. "Ms. Qian isn't that bad of a person." Everyone knew that Ms. Qian grew upset because Grandma's son was planning to sell Zhao Taohua as a concubine to Master Li. Moreover, if it weren't for Zhao Taohua's good fortune surviving 3 days of starvation, she might have died. Seeing Zhao Guangzhu actually defending Qian Hongyan, Jiang Shi shot him a deadly glare. "Guangzhu, you go and summon the village head. Aunt's son has been affected so severely that we must call the village head to expel Qian Hongyan from the village." Jiang Shi ordered imperiously, implying she wouldn't stop until Zhao Guangzhu complied. Being a henpecked husband, upon seeing Jiang Shi insist on inviting the village head, Zhao Guangzhu finally had no choice but to comply. Though Grandma's son lay in bed enduring unbearable abdominal pain, hearing Jiang Shi's words gave her an inner sense of satisfaction. Jiang Yanxiu was like her best helper. When the village chief arrived, she would make sure that Qian Hongyan, that seductive fox, would be expelled from Zhao family village. When Qian heard Zhang's words, she narrowed her eyes. A few years ago, one day while carrying straw home, she accidentally sprained her ankle. It was Zhao Guangzhu who carried her back home and helped her return with the straw. Because of this incident, Jiang Yanxiu thought she was luring Zhao Guangzhu. Ever since then, Jiang looked down on her nose and eyes, and constantly opposed her everywhere. Although Qian had nothing improper with Zhao Guangzhu, Jiang Yanxiu still held animosity towards her. Qian didn't bother to explain herself anymore, but today, she absolutely could not allow Jiang Yanxiu and the old Zhao residents to expel her from the village. In no time, the village chief arrived. Zhao Sanshi quickly knelt down in front of the village chief. "Uncle Chief, my mother was fine this morning, but later got scolded by my second sister-in-law. and then was chased by her with a spittoon. Many people can testify about this scene this morning. After being provoked by her like this, my mother became like this. You must administer justice for my mother and expel this wicked woman from the village. Zhao Sanshi spoke with great indignation. The village chief, seeing grandmother son's condition, also felt something wasn't right. It's not that there were no conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law in the village, nor were there any feisty daughters-in-law arguing with their mothers-in-law. Small arguments were overlooked by everyone, but Qian making grandma's son like this was unacceptable. Just as the village chief was about to speak to reprimand Qian, Zhao Taohua suddenly asked Zhao Sanshi, "Uncle, if grandmother is like this, shouldn't we invite grandpa the village doctor first? Perhaps grandmother becoming this way wasn't due to mother's anger." Zhao Sanshi immediately rebutted her words. "Impossible. My mother was angered by my second sister-in-law." Grandma's son, lying in bed, weakly raised her eyes to look at Zhao Taohua upon hearing her words. For some reason, every time she heard this grass dog talk now, she had an uneasy feeling, and her stomach immediately began to hurt more. Zhao Taohua turned around and looked behind her, catching sight of Shenming's snow-white silver hair through the crowd. She knew Shenming had already called Zhao Xiaoping. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she said to Zhao Sanshi, "Uncle, whether it is or isn't, we need to hear it from Grandpa the village doctor." Chapter 14. Grandma was possessed by the moon spirit. Uncle Xiaoping has arrived. Someone in the crowd shouted, and then everyone made way for Zhao Xiaoping. "Grandpa Xiaoping, please take a look at Aunt Sunday. She's not looking good," one of the villagers worriedly said. When Zhao Xiaoping entered the main room, Zhao Sanshi, Grandma's son, and Wang were all dumbfounded. How had he come? Others might not know, but they were fully aware of Grandma's son's condition. If Zhao Xiaoping checked her pulse, everything would be revealed. Unfortunately, Grandma's son was now in so much abdominal pain that she was nearly unconscious and couldn't think clearly. Zhao Sanshi hurriedly said, "Grandpa Xiaoping, please prescribe some medicine for my mother to prolong her life." Zhao Lei, seeing Grandma's son in such distress, also ran over and clung to Zhao Xiaoping's leg, begging him, "Great Grandpa Xiaoping, you must save my grandma. She promised to buy me candied haws this morning, and I still haven't eaten them. All the family money was locked up by Grandma. If she passed away, there'd be no one left to buy him anything." Seeing young Zhao Lei's filial devotion, Zhao Xiaoping rubbed his head to calm him down and said, "Little Lei, don't worry. Great Grandpa will examine your grandma right away." Then he solemnly told Zhao Sanshi, "How can an old man prescribe medicine without checking her pulse?" With that, Zhao Xiaoping moved forward to carefully check Grandma's son's pulse. Both Zhao Sanshi and Wang felt their hearts tighten. They absolutely couldn't let Zhao Xiaoping feel her pulse. Zhao Sanshi quickly stepped in front of Zhao Xiaoping, saying, "Grandpa Xiaoping, there's no need to feel her pulse. My mother is just upset with second sister-in-law." "Are you the doctor, or am I?" Zhao Xiaoping angrily countered, pushing Zhao Sanshi aside. "At a moment like this when life is on the line, are you really playing games? Your mother worked hard raising you, and yet you disregard her life." Xiaoping scolded furiously. But Zhao Sanshi tried to say more. "Dad, please don't stop Grandpa Xiaoping from saving Grandma." Zhao Lei suddenly grabbed Zhao Sanshi's thigh and persuaded him. Zhao Sanshi frowned deeply. This ignorant brat didn't understand anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to save her. It was just menstrual cramps. Now with Zhao Lei holding onto his leg, Zhao Sanshi couldn't stop Zhao Xiaoping from examining Grandma's son's pulse. Zhao Taohua quietly observed Zhao Sanshi's anxious expression, her eyes revealing a flicker of unnoticeable delight. Their carefully plotted scheme was beginning to fall apart like a tottering sandcastle before everyone's eyes. Carefully taking Grandma's son's pulse, Grandma subconsciously tried to withdraw her hand, but with no strength remaining, her wrist was held tightly by Zhao Xiaoping. After a moment, Zhao Xiaoping lifted his gaze and looked at Grandma's son, his expression strange. The village chief asked, "Uncle Xiaoping, how is Grandma's son?" Everyone curiously turned toward Zhao Xiaoping, waiting for his response. Zhao Xiaoping coughed lightly and replied, "Don't blame the wrong person. It's not due to anger, but rather caused by menstruation blocking her qi and blood flow." At this remark, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Zhao Sanshi stood rooted to the spot, feeling guilty. He had intended to seize the opportunity to slander Ms. Qian, only to find out that his mother's condition was indeed caused by her period. He didn't know what to do next. Grandma's son felt utterly humiliated upon hearing Zhao Xiaoping disclose her menstrual cycle in public. Wang, too, slightly embarrassed, averted her gaze, afraid others would give her odd looks. Some people began to mutter in disbelief. Is Grandma's son really still getting her period at her age? Another voice murmured, "Could there be something wrong with Mother Zhao?" Yet another guessed, if Grandma's son is having her period at 51, perhaps she could have more children? Listening to everyone's comments, Grandma's son was seething inside and wished nothing more than to bury herself under the quilt. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she yelled at the speaker, "My grandson Lei is already 7 years old. How would he categorize himself if I gave birth again?" Jiang questioned Zhao Xiaoping hesitantly. "Grandpa Xiaoping, are you sure about your diagnosis? Is Aunt's son truly having her period?" On one hand, Jiang found it hard to believe that a woman over 50 could still have her period. On the other hand, she didn't want to miss this chance to drive Ms. Qian out of the village. Her words instantly irked two individuals. Zhao Xiaoping responded coldly, "If you're so capable, then why don't you check her pulse yourself?" Grandma's son angrily cursed. "Shall I take off my pants and show you, old lady, that I am?" Immediately, Jiang shut her mouth. All she did was ask. Zhao Guangzhu hastily pulled her, signaling her to stay quiet. which only earned him an angry glare from Jiang. Little uncle, since grandma's fainting isn't related to my mother, please ascertain the facts clearly before making any more accusations. Otherwise, I would assume that you and grandma can't tolerate our family and keep finding fault with us. Although Zhao Taohua was smiling as she spoke to Zhao Sanshi, his face immediately tensed up upon hearing her words. The crowd also chimed in after hearing Zhao Taohua's remarks. That's right, Sanshi, Taohua is such a good kid. She helped you exorcise evil spirits twice yesterday and today. Someone with ill intent added, Taohua's fee for exorcising evil spirits is 10 taels per time. Your mother promised this morning not to renege, but did she pay afterward? Recalling the morning incident made Zhao Sanshi's face turn sour. He had been tricked by Zhao Taohua, that little fox, into drinking a big gulp of sheep dung water, and now he was supposed to pay? However, about pretending to be possessed by an evil ghost earlier, Zhao Sanshi didn't dare bring it up again, fearing Zhao Taohua would make him drink more sheep dung water. Because he had realized many people in the village now firmly believed Zhao Taohua could see evil spirits and perform magic spells. He laughed nervously. It's just that my mother is sick, so we haven't had the chance to pay yet. She's the one managing all our money. It's not that grandma is sick. It's because she harbors wicked thoughts that evil spirits cling to her. Zhao Taohua corrected immediately. What? I was wondering why grandma's son was still having her period at her age. It turns out she's been possessed by an evil spirit. Let me tell you, this is karmic retribution. You see, Sanshi was haunted by an evil spirit twice, and all those years, Ouyang household has been run by Grandma Sunday. She even sold Taohua to Mr. Li as a concubine for his son's well-being. This must have been entirely Grandma Sun's idea. How could she not be plagued by an evil spirit? Upon hearing this, everyone thought it made perfect sense. Standing nearby, Mrs. Wang trembled in fear. Was she next? Mrs. Zheng asked. Taohua, is your grandma possessed by an evil spirit too? And is it stronger than the one that was on your uncle this morning? Zhao Taohua shook her head. Aunt Zheng, my grandma is possessed by a moon spirit. It is indeed stronger than the evil spirit from this morning. When they heard Grandma's son was possessed by a moon spirit, everyone looked utterly shocked. Grandma Feng's mouth gaped open, revealing her few incomplete teeth clearly. Her wrinkled face stiffened instantly as she hurriedly asked, Taohua, will this moon spirit reduce our lifespan as well? Grandma Feng glanced disdainfully at the 4 family members in the main room, deciding never to visit the Sun residence again. It brought bad luck. When the villagers who were still in shock heard Grandma Feng's words, they immediately turned as pale as paper with fear. The more perceptive among them started retreating, unwilling to stay in the main room any longer. Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words, Grandma's son scolded weakly. You little witch, what nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 15. Everyone was chilled to the bone. She had her menstruation, so she was already in discomfort, and this little grass dog was talking nonsense about some menstrual spirit? How could there possibly be a menstrual spirit in this world? Zhao Taohua ignored Grandma's son's vulgar insults, and instead consoled Grandmother Feng and the others. Everyone, don't worry. This menstrual spirit won't cause others to lose years from their life. However, once it latches onto someone, it will suck away all their vital energy, causing them to endure excruciating pain akin to level 10 menstrual cramps, condemning them to endless suffering until death. Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words, everyone furrowed their brows and their body hair stood on end. It was too terrifying. How did Grandma's son get tangled up with this menstrual spirit? Someone asked. Zhao Taohua stared at Grandma's son on the bed and said, It must be because my grandma unknowingly picked up a fine piece of fabric somewhere. And that piece of fabric happened to be an old, ancient menstrual cloth. Grandma's son's weak eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words. Had this little grass dog actually hit the nail on the head? She even began to suspect whether Zhao Taohua had witnessed her picking up that piece of fabric. She thought, how had such fine material ended up dyed red and pink? Because it looked so good, she hadn't given it to her youngest son but kept it herself, stitching it together with other pieces to make a pair of undergarments for herself. But now, upon hearing Zhao Taohua say it was a menstrual cloth, Grandma's son felt a chill of revulsion. She quickly ordered Lady Wang, hurry, go to my chest, and throw out the pink embroidered undergarment made from that flowered fabric. Everyone was astonished. Everything Taohua said turned out to be true. Grandma's son had taken an old menstrual cloth and sewn it into underwear. Lady Wang nearly fainted, seeing blackness before her eyes. Her mother-in-law was asking her to touch the undergarment infested by the menstrual spirit. Though she didn't want to, as the daughter-in-law, she couldn't refuse and would have to endure being pushed around by her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law had once given Sanshi a hemp-lined shirt, which was originally clothing worn by the dead, nearly costing Sanshi his life. Now, she'd picked up an ancient menstrual cloth, causing her to begin menstruating again at over 50 years old. Lady Wang truly feared Grandma's son. Why did she keep picking up filthy things of unknown origin, harming both others and herself? Lady Wang pinched the edge of the undergarment tightly and threw it away, yet Grandma's son still endured unbearable lower abdominal pain. She scolded, Little grass dog, are you lying to me? I've already thrown it away, so why am I still in so much pain? Zhao Taohua found her ignorance laughable. Grandma, you've already worn the undergarment made from the menstrual spirit cloth. Does it make any difference whether you throw it away or not? It's already inside your body. After hearing these words, timid villagers were scared stiff, trembling all over, hiding behind the crowd with only half their heads peeking out. Zhao Xiang offered advice. Sanshi, You should pay Taowa 20 taels of silver altogether, 10 from this morning plus another 10, to let her help you expel this menstrual spirit. Everyone knows Taowa's Taoist magic works. After Zhao Xiang finished speaking, Grandmother Feng supported him first. This morning, if Taowa hadn't been there, she, the old granny, would surely have lost years off her life. Grandma Sun's face darkened severely. 20 taels of silver weren't just 20 big coins, thinking they were cabbages indeed. Yet the abdominal pain had reached a point where she could no longer bear it. She gritted her teeth through the pain and bargained. I don't have 20 taels, only 2. Just as Grandma Sun prepared to say more, unexpectedly, Zhao Taowa agreed. All right, but it's not that I don't trust you, Grandma. I prefer something written in black ink on white paper, a receipt, if you will. With that, Zhao Taowa turned to the village chief and said, Grandpa Chief, would you mind helping write an IOU note for my grandma? The village chief appreciated Zhao Taowa's cleverness. People like Grandma Sun must always have evidence shown to them. Otherwise, once she got better and regained strength, she would likely turn her back and refuse to acknowledge the 18-tael debt. Fine. While the village chief went home to fetch pen and paper, Zhao Taowa stretched out her hand toward Grandma Sun. Grandma, give me those 2 taels first. Grandma Sun seethed inwardly, her chest rising and falling dramatically. This little grass dog wouldn't allow herself to take any loss. Unwillingly, she fumbled a key out of her pocket, instructing Lady Wong to retrieve 2 taels of silver from the wooden box beside the bed and hand it over to Zhao Taowa. Lady Wong's mouth twitched involuntarily, her lip wrinkles deep like ravines. 10 taels yesterday, 2 today. If this continued, all the savings from the old family house would surely be drained by Zhao Taowa. Zhao Taowa's mood brightened significantly upon getting the 2 taels. She figured time would show this money would eventually come out of Grandma Sun anyway. Look at that, another 2 taels, plus a signed promissory note of 18 taels, in black and white. The future idea of Grandma Sun refusing the debt was impossible. Zhao Taowa carefully stored the promissory note. Seeing Zhao Taowa's actions, Grandma Sun remarked, if you fail to rid me of the menstrual spirit, you'll have to return both the 2 taels of silver and the 18-tael IOU. Zhao Taowa smiled and said, Grandma, that's impossible, because I will surely remove the menstrual spirit from your body. As she spoke, she quickly drew a talisman on Grandma Sun's face with a brush dipped in cinnabar. The hot sensation made Grandma Sun feel as if she had been scalded. Hiss! Grandma Sun screamed in terror, little grass dog, what are you doing? The final stroke of Zhao Taowa's brush extended from her chin straight down to her lower abdomen. At the very moment the talisman was completed, everyone immediately saw a huge blood-red long cloth fly out of Grandma Sun's body. Its size was as big as a bed. Its color was so vivid it sent shivers down everyone's spines. A few of the ants nearby began screaming in panic one after another. Aunt Zheng covered her mouth and stared without blinking, as if under a spell, standing frozen at the spot, her chest heaving dramatically. Zhao Xiang had lived for many decades, but had never witnessed such a terrifying sight before. In a frightened voice, he exclaimed, could this be the menstrual spirit? When the giant red cloth rose and tried to escape, everyone's hearts were gripped with anxiety. They feared that the red cloth would escape, or worse still, fly toward them. At that moment, Zhao Taowa reached out barehanded directly to grab it, and in one move, snatched the enormous red cloth into her hands. In an instant, the red cloth transformed into a graceful woman wearing a long blood-red dress. The color was like congealed blood, exuding a sinister aura. On her head rested a crown woven from flowers in red and white, and over her shoulder draped a piece of white cloth. The flowers were vividly colored, as if they had just blossomed from fresh blood. Her face was pale as paper, void of any blood color, her cheeks sunken, dark circles around her eyes, her gaze filled with a chilling coldness that made one's hair stand on end. Her lips were a strange shade of dark red, her nails sharp and hook-like, and her whole body emanated a ghostly chill, as though she came straight from the netherworld. Instantly, everyone fled out of the main room in terror, including Grandma Sun who scrambled off the bed, crawling desperately. This. Grandma Sun's eyes widened like bells as she gazed at the thing that had emerged from her body, her expression full of bewilderment. It was really true. She had actually seen the menstrual spirit with her own eyes. My goodness. Oh my lord. Grandma Sun clutched onto the wall and worriedly glanced back into the main room. That menstrual spirit looked truly terrifying. Could Taowa possibly subdue it? Chapter 16. Our Servants. Roar. The menstrual spirit turned her head and roared fiercely at Zhao Taowa, her pale face pressed against Zhao Taowa's cheek. Her scream was sharp and grating, like thousands of steel needles piercing the eardrums all at once. Everyone bowed their heads to cover their ears, yet the pain was still unbearable. Zhao Taowa swiftly formed a seal with her left hand and imprinted it into the center of the menstrual spirit's brow. In an instant, the spirit who had been howling wildly became mute, unable to make any sound despite opening her mouth widely. Only then did everyone feel as if they had returned to life, casting fearful glances at Zhao Taowa. The menstrual spirit stared dumbfounded at Zhao Taowa, puzzled. Why couldn't she make a sound? With a pull, Zhao Taowa dragged her out as if she were handling a dirty cloth. Seeing her emerge, Sun Laotai quickly moved aside from the door, as did everyone else. No one wanted to risk getting close to that spirit, but Zhao Taowa simply grabbed her, making others tremble with terror as they nervously swallowed saliva. Grandma, I have already exorcised the menstrual spirit for you. I'll leave now. As Zhao Taowa spoke and walked away, Anger on the spirit's face transformed into fear. Sad blood trickled down the crimson hem of her dress, leaving a shocking trail behind that left the onlookers stunned. When Zhaojia noticed this, she scolded, "Don't cry." The spirit closed her eyes in misery, realizing that not only could she not speak, but crying was also forbidden. She had never felt so stifled since becoming a spirit. When Zhaojia passed Shinming, she called out to him, "Big brother Shinming, come with me for a moment." Her spiritual essence was depleted, so she needed to replenish it in order to continue dealing with the spirit. It was best to take her away first. Anyway, she had already dominated the situation today. Shinming followed immediately, without hesitation. Qianshi also left upon seeing this. The minstrel spirit saw the overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounding Shinming, akin to waves of black ink capable of devouring everything in existence. Her body shivered involuntarily, and instantly, she adopted a perfectly obedient demeanor. At this moment, she truly wished she were just a rag. The next moment, her gaze penetrated through the pitch-black energy around Shinming, and to her surprise, she noticed a golden light of merit emanating from his body. She greedily licked her lips. Biting even once would surely boost her cultivation significantly. The radiant gold surrounded him entirely, shining so brilliantly that it was almost blinding. Though she had wandered the world for many years and encountered many extraordinary individuals, she had never seen anyone radiate such a dense amount of golden merit. Such vast blessings must have accumulated from countless good deeds, saving innumerable lives. It was someone she dared not offend. That fleeting malicious thought disappeared, replaced by pure reverence. If she rashly attacked him, she feared retribution or being turned to ashes by his holy light. The minstrel spirit lowered her eyes, daring not to look at Shinming again, holding her breath, only hoping that Shinming would distance himself from her soon. Wow, did you all see that? Even though Zhaojia had already left, Grandmother Feng was still overwhelmed by the recent scene. Others replied, "We did see. How amazing. Taohua actually extracted a minstrel spirit from Lady Sun's body. That entity was terrifying. The moment our eyes met, my hair stood on end." Who could disagree? Her roar almost sent me off earlier. The village chief recalled something, then warned, "Lady Sun, from now on, don't pick up random things anymore." First, she picked up clothes belonging to a dead person, nearly killing Zhao Sandstone. Then, she picked up a very old menstrual cloth, which attracted the spirit and caused trouble, giving her menstruation issues at her age. Wangshi glanced at Grandma Sun and thought to herself that after returning home, she'd have a serious talk with Little Lei, ensuring he showed her everything Grandma gave him. She feared Grandma Sun might accidentally collect more unclean items, putting Little Lei in danger. Zhao Xiangping also advised, "Lady Sun, you should change this bad habit. Don't bring things home because of temporary greed without knowing their origins." Sun lowered her head, feeling sullen. Understood. Sigh. Today not only did she lose face completely, but that little pest Taohua also took 2 taels of silver from her pocket. Just thinking about it made her angry. When people departed from the old residence of the Zhao family, they were still talking about how impressive Zhao Taohua was when she captured the spirit with her bare hands. The minstrel spirit couldn't move an inch under Taohua's control, behaving exactly like a piece of rag. I must admit, Zhao Taohua, the daughter of Zhao Ergshu, really has the skills to exorcise evil spirits and catch ghosts. Just having Taohua around earlier made me feel inexplicably at ease. Zhao Sandstone heard the villagers praising Zhao Taohua and angrily shut the courtyard gate. "Mother, this time that little pest Taohua pulled one over on us. She actually caught a menstrual spirit from your body." Wangshi didn't care much about whether Taohua was praised by everyone. She only cared about those 2 taels of silver given away. "Mother, we're 2 taels short at home again. What about the dowry for Little Rain's wedding and Little Lei's school fees?" Wangshi worriedly asked. This reminder of losing silver annoyed Grandma Sun greatly. Now that she was free from the menstrual spirit's torment, her voice regained its strength as she spoke. "It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival on the 15th day of the 8th month. Ershu will definitely come back then, and I'll talk to him. I'll make him return my 12 taels in full, and also teach Qian Hongyan, that sly fox, a good lesson." Zhao Sandstone immediately reminded, "Mother, be sure to ask second brother for more mooncakes and gifts during the Mid-Autumn Festival." With this festival happening only once a year, how could they not take advantage of it? Second brother only had Taohua and Xiao Caogo. Why did he need so much money? Not like him, with 2 sons, one about to get married and the other going to school for education and training, aiming to pass the exams and bring honor to the family. Grandma Sun's eyes flashed with a calculating look as she devised a plan. When Zhao Taohua returned home, she immediately grabbed Shinming's hand, rejuvenating her parched body with a fresh influx of spiritual energy. Shinming instinctively tried to withdraw his hand, but found himself gripping it even tighter. In the old Zhao residence earlier, she had used up her last bit of essence when she channeled energy into the spirit's forehead, casting the seal. From there on, it was purely her authority that kept the menstrual spirit subdued. Luckily, the spirit remained calm along the way. Otherwise, things might have been complicated. The moment the spiritual energy was restored, Zhao Taohua seized a brush and quickly drew a binding talisman onto the spirit's forehead. With that, the menstrual spirit's cultivation was completely sealed, making her no different from an ordinary person except for a lingering ominous appearance. The reason Zhao Taohua didn't simply pulverize her bones and scatter them was because she still had use for the spirit. After all, the Zhao household was soon to build a new house. Keeping the spirit around to work as labor would save them wages for one worker. The spirit didn't need to eat but could still do the work. Perfect. Before constructing the new house, Zhaojia planned to explore whether the spirit had any additional talents that could bring her profit. When Grandmother Feng and Mrs. Qian entered, they saw the minstrel spirit standing stiffly in the yard. Dressed in a blood-red gown, with a red and white flower crown on her head, draped in a white cloth, she looked bizarre and terrifying. Unconsciously, Grandmother Feng edged closer to Zhaojia. As Shenming noticed Mrs. Qian and Grandmother Feng entering, he immediately withdrew his hand from Zhaojia's grip and folded both arms behind his back, his ears reddening instantly. Though Zhaojia had held his hand, he felt guilty, as if caught doing something improper. "Taohua, what do you plan to do with this minstrel spirit?" Mrs. Qian anxiously asked. She had just witnessed Grandma Sun's distress lying in bed and hoped Zhaojia wouldn't endure similar suffering. "Mother, I've already sealed her cultivation powers, so treat her like our servant, assigning her any tasks you wish." Upon hearing Zhaojia's words, the minstrel spirit's eyes abruptly widened, staring incredulously at Zhaojia. She was furious inside, screaming inwardly at the prospect of becoming a servant in this household. Chapter 17. Is drawing talismans simpler than drinking water? Mrs. Qian was also shocked with her mouth wide open. Such servants? Zhaojia could sense the reluctance and worry of the minstrel spirit, coldly threatening. "If you don't want to work, I'll grind your bones into powder and scatter them right now. I'll work you like a fool. Curse you to have your period every day." The minstrel spirit hastily agreed. There's always an opportunity to turn things around while alive. When that time comes, she would surely let this dead girl taste her power, making her unable to live or die. Seeing this, Mrs. Qian reluctantly said to the minstrel spirit, "Then follow me to fetch the hoe and clear out the plot of land by the eastern wall. I'll be planting seedlings shortly." The corner of the minstrel spirit's mouth was pressed very low as she reluctantly followed Mrs. Qian to the kitchen to fetch the hoe. Grandma Feng saw Zhaojia training the minstrel spirit so obediently, and her admiration for Zhaojia grew even more. Just then, in the old house of the Zhao family, she had seen how Taohua caught the minstrel spirit barehanded and forced it to reveal its true form. She already knew Taohua was not an ordinary person. "Taohua, Grandma Feng has a question for you. Do you have any amulets for sale? I want to buy one for protection, just in case I come across something unclean." Her age made her too fragile to endure hardships like Sun Zhaodi. "Sure, Grandma Feng. The peace amulet is priced at 100 coins each." As she spoke, Zhaojia took out the amulet from inside her robes. 100 coins is no small amount for people in the village, but compared to life, what value does money have? Grandma Feng immediately purchased it and happily placed it close to her body. Instantly, she felt much more reassured. "Taohua, do make sure to visit Grandma Feng's place when you're free." Shenming saw Grandma Feng leave and hurriedly departed too, as if Zhaojia were some ferocious beast. Zhaojia amusingly watched his back, finding his ears turning red easily and occasionally being wary of her quite adorable. When she turned her head, she saw the minstrel spirit standing before the east courtyard wall, holding the hoe high and tracing an arc in the air, then steadily landing it. As the hoe plunged into the soil, she leaned sideways slightly, exerted force to flip the earth, and the whole piece of soil was lifted, pulling the grass roots out altogether. Seeing her working hard, Zhaojia then closed the yard gate and returned to her room to count the money. By now, she had accumulated 4 liang 272 coins. Mrs. Qian had said that even with savings, building a new house would require 5 liang silver, so she still needed 728 coins more. Thinking about this, Zhaojia hurriedly spread out yellow paper and prepared to draw 8 more peace talismans. Selling them would suffice for constructing a new home. Through the window, the minstrel spirit happened to see Zhaojia swiftly drawing symbols indoors. Good grief, was drawing symbols really simpler than drinking water? Both quick and efficient. However, after completing 2, she set down the brush. But, after witnessing Zhaojia's masterful symbol drawing technique personally, all that remained in the minstrel spirit's heart was the thought that this woman was incredibly powerful. Not a single trace of curiosity lingered about why Zhaojia paused after only 2 symbols. Frustrated, Zhaojia put away the writing brush. Damn it, her spiritual energy had been depleted again, and Shun Ming wasn't around. There was no way to finish drawing the symbols. Remembering Shun Ming's expression when he left today, resembling him viewing her as some fearsome calamity, Zhaojia guessed he'd surely become alert toward her if she asked now. Therefore, she must find another way to earn the rest of the money. Looking towards the yard, Zhaojia noticed that with the help of the minstrel spirit, they quickly planted the seeds. Mrs. Qian had divided them according to their varieties using thin wooden sticks. Zhaojia stared at the blood-red long dress on the minstrel spirit, embroidered with mysterious dark patterns. Observing her attire meticulously from top to bottom, everything appeared refined and perfectly suited her character. Eerie and terrifying. With a flicker in her eyes, Zhaojia conjured a guess. Had the minstrel spirit made this clothing herself? Even the flower crown atop her head? Seeing her embroidery skills, Zhaojia believed that not utilizing such craftsmanship would be a waste. This level of needlework far exceeded that of Mrs. Qian. Mrs. Qian's embroidered handkerchiefs sold for 2 coins each, whereas those done by the minstrel spirit could sell for at least 4 coins each. Thinking about this, Zhaojia's lips curved upwards, revealing her teeth slightly, and her eyes bent like crescent moons. Hadn't she discovered a way for the minstrel spirit to help her earn money? Just as the minstrel spirit was placing the hoe back in its original spot and preparing to take a short break, Zhao Taohua somehow appeared behind her, her pitch-black eyes glinting with an intimidating look. Sure enough, in the next moment, the minstrel spirit heard Zhao Taohua ask, "Did you embroider the dark patterns on your red skirt yourself?" Instantly, an ominous feeling surged in the minstrel spirit's heart. She rapidly pondered in her mind. Should she answer yes or no? Finally, her intuition told her she should say no. She hurriedly defended herself. "Miss Zhao, as a spirit, how could I know such things? This dress was something I stole from a ready-to-wear shop long ago." Zhao Taohua, propping her elbow on the table and supporting her cheek with her hand, said, "You've been a spirit for several hundred years, which means you had all the time in the world to perfect your needlework. This entire outfit of yours, surely it's all been prepared by yourself? The red skirt and white cloth are not made of ordinary fabric, but rather woven from ice silkworm silk from Mount Tian. The texture is light and smooth, and dustproof and waterproof. Even walking through clouds, mist, rain, and dew will not dampen it even a bit. It remains dry and clean, as if protected by an invisible barrier. And the flower crown on your head, it looks like fresh flowers, but it's actually embroidery done with thread spun from mermaid fish skin. Not only does it look vividly alive, it remains perpetually fresh and spirited, overshadowing even real flowers placed next to it. Now tell me, was this really stolen from a clothing store?" After finishing, Zhao Taohua gently pulled the hand of the minstrel spirit. Before the minstrel spirit realized what Zhao Taohua was going to do, she felt Zhao Taohua softly rubbing her fingers and saying, "All these years embroidering this set of clothes must have been tough on your hands." The minstrel spirit frowned and looked at her own fingers. An embroiderer's calluses differ from others. Normally they'd only appear on the palms, but hers covered the fingertips too. They were hard as stone. After embroidering for hundreds of years, those needles certainly weren't carried in vain. The minstrel spirit raised her eyes to look at Zhao Taohua. What a clever girl. She hit the nail on every point, even identifying the material of the clothes. With some reluctance, the minstrel spirit admitted, "Miss Zhao, I am moderately skilled in needlework." Zhao Taohua smiled. "Then would you be so kind as to embroider some handkerchiefs?" Zhao Taohua led her into the hall and handed over Ms. Qian's embroidery basket for her use. As the minstrel spirit picked up the items in the embroidery basket, she cursed inwardly, "Embroider, embroider, embroider, embroider until your mother curses you. May you always be plagued by menstruation." Zhao Taohua watched the minstrel spirit embroider the handkerchief for a while. After just a few stitches, Zhao Taohua knew the completed piece would definitely be extraordinary. Perhaps 4 big coins couldn't even capture its value. At noon, Zhao Taohua and Ms. Qian ate steamed eggs and stir-fried greens. When Ms. Qian finished eating and came into the hall, she saw the minstrel spirit sitting there embroidering. Approaching and picking up her work, my goodness, how beautiful it was. Ms. Qian looked disbelievingly at the minstrel spirit, wondering if she truly had these skills. Already 3 handkerchiefs had been embroidered, depicting persimmons, peaches, and loquats. They were vividly represented on the handkerchiefs, almost looking real. Ms. Qian felt far inferior. Even after practicing embroidery for decades, she still couldn't match even 1/10 of the minstrel spirit's talent. Though the minstrel spirit was a spirit, her needlework was outstanding, and she had a unique understanding of it. Sitting beside her, Ms. Qian occasionally sought advice. Zhao Taohua calculated the speed of the minstrel spirit. In 2/4 of an hour, she could finish 1 handkerchief, making 48 a day. Even selling them at 4 big coins each, she could help Zhao Taohua accumulate 5 liang of silver in less than 3 days. Her house could be rebuilt. This year's heavy snow wouldn't collapse their roof. But many other villagers' houses in the village were also old and their roofs sparse with straw. How could they survive this year's winter snow? How could they spend the winter safely? Chapter 18. A little acting required. If everyone had the money to rebuild their houses, they could all survive the winter safely. She looked up at the surroundings. Zhao family village was encircled by mountains on all sides, and the heavy mist made the soil too damp for a good harvest. However, living off the land meant that if the harvest was poor, valuable resources should be found in the mountains instead. But people dared not approach even the foot of the mountain. When they needed firewood, they would burn rice, wheat, and corn stalks. Stalks were only suitable for lighting fires. The flames were too small and could not compare with wood. Zhao Taohua walked towards the nearest mountain. The trees there grew in abundance, yet everyone preferred burning stalks rather than venture closer. This wouldn't do. This year's heavy snow required not only sturdy houses to withstand it, but also continuous heating of beds to stay warm. The little straw from the fields wouldn't last through the entire winter. The reason the villagers didn't dare approach even the foot of the mountain was because of the frequent wolf packs. However, these wolves had never come into the village and taken anyone. Zhao Taohua found this strange. When she reached the foot of the mountain, her attention was immediately drawn to a plant called jing grass. All parts of it could be used medicinally. It could stop coughs, relieve asthma, detoxify, and kill pests. This isn't just herb medicine. This is money. As she looked further ahead, she saw a patch of Zhaojia grass growing on a damp area of the grassland. Not only were the trees abundant on the mountain, but so were medicinal herbs. Money was literally scattered everywhere. Excited beyond measure, Zhao Taohua had already stepped inside the foot of the mountain. Whoa! Suddenly, she heard a howl. A chill ran down her spine. Lifting her head, she saw many wolves staring down at her from the slope above. Their fur was gray-white, their figures strong and athletic, their emerald eyes glowing with a chilling light. Zhao Taohua's heart constricted sharply, and her breathing became quick and shallow, but her feet felt nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. In an instant, Countless bloody scenes flashed through her mind. How had she not foreseen this calamity? The next moment, swish, a powerful arrow flew past her, hitting the leading Wolf King straight away. A woo! The Wolf King hardly struggled before falling directly to the ground. The other wolves scattered in panic. At the same time, some small creatures also fled together with them. Right then, Zhao Taohua finally understood why she hadn't foreseen this misfortune, because Shen Ming would help defuse it. These wolves and those small creatures seemed somewhat afraid upon seeing Shen Ming. Zhao Taohua, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Shen Ming's tone carried a severity he had never used before. Everyone in the village knew the mountain foot was perilous. Had he not passed by today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When Shen Ming dragged the dead Wolf King to the foot of the mountain, he noticed that Zhao Taohua was still standing frozen there. If one looked closely, her body was trembling slightly. What's wrong? Shen Ming asked worriedly. With a pitiful look, Zhao Taohua complained to Shen Ming. Shen Ming, brother, my legs seem numb. I can't move. Since she had encountered him, she couldn't let the opportunity slip by to absorb a little more spiritual energy. But having just recovered from the shock, trying to hold his hand unnoticed might not succeed. Therefore, a bit of acting was required here. Shen Ming internally sighed. Could someone really be so scared? The moon essence spirit looks much scarier than any wolf. Where did your bravado go when you faced her? Zhao Taohua glared at him unhappily. Shen Ming, brother, monsters are monsters, beasts are beasts. They're different, aren't they? If she were so versatile, nothing in the world could ever challenge her. Can you try walking with me supporting you? Shen Ming approached Zhao Taohua and extended his right arm voluntarily for her to lean on. Zhao Taohua secretly rejoiced while maintaining a fearful appearance. She carefully extended her hand and lightly held onto him. But the next moment, Zhao Taohua was still standing there, unmoving. Shen Ming glanced at her curiously. Walk. Shen Ming, brother, my legs don't move. Shen Ming bent down and looked again, seeing that her legs were still quivering slightly. Resigned, Shen Ming squatted down before her. Get on. It was too dangerous at the foot of the mountain. He must first send her to a safe place. Looking at the exposed back of Shen Ming's neck, Zhao Taohua thought, since you've delivered yourself into my hands, don't blame me. Obeying his command, she climbed onto his back, rolled up her sleeves, and tightly wrapped both arms around his neck. Instantly, an unprecedented amount of spiritual energy surged into her body. It flowed so fast and copiously. A smug grin tugged at the corner of Zhao Taohua's mouth. Indeed, increasing the contact area between her skin and Shen Ming's allowed her to absorb the spiritual energy both faster and more effectively. Shen Ming stood up, just as Zhao Taohua's arms tightened around his neck, nearly choking him. Do you intend to strangle me? Zhao Taohua hastily loosened her grip, but only a little. She thought she wouldn't have the chance to replenish her spiritual energy from Shen Ming today, but unexpectedly, Zhao Taohua hid behind Shen Ming, smiling like a little rat who had stolen fragrant oil. After walking for a while, Shen Ming placed Zhao Taohua in a safe area and warned her. There are wolves at the foot of this mountain. Don't go any further. Zhao Taohua asked in return. Shen Ming, brother, when do wolves come down from the mountain? When they're extremely hungry. Shen Ming blurted out. The wolves we just saw were all strong and healthy, not like they were extremely hungry. Saying this, Zhao Taohua retraced her steps and prepared to return to the mountain's foot. Are you crazy? Those wolves will be back. Shen Ming quickly grabbed Zhao Taohua. She turned around, stood on tiptoe, and looked into Shen Ming's eyes. Then Shen Ming, brother, must protect me well. With that, she continued towards the mountain's foot. The first howl wasn't made by the wolves. It was these little things. She looked behind a tree root and saw a round, white little body standing there, looking like a ball. Its face had two round black dots as eyes, and a simple curve as its mouth, with an expression so adorably blank. As Zhao Taohua stared at it, its mouth slightly opened. Right after, another white small body appeared on its head, and soon enough, a line stood behind the tree trunk, all staring at Zhao Taohua. Because Zhao Taohua's gaze was locked firmly on them, they weren't entirely sure if she could see them. What are you looking at? The moment Shen Ming approached, these little things scattered in all directions, just like rats seeing a cat. A smirk curled at the corner of Zhao Taohua's mouth. These were bullying weaklings who feared authority. Were they afraid of the ominous energy Shen Ming carried? When the little balls ran halfway, something suddenly blocked their path. They could clearly see the road ahead, but somehow there was no way to escape, not even by diving underground. At that moment, footsteps came from behind, causing them to turn around in terror. They saw Zhao Taohua standing right behind them. Howl. Why aren't you howling anymore? Zhao Taohua said to them. Chapter 19. The mischievous spirits who enjoy watching chaos. Don't think she doesn't know. The wolf howl that lured the pack earlier came from them. These mischievous little spirits who enjoy watching chaos. Thinking of escaping? Never. As Zhao Taohua stretched her hand toward them, the little buns, referring to spirit entities, pressed their bodies tightly against the invisible wall behind them. Shen Ming looked at Zhao Taohua curiously. Who are you talking to? Is there a malevolent ghost here? Zhao Taohua grabbed one of the little spirits and said, not a malevolent ghost, but a Daodan Jing, troublemaking spirit. They excel in mimicry. They can imitate wolves and love teasing people. The earlier wolf pack was summoned by them. While speaking, Zhao Taohua swung the troublemaking spirit she held in front of Shen Ming, but Shen Ming couldn't see it at all. Meanwhile, the troublemaking spirit in Zhao Taohua's hand was almost scared unconscious being so close to Shen Ming. The next moment, Zhao Taohua lightly tapped each of the troublemaking spirits with one hand, saying, if you dare to summon the wolves on the mountain again to scare people, I'll kill all of you. I've infused my own energy into your bodies. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I'll still be able to find you. Instantly, fear overwhelmed the little troublemaking spirits like a flood tide. This young woman was terrifying, more so than the hunter. All of them nodded quickly. At the moment Zhao Taohua removed the shielding array, they fled in an instant, moving like a group of white buns and eventually hiding in the dirt, grasses, and behind tree trunks. Shenming asked Zhao Taohua as he approached her from behind, were the previous occurrences of wolf packs actually caused by these spirits mimicking wolf howls to scare people? On reflection, it seemed strange that no one had ever been taken away by wolves. One would just encounter large groups of wolves near the foot of the mountain. Zhao Taohua nodded. These troublemaking spirits are demons born from the mountain. They can merge with it. So, wherever anyone appears around the base of the mountain, they will immediately appear and then mimic wolf howls to summon the wolf pack for fun. Shenming asked curiously, why have I never encountered them? Zhao Taohua cast a glance at the overwhelming murderous aura emanating from his body. It's the murderous aura protecting you. You didn't know that those little troublemaking spirits were almost frightened unconscious when they saw you. Shenming learned for the first time that the murderous aura he carried had its benefits. It allowed him to go hunting up the mountain to make a living. For the first time, Shenming didn't dislike the murderous aura on his body. It was, after all, what protected him. Brother Shenming, the wolf you shot earlier, could you not sell it? Wolf skins are rare. Making winter clothes from it would certainly be very warm. You frequently hunt in the mountains where it is damp and cold. Wearing a wolf skin garment would provide better protection against the cold than any regular winter clothing. Zhao Taohua suggested. She didn't directly tell him about the heavy snow expected this winter, but if he wore a wolf fur coat, it would undoubtedly be very warm. Thank you. Shenming instinctively followed her advice, hoisted the wolf onto his shoulder, and brought it home. Without the wolf pack or the troublemaking spirits causing mischief, Zhao Taohua happily went home to grab her small spade and basket. She found medicinal herbs every few steps and soon filled half her basket. She planned to check tomorrow if the pharmacy would buy them. If they did, this would become a way to get rich. She and the villagers could make money selling herbs, and before winter arrived, everyone could save some money to build new houses, and they could all safely endure the winter. Moreover, the firewood at the foot of the mountain could all be cut down and burned, and then they wouldn't be cold during winter. Better yet, the day after tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Zhao Ershu would return. Zhao Taohua prepared to buy some vegetables in advance to celebrate with a nice meal and watch the moon together as a family. After Zhao Taohua returned home, Miss Qian saw her bring back a basket of grass. Wild grass is unsuitable for eating. Miss Qian questioned her curiously. Taohua, since we don't keep chickens or ducks, why did you dig up all this grass? Mother, these aren't ordinary grasses, they're medicinal herbs. I plan to take them to the pharmacy tomorrow to see if I can sell them, Zhao Taohua replied. Medicinal herbs? Miss Qian was greatly surprised. Though she didn't recognize any medicinal herbs, whatever Zhao Taohua said, she believed. The next day, Zhao Taohua arranged the embroidered handkerchiefs done by Yu Shijin and those by Miss Qian along with the herbs into the bamboo basket. After breakfast, the mother and daughter left the house. Yu Shijin glared resentfully at Zhao Taohua's retreating figure. All she did in this house was hard labor, embroidering handkerchiefs without rest day and night. In town, Zhao Taohua and Miss Qian went to the pharmacy first, where there were also several people like Zhao Taohua waiting to sell their herbs. It was Miss Qian's first time selling herbs here, so she felt quite nervous. When it was Zhao Taohua's turn, the shopkeeper inspected the herbs she brought, which turned out to be relatively common medicinal herbs, but their sheer quantity made up for it. While examining the herbs, the shopkeeper moved the abacus beads. Finally, he said, altogether, it's worth 160 coins. Miss Qian was stunned, her mouth agape in shock. This half basket of herbs was worth so much money? Even more than she earned working 8 days in town. It wasn't until she saw the 160 coins fall into Zhao Taohua's palm that Mrs. Qian snapped back to reality. Zhao Taohua was also very pleased. Her thoughts had been validated indeed. The herbs at the foot of the mountain in the village could be sold for money, and it was easy to exchange them for cash at the pharmacy in the town. Mountains surrounded Zhao family village on all sides. Those mountain foothills had never been explored, but if they were developed now, they could definitely make a fortune. Dependent on the mountains for sustenance, Zhao family village's good days were coming. Tomorrow, she planned to discuss with the village chief and elder Xiangping. To organize the entire village to dig up medicinal herbs would require the village chief to take care of the arrangements. Teaching everyone to recognize the herbs would need elder Xiangping's help. After leaving the pharmacy, Zhao Taohua and Mrs. Qian came to yesterday's usual spot to set up their stall. They shouted loudly just like before, except this time the handkerchiefs were far more beautiful than yesterday's. Originally, Zhao Taohua had intended to sell Yu Shijin's embroidered handkerchiefs for 4 coins each, but now she felt that 4 coins didn't sufficiently reflect their worth. Handkerchiefs so exquisite should cost 10 coins. Although the price was higher, every passerby who had seen the patterns on the handkerchiefs willingly handed over their money, some even buying 3 or 4 at once. Could you give me a discount if I buy so many? Miss, my handkerchiefs are not expensive at all. Look at the embroidered persimmons, such fine craftsmanship. Where have you seen something as good and yet so cheap? You won't find this quality anywhere else. If you miss this village, there won't be such a shop. As Zhao Taohua was speaking, one of the handkerchiefs almost got snatched from the woman's hands, so she quickly grabbed hold of the one she had selected, eventually paying 30 coins. 72 handkerchiefs embroidered by Yu Shijin, along with 5 done by Mrs. Qian, sold altogether for 730 coins. Zhao Taohua calculated in her mind, excitedly whispering in Mrs. Qian's ear, Mother, we've already saved 5 taels of silver, plus an extra 162 coins. Really, Mrs. Qian hadn't expected that they would accumulate 5 taels of silver so quickly, thanks in part to the contribution of 4 taels from the old Zhao family residence. Mother, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and father will return. Why don't we buy some meat and delicious food to take home? Zhao Taohua suggested. Even though the 12-piece charm she had brought today had not been sold, they had still managed to save 5 taels of silver, so she didn't intend to waste more time here. Mrs. Qian immediately agreed. It was rare for their household to have extra money after paying off the debt and saving more than 5 taels of silver. Besides, if Taohua wanted to eat, they would buy it. The mother and daughter quickly tidied up their stall, folding the old cloth spread out on the ground. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly a man rushed towards their stall. "Young lady, please help me." Zhao Taohua looked closely. It was the uncle who had bought her peace charm yesterday. Chapter 20. Exorcising the Malevolent Ghost Bride. In just one day, Uncle's complexion had worsened significantly compared to yesterday, and the red-black malevolent ghost Cupid's thread around his wrist was even thicker than it was yesterday. She turned her head and looked a short distance away, seeing a ghost with disheveled hair wearing a bright red bridal gown standing not far off. Zhao Taohua was filled with doubts. This shouldn't be happening. Yesterday, Uncle clearly placed the peace talisman inside his robe. That malevolent ghost should not dare approach him again. But how come she's getting closer and closer to him? Wei Jianfeng was pleading for Zhao Taohua's help while fearfully looking at the malevolent ghost bride standing nearby. Originally, he only saw her in his dreams. She was persistently clinging to him, demanding they become husband and wife, but he never gave in. Unexpectedly, after his wife burned the peace talisman this morning, she directly appeared right before his eyes. No matter where he went, he could see her. And furthermore, he distinctly saw a rope binding his wrist to hers. No matter what method he tried, he couldn't sever that rope. He was so terrified that the only person he could think of was the young woman who sold him the talisman yesterday. Indeed, when he came looking, he really found her here. "Where is your peace talisman?" Zhao Taohua asked. With the peace talisman she drew, malevolent forces could not approach, and the malevolent ghost Cupid's thread would have been unable to thicken or grow longer. If this malevolent ghost Cupid's thread were allowed to develop further recklessly, within 2 days, Wei Jianfeng would be forcibly dragged to marry the malevolent ghost bride, making him one of the underworld. At this mention, Wei Jianfeng became angry. "My wife thought the peace talisman was fake, and actually threw it into the kitchen stove to burn it." Right as the talisman turned to ashes, he could suddenly see her. She tormented him all morning, and he truly didn't know what to do anymore. "Please, miss, save me." This morning, after he got up, he particularly shared with his wife that because of the purchase of the peace talisman, he had finally slept well. Unexpectedly, that tigerish wife of his thought he was talking nonsense and said he had been deceived out of 100 big coins, then promptly burned the peace talisman. Since then, his life turned into a living hell. Zhao Taohua looked down at his wrist, noticing that by now, the malevolent ghost Cupid's thread had embedded itself into his skin. Relying on a simple peace talisman was no longer sufficient to eliminate the harm caused by the internal yin qi from the malevolent ghost bride. However, if she wanted to deal with the malevolent ghost bride, she had no spiritual energy herself. She had just replenished some spiritual energy from Shun Ming the day before, but after returning home, she used all of it drawing 10 peace talismans. Just as Zhao Taohua was troubled, a streak of snowy white long hair suddenly appeared within her line of sight. Her heart lifted slightly as she rushed directly toward the figure. "Brother Shinming, please give me a hand." Without waiting for his response, Zhao Taohua took Shinming's hand and headed straight towards the stall. The moment their palms touched, Zhao Taohua felt an immediate surge of spiritual energy coursing through her body. Ms. Qian noticed Zhao Taohua grabbing Shinming's hand in front of everyone and frowned slightly. Taohua will soon reach adulthood, and Shinming is also of marriageable age. Later, she decided to talk to Taohua about the proper separation between men and women. As Zhao Taohua pulled Shinming to kneel down together, she instructed Wei Jianfeng to stretch out his left hand, roll up his sleeve, and expose his wrist. Wei Jianfeng could clearly see the coarse red-black rope tightly circling his wrist, cutting into his flesh. Zhao Taohua grabbed the rope with her thumb and index finger, and, with a single strong pull, snapped the rope apart instantly. Subsequently, Zhao Taohua quickly wrapped the rope twice around her own wrist, firmly holding onto one end of it. The moment that red-black rope left his wrist, Wei Jianfeng felt like someone drowning had just been saved to the surface, able to take normal deep breaths once more. The malevolent ghost bride clearly hadn't expected her Cupid's thread tied to Wei Jianfeng would be broken, let alone by a girl who looked barely 14, looking for death, daring to spoil her plans. Following the Cupid's thread, the malevolent ghost bride immediately charged straight toward Zhao Taohua. At this point, only Wei Jianfeng and Zhao Taohua could see the malevolent ghost bride. Therefore, when she swiftly charged over, Wei Jianfeng rolled and crawled frantically to hide in a corner against the wall. Seeing Zhao Taohua remain completely unfazed, still kneeling on the ground, with her hands swiftly changing gestures around the black-red rope. When the malevolent ghost bride arrived along the rope, Zhao Taohua simply tapped her fingertips lightly on her head, and immediately, the malevolent ghost bride vanished into thin air, along with the red-black rope disappearing as well. Wei Jianfeng was extremely astonished after witnessing it all. How could this young woman be so powerful? He carefully circled back to Zhao Taohua's side, asking hesitantly, "Miss, is the ghost bride dead?" Zhao Taohua hummed in agreement, then turned her gaze to his worn-out face. The traces of the malevolent ghost bride's qi were still visible on his face. She reminded him, for the next few days, you should get plenty of sunlight, which will help remove the qi from your body. For the next 2 days, your body might still feel a little uncomfortable, but it will get better after that. The fee for exorcising the malevolent ghost bride is 2 taels of silver. Upon hearing that it would cost 2 taels of silver, Wei Jianfeng felt only a brief pang of regret before quickly realizing the money was well spent. If it weren't for this young woman's intervention, he'd still be tormented by that ghostly bride now. If he told others in his household, no one would believe him. They'd all think he was making things up, possessed, or even gone mad. Even his tigerish wife thought so. Had she not burned his peace talisman earlier, he wouldn't have suffered this way today. Without hesitation, Wei Jianfeng immediately pulled out 2 taels of silver from his pouch and handed them to Zhao. Then, he asked again, "Young miss, if I carry a peace talisman on me, will the residual qi in my body disperse right away? Will I avoid feeling unwell these past few days?" Zhao nodded. "In that case, I'll take 2. Wei Jianfeng then handed over 200 more coins to Zhao. Today, Zhao had brought 12 peace talismans with her, more than enough. After tucking 2 talismans into his robe, Wei Jianfeng felt relief in both body and mind. Zhao hadn't expected to make over 2 additional taels from this encounter, bringing her total savings to 7 taels and 362 large coins. Wei Jianfeng repeatedly thanked Zhao and then left. Cough. Ms. Qian lightly coughed nearby, then reminded, "Taohua." At the moment, Zhao was fully immersed in the joy of having saved over 7 taels of silver, completely failing to understand why Ms. Qian looked so serious toward her. It wasn't until Shen Ming withdrew his hand from hers that Zhao finally realized what had happened. Zhao sighed inwardly. The recharge has been interrupted once again. Still, this time she gained much more spiritual energy than ever before, and she resolved not to waste it all on drawing talismans again. Shen Ming's earlobes turned bright red as he hurriedly rose to leave. Zhao, sharp-eyed, spotted the mooncakes filled with 5 nuts, crabs, and lotus root cakes in his basket and called out, "Shen Ming brother, are you buying things for the Mid-Autumn Festival feast?" Shen Ming nodded but dared not look at Zhao, fearing their gazes might accidentally meet with Ms. Qian's prying eyes. Though Zhao was the one who first took his hand, being seen by Aunt Qian made him feel embarrassed regardless. He was a man, and yet, holding hands had disadvantaged Zhao instead. Moreover, a Taoist once warned Shen Ming about the ominous aura around him. Getting too close could either bring bad luck or even death, which explained why Aunt Qian didn't want Zhao getting close to him. When Ms. Qian heard Zhao's inquiry, her gaze softened with sympathy as she glanced at Shen Ming. The Shen family had only him left. The Mid-Autumn Festival was meant to be a day of reunion, yet this boy was alone in the world, an orphan without a single relative at home. "Shen Ming, come over to Annie's house for dinner tomorrow evening and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with us," Ms. Qian suddenly invited, startling Shen Ming. Clearly, he hadn't expected such warmth from her. Chapter 21, Great Skills at a Young Age. He looked at Mrs. Qian in astonishment, feeling a bit dryness in his throat. Didn't Aunt Qian suppose to keep far away from him together with Zhao? Why did she invite him to their place for the Mid-Autumn Festival? He instinctively declined. "Aunt Qian, no need. It's fine for me to stay home." "Never say no. I am telling you this as your elder," Mrs. Qian said sternly. "What's the point of Shen Ming spending the Mid-Autumn Festival alone at home? Who has more fun being alone?" Moreover, Shen Ming was a young man, and his elders passed away early. She doubted that Shen Ming could cook anything but some dry mooncakes. Shen Ming. He suddenly found a commonality between Zhao and Mrs. Qian. They were both dominant, and they would not allow him to refuse their decision. But, he didn't dislike this kind of feeling. Seeing Shen Ming dumbfounded, Zhao seized the chance to poke his hand again and said, "Big brother Shen Ming, it's settled then. Remember to come early tomorrow night, or I'll go to your place to invite you." After saying that, Zhao eyes flashed a hint of mischief. Shen Ming felt like he was trapped under Zhao control. After finishing packing up, Zhao and Mrs. Qian went together to buy food for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Since it was a festival, they decided to eat well. They bought some aged rice which was usually too expensive to afford on normal days, and even indulged in luxurious ingredients like ginger and star anise. "Get your father 2 taels of liquor. He loves drinking it." Then, mother and daughter also bought 1 pound of fatty pork and 2 pounds of spare ribs. In the past, they only bought fat meat since fat can be rendered into lard, useful for cooking. But actually, no one in the Zhao family liked eating fat meat. This time for the holiday, they would buy fatty pork and spare ribs with bones. Lastly, Zhao and Mrs. Qian also bought 5 nut mooncakes and crabs to take home. These were essential for celebrating Mid-Autumn. When they returned home, Moon Lady was still sitting in the hall embroidering kerchiefs, having already finished over a dozen within half a day. Zhao suggested, "Let's stop embroidering kerchiefs for now." Moon Lady thought that Zhao had a change of heart and wanted her to rest. However, Zhao continued by saying, "You should switch to making sachets instead." Moon Lady. Embroider. 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 Curse the embroidery. Curse her to menstruate every day. After giving these instructions, Zhao went back to her room and took out paper and pen, sketching carefully. Currently, they had accumulated 7 tael and 100 large coins, and with Moon Lady helping out, she and Mrs. Qian could also act as laborers, saving a lot on labor costs. A bricklayer earned 30 large coins per day. Suddenly, Zhao thought they could build their house a little bigger. Currently, Zhao family, including the kitchen, only had 3 rooms. She was already so old, yet still had to share a room with Mrs. Qian and Zhao Ersh. She needed her own room. However, if they were to build 4 rooms, they would need to purchase additional land. In the village, courtyards could be made larger, but residential land for building houses had to be registered with the government. Random construction would result in jail time. After calculating, Zhao Taohua discovered that the originally abundant sum of 7 tael and more wasn't enough anymore. However, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Moon Lady was still embroidering sachets, and the herbs at the foot of the mountain could sell for money. After Zhao Ersh came back tomorrow, she could discuss with him about building 4 rooms. Tomorrow, she would find the village chief grandpa and elder Xiaoping to discuss digging for medicinal herbs. Not only did she want to get rich herself, but she also wanted to lead others in the village to prosperity. Otherwise, if only she became wealthy while others envied her, she wouldn't be able to prevent the impending disaster that would hit Zhao family village in 3 years alone. She would need the power of the whole village. The next day, which was the Mid-Autumn Festival, the poor Zhao family village seemed busier than usual. Besides the villagers who normally stayed home, those who worked in town also returned for the celebration. After breakfast, Zhao Taohua went to the village chief's house. Many villagers saw her along the way and greeted her warmly. "Taohua, have you eaten breakfast?" Grandma Yang asked enthusiastically when she opened the door and saw Zhao Taohua. She remembered clearly seeing old lady Sun's Moon Lady getting caught by Zhao Taohua just the other day. It was hard to believe, but Taohua, at such a young age, had such great abilities. "Grandma Yang, I've eaten. Is the village chief grandfather home? I have something to discuss with him. He's inside, washing dishes in the kitchen." As she spoke, Grandma Yang led Zhao Taohua directly to the kitchen. The village chief's house was one of the few families in the village living in an 8-room house. His family was large, united, and everyone pulled together. Grandma Yang had given birth to 3 sons, who, along with their wives, worked in town. Her grandsons had grown up as well, working as apprentices in town, learning trades like butchery, carpentry, and blacksmithing, all contributing income to the family. Only her granddaughter remained at home to keep them company. It took 2 generations to have a granddaughter like her, and she was the treasure of the family. "The old man, Taohua is here to see you." After Grandma Yang spoke, Grandpa Village Chief looked at Zhao Taohua with some surprise. "Taohua, have you eaten? Have an egg." Before the village chief finished speaking, Zhao Shengyue grabbed 3 eggs from the large bowl on the table and handed them to Zhao Taohua. An egg cost a big coin. Only a girl as innocent as Zhao Shengyue would give away 3 eggs so generously. Zhao Taohua pushed them back. "Sister, I've already eaten." "Sister Taohua, eat them." Zhao Shengyue insisted and forced these eggs into Zhao Taohua's hands. "Taohua, just take them. Eggs are good for your health," the village chief grandfather said. Helplessly, Zhao Taohua could only accept 1 egg in the end. The village chief's family had been too kind to her. Previously, when Mrs. Qian came to repay their debt, they gave 10 eggs. With such benevolent villagers, Zhao Taohua was even more determined to tell the village chief about digging for medicinal herbs. Thus, she put down her carrying basket and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, I found that the reason everyone gets attacked by wolves when they approach the foot of the mountain is because there's a group of mischievous spirits down there. They love scaring people by mimicking wolf calls, attracting the wolves. Yesterday, I subdued them, so in the future, they won't scare people or summon wolves down from the mountain anymore. We'll be able to go down there to dig up medicinal herbs and make money." As Zhao Taohua spoke, she took out a plantain grass herb and others from her basket. "These are what I dug up this morning. Yesterday, I sold them at the pharmacy in town, where they buy fresh herbs. The prices vary depending on the quality of the herbs. In the past, no one dared to dig herbs on our village's mountains for decades. Now, the herbs there are so abundant they overflow. All we need to do is dig and sell them at the pharmacy to turn them into cash. Yesterday, I dug up half my basket and made over 100 big coins." The village chief was amazed. He took the plantain grass and asked, "Is this an herb?" Zhao Taohua nodded. The village chief continued asking, "Did you dig this up at the foot of our village's mountain? And those troublemakers who used to call down wolves will not summon them anymore." Zhao Taohua nodded again. The village chief still wasn't fully reassured, but the idea of making over 100 big coins from half a basket of herbs intrigued him greatly. He was the village chief of Zhao family village, and no one knew better than he did how poor the village was. If the herbs at the foot of the mountain really could be dug up, he certainly hoped everyone could improve their lives through this. The village chief took a machete for protection and went to the foot of the mountain with Zhao Taohua. Grandma Yang and Zhao Shengyue were somewhat worried, so both followed along, standing far off. However, the result was exactly as Zhao Taohua had said. The village chief stood at the foot of the mountain for quite some time, but no wolves appeared. The mountain was quiet except for the sounds of insects, birds chirping, and the wind. Everything was peaceful and harmonious. The village chief looked at Zhao Taohua and asked, "Is it really safe at the foot of our village's mountain?" Zhao Taohua nodded. "Chief, the wolf pack stays active on the top of the mountain. We're just digging up herbs at the bottom, and we don't affect each other. Moreover, over the past few decades, whenever anyone approached the base of the mountain, the mischievous spirits would summon the wolves to scare them. However, there has never been an incident where the wolves ate people. The wolves have never entered the village either, because there's plenty of food on the mountain, and the wolves aren't hungry, so why would they eat humans?" The village chief thought for a moment. It made sense. Since encounters with the wolves were caused by the mischievous spirits, and now the mischievous spirits had been subdued by Zhao Taohua, why not dig up the herbs to sell for money at the foot of the mountain? But the village chief still had one concern. "Taohua, we don't know how to recognize which plants are medicinal herbs." Chapter 22. Full Firepower. Isn't Grandpa Xiaoping still around? He is the village doctor and can slowly teach everyone. For now, you can take the herbs back to compare and dig accordingly. Once you recognize them, you won't need to use the herbs as references anymore. The village chief thought it was very reasonable after hearing this. What was once an area no one dared approach at the foot of the mountain had now become a gold mine for everyone. Taohua, thank you so much. I'll go find Uncle Xiaoping to discuss teaching everyone how to dig herbs shortly. With your help, everyone will be able to earn more income in the future. The village chief said with gratitude, his eyes filled with admiration. Worthy descendant of Zhao family village, always thinking for the benefit of Zhao family village. Zhao Taohua continued to add. In the future, everyone can also come down to cut firewood at the foot of the mountain. The burning straw from crops just doesn't generate enough heat. The village chief nodded and smiled in agreement. Indeed, cooking required burning a great deal of straw to make a meal. This time, Taohua had solved two major problems for the village all at once. Both immediately headed over to Zhao Xiangping's house to discuss the matter. After all, confirming this sooner would mean the villagers could start earning money by digging herbs earlier. Taohua had said that she sold half a basket and earned 160 coins. If the whole family worked together and dug herbs for a day, it was hard to imagine just how much each household in the village could earn. Happily, today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and all the villagers working in town had returned. The village chief planned to announce this good news to the villagers after discussing it with Uncle Xiaoping. From now on, they wouldn't have to work in town any longer. What? We can go to the foot of the mountain from now on. Sure enough, when Zhao Xiaoping heard this news, he was extremely excited. Heaven only knows how itched he felt whenever he saw those medicinal herbs at the foot of the mountain. He recognized the herbs, and he needed the herbs, but due to fear of wolf packs, he couldn't approach the foot of the mountain, so he had to buy his own herbal medicine from town. Yes, Uncle Xiaoping. I've been there before, standing there for quite some time, without wolves coming down. Besides, Taohua said that it was Duty Yinjing summoning the wolves to the foot of the mountain before, and now Duty Yinjing has already been subdued by her, so from now on, wolves won't come down easily again. The village chief fully believed Zhao Taohua's words, and so did Zhao Xiangping, who had personally witnessed Zhao Taohua saving people twice, especially driving out the menstrual spirit from Grandma Sun's body the second time. Zhao Xiangping said, "Time waits for no man. Let's inform the villagers right now, telling them to come to my house this afternoon to learn about recognizing herbs. They can start digging tomorrow." To teach everyone to recognize herbs, Zhao Xiangping had some preparations to make. Teaching too much at once would make it difficult for everyone to remember, so he decided to teach 2 types per day, and 5 households would dig using 1 plant as a reference. Even then, he needed to prepare over 20 plants for each type. Just as the 3 finished discussing, the village chief started going door to door to notify everyone, while Zhao Xiangping went to the mountain's foot to dig herbs. Suddenly, they heard an argument from the village. A crease appeared between Zhao Taohua's brows. That voice seemed to be coming from her home. Zhao Taohua hurried home, followed closely behind by the village chief and Zhao Xiangping. In the morning, Zhao Ershu also arrived home, carrying 2 carp and 2 pieces of meat in his hand. He knew that Zhao Taohua loved eating carp, especially carp soup. Seeing him bring meat, Miss Qian softly complained, "Why did you also buy meat? I bought pork belly and spare ribs with Taohua yesterday." "Don't worry, let's cook and eat it all. During holidays, we should eat more. 1 portion we'll eat at home, and I'll send another portion to our parents shortly." As Zhao Ershu spoke, he took out a pouch from his chest, handing over the newly settled wages to her. Ms. Qian knew that Zhao Ershu was filial. She didn't stop him when he showed respect to old Zhao and Grandma San, as long as he knew to give his earnings to the household. "All right, go early and return soon. I have something to tell you when you come back." There had been significant changes at home recently. Ershu didn't know yet that not only had the debts been paid off, but 7 taels worth of silver had been saved to build a new house. When Zhao Ershu prepared to take a piece of meat to the old Zhao family residence, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the yard. He heard Grandma Sun crying out, "Ershu, Ershu, you're finally back." Zhao Ershu was very surprised. Mother never came to his house. Why was she here today? When he opened the gate, he saw Grandma Sun being helped along by Zhao Sanshur and his wife as she wailed, "Ershu, if you hadn't returned, I would have been tormented to death by that fox." Zhao Ershu knew Grandma Sun always called Ms. Qian a fox. For more than 10 years, he was used to it. But he didn't believe Ms. Qian would bully his mother. "Mother, there must be some misunderstanding here. Aunt Tao hasn't been back in the village for more than a few days. How could she possibly hurt you?" Right after Zhao Ershu said this, Zhao Sanshur responded, "How is it impossible? Not only did she abuse Mother, but she also bullied us, chasing us around the yard with a spittoon. Also, that little grass dog Tao gave Mother cost 12 taels of silver. Now that you're back, as the head of this family, make Taohua return the money and let your sister-in-law apologize to me by kneeling down." As Zhao Ershu listened to Zhao Sanchi's words, he initially found them absurd. However, when he heard about Qian having to kneel and apologize to Grandma San, his expression turned serious. Zhao Sanshur quickly noticed his second brother's unusual expression, which made him somewhat uneasy inside. Although the second brother was usually honest and simple, seeming easy to bully, sometimes he was obstinate, only recognizing the truth. Sure enough, in the next moment, Zhao Ershu said to him, "Third brother, if your second sister-in-law did nothing wrong, why should she kneel and apologize to Mother?" Mrs. Qian had also heard Grandma San wailing outside the yard, but chose not to go out because it was a holiday. She didn't want to argue with Grandma San. What made her happy, though, was that Zhao Ershu completely trusted her and didn't doubt her one bit. However, she knew that Zhao Ershu wasn't good at speaking. so she immediately walked out, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to unleash her full firepower. Mrs. Wang was anxious about the 12 taels of silver, so she turned to Zhao Ershu and said, "How could your sister-in-law do no wrong?" She chased after Mother with a spittoon and spoke disrespectfully to Mother, making Mother fall ill with anger. Tao Hua then extorted 2 taels from Mother, plus 10 taels a few days ago. That's 12 taels altogether. Second brother, you know our ancestral home side needs money. Little Feng is getting married soon, and we need to prepare the dowry. Little Lei is about to enter school, and we'll need tuition money. Tao Hua taking away 12 taels makes life very difficult for us over at the old residence. While saying this, Mrs. Wang started crying, shedding tears as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qian rushed out and scolded Mrs. Wang. "Third sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by extortion? That was given willingly by Mother, and there were many people watching. Not just these 12 taels, but Mother owes Tao Hua another 18 taels. There are documents proving all this. Moreover, do you not have a clue as to why Mother gave Tao Hua those 12 taels? Why come here now to cause trouble?" Mrs. Qian was not someone who would tolerate bullying. Though she might still restrain herself around Grandma's son, she wouldn't give any face to Mrs. Wang, being the third sister-in-law. Mrs. Wang was intimidated by Mrs. Qian's fierce expression and dominant tone, retreating inwardly. What a shrew. Seeing that Mrs. Wang was ineffective, Grandma's son resorted to raising a fuss. Regardless of how the money was handed over, that seductive fox tried to put the spittoon on my head and cursed me. "Ershu, today you must teach this fox a proper lesson." Grandma's son gritted her teeth and vowed, even if the money couldn't be recovered, she must beat Mrs. Qian to vent her anger. Chapter 23. Zhao Heirs who becomes resolute. Zhao Heirs who stood there, feeling somewhat at a loss. On one side was his mother, and on the other was his wife. "Ershu, you came out from my crotch. I raised you up with each scoop of feces and urine. You grew up drinking my blood. You insisted on separating from the family for this slut fox, and I don't blame you. Now, I don't even ask you to divorce this slut fox. All I ask is that you give her a couple of slaps as repayment for all these years of raising you. For so many years, I've never asked you for anything, but this is my only wish." After Madame Sun finished speaking, her eyes were filled with fierce determination. Today, she absolutely must make this slut fox suffer, or she would not rest until she achieved her goal. Could the thing that came out from her crotch dare to defy her on such a trivial matter? Zhao Sanshi and Madame Wang were also waiting eagerly to see Madame Qian being slapped by Zhao Heirs who. Unexpectedly, Zhao Heirs who stood still without moving, asking Madame Qian instead, "Peach Blossom Mother, I believe you must have a reason for doing this." Madame Qian originally heard Madame Sun sowing discord between them and using her maternal authority to suppress Zhao Heirs who, which made her extremely angry. However, upon hearing Zhao Heirs who's words, her nose twitched involuntarily, and tears flowed down her cheeks instantly. She threw herself into Zhao Heirs who's arms and cried, "It's because they took advantage of our absence to sell Peach Blossom to Clerkley for his joyous occasion, to be his 9th concubine." Peach Blossom refused, and they actually starved her for 3 days. If it weren't for Peach Blossom's good fortune and cleverness in running out to seek help, she might have already. With such a grandmother and such an uncle and aunt-in-law, how could I, as a mother, not avenge my daughter? Madame Qian looked at Madame Sun and the other two with red eyes, full of anger and hatred, wishing she could peel their skin off and send them to the 18th level of hell. "Mother, younger brother, younger sister-in-law, is what Red Swallow said true?" Zhao Heirs who asked coldly. Madame Sun's heart clenched. A sense of foreboding crept in. She quickly defended herself. "What nonsense. Nothing like that ever happened." Seeing Zhao Heirs whose dark expression, Zhao Sanshi and Madame Wang became uneasy too. They both chimed in unison. "That's right. We didn't do any such thing. Elder brother heir, please don't believe her lies." "Madame Sun, are you shameless? How can you deny your own actions?" Zhao Sanshi, a real man stands up for what he does. "Look at you, what kind of man are you?" "Madame Wang, you'd better stop meddling unnecessarily." The sound of the village chief's robust voice startled the three of them suddenly. Within moments, the village chief had walked up. He knew all about what had happened before, causing the three of them to feel increasingly guilty. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Heirs who realized that everything Madame Qian had just said was true. Clutching the slab of meat he had prepared to deliver to the old house of the Zhao family, he said, "Mother, this is the last time. In the future, if you dare to bully Peach Blossom again, then don't blame me for not respecting you. Also, please stop calling Red Swallow a slut fox. She is not a slut fox. She is my wife, and she has a name. Since we have the second household separated from the old house, we agreed there would be no interference between us. Please honor the terms written in the division agreement, and do not meddle in the affairs of the second household. In the future, during holidays and festivals, I will no longer visit your door. As for the IOU you wrote to Peach Blossom, the 18 taels of silver, please return them to Peach Blossom as soon as possible." Madame Sun was so angry that the flesh on her face quivered. Zhao Heirs who actually dared to speak to her like that? Having spoken, Zhao Heirs who handed over the slab of pork to Madame Qian, telling her to hang it back in the kitchen. This piece of pork weighed 3 jin, approximately 1.5 kilograms, and cost him over 50 large coins. Why should he still provide her with meat to eat when his own mother disgraced his daughter and his wife? A piece of meat like this, he couldn't even afford after working for 2 days. "Second brother, what are you doing? Haven't you prepared the mid-autumn festival gifts for our mother?" Seeing Zhao Heirs who trying to take the meat back, Zhao Sanshi was anxious and reached out to grab it, but was blocked by Zhao Heirs whose body. Because Zhao Heirs who had done hard labor all his life, his whole body was muscular, Unlike Zhao Sancher, who had been pampered by Madame Sun since childhood and rarely did any heavy work, he was no match for Zhao Heirs, who, I'm not giving any more, never again. From now on, whoever harms my daughter or wife, I, Zhao Heirs, who, will make sure they pay dearly for it, regardless of whether it's you, mother, or anyone else. Zhao Heirs, who said with a grim expression, Good, good, you've become so powerful that you don't even recognize your mother anymore. You're an unfilial son. I've wasted my time raising you. Had I known you'd turn out like this, I should have drowned you in the spittoon when you were born. That way, you wouldn't grow up to upset me like this. Madame Sun hadn't expected Zhao Heirs who to take such a firm stance, almost severing all ties with her, even stopping the traditional festival greetings. Madame Sun was furious beyond measure. Today, she didn't get back the 12 taels of silver, failed to make Zhao Heirs who punished Madame Qian Red Swallow, the slut fox, and even lost the respect due for Mid-Autumn Festival. She had originally planned to take advantage of today being the Mid-Autumn Festival to demand more money from Zhao Heirs who to take home. The village chief frowned as he looked at Old Lady Sun, lecturing her. Old Lady Sun, stop causing trouble. If you hadn't harbored evil intentions, how would Peach Blossom Mother be so angry? Even after you and Sanny treated Peach Blossom so cruelly, she still saved your lives without resentment. You don't cherish a granddaughter as good as her, but instead find excuses to cause her problems. This time, Peach Blossom subdued the troublemaker at the foot of the mountain near our village. From now on, when we go there, we won't encounter wolf packs anymore. Furthermore, she helped us discover a way to wealth, digging medicinal herbs to sell for money. Originally, I was going door to door notifying everyone that Uncle Xiangping would teach people to recognize herbs this afternoon, and tomorrow we'd all dig them up to sell. Now it seems, those kicked out from the Zhao family old house are not allowed to learn how to identify the herbs. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, Zhao Xiangping chimed in agreement. That's right. The village chief is correct. I will not teach the people from the old Zhao family house. Among the villagers who had gathered to watch, a small portion had already been informed by the village chief, while most were learning about this now. Everyone praised enthusiastically. Peach Blossom is truly a good child, always thinking of everyone. Our village's farmland yields poor crops, and with this new path of selling medicinal herbs, we'll all have more income. Our village's foothills haven't been touched for decades. There must be plenty of medicinal herbs over there. The crowd became more excited as they spoke, as if they had already earned the money. When Old Lady Sun heard they wouldn't be taught to recognize the herbs, she became anxious. How could this be? The medicinal herbs on the mountain would decrease with digging, and once everyone scrambled to dig them all up, what would be left for their old Zhao household? If their household didn't even know how to identify the herbs, how could they dig them up? She hurriedly begged, Uncle Xiangping, I'm sorry. Please, teach us how to recognize the herbs. You know our family needs money. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu are already of marriageable age. You can't bear to see them end up as bachelors, can you? Zhao Xiangping coldly snorted, ignoring her pleading entirely. The troublemaker at the mountain foot was dealt with by Peach Blossom, and the idea to teach everyone about recognizing herbs came from her. If you want someone to teach, you should ask Peach Blossom. If she agrees, I'll teach the people of your old Zhao family household. If she disagrees, well, you know. After Zhao Xiangping finished speaking, Old Lady Sun's chest tightened with anger. Did he really expect her to beg someone like Zhao Peach Blossom, a little grass dog? Chapter 24. First, let's vent some frustration. She was grandma of Zhao Taohua. Beside her, grandmother Feng, who had been watching the commotion, said, Son Zhaodi, you should apologize to Taohua. There are 11 people in the old Zhao family home. If none of you can recognize medicinal herbs, it will be a big loss. Old Lady Sun still couldn't bring herself to lose face, but after hearing Grandmother Feng's words, Mrs. Wang thought it made perfect sense. She advised, Mother, for the sake of your grandsons, please endure this. The moment Old Lady Sun thought about her eldest grandson Xiao Feng, who was 16, tall and handsome, she knew that his desired bride from the neighboring village wanted 10 taels as dowry. Fine, for her eldest grandson, she would have to swallow her pride today. But once this was over, she would settle accounts with this little herb dog, Zhao Taohua. Suppressing her rage, she stepped forward towards Zhao Taohua and said, Taohua, Grandma apologizes to you. Can you ask Uncle Xiangping to teach us at the Zhao ancestral home how to identify medicinal herbs? Would you agree? Agreed. Zhao Taohua readily agreed. In an instant, both Old Lady Sun and Zhao Sanchi's couple sighed in relief. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Zhao Taohua changed her tone, saying, But, Grandma, you need to apologize to my parents. Old Lady Sun suddenly panicked. To them? They don't deserve it. Zhao Taohua knew that even if she didn't teach the people from the Zhao old home, they would likely steal the knowledge and eventually learn which plants were medicinal. However, it was time for Mr. Zhao Ershu and his wife Qian to get some venting first. Old Lady Sun turned her gaze toward Zhao Taohua, fearing that Taohua might truly refuse to teach the people of the Zhao old home. In the end, with a sullen face, she apologized to Zhao Ershu and Ms. Qian, saying, Ershu, Hongyan, Grandma is apologizing to you. Lowering her voice, having lived more than half her life. Today, she had humbled herself not only before her granddaughter, but also her son and daughter-in-law. This truly infuriated her. Even though both Zhao Ershu and Qian understood that Old Lady Sun was doing this unwillingly, these words still struck deep within their hearts. Over the years, they had endured much suffering under Old Lady Sun, especially Zhao Ershu, who had never been favored by his grandmother. This apology allowed him to release some of the 30-plus years of grievances he had held in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua nodded to Zhao Xiangping and the village head. They all spoke in unison. Ms. Sun, if you cause any more trouble for the second branch of our family, you won't have any share in the village's herb-digging activities. Faced with the warning from the village head and Zhao Xiangping, old lady Sun repeatedly agreed. As they left, she glared at Zhao Taohua, full of hatred in her heart. How could this little herb dog find such a path to wealth, yet not prioritize her own family, instead rushing to inform the village head, so that Zhao Xiangping would teach the entire village? Because of this, for the sake of the people in the Zhao old home learning to identify herbs, she lost all her dignity. The village head and Zhao Xiangping saw the three leave, and thus they too departed, as they still had many things to handle. The other villagers who came to watch the drama also gradually dispersed, leaving only the Zhao family of three. Taohua, you've suffered. Father failed to protect you. The moment Zhao Ershu looked at Zhao Taohua, his eyes became misty. Father, it's not your fault. It's grandma, uncle, and aunt who did wrong. You were really impressive just now. With that, the three of them walked back into the courtyard, shutting the gate. Qian recounted the recent events happening in the house. Taohua revived Zhao Sanchi, whom even Grandpa Xiangping thought had passed. As it turned out, Zhao Sanchi's body was infested with evil spirits. Later, Taohua even saved old lady Sun, who was possessed by a moon period demon. After hearing Qian's narration, Zhao Ershu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe there were ghosts in this world, nor could he imagine Taohua had the ability to exorcise them. It wasn't until he reached the living room and saw the moon period demon sitting neatly on the stool, embroidering a sachet, that he was completely dumbfounded. Was it real? He turned to Zhao Taohua and asked, this? Father, just treat her like one of our hired help. Her needlework is excellent. A handkerchief alone can fetch 10 coins. Yesterday, I sold 720 coins worth. Zhao Ershu felt like he'd entered a dream, full of shock and envy. Working hard, it took him 10 days to earn 300 coins. But this moon period demon could earn that much in just over a day? At once, Zhao Ershu stopped being so afraid of the ghost's eerie appearance since it wouldn't harm anyone anymore, and it helped the family make money. Father, adding what you gave me today, I've already saved 7 liang 5 qian. I want to build a new house. Initially, I planned to build a 3-room house, but now, I want 4 rooms. You know carpentry and bricklaying. Mother, the moon period demon, and I can all be laborers. How much more do we need? Zhao Taohua asked. Zhao Ershu thought for a moment. A 4-room house will cost 7 liang silver. But, we only have land for a 3-room house. 10 square meters of residential land in the village costs 2 liang silver, and each room needs 20 square meters, so we'll need 3 liang 5 qian more. Zhao Taohua understood clearly. Only 3 liang 5 qian more is enough. Taohua, did the village head really say that you've subdued the troublemaker at the foot of the mountain? And now we can dig for herbs there? Is it true? Zhao Ershu asked. Of course. Moreover, I know how to identify medicinal herbs. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, you don't need to work in town anymore. Our whole family can dig for herbs together. It earns more than working in town. When Zhao Taohua told Zhao Ershu that she had sold half a basket of dug herbs for 160 big coins, Zhao Ershu was completely stunned. Indeed, his Taohua was smart. She had so many ways to make money. Zhao Taohua used the herbs she had just dug from her basket to teach Zhao Ershu and Ms. Qian how to identify them. As for the other villagers, after hearing the village head's announcement, everyone mobilized their entire families, taking stools to learn about medicinal herbs at Zhao Xiangping's home. Because there were simply too many people, they couldn't all fit in Zhao Xiangping's yard. It was decided that each family would leave one person to study herb identification while the others returned home. Even then, over 100 people stood in Zhao Xiangping's yard. Zhao Xiangping divided every 5 people into a group and gave each group a different medicinal herb to identify. Standing right in the center of the yard, Zhao Xiangping loudly addressed the crowd. Today, we will learn about 2 types of herbs first. In the future, we will learn 2 every day. We must learn slowly so that you can remember them. Hearing this, everyone listened attentively as Zhao Xiangping explained the herbs. After learning, some people hurried back home with their families to dig herbs at the foot of the mountain, returning only in the evening to prepare dinner. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for reunion, when families gather for a festive meal. It was the same for the Zhao family. Because the troublemaker at the foot of the mountain had been subdued by Zhao Taohua, there would no longer be wolf attacks. Therefore, Zhao Ershu went to cut some firewood. To tell the truth, burning wood was much better than burning those flimsy straws. The meat stewed on the wood fire smelled even more fragrant. Today being a holiday, almost every household in the village was cooking meat. As they burned firewood, they all thought of Zhao Taohua. This child Taohua has a good heart. She subdued the troublemaker, allowing us to safely go down the mountain to collect firewood. Taohua is already 14 years old. It's time to talk about marriage. I wonder which boy will be lucky enough. When Jiang Shi heard Zhao Guangzhu praising Zhao Taohua, she replied with irritation. If she hadn't said anything and dug herself, she would surely have been scolded for being selfish. Chapter 25. Her naughty little tricks. Zhao Guangzhu stared at her in shock. What kind of twisted logic was this? If someone discovered their own way to make money, wasn't it perfectly normal not to tell others? Why hadn't she ever been so selflessly generous before? She had never passed on her skills in making the famous yunpian cake to anyone. However, since Zhang's family was so domineering, Zhao Guangzhu dared not argue with her and let her say whatever she wanted. Zhao Xingxiang inherited her mother's domineering nature and could not tolerate any other girl in the village marrying better than her. Smugly, she said, Zhao Taohua is younger than me. Naturally, I pick the best young men in the nearby villages first, then leave the leftovers for her. Upon hearing this, Zhang instantly smiled broadly and laughed as she looked at her already grown-up precious daughter. Tomorrow, after I sell the medicinal herbs, I'll buy you a box of rouge. After the matchmaker sees you next time, I'll definitely secure the richest and most handsome man from the neighboring villages for you. Hearing Zhang's words, Zhao Xingxiang immediately blushed and covered her cheeks with her hands. The Zhao family residence. It was still daylight when Shun Ming arrived early, bringing a wolf's leg with him. Today, he went to the town and bought some salt, dividing the wolf meat into pieces that he cured, strung them up with rope to dry, reserving them for future meals. Although Aunt Qian had invited him over just for dinner, he couldn't come empty-handed. Zhao Taohua was delighted to see Shin Ming arrive. Whenever he was around, she had an opportunity to replenish her spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was something she should accumulate as much as possible. You never know when you'll need it. Shin Ming, why did you bring so much meat? You should keep it for yourself. Aunt Qian refused immediately. Her original intention was merely out of pity for Shun Ming being alone during the Mid-Autumn Festival, thus inviting him for dinner, not to eat his meat. Qian auntie, I've already brought it. There's no reason to take it back. Upon hearing this, Qian felt warmth in her heart. She busied herself arranging a seat for Shun Ming. Dinner will be ready in a moment. Zhao Taohua approached. Brother Shin Ming, can you give me the wolf's leg? The moment Zhao Taohua received the wolf's leg from Shun Ming, she slyly touched the back of his hand, startling Shin Ming. What was with this girl being so unruly all the time? Because of his towering figure, Qian and Zhao Ershu didn't notice her small actions. For dinner, Aunt Qian prepared braised pork belly with potatoes, red braised ribs, steamed crabs, minced wolf meat with eggplant, lotus cakes, and milkfish soup. Once all the dishes were on the table, 4 bowls of rice were served. Speaking of which, after eating cornmeal porridge for several days, to Zhao Taohua, this rice seemed like the most delicious food in the world. Such a bountiful feast had never appeared in the Zhao family before. In previous years, celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival meant buying just 2 milkfish to stew a soup for satisfying Zhao Taohua's craving for fish, and that was it. Not like today where they had both fish and meat, even crabs, and wolf meat too. Shin Ming, don't restrain yourself. Eat whatever you want. Thank you, Aunt Qian. Indeed, Aunt Qian's cooking was excellent. Since Zhao Taohua last delivered a meal to him, he had been missing the taste of her dishes. Tonight, he not only enjoyed Aunt Qian's cooking, but also shared a family reunion dinner with so many people. While shoveling rice into his mouth, Shin Ming lowered his eyes to hide the unusual look beneath them. The following morning, everyone got up early, draped in the morning dew, heading towards the foot of the mountain. Each person carried tools. Those without small spades used large hoes or rakes. Some even brought kitchen knives from home. Even those without tools dug by hand. Everyone dug vigorously for medicinal herbs. On the first day, the family with the largest population and fullest set of tools, the village chief's household, sold more than 1 tael of silver. The Feng grandma's family earned a tael of silver, Zhang Yan's family 800 coins, and the old Zhao residents also earned 800 coins. Even the families with fewer members earned at least 300 coins per day. No one had ever thought earning money could be this easy. At the old Zhao residence, Zhao Sancher excitedly said, Mother, we earned 800 coins today? If we earn that much every day this month, wouldn't that be more than 2 taels of silver? That's the amount our family used to earn in a whole year. Old grandmother's son collected the money and addressed everyone. Let's continue digging tomorrow. At dusk, Xiao Feng will go to Uncle Xiangping's place to learn how to identify medicinal herbs. The villagers, one by one, were pumped as if they had been injected with adrenaline, preparing to rise earlier the next day to dig more herbs. Zhao Taohua's family had already started digging herbs at the foot of the mountain in the afternoon of the previous day. Moreover, Zhao Ershu and Aunt Qian had followed Zhao Taohua in digging far more than just the 2 types of herbs Uncle Zhao Xiangping had taught. Therefore, despite being only 3 people, they also sold more than 1 tael of silver worth of herbs. The rest of the people only dug the same 2 types of herbs, and once a place was dug by others, they could no longer find any herbs there. In fact, everyone was competing to see who could find those 2 types of herbs faster. On this day, Zhao Taohua took the embroidered handkerchiefs and sachets made from moon essence to the town and sold them together, fetching a total of 910 coins. Later, Zhao Taohua also bought 10 bolts of coarse cloth, costing 400 coins. After calculating, it turned out that the cost of purchasing the homestead land for 3 taels and 5 coins only fell short by 1,600 cash. With more effort, they would be able to save up enough in at most 2 days. Then, they would go tell the village head about their intention to buy the homestead land. The next day, just as dawn broke, everyone set off for the foot of the mountain with their tools. They tried to spread out while digging for medicinal herbs. Some even went to buy small iron shovels with the money they earned yesterday. Mrs. Jiang led her family towards the western foot of the mountain. Before parting ways, she instructed the others. Hurry up and dig. Our family may not have many people, but we don't compete for steamed buns. We strive for dignity. We must dig more than others. Yes, mother. Zhao Xingxiang responded particularly loudly. The appearances of the 4 types of medicinal herbs she had learned about the day before yesterday were already etched in her mind. With an iron shovel and a carrying basket, she bent over and began searching on the ground. However, it was much harder to dig today than it was yesterday. Even though the villagers were spread out across the area, there were over 100 households in the village, nearly 1,000 people. Each person could dig through a large area in one day. The herbs at the foot of the mountain drastically decreased. Suddenly, when Zhao Xingxiang looked up toward the hillside, she saw a small patch covered entirely with the jean grass she needed. Zhao Xingxiang hesitated for half a breath, then finally decided to go ahead and dig them up. That patch alone was enough to fill half of her carrying basket. The village head said that Zhao Taohua had already subdued the troublemakers at the foot of the mountain, so no more wolf packs would descend. Since there were no wolves, what was she afraid of? Zhao Xingxiang pressed her lips tightly together, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. Her mother had said not to compete for steamed buns, but for dignity, and Zhao Xingxiang absolutely could not fall behind others. Without delay, Zhao Xingxiang immediately began digging up the jean grass, watching with excitement as the medicinal herbs in her carrying basket gradually increased. After she finished digging, a faint sense of melancholy crept into her heart. How nice it would have been if another patch had presented itself for her to dig. As she turned her head, something familiar suddenly caught her eye, first shocking her, then filling her with delight. She recognized it. It was a durian. It was extremely expensive in town, costing over 200 cash each. They say it smells bad but tastes fragrant, making it very popular among the rich people in town. She had once watched others buy durians, seeing the golden flesh inside when they split open the shell, longing to take a bite. Never in her wildest dreams did she think she would see a durian in the mountains today. She walked under the tree, mimicking the merchants as she inspected the durian, then exclaimed, "There are actually 10 rooms of flesh." Chapter 26. The foul smell grows more rampant. This durian must be worth at least 500 coins, right? Zhao Xingxiang excitedly climbed up the tree and picked the big durian. Unable to wait any longer, she broke it open. Immediately, Zhao Xingxiang wrinkled her nose. This durian was too smelly. However, the excitement of getting it for free made her overlook the stench as she took a big bite. The flesh was unbelievably soft and glutinous. Zhao Xingxiang couldn't help but let out a light sigh. First, her tongue touched the smooth and dense texture, like savoring a rich cloud. Next, an intense sweetness burst in her mouth. Despite being extremely sweet, it wasn't cloying, with a rich milk fragrance mixed with a faint liquor aroma. As she swallowed, the softness slid down her throat while the lingering rich scent stayed around her nose and teeth. It was so delicious that she eagerly finished her first piece in 3 bites. Then she opened another section of the fruit. The more she ate, the more addicted she became, unable to stop. Before she realized it, she had finished the entire large durian. Zhao Xingxiang patted her now round belly and looked at the empty shell on the ground with regret. Looking up into the tree, she wondered aloud. How come this tree only bore 1 durian? Otherwise, she could have eaten some more. She licked her lips reminiscing about how good it was. No wonder it's so expensive. Just a little smelly though. She scrunched up her nose and thought she smelled something foul coming from herself, but she didn't dwell on it, continuing her search for herbs. By the time she met up with her family in the afternoon, when Zhao Xingxiang approached, Jiang Shi and the others furrowed their brows and quickly covered their mouths and noses. Jiang Shi was the first to ask impatiently, "Xingxiang, did you soil your pants?" Zhao Guangzhu immediately unloaded the basket from her shoulder and urged her, "Hurry home and change your clothes." For a girl of 15 who is due to meet the matchmaker tomorrow, such behavior would bring shame. After all, Zhao Xingxiang was already 15 years old and had passed the coming-of-age ceremony. The next day, the matchmaker would come over to evaluate her appearance and demeanor before trying to arrange a marriage within the local area. If the matchmaker were to find out about this, it might affect Xingxiang's future marriage prospects. Seeing her parents' worried expressions, Zhao Xingxiang laughed and said, "Father and mother, I didn't soil my pants. I ate a durian on the mountain. Since durians are smelly, that's why I have a bad odor. It will be fine once I wash." Mentioning the durian again, Zhao Xingxiang couldn't resist licking her lips, remembering how good it tasted. Durian. Zhao Xingkai suddenly got excited. Although he hadn't eaten it, he'd seen it in town before. It was very expensive. Did you eat the whole thing? He remembered seeing people peel it open in town. There were always several sections inside, enough for each of them in the family to taste a bit. Upon hearing his brother's question, Zhao Xingxiang felt a bit guilty. She hurried to explain, "The ones on the mountain are wild, not that full-bodied. It was small, and after opening, there was only one section of flesh, smaller than a jujube. I didn't even get to fully enjoy the flavor before it was gone." After hearing this, Zhao Xingcai's expression improved slightly. Being tender-hearted towards her daughter, Jiang Shi rebuked Zhao Xingkai. "What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and go with father to sell the herbs in town. Xingxiang, go home quickly and clean up, then go to Grandpa Xiangping's house to learn about herbal medicines." Only by recognizing more medicinal herbs could she earn more money the next day. Zhu Shi, following behind the mother and daughter, felt a bit heartbroken. She had been married into the family for a year, yet her mother-in-law still treated her like an outsider, always favoring her younger sister-in-law. Clearly, the younger sister-in-law was about to marry soon and wouldn't be part of the family anymore, but her mother-in-law still gave her the chance to learn about the medicinal herbs. However, even after Zhao Xingxiang returned home, washed herself, and changed clothes, she still exuded a foul smell. The whole room where she was smelled terrible. Despite Jiang Shi's love for Zhao Xingxiang, she couldn't tolerate the odor either. In frustration, she yelled, "Is there a durian hidden on your body? Why does it still smell so bad?" "There isn't. I just bathed using fragrant soap. I should smell nice. Why does it still smell so bad?" Zhao Xingxiang was almost in tears, wondering when the smell would disappear. She was full of fear, fearing that she would forever be shrouded in this foul stench, becoming someone others avoid laughing at. Seeing that she couldn't leave the house and her older brother hadn't returned, Jiang Shi instructed Zhu Shi, "Go to Grandpa Xiangping's house to learn about medicinal herbs. If you dare not put your heart into learning, next time you won't be allowed to go." "Yes, mother, please rest assured." This was Zhu Shi's rare opportunity to learn about medicinal herbs while her sister-in-law was burdened with the foul smell. She would certainly seize this chance. Grandpa Xiangping had instructed that each household could send only one person to learn about medicinal herbs, and almost every family sent their most valued individual. Zhu Shi didn't understand why the mother favored her younger sister-in-law over her son when deciding who would learn. By the end of the day, every household in the village had reaped a fair amount of harvest. However, because the two types of herbs from the other day had already been dug up once yesterday, none of the villagers saw an increase in their income today, except for Zhao Xiangping and Zhao Taohua's families. With the money earned from selling medicinal herbs combined with the purses embroidered for menstrual purposes, the Zhao family made a total of 218 coins, which already exceeded the original budget to buy a homestead plot by 580 coins. Although they now had enough money to build 4 rooms, Zhao Taohua didn't plan to start construction immediately. The herbs on the mountain were limited, and at the current speed the villagers were digging, she believed it wouldn't take more than a month before they would all be gone. Hence, it was better to join everyone in continuing to dig herbs while there was still profit to be made. This job wouldn't last forever. Zhao Taohua, the village chief, and Grandpa Xiangping had already discussed this before. At dinner, Zhao Taohua broached the topic of postponing the house construction with Zhao Ergu and Qian Shi. Both agreed her thinking was sound. They could delay building the house until after they finished digging for herbs. After all, once everyone had exhausted the supply of herbs on the mountain, the village might not find such an easy way to make money again. In just these 2 days, they'd made more money digging herbs alongside Zhao Taohua than they usually did in a whole year. On the 3rd day, the villagers of Zhao family village continued waking up early to dig herbs at the foot of the mountain. Since they learned 2 new types of herbs last evening, everyone worked hard today, motivated to dig these herbs that hadn't been touched yet. Only Zhao Xingxiang remained indoors, too afraid to go outside. To her dismay, not only had the foul smell on her body not faded overnight, but it had grown even stronger, clinging to her like a demon. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Mother, what should we do? I can't leave the house like this, and what's worse, Aunt Yu, the matchmaker, will come to our house today." As it concerned Zhao Taohua's lifelong happiness, Jiang Shi also felt extremely worried. Her dear Xingxiang was at a crucial moment for matchmaking, so nothing must go awry. "I'll tell Aunt Yu that your grandmother is unwell and you've returned to look after her. Once you're back, we'll have her come to see you again," said Jiang Shi. Hearing this, Zhao Xingxiang breathed a sigh of relief as they managed to get through this immediate obstacle. "But, mother, how am I supposed to get rid of this foul smell?" Zhao Xingxiang asked, her voice trembling. She feared this bad odor might haunt her for the rest of her life. Jiang Shi grew angry when reminded, yelling, "Why did you eat the durians from the mountain for no reason? I'll fetch Grandpa Xiangping over to check you out." While speaking, Jiang Shi clutched her nose tightly. The horrid smell coming from Xingxiang was worse than the previous day. When Jiang Shi pushed open the courtyard gate to leave, neighbor Grandma Chu asked curiously, "Yinxiu, did you spread manure at home this morning?" Chapter 27. Regret Beyond Measure. Mrs. Jiang replied uneasily, "Yes, more manure will make the vegetables grow better." After saying this, she hurried away. She was extremely anxious inside. The excuse of fertilizing in the yard could last for a day, but using it every day would surely raise suspicions. At this moment, Zhao Xiangping had also gone to the foot of the mountain to dig for medicinal herbs, and after searching for a long time, she finally found him. When she came back, Aunt Yu was standing at her doorstep. Mrs. Jiang quickly went forward to greet Aunt Yu. "Sister Yu, I'm really sorry, my mother-in-law isn't feeling well recently, and Xiangxiang has gone to take care of her grandmother." Then, she handed Aunt Yu a large coin. "Sister Yu, take this large coin for tea. When our Xiangxiang comes back, I'll definitely inform you." Zhao Xiangping, who was following behind, frowned slightly upon hearing her words. Hadn't she invited him to examine Xiangxiang? Aunt Yu received a cold reception, which left her unhappy, but considering the large coin Mrs. Jiang gave her, she smiled and agreed. "Your Xiangxiang is truly a filial child." However, before leaving, Aunt Yu glanced at Zhao Xiangping behind her. No one in the surrounding 10 villages didn't know Zhao Xiangping. He was the village doctor of Zhao family village with remarkable medical skills. Why had Mrs. Jiang invited him home? Was someone sick? Could it be that Zhao Xiangxiang was ill? Aunt Yu decided not to recommend Zhao Xiangxiang to any eligible young men just yet, lest it turned out she was sickly or unable to bear children, damaging her reputation as a matchmaker. Nevertheless, since she had come all the way to Zhao family village, she couldn't leave empty-handed. There was still one girl in Zhao family village who had come of age this year and needed matchmaking. Lianhua, the daughter of the main household of the Zhao family, was 15 this year. Thinking about this, Aunt Yu immediately headed towards the Zhao family's old house. Luckily, Ms. Zhou and Lianhua hadn't gone to the mountain foothills to gather medicinal herbs yet. Mother and daughter were still at home washing dishes. Since the second branch moved out, all the work that originally belonged to them now fell on the shoulders of the first branch. Grandma's son favored the third branch so much that even Lianhua, who followed her around, suffered as a result. Upon seeing Aunt Yu arriving, Ms. Zhou immediately welcomed her into the hall, instructing Lianhua to fetch water and make a good impression in front of Aunt Yu. After observing Lianhua, Aunt Yu praised repeatedly, "Sister Shufan, you're really blessed. You have such a pretty and well-mannered daughter." After hearing this, Ms. Zhou promptly instructed Lianhua to show Aunt Yu some embroidery work. Only those approved by Aunt Yu could marry a good family. Her embroidery is indeed excellent, surpassing many other girls. Ms. Zhou flattered Aunt Yu after hearing her remarks. "In the future, please help us look for a suitable partner for our lotus." "Certainly, We won't forget your red packet when everything is settled. Of course, Sister Shufan, rest assured. Among the eligible girls in your village, your Lotus is the only one coming of age this year. I'll prioritize introducing her to a good family first. That 16-year-old Yang Fengshou from Yangshu Village, tall, handsome, diligent, and hardworking. He's an only son, his parents are in good health, his family owns 8 acres of good farmland, and they keep 20 pigs, earning a considerable income each year. Upon hearing this, Ulu Lianhua's eyes lit up. Being the only son meant all the family property would eventually belong to him. The fields of Yangshu Village were unlike those of Zhao family village. Their productivity was much higher, and there were pigs too. One pig weighed about 200 jin, with pork priced at 18 large coins per jin. Instantly, Ulu Lianhua began to think actively. This was indeed a very good family. As soon as Aunt Yu finished speaking, Ms. Zhou questioned curiously, I thought Xiangxiang from Zhao Guangzhu's family had also come of age. Ulu Lianhua frowned at Ms. Zhou. How stupid was her mother? Aunt Yu had already said she would introduce the good families first to Ulu Lianhua. Yet why did her mother remind Aunt Yu that Zhao Xiangxiang had also come of age? That girl is filial, she's attending to her grandmother right now. I haven't had the chance to inspect her appearance and character yet. However, on my way here, I saw Aunt Yinxiu bringing Dr. Zhao home. I wonder who in the family was sick? When I reached her door, I smelled a strong odor. I can't understand why Aunt Yinxiu insists on fertilizing so much in her own courtyard. While listening to Aunt Yu's complaints, Ulu Lianhua couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Yesterday, when she encountered Zhao Xiangxiang, she seemed to catch a whiff of something foul. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention, but now with Aunt Yu's mention, combined with Mrs. Jiang inviting Grandpa Xiaoping home, and the stench mentioned by Aunt Yu, a suspicion arose in her mind. Regardless, Yang Fengshou could only be hers. After Aunt Yu left, Mrs. Jiang finally invited Zhao Xiangping into the courtyard, then mysteriously closed the gate. Mrs. Jiang, what's wrong with Xiangxiang? Is she really at home or not? Zhao Xiangping was speaking when he suddenly caught a strong stench of something unpleasant, yet there was no sign of manure in the yard. Uncle Xiangping, please save Xiangxiang. Mrs. Jiang hadn't finished her sentence when Zhao Xingxiang came out of the hall, and instantly that stench nearly overwhelmed Dr. Zhao Xiangping. Xiangxiang, did you fall into a manure pit? At this moment, Zhao Xingxiang wished she had fallen into one. At least that would have been washable. Her eyes red from crying. She pleaded with Dr. Zhao Xiangping. Grandpa Xiangping, please save me. Yesterday, while digging for medicinal herbs, I saw a durian fruit, picked it, and ate it. Since then, I've been emitting an awful stench that won't go away no matter what, and it's only getting worse. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Xiangping instinctively thought of something. Didn't you encounter some kind of spirit or creature in the mountains? This remark startled both Zhao Xingxiang and Mrs. Jiang as they remembered the menstrual essence that had come out of old lady Sun's body recently. Zhao Xingxiang looked down at her belly. Could there be a spirit inside her? Seeing Zhao Xingxiang's state, Zhao Xiangping asked her to extend her wrist so he could check her pulse first. Dr. Zhao Xiangping felt as though this was the closest he'd ever been to excrement in his life, almost being knocked out by the stench throughout the process. After a long pause, when he finally drew back his hand, Mrs. Jiang immediately asked anxiously, Grandpa Xiangping, how is it? Can the odor on Xiangxiang be removed? Zhao Xiangping shook his head. I see no abnormalities in Xiangxiang's body. She shouldn't be emitting such a foul smell. Perhaps it has something to do with that durian she ate yesterday. You must understand, if you encounter good things, don't give in to greed. Old Lady Sun found 2 wonderful things twice, but as a result, she almost killed herself and Zhao Sanshur. Zhao Xingxiang sobbed. When I saw it hanging on the tree, I thought it was just a fruit. Who could have guessed? All right, stop talking. You'd better hurry and find Taohua. If it's really a spirit, she'll surely come up with a solution. Hearing Zhao Xiangping's words, Mrs. Jiang didn't look too thrilled. She and Qianshur hadn't gotten along for years. Now asking Zhao Taohua for help would definitely lead to issues. Mother, you must quickly call Zhao Taohua over. I don't want a spirit inside me. By now, Zhao Xingxiang regretted more than ever. She said to herself, how could a single durian be so big, actually weighing 10 pieces of pork? It turned out to be a spirit. Zhao Taohua was currently on the mountain slope at the northern edge of the village with Zhao Ershu and Qianshur, digging for medicinal herbs. Every time she encountered a new herb, she carefully explained it to them and had them examine the herbs closely. Some of the herbs Zhao Xiangping had previously taught about were already nowhere to be seen at the mountain foot, having been dug up entirely. People's efficiency in digging herbs surpassed her expectations. She originally estimated it would take a month for the herbs at the mountain foot to be exhausted, but now it seemed it would take less than half a month. Taohua. While Zhao Taohua was busy digging herbs, she suddenly heard someone calling behind her. Turning around, she was surprised. It was Mrs. Jiang. Having searched all the foothills of the village, Mrs. Jiang finally managed to locate Zhao Taohua. Chapter 28. A century-old durian spirit. Xiang naturally couldn't shout about being drenched in a foul odor. When she came over earlier, she saw several villagers nearby gathering medicinal herbs. Thus, she stepped forward, intending to quietly speak with Zhao Taohua. Qian saw Zhang's movement and immediately furrowed her brows, bracing herself as if guarding her chicks. She stood up and blocked Zhao Taohua, warning Jiang. Jiang Yinxiu, why don't you dig your own herbs instead of bothering my Taohua? That woman was like a rabid dog. Years ago, when she sprained her ankle and was carried back by Zhao Guangzhu, Jiang Yinxiu had claimed she seduced Zhao Guangzhu, treating her with disdain ever since. Qian worried whether it was because Tao Hua had spoken a few words recently to Zhao Shengkai that this woman suspected Tao Hua of luring her husband again. Tao Hua hadn't even reached the age for pinning up her hair. If Jiang were to ruin Tao Hua's reputation, Qian would stake her life on fighting against Jiang. Tao Hua's mother, I have something to tell Tao Hua. Please let me through. Jiang begged, seeing Qian block her way. Qian didn't give her the chance. Back when Grandma's son falsely accused her of angering the old lady, Jiang was cheering along, demanding the village chief expel her from the village. Qian had to be wary of Jiang to prevent her enmity from affecting Tao Hua. You can just say whatever you need to say from there, my Tao Hua can hear. Qian coldly stated, not giving Jiang an inch to get closer. Jiang was desperate, as this matter concerned Xiang's reputation. If someone else heard, it could mean Xiang wouldn't be able to marry well in the future. Grabbing Qian's hands urgently, Jiang softly pleaded, Tao Hua's mother, it's true I've been petty in the past. But today, I really do need Tao Hua's help. Can you please let me talk to her? If not, I'll kneel to you. Saying that, Jiang attempted to kneel before Qian. This was unacceptable. Qian quickly pulled her back. Jiang Yinxiu, I'll trust you this one time. But if you dare harm my Tao Hua, just see what I'll do to you. Jiang Yinxiu was also a mother, understanding perfectly how Qian cherished her daughter. She couldn't help but feel guilty about her previous hostility toward Qian. If only Xiang's grandmother were still alive, she would have done more than chase after the old woman with a spittoon, trying to fit it onto her head. If the old woman dared sell Xiang as the 9th concubine to Mr. Li while she was away, Jiang finally managed to approach Zhao Taohua. She whispered softly, Tao Hua, save Xiang. She seems to have encountered some kind of spirit. Since yesterday evening, she has been exuding a terrible stench, worse today than yesterday. It's comparable to 10 buckets of manure. Zhao Taohua was shocked. Could it be so bad? Deciding to accompany Jiang first to investigate, Qian uneasily followed them. Their movements were extremely discreet, and almost no one in the village noticed them. However, as they arrived at Jiang's house, they found the village simpleton Zhao shouting at the gate. Xiang is a stinky girl, very stinky indeed. After hearing this, Jiang's expression tightened instantly. Quickly shooing him off, she shouted, Go away. We're just fertilizing here, or I'll beat you. Raising her hand to pretend she'd strike him, Zhao fled in fear. Still, he continued yelling loudly as he went. Xiang is a stinky girl, very stinky indeed. Jiang's face twisted with fury. What nonsense was this fool shouting about? Yet, alas, it was the truth. There was no time to argue with Zhao, a fool. The priority was getting Tao Hua to examine Xiang and determine if it was truly a spirit. The moment Zhao Taohua stepped into the yard outside Jiang's house, she was hit by an intense foul smell, nearly vomiting her breakfast. She suddenly realized Jiang's earlier description wasn't exaggerated in the slightest, perhaps even understated the situation somewhat. Once inside, Zhao Taohua simply couldn't get close to Zhao. The closer she got, the stronger the stench became, directly assaulting her senses. Seeing Jiang return, Zhao immediately clung to her mother crying, Mama, that idiot kept shouting outside. I'm so scared. It's all right. Everyone in the village has gone to gather herbs. No one will come here. Jiang consoled her immediately. Then Jiang looked toward Zhao Taohua. Taohua, my Xingxiang. Without hesitation, Zhao Taohua bolted out of the room, nodding to Jiang outside. Aunt Jiang, Xingxiang definitely has a spirit clinging to her. However, before I begin, I must state clearly, I charge money for dealing with spirits. You owe me 2 taels of silver. You know my rules. I charge 10 taels to remove evil spirits and spirits from my uncle and grandma. This is already a discount for you. All right, Aunt will pay. Jiang immediately agreed, pulling out 2 taels of silver. Although she hadn't earned 2 taels from gathering herbs these last few days, how could money compare with Xingxiang's importance? After receiving the payment, Zhao Taohua's lips curved slightly upward. With the money, she could deploy a shielding formation using her spirit energy and avoid leaving. Otherwise, she'd turn back and walk away. The overwhelming stench on Zhao Xingxiang was nearly unbearable. If she had to endure it for a moment longer, she felt as though she would be poisoned by the smell. When Qian and Jiang approached her, entering the shielding formation, both of them finally felt as if they could breathe again. Because Zhao Taohua's shielding array was small, Qian and Jiang stood close together, their faces almost within sight of each other. Rarely meeting without arguing, an awkward tension hung in the air between the 2 women. Qian glanced at Jiang once before quickly averting her eyes. Jiang's concern was solely on Zhao Xingxiang. Turning immediately toward Zhao Taohua, she asked, Taohua, what kind of spirit has possessed my Xiang? Why does she smell so awful? She ate the essence of a century-old durian spirit, hence her body exudes this foul odor. The durian spirit is now seeking revenge, intending to make her infamous for ages to come. If I'm correct, over time, the stench on Xiang will grow stronger. In due course, not only your home, but the entire Zhao village will reek. Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words, Zhao Xingxiang turned pale. She didn't want to become smelly or infamous for generations. Jiang internally felt fortunate that she'd immediately followed Zhao Xiangping's advice and sought out Zhao Taohua. Otherwise, the whole village might have found out, leaving no way to hide the situation. Seeing Zhao Xingxiang's frightened expression, Zhao Taohua reassured her, Xiang, don't worry. Since I've taken your money, naturally I'll help you expel this durian spirit. Just as Zhao Taohua was about to take out a brush to inscribe a talisman for Zhao Xingxiang, outside the courtyard gate, the voice of Zhao Xingda, the village fool, rang out again. Xiang is a smelly girl, so very smelly indeed. Coincidentally, Other villagers' voices joined the conversation. You idiot. Why are you yelling nonsense? Isn't Zhang just fertilizing her yard? Everyone fertilizes their crops. Didn't she water it down to avoid burning the plants? This smell doesn't feel right. Not just normal manure. At this, Grandma Chu chimed in. Indeed, last night I caught the smell too. It even kept my grandson awake. At that exact moment, Zhao Lianhua looked puzzled at Zhao Xingda and said, could what the fool said be true? Could Xiang Xiang herself be the source of the stench? I just saw Aunt Zhang bring Grandpa Xiangping home earlier, then invite Sister Taohua inside shortly after. Inviting Zhao Xiangping back likely meant someone was ill, but asking Zhao Taohua next suggested there might be something unholy at work. One quick-witted villager speculated aloud. Perhaps Zhao Xingxiang is under some malevolent influence, which explains why her stench has reached beyond the yard. Saying this, he swiftly fanned his nose to avoid the stink. Both Zhao Xingxiang and Zhang were on edge, like startled birds. Every word spoken outside the gate was crystal clear to them. Right at that moment, another troublemaker from the village, Zhao Xinglin, began pounding on the door and shouting, Xiang Xiang, are you there? Are you alright? The racket sounded as if he intended to break the gate down. Chapter 29 Peach, save me. Zhao Xinglin is 19 this year, and not yet married. There's only his mother, Mrs. Su, who isn't in good health, at home. Growing up without a father's discipline, and with Mrs. Su unable to manage him, Zhao Xinglin spent his days idly, and did not go out to work for money. Instead, he relied on the little income from the crops. With a poor family situation and no effort, none of the girls in the village looked at him. However, today he heard a secret. Zhao Xingxiang's body smelled foul, and she would never be able to find a husband. If he could expose Zhao Xingxiang's secret to everyone, he could easily pick up a wife. When Zhao Xingxiang heard Zhao Xinglin beating the door so loudly that it seemed like it was about to break open, her heart leaped into her throat. She quickly hid inside the room. Peach, save me. Seeing this, Zhao Taohua put down the brush in her hand and decided to make a gesture with both hands. Then she struck directly at Zhao Xingxiang's stomach. At just one strike, the next moment, an unusually plump durian flew out. Just as it was about to escape, Zhao Taohua acted swiftly and grabbed its handle firmly. Seeing this, Zhao Xingxiang was scared enough to hide behind Zhao Taohua, fearing the durian spirit might return to her stomach. After struggling multiple times and failing to escape Zhao Taohua's grasp, it transformed into a little girl in her hands. She appeared to be 5 years old, dressed in a golden yellow silk skirt embroidered with durian patterns. On her head was a crown carved from a golden durian shell. Her long black hair hung neatly over her shoulders, adorned with a durian flower that swayed gently in the breeze, emitting an unbearable stench. As the durian spirit was about to slip from Zhao Taohua's grasp, Zhao Taohua grabbed the back collar of her dress. Bad guy. The durian spirit glared with big eyes and scolded Zhao Taohua, but her tone lacked any real threat. On the contrary, Zhao Taohua slapped her durian-shaped hair accessory, and immediately the spirit shrank her head, shutting her mouth, though still murmuring discontentedly. Shut up, or I'll grind you to dust and scatter your ashes. The durian spirit dared not utter another word. Retract the stench, or I'll do the same to you. The durian flower on the spirit's hair closed immediately, and the terrible smell in the air disappeared instantly. Zhao Xingxiang exclaimed in surprise, no more stink. Not only was there no more smell in the air, but when she sniffed her own arm, there was no unpleasant odor. Ms. Zhang finally breathed deeply again. Since last night, she had endured the stench, nearly overwhelmed by it. But since the source of the stench was her daughter, all she could do was endure. At this point, the courtyard gate was broken open by Zhao Xinglin, and some nosy villagers peered inside. Wasn't someone supposed to spread manure? Someone questioned curiously. Zhao Lianhua softly said, could that awful smell actually come from Xiangxiang, as the fool says? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinglin's confidence soared. His wife would soon be within reach. Xiangxiang, are you alright? While saying this, Zhao Xinglin walked briskly toward the main hall. Just before he entered the hall, Ms. Zhang suddenly rushed out, pointing and cursing at him. Zhao Xinglin, why didn't you go collect medicinal herbs instead of ruining my gate? Ms. Zhang glared, and with every word, droplets flew toward Zhao Xinglin's face. Ms. Zhang was a notorious loud-mouthed woman in the village. Her husband, Zhao Guangzhu, had feared her all his life. When Zhao Xinglin saw Ms. Zhang, he instantly cowered. But to secure a wife, he mustered his courage. Aunt Zhang, I'm worried about Sister Xiangxiang, so I came to check on her. Before he could finish, Aunt Zhang interrupted. Our Xiangxiang is perfectly fine. Why should you worry? Cousin Zhang, I heard Xiangxiang has an awful smell, so I thought I'd come see if there's anything I can do to help. Once again, Zhao Xinglin was cut off mid-sentence. Suddenly, Zhao Xingxiang emerged from the main hall and spat at him. You're talking nonsense. What smell on my body? With that, she strode to the other villagers and invited Elder Chu to smell her. Elder Chu, does my body have an unpleasant odor? No, absolutely not. Not only did Elder Chu confirm there was no smell, but the other villagers agreed as well. Zhao Xinglin noticed that the foul smell in the air seemed to have vanished entirely. He immediately thought of how earlier, Ms. Zhang had invited Zhao Taohua home. Could it be that Zhao Taohua had driven away the evil stench from her body? Although Zhao Xingxiang no longer smelled, and his chance at an easy wife had slipped through his fingers, he was still determined to damage Zhao Xingxiang's reputation. This way, she wouldn't find a husband in the future, and he could take advantage of the situation. Having this in mind, he made a move towards the main hall, intending to search for Zhao Taohua. As long as the villagers present see Zhao Taohua, Zhao Xingxiang's reputation is bound to be ruined. Zhao Xingxiang never expected Zhao Xinglin to have the audacity to step inside. Just as he was about to go in, luckily, Mrs. Jiang acted swiftly and blocked him. My private things are in the main hall. What do you think you're doing? Trying to be a lecherous man? Saying this, Mrs. Jiang picked up the broom leaning by the door and started beating Zhao Xinglin, driving him out of the yard. You nasty boy, how dare you have ideas about me, old woman. Wait till I beat you. Mrs. Jiang was ferocious, and Zhao Xinglin suffered several blows from her broom. But what truly chilled Zhao Xinglin to the bone were Mrs. Jiang's words. She was already so old. Why would he even be interested? Grandma Chu, seeing the situation, took the lead. Everyone go home. You fool, go away too. Xiang is fine. However, many people were still puzzled about the foul smell that came from the Zhao household earlier. Where had it come from? Not until everyone outside the yard left did Mrs. Jiang quietly return to the room and whispered to Zhao Taohua. Taohua, you've worked hard hiding here. With one hand holding the durian spirit and the other waving dismissively, Zhao Taohua showed no concern at all. She understood Mrs. Jiang's intentions in protecting Zhao Xingxiang's reputation. Before leaving, she reminded Zhao Xingxiang, Sister Xiangxiang, nobody has climbed the mountain for nearly 100 years. It's very likely that some spirits or monsters have been nurtured there. If you see any fruit again, don't eat it recklessly. Zhao Xingxiang nodded continuously. After suffering this time, she would never dare to again. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you, little sister Taohua. If it weren't for you, my life would have been over. Today, Mother found an excuse to send Aunt Yu the matchmaker away. Probably. Aunt Yu had already formed some suspicions. And also the fool spreading rumors around the village. Some villagers had smelled the stench in her house, but later, they didn't find any real evidence. All these matters made Zhao Xingxiang feel anxious. Mrs. Jiang was equally thankful. Cousin Taohua, I really thank you. Here, take this basket of eggs back with you. Zhao Taohua glanced at the basket, which contained more than 20 eggs, worth over 20 big coins. She immediately declined. Aunt Jiang, don't bother. I've already received your money, so there's no need for the extra eggs. Take them. If you don't, I'll be upset. Mrs. Jiang put on a serious face and pretended to be angry. Even though she said this, Zhao Taohua still refused. She knew Mrs. Jiang's nature well. If she accepted the eggs now, she'd surely talk behind her back later. Chapter 30. She is bound to hand over this handkerchief. Unexpectedly, Jiang actually arrived at the Zhao family carrying a basket of eggs. Taohua, Auntie insists that you take these eggs. Do you dislike eating them? If so, I'll make some cloud slice cake for you. Zhao Taohua saw that Jiang was truly sincere in giving her things, and also worried that Jiang would really prepare the cloud slice cake for her, which took quite a bit of effort to make. Jian said, Taohua, if Aunt Jiang gives you eggs, just accept them. Upon hearing this, Jiang's face lit up with joy. That's right, quickly accept it, Taohua. For past wrongdoings, Aunt apologizes, please don't hold them against me. She then turned to Qian and said, Hongyan, I was originally worried that today you might stop Taohua from saving my Xiangxiang, but instead, you're much more generous than I expected. In the past, I had a small mind, and I said many things I shouldn't have. Don't compare yourself to me. I apologize to you. From now on, you are my sister, Jiang Yanxiu. I will certainly treat Taohua as if she were my own daughter. Whoever dares to bully Taohua, I, Jiang Yanxiu, will be the first one not to let it go. Jiang Yanxiu was straightforward. Once she thought someone was good, she would be completely good towards them, and neither Zhao Taohua nor Qian could refuse. Later, there would be one less enemy in the village, something both of them looked forward to. Before leaving, Jiang once again thanked the mother and daughter duo, asking them to keep Zhao Xingxiang's involvement with the durian spirit confidential. After she left, Zhao Taohua finally had time to inspect the durian spirit in her hand. Because the spiritual energy was abundant today, earlier at Zhao Xingxiang's place, she had already sealed the cultivation level of the durian spirit. As she dangled the durian spirit, the latter stared at her with a pitiful expression, reaching only up to her thighs when placed on the ground. The menstruation spirit immediately came out of the hall upon sensing the durian spirit. Captured another one? Though young, the durian spirit was undeniably adorable. Her big eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky. Looking into her pitiful eyes made the menstruation spirit's heart ache. When the durian spirit saw the menstruation spirit, her eyes widened. Even such a strong spirit has been captured. The next moment, she was grabbed by the cheeks and fiercely squeezed and pinched by the menstruation spirit. Even her durian shell hairpin was touched repeatedly. Painful, painful. The durian spirit hastily escaped from the menstruation spirit's grasp. Suddenly, she felt Zhao Taohua to be a lot more normal. She at least wouldn't pinch her face. Zhao Taohua glanced at the durian spirit. The girl was too young, still a child, so she finally declared, "You'll stay home and guard the house." Disdain flashed in the durian spirit's eyes. Was she being treated like a dog? After Zhao Taohua and her mother left, she actually did discover someone lurking nearby their house. Upon seeing her, they showed an apprehensive look in their eyes and fled. Before dusk, when Zhao Taohua returned carrying medicinal herbs from the foot of the mountain, she surprisingly saw the fool outside her doorstep again. He was shouting outside her door. Taohua caught a smelly spirit from Xiangxiang, so Xiangxiang isn't smelly anymore. Zhao Taohua frowned. Why did the fool suddenly know everything, acting like he knew all the answers? Staring at him, she felt like the fool had appeared at Zhao Xingxiang's door to shout, and then at her door, seemingly intentionally caused. By evening, many villagers had returned from the mountain foot, far more people than during the day. Hearing the fool's words, everyone paused, puzzled. What kind of smelly spirit? How could there be a smelly spirit on Xiangxiang? Just as everyone was talking, Zhao Taohua happened to return. Zhao Shenglin saw Zhao Taohua and immediately asked, Sister Taohua, did you really catch a smelly spirit from Sister Xiangxiang? Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua's pupils contracted, and a sense of revulsion filled her gaze toward Zhao Shenglin. There's no such thing. Brother Shenglin, don't spread rumors to ruin Sister Xiangxiang's reputation. Aunt Jiang and Uncle Guangzhu won't let you off easily. Brother Shindao may be foolish, but you aren't. Although Zhao Taohua wore a smile, each sentence served as a reminder, but also a warning. Originally, Zhao Shenglin didn't care much about Zhao Taohua, a mere girl, but unexpectedly, this girl helped Zhao Xingxiang lie together. He wasn't that easy to fool. Taohua, besides the menstruation spirit in your house, there is another spirit. If she's not a smelly spirit, what is she? Zhao Shenglin pointed at the durian spirit, standing unhappily in the courtyard. At this point, the durian spirit wanted nothing more than to release a stench to suffocate this man, who called her a smelly spirit. You're the smelly spirit. Your whole family is made up of smelly spirits. Everyone present looked toward the durian spirit in the courtyard. It was a pretty little girl dressed in a golden yellow silk gown embroidered with durian patterns, wearing a golden durian shell carved into a hairpiece. One person immediately recognized her. Isn't this the durian spirit? I remember that durians are smelly. Upon hearing this, the durian spirit took notice. She realized this person was the very girl she had discovered in the morning. The durian spirit walked up to Zhao Taohua and whispered something that only the two of them could hear. Zhao sister, earlier when you left home, I saw this girl lurking not far from our house, peeping at us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua followed the direction the durian spirit pointed, and her pupils slightly contracted. Cousin Zhao Lianhua? Zhao Lianhua was the daughter of the eldest branch of the Zhao family. The eldest branch had one son and one daughter. Zhao Lianhua was 15 years old, with a delicate appearance exuding the gentleness of a well-bred young lady. Her willowy eyebrows curved gracefully, and her eyes looked hazy and misty, pure and innocent, like a deer unaware of worldly matters. But after hearing what the durian spirit said, Zhao Taohua would not believe Zhao Lianhua to be truly an innocent person, especially when she noticed a faint thread of gray malicious energy emanating from Zhao Lianhua, which was an evil aura generated from the heart of man. Such true evil spirits always preferred to cling to those carrying these evil auras on their bodies. When Zhao Lianhua noticed both the durian spirit and Zhao Taohua looking at her, her heart tightened, fearing they might have uncovered something about her. Thanks to Zhao Lianhua's warning, Zhao Shenglin quickly reacted, continuing to coax Zhao Taohua by saying, Sister Taohua, didn't you help Sister Xiangxiang get rid of the durian spirit on her body? If Zhao Taohua admitted it, then Zhao Xiangxiang's reputation would be ruined. In return, Zhao Taohua asked, Did you see me do it? Zhao Shenglin immediately ran out of words. Nevertheless, he still wanted everyone to know there had been foulness on Zhao Xiangxiang's body, so he continued, I'm guessing it's so. After all, her family did emit a foul stench today, while your family happened to have caught a durian spirit today. Zhao Xiangxiang was standing at the back of the crowd, listening to Zhao Shenglin's conjecture. She didn't dare to look around at other people's gazes. Zhao Taohua sneered, Do others know? But this durian spirit is one I captured from the mountain today. From now on, everyone should be cautious when climbing the mountain to gather medicinal herbs. Besides herbal plants, nothing else should be randomly picked or eaten. Our village's mountains haven't been ascended for nearly 100 years. Perhaps many spirits and monsters have emerged. Everyone must be careful. Moreover, anyone harboring evil thoughts needs to be extra vigilant, because such spirits may willingly cling to their bodies. With Zhao Taohua setting the record straight, Zhao Shenglin couldn't throw filth onto Zhao Xiangxiang, allowing Zhao Xiangxiang to exhale in relief, feeling extremely grateful toward Zhao Taohua in her heart. No matter what, Zhao Taohua was determined to establish this friendship of handkerchief sisterhood. Chapter 31. Cooperation with the chief's wife. When everyone heard Zhao Taohua say this, they all turned to Zhao Shenglin and said, Durian spirit has nothing to do with Fragrant. Fragrant is a good child. How could she have anything to do with the durian spirit? That's right, I've watched Fragrant grow up. With Zhao Taohua leading the way, other villagers also followed suit in praising Zhao Xingxiang, making it impossible for Zhao Shenglin to reverse the situation anymore. Seeing that the tide had turned, Zhao Lianhua's eyes flashed with hatred towards Zhao Taohua. Unfortunately for Zhao Lianhua, Zhao Taohua just happened to look up and caught her expression fully. Zhao Taohua took a quick glance at the malevolent aura surrounding Zhao Lianhua and walked over to her with a smile, reminding her, Sister, one will eventually destroy oneself through persistent wrongdoings. Beware of attracting evil spirits if you harbor malicious intentions. Zhao Lianhua's pupils shrank in alarm as she hurriedly replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhao Taohua gave her a glance, seeing the guilty expression on her face, chose not to say anything more, and turned to leave. Although she did not understand why Zhao Lianhua had chosen to stir up the issue of Zhao Xingxiang's bad odor, she knew that by helping clarify Zhao Xingxiang's situation today, Zhao Lianhua would definitely bear a grudge against her. In the future, whenever she encountered Zhao Lianhua, she would need to be careful to avoid falling into her traps. 7 days later, Zhao Taohua had already accumulated 23 taels and 380 large coins. In the following few days, with continuous excavation by the villagers, the herbs at the foot of the mountain were getting fewer and fewer. The money Zhao Taohua's family made from selling herbs each day began to decrease. Fortunately, there were the purses and sachets embroidered by the moon essence, or it would have been impossible to accumulate so much money. Zhao Lianhua decided to stop digging for herbs and discussed building a new house with Zhao Ershu and Qian Shi. When the two heard that Zhao Taohua had already saved more than 23 taels, they were delighted beyond measure. In the past, it would take them more than 10 years of frugal living to earn this much money. Now, under Taohua's lead, they managed to save this amount in just over 10 days. Mother and father, now that we have this much money, I want to build our house a bit better. Let's build a house with blue bricks and tiles, Zhao Taohua said. Zhao Ershu thought for a moment. Blue bricks were stronger and less prone to deformation compared to mud bricks, and blue tiles were better at withstanding wind and rain than straw roofs. However, even after setting aside 4 taels for the purchase of 20 square meters of land, they still had more than 19 taels left, which meant they had to use the funds carefully to build the brick tile house properly. All right, let's build a blue brick tiled house. Zhao Ershu agreed. This broken-down old house he had lived in for 10 years was always dilapidated due to lack of money for repairs, forcing his wife and daughter to endure leaking roofs in summer and drafty winters. Now that their debts were finally paid off and they had surplus money, it was time to build a good house so that his wife and daughter could live comfortably. Immediately after deciding this, Zhao Ershu went to discuss the purchase of a home plot with the village chief. After securing the plot, he would go to town to buy the blue bricks and tiles. As luck would have it, Zhao Taohua had some sachets and purses to sell in town, so she accompanied Zhao Ershu to the village chief's house. Qianshi stayed behind to tidy things up at home, planning to set up a temporary shelter in the southwest corner of the yard afterward, moving their belongings inside. Today, the village chief hadn't gone out digging for herbs either. Recently, it had become increasingly difficult to find medicinal herbs, barely filling a basket throughout the entire day. Besides, after these dozen or so days, his family had already accumulated quite a sum of money. His children allowed him and his wife to rest at home. The village chief immediately responded upon hearing Zhao Ershu wanted to buy a plot and build a new house. Ershu, you can finally build a new house. This time, thanks to Taohua taming the troublemaking spirit at the foot of the mountain, the villagers have all earned a good amount of money through digging for herbs and are able to chop firewood there too. I'll inform the villagers, asking them all to help your family build the house. With many hands working together, it'll be completed quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua immediately declined, saying, Grandpa Village Chief, thank you for your kindness, but I must insist that one matter shouldn't be confused with another. That little effort of mine shouldn't be repaid with favors. There's no need to organize others. Our family only plans to build 4 rooms anyway, and with the moon essence and the durian essence serving as laborers, it won't take long to complete. Zhao Ershu thought similarly. After hearing Zhao Taohua's words, the village chief retracted his original intention immediately. Since Taohua didn't want it, that was that. After father and daughter left, Grandma Yang stepped forward and said, over these past few days, our family has earned in 4 to 5 years what we would normally make thanks to Taohua. Shouldn't we express our gratitude when Taohua's family builds a new house? Of course we should help. Guangming knows masonry work. Let Guangming go and help. He didn't care whether others might seize the opportunity to express their feelings. His family would definitely put forth their efforts. Hearing the village chief's words, Grandma Yang immediately grinned. Once father and daughter arrived in town, they split up. Zhao Ershu went to order the blue bricks and tiles while Zhao Taohua set up a stall at her usual spot. 10 days had passed, and her embroidered goods had already gained a reputation in town. There was hardly any need for her to haggle. Her merchandise would sell out effortlessly. Indeed, as soon as she laid out her wares, a customer arrived to snap everything up. Zhao Taohua's eyes immediately lit up as she looked at the woman of about 30, whose face was lightly powdered. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a gentle smile. She was dressed in a deep purple silk dress embroidered with exquisite patterns in silver thread. Her hair was meticulously combed into an elaborate bun adorned with a silver hairpin. She also had a maid by her side, clearly showing her distinguished status. More importantly, Zhao Taohua noticed a hint of nobility and official grace on her face. This lady must come from a wealthy or influential family, perhaps even the wife of a minor official. As soon as the lady spoke, the maid quickly handed over some silver coins. Zhao Taohua packed all her sachets and purses and handed them to the maid. Young girl, your embroidery is so exquisite. Why don't you use better fabric? That way, you could sell for more money, the lady asked. Zhao Taohua smiled at her and replied, better fabrics can indeed fetch higher prices, but they won't sell in the town. People wouldn't spend that much on sachets and purses. Zhao Taohua naturally knew that the embroidery work by the moon essence deserved better materials, but Qingshui town was just a small place without such high purchasing power. Being able to earn several hundred large coins every day already made Zhao Taohua quite content. The lady then introduced herself. My surname is He. My husband's surname is Liu, and he is the local chief of the watchtower. I own a shop in the county, where there are more wealthy people than here in the town. I am in great need of finely embroidered goods. So, I would like to cooperate with you. Sure enough, it was what Zhao Taohua had guessed. Lady He was obviously well off, being the wife of the chief of the watchtower, which meant she was the spouse of a petty official. I have met the honorable lady chief of the watchtower. Your presence certainly matches the elegance of your title. May I ask how you plan to collaborate? Zhao Taohua immediately paid her respects. She understood well the art of survival, especially towards those in authority. One should not only be respectful, but also flatter. Lady, if you agree, I will sell all my monthly embroidery exclusively to you. Today is August 26th. Let's meet again next month on the 26th. You can decide the styles yourself, but remember to embroider on silk or satin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua frowned slightly. Silk costs 50 large coins per foot, and satin 80 large coins per foot. In a month, she would need several taels of silver worth of fabric. If the lady chief decided later that she no longer wanted these items, Zhao Taohua would end up with unsold goods. There would be no market for such expensive embroidered items in a small town like Shui town, and who would spend over 100 large coins on a handkerchief? By then, not only would Zhao Taohua lose the money she spent on fabric, but also the income she could have made from selling embroidered coarse cloth goods. She might lose 17 to 18 taels altogether. However, as the lady chief was of noble rank, rejecting her outright might offend her. So, Zhao Taohua pretended to sigh with difficulty. Lady chief, honored as I am that you favor my work, both silk and satin are expensive. My small business may not be able to afford such expensive materials for an entire month. Lady he had been observing her daily sales, knowing that she easily earned several hundred coins a day. Saying that she couldn't afford it was just an excuse, but this young girl was clever indeed. Still, he did not want to take advantage of her. Such skillful embroidery work could definitely bring in substantial profits if they cooperated long-term. Don't worry about this. I will give you 50 taels as a deposit up front, and we shall sign a contract. If I don't come to collect after a month, these 50 taels belong to you. If I do come, I will pay the remaining balance based on quantity. Lady he acted decisively, immediately writing the contract and handing the deposit to Zhao Taohua, fully demonstrating her sincerity. It was only then that Zhao Taohua realized that she wasn't someone who bullied others with her influence. If this deal went through, she would make over 10 times more money in a month than before. Zhao Taohua immediately bowed with gratitude. Thank you, lady, for taking care of my business. I will do my utmost to present you with the best embroidery. Satisfied, lady he glanced at Zhao Taohua. She was smart and pleasant. After lady he left, Zhao Taohua immediately looked toward the brick shop to see if Zhao Ershu had returned yet. Instead, she saw a large man with a long diagonal scar on his face, accompanied by several sleazy men who were eyeing her suspiciously and moving slowly towards her. Chapter 32. Shen Ming was dumbfounded. Their clothes were ragged and unkempt, exuding an unpleasant smell of alcohol. They moved with unsteady steps but carried a fierce determination, their eyes fixated on the position in her arms. Immediately, Zhao Taohua's heart tightened. Oh no, Mrs. He had given her 50 taels earlier, and these people must have seen it. They were coming to rob her. Scared and unwilling to let go, Zhao Taohua abandoned the old cloth and basket on the ground and ran as fast as she could in the opposite direction. If those 50 taels were stolen, she would suffer a great loss. Chase her. The scarred man glanced at the direction Zhao Taohua was fleeing in and ordered others to chase her in different directions. Moments later, they formed a fan shape, slowly surrounding Zhao Taohua and trapping her in the middle, leaving her no way to escape. The passers-by saw the situation deteriorating and hurried away, afraid to get involved. A thin thug-like ruffian reached out to snatch the money in her bosom. Young girl, give us the money, or else. Zhao Taohua clutched herself tightly, her palms drenched in sweat. She took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and shouted, Big brothers, you all saw that it was Madame Ting who gave me this money, and she is waiting for me to buy fabric for her embroidery. If you rob me today, you'll ruin Madame Ting's plan. She certainly won't let this go easily. You will be hard-pressed to escape when the time comes. While speaking, Zhao Taohua kept an eye on their expressions, noticing their momentary hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately aimed for the thin thug. With all her strength, she pushed him, successfully breaking through their encirclement and gaining a glimmer of hope. Damn it, the girl's escaping. Everyone go after her. We'll grab her and sell her to the brothel. The scarred man cursed. How could a few grown men let a little girl fool them? Even if it was Madame Ting's money, so what? Taking 50 taels and running out of Shui town, hiding far away. How could Administrator Lu still find them? Moreover, if the girl ends up in the brothel herself, how could she file any complaint afterward? Hearing the scarred man's words, Zhao Taohua panicked and fled wildly. Her mind raced, trying to think of the nearest watchtower. At this moment, only reaching the watchtower could save both her life and the 50 taels. Bang! In the midst of her frenzied escape, she tripped over a stone with her toe, nearly falling forward. However, in the next instant, someone pulled her by the collar, preventing her from hitting the ground. As she thought she had been caught by the scarred man and started clawing his hand in desperation, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Zhao Taohua, why are you pinching me? Shen Ming spoke with a hissing voice. Zhao Taohua had pinched him with all her might just now. Startled, Zhao Taohua looked up, her brain momentarily frozen. The next moment, her nose tingled with sudden emotion, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, getting worse and worse. Shen Ming was baffled. He was the one being pinched. Why was she crying? Furrowing his brow, he wiped away her tears with his hand. Don't cry, I didn't do anything to you. On the contrary, my hand is already bruised from your pinching. From a distance, Zhao Lianhua stopped abruptly upon witnessing the scene. The two were flirting on the street. The next moment, she noticed a group of people blocking the two. It was clear they weren't good guys. Zhao Lianhua quickly hid behind a wall corner, sticking out her head to secretly observe. There she is. Young girl, where do you think you're going this time? We won't fall for your tricks again. The scarred man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, as if those 50 taels were already in his pocket. Not only that, the girl also had decent looks, worth several more taels. On his command, all the hooligans charged toward Zhao Taohua. Seeing the commotion, Zhao Lianhua thought, wow, how did Peach offend these people? If they catch her, there's no way she'll come out unscathed. Suddenly, Zhao Lianhua thought of something, a smirk of mockery curling at her lips. Retribution has come, hasn't it? That detestable Peach, who ruined her affairs just a few days ago and failed to tarnish Zhao Xingxiang's reputation. Now, with Yang Fengshou choosing between her and Zhao Xingxiang. She couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Taohua would ultimately fall into the hands of these villains. Shen Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he strode purposefully towards the lead thug. Before the man could make a move, a powerful punch landed directly on his face, sending him howling backward. Another thug drew a short knife from his waist and slashed at Shen Ming, who sidestepped effortlessly and grabbed the man's wrist with a deft twist. The blade fell to the ground. He kicked the weapon over to Zhao Taohua, allowing her to pick it up for self-defense. Then, lifting his leg, Shen Ming delivered a swift kick, hurling the thug airborne before crashing down like a toad. The scarred man hadn't expected a knight in shining armor to come to the rescue. This man was tall, athletic, and agile, just an oddball with his silver hair. Whoever he was, today those 50 taels and that wretched girl were as good as his. With that, the scarred man led the other ruffians into a frenzied charge. Shen Ming showed no fear on his face, nimbly darting through the crowd, landing punches with force, some directly hitting chins, others targeting ribs. In no time, cries of pain filled the air as all the street thugs were felled, their arrogance crushed. What? Zhao Lianhua watched the scene unfold with some disappointment, not expecting Shen Ming to be such a fighter. Truly impressive for the only hunter in the village who dared to hunt in the mountains. He was also quite handsome, tall and muscular. He never returned from the mountain empty-handed, earning a fair amount of money every year. However, he was branded by the old Taoist as a calamity star. Those close to him would suffer minor misfortunes at best, or even death at worst. Otherwise, she might have considered him herself. Still, Zhao Taohua better watch out staying so close to him. Trouble awaited her. Zhao Taohua watched as Shen Ming looked down at the scarred man and his gang with disdain. Were you the ones who made Little Peach cry? Finally calming down from her panic upon hearing Shen Ming's question, Zhao Taohua managed a faint smile. Me. At this moment, the scarred man didn't dare admit anything. But there was no escaping it now. Drying her tears, Zhao Taohua stepped forward and explained to Shen Ming. Big brother Shen Ming, just now they tried to steal my money. After I'd barely escaped, they not only wanted the money but also planned to abduct me and sell me to the brothel. Shen Ming's eyes darkened instantly, like a raging storm rising from the abyss. How absurd. Little Peach, I will personally escort these scoundrels to the county office. Fearing for their lives, the gang, led by the scarred man, trembled. Their pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. It was impossible to escape under Shen Ming's watchful eye. In the end, all of them were delivered to the county office. When the constables documented the case, learning that the deposit belonged to Mrs. He whom the scarred man had targeted, one officer reassured Zhao Taohua. Don't worry, little girl. These villains will certainly face severe punishment. Shen Ming added, Constable Durun, please thoroughly investigate. They've likely sold many innocent women to the brothels before. If Zhao Taohua hadn't encountered Shen Ming today, the outcome would have been unbearable to imagine. Shen Ming glanced at Zhao Taohua's face, her cheeks tinged with a soft pink glow, her eyes clear and radiant with a vitality rarely seen elsewhere. She had helped everyone in the village earn plenty of money, and frequently assisted him by selling his hunted goods. A girl like her deserved lifelong happiness in Zhao Village. Chapter 33. The unthinkable idea of becoming one's own son-in-law. The bailiff replied, You can rest assured. As Zhao Taohua stepped out of the capital pavilion gate, she looked up at Shen Ming's side face and said, Shen Ming brother, thank you. Today, if she hadn't encountered him, she really wouldn't have known whether she could have made it to the pavilion smoothly. Shen Ming awkwardly touched his own head after pursing his lips. It's fine. Are you feeling better now? Just now, when Zhao Taohua suddenly cried, he was completely confused. Now, he understood that she was scared. Zhao Taohua nodded. At the moment she saw Shen Ming, an inexplicable sense of security arose in her heart, and she knew she was saved. Even wolves could be killed with ease. A few hooligans were nothing. Suddenly, she saw a nearby vendor selling candied haws. She ran over and bought 2 skewers. Just as she was about to pay, Shen Ming handed 2 copper coins to the merchant first. Zhao Taohua quickly told the merchant to return the money to Shen Ming, as she wanted to pay herself. But the merchant smiled and refused to take her money. Young lady, shouldn't the man pay when you're out together? The merchant clearly thought they were a couple, but they weren't. Brother Shen Ming, how can I let you pay when I'm thanking you? Zhao Taohua was getting anxious. Earlier, due to extreme fear, she had neglected the fact that she had grabbed Shen Ming's hand and let him wipe her tears, during which time a lot of spiritual energy had grown within her. Especially when his hand touched her cheek, that spiritual energy surged rapidly inside her. Zhao Taohua began to wonder, could it be that she received different amounts of spiritual energy based on where their skin made contact? Shen Ming looked at her serious expression and laughed. Since you call me brother, how can I possibly let my younger sister spend money? Put the money away, or we'll attract the attention of thieves. No one should show off wealth openly, even if it's just for a few copper coins. Hearing Shen Ming's words, Zhao Taohua unconsciously put the money back into her chest, and then began eating the candied haws. The hard candy coating was sweet on her tongue, instantly improving Zhao Taohua's mood greatly. Oh, the basket and old cloth I left behind earlier. Suddenly remembering this, Zhao Taohua quickly went back to look, only to find that someone had already taken them away. Miss Zhao, this is great. I thought I wouldn't get the chance to see you today. I want to buy another 2 talismans from you. Wei Jianfeng stopped in front of Zhao Taohua, surprised and delighted. Zhao Taohua was puzzled. Uncle Wei, why are you buying so many peace talismans? Last time, he already bought 2, and now he was buying 2 more? Wei Jianfeng sighed. My lord happened to find out about the 2 talismans last time, and took them all. So, I have no choice but to buy more. One has to lower oneself under certain circumstances. Plus, he still needs the job given by his lord to make a living. Once Wei Jianfeng put the 2 new peace talismans into his bosom, he immediately showed a relaxed smile. Seeing her somewhat unhappy, Shen Ming consoled her. If the basket and old cloth are gone, then let them go. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Zhao Taohua nodded. What's old won't make way for the new. Taohua, where have you been? I couldn't find you when I came out from the brick and tile shop. Zhao Ergui walked over from afar and asked. Qingshui town is not too large nor too small. It's not easy to find someone amidst the bustling streets. Zhao Taohua recounted her earlier experience to Zhao Ergui, enraging him until his face twisted almost grotesquely. How outrageous. How dare they act so wickedly under the bright sky? Zhao Ergui's voice trembled slightly as he clenched his fists tightly, the joints making creaking sounds as if he wanted to crush those ruffians. He looked worriedly at Zhao Taohua and blamed himself. It's all father's fault. I should have helped you sell your embroidered goods first. Dad, I'm fine. It was just an accident today. After this incident, Zhao Taohua realized she mustn't conduct large transactions casually on the roadside next time, lest she encounters ill-intentioned individuals. Today, fortunately meeting Shen Ming, otherwise, she might have lost both herself and her money. Shen Ming, come over for lunch later. With that, Zhao Ergui walked towards the market district. Even though the family was trying to save money due to building the new house everywhere, Shen Ming was the savior of Zhao Taohua, and the expense was worth it. Uncle, don't bother. I've already prepared my lunch. No need for trouble. However, despite Shen Ming's repeated objections, Zhao Ergui still ended up buying 1 pound of pork belly and 2 carp fish. Before the trio returned home, Zhao Taohua also purchased half a bolt of silk and half a bolt of brocade fabric, spending a total of 2 taels and 6 qian. With these high-quality fabrics, the next step was to have Yu Shijin do excellent embroidery work. In a month's time, she could deliver the goods and make a substantial profit. Just imagining this filled Zhao Taohua with joy. Simply covering the house with green bricks and tiles wasn't enough. She wanted to eat well and dress well too. As the 3 were entering the village, suddenly, the fool appeared from somewhere, shouting at Zhao Taohua and Shen Ming. Taohua and the Calamity star being naughty. Calamity star wiping Taohua's tears, eating candied haws together. The fool ran extremely fast, like a gust of wind that blew past the 3 of them, and in no time, he vanished from sight. However, every word he shouted reached their ears clearly. As Zhao Taohua walked through the village, she immediately sensed something odd in the way everyone looked at her. Some even asked Zhao Ergui outright by the roadside. Ergui, is it true that your daughter Taohua is promised to Shen Ming? At this question, Zhao Taohua, Shen Ming, and Zhao Ergui each showed different expressions on their faces. While Zhao Ergui thought Shen Ming was a fine young man and was grateful for his repeated help in saving Taohua, the idea of him becoming his son-in-law was far-fetched. Zhao Ergui seriously told the person, no, Taohua hasn't even reached her coming-of-age ceremony yet. There's no rush to engage her. The villager curiously asked, then why does the fool say Shen Ming wiped Taohua's tears and ate candied haws together? That's because Taohua encountered a group of ruffians in the town robbing her money, scaring her into crying. Fortunately, Shen Ming passed by and beat those hoodlums before delivering them to the pavilion. Then, he bought a skewer of candied haws to soothe Taohua's emotions. I never imagined someone with bad intentions would twist the facts and have the fool spread such unpleasant rumors when they reach our village. Taohua hasn't reached her coming-of-age ceremony. If I find out who has harmed my daughter's reputation like this, I will not forgive them. Zhao Ergui wasn't foolish. He realized what happened in town was intentionally publicized by the fool in the village. He didn't know who did it, but Zhao Taohua had guessed. There was an 80% chance that Zhao Lianhua was behind it. Only Zhao Lianhua would use the fool to spread rumors due to their previous conflicts. Last time, Zhao Taohua helped clarify Zhao Xingxiang's name and thwarted Zhao Lianhua's scheme. Now, Zhao Lianhua was targeting Zhao Taohua's reputation to ruin her. Despite being cautious around Zhao Lianhua and keeping her distance, Zhao Taohua hadn't expected Zhao Lianhua to meddle so much, trying to twist the truth. Upon hearing the real story, the villagers expressed concern for Zhao Taohua. Some praised Shen Ming's bravery while others cursed loudly. Which devilish one made the fool say such things in the village? I'll make Zhao Xingfa and sure take their son back home. Villagers, having witnessed Zhao Taohua working hard digging herbs and chopping firewood at the foot of the mountain, felt sympathy toward her and began brainstorming ways to help her. Shen Ming never anticipated that his innocent act would bring so much attention to Zhao Taohua. When he saw her crying, without thinking, he instinctively wiped her tears. Looking at the pinch marks on the back of his hand, Shen Ming firmly resolved to keep his distance from Zhao Taohua so as not to harm her reputation further. Zhao Taohua may be young and naive, but he himself was already 18 years old. The rule that men and women should not touch unless married should be observed, and they needed to maintain appropriate boundaries. He said to Zhao Ergui, Uncle Ergui, I just remembered I set some traps on the mountain. I need to go check if any game has been caught, so I won't join for lunch. Chapter 34. Then she would oblige her. How can this be? You saved Peach today. I specially bought meat and fish for you. If you don't eat, does that mean you look down on me, uncle? Zhao Ershu became worried. No. Shen Ming immediately denied. Villagers nearby also persuaded. Shen Ming, just go. You are Peach's benefactor, and Ershu specially bought these for you. If you don't go, how can this be? After much persuasion, Shen Ming eventually agreed. In the afternoon, green bricks and tiles gradually arrived at the town. At this point, the villagers learned that Zhao Peach's house was going to build a new house, one made of green bricks and tiles. Wow, these green bricks are really beautiful. Who could deny it? Also, look at these green tiles, so hard and solid. My house is old too. After saving up some more, I'll also build a house of green bricks and tiles. For a time, there were many people surrounding Zhao Peach's house, each looking at the green bricks and tiles. After the first load of green bricks was delivered, Zhao Guangming, the village head's eldest son, came over. He rolled up his sleeves and built a temporary straw hut with Zhao Ershu in the southwest corner of the yard. They then moved everything from the house into the straw hut. Seeing those chairs and cabinets missing arms or legs, Zhao Guangming said, "Ershu, buy all these again later, and burn these for firewood." Following closely after, Zhao Guangzhu also came to help. Zhao Guangzhu knew something about carpentry and masonry. Gradually, more and more villagers spontaneously joined to help. Originally prepared as laborers, Zhao Peach, Qian Shi, and Lilian Essence ended up cooking, and even 3 people cooking couldn't keep up. Everyone was extremely enthusiastic and didn't want any payment. Reluctantly, Zhao Peach and Qian Shi could only provide meals and make sure everyone ate well and enough. Qian Shi took out her signature skills. Zhao Peach always bought meat while buying vegetables every day, ensuring the food was both meaty and vegetable rich. One day, Zhao Xingxiang came to help cook as usual. She sighed. "Sister Peach, I didn't work out with Yang Fengshou from Yangshu Village. He didn't fancy me, but chose your elder sister instead." Zhao Lianhua, Zhao Peach asked while removing the strings from green beans. "Yes, Yang Fengshou's family situation is quite good. Marrying him surely leads to a life of comfort. It seems your elder sister has good luck." Zhao Xingxiang envied her. Yang Fengshou's family owned 8 acres of high-yield farmland and 20 pigs, mother pigs birthing piglets, guaranteeing a continuous flow of money in the future. Moreover, Yang Fengshou not only had a decent family background but also looked handsome. At this moment, Zhao Peach finally understood why Zhao Lianhua used a fool to spread rumors about a foul smell on Zhao Xingxiang. It was all to ruin Zhao Xingxiang as a competitor. In pursuit of a good match, Zhao Lianhua disregarded Zhao Xingxiang's reputation entirely. Furthermore, she let the fool spread rumors about Shen Ming helping her wipe tears, resulting in Shen Ming now keeping a 1-meter distance whenever he interacted with Zhao Peach. They were like 2 magnetic poles of the same name on a magnet, never able to get close, always maintaining a 1-meter distance. Zhao Peach was utterly speechless inside. To avoid suspicion to such an extent, where would she find the opportunity to gain spiritual energy? Seeing Zhao Xingxiang's pouting lips, shaped like a teapot spout, Zhao Peach asked, "Do you have feelings for him?" Zhao Xingxiang's face immediately turned red. She lowered her body to hide her flushed face. "I saw him when I went to the town to buy meat last time. From afar, he seemed quite suited to my heart. Unfortunately, Yang's family ultimately decided on your elder sister." Zhao Peach asked, "Is the engagement set already?" "Not yet, but my mother heard from Aunt Yu that this is their intention. Since the engagement wasn't official, then there's still room to maneuver." Zhao Lianhua recklessly ruined someone else's reputation. She wanted to enter the Yang family? We must see if she agrees. Right at this moment, Zhao Lianhua walked over with a basket, smiling warmly and greeting every villager who helped in the courtyard. Thanks to the assistance of everyone over the past few days, the frame of 4 rooms in the Zhao family was already constructed. The next day, they would place the beams. Zhao Lianhua enviously looked at the house built of green bricks, even with a hint of jealousy. But when she thought about marrying into the Yang family soon and living in a green brick-tiled house, her emotions calmed considerably. According to what Aunt Yu revealed, the Yang family was more satisfied with her. They just needed to complete the official engagement procedure, and this marriage would become a done deal. Currently, she needed to do more things to enhance her own reputation to expedite the formal engagement process at the Yang family side. "Auntie, I brought some eggplants over. Let me help you cook." Zhao Lianhua took the eggplants out of her basket and began rolling up her sleeves to work. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Peach noticed that the basket was exactly the one she lost in town the other day. "Lianhua, why are you here? This is precisely the time to dig for medicinal herbs. Don't waste your time here at Auntie's house, which will lose you a lot of money." Admittedly, when Qian Shi saw Zhao Lianhua come, her heart involuntarily filled with joy. It wasn't necessarily because Qian Shi required Zhao Lianhua's help, but as long as she showed this sincerity, Qian Shi felt happy inside. This was the first time someone from the old residence had come since they started building the new house. "Auntie, look at what you're saying. I came here to help. How could we start talking about money? There's no need for such words between family." From afar, Zhao Taohua watched Zhao Lianhua smile in an exceedingly understanding and innocent manner, but she noticed that the malevolent aura surrounding Zhao Lianhua was even stronger than before. That layer of gray malevolent energy was almost enough to envelop her entire person. A cunning gleam passed through Zhao Taohua's eyes as she quietly made a hand gesture and sent it towards Zhao Lianhua. Since it was just short of completion, she would make it complete. Upon seeing this, Zhao Taohua finally withdrew her gaze with satisfaction. "Humph, feigning sincerity, coming to help only when it's almost time to place the beams. What nonsense about not having 2 sides within one family, fooling ghosts." Zhao Xingxiang glanced at Zhao Lianhua's retreating figure with displeasure. Her mother had just received news this morning from Auntie Yu that the Yang family preferred Zhao Lianhua, leading Zhao Xingxiang to suspect that Zhao Lianhua's arrival at Zhao Taohua's home was merely for show. The old residents of the Zhao family was overjoyed that the Yangs were interested in Zhao Lianhua. Marrying into such a fine family was like finding something invaluable. Grandma's son mused. "Other people give 5 taels of dowry when marrying their daughters. Our Lianhua should receive at least 10 taels if she marries into the Yang family." Zhou Shufang nodded continuously. Once Lianhua was married off, They could then arrange the wedding for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was already 16. If he didn't get married soon, people would start gossiping. Unfortunately, Xiaofeng usually looked down on other girls and only had his heart set on the village beauty from the neighboring village, whose dowry requirement was also 10 taels. Thus, once the transactions were complete, both Xiaofeng and Lianhua would have their future settled. Over at the old residence, calculators clicked busily, yet none of them anticipated that when Auntie Yu came from the Yang family to discuss the marriage proposal, the normally gentle and obedient Zhao Lianhua had suddenly transformed as if she were a different person. On that day, Auntie Yu entered the house with a full smile on her face, warmly welcomed by Grandma Sun and Mrs. Zhou, all of them aware of the event to follow. Auntie Yu praised, "These two children are truly a match made in heaven. After getting married, their life will surely be filled with happiness." Mrs. Zhou's face practically split with joy at these words. With her daughter marrying well, she, the mother, would also enjoy future blessings. "Thanks to your assistance," Mrs. Zhou expressed gratitude. Suddenly, the normally quiet and obedient Zhao Lianhua, sitting on the side, slightly lifted her chin and said, "You say that Yang Fengshou is honest and simple, but wouldn't this simplicity just lead to foolishness? When I have to take care of everything big or small in the household alone?" Auntie Yu froze momentarily, clearly not expecting such a reaction from Zhao Lianhua. Chapter 35, A Professional Contrarian. She hurriedly smiled and explained, "Yang Fengshou is smart. He's just not very articulate." Old Grandma Sun and Zhou's wife were also startled by Zhao Lianhua's sudden questioning, not understanding what she meant. Could it be that she was testing the sincerity of the prospective husband, seeking more betrothal gifts? Zhao Lianhua slightly raised her willow-like eyebrows and continued, "You say that his family has no brothers or sisters, with fewer people, and a peaceful home. But I heard his mother is quite strict. If I marry into his family, and if there are conflicts between me and my mother-in-law, will he side with me, or with his mother?" Yu Matchmaker started sweating on her forehead, incessantly praising Yang Fengshou for his fairness in resolving such issues, telling her not to worry. Yu Matchmaker didn't understand. Earlier Zhao Lianhua had appeared quite satisfied with Yang Fengshou. So what did this mean now? Zhao Lianhua continued asking, "You say his family owns fields and pigs, but does he personally excel at farming and pig rearing? Or does he entirely rely on his parents, being a lazy man who knows nothing? If he knows nothing, the household will eventually become poor, and I certainly don't want to endure hardship for the rest of my life." Cough. When old Grandma Sun heard Zhao Lianhua spilling out her inner thoughts, she urgently coughed to interrupt. Her eyes stared at Zhao Lianhua, filled with disbelief. This child wasn't so foolish before, so why had she turned like this right at the last moment? This Zhao Lianhua was completely different from her usual gentle and obedient self. Instead, she seemed like a sharp-tongued contrarian who left Yu Matchmaker confused and perplexed. How come she felt like Zhao Lianhua had two faces? The previous time they met, she wasn't this verbally aggressive and domineering. Why was she behaving this way today? Was it because she knew she would soon marry into the Yang family, thus revealing her true self? This current version of her, was it the real one? Yu Matchmaker's heart sank. She had already received many favors from the Yang family. If she ended up bringing them a troublemaker, that would be a problem. Not only would it ruin her reputation, but she would also be blamed by the Yang family. Yu Matchmaker first tried to explain to Zhao Lianhua that Yang Fengshou was diligent and skilled in farming and raising pigs, absolutely a reliable man. Afterward, she laughed toward Grandma Sun and Aunt Zhou. "Auntie Sun, younger sister Shufan, look at my forgetfulness. I forgot the things that the Yang family asked me to bring along. Let me go get them." After finishing, Yu Matchmaker hastily left the old Zhao residence, ignoring whatever calls old Grandma Sun and Zhou's wife shouted after her. Pretending to have forgotten something was a lie. The real reason was her dissatisfaction with Zhao Lianhua. Old Grandma Sun turned her head and angrily stomped her feet. "Young lady, what exactly are you arguing about with Yu Matchmaker? Didn't we already know what kind of person Yang Fengshou was earlier? Look at how forceful you were just now. If this gets around, how terrible would that be?" Zhou's wife anxiously wiped tears. "You've driven away Yu Matchmaker, Lotus. What do you intend to do? This matter of marriage shouldn't be taken lightly like this." Zhou's wife didn't understand. They had agreed earlier. How could Lotus suddenly change her mind without even giving them a heads up? Now the bird that was cooked flew away. Zhao Lianhua paid no attention to this and stubbornly said, "Because this is a major event in my life, I must proceed cautiously. I'm aware of my own matters. Don't nag, both of you." Huh? Grandma Sun and Aunt Zhou frowned as they looked at each other. They felt something was off about Lotus. This child used to be very sensible and compliant, never arguing with them, and certainly wouldn't speak to them in such an impatient tone. Having gone through encounters with evil spirits twice, Grandma Sun immediately thought of something. She asked Aunt Zhou, "Was Lotus just back from the foot of the mountain?" Yes. Zhou's wife wondered why Grandma Sun was asking this, but still responded. Grandma Sun remembered Zhao Taohua had warned previously that harboring malicious intent might invite misfortune. She slapped her thigh and said, "Bad news. This little trickster, Lotus, messed herself up this time." "Mother, what are you saying? What do you mean by Lotus messed herself up?" Zhou's wife anxiously questioned. Grandma Sun ignored her and quickly went into Zhao Lianhua's room, ordering her to prepare lunch. Sure enough, Zhao Lianhua didn't start immediately, but argued instead. "Grandma, we just ate breakfast. Isn't eating lunch too much?" Zhou's wife, having just reached the door, hearing Zhao Lianhua's words immediately grabbed her. "What nonsense are you speaking? How can you eat breakfast and skip lunch? As a younger generation, what's wrong with your grandma asking you to cook?" Zhao Lianhua forcefully pulled her hand away from Zhou's wife and said, "If I'm not eating lunch, I won't cook either. If you want to eat, you can make it yourselves. Anyway, I can't. Instantly, Zhou's wife snapped and slapped her arm. What's wrong with you today, always going against everything? Your engagement has fallen through, and now you're skipping lunch, claiming you're not hungry? You'll avoid cooking by saying this. Zhou's wife was almost ready to explode from frustration, but in the next moment, a shrill voice pierced her ear, and Zhao Lianhua, sounding impatient, said, I simply won't eat. If you're hungry, then cook it yourselves. Zhao Lianhua's voice made Mrs. Zhou and Grandma Sun feel as if their pupils were stretched wide open uncomfortably, bloodshot with tension. As soon as they realized what was happening, they immediately distanced themselves from Zhao Lianhua. Her voice had nearly tormented them to death. It was almost unimaginable for a human to produce such a sound. Grandma Sun hurriedly turned and ran outside. By now, she was certain that Zhao Lianhua had been touched by some malevolent spirit. It was unclear whether it was an evil ghost or a monster. All she could do was hope this presence would leave Zhao Lianhua quickly. It was too tormenting. Nobody could endure living with it every day at home. When Grandma Sun arrived, Zhao Taohua's family was just putting tiles on their roof. With the help of the villagers, they managed to complete 4 rooms in just 5 or 6 days. Standing before these imposing 4 rooms, Grandma Sun couldn't help but feel shocked. The moment she stepped through the gate, Mrs. Zhang noticed her. Oh, Aunt Sun, you've come as soon as the Taohua family finished building their house. Aren't you here a bit early? At the Taohua family building a new house, everyone knew that only Lotus from the old Zhao residence helped by cooking one lunch, and no one else came over to help. Hearing Mrs. Zhang's words, everyone burst into laughter. Grandma Sun cast a cold glare and replied, Our family is so busy we can't even touch the ground. Where would we find the time? After speaking, her gaze anxiously scanned the crowd, looking for Zhao Taohua's figure. In fact, the moment Grandma Sun entered, Zhao Taohua saw her and sensed the aura of the spirit around her. The durian spirit and the menstruation spirit simultaneously felt this aura's existence. Was there a new coworker? Taohua, Grandma has finally found you. Grandma Sun quickly ran up to Zhao Taohua. Just as she was about to whisper something secretly to Zhao Taohua, she suddenly noticed Zhao Xingxiang nearby, and her face instantly turned cold as she said, Xingxiang, go aside for a while. I have something to say to Taohua. Zhao Xingxiang was about to get up and leave when Zhao Taohua immediately stopped her. Grandma, if you have anything to say, just speak out loud. What could not be said in public? If it involves something underhanded, I will not be part of it. A faint smile crept onto the corner of Zhao Taohua's mouth. Don't think she didn't know that the malicious aura from Zhao Lianhua attracted a demon, who happened to be a professional contrarian. Now that Zhao Lianhua was favored by the Yang family, Grandma Sun cared about preserving Zhao Lianhua's reputation for her marriage. But how had Zhao Lianhua treated her and Zhao Xingxiang back then? Did people like this deserve happiness? There were quite a few members of the Zhao family present, some working on the roof laying tiles, others busily moving around on the ground. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Taohua mention underhanded deeds, they all turned to look. Chapter 36, A Voice Like a Poisonous Curse. Old Mrs. Sun looked flustered. She definitely couldn't say it in front of so many people. After all, the Yang family's financial situation was good. Perhaps they could offer 10 taels as a dowry for Lianhua. Even if the match with the Yangs didn't work out, there would be other families later on, and she would certainly get married eventually. But once Lianhua's domineering and tormenting voice spread, her reputation would be ruined. She lowered her voice and said, Taohua, I really have something important to discuss with you. Grandma, is there any reason you can't say it in front of everyone? Zhao Taohua asked in return. After careful deliberation, old Mrs. Sun finally said, Taohua, your sister Lianhua seems to have been possessed by a spirit. Go take a look quickly. Hearing this, Zhao Xingxiang immediately perked up. Was it true that Zhao Lianhua had been possessed? She turned to old Mrs. Sun and asked, Old Grandma Sun, could it be that Lianhua has evil intentions and thus attracted the spirit? The other villagers helping at the Zhao residence were shocked and asked, Lianhua usually appears innocent and ignorant. How could she have such bad intentions? Someone nearby whispered, Have you seen who Lianhua belongs to? What kind of children could come from the old Zhao household? When old Mrs. Sun heard these words, she was enraged. She scolded, My Lianhua doesn't have any evil intentions. She just picked some herbs on the mountain and, being thirsty, ate a wild fruit, which led to the possession. Old Mrs. Sun explained to the crowd, No matter what, it mustn't be revealed that Lianhua harbored ill intentions, or else others would find out her true character wasn't as flawless as it seemed. Zhao Taohua raised an eyebrow. Oh, so it's that. But do you know what kind of wild fruit your elder sister Lianhua ate? She didn't believe that Zhao Lianhua could consume a black-bodied rod-like object. Persimmon, pear, orange. Many villagers were speculating. Grandma, you know my rules well. 10 taels to exorcise spirits. Pay first. Zhao Taohua extended her hand toward old Mrs. Sun, causing the latter's breathing to tighten. It had taken their entire family almost 20 days of hard work to make only 10 taels. Spending this much now simply wouldn't work. Taohua, don't worry. This money will be paid to you by Grandma. Soon after, Lianhua will be getting married, and the Yangs will offer plenty of dowry. Originally, old Mrs. Sun planned to ask the Yang family for a 10-tael dowry, but since little Taohua always charged 10 taels each time she performed an exorcism, she figured she should at least request 15 taels from the Yang family. Zhao Taohua remained unmoved, smiling and saying, Grandma, do you expect me to follow your instructions without proper justification? Old Mrs. Sun grew agitated, but she couldn't possibly part with the money. I'll give you an IOU, old Mrs. Sun announced. Anyway, as long as she didn't need to pay cash directly, everything would be fine. Upon seeing old Mrs. Sun press her thumbprint onto the note, Zhao Taohua tucked it into her chest contentedly. The old Zhao house owned 10 mu of fertile farmland, worth 30 taels according to local prices. Old Mrs. Sun already owed her 28 taels. Next time, when old Mrs. Sun tried to write another IOU, she knew better than to accept. Then, Zhao Taohua walked with old Mrs. Sun towards the old Zhao house. Qian also followed anxiously. Zhang Shi and Zhao Xingxiang were also uneasy and accompanied them along. In fact, both of them were somewhat curious about what spirit had possessed Zhao Lianhua. Because Zhao Xingxiang had consumed lychee, what exactly did Lianhua eat? Old Mrs. Sun glanced behind her and found several villagers had followed them. Immediately, old Mrs. Sun frowned darkly and scolded. Why are you all following here, creating unnecessary trouble? Aren't you supposed to help at her tree's place? One villager responded. Her tree's tiles are almost done, and we're sure to finish the yard wall today. There are so many people working anyway. Missing a few of us makes no difference. Just so, moreover, Taohua catches spirits quite fast and won't waste too much time, someone added in agreement. Zhang Xinglin happened to be strolling around the village when he noticed a group following behind old Mrs. Sunday. Curious, he decided to join in. He then learned that the granddaughter of the senior house of the Zhao family, Zhao Lianhua, had been possessed by a spirit, and they were asking Zhao Taohua to handle it. Everyone claimed it was due to Zhao Lianhua mistakenly eating a mountain fruit, leading to the possession. Regardless of why Zhao Lianhua was possessed, Zhang Xinglin saw another opportunity. If Zhao Lianhua had committed some dishonorable act resulting in her being possessed, ruining her reputation, wouldn't that mean he could easily claim a free bride? This Zhao Lianhua was more attractive than Zhao Xingxiang. The thought of holding her while sleeping at night made him laugh in his dreams. Old Mrs. Sun seethed inwardly upon seeing so many people trailing them. There was no way to prevent them, so she had to block them outside the gate of the Zhao old home. Mrs. Zhou panicked, looking anxiously at the large group returning. Mother, if everyone knows now, how is Lianhua ever going to marry? The engagement with the Yang family was about to be finalized. Already once driven off by Lianhua's actions, your matchmaker must not be subjected to further disturbances. Otherwise, even if the spirit were driven out, the marriage with the Yang family would fall through. What was even more nerve-wracking was the fact that if Lianhua's reputation was ruined, it wasn't just the marriage with the Yangs that would fall through. It would be hard for her to secure a betrothal in the future. The moment old lady Sun shut the courtyard gate, she said to Mrs. Zhou, Madam of the eldest house, rest assured. I've already told them that Lianhua went up the mountain to dig medicinal herbs and, due to thirst, ate a wild fruit, which led to being haunted by a mountain spirit. Mrs. Zhou let out a sigh of relief and immediately led Zhao Taohua and her mother towards Lianhua's room. Outside the courtyard gate, Zhang Shi and Zhao Xingxiang were extremely curious, but alas, old lady Sun had closed the gate and wouldn't let them in. They could only stand outside the gate, straining their ears to listen to what was happening inside. Back when Zhao Ertree's family moved away, a room in the old Zhao residence became vacant. Later, old lady Sun gave it to the children of the first and third families to live in. Any child over 3 years old would sleep there, making space for the adults to produce more grandsons for the old Zhao household. As soon as Zhao Taohua entered the room, she saw Zhao Lianhua gagged and all 4 limbs tied up. Upon seeing this, Qian Shi was shocked. What kind of spirit has afflicted Lianhua, that you're treating her like this? Look at how the hemp rope has worn through her wrists and ankles. Though Qian Shi was not Zhao Lianhua's biological mother, she was still an elder, and it pained her to see Lianhua bound in such a manner. Just as Qian Shi was about to remove the cloth from Lianhua's mouth, old lady Sun and Mrs. Zhou both blocked her. There were quite a few people standing outside the courtyard gate. Qian Shi didn't know, but they did. Once the cloth was removed from Lianhua's mouth, she was certain to emit a piercing, bone-chilling scream. It wasn't just that they'd endure the torment again. It would also be heard by those outside the courtyard. Old lady Sun then turned to Zhao Taohua and said, Taohua, surely you can tell what sort of spirit is afflicting Lianhua. Hurry and get it out of her. At this moment, Zhao Taohua noticed Zhao Lianhua trying to move her jaw to spit out the cloth in her mouth. Zhao Taohua would never allow her that opportunity. The sound of a demon was excruciatingly harsh. Instead, she pressed her hand firmly on Lianhua's mouth and infused a stream of spiritual energy, attempting to pull the spirit out instantly. The spirit sensed danger, and its pupils contracted sharply. He never would have thought that in this impoverished backwater, there might actually be a young celestial master. In the blink of an eye, the 3 women, old lady Sun, Mrs. Zhou, and Qian Shi, saw a pitch-black rod emerge from Zhao Lianhua's body. The rod exuded an eerie chill that sent shivers down anyone's spine, causing them to retreat several steps in fear. Watching the rod about to escape, the 3 women clenched their hearts in anxiety. Fortunately, the next moment, Zhao Taohua grabbed it firmly in her palm. It struggled violently, attacking Zhao Taohua with sounds akin to venomous curses. Onlookers like Qian Shi, old lady Sun, and Mrs. Zhou had their minds completely disarrayed and rushed forward to wrestle the rod from Zhao Taohua's hands. Not only them, but even the villagers outside the courtyard, influenced by the voice, went mad with frenzy and began pounding furiously on the door. All they had in mind was one thing: to rush in and seize the rod from Zhao Taohua. How could the wooden gate of the old Zhao residence withstand such simultaneous, fierce pounding from so many people? Before long, with a dull boom, the gate collapsed. Dust billowed up as the villagers trampled over the door and rushed into the courtyard. Chapter 37. How could Lotus make the fool do these things? Damn it! Enraged, Zhao Taohua forcefully struck the long rod in her hand. A wail followed, and then the rod calmed down. The senses of the Qian family and others also became clear. Suddenly, the long rod in Zhao Taohua's hand transformed into a man with a stature like a mountain, his muscles bulging. On his head were a pair of black and glossy horns like ink jade, their tips flashing with an icy light as if they were two sharp blades. His face was broad, his eyebrows dark and thick like ink, his eyes deeply sunken in their sockets, like two burning coals, exuding cunning and sharpness. His beard was dense and long, standing straight like steel needles. He had no shirt on, revealing his immensely strong, muscle-bound torso. Below he wore loose trousers. My goodness, how could this be a man? Grandma's son exclaimed fearfully. At that moment, Zhou suddenly heard someone from the courtyard asking, Shufan, how is Lotus? In an instant, Zhou's heart leaped to her throat. How did these people get in? She quickly ran out and closed the main hall door, standing at its threshold, not allowing anyone to approach. No one must see that there's a man in Lotus' room. Lotus mother, we are just concerned about what kind of demon spirit Lotus encountered. Zhou, what happened just now? It felt like we were being controlled. Exactly. Was it due to the spirit attached to Lotus? As Sun listened to the discussion in the yard, she was so anxious she didn't have time to fear the spirit. She grabbed Zhao Taohua's hand and pleaded. Taohua, he absolutely cannot be revealed to everyone. Zhao Lianhua stared at the human form of the bickering spirit with eyes wide as bells, and asked, Taohua, what is this thing? Zhao Taohua replied, a bickering spirit. After speaking, she clenched her hand, and the towering figure, as high as two men and resembling a small mountain, turned back into a completely black rod. All three inside the room widened their eyes. A bickering spirit? Suddenly, Grandma's son seemed to understand why after Aunt Yu came, Lotus had to pick every single fight with Aunt Yu. It turns out this bickering spirit was behind it all. Now that's done, the bickering spirit has been captured by Taohua. Next time, Lotus would surely perform well in front of Aunt Yu. At this moment when Grandma's son was reassured, Miss Qian furrowed her brow. How could this bickering spirit possibly be eaten? This long rod looks like iron. Grandma, Sister Lotus, I've subdued the bickering spirit. I'll leave first. Just as the villagers in the courtyard were curious about what kind of fruit Zhao Lianhua ate in the mountains to encounter such a spirit, the main hall door opened, and Zhao Taohua walked out holding the long rod. A faint smile played at the corner of Zhao Taohua's mouth. Even though she said nothing, anyone with eyes could tell something extraordinary. At this moment, Zhao Lianhua inside the room realized something and shouted towards the main hall. Grandma, you can't let her just walk out like that. At this moment, Grandma's son also suddenly thought of something and hurriedly chased out. It was too late. The long rod in Zhao Taohua's hand had already been seen by everyone. Zhao Xinglin stood among the crowd, and immediately, it was as if he saw fish and smelled the fishy odor. He called out loud, Sister Taohua, what kind of fruit from the mountain did Sister Lotus eat? This doesn't look like something that could grow on a tree, does it? Immediately, someone echoed, what fruit? I think it's more like a stick. It wasn't said that Sister Lotus was possessed because she ate a fruit in the mountains? So it seems, Sister Lotus originally harbored evil thoughts, which is why she was possessed by a spirit that resembles a stick. As Zhao Xinglin spoke, he nearly burst out laughing. If Zhao Lianhua harbors evil intentions, and isn't as innocent and ignorant as she appears to be on the surface, then her image would crumble, her reputation would rot, and the wife he'd otherwise lose would fall right into his lap. At this time, Zhao Xingjing, Oxingda's sister, also spoke up. My brother said that Sister Lotus gave him a piece of candy, making him spread rumors around the village that Xiang smelt bad, and that Xinming helped Sister Taohua wipe away her tears and buy her candy skewers in town. What? How could Lotus ask a fool to do these things? For a moment, everyone in the courtyard was shocked. Some were still incredulous, while others stormed into the house in anger to settle accounts with Zhao Lianhua. Good job, Zhao Lianhua. Your age may be small, but your heart is so wicked. Fuming with rage, Jiang strode toward Zhao Lianhua's room. My daughter Xiang's reputation was harmed by this woman. Zhao Lianhua heard everything happening outside. She never imagined things would turn out this way. Just as her hands and feet ropes were untied and she hadn't yet found a place to hide, Jiang rushed to her like a gust of wind and raised her hand to slap her hard across the face. Lotus turned pale with fear. Although she had some cunning ideas in her mind, they were useless against Jiang's straightforward and aggressive behavior. Moreover, her act of instigating the fool to spread rumors had already been exposed. Just as Jiang's hand was about to fall on Zhao Lotus' face, Zhou hurriedly stopped her. Jiang Yanxiu, do you really believe what that little girl, Zhao Xingjing, says? Yes, Aunt Jiang. Xingjing just heard it from the fool. How can we take that seriously? I have no grudge or feud with Xiang. Why would I ruin her reputation? Zhao Lianhua's explanation made Jiang reflect. Indeed, there were no grievances between them. The only possible conflict might stem from the Yang family's favor towards Xiang. She glanced at Zhao Lianhua, wondering if this girl would destroy someone else's reputation for marriage prospects. Zhao Xinglin rushed into the room. He initially feared that Jiang's fiery temper would lead her to injure Zhao Lianhua, but upon entering, he witnessed a scene different from his expectations. If Sister Lotus had no evil intent, how could she attract such an evil spirit resembling a stick? The fool doesn't know how to lie, Zhao Xinglin timely reminded and fanned the flames further. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Lianhua frowned and glared at him. This rogue dared to ruin her plans? Sure enough, after hearing Zhao Xinglin's reminder, Jiang immediately realized something. With so many people in the village, why would the fool specifically say it was her? Yang Fengshou has good conditions, and daughters often go to extreme lengths for marriage opportunities. They would even try to ruin another person's reputation. Lifting her other hand, Jiang slapped Zhao Lianhua across the face. How cruel are your intentions? You actually use such despicable methods to harm the reputation of my daughter Xiang. Instantly, Zhao Lianhua's hair became disheveled, her cheeks red and swollen, making her look utterly miserable. Shaking her head, she tried to defend herself. Aunt Jiang, I didn't. Before she could finish her sentence, Qian's eyes flared in anger, pointing an accusing finger at her while trembling and demanding. Lotus, how has my daughter Tao Hua offended you? For you to spread false rumors and ruin her reputation? She is your younger cousin who hasn't even reached the age of wearing a jade pin yet, and you're already using the fool to damage her reputation. A woman's reputation affects her entire life. Qian thought back to when she had pitted Zhao Lianhua for having her wrists and ankles bruised by hemp ropes, and now she felt completely justified. Looking at Qian and the others' distrustful gazes, Zhao Lianhua panicked. She shook her head violently, and, tears welling up in her eyes, pleaded, "Cousin-in-law, please listen to me. I truly did not do this. The fool is talking nonsense." As soon as she finished speaking, tears streamed down her face like pearls falling off a broken string, evoking pity in those watching. Chapter 38, The Old Colleague Eating Melon. Someone said, "We can't trust what a fool says. We can't wrong Lotus just because of what a fool said. I'll fight you to the end. How dare you hit my daughter?" Seeing this, Mrs. Zhou grabbed Mrs. Jiang's hair and the two began wrestling. Mrs. Jiang was tall and strong. After being ambushed by Mrs. Zhou at the beginning, her hair had been pulled out in a bunch, but afterward, she directly pushed Mrs. Zhou down onto the ground. She sat on Mrs. Zhou's shoulders and pressed all of Mrs. Zhou's body down so she couldn't move. Seeing Mrs. Zhou lose advantage, Grandma Sun immediately went forward to help. "How dare you beat my daughter-in-law and granddaughter?" Grandma Sun originally wanted to slap Mrs. Jiang across the face, but unexpectedly, Mrs. Jiang nimbly dodged it. She could only grab Mrs. Jiang's clothes and pull them. The scene was once chaotic, and everyone quickly rushed forward to separate the three women. In the end, although Mrs. Jiang's hair was disheveled, her momentum was still like that of a fighting rooster who had won. She used her index finger and middle finger to first point at her own eyes, and then pointed at Zhao Lotus as she spoke menacingly. "Lotus, I'll be watching you." After saying this, she took Zhao Xingxiang and left. Before leaving, Zhao Xingxiang looked toward Zhao Lotus with anger and hatred in her eyes. She never expected Zhao Lotus to be so malicious, ruining her reputation just to snatch Yang Fengshou. Not only did she ruin her reputation, but she also destroyed Miss Taohua's. At first, Zhao Xingxiang couldn't understand. Miss Taohua hadn't even reached the age of Ji, posing no threat to Zhao Lotus. Why would she want to destroy her? Later, she realized that Miss Taohua had helped her dispel rumors among everyone about the durian spirit not being related to her. So was it due to that incident that caused Miss Taohua to get on Zhao Lotus's bad side? Mrs. Qian also took Zhao Taohua and left. Before going, she left behind these words: "An ill-bred top beam makes an ill-bred bottom beam." As Zhao Taohua was leaving, she saw various expressions on people's faces, many looking at Zhao Lotus with exploratory expressions, some even with disdain. Zhao Taohua coldly snorted in her heart. Today was finally the day Zhao Lotus's true character would be revealed to everyone. How dare she try tricks on her? However, what surprised her was Zhao Xingjing's words, which not only confirmed Zhao Lotus's evil intentions, but also exposed the person behind the scheme using the fool, Zhao Lotus herself. "Ah, what are you cursing, Fox?" Grandma Sun said anxiously. Among the others, only a small portion believed that Zhao Lotus had been misunderstood, while a large majority thought she truly had wicked intentions. After all, what was just now in Taohua's hand was a long rod, not some wild fruit. With a leering grin, Zhao Shenglin said, "Lotus, younger sister, don't worry. Even if you're a deceitful woman, I won't look down on you." After hearing this, Zhao Lotus felt a chill run through her. It was exactly his intervention earlier that made the rage already subsiding in Mrs. Jiang suddenly flare up again. When Grandma Sun and Mrs. Zhou heard Zhao Shenglin's voice, they hastily scolded him. "Get out. Go away. Our Lotus is marrying into a good family. How could she have anything to do with Zhao Shenglin, who's idle, and whose family doesn't even have a few coins?" In the end, not only Zhao Shenglin came out, but also the other villagers who were watching the commotion exited. Even though Zhao Shenglin was driven out, his face remained grinning. Zhao Lotus's reputation has already started to stink. When he spreads the rumor for a few more days, it will completely go foul, and she'll belong to him. Just thinking about it makes him happy. When the other villagers left, they were also discussing. Did the fool really lie? Was it actually Lotus who ordered the fool to spread rumors about Xingxiang, Taohua, and Shenming? How should we know? A fool is a fool anyway. Zhao Shengjing pouted unhappily and said, "What my brother said must be true. Sister Lotus has a nasty heart. Whether others believe it or not, she believes her brother's words. Moreover, Sister Taohua said that only those with ill intent would be affected by evil spirits. Isn't it possible that the rod-like object was attracted to Sister Lotus's malice? What else could it be? In short, from today onward, Zhao Lotus's image within the village has plummeted." Feeling regret, Zhao Lotus hurriedly asked Mrs. Zhou to invite Aunt Yu again because she had chased her off before. However, after 3 trips, Mrs. Zhou couldn't bring her back. Instead, Aunt Yu's attitude toward her worsened with each visit. "Sister Shufan, there's no need for me to tell you what kind of nature your Lotus has. The Yang family already knows. Not only does the Yang family know, but even the villages within 10 miles know too. A girl yet unwed instigating a fool to tarnish others' reputations. No one nearby would take such a girl as their wife." After hearing what Aunt Yu said, Mrs. Zhou felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Her Lotus couldn't marry? Aunt Yu continued. And because of Lotus, the Zhang family said that if your Xiao Feng wants to proceed with this marriage, he needs to add 2 tael to the betrothal gifts, otherwise forget it. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou swayed her body slightly and almost fell. She was sitting down, but her body felt like it lacked any support. Add 2 tael? That's 12 tael for the betrothal gift. Is Zhang Caixia made of gold? Even if she is the village flower of Hanyu Village, she can't act this recklessly. When Zhao Taohua returned home with the long rod, the roof tiles of her house had already been repaired, and everyone was busy building the courtyard wall. Taohua, what did Lotus eat that made her attract a mountain spirit? Someone asked curiously. Before Zhao Taohua could open her mouth, Mrs. Qin shouted. She didn't eat any wild fruit. It's her own malicious thoughts that attracted this argumentative spirit to her. Just at that moment, everyone saw the completely black long rod in Zhao Taohua's hand transform into a tall, burly man over 2 people's height, with a pair of curved horns on his head. Seeing him, everyone was shocked. This is the argumentative spirit. Tall and strong, some joked. If he had come earlier, he could have helped pass the tiles. Zhao Taohua smiled. Uncle Guangming, it's not too late. Let him carry bricks. Looking at the powerful muscles bulging all over the argumentative spirit's body, Zhao Taohua thought that from now on, all the woodcutting work at home would be handed over to him. If there were fields in the future, they wouldn't need oxen for plowing, just him. The argumentative spirit had always been free in the mountains, never expecting that after attaching himself to a person with evil aura, he ended up trapped. Argumentative spirit, go carry the bricks. Upon Zhao Taohua's command, the argumentative spirit didn't move. How could he, who had practiced for hundreds of years, listen to just any little girl? Even if she were a Taoist master, he still had no respect for her in his heart. Right as the argumentative spirit was sulking in his mind, 2 figures emerged from the straw shed in the southwest corner of the yard. The minstrel spirit held a needle and thread in her hands, while the durian spirit clutched a green bean. They were eating while working simultaneously. The instant the argumentative spirit saw them, he was so shocked his eyeballs almost popped out. Had they also been captured by this young Taoist master? Not noticing their presence before, it seemed they were sealed off like he was. With 2 companions caught by the same young Taoist master, the argumentative spirit suddenly felt much more comfortable in his heart. He headed toward the direction Zhao Taohua pointed to carry bricks, able to move several times more than others at once. With the help of the argumentative spirit, Zhao family's courtyard wall was finished half an hour earlier before nightfall. Under the glow of the evening sun, rows of blue bricks and gray tiles were neatly arranged, reflecting a solid gleam. Staring at Zhao family's new house, everyone was filled with astonishment and admiration. This impressive blue brick gray tile house is our village's first. Look at these bricks, seamlessly mortared together. Chapter 39, A New Path to Wealth. This house looks so nice. If my family saves a bit more, and when we have enough money, we'll build one like this too. Zhao Taohua looked at her new house, and a satisfied smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of her lips. With this sturdy blue brick tile house, she won't be afraid of heavy snow this year. She took the opportunity to remind everyone. I calculated that there will be a heavy snowfall this winter, so if you can save enough money to build a brick tile house, go for it. If you really don't have enough money, repair the roof and seal up the wall gaps, and you'll be able to spend the winter safely. After hearing this, the crowd finally understood why Zhao Ershu's family decided to build a brick and tile house, because Taohua had predicted that there would be a big snowstorm this winter. With such a house, no matter how much snow fell, the roof wouldn't collapse, and cold wind wouldn't make its way into the house. Hey, what should I do? My family is still short quite a bit of money. Recently, there are no medicinal herbs left to dig up at the foot of the mountain. How can we save up now? Aunt Zheng said anxiously. Others felt the same way. The village has nearly 1,000 people, and they've been digging day after day at the foot of the mountain, depleting all the medicinal herbs available there. Some people went as far as the mid-mountain region to dig and found many more herbs. But nobody dared to venture further up the mountain. After all, everyone knows there are wolves on the mountain, likely near the peak, and encountering them would spell disaster. Not everyone is like Shun Ming, who can bravely explore the deep mountains and return each time with a bounty of hunted game. Sometimes, they even saw Shun Ming carry a dead wolf down from the mountain. Digging medicinal herbs is not a long-term solution. Zhao Taohua had anticipated this early on, realizing the speed at which the villagers were gathering herbs exceeded her original expectation. However, she had already come up with 2 ideas in mind beforehand. The fields around Zhao's village aren't suitable for crops due to excessive fog and humidity, but there are other things they could grow instead. For example, medicinal herbs, especially those types that can be harvested in a short period. Don't worry, everyone. We will definitely earn enough money. In a few days, the village chief will announce a new path to wealth. After Zhao Taohua finished speaking, Aunt Qian immediately noticed the smile on Taohua's lips and asked, Taohua, did you think of this new way to wealth for us? Taohua shyly nodded. These days, while helping her family build a house, she was busy cooking meals, but she carefully listened as everyone worked and chatted about their daily lives. After careful thought, she finally came up with an idea. If they can't dig up more medicinal herbs, then they could use the natural advantages of Zhao's village to grow suitable medicinal plants. One day, Zhao Taohua excitedly ran to the village chief's house. The chief was greatly surprised after listening. Grow medicinal herbs? Could Taohua's plan actually work? The chief asked somewhat worriedly. This was because they've never grown medicinal herbs before in the village, and the rice in the fields would only be ready to harvest in a month or 2. At this point, destroying the rice crop to grow herbs would not be worth it. Although their crops never produced very well, they could always get something. Chief, it's not about destroying the paddy to plant herbs. but rather finding some barren land to plant herbs. This way, when the herbs mature, they will bring additional income without affecting the rice crops. And later, once the rice is harvested, if anyone wants to plant herbs in good farmland, that decision can be made individually. As they spoke, both of them went to Zhao Xiangping's home to consult with Grandpa Xiangping. After Zhao Taohua told Zhao Xiangping the names of several herbs, Zhao Xiangping slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Strange, how didn't I think of that? Taohua is right. Golden line lotus, perilla, and motherwort, our village can grow them, and they will soon be ready for harvesting." Upon hearing that these herbs could indeed be planted, the village chief breathed a sigh of relief. But he still had concerns. If the whole village starts planting herbs, what if we can't sell them all? This is different from just digging herbs. However many are dug up randomly by individuals, they wouldn't match the quantity from dedicated planting. Moreover, dedicated farming across the entire village means they would focus on only a few varieties, which no single medical shop might need in large amounts. Zhao Xiangping immediately responded, "I'll handle this. Although I've only been a simple village doctor, I do have connections in many local clinics. I'll ask them, discuss with them, and if everything works out, I'll take the village chief along to sign contracts." From that day forward, Grandpa Xiangping busied himself traveling to various clinics in towns and counties. Indeed, through his social capital and efforts, most clinics agreed to purchase their products. Immediately following this, Zhao Xiangping took the village chief door to door to each clinic, signing the contracts, ensuring that everyone's produce would find a buyer after cultivation. Zhao Taohua estimated that within a couple of days, the village chief and Grandpa Zhao Xiangping should finish signing all the necessary contracts. Seeing that Zhao Taohua admitted the new wealth path was her own creation, Aunt Zheng and others felt reassured. This child Taohua is reliable, and any method she comes up with will surely help everyone earn money. Aunt Zheng immediately beamed with joy. "Then, when my family saves enough money, we'll build a brick tile house too." The others also quickly chimed in. "Yes, we all should build brick tile houses. Look how beautiful this house is, and it can last for generations without any problems." Zhao Ershu and his wife Qian also spoke up. "When you all start building your houses, we will come to help too." Ershu and Qian remembered all the villagers who had helped them these days. Since they refused payment for their labor, Zhao and Qian would repay them another time later. Zhao Guangming patted Zhao Ershu's shoulder and suggested, "Ershu, buy brand new furniture for the inside. It's more comfortable living in a new house with good furniture. Those tables and stools that have wobbly legs or broken corners, just chop them up early to burn for firewood." Ershu laughed and agreed. With the house already completed, only smaller tasks were left, installing doors and windows, building the Kong bed stove, and buying some new furniture, after which everything would be ready. Though he considered buying furniture, Zhao Ershu didn't want to spend much, so he decided to make them himself. Perfectly timing it, an expert carpenter came to visit, helping him go up the mountain to cut trees. Gradually, they produced every single window, door, and piece of furniture for the home. When Zhao Taohua's family of 3 moved out of the temporary grass shack and into their new home, Qian frequently touched the blue brick walls, repeatedly saying how wonderful it was. The 4 rooms stretched from east to west, being the kitchen, main room, living hall, and west room. Zhao Taohua now had her own room, the west room. At 20 square meters, upon entering the west room, one first noticed the large Kong bed along the wall. On the Kong was spread a thick mattress, and neatly folded quilts were stored in cabinets mounted on the wall. On the other side of the room stood a newly carved wardrobe with simple patterns etched onto its surface. Below the window was a brand new table paired with a stool. Here, Zhao Taohua could sit and draw talismans while occasionally looking up to see various vegetables growing in the courtyard, surrounded by neat rows of blue bricks and 2 solid, heavy gates guarding the entrance. Sitting down at the desk, Taohua couldn't help but feel deeply satisfied having finally replaced the old, dilapidated house. Its walls cracked endlessly, its roof thatched sparse and caved in at places. With this spacious, fresh blue brick tile home, although many villagers came to help speed up the construction, sparing some labor costs, feeding everyone lunch each day still ate up quite a bit of the budget. After calculation, out of the original budget of 19 taels and 300 coins, only 1 tael remained. Fortunately, she had previously signed a contract with Lady He and received 50 taels as a deposit, otherwise, they would be completely broke right now. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a gong sounded through the village. The village chief was banging the gong and shouting, "Everyone gather at the village entrance. I have some good news to share with all of you." Chapter 40, Clearing Tenmu. Zhao Taohua was overjoyed, knowing that the village chief had already signed the contract with Grandpa Xiangping. Recently, some people in the village had gone to town to find work. It wasn't worthwhile for the entire family to stay in the village, as they could dig up only a few medicinal herbs a day. Sometimes, with bad luck, they couldn't find even one. Instead of this, it was better to work in town where at least they earned wages every day. Still, some remained in the village and continued digging for herbs on the slope halfway up the mountain every day. Someone, curious, asked, "Village chief, do you have any good news to tell us?" Someone else guessed, "Village chief, is this the way Taohua suggested for everyone in the village to make money?" The village chief looked kindly and nodded. "Yes, indeed. Taohua has found another way for our village to become prosperous, and Uncle Xiangping has helped us eliminate worries afterward. Our village has heavy fog and high humidity, which makes growing grains difficult with low yield, but cultivating medicinal herbs suits perfectly. I've traveled around with Uncle Xiangping to sign contracts with all the big and small medical halls in the vicinity. As long as everyone plants them, those halls will buy them. Cultivate well, and within 3 months, you can sell your crops. The net income per mu is guaranteed to be at least 2 liang and 5 qian. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. A pure profit of 2 liang and 5 qian per mu? Although it wasn't as profitable as when they started digging medicinal herbs and could earn 1 liang or hundreds of coins daily, 2 liang and 5 qian was still equal to their income from an entire year before. Someone curiously asked, "Village chief, what are we supposed to plant?" Another person worriedly said, "Village chief, my family's rice isn't ripe yet." The village chief explained and reassured everyone. The paddy fields don't need to be touched just yet. I've consulted with Duding, and there are many unused plots of land in our village. You can clear these lands for farming. For the first 3 years, there will be no tax or rent, so you can grow freely. That means anything you grow on the cleared land belongs entirely to you. Upon hearing this news, everyone was initially delighted, but then their excitement dimmed. Since Zhao family village was surrounded by mountains, those uncultivated lands were full of rocks, both large and small. Plus, intertwined roots lay deep underground, requiring considerable effort to sever. Clearing the land would be immensely challenging. Yet, some decided to proceed with clearing for the potential earnings. Once cleared, whatever they grew on that land for the next 3 years belonged to them alone, free from taxes or rents. Why not seize the opportunity? Zhao Xiangping brought seeds for 2 types of plants, perilla and motherwort. Either required 2 gene of seeds per mu. Perilla seeds were more expensive, costing 60 coins per gene, while motherwort seeds cost 40 coins per gene. Since everyone had made some money earlier from collecting herbs, buying the seeds wasn't a problem. Most bought 1 gene of each type of seed. After all, clearing land was far from simple work. A small number of people thought it was a waste of time and refused to participate. Squatting on the ground, Zhao Shenglin snorted and spat out the grass stem he'd been chewing. What great path to wealth. Another hassle of clearing land and sowing seeds. And if we fail to cultivate, wouldn't it mean wasted effort and wasted seed money? Zhao Shenglin sneered, his eyes full of disdain. As he spoke, he kicked a pebble. The pebble rolled to the village chief's feet, as if agreeing with Zhao Shenglin. Frowning, the village chief scolded him. How can there be harvest without labor? Are you planning to wait at home all day? When we were collecting medicinal herbs, I didn't see you work more than a couple days. Now that everyone is opening up new fields to grow herbs, you're reluctant to join. Taohua has calculated it. There will be a heavy snowfall this winter. If you don't save up and repair your house soon, how will you survive the winter? Impatiently, Zhao Shenglin fidgeted with his ears. Enough, enough, village chief. She might know how to capture a few demons or ghosts, but she thinks she can predict fate, and she claims to foresee events months ahead. Finishing his words, Zhao Shenglin swaggered off, whistling, under everyone's frustrated and contemptuous gazes. Zhao Xiangping lamented, "This lazy man, always idling away his days, will surely regret it once winter comes." Zhao Ershu and Mrs. Qian saw everyone purchasing 1 gene of seeds each, estimating their capacity could at best manage to clear about 1 mu of barren land. Unexpectedly, Zhao Taohua said, "No, Mom and Dad, let's buy 20 gene of seeds, 10 gene for perilla and 10 gene for motherwort." Mrs. Qian hurriedly dissuaded her. "Taohua, that's enough seeds for 10 mu. How can we possibly clear that much land?" In the past, when she and Zhao Ershu were divided from Grandma's son in the old Zhao residence, they also considered clearing land themselves and planting something. But the barren land soil was hard as iron. A single swing of a hoe merely left a pale dent, making their palms tingle painfully and their arms sore from exertion. If not for hearing from the village chief that at least 2 liang and 5 qian could be earned per mu, she wouldn't have entertained the idea of reclaiming land again. However, Taohua actually opened her mouth and said she wanted to clear 10 mu of land. Zhao Ershu also advised, "Taohua, you haven't cleared wasteland before, so you don't know how hard it is to cultivate barren land. Mom and Dad, we still have Gangjing at home, don't you forget?" Gangjing had a well-built muscular body, making him perfect for these labor-intensive tasks. Both Zhao Ershu and Qian were stunned speechless. Since Gangjing came to the house, whenever Zhao Ershu needed wood, he would help cut down trees and carry them back home. Because of his presence, many heavy physical labors were done, including chopping firewood. As soon as they thought about this, both suddenly felt that buying 20 gene of seeds made perfect sense. "Alright, let's do what Taohua suggests and buy 20 gene of seeds," Qian said. Just as Zhao Taohua was waiting for Qian and Zhao Ershu to go buy the seeds, Zhao Xingxiang suddenly approached with a smile on her face, whispering, "Taohua's sister, Yang Fengshou's family has sent Aunt Yu to propose a marriage alliance to our house. They also sent a pair of big white geese, which are now kept in our chicken coop." Zhao Taohua turned and congratulated her. "Then I must congratulate Sister Xingxiang for successfully finding a suitable husband." Zhao Xingxiang blushed and lowered her head. "It's still too early. The process of 3 matchmakers and 6 steps won't be quick, but things have pretty much been decided." Yang's family condition was quite good, and Zhao Xingxiang was very satisfied. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and continued whispering into Zhao Taohua's ear. "My mother heard from Aunt Yu that Zhao Lianhua has bad character. Not only did Aunt Yu say this, but even people outside the village know that Zhao Lianhua has a mean spirit, bribing fools around to damage our reputation." Zhao Taohua was surprised. The news spread so fast? As far as she knew, some people in the village currently believed that the fool was talking nonsense and still trusted Zhao Lianhua. Could someone be fueling the rumor behind the scenes? At the old Zhao residence, Zhao Lianhua had already been locked up and scolded for 3 consecutive days. After Grandma's son finished yelling at Zhou, Zhou started yelling at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stomped his feet in frustration. My wedding arrangement with Kai Xia is almost finalized. Because of you, now the Zhang family wants to raise the bride price by 2 liang. Zhao Lianhua rolled her eyes and sighed. If Zhang Caixia really liked you, she wouldn't increase the price. Zhou continued to scold. Do you know how long the whole family needs to work to earn 2 liang of silver? Now, your marriage arrangement with the Yang family has fallen through too, and no one in or outside the village will want to arrange a marriage for you. 10 liang of silver could have been in our hands, and now, it will fly to Jiang Yinxiu's home. Zhou was furious, almost ready to explode. This time, Zhao Lianhua couldn't help herself from retorting. That's not my fault. All blame goes to that damn Gang Jing. If he hadn't possessed me, how would I argue with Aunt Yu? How can this be my fault? Grandma's son sitting on the chair slapped the table, scolding. And it's not your fault? Tell me, why did you intentionally bother with Tao Hua, that little devil dog? Even your uncle and I can't take advantage of her. Do you think she can't see through your schemes? I think that day when she walked out holding the lever of Ganjing's rod, she did it on purpose. Grandma's son spoke fiercely, glaring sharply at Zhao Lianhua, making her shrink her neck. If you didn't spread rumors about her being a disaster star, perhaps, she would have spared you and covered up for you. Now, it's a sure thing that your malice brought Gang Jing upon you. And since Gang Jing is a man who always hangs around Tao Hua's second household, I don't know what people in the village will gossip about you behind your back. The more Grandma's son talked, the more Zhao Lianhua became afraid. The handkerchief in her hands was almost ruined by twisting, tears brimming in her eyes. Grandma, what should I do now? Am I going to remain unmarried for life? Chapter 41. You go apologize to that little grass dog. Grandma's son didn't know what to do. Looking at the second family's improving living conditions and their brick-tiled houses, they were still stuck in mud-brick thatched cottages. Although Grandma's son was jealous, she still had to follow the advice of Tao Hua, that little grass dog. Tao Hua said she'd go dig medicinal herbs at the foot of the mountain, and indeed earned over a dozen taels. Tao Hua suggested cutting wood there as well, making cooking easier now. Tao Hua also claimed that their youngest child had an evil ghost inside them, which saved the life of the youngest, who was prepared for the afterlife by Uncle Xiamping. She even detected a minstrel spirit inside herself and actually extracted it. More recently, Tao Hua had predicted that this winter would bring a heavy snowfall, advising everyone who could afford it to rebuild with brick tiles or fix their roofs and seal the cracks in the walls if they couldn't. Afraid to ignore this warning, Grandma's son pondered whether the house at Zhao family ancestral home should be rebuilt or simply renovated. The room fell silent. After some time, Grandma's son spoke to Zhao Lianhua. You go apologize to that little grass dog. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lianhua's face alternated between red and white. Pouting, her eyes filled with reluctance and resentment, cheeks slightly puffed out. Grandma's son glanced at her and said, since you two are peers, apologizing to her won't disgrace you. And just imagining apologizing in public to Qian Hongyan, that sly vixen, and Zhao Tao Hua, that little grass dog, that would be shameful. Zhao Lianhua loosened her fists and whimpered, I understand, Grandma. After Zhao Lianhua left, Zhao Feng immediately squatted before Grandma's son, shaking her thigh coquettishly. Grandma, I don't care about anything else. I must marry Kai Xia, add another 2 taels to the dowry, then add 2 more taels if needed. I'm already 16, and if I don't get married soon, people will laugh at me. Zhao Feng is Grandma's son's eldest grandson, her apple of the eye. At Zhao Feng's endearing behavior, Grandma's son melted. Even if someone else required 12 taels as dowry to marry, she wouldn't have agreed. But Zhao Feng was her most beloved elder grandson. Good grandson. Yes, yes. Grandma will speak with Aunt Yu about raising the dowry by 2 taels. Saying this, Grandma's son patted Zhao Feng's hand in agreement. From the side, Lady Wang nudged Zhao Sanshi, who stepped forward and pulled Grandma's son's hand, saying, Mother, you can't only take care of Xiao Feng while neglecting Xiao Yu. If all our money goes into Xiao Feng's marriage, what about Xiao Yu's wedding next year? Also, Xiao Lei is so smart. You've long promised his school fees to attend the academy. Hearing this about her youngest and favorite grandson, Grandma's son sighed deeply, troubled. Every child matters to her heart equally. They're both her favorites. Well. Suddenly, Grandma's son felt the family's money insufficient. When Zhao Feng realized his grandmother, who originally agreed, changed her mind because of his uncle's words, he shouted back at Zhao Sanshi. Uncle, Xiao Yu will indeed get married next year. Yet, isn't Meihua getting betrothed the same year? Using Meihua's dowry for Xiao Yu's marriage isn't enough? Why not use the family's funds for mine too? Isn't your sister's dowry good enough for you? Retorted Zhao Sanshi. Zhou Feng's face turned bright red, like a spark instantly ignited. Lady Zhou got furious upon Zhao Sanshi's words, her lips pursed tight. Everyone knows the Yang family no longer wants Lotus. Not only did Lotus's engagement with the Yangs fall through, but she might even struggle finding a match elsewhere. Wasn't Zhao Sanshi just being malicious? Younger brother-in-law, because of your evil thoughts, Mother spent 12 taels on Tao Hua to save you. Isn't that money? Lady Zhou scolded him. Lady Wang, seeing her husband insulted, retaliated. Big sister, when Lotus was possessed by a stickler, didn't Mother invite Tao Hua to exorcise the demon, costing 10 taels? That was an IOU. Your family spent real 12 taels. As the argument grew heated, Zhao Feng screamed. All right, stop arguing. Isn't it all about money? I'll earn it myself. With that, Zhao Feng went to the kitchen to grab a small spade and a basket. Lady Zhou chased after him asking, Fenger, what are you doing? Digging medicinal herbs. He wouldn't believe that he couldn't manage marrying Kai Xia on his own. Behind him, hearing his determination, Lady Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Seeing how the eldest grandson and daughters-in-law bickered, Grandma Sun began calculating internally. How exactly could she make both her youngest son and eldest grandson feel satisfied? Meanwhile, she was worried about the snowstorm Zhao Taohua had foretold. If rebuilding their house similar to the second family's brick and tile house meant 6 rooms costing 20 to 30 taels, it startled Grandma Sun immensely, too much. And even if just replacing the roof with blue tiles and sealing the walls, it would cost at least 4 taels. Just the thought of it gave Grandma Sun a headache. There was spending to be done everywhere. Better earn some money first. Hadn't the village head said whoever cultivated barren land would get to farm it for free for 3 years? She shouted at Lady Zhou. Call the old man and Da Cheng back. Stop digging medicinal herbs. They should go cultivate barren land instead. The village head said land could be ready in 3 months, and 1 mu could at least make 2.5 taels. She bought seeds for 3 mu of land. If she wasn't worried about failing to cultivate, she'd have bought seeds for 30 mu of land. That way, 3 months later, she could make 75 taels. Alas, it was all wishful thinking. Most people in the village had bought seeds and were taking hoes to cultivate barren land. Those tangled wild grasses and roots were like locks binding the earth, requiring tremendous effort to cut through some, only to see new shoots and vines quickly appear. When Zhao Lianhua arrived at the Zhao household, the durian spirit noticed her first. Zhao Lianhua got quite a shock when the sturdy courtyard gate suddenly opened. A little girl wearing a hairpin carved from a golden durian shell stared wide-eyed at her and asked, "What do you want? Is Sister Taohua at home? I need to speak with her." The durian spirit moved aside. When Zhao Lianhua appeared before Zhao Taohua was sitting on the doorstep changing shoes, preparing to go cultivate barren land with everyone else. As soon as Zhao Taohua looked up, she saw Zhao Lianhua standing straight as an arrow, clutching her clothing tightly as she struggled to say, "Sister Taohua, it was wrong of me earlier. I apologize and ask for your forgiveness for my past transgressions." Upon hearing this, Lady Qian scolded her. "Weren't you arguing last time? Why aren't you pretending now? Lotus, if you want to live a proper life, you will face consequences otherwise, reaping what you've sown." Zhao Lianhua had already realized the situation wasn't developing as she hoped. Her reputation both within and outside the village was ruined. Everyone thought she harbored wicked intentions and spread rumors to tarnish others' reputations. Now, even the parents and sister of the fool spat at her every time they saw her. "Aunt, you're absolutely right. I won't dare again," Zhao Lianhua said, while looking at Zhao Taohua. She didn't know why, but she always felt Zhao Taohua had eyes like a mythical bird, able to see through her every thought. So, in front of Zhao Taohua, she no longer dared harbor ill intentions. Zhao Taohua cast a glance at Zhao Lianhua and found the gray aura of malice had mostly disappeared. It seemed Zhao Lianhua was genuinely repentant, though not yet fully transformed. "Sister Lianhua, I've received your apology. I'm about to go cultivate barren land." With that, she rose from the threshold, with Lady Qian and Zhao Erdeshu following closely behind. However, all 3 had their hands empty. The stickler who brought up the rear carried all the tools. Seeing the stickler's towering height, Zhao Lianhua retreated hastily, nearly falling down. Goodness, it was terrifying. Had such a spirit possessed her body? Zhao Taohua truly had skill, making such a spirit obediently carry farming tools and follow behind her. Just as Zhao Lianhua was lost in admiration, a reminder came from below. "Sister Zhao has already left. Aren't you going to leave?" Chapter 42. Does your family rent out their Gongjing? Zhao Lianhua exclaimed, then hurriedly walked away. Durian spirit was assigned by Zhao Taohua to guard the house, while Moon spirit embroidered handkerchiefs at home. It must be said that since using silk and brocade fabrics for embroidery, Moon spirit's mood improved quite a bit. The rough cloth used before was unpleasant even to the touch. Zhao Taohua chose an untouched barren land that hadn't been selected by anyone. As she ordered, the Gong spirit charged into the barren land like a wild bull. Miracles happened through great effort, and all the vines thick as wrists and intertwining roots were completely uprooted. After clearing the weeds once, he began to till the land. Every swing of his hoe raised large clumps of soil, with such force that the ground trembled. Even when encountering hard boulders, the Gong spirit showed no hesitation. With a loud shout while gripping the stone with both hands, he uprooted the man-high rock and tossed it far away. Zhao Taohua, Qian family matriarch, and Zhao Ergu worked together, crushing the soil turned over by the Gong spirit, leveling it out, digging ditches, sowing seeds, and finally covering them with soil. In one day's work, all 10 mu of land was completed by 3 humans and 1 spirit monster, astonishing the surrounding villagers who were also working on their lands so much that their jaws almost dropped. Alas, I truly envy the Taohua family for having such a spirit. It works better than an ox. Who says otherwise? A 10 mu of thorny and rocky wasteland has been cultivated neatly in a short time by your Gong spirit. Just as the Zhao Taohua family finished tidying up their farming tools and prepared to go home, Grandma Feng stopped Zhao Taohua. "Taohua, does your family rent out this Gong spirit?" Zhao Taohua was surprised, and a money-making idea never considered before formed in her mind. The Gong spirit himself was stunned by what Grandma Feng said. "Rent out? What is he supposed to be? He follows the little heavenly master's commands because she possesses great skills, but why should he follow some old woman just because?" In the next moment, Zhao Taohua loudly responded, "Yes, of course we'll rent him out." Her voice was filled with uncontainable joy and excitement, her smile like the flourishing flowers of spring. She grabbed the trouser leg of the Gong spirit beside her and said to Grandma Feng, "Grandma Feng, the cost for my Gong spirit to cultivate 1 mu of land is 100 copper coins, exactly like the land cultivated by our family." 100 copper coins wasn't much or little, But isn't it worth spending to avoid doing all that hard labor? Grandma Feng happily said. Then I will reserve it first. Cultivate 1 mu tomorrow morning. No, for mu. As Grandma Feng spoke, she counted out 300 copper coins from her bosom and handed them to Zhaojia. The village chief said cultivating 1 mu of purple perilla and motherwort can earn at least 2 taels and 5 qian. If that's the case, why not earn more? Other villagers around heard about Zhaojia renting out her gong spirit, and each of them started considering similar ideas. Zhaojia didn't expect that the gong spirit's strength could not only work for her family, but also be rented out to make her money. She loudly consoled the villagers. Don't worry, everyone. Take turns one by one. Seeing Zhaojia accepting clients without refusal, and taking in 100, 200, 300 copper coins, the gong spirit began calculating how many mu of land Zhaojia had already agreed to. When the calculation reached 30 mu, his fists clenched tightly, yet he dared not act rashly. When another villager was about to give money to Zhaojia, the gong spirit could no longer contain himself. But at that moment, Zhaojia unexpectedly stopped receiving money. She said to that villager, my gong spirit can cultivate at most 15 mu of land a day. You have 4 people in your family working hard today, and you can probably finish within another day or 2. Why spend the money hiring my gong spirit? Hearing Zhaojia defend him and turn others down, the gong spirit felt as if something had lightly struck his heart. There was a bit of surprise and an unusual sense of comfort. Unable to help himself, he loosened his tightly clenched fists and thought that this young heavenly master, though she seemed to exploit him like Zhou Bapi, still had a touch of sincerity in her dealings. So when the villagers said, then we'll open up the field ourselves. But I want to plant another mu. That mu of wasteland, please have your gong spirit open it. It was clear now. Hearing this, Zhaojia took the villagers 100 copper coins. Similarly, the other villagers also willingly waited for 2 days for Zhaojia's gong spirit. Thus, Zhaojia again accepted work orders for 15 mu of land. The gong spirit looked at Zhaojia seriously discussing things with the villagers and no longer felt as angry as he originally did. So he let her go ahead. Happy, Zhaojia walked back home. Unexpectedly, she made 4 liang 5 qian right in the village. Walking ahead, the rosy evening glow draped over her gently, outlining her figure with a soft golden glow. Suddenly turning her head, her eyes reflected the brilliant afterglow of sunset. Her lips curved upwards as she smiled at the gong spirit and said, Gang Jing, you did well today. Tomorrow, when helping the villagers reclaim wasteland, do a good job and don't let me down, understood? Gang Jing remained silent, but under the glow of the evening sunset, his dark face turned slightly reddish black. By the time the 3 got home, they dusted off the dirt from their bodies, washed their hands, and began preparing dinner. Working together, they soon had stir-fried beans, fried eggs, and vegetable soup ready. The dishes were bland, which Zhaojia could tolerate, but eating cornmeal every meal with its coarse granules grinding against her teeth made each bite a torment for Zhaojia, an ordeal she barely managed to endure. In the past, due to debts and saving for new housing, she had forced herself to eat it. But now there was no need for such hardship. The purpose of earning money is to live a better life. Father, mother, our lives are getting better now. Let's stop buying cornmeal and switch to rice. Zhaojia suggested. But rice costs more than double the price of cornmeal. Qian's family was accustomed to frugality, especially after separating from the Zhao family old residence, where they tried to split even the largest coins in half to save. Mother, a pound of rice is only 10 large coins, and this afternoon Gang Jing helped us earn 4 liang 5 qian. And the moon spirit, she embroiders 48 handkerchiefs a day. In the past, embroidered coarse cloth handkerchiefs sold for 10 big coins each, but now with silk and brocade fabrics, how much can they sell for? After Zhaojia finished speaking, Zhao Ergu quickly agreed. Taohua is right. Hong Yan, tomorrow I will go to town to buy rice. He had eaten cornmeal for over 30 years and was tired of it. Last mid-autumn festival, Taohua bought 2 pounds of aged rice, whose fragrance still lingered on his tongue, tempting him to take another bite of rice. At this, Qian's mother finally shifted her mindset, sighing with relief as she smiled. Our hard times are over. Now not only can spirits bring in money for the household, but when the herbs from the Tenmu wasteland grow, we can at least make 25 taels. As she spoke, Qian's eyes lit up with hope. Mother, it's already September, and the weather is turning cooler. Tomorrow, go to the market and pick out some fabric for thicker clothing, and also buy some cotton for a winter coat. This time, Qian didn't refuse but agreed readily. All right, tomorrow I'll go to the textile shop and have a good look. With a daughter capable of earning money in the family, Qian felt full of security. Just as the 3 of them had finalized their plans, each washing up and heading back to their rooms to sleep, a sudden anxious scream broke out from the village. Chapter 43, Zhao Feng goes missing. Xiaofeng, where are you? Xiaofeng, it's getting dark, come home soon. The sound of Mrs. Zhou's voice carried a sob and was unusually loud in the quiet night. Inside the east room, an oil lamp lit up, followed by the voices of Zhao Ershu and Mrs. Qian. It sounds like elder brother's wife. Xiaofeng hasn't come home this late. Soon after, the 2 got dressed and went out. Zhao Taohua also pulled back the covers, got dressed, and went outside. As soon as she reached the entrance to the main hall, she realized it was drizzling outside with a light rain. Zhao Ershu had already put on his bamboo hat and raincoat, holding a lantern ready to go out. Hong Yan, Taohua, you 2 stay at home. I'll go take a look, and if he hasn't returned yet, I'll search for him. After all, Xiaofeng was his nephew, and he couldn't just sit idly by while someone was missing. All right, be careful. Dad, come back soon. Zhao Taohua looked at the lantern in Zhao Ershu's hand, the oil-lit flame burning steadily inside. The dim yellow light filtered through the oiled paper, barely illuminating the muddy dirt path a few steps ahead. After Zhao Ershu left, Mrs. Qin sighed. Each time it rains from now on, the temperature will drop a little. Taohua, go back inside. Xiaofeng isn't a child anymore. He should be returning soon. Zhao Taohua nodded and turned back to sleep. However, what Zhao Taohua didn't expect was that by the next morning, Zhao Ershu still hadn't returned. Mother, where is Dad? Zhao Taohua asked. He's still looking for your big brother Xiaofeng. I just checked at the old house, and besides little Lei being there alone, no one has come back. Just as Mrs. Qian was speaking, another shout echoed from the foot of the mountain. Xiaofeng, where are you? A moment later, Zhao Ershu returned, his face pale from the cold, his eyes bloodshot from not sleeping all night, and mud stains on his pant legs. Mrs. Qian hurriedly removed his bamboo hat and raincoat. Go back inside and change into dry clothes. Then have some warm breakfast in the kitchen. As Zhao Ershu took a sip of cornmeal porridge, he began to sigh. I couldn't find Xiaofeng. Mother and elder brother's wife said that yesterday morning, Xiaofeng went up the mountain to gather medicinal herbs with a small iron spade and a basket. The mountain is vast. We searched all around last night, even halfway up the mountain. We even checked near the peak, and still, we couldn't find Xiaofeng. I don't know how Xiaofeng is doing. Could he have encountered wolves at the top of the mountain? Mrs. Qian's body trembled slightly after hearing this. Her eyes filled with terror. Xiaofeng was tall and thin, though he had a good posture, but he looked somewhat frail, not like Shenming who was tall and sturdy. Wolves would fear Shenming. If Xiaofeng went up the mountain, people were more worried about whether wolves might eat him. Zhao Taohua paused her egg peeling mid-motion and asked, Dad, are you sure big brother Xiaofeng went up the mountain? Yes, it's cold in the mountains at night, and it rained last night. Even though Xiaofeng is an adult now, spending the night in the mountains would be tough. Right now, Mom and Dad have already gone to talk to the village chief and asked everyone in the village to help search up the mountain. Zhao Ershu explained. Sure enough, not long after, shouts sounded from around the village. Zhao Taohua shoved the peeled boiled egg into her mouth and stood up to leave. Taohua, where are you going? Zhao Ershu and Mrs. Qian both asked in surprise at the same time. Zhao Taohua answered seriously. I'm going to look for big brother Xiaofeng. As Zhao Ershu had mentioned, it's cold and dangerous at night on the mountain. Moreover, it rained last night. Dad and the others from the old Zhao residence searched all night, but couldn't find anyone. Either they didn't see Xiaofeng lying unconscious because it was too dark, or he was eaten by wolves. Neither situation is good. Stickler, remember which villagers you promised to help clear land for yesterday? When Grandma Feng and the others come asking, make sure to work diligently clearing the fields. Before leaving, Zhao Taohua lightly patted Stickler's hand that hung limply on one side, reminding him. Having finished speaking, she continued walking forward, her hair gently swaying with each step. Just as Zhao Taohua was about to open the door, a heavy knocking sound suddenly came from the other side of the door. Taohua, the door suddenly opened, and the three words, are you home? That Mrs. Zhou had been about to say got stuck in her throat. Old Lady Sun immediately rushed over and grabbed Zhao Taohua's arms, wailing. Taohua, Xiaofeng has been missing in the mountains for a day and night. Do you have any way to find him? Xiaofeng was Old Lady Sun's beloved grandchild, so she cried uncontrollably, her nose streaming with tears. Zhao Taohua pushed Old Lady Sun away with obvious distaste. Grandma, I was just preparing to go look for big brother Xiaofeng. If he's really on the mountain, I can find him. Previously, Mrs. Zhou had heard Old Lady Sun ask for Taohua's help in finding Xiaofeng, thinking that Old Lady Sun must have lost her mind due to worry. Though Taohua could deal with spirits and strange creatures, the mountains surrounding the Zhao family village were vast. How could Taohua possibly find Xiaofeng quickly? But because Old Lady Sun was her mother-in-law, Mrs. Zhou had no choice but to listen to her and accompany her in searching for Taohua. Could it be that Zhao Taohua really had a way? Mrs. Zhou harbored some doubts, unsure if Zhao Taohua was merely boasting. She furrowed her brows, her face etched with exhaustion and anxiety. At worst, the entire village would help search for Xiaofeng. Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words, Grandma Sun immediately agreed, eagerly. She followed closely behind Zhao Taohua as they hastened toward the base of the mountain. Her little feet moved so quickly that Mrs. Zhou struggled to keep up from behind. When Zhao Taohua reached the foot of the mountain, she formed a hand sign with her right hand, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into her fingertips, then injected it into the earth beneath her feet. Troublemakers, come out. As soon as Zhao Taohua finished speaking, countless white orbs began popping up from the ground in front of her one after another. These orb-shaped creatures lined up neatly, their black-dot eyes all turning toward Zhao Taohua as their mouths opened slightly. They wondered why Zhao Taohua had summoned them. 4 days now, regardless of what the villagers were doing on the mountain, these troublemakers hadn't mimicked wolves' howls to scare them down the hill. Grandma Sun and Mrs. Zhou couldn't see the troublemakers and could only stand behind Zhao Taohua, watching anxiously. The village chief had once mentioned that whenever people approached the base of the mountain in the past, wolves came down, only because these troublemakers had been fooling around. Later, they were subdued by Zhao Taohua. Could they know where Xiaofeng was heading? Zhao Taohua asked into the air. Is there a 16-year-old boy in the mountain who hasn't returned all night? Tall and thin, carrying a wicker basket. Grandma Sun quickly added. He's wearing a blue coarse linen outfit. In response, the troublemakers nodded their heads in unison at Zhao Taohua. Her pupils contracted sharply. Just as she suspected, he was indeed there. Taohua, what did they say? Mrs. Zhou asked anxiously. He's on the mountain. Now, they're leading me to find brother Xiaofeng. No sooner had Zhao Taohua spoken than both Grandma Sun and Mrs. Zhou sighed in relief together. Still, They couldn't see the troublemakers and could only follow Zhao Taohua's steps. On their way up, they encountered many fellow villagers who had joined the search for Zhao Feng. Zhao Guangming, the eldest son of the village chief, said, "Auntie-son, you searched all night. Go back and rest. Let us handle it from here." "No, Taohua says she knows through the troublemakers where Xiaofeng is. I must see him with my own eyes before I can feel at ease." From a distance, Xinming overheard Grandma Sun's words and looked this way. Raising his head, he saw Zhao Taohua continuing to climb higher up the mountain. With years of hunting experience, Xinming knew very well that ascending further could likely result in encountering a pack of wolves. Quickly, he stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Taohua's collar, lifting her completely off the ground. Zhao Taohua gave a start, momentarily thinking she had slipped. But in the next instant, her feet landed firmly again. "You can't go any higher. It's the peak of the mountain. There might be wolves there, and besides, it's too steep for you to climb anyway." Xinming frowned deeply as he spoke. He observed her small arms and legs and concluded that she wouldn't be able to fight wolves or avoid falling. At his sudden appearance, the small troublemakers who had been guiding Zhao Taohua earlier were all scared and quickly disappeared into the mountain terrain. Zhao Taohua arched an eyebrow subtly, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes. Xinming had been keeping his distance from her for days. The two of them were like repelling poles of magnets, always maintaining a meter's gap, never getting close. This prevented her from replenishing her spiritual energy. Despite seeing him daily at her house helping to build a new home, she had no chance to touch him. Now that he had delivered himself directly to her, she wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Chapter 44, holding the princess in his arms. Ms. Zhou was anxious. "Move aside," Taohua said. "Xiao Feng is up there." Xinming glanced at Ms. Zhou, Grandma Sun, and Zhao Taohua. None of them could make it to the top of the mountain. Xinming insisted. "Going further up means entering the wolves' territory. If you go, you'll be eaten by the wolves. Then, how could you outrun wolves? Not only will Zhao Feng not be saved, but all of you would perish." After hearing this, Ms. Zhou's emotions calmed down. However, upon realizing this truth, she broke down in wails. "Xiao Feng, why did you climb so high? We can't enter, and you cannot come out. Who knows if you are alive or dead?" Lotus's reputation has become terrible, making her marriage prospects difficult, and Xiao Feng's survival is uncertain. She has these two children, now with both children out of reach. How is she supposed to survive? Crying, Ms. Zhou became overly agitated and fainted. Grandma Sun immediately pinched her philtrum, and Ms. Zhou woke up, her eyes full of despair. "Big Aunt, don't worry too much. The troublemaker told me that brother Xiao Feng is still alive. However, he is still up there." As Zhao Taohua spoke, she looked toward Xinming. "Brother Xinming, take me with you. Your martial skills are excellent, and you are familiar with the mountain terrain. I'm light. Even if we encounter wolves, you can carry me while escaping." Grandma Sun anxiously asked, "What about my good granddaughter?" Xinming thought for a moment and considered Zhao Taohua's plan feasible. People must be rescued, and him leading them would be the safest. He turned to Zhao Guangming. "Uncle Guangming, lend me your rope. If necessary, I can tie Zhao Feng to my back and carry Sister Taohua down the mountain together without any problem." Zhao Taohua glanced at him slightly sideways. Was he really tall and great? Did he treat her like a little chick and carry her along? However, his suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone. Zhao Taohua could see the mischievous spirits leading the way, and Xunming's agility ensured that he could safely lead Zhao Taohua and Zhao Feng down the mountain. In this manner, under the gaze of other villagers, the two proceeded from halfway up the mountain towards the peak. The road ahead indeed was as steep as Xunming described, and she truly didn't understand how Zhao Feng managed to climb it. The mischievous spirits moved quickly ahead, occasionally stopping and turning their heads to wait for them. Throughout the journey, Xinming kept holding the collar of Zhao Taohua's clothes, ensuring her safety. Also, due to his height and long arms, Zhao Taohua struggled to touch him easily. Pouting, Zhao Taohua thought he was guarding her too strictly. Suddenly, Zhao Taohua's eyes sparkled, and she revealed a mischievous smile. In the next moment, she urgently exclaimed, "Brother Xinming, something's wrong. The troublemakers said Brother Xiao Feng is in dire straits. We must rush over, otherwise, we won't be saving him but retrieving his body instead." Xinming furrowed his brows and asked, "Where's Zhao Feng located? Point me the direction." Holding Zhao Taohua like this made moving fast impossible, but leaving her alone here wasn't safe either. After some contemplation, Xunming decided to use his right hand to lift Zhao Taohua and place her under his left armpit. As Xunming was about to restrict her arms, Zhao Taohua. Was this the purpose of her cunning plan? In the very instant Xunming exerted force, she swiftly extended her arms, tightly encircling Xunming's neck. Following closely, with a thrust of her waist and a push from her legs, she floated high into the air. This unexpected action caused Xunming to stagger momentarily. He had no choice but to adjust his stance, wrapping both arms around Zhao Taohua securely in what became a princess hold. Glancing at Zhao Taohua, who wore an accomplished smile, Xunming reminded her gently, "Hold on tight." The moment Zhao Taohua's hands touched Xunming's neck, more spiritual energy flowed into her body, giving her immense comfort. She wished time could slow down so she could absorb more spiritual energy. However, in the rugged forest path, Xunming moved as though flying despite carrying her. Suddenly, Zhao Taohua remembered the last time Xunming wiped her tears, which resulted in much spiritual energy transferred even though they touched briefly. Recalling this, she shifted one of her hands encircling Xunming's neck upward stealthily. When she touched his earlobe, she marveled at her discovery. Her guess was correct. Apparently, the rate of spiritual energy absorption differed based on where they touched. At this moment, her hand, touching his earlobe, was rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy. Oh my gosh, Zhao Taohua felt like she was about to float away with joy. Shen Ming's body suddenly tensed, almost losing his grip on her. Her fingertips seemed electrified, gently massaging, causing a blush to spread rapidly from his earlobes to the tips of his ears. Shen Ming cast a glance at Zhao Taohua, whose lips were curved upward wildly. This mischievous girl, if it weren't for the urgency of saving Zhao Feng, he would have let her go by now. He warned sternly, "Stop fooling around." However, there was a hint of trembling in his voice that even he hadn't noticed. Finally, following the direction given by the mischievous spirits, they arrived at the damp moss on the backside of the tree. There lay Zhao Feng, with his backpack and small iron shovel beside him. Seeing that Zhao Feng was still breathing, Shen Ming sighed in relief. Just as Shen Ming was about to pick up Zhao Feng, Zhao Taohua suddenly grabbed his hand. Frowning, Shen Ming stared at Zhao Taohua, as if looking at an audacious rogue. Amused, Zhao Taohua leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, audible only to the two of them. "Brother Shen Ming, we cannot touch Brother Zhao Feng right now. There's a spirit on him." A warm breath lightly grazed Shen Ming's ear, sending a tingling sensation through him. Every word she spoke felt like a tiny pebble tossed into his tranquil lake of heart, creating ripples and unconsciously accelerating his heartbeat. He struggled to steady his spirit, withdrawing the hand that was reaching out for Zhao Feng, and asked, "What kind of spirit is it?" "A snail spirit." After uttering these three words, Zhao Taohua stepped down onto the ground, gently pushing Shen Ming backward. Snail spirits love rainy nights in the mountain forests, and last night happened to be filled with rain all night long. She explained that this high up on the mountain, how could Zhao Feng have climbed here by himself? It turned out that the snail spirit had lured him, making him lose his way in the deep mountains. In fact, Zhao Feng wasn't sleeping now, but rather deeply immersed in the illusions created by the snail spirit, unable to wake up. Just as Zhao Taohua had absorbed a great deal of spiritual energy from Shen Ming, she decided to make fun of the snail spirit. Shen Ming watched Zhao Taohua's silhouette. She was now fully focused on casting spells, quickly forming gestures with her hands while muttering incantations under her breath. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by, causing her hair to sway with the wind. Her rough homespun clothing, washed until faded white, followed suit. For the first time, he noticed how thin she was, too thin. When her gesture pointed toward Zhao Feng on the ground, an enormous snail shell suddenly appeared on Zhao Feng's body, lying peacefully amid the damp moss. The patterns on the shell resembled ancient totems, its spiral shape coiling outward layer by layer, as though hiding many secrets. The shell interwove deep brown and golden hues, shimmering strangely under the sunlight, brimming with danger. Chapter 45. I'll stay right behind you, obediently. Zhao Taohua picked up the shell, and the snail inside immediately panicked, quickly retracting its antennae back into the shell. Then, its entire body curled up in an attempt to escape the sudden lift. However, after a while, it realized there was no apparent danger and cautiously extended its antennae a little. The eyes on those antennae were like tiny black sesame seeds. As soon as they poked out of the shell, they saw a girl. The girl was only 14 years old, her height not fully grown, just over 1.50 meters, with a slender and petite figure. Her small face was palm-sized, her skin fair and tinged with a faint pink. Her eyebrows and eyes were lively and playful, her irises black and bright like the stars in the night sky. Her dark hair was simply tied up, a few strands falling onto her cheeks, gently swaying with the wind, giving her an innocent look. The snail spirit looked at her in surprise. How had she dispelled its illusion and made it manifest? It also flipped it over. The snail spirit watched Zhao Taohua warily, and then slowly squeezed its soft body out of the shell. Just as it prepared to tightly adhere its slimy ventral foot to Zhao Taohua's hand, she coughed heavily, scaring the snail spirit into staying still. The next moment, it felt its shell shrinking bit by bit until it was only as big as a thumb. Moreover, it discovered that its cultivation had been sealed. The snail spirit looked at Zhao Taohua in horror, only realizing belatedly. Was she a celestial master who specialized in subduing spirits? "Brother Shen Ming, it's okay now, you can touch it," Zhao Taohua said to someone behind her. Shen Ming approached, and, looking at the snail spirit guardedly in her palm, asked curiously, "Why does this snail only have half a body, and only 2 antennae? On the upper, longer antennae, there was an eye at the tip, like a black sesame seed, while the lower, shorter antennae acted as its detector, incessantly exploring the suddenly changing environment. A normal snail has 2 pairs of antennae on its head. Clearly, this one wasn't normal." Zhao Taohua also found it strange when looking at the snail spirit in her hand. She stroked her chin and said, "Could it be because it's a snail spirit? Snail spirits love the rainy nights of the mountains. Their eyes can bewitch people, trapping those who encounter them in illusions, making it hard for them to escape the forest." The snail spirit watched them speak from start to finish in fear, its eyes darting left and right, yet dared not look directly at their eyes. Upon hearing this, Shen Ming immediately felt Zhao Feng's body and frowned. "Not good. Zhao Feng is burning hot. He must have a fever. We need to go back quickly." Zhao Taohua placed the snail spirit in her bosom and instinctively lay down on Shen Ming's back, her legs wrapping tightly around his waist like a clamp. Zhao Taohua coaxed playfully, "Brother Shen Ming, carry Zhao Feng down the mountain for me. I'll stay obediently right behind you." Shen Ming recalled her antics earlier and sternly reminded her, "Behave yourself, don't move around unnecessarily." Zhao Taohua agreed with a nod. "Hurry, Zhao Feng has a fever. We need to take him down the mountain." Shen Ming wasted no more time and headed downhill immediately. However, as Shen Ming descended, he realized she hadn't taken his words to heart, sneaking another touch of his earlobe. Zhao Taowan noticed something amazing. Whenever she touched his earlobe, it quickly turned red all the way to the tip, much like peach blossoms blooming instantly across a hillside in spring. Shen Ming's body tensed like a taut string, and his pace down the mountain quickened even more. He shouldn't have believed her nonsense. How could she possibly behave? At the halfway point down the mountain, many villagers stood waiting expectantly. When they saw Shen Ming coming down the mountain, they all erupted in excitement. Quick, look! Shen Ming is coming down the mountain. I see someone in his hands wearing a green robe. Moments ago, Mrs. Zhou had despaired but now ignited with hope, leaping to her feet from the ground. Is that my Zhao Feng? With one jump, Shen Ming leaped 3 meters directly to the crowd. First, he handed Zhao Feng and the basket over to Mrs. Zhou, then untangled Zhao Taohua from his body, and quickly moved a meter away from her. Zhao Taohua noticed his little movement, and thought to herself. Today, she had absorbed much spiritual energy, so for now, let him keep his distance. Grandma's son, seeing her grandson unconscious, worriedly called out. My dear grandson, wake up please. Shen Ming reminded her. Grandma's son, it rained last night and the temperature in the mountains was low. Zhao Feng might have caught a cold and developed a fever. Mrs. Zhou touched Zhao Feng's forehead and indeed, it was scorching hot. Finally, with the help of the other villagers, Zhao Feng was carried together to the Zhao family old house. Zhao Daqiang, upon hearing the news of his son being found, rushed to invite Zhao Xiangping. Zhao Xiangping said it was fortunate Zhao Feng survived. If they had come any later, his brain might have been damaged due to the fever. Grandma's son was so frightened she froze in place, suddenly losing sight in both eyes, nearly collapsing. Luckily, Zhao Sancher caught her in time. Mother, are you all right? Grandma's son rubbed her hand on her head and, filled with dread, collapsed in front of Zhao Feng's bed. Dear grandson, if you want to marry Zhang Caixia as your wife, Grandma will help arrange it. If it takes 12 taels of dowry, so be it. You must never take risks going up the mountain for money again. Wake up quickly. Once you wake, Grandma will start arranging things. Grandma's son sat on the edge of the bed and wept, frightened that her dear grandson had almost been lost due to the 12 taels for dowry. Heartbroken, she adjusted the blanket around Zhao Feng carefully. Behind them, Zhao Sancher and Mrs. Wang heard this and grew grim-faced. After Zhao Feng had gone missing all night, 12 taels had already left Grandma's hands. After one day of taking medicine, Zhao Feng had sweated a lot, his fever breaking, but he didn't fully recover until the next day. Starting from that day, however, something about Zhao Feng seemed off. Once upright and tall, now his figure was slouched. He moved slowly, spoke slowly, ate slowly. When Zhao Lianhua saw saliva drooling endlessly from his chopsticks, her hair stood on end, and her appetite disappeared altogether. She picked up the plate of dishes on the table and said, Brother, stop reaching for food yourself. I'll scoop it into your bowl. Do you know how people are supposed to eat when it looks like that? Honestly, I don't know where all the saliva is coming from. It strings out so long. Though Grandma's son adored Zhao Feng, this time she did not scold Zhao Lianhua. Dripping saliva from the chopsticks while eating certainly looked unsettling. She asked Zhao Feng gently, Dear grandson, are you feeling any better? Shall Grandma ask Aunt Yu the matchmaker to visit the Zhangs tomorrow? Grandma's son waited a while before hearing Zhao Feng respond with a simple, Zhao Daqiang noticed Zhao Sancher and his wife looking displeased, so he reminded them, Zhao Feng, once you're better, don't just stay home. Help clear land to grow medicinal herbs for profit. In 3 days, many families in the village had already planted at least 1 acre of medicinal herbs. The village had announced that perilla and motherwort matured quickly, within 3 to 4 months, so after clearing the first acre, they started on the second. The Zhao family's old house hadn't cleared a single acre yet, because everyone had been exhausted from searching for him all night. As for the second household's Gangjing, pole spirit, others had booked it first, meaning even if they waited in line, they would only get their turn 3 days later. Ever since Zhao Taohua brought the snail spirit home, Zhao Ergu and Mrs. Qian watched curiously as the snail spirit, about the size of a thumb, stayed on the table. Mrs. Qian remarked, It really does look like a snail. Zhao Ergu asked, Taohua, the moon spirit, durian spirit, and pole spirit can all transform into human shapes. Why can't this one? After bringing it home, it had consistently stayed curled inside its shell, occasionally poking out its antennae to peek at them. Not only Zhao Ergu was curious, but even the moon spirit and durian spirit were intrigued. Holding her needlework, the moon spirit suggested, Could it be because its cultivation isn't deep enough? With wide eyes, the durian spirit shook its head and examined the snail spirit from left to right, saying, It managed to keep Zhao Feng trapped on the mountain for a whole night. Its powers shouldn't be shallow, right? Zhao Taohua agreed with the durian spirit's perspective. After all, if it had reached the level of becoming a spirit, it must have some abilities. She nudged the snail spirit's shell with her finger, making it dizzy and disoriented. Chapter 46. The snail spirit was almost sent away. Inside the Zhao family's ancestral home, Grandma's son, Zhao Daqiang, and Mrs. Zhou politely invited Aunt Yu, the matchmaker, to their house. To show their sincerity, they had even bought a pair of white geese in advance, which would soon be taken by Aunt Yu to the Zhang family. Aunt Yu, we will pay the 12 taels dowry requested by the Zhang family. Please do us a favor and visit the Zhang family to arrange the marriage on our behalf. We want to help our little Feng propose to their Caixia. When the 2 children celebrate their wedding, we will surely give you a large red envelope, and there will be no shortage of the traditional gifts for the matchmaker. As Grandma's son finished speaking, Aunt Yu couldn't stop laughing. Whenever a new couple was successfully arranged, the matchmaker could receive not only a red envelope, but also meats, fish, alcohol, and pastries as gifts. Depending on the situation of the family, the quantity might differ, but at least 6 pounds of meat, 2 large carp, 2 caddies of alcohol, and 4 types of pastries were expected. The matchmaker profession was profitable with both money and food rewards. Zhaojia from Zhaojia Village was indeed pretty, but in a situation where other families in the surrounding area only charged 5 taels for dowry, very few people would be foolish enough to spend double that amount to marry her. It was quite rare that Zhao Feng was willing to pay 10 taels to marry her, but unexpectedly, after hearing about Zhao Lianhua, the Zhang family raised the dowry by another 2 taels. And you thought this deal would absolutely fall through. However, the Zhao family's ancestral home actually agreed to it, proving how much Grandma's son truly favored her eldest grandson. Aunt Yu immediately started spewing auspicious words. This marriage is simply made in heaven. Their future life will be like sesame flowers blooming higher and higher, getting sweeter every day. Zhang Caixia is gentle and virtuous, good at managing a household. Your young Feng is. Before she could finish saying strong and robust, Aunt Yu saw Zhao Feng hunched over, sitting quietly with his eyes closed as if he were already asleep, showing no trace of masculinity. She couldn't continue the auspicious phrases on the tip of her tongue. But then, thinking of the benefits she'd get once the marriage was arranged, she forced herself to continue. Strong and robust, definitely capable of supporting a family, and the two will surely have a prosperous life. Just as Aunt Yu was halfway through her speech, Zhao Feng suddenly let out a scream. He continued with an endless stream of ah. While screaming, he covered his face with his hands, then reached down to touch his foot, leaving everyone present utterly baffled. Dear grandson, what's wrong? Tell Grandma where it hurts. Grandma's son worriedly said. Zhao King noticed Aunt Yu's expression change, so he quickly stepped forward to hold Zhao Feng, keeping him seated still. He then awkwardly explained to Aunt Yu. The child must have fallen asleep accidentally just now and had a nightmare. Don't take it personally. Aunt Yu plastered on a professional smile, thinking to herself, if it weren't for your willingness to offer 12 taels as dowry to the Zhang family, I'd have walked out without a second thought. When does any young man meet a matchmaker and end up sleeping or having nightmares? At the Zhao household, Moon Spirit held the needle in her hand and jabbed around recklessly within the shell, finding that besides shrinking smaller, the snail spirit hadn't transformed into a human form. She regretfully said, this method doesn't work? Durian Spirit's eyes suddenly lit up, and she grinned toward Zhao Taohua. Big sister Zhao, right now the snail spirit has retreated inside its shell. Can I release some stench and force it out? Maybe it will transform into a human form. Zhao Taohua replied, give it a try. Afterwards, Zhao Taohua immediately set up a shielding array to allow the others to come in, avoiding being affected by Durian Spirit's foul smell. That nasty odor was overwhelming. With Zhao Taohua's permission, Durian Spirit excitedly approached the snail spirit. The durian flower in her hair that was previously tightly closed instantly bloomed. In an instant, a putrid stench filled the air, causing the snail spirit to convulse uncontrollably within its shell, oozing sticky slime all over. These spirits are absolutely inhumane. They're trying to send it away. Back at the Zhao family's ancestral home, Zhao King watched Zhao Feng sit quietly, sighing inwardly with relief. Suddenly, Zhao Feng clutched his nose again, shaking his head violently from side to side while shouting. So smelly, so smelly, so smelly. Then, he abruptly collapsed onto the ground, foaming at the mouth, which scared Aunt Yu into standing up from her chair. She looked terrified at Zhao Feng and shouted furiously at Grandma's son and the others. Your boy Feng must have some sort of illness, right? And yet, you dare to let me arrange marriages for him? No wonder you're willing to pay 12 taels for Zhang's girl. What kind of family is this? After yelling that, she turned and stormed out without daring to stay a moment longer. Grandma's son tried to retain her. Aunt Yu, my darling grandson is usually not like this. Mrs. Zhou also explained. This is all a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, regardless of what they said, Aunt Yu refused to turn back. Good thing Aunt Yu had planned to wait until she left the Zhao family's ancestral home to ask Zhang Caixia's birth time and Bazi, which she would then bring back for the 2 children's bidu to be matched. Luckily, she had discovered that something was off about Zhao Feng in a timely manner. Otherwise, her reputation would once again have been ruined by the Zhao family's ancestral home. Lately, the Zhao family's ancestral home was truly eerie. First, it was Zhao Lianhua, now Zhao Feng. Both of these kids were acting strange. Rumors spread that last time, Zhao Lianhua had somehow come into contact with an evil spirit, and this time, Zhao Feng either had some kind of illness or had encountered another spirit. But what a weird one. His behavior was bizarre and looked abnormal at first glance. Inside the Zhao family's ancestral home, Grandma's son was utterly flustered upon seeing Zhao Feng constantly foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. My poor grandson, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your grandma like this. Mrs. Zhou hurriedly asked Zhao Daqiang to fetch Zhao Xiaoping over. When Zhao Xiaoping arrived, Zhao Feng was still lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and his body was convulsing continuously. Zhao Xiaoping frowned. Epilepsy. But the symptoms didn't quite match. After examining Zhao Feng thoroughly, Zhao Xiaoping found that Zhao Feng had passed out, but his body still convulsed uncontrollably and continued to foam at the mouth. Even though Zhao Feng had fainted, his muscles did not relax. Unable to do anything else, Zhao Xiaoping applied pressure to certain acupuncture points and inserted needles, eventually managing to put Zhao Feng into a deep sleep. His body stopped convulsing, and the foam disappeared. Grandma's son worriedly asked, Uncle Xiaoping, what's wrong with my dear grandson? Zhao Xiangping felt Zhao Feng's body, noticing something odd. Why is he wet? And sticky too? Zhao Xiangping immediately checked his own palms. When he spread his fingers apart, strings seemed to stretch between them. Upon witnessing this scene, Grandma's son, Mrs. Zhou, and Zhao Daqiang instantly recalled Zhao Feng's chopsticks dripping saliva at the dinner table. This child definitely wasn't acting normal. Grandma's son reached out to touch as well, finding something akin to mucus. Ordinary people only sweat. How could this happen? During Zhao Xiangping's previous treatment of Zhao Feng, his body had been scorching hot, so no one had noticed this detail. After exchanging glances with Grandma's son and the other three, Zhao Xiangping said, "Could little Feng have encountered some sort of spirit while up in the mountains?" Grandma's son and the other three widened their eyes. Although they weren't sure, they felt it was likely. Mrs. Zhou reflected, but when little Feng was rescued from the mountain, Tao Hua was there, and she didn't mention any spirits haunting him. Suddenly, Grandma's son thought of something and gritted her teeth. That little doggrass. She must want money again. She won't help unless she gets paid. Chapter 47. You know my rules. Granny's son hated and felt helpless about Zhao Taohua. Son, Taohua has helped your family drive away evil spirits and save people many times. You should watch your mouth and stop cursing at Taohua. Zhao Xiangping couldn't bear it anymore and intervened. Granny's son muttered silently. She said to Zhou, "Go to the second house and ask Taohua to come over to see what's wrong." Having had some experience after encountering a few spirits, Granny's son felt quite certain that there was a spirit on Zhao Feng's body. In the main hall of the Zhao family, everyone looked at the shell of the durian spirit, which was trembling uncontrollably and kept spitting out slime, disappointment showing in their eyes. The durian spirit closed the durian flower that she wore in her hair, pouted, and said, "Isn't this working? How can it reveal its human form?" At that moment, an urgent knock came from the courtyard gate. "Taohua, are you home? Something's wrong. My little Feng is trembling all over, foaming at the mouth, and oozing with slime. Please take a look at what's going on." Hearing this, everyone in the room brightened up. Didn't this sound exactly like the symptoms of the snail spirit on the table? Zhao Taohua frowned, as she had already removed the snail spirit from Zhao Feng when she found him on the mountain. Why did they have the same reaction? Thinking about this, Zhao Taohua picked up the snail spirit with a handkerchief, wiping all the foam off it. Looking at the empty snail shell, she suddenly had an idea. Snails are hermaphroditic, so could it be that half of the snail spirit still remained inside Zhao Feng? That's why they had the same symptoms. Realizing all this, Zhao Taohua finally understood why the snail spirit couldn't transform into a human form. Could it be because half of its powers were outside? With half its strength gone, it couldn't transform into a human? Or even if all its powers were present, it might not necessarily be able to transform into a human form. When the Zhao family courtyard gate opened, Zhou was just about to repeat Zhao Feng's condition to Zhao Taohua, but Zhao Taohua directly said, "Auntie, let's go." Oh, Zhou quickly followed Zhao Taohua, not knowing why, but feeling inexplicably reassured walking behind Taohua. Qian put down her needlework and fabric, saying, "I'll go take a look too, in case the people at the old house bully Taohua again." Zhao Ergu also followed, the two walking like the Hung Ha generals behind Zhao Taohua. By the time Zhao Taohua reached the Zhao family old house, Zhao Feng had already been carried to bed, his facial foam wiped off. However, Zhao Taohua still noticed right away that he hid half a snail spirit within his body. It seemed that the last time on the mountain, the snail spirit didn't merely cover Zhao Feng with its shell to hide him. It had also fused half of itself into Zhao Feng's body, attempting to possess Zhao Feng's body. If that was the case, then it certainly lacked the ability to transform into a human form by itself. This snail spirit was quite clever, planning to acquire a human form through this method. As soon as Sun Laotai saw Zhao Taohua, she hurriedly asked, "Taohua, is there really a spirit on Xiaofeng?" As expected, Zhao Taohua nodded. Xiaofeng's body is possessed by half a snail spirit. It wants to take over Xiaofeng's body, Zhao Taohua said. "Oh, what?" Granny's son and Zhou others shouted in horror. This. Granny's son pulled Zhao Taohua's hand affectionately and said, "Taohua, you must save your brother Xiaofeng. You are siblings." Zhao Taohua hummed softly, then held out her hand to Granny's son. "Grandma, you know my rules. Give me the demon exorcising fee, and I will ensure the snail spirit is expelled from Xiaofeng's body." Immediately, Granny's son's face turned pale blue. Another 10 taels? That was the money reserved for Xiaofeng's wedding. Smiling awkwardly, Granny's son suggested, "All right, Grandma will write you an IOU." This time, Zhao Taohua wasn't buying it. She took out 2 IOUs she'd obtained earlier with Granny's son's thumbprints, saying, "Grandma, here's 18 taels, here's 10 taels. That's 28 taels total. Your family owns 10 acres of good farmland, worth 30 taels at market price. Today, if you write another IOU, you won't be able to pay back the debt. Do you want to trade your fields and your house?" Granny's son's face turned dark green. That would never happen. But she hadn't expected that Zhao Taohua would haggle over every single coin so thoroughly, calculating everything clearly. Clearly, writing another IOU today wouldn't work. She didn't want to mortgage the fields or spend any money. But how could she force this unfeeling girl to act if no money was offered? If the snail spirit takes over Xiaofeng's body, she'll lose him. With great difficulty, Granny's son took out the 10 taels mint for Zhao Feng's future bride. "You've got the money. Now you must clean the snail spirit completely out of Xiaofeng's body." Zhao Taohua grinned as she took the money, making 10 more taels. "Grandma, don't worry. Since I've taken your money, I'll make sure to drive out the snail spirit from Xiaofeng's body, not leaving a trace behind." The last time, she had let half of the snail spirit escape right under her nose, but this wouldn't happen again. Zhao Taohua walked to the bedside. chanting incantations and gathering spiritual energy at her fingertips. First, she touched Zhao Feng's forehead, then his toes, before activating the spiritual power. In an instant, everyone saw a grayish-white mass fly out of Zhao Feng's body. It looked translucent, with faintly visible organs inside. Zhou shivered in revulsion and frowned. So this is the snail spirit. Not wanting to touch the slimy thing again, Zhao Taohua used the snail shell to catch the remaining part of the snail spirit's body. Once inside, they quickly merged within the shell, and then a head poked out. This time, it finally looked normal, with 2 pairs of antennae on its head. Taohua, has the snail spirit completely left Zhao Feng's body? Zhou asked anxiously. Zhao Taohua nodded. The mountaintop is dangerous. Don't let brother Xiao Feng go to such high places anymore. Just as she finished speaking, Zhao Feng stirred awake in bed, his eyes now clear, no longer dazed like before. Quickly, the events of the past few days flashed through his mind, and he realized what had happened to him during these days. Half man and half ghost, he'd been stuck at home acting like a snail. No wonder Lotus found it disgusting when he ate. Thinking about it now, even he felt nauseated. Worse still, he had made a fool of himself in front of Aunt Yu, the matchmaker, doing all those things. Now, in Aunt Yu's eyes, he was just a madman. He and Lotus were both on her blacklist. But he had to marry Zhang Kaiwa. At the thought of this, Xiao Feng felt a headache coming on. Grandma, you must help me think of a way to restore my reputation in front of Aunt Yu, and ask her to continue helping me arrange my marriage with Zhang Kaiwa. Old Grandma's son, who usually spoiled him, didn't respond immediately this time. Confused, Xiao Feng looked over at Grandma's son. Dear grandson, just now Grandma spent 10 taels of silver to have Taohua, that little master exorcist, drive out the snail spirit. We can't afford a lavish dowry now. Grandma's son explained. Actually, she kept worrying about the snowstorm Zhao Taohua mentioned in winter, so they couldn't empty the household funds. Some money needed to be set aside for repairing the roof and reinforcing the walls. What? Zhao Feng voiced his disappointment. You wouldn't have ended up here if you hadn't run up the mountain. The herbs you collected barely earned any money. These past days, buying medicine and asking Taohua to expel the snail spirit from you cost over 10 taels of silver. Our family savings are all gone. Zhao Sanshi scowled darkly. Zhou retorted immediately. Younger uncle, don't forget that mother also spent 12 taels for you, which makes the amount you've spent much higher than what we've spent on Xiao Feng. Seeing the two arguing, Grandma's son sighed and said coldly, all right, stop quarreling. Everyone go work the fields. If you want to spend money, you have to earn it first. The village chief said the medicinal herbs would yield harvests after 3 or 4 months of planting. Hurry up and get to work, and we'll have money once we sell the herbs. With that, Grandma's son walked towards the Zhao residence. Chapter 48. Can you kill pests? Nowadays, there isn't much money left in the family. They can hardly rely on the earnings of the first and second households. If it weren't for Tao Huajing making them dig medicinal herbs at the foot of the mountain, they would have been broke by now. How could they endure one disruption after another? As soon as Tao Huajing and the other two arrived home, Grandma's son came over, and the three were very surprised. Thinking that Grandma's son was coming to ask for money, Mrs. Qian stepped forward and blocked Grandma's son. To everyone's surprise, Grandma's son actually pulled out 2 taels of silver from her bosom. Grandma has something to ask for your help with. Grandma wants to rent your family's strong laborer. After he helps others finish their work, please have him help me cultivate 20 acres of wasteland. Upon hearing this, the three of them all stared with wide eyes. Grandma's son actually planned to plant 20 acres of medicinal herbs at once. Just renting the laborer for cultivation cost 2 taels, and the seed money also required 2 taels. This was a heavy investment. Anyone who wouldn't make money when given the chance is a fool. Since Grandma's son was handing over the money herself, Tao Huajing naturally accepted it. Grandma, rest assured, as soon as the laborer finishes cultivating the wasteland in front, I'll have him go to your 20-acre wasteland to work. Tao Huajing tucked the 2 taels of silver into her bosom. Hearing Tao Huajing agree, Grandma's son relaxed some of the tension in her furrowed brows. With this attempt at cultivating 20 acres of wasteland, she was willing to take a gamble to earn money following Tao Huajing's method. If this really worked and made money, then the old Zhao family estate might earn at least 50 taels of silver. By then, whether it was about renovating the house or settling her grandchildren's marriages or little Lei's tuition, none of these would be problems anymore. After Grandma's son left, Tao Huajing went back to the main hall and continued observing the snail spirit on the table. It moved around on the table with its tiny house, but when it was flipped by Tao Huajing, it didn't retract its entire body into the shell like it used to. Its broad muscular foot remained outside, while its sesame-sized eyes revealed a look of confusion towards Tao Huajing. Why did Miss Zhao flip it again? Under Tao Huajing's control, its body could grow larger or smaller, big enough to not fit in the main hall or small enough to be tinier than a sesame seed. The month spirit retracted its gaze and said, Miss Zhao, even though you found the other half of its body, because of its insufficient training, it still cannot transform into human form. Tao Huajing smirked. Apart from being a toy, it had no other use, not even as good as the durian spirit. At least the durian spirit could guard the house. What about it? After pondering for a while, Tao Huajing said to the snail spirit, in the future, just crawl around in the courtyard for fun, but don't dare destroy the vegetables in the yard. After saying this, Tao Huajing casually threw the snail spirit into the vegetable garden in the yard. In an instant, the snail spirit was securely caught by an eggplant leaf. When it stretched its foot to grip the eggplant leaf, it suddenly noticed other bugs on the leaf. Immediately, the snail spirit's longer antennae became rigid like an antenna mast. Since Miss Zhao forbade it from destroying the vegetables, how dare this bug be happily eating? What if Miss Zhao thought it was the snail spirit's fault? The snail spirit quickly moved toward the bug, its flexible antennae swinging half-circle in the air like a golf club, and smacked the bug away with a paw. The snail spirit raised its head as a perfect parabola soared over the Zhao family compound wall, finally landing outside the yard. As the bug hit the ground, its skin split open, resembling a pancake stuck to the ground. Then it promptly died. The snail spirit withdrew its gaze and began patrolling the vegetable garden like a sentry. Its size could be adjusted, larger against bigger pests, and smaller against smaller ones. Regardless of the size of the pest, their final outcome was being flicked away and splattered on the road outside. Later that evening, as Mrs. Qian was picking beans, she noticed fewer holes from insects, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Sitting on the bean trellis, the snail spirit proudly wiggled both pairs of antennae upon hearing Mrs. Qian's words. Looking down across the whole yard, it observed that among the green vegetables previously overrun with caterpillars, not a single one remained. Not under its watch would any bug dare harm a single leaf in its territory. The next day, as Zhao Huajing stepped out of the door, she immediately noticed a patch on the road near the gate which seemed different from the rest. It looked elevated and had a slightly different color. Approaching, Zhao Huajing squatted down to investigate. Once she saw the countless dead cabbage worms, flea beetles, and other insect corpses piled up there, her eyebrows furrowed with doubt before glancing back at her own courtyard. Stepping into the yard and examining the vegetables more closely, there wasn't a single bug left. She instantly walked over to the snail spirit and almost certainly said, "Did you do this? Can you kill pests?" The snail spirit's pair of antennae bobbed up and down. Zhao Taohua was pleasantly surprised to find that the snail spirit could be useful in some ways after all. 6 days later, every family in the village had finished planting their medicinal herbs except for Zhao Xinglin's family. Moreover, the first seeds sown by Zhao Taohua's family had already sprouted and were thriving. Gradually, the wastelands of other families in the village also began sprouting. However, the purple perilla and motherwort in the fields hadn't grown more than an inch tall when something seemed off with the herbs. Many leaves curled up, some became wrinkled and shriveled while others turned yellow. Some plants, which just a few days ago showed white spots on their leaves, had since withered and shed their leaves. They should have been growing vigorously at this time, but instead, they were dying. Everyone started feeling uneasy and sought out the village head and Zhao Xiangping for solutions. Even though the wasteland didn't require rent, everyone had spent money on seeds. Most people planted at least 2 acres of land, costing over 160 large coins for the seeds alone. They had counted on selling the medicinal herbs for profit, but now, with the plants barely an inch high and struggling to survive, what would happen next? On this day, Zhao Taohua was trying on her new clothes tailored by Qian's wife in the main hall, and it fit perfectly. Much like Qian's wife's love, neither too little nor too much. Qian's wife urged her, "Taohua, go put it on in your room. Now that you have new clothes, there's no need to wear the old ones anymore." Recently, as their family's financial situation had improved, Qian's wife felt confident enough going to the fabric shop. She bought hemp cloth for Taohua to make clothes. When she saw the pale pink fabric hanging on the wall, she immediately thought of Taohua. Smiling, Zhao Taohua took the new dress and returned to her room. It was cut well and wrapped around her body appropriately, warm and snug. At the cuffs and collar, Qian's wife had carefully hemmed the edges with thread of the same color, clean and simple despite the absence of embroidery or embellishment. Looking at the neat stitching, Zhao Taohua couldn't help but let her lips curve upward. A sense of contentment and happiness filled her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Taohua, are you ready?" Suddenly, Qian's voice came from the main hall. "Yes." Suppressing her emotions, Zhao Taohua smiled and stepped out. In an instant, she noticed Qian's wife, the moon spirit, and the durian spirit all staring at her in shock. Chapter 49, Insect Plague. Zhao Taohua was surprised. Is it not pretty? Just a moment ago, when she tried it on in front of her mother said it looked good. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qian immediately came to her senses, stepped forward with her eyes full of kindness and joy, and held Zhao Taohua's hand for close examination, smiling as she said, "Our Taohua looks so beautiful in the new clothes. She has really grown up." In the past, Zhao Taohua wore washed-out old clothes that hung loosely on her, covering her vitality. Now, with this bright light pink dress, her whole person shines brightly, her temperament renewed, carrying an added touch of gentleness and grace like the girls from Clearwater Town. At this moment, Mrs. Qian realized her Taohua had truly grown up, soon to come of age and get married. Yu Shijing agreed. Miss Zhao wearing this outfit highlights her graceful figure, only it's somewhat too flat. After another year of nurturing, she should have more womanly charm. By then, I will make clothes for Miss Zhao that fully showcase her advantages, making her husband dazzled and unable to look away. Zhao Taohua glanced at Yu Shijing. She was only 14 years old. What nonsense about a husband. But in ancient times, people got married at 15, which was already worrying her. Next year, the matchmakers would start coming to her house. Liu Yanjing blinked her bright big eyes and applauded. Sister Zhao looking like this, not just in Zhao family village, but even in Clearwater Town, is exceptionally pretty. Taohua's cheeks flushed red from her compliments. However, as they say, people are dressed by their clothes just as horses are adorned with saddles. And she herself felt that this dress perfectly outlined her slim body, revealing the tender form of a blossoming youth, making her youthful face particularly charming. Right at this moment, Zhao Tree rushed back. "It's bad. The herbs in the field are in trouble." The village chief and Grandpa Xiangping said there were harmful insects. The herb fields were full of perilla wild caterpillars, aphids, bullworms, and red spiders. They asked everyone to pick them one by one, hoping to save the herbs. Mrs. Qian was shocked. Pick? How can we possibly finish picking them all? We have 10 mu. Even without eating or sleeping day and night, it would be impossible to finish. And even before they finish, the herbs behind might have been eaten by the insects already. Who said not? Zhao Tree worried incessantly, but couldn't neglect the herb field either. He returned home shouting for Han Yan, Tao Hua, and Liu Yanjing to go help catch the insects in the fields. When Zhao Taohua heard Zhao Tree talk about bugs in the field, she immediately thought of the snail spirit. It was pretty skilled at pest control. But after hearing that there were many pests in the field, her confidence wavered. 10 mu compared to the size of the courtyard. There's no comparison in terms of scale. Could it manage? Zhao Taohua looked toward the snail spirit perched on the yard's beam trellis, only to see its antennae shaking excitedly in different directions. First stunned, she then understood. It was thrilled. She brought along the snail spirit, then turned to Zhao Tree and Mrs. Qian and said, Mom, Dad, let's go. Liu Yanjing went along as well. Yu Shijing stayed home to embroider handkerchiefs since the delivery date with Lady He was set for September 26th, so she had to stay behind to rush her work. At this time, the medicinal fields were filled with people, bustling just as they had during the initial land-clearing effort. Only now, everyone was busy catching insects. People caught them one by one, pinching them dead directly with their fingernails. Adults and children alike joined in. For those who were timid, they simply threw the insects on the ground and crushed them with their shoe soles. Alas, we were hoping to earn a lot of money in 3 or 4 months, but now, in just over half a month, they're already doomed. One villager sighed. Don't talk anymore. Hurry up and catch the pests. If you're slow, they'll eat up all the leaves, and we won't have anything left to sell. Another person looked weary. This swarm of pests, both of my 2 mu plots are infested. Beside him, Grandma Feng sighed heavily. Who isn't affected? I hired the family of Taohuazongjing, laborers, to open up 4 mu and combined it with our own 5 mu plot. If the herbs cannot be saved, all the money I paid them for clearing the land and the 900 cash coins spent on seeds will be lost. The most farmed herbs in the entire village belong to the Zhao family's ancestral home, 23 mu altogether. When Old Lady Sun saw the state of her own herbal fields, she fainted dead away after rolling her eyes upward. Later, Zhao Daqiang and Zhao Sancher carried her back. After Old Lady Sun woke up, she continuously mumbled, Finished, finished. After spending 10 taels to exorcise Xiaofeng, she took a gamble and decided to grow medicinal herbs following the suggestion of that grassy little dog, Taohua. After all, last time, it was because she listened to Taohua and dug up herbs at the foot of the mountain that her family earned several taels in just a few short weeks. If this batch of 23 mu successfully grew herbs, they would earn at least 57 taels. In just 3 or 4 months, it could bring a huge economic income to the Zhao family's old house. Therefore, she used the last of the family's money to buy seeds and develop the land. Now, with the herb fields full of pests, all her capital has gone down the drain. That little grass dog Taohua said that there would be a heavy snowfall in winter. The roof at home hasn't been repaired yet, and the walls haven't been patched up either. How are they going to get by? Will they freeze to death this winter? Mom, are you okay? Grandma, how are you doing? When Grandma Sun woke up, Zhao Sancher and Zhao Feng were the first to approach and ask. Grandma Sun felt even more distressed seeing her beloved youngest son and obedient grandson. How could she let them suffer in the cold during the winter? The youngest son wants to send little Lei to school, and that should be fulfilled. The obedient grandson wants to marry Zhang Caixia, and that should also be fulfilled. But now, all the herbs are gone. Just as Grandma Sun was worrying, her eyes suddenly caught sight of Zhao Lianhua. Yesterday, Aunt Yu had come over and told her something. Mr. Li wasn't upset that she hadn't sent that little grass dog Tao Hua over for good luck last time. Now, Mr. Li doesn't want a woman born on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month for good luck. Instead, he wanted a woman born on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. And Zhao Lianhua was exactly born on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. Moreover, Mr. Li was willing to offer 40 taels as dowry. Previously, Grandma Sun didn't take these 40 taels seriously because the herb field was about to make 57 taels. But now, with the herb fields destroyed and money needed everywhere, Grandma Sun reconsidered and fixed her eyes on Zhao Lianhua. With these 40 taels, all the problems faced by the Zhao family's old house would be solved, and everyone would live comfortably with this money. Grandma Sun said, Daqiang, Shufan, and my obedient grandson, you stay behind. Everyone else goes to the herb fields to catch the insects. Zhao Sancher and Wang Shi didn't understand why their mother only left the eldest son's family behind, but they still listened and left. Zhao Lianhua, however, was somewhat puzzled and asked Grandma Sun, shouldn't I stay too, Grandma? You go out to the yard first, Grandma will call you later. Zhao Lianhua obediently went out with Zhao Sanchi's couple, even helping close the main room door for them. Still, for some reason, she felt that the look Grandma gave her earlier was somehow not quite right. This feeling made her heart feel uneasy. After sitting in the courtyard for a while and becoming restless, Zhao Lianhua quietly approached the window of the main room and pressed her ear against the window to eavesdrop. Chapter 50. The hunting moment begins. Soon, Grandma Sun's voice came from inside the room. Lotus has a bad reputation and can't get married within 10 miles or 8 villages nearby. Instead of keeping her at home for life, it's better to marry her off to Mr. Li to help him with his ill fate. Now Mr. Li needs a girl born on July 15th to assist with this, and he is willing to offer 40 taels of silver as dowry. Afterwards, there was a brief silence in the main room. 40 taels were an astronomical sum for every household in Zhao Village. Who could receive such a large dowry? Even Zhang Kaiwa, the village flower, only dared to ask for 12 taels. Zhao Lotus was frightened and quickly clamped her hand over her mouth. She never imagined she would hear this. Is grandmother really going to sell her to Mr. Li for 40 taels of silver? Zhao Lotus carefully retreated step by step, then opened the yard gate and ran out without looking back. When Zhao Taohua arrived at the herb fields, sure enough, most of the leaves were either curled or yellowed. Some had irregular holes, eaten away by pests. Zhao Erdushu, Lady Qian, and Lu Lianjing all bent down to pick the bugs leaf by leaf, soon becoming sore in their waists. Every time they looked up, despair filled their hearts. The herb field seemed endless, with so many herbs left to check for pests. Zhao Taohua squatted next to a motherwort plant and saw a mass of green-yellow aphids on the tender leaves, sucking its juice with their piercing sucking mouthparts. One motherwort plant harbored many pests, aphids on the upper leaves and red spiders on the lower ones. The latter spun webs on the underside of the leaves and sucked the liquid, eventually turning the leaves yellow and dry, causing them to fall off and weaken the plant. At a glance, there were barely any healthy plants across the 10 acres. Taohua frowned. How could there be so many? She felt goosebumps just looking at them. She looked down at the snail spirit, seeing its antennae stretched out as if searching for something. Carrying the snail spirit, Taohua walked in the direction it pointed. Taohua, where are you going? Asked Lady Qian when she saw Zhao Taohua stepping into someone else's herb field. As Taohua followed the snail spirit's direction, she gradually felt something unusual. Turning back, she replied, Mother, I'm just checking around. I'll be right back. With that, she carried the snail spirit and continued moving forward. When Zhao Taohua reached the center of the 100-acre herb field, she suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon, a small bump on the ground. And from the entrance of the bump, she sensed a great deal of ominous energy. Taohua scowled, cursing, Damn it. So it was you who created all these pests on these 100 acres. The snail spirit on her palm wiggled its 4 antennae in different directions with excitement, and its shell began to tremble slightly. Although the snail spirit couldn't speak, Zhao Taohua seemed to understand from its body language. It was saying, it's hunting time. Just as the snail spirit prepared to act, Zhao Taohua suddenly heard a scream not far away. Help! Help me! Most villagers were currently in the herb field catching pests, rarely chatting idly. Hence, this cry for help stood out. Everyone straightened up and looked toward the source of the sound. There, Zhao Lotus was running for her life as if a pack of wolves chased her. Lotus, what's wrong? Lotus, what happened? Villagers expressed their concerns. As Zhao Lotus approached, she glanced at the villagers standing in the herb field. Passing over Zhao Sanshur and his wife, she directly turned toward Zhao Taohua and ran to her. You damn girl, where do you think you're running to? Grandma Sun shouted and cursed while running. She hadn't expected that this girl would overhear their conversation and run away. She should have just locked Lotus in the room and informed Daqiang and her grandchildren afterward. Lotus, your mother is doing this for your own good. You won't ever find a husband otherwise. Zhou tried to reason behind her. Since there's no way Lotus can be married off anyway, it's better for her to become a concubine to Mr. Li, bringing 40 taels of silver to the family. Besides, the Li residence is like a golden nest. Once Lotus goes there, she'll live a good life. She won't need to wear ragged clothes anymore, will live in a nice house, and eat fish and meat daily, all served with rice. This is literally a life fit for gods. Lotus, consider your elder brother and agree. Zhao Feng also persuaded. Zhao Daqiang followed, shouting behind her. Do you want us to freeze to death this winter? The old Zhao house had existed for years, was aging, and needed repairs everywhere. Roofs to replace, walls to patch, all required money. If they had those 40 taels, perhaps they could build a new brick house like the second branch of the family did. When Zhao Lotus reached behind Zhao Taohua, she cried out, Taohua, save me. I don't want to be the 9th concubine to Mr. Li for his joyous occasion. What? Zhao Taohua was greatly startled and had never expected that Grandma Sun still hadn't abandoned this idea. Only, the target has shifted to Zhao Lotus now. With a cold look, Zhao Taohua glanced at Grandma Sun and those chasing after her. Taohua, move aside. This matter doesn't concern you. This time, it's about marrying off Zhao Lotus. Grandma Sun shouted at Zhao Taohua. Zhao Lotus looked at Grandma Sun, Zhao Daqiang, Mrs. Zhou, and Zhao Feng, feeling like they were all mad. She frantically shook her head from behind Zhao Taohua. No, I refuse to help Mr. Li with his joyous occasion. Other villagers catching bugs in the herb fields cursed loudly when they heard this. Grandma Sun, why don't you do something kind for once? Girls are human too. Don't you know what's going on with Mr. Li? Grandma Sun shot back irritably. Even if I know, so what? Can kindness put food on the table? Winter is almost here, and our house isn't repaired yet. The herbs haven't been grown either. We're struggling to survive. How will being virtuous help us? Do you want us to starve or freeze to death? Anyway, seeing how this girl had ruined her own reputation before and couldn't find a husband anyway, she was actually doing her a favor by finding her a good home. After Grandma Sun finished speaking, half of the villagers kept quiet. Not only had Grandma Sun lost money from cultivating medicinal herbs, but everyone else did as well. They'd all lost their investments. Now, they could only rely on catching pests to possibly save their losses. The village chief and Zhao Xiangping also felt powerless, not expecting the herbs to fail this way. At first, they worried that the entire village planting herbs would overwhelm the town's medical hall's capacity to buy them all. So, they went through their connections to various towns nearby, negotiating contracts where they agreed to buy the harvested herbs later. Turning toward Grandma Sun, Zhao Taohua said, Who says the herbs can't be cultivated? The reason why there are so many pests in the fields is because there's a grub spirit in the herb field. Its den entrance is exactly beneath your feet, grandmother. What? Startled, Grandma's son hastily stepped back, having been too preoccupied chasing after Lotus to notice the mud rising slightly underfoot earlier. Bam! Just as she retreated, the entrance of the grub monster's cave suddenly collapsed. Chapter 51. Grandma's son will never do unethical things again. Through the narrow opening, there seemed to be a cold, bloodthirsty gleam of light flickering inside, which sent Grandma's son's heart racing. Immediately afterward, the ground around her started to crack like a spider web, with fissures extending in all directions, and the hole below kept growing larger and larger. Grandma's son widened her eyes in horror, her face completely drained of color as she hurriedly retreated. In her panic, she glanced down, and, just as little grass dog Zhaojia had said, there was indeed a grub down there. Ordinarily, grubs don't grow any bigger than the size of a thumb, but this one was over 2 meters long. Its massive body twisted and writhed inside the hole like a thick tree trunk. It was covered with a slimy, dark gray skin that glimmered eerily, dotted with strange black spots and patterns. Its head was flat and round, flanked by a pair of enormous compound eyes. When Grandma's son made eye contact with it, she staggered in fear, tripped over the cracks underfoot, and fell toward the hole. At the critical moment, she flailed her hands in the air, grabbing onto a piece of the ground and preventing herself from falling. Help! Help me! Grandma's son clung desperately to the edge, kicking her legs against the walls of the pit while shouting for help. Those who were following behind her, Zhao Daqiang, Zhou Shi, and Zhao Feng, had already fled far away. None of them dared to come closer. The commotion attracted the attention of other villagers who were catching bugs in the medicinal fields. Once they arrived, everyone quickly stepped back, too frightened to approach. What are we going to do? This grub monster is so large. Could it eat Grandma's son? After it finishes eating Grandma's son, will it crawl out and eat all of us? Hanging onto the edge of the pit, Grandma's son could only hear the terrifying rustling sounds coming from the grub monster below. Terrified, her nerves on edge after hearing the villagers' discussions, she lost control and wet herself. The village chief frowned in worry. Although Grandma's son's character wasn't great, he didn't want a tragedy to happen in Zhao family village. He quickly shouted at Zhao Taohua across the way. Taohua, can you think of a way to kill this huge grub monster? Upon hearing the chief's words, the villagers' previously aimless and panicked eyes immediately lit up with hope. They all turned their gaze toward Zhao Taohua. Taohua, please find a solution. Zhao Taohua explained to the crowd. Don't worry, everyone. It doesn't eat humans. However, it's responsible for bringing lots of harmful insects to your medicinal fields. But Grandma, you need to be very careful. Don't fall down into the hole. If you're crushed by the grub monster, it'll cost you your life. Grandma's son begged loudly. Taohua, save Grandma. Grandma was wrong before. Grandma will never do unethical things again. This time, Grandma's son truly experienced retribution. Why could others not step into the grub's hole? Why did others not fall? She realized that doing too many bad deeds really brought retribution. It's not that justice doesn't come. It's simply that the time hasn't come yet. Hanging midair, Grandma's son cried bitterly while her pants dripped with yellow urine. Zhao Taohua looked at the snail spirit in her hand, noticing its 4 antennae wildly waving in different directions, seemingly impatient to act. A slight smile curled at the corner of Zhao Taohua's mouth. She also looked forward to witnessing its capabilities. She threw the snail spirit into the ground hole, and Grandma's son thought she heard the sound of a stone hitting the ground. The next instant, she felt as though her originally suspended body had touched something. Glancing down, it was some sort of shell she couldn't identify, and it kept getting bigger, lifting her right out of the ground hole. Grandma's son didn't dare to hesitate even for a moment and scrambled out of the hole, climbing onto the gigantic shell. However, Zhao Lianhua standing behind Zhao Taohua observed everything clearly. It was something Taohua had thrown earlier, and this object suddenly grew enormously. Its shell nearly filled up the entire ground hole, appearing even larger than the grub monster. After successfully seeing Grandma's son escape, Zhao Taohua gave an order to the snail spirit. Snail spirit, take care of it. How dare it mess up our medicinal fields at Zhao family village. You've lived long enough. Seeing the snail spirit emerge from its shell, the grub monster's sharp jaws began grinding furiously, and its enormous compound eyes radiated danger. How dare another spirit invade its territory? The grub monster's massive body swiftly wriggled forward, rushing at the snail spirit. Muscles beneath its skin rippled fast and rhythmically, leaving deep grooves in the ground, exuding raw power. The villagers watching cautiously from afar were all full of anxiety. Although the snail spirit Zhao Taohua had thrown down seemed about the same size as the grub monster, compared to the ferocious appearance of the grub monster, the snail spirit seemed weak in comparison. The snail spirit appeared too frail. The village chief worried slightly and suggested, Taohua, you should take personal action. The snail spirit has already done its best by saving Grandma's son. The other villagers thought the same. However, before the village chief finished his sentence, they saw the antennae on the snail spirit's head suddenly grow long like whips and began lashing the grub monster. Smack, smack, smack. The snail spirit's antennae whirled through the air with a sharp wind noise as they fiercely struck down. As the grub monster attempted to defend itself with its 3 pairs of thoracic legs, the antennae skillfully avoided these defenses, landing harsh blows directly on its back. The grub monster let out shrill cries of pain. Moreover, the snail spirit had 4 antennae, and it could precisely control all 4 at once, completely disabling the grub monster from fighting back. Everyone watched in awe as the giant grub monster twisted in agony on the ground, shrinking smaller with each strike. Its bloated body gradually became hollow, leaving behind only a loose, saggy shell. At this point, the crowd dared to inch closer to the hole to inspect the now weakened grub monster. Zhaojia stood at the mouth of the hole, making gestures with both hands and wielding her spiritual energy as a blade to slice open the grub monster's body. She retrieved its inner pearl. The dark gray inner pearl gleamed faintly, resembling a dull pearl. All eyes turned toward Zhaojia in admiration, though they wondered anxiously what she intended to do with the pearl taken from the grub monster. Eat it, Zhaojia commanded the snail spirit below. The snail spirit was overjoyed and opened its mouth wide. Although the grub monster only had several decades worth of cultivation, its inner pearl remained valuable. Without hesitation, the snail spirit swallowed it whole. Instantly, its body emitted a soft yellow light, followed by flashes of brown and golden hues. Ultimately, enveloped in various glowing lights, a handsome young man emerged. He had striking eyebrows and bright eyes. His hair was neatly tied up with an askew hairpin. What captured everyone's attention the most was the massive snail shell on his back. A flicker of surprise flashed across Zhaojia's face before she smiled warmly. Her snail spirit had successfully transformed into human form. Simultaneously, some villagers discovered that all the pests covering their herbs had vanished. Not a single one left. No aphids or red spiders remain. It's true. Taohua is amazing. Our medicinal herbs are saved. Excitement rippled among the crowd. They had invested significant amounts of capital into cultivating these herbs, particularly Grandma's son, who spent more than 4 taels of silver. If the insects had destroyed the herbs, it would have been the end for the Zhao family residence. Grandma's son immediately knelt down to check closely. The pests were indeed gone. Overcome with joy, tears streamed down her cheeks. It's wonderful. The herbs are saved. She rushed over to Zhao Taohua and expressed her gratitude with a grin. Taohua, you're truly our guardian star. Without you, Grandma's 23 acres of herbs, which required immense effort and cost, would be utterly ruined. Chapter 52. Is this a liking for Taohua? Zhao Lianhua, upon seeing Sun Laotai coming over, quickly hid behind Zhao Taohua out of fear. When Sun Laotai got close, Zhao Taohua pinched her nose in disgust and reminded her, Grandma, you'd better go home and change your pants. Sun Laotai gave an awkward smile, remembering how she almost died from fright just now and ended up wetting her pants in front of so many people. Still, she was already in her 50s, and it wasn't the first time she had lost face in Zhao family village. So without blushing or hesitating, she said, All right, Grandma will go back to change my pants. Thank you for the reminder, Taohua. Taohua, your new clothes look really good on you. They really suit you. After saying that, Sun Laotai walked back home. Zhou Feng hurriedly followed. Grandma, shall we give up those 40 taels from Liu Wai? Sun Laotai turned around and resisted the urge to pat Zhou Feng's head, saying, Good grandson, our family is about to earn 57 taels. We'll have enough money for your marriage with Zhang Kaiwa soon. Just wait a bit longer. Don't ever do these unscrupulous things like selling your sister again. The fear from almost dangling at the entrance to death lingered in Sun Laotai's mind until now. At this point, she fully believed everything Zhao Taohua had previously said. She realized that every evil thought or bad deed brought her misfortune. This time she nearly died. Even though she was over 50 years old, she still hadn't lived long enough. She must stop doing wicked deeds and live well from now on. Zhao Feng stood there dejectedly. People only noticed Zhao Taohua's light pink new dress when they heard Grandma's son praising it. It truly looked good on her. With the shabby clothes replaced, it was as if a pearl had been wiped clean of dust. Close to Zhao Taohua, Zhao Lianhua instantly recognized that the dress was made of hemp cloth, costing 10 coins per foot, much more expensive than coarse fabric. But Zhao Taohua could exorcise spirits for profit, sell talismans of peace, and had 2 ghostly experts assisting her to make money. So, having money to buy new fabric to make dresses seemed perfectly reasonable. Thinking about this, Zhao Lianhua couldn't help but envy Zhao Taohua. By contrast, she originally didn't know much and had also ruined her own reputation. As a result, not only did she lose her engagement, but no one dared to marry her anymore. These days, Zhao Taohua's reputation in the village kept getting better. Simply changing into a new outfit attracted some young men from the crowd to look at her differently. Feng Tai's grandmother and Aunt Zheng praised Zhao Taohua so much that she felt embarrassed. Aunt Zheng teased Ms. Qian by saying, Hong Yan, I reckon next year your doorstep will surely be trampled flat by matchmakers. Ms. Qian laughed while sighing. I can't believe it. Before you know it, Taohua will be reaching her capping ceremony and ready to get married. She will soon, Aunt Zheng chimed in. Like my Shengyan who is 15 already, it's time to discuss his betrothal. As Ms. Qian was speaking, she glanced at Zhao Shengyan standing nearby and noticed something strange immediately. Shengyan's gaze towards Taohua was different from that of an ordinary neighboring elder brother looking at his younger sister. At that moment, Zhao Shengyan could not tear his eyes away from Taohua, his ears slightly flushed with red. Just a few days ago when he returned from town, he was not feeling too well and had an unhealthy complexion, yet now he exuded pure joy throughout his body. Being his mother, she had never seen Zhao Shengyan look at anyone like that before. Knowing her son best, Aunt Zheng suddenly realized, Shengyan liked Taohua. Mrs. Zheng's heart secretly rejoiced at this discovery. She had always liked Taohua. Watching her grow up, she knew she was virtuous and even possessed talent for catching demons and spirits. Look at the Zhao family living in a brick-tiled house now. Seeing the tall and sturdy figure of Shengyan, his strong build beneath thick eyebrows and clear almond-shaped eyes intently staring at Tao Hua without blinking. Miss Qian asked, Yue, have you decided a good match for your shengin? Which village does the girl come from? Before this, Aunt Zheng had already asked Matchmaker Yu to check out several possibilities, but Shengin always insisted it wasn't urgent because he was busy slaughtering pigs, so no decision had been reached. Aunt Zheng had gotten angry plenty of times due to him not taking the matter of marriage seriously enough, but now, finally understanding the reason behind Shengin's nonchalance, she shook her head and laughed it off. Oh dear, no hurry. My Shengin is just 15. There's nothing wrong with delaying another year before talking about a marriage. At the sound of his mother's words, Zhao Shengin, whose gaze had been stealing glances at Zhao Taohua, was startled and turned his head abruptly. Seeing her smiling face, then her discreet eye gesture toward Zhao Taohua beside him, Shengin's heart raced as if missing half a beat. Did Mom discover? Aunt Zheng took back her glance and asked Zhao Taohua, Taohua, tell your aunt what kind of young man you like, and I'll keep an eye out for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shengin immediately focused nervously on Zhao Taohua, anxiously waiting for her response. Ever since 3 years ago when he went to the town to learn pig slaughtering skills, he had rarely met his cousin Taohua afterward. Nevertheless, every time he returned to the village, he always hoped to meet his cousin Taohua in the village, talk to her, or even just watch her walk from afar. Sure enough, standing so close to Taohua today, his dazed head had become much clearer. Zhao Taohua was going crazy inside. In her eyes, talking about marriage and engagement in ancient times was like early romance. She was only 14 years old this year. However, since she had come through time travel, she would have to follow local customs. In the 21st century, she liked boys who were 18 years old, 188 centimeters tall, and had abs. The aunts, grandmas, and great-grandmas around all looked at Zhao Taohua, waiting for her response. Shen Ming stood among them. Upon hearing Aunt Zheng's question, curiosity arose within him. She smiled at Aunt Zheng and casually gave an answer. Aunt Zheng, I like kind people. Being kind is good. It shows the person isn't bad and has a good character. Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's answer, Aunt Zheng felt very happy inside. She thought that her own Zhao Shengin was a good and kind man. Some of the young men standing nearby also believed themselves to be kind after hearing this, feeling hopeful. Shen Ming hadn't expected that Zhao Taohua's criteria for liking someone was so low. It was simply that they must be kind. Still, for some unknown reason, after hearing her words, a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. When he looked up and saw several 15 or 16-year-old young men staring at Zhao Taohua, the faint smile disappeared immediately, and something seemed to block his chest, leaving him in a gloomy mood. Seeing that the pest problem in the medicinal field had been resolved, everyone returned home. As long as they managed fertilization well afterward, they could harvest and sell their produce. With the pest issue solved, everyone let out a sigh of relief and left with cheerful conversation. After taking just 2 steps, Zhao Shengin suddenly stumbled backward. Coincidentally, Zhao Taohua happened to be walking right behind him. In a flash, Zhao Taohua was startled, feeling as though Zhao Shengin, like a small mountain, was falling directly onto her. Helplessly stretching out her hand to try to support the nearly collapsed Zhao Shengin, a pair of large hands appeared suddenly and held him steady first. Zhao Taohua took a deep breath in relief, then turned back to see Shen Ming's towering figure standing right behind her. Thank you, brother Shen Ming. Zhao Taohua's face lit up, and she expressed her gratitude toward Shen Ming. Shen Ming kept his face cold, only casting a glance at Zhao Taohua before looking away. What's wrong with Zhao Shengin? Why did Shengin faint? The situation had happened too suddenly. By the time Shen Ming had steadied him, everyone else had caught on and began to exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 53, A Faint Blush. Zheng and Zhao Guanquan, walking ahead, immediately turned back upon hearing the commotion to find Zhao Shengan. Zheng, upon seeing Zhao Shengan unconscious, was extremely worried. She shook his body repeatedly, shouting, Shengan, Shengan, wake up quickly. Someone nearby shouted. Move aside, Uncle Xiaoping is coming. At this moment, the sun was about to set, and it was becoming difficult to see clearly. To better diagnose Zhao Shengan, Zhao Xiaoping suggested taking him home first before examining him further. Upon hearing this, Shen Ming immediately carried Zhao Shengan and headed towards his home. The crowd followed behind, all commenting, Shen Ming is incredibly strong. Qian walked up to Zhao Taohua and asked with concern, Taohua, are you alright? She had been truly scared earlier when Zhao Shengan suddenly fainted and was about to fall straight onto Taohua. Although Zhao Shengan wasn't as tall and big as Shen Ming, if he had fallen, Taohua would surely have been injured. Zhao Taohua shook her head. Thankfully, brother Shen Ming. Qian had also witnessed this just now and liked the boy Shen Ming a lot in her heart for saving her Taohua on many occasions. But he was a bit older, already 18 this year, 4 years older than Taohua. Soon, Shen Ming had already delivered Zhao Shengan home and placed him on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed Zhao Taohua following inside, so he stopped his steps. When Zheng lit several oil lamps simultaneously in the room, he noticed that Zhao Taohua's complexion changed slightly. Zhao Xiangping stepped forward to examine Zhao Shengan's pulse. Instantly, his expression became grave, causing Zheng and the couple Zhao Guanquan to not dare to breathe heavily. Zhao Guanquan, who only had this one son, asked anxiously, Grandpa Xiangping, what's wrong with my Shengan? Zhao Xiangping lifted his finger and placed it again on Zhao Shengan's pulse, being very careful. After some time, he withdrew his finger, looking grave. Shengan's breath is weak, his pulse feeble. He won't last much longer. Prepare his final arrangements. What? Shengan is only 15, and we're preparing for his final affairs. Every villager present was shocked. Zhang immediately fell to the ground and crawled to Zhao Xing'an's bedside, crying out, "Xing'an, my child, wake up. Don't leave your mother alone." Though Zhao Guangquan didn't cry, his eyes were filled with tears. He grabbed Zhao Xiangping's hand and asked, "Grandpa Xiangping, is there really no other way?" Xiangping Grandpa was the most skilled doctor within 10 villages. If others couldn't save someone, his hands could certainly bring them back to life. But if he said he couldn't save someone, they were definitely beyond saving. A few days ago, Xing'an returned from town saying he had a headache and needed rest. They thought it was just a mild cold and didn't take it seriously enough. Who knew? If they had known things would turn out like this, they wouldn't have listened to Xing'an back then. They would have invited Xiangping Grandpa sooner to check him out. Perhaps, the outcome might have been different. Seeing Aunt Zheng and Uncle Guangquan cry like this, Zhao Taohua also felt heavy-hearted. She stepped forward and said, "Uncle Guangquan, I may have a method. I feel Xing'an brother has been eroded by blood qi, which is why he's like this." "Really?" Zhao Guangquan asked excitedly. "Taohua, you mean there's still hope for my Xing'an?" Zheng heard this and immediately rose from the floor, her eyes full of excitement. Zhao Taohua nodded at both of them. Earlier, when the oil lamps lit up inside, she saw instantly that Zhao Xing'an's face was entirely filled with blood qi. This was blood qi produced due to killing. In general, unless it's something major like killing people, such blood qi doesn't usually affect a person significantly. However, Zhao Xing'an was obviously not like that. Thus, the more pigs Zhao Xing'an killed, the more blood qi accumulated in his body, gradually affecting his health. As Grandpa Xiangping had already said, no cure left, prepare for his passing. If she hadn't been here, perhaps Zhao Xing'an would have had no choice but to wait to die. She approached Zhao Xing'an's bedside, raising her right index and middle fingers. As she recited an incantation, spiritual energy gathered at her fingertips. Leaning over, she used the spiritual energy to draw a charm on Zhao Xing'an's forehead, instantly dispersing all the blood qi he had accumulated over 3 years. Although the others didn't understand Taoist arts, everyone immediately noticed that after Zhao Taohua performed the spell, Zhao Xing'an's complexion looked much better than before, no longer appearing close to death. All eyes were fixed on Zhao Taohua at the bedside and Zhao Xing'an lying in bed, each one wondering whether Zhao Xing'an would wake up. The last time Zhao Xiangping announced someone needed their final arrangements was Zhao Sanshi. Later, thanks to Zhao Taohua's use of magic, the person miraculously recovered. People from the old Zhao family residence were also standing inside the room watching the commotion, anxiously waiting for Zhao Xing'an to wake up. A mumble sounded, and everyone turned toward the bed to see that Zhao Xing'an had already woken up. Everyone was astonished, their mouths wide open, marveling. Taohua is truly a miracle worker. She actually managed to awaken Xing'an, who was supposed to be prepared for the final rites according to Uncle Xiangping. Someone nearby reminded. Taohua said that Xing'an was eroded by blood qi. Just now, Taohua must have helped him expel all the blood qi from his body, so naturally, he woke up. Lady Zheng cried as she hugged Zhao Xing'an tightly. "You scared your mother half to death." Zhao Xing'an was her only child. If Zhao Xing'an were gone, how could she possibly live on? At her age of over 30, it was impossible for her to bear another child. Zhao Xing'an looked at Lady Zheng with confusion, his memory still lingering on the moment when he was heading home from the barren land and suddenly experienced unbearable pain in his head. After that, he completely lost consciousness, not even realizing why he ended up lying in his own bed with so many people gathered around. Lady Zheng explained, "Grandpa Xiangping checked your pulse and said you wouldn't make it. Thankfully, Taohua saved you. You should thank Taohua." As she spoke, she gestured toward Taohua standing beside the bed. Upon hearing that Taohua had saved him, Zhao Xing'an broke into a foolish grin. "It was Sister Taohua who saved me. Thank you, Sister Taohua." Zhao Xing'an looked at Taohua's face, and just after speaking, his originally pale face blushed slightly with a light red hue. Shen Ming, standing among the crowd, caught Zhao Xing'an's gaze fixed on Taohua, causing an inexplicable feeling of heaviness in his chest. He turned to see Taohua smiling radiantly as she said to Zhao Xing'an, "Brother Xing'an, don't be too formal. The reason you fainted this time is because after killing pigs for 3 years, the accumulated pig blood qi has affected your health. Your body isn't suited for the job of a butcher. Even though I've helped remove the blood qi this time, if you continue butchering pigs in the future, the same accumulation will harm you again." Upon hearing this from Taohua, Lady Zheng became incredibly worried. "What can we do? Xing'an has already studied under his master for 3 years, and he is about to finish his apprenticeship. He'll soon be able to work independently. If he stops butchering pigs, Xing'an will lose his source of income." Chapter 54, Delivering to Mrs. He. After being an apprentice butcher for 3 years, Zhao Xing'an was now told that he wasn't suited to be a butcher. However, between making money and saving one's life, Mrs. Zheng would definitely choose saving her life. Zhao Xing'an hadn't expected that he wouldn't be fit for butchering, so he asked, "Sister Taohua, then what trade am I suited for?" Zhao Xing'an believed Sister Taohua should know. Sure enough, in the next moment, he heard Sister Taohua's response. "Brother Xing'an, though your body isn't suited for slaughtering, it is suited for raising pigs. If you raise pigs and other livestock, you will surely get rich." At once, Zhao Xing'an smiled his simple-minded smile again. "Thank you, Sister Taohua. With your blessing, from now on, I will raise some livestock." "Yes, from now on, we will raise livestock but not slaughter them." Mrs. Zheng immediately chimed in. Upon hearing this, everyone was amazed. Someone internally questioned, could Zhao Taohua, besides exorcising evil spirits and monsters, also help people choose trades? Mrs. Zheng was very pleased that Zhao Xing'an had come back to life, and more so, Zhao Taohua had shown him a way to make money. She immediately pulled out 10 taels and handed them to Zhao Taohua. Taohua, thank you so much today. Please accept this silver. Zhao Taohua took 1 tael and returned the rest. Auntie, you've given too much. Huh? Mrs. Zheng was surprised. Didn't you charge 10 taels each time for an exorcism? This was Zhao Taohua's rule, everyone knew. Zhao Taohua had seen it several times when she performed exorcisms at the Zhao family residence. Zhao Taohua laughed. I charge 1 tael for general exorcism. 10 taels is for certain people. Hearing this, Mrs. Zheng immediately looked toward a few people from the Zhao family residence within the crowd. Everyone also looked at them, realizing instantly that Taohua was targeting the Zhao family residence. Originally, they thought that charging 10 taels per exorcism by Zhao Taohua was incredibly expensive and that hiring Zhao Taohua would bankrupt them or leave them with debts. But upon hearing Zhao Taohua say that she only charged 1 tael to others, everyone suddenly felt that Taohua was truly a good person. The faces of Zhou Shi, Zhao Daqiang, Zhao Feng, Wang Shi, and Zhao Sanshi from the Zhao family residence turned ashen. Zhao Taohua was treating them like cash cows? Only Zhao Lianhua felt vindicated. Disasters don't fall on your own head. You never know how painful it can be. So she supported Taohua's actions towards the Zhao family residence. An angry Zhao Sanshi went up to confront Taohua. Sister Taohua, what do you mean? We are your family. Are you scamming your relatives? Smiling, Zhao Taohua countered. Who scams better than Uncle Zhao? If someone sells you to a dying old lady for her wedding ceremony, will you save them when they're about to die? Of course not. Midway through his sentence, Zhao Sanshi finally realized what Zhao Taohua meant. He stared at Zhao Taohua, only to hear her continue. That's right, both grandma and cousin-in-law intended to harm me, yet I didn't just save them. I saved them many times. And all I ask is 10 taels. Zhao Sanshi's face turned livid. Zhao Taohua was someone who held grudges. Wang Shi and Zhou Shi, as well as Zhao Daqiang and his wife, were absolutely furious because Zhao Taohua clearly treated the Zhao household differently from the other villagers. As they were ready to hurl insults at Zhao Taohua, unexpectedly, Sun Laotai returned after changing her pants. She immediately grabbed Zhao Daqiang's ear and scolded. What did Sister Taohua say that was wrong? It was our mistake all along, and paying money to eliminate disaster was already Sister Taohua giving us a break. Don't reject kindness. Zhao Daqiang didn't expect his mother to side with Sister Taohua. He wanted to argue but dared not. Similarly, Zhao Sanshi, Wang Shi, and others were initially defiant, but now couldn't say a word. On the contrary, after reprimanding Zhao Daqiang, Sun Laotai flattered Zhao Taohua. Taohua, thank you for remembering we're family and helping us. I'll take these ungrateful ones home to educate them. With a glance, everyone from the elder house and the third house followed her back. Inside the Zhao family residence. Once inside, Zhao Sanshi started complaining. Mother, why do you side with Sister Taohua? She only charges others 1 tael for exorcism, but takes 10 taels from us. It's clear she thinks we're suckers. Others shared Zhao Sanshi's resentment. Sun Laotai rushed forward and pointed her finger directly at his nose, scolding. You shut your mouth, son. Do you even realize how useless you've been? None of you came to my rescue today. You all ran as far away as possible. Had it not been for Sister Taohua using the snail spirit to save me, I'd be dead by now. Even though Sister Taohua asked for money, at least she saves my life when it matters. Anyone who badmouths Taohua in the future will have something to fear. Zhao Sanshi, seeing the fierce expression on Sun Laotai's face, felt as if the sky was about to fall. Hadn't his mother been pretending back at Zhao Sheng'an's place? Was she really pleased with that little mutt, Taohua? When Zhao Taohua returned home later, Qin Shi, while washing rice, said thoughtfully, truly unexpected. Today your grandma scolded your uncle and defended you. But Zhao Taohua didn't care at all. Let her be. Anyway, I'll charge 10 taels for driving out evil spirits from the Zhao family residence. For those who once tried to harm her, there was no way she could forgive them easily. That she hadn't let them die when they were in peril was already a tremendous act of kindness. After dinner, Zhao Taohua went to the main room to check the handkerchiefs the moon spirit had embroidered over the last month. Each one was made of silk or satin, so delicate it was clear coarse cloth couldn't compare. Paired with the embroidery work by the moon spirit, they were absolutely stunning. The next morning, worried about Zhao Taohua going alone for the transaction and being unsafe, Zhao Ertree accompanied her. After father and daughter left, Qin Shi kept on making new clothes in the main room, both thick autumn garments and winter padded jackets. Today, without needing to embroider more handkerchiefs, the moon spirit found herself idle and slightly uncomfortable. She took a piece of fabric and sat with Qin Shi in the main room to make clothing. The moon spirit only needed one glance at Zhao Taohua's figure to know the right size. Father and daughter stayed at their usual stall location. Sure enough, before the appointed time, Mrs. He arrived. We've come to meet you, Mrs. He. Both respectfully greeted. On the way, Zhao Taohua had introduced Mrs. He to Zhao Ertree, so he avoided eye contact throughout the meeting. A month apart, Mrs. He almost didn't recognize her. She looked markedly better, not like a country girl but resembling a town lass. Little girl, show me my reserved goods, Mrs. He said. Certainly. Would Mrs. He kindly follow me to that tea house where I've booked a private room? Learning from the last experience where hooligans noticed her wealth, this time Zhao Taohua decided large transactions should happen privately, ensuring safety against villains coveting her money. Mrs. He raised an eyebrow. This little girl wasn't just another ordinary village maiden. Chapter 55, Buying a Cart for Enjoyment. A private room in the tea house costs at least 100 big coins to reserve, and she was really willing to spend. However, their transaction was worth more than 100 taels of silver, so the mere 100 big coins was insignificant in comparison. Still, For a village girl to be so generous with her money made her quite look at her differently. Inside the private room of the tea house, Zhaojia took out all the over 1,000 embroidered handkerchiefs from the workshop of Yuan Shijing for Madame He's inspection. According to her requirements, they were all embroidered using silk and brocade fabric. The same embroidery presented on different fabrics produces completely different effects. Madame He was very satisfied after viewing them, and each one was perfectly flawless. Zhaojia cut straight to the point. Madame He, silk and brocade fabric and thread are expensive, so naturally the price will be higher than for rough cloth handkerchiefs. A silk handkerchief costs 125 big coins per piece, while a brocade one costs 200 big coins per piece. There are 720 pieces each of silk and brocade handkerchiefs here. That adds up to 234 taels. Deducting the 50 taels deposit you gave last time, this time you should pay an additional 184 taels. Zhao Tree sat beside Zhaojia. When he heard what Zhaojia said, his whole body trembled slightly. 234 taels? That is not 234 big coins. Not to mention seeing so much money, just hearing that figure made Zhao Tree feel dizzy. Madam He was extremely satisfied with these handkerchiefs and paid the final installment promptly. Pleasant cooperation, Miss Zhao. I'll find you again for some embroidery when the time comes. Do you mind telling me where you live? Zhao Family Village. My name is Zhaojia. This deal, apart from some costs for the fabric and thread, had no cost for Yuan Shijing, so she earned more than 200 taels. Zhaojia was in a great mood, and she went straight to the carriage shop with Zhao Tree. There were both horse carriages and ox carts here. How could an ox compete with the speed of a horse? It takes half an hour to travel from Zhao Family Village to town, exhausting as it may be. Zhao Family Village was poor, and there wasn't even a single ox in the entire village. There was no ox cart available either. She pointed at a horse and asked the innkeeper, "How much is that horse?" "Miss, horses are rare and very expensive. We only have 3 horses in our carriage shop, and we treat them like ancestors every day. The one you're pointing at costs 10,000 taels." The innkeeper replied. Upon hearing the innkeeper's response, Zhao Tree was shocked. That expensive? He grabbed Zhaojia, ready to leave. A place like this was definitely not meant for people without money like them. However, Zhaojia had no intention of leaving. "Dad, even if we can't afford it, can't we at least take a look?" Besides, the innkeeper hasn't said anything. Seeing Zhao Tree's reaction, the innkeeper also tried to reassure him. "Sir, you can take a look. Horses are expensive, so it's normal if you can't afford one. No harm in just looking. Nowadays, the court buys a lot of horses, most of which are taken as military horses. The remaining ones left for civilians are as valuable as gold." Zhaojia didn't expect horses to be so expensive, so she turned her head towards the oxen instead. Thankfully, one only cost 30 taels. If it were a 2-year-old ox, it would be pricier, costing 50 taels. Without hesitation, Zhaojia selected a 2-year-old ox along with a cart with a cabin, spending a total of 52 taels. After being trained at the carriage shop, the ox was tame, so even though Zhaojia and Zhao Tree were driving an ox cart for the first time, it was no problem. Sitting on the ox cart, her legs suspended without the need to walk, Zhaojia felt immensely happy. Working hard to earn money was all about making life comfortable. As Zhao Tree sat on the ox cart, he gradually came back to reality from his days. Driving through the town, he suddenly felt proud. Just as father and daughter were about to leave by passing the street where they used to set up stalls, someone suddenly rushed over, shouting loudly, "Miss Zhao, please wait." Turning around upon hearing the voice, Zhaojia saw Wei Jianfeng. "Dad, stop for a moment. It's one of my previous customers," Zhaojia told Zhao Tree. Wei Jianfeng ran up to the ox cart and immediately got excited. "Miss Zhao, I finally found you. Please come back to my residence with me and save my master." Wei Jianfeng's eyes were full of anticipation. "Your master?" She remembered that last time Wei Jianfeng mentioned, his master snatched away his 2 amulets for peace. Wei Jianfeng nodded. "My master is near death. If it weren't for those 2 amulets, he might have passed away long ago. However, those 2 amulets have already turned into ashes. He then took the other 2 amulets that I later bought from you. Currently, there's only 1 amulet left, and it's barely holding on. If that one turns to ashes, well, I fear he truly will pass away." So recently, Master has been urging him non-stop to find Zhaojia quickly, either buying amulets or inviting Miss Zhao herself back. In short, either bring a person or an amulet. Something must be brought back. However, exorcising evil spirits is very expensive. It's not just 2 taels of silver like last time, Zhaojia reminded. Even though she hadn't yet met Mr. Wei's master, Zhaojia had already guessed that the evil spirit around him must be something extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused 3 of her peace talismans to consecutively turn to ashes. "Miss Zhao, please rest assured, my master is wealthy. As long as you can save my master, we'll pay you whatever sum you desire." With the idea of saving money to buy a horse on her mind, Zhaojia didn't want to miss this opportunity to make money and agreed to go back to the residence with Wei Jianfeng. When the ox cart stopped, Wei Jianfeng immediately called over a servant to guide the ox inside and feed it some grass, making sure it was well taken care of. "Miss Zhao, please come in." Wei Jianfeng led the way very politely ahead of them. As Zhaojia stepped through the gate, she glanced up at the sign hanging there and read aloud, "House of Li?" Wei Jianfeng smiled and confirmed, "That's right, my master's surname is Li." The Li residence was large, featuring a 3-compound layout. It took some time walking before they arrived at the main hall in the middle compound. The moment Zhaojia and Zhao Tree entered, all eyes in the room turned toward them. Zhaojia quickly noticed there were about 20 people crowding into the spacious main hall. Most of them were women, both young and old. "Manager, Who are these two? Asked second Madame Kong as she glanced at Zhao Taohua and her father with clear disdain in her eyes. I'll answer, Miss Kong. This is Miss Zhao, the master who sold me the peace talismans, replied Wei Jianfeng respectfully. In an instant, everyone in the room focused their gaze on Zhao Taohua, curiosity flickering in their eyes, but varying expressions on their faces. Bring her over. A frail voice issued from the bed where the elderly man lay. Subsequently, the people in the room made way for Zhao Taohua, clearing a path, except for one man who remained rooted in his spot. Zhao Taohua coolly met his gaze, surprised upon first meeting to detect hostility in his eyes. At this point, Zhao Tree looked around the room crowded with women, realizing they might all be concubines, and asked, Is this Master Li's house? Wei Jianfeng nodded repeatedly. Yes, precisely. My master has a lot of money. If Miss Zhao can revive my master, the reward will certainly not fall short. The moment Zhao Tree confirmed they were at Master Li's residence, he quickly pulled Zhao Taohua to leave. Back then, Master Li's family had sought girls born on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month to bring good fortune during celebrations. Zhao Taohua herself was born on that exact day. He had never expected that after all this winding path, they would end up delivering themselves right into Master Li's hands. Chapter 56, Black Silkworm Feeding on Vital Energy. Zhao Taohua pulled Zhao Ersha back and consoled him. Dad, don't worry. Now Mr. Li's life is in my hands. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me. When Sun Arian learned that Zhao Taohua was the master selling peace talismans, her face immediately lit up with a fawning smile. Miss Zhao, could you please take a look at my lord? Do you have any solutions? As soon as Sun Arian finished speaking, the other women also chimed in. Yes, Miss Zhao. Please take a look at our lord. They chattered incessantly, their voices filled with urgency. Led by Sun Arian, Zhao Taohua approached Mr. Li more closely, but just before she got close, she was suddenly stopped by the man. Li Danqing threatened. A girl who hasn't even grown hair yet dares to swindle openly? If my father dies because of you, I will never forgive you. After finishing his sentence, he couldn't help scolding Wei Jianfeng. Why haven't you taken her away yet? Li Danqing's intimidating demeanor silenced the junior wives who were previously clamoring for Zhao Taohua to save their master. Let her come over. Mr. Li lying in bed struggled to speak out. Dad, she is a fraudster. She will harm you. Li Danqing stood firm in his place, refusing to let Zhao Taohua approach. Instead of getting angry, Zhao Taohua maintained a faint smile on her face. She whispered softly to Li Danqing. Once your hands are stained with blood, not only will you invite misfortune upon yourself, but it will bring calamity to your children. Have you thought it through? Li Danqing's pupils flashed with a hint of panic instantly, and the fat on his face quivered. I don't know what you're talking about. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Taohua had pushed him aside and walked directly towards Mr. Li. Just as Li Danqing wanted to stop her again, he suddenly remembered Zhao Taohua's words from earlier. What does this young lady know? Sun Arian and the rest of the concubines all crowded around her, asking questions together. Miss Zhao, what's wrong with our lord? Mr. Li has been afflicted by some foul entities. Although it's somewhat tricky, it's not entirely unsolvable. With one glance, Zhao Taohua saw that Mr. Li was covered in an abundance of evil qi, emanating internally due to his accumulated wicked deeds. Speaking thus, Zhao Taohua looked up at the large bed where Mr. Li slept. Li Danqing was astonished when he turned back. Why didn't she expose him? Did she truly realize that it was his doing, or did she not notice at all? Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words, Sun Arian and the others' faces froze. Is there still hope? They were all forcibly brought into the house by Mr. Li, reluctantly becoming his concubines. Later, after having children, they accepted their fate. If he doesn't die, they don't dare to resist. They cannot continue pretending either. Hearing this, Mr. Li felt a little relief in his heart. He forced a faint smile onto his weak face. Master, what foul entity has attached to my body? A black silkworm. It specifically feeds on a person's vital energy. Once the vital energy is completely consumed, so too will be one's lifespan. While Zhao Taohua spoke, she simultaneously cast a talisman, forming a protective array. In an instant, a giant black cocoon appeared before everyone's eyes, its size so massive that it enveloped both Mr. Li and his bed. The black cocoon shimmered with faint light. After seeing it, Mr. Li was startled and quickly pleaded, Master, please destroy this black silkworm quickly. It will naturally happen. As Zhao Taohua spoke, she extended her hand, using spiritual energy to wrap around the black silkworm wriggling at the center of the cocoon. As the spiritual energy gradually tightened, Li Danqing grew increasingly anxious beside her. The black magic spell he had barely managed to hire was about to kill his father, and suddenly, a female master appeared. At the very moment the spiritual energy crushed the black silkworm to death, the enormous black cocoon vanished along with it. Mr. Li's sense of imminent death disappeared too, replaced by a burst of joyous laughter. Within the entire room, except for himself, everyone else wore different expressions, and the unhappiest of all was undoubtedly Li Danqing. Old Wei, give the master 50 taels. Mr. Li cheerfully instructed. Having received the money, Zhao Taohua respectfully thanked him and then left with Zhao Ershu. Before leaving, when she passed by Li Danqing, she whispered quietly, although the black silkworm is dead, the vitality it fed on can never be restored. You shouldn't rush things. Mr. Li doesn't have long to live. There's no need to sully your hands for his sake. Li Danqing's pupils trembled slightly, unable to believe what he saw. Zhao Taohua walking away. Wei Jianfeng led Zhao Taohua out happily. Master Zhao, you're really amazing. With the master safe, he finally had peace of mind to buy another 2 peace talismans from Zhao Taohua without worrying about being seized by the master anymore. When Zhao Taohua boarded the ox cart preparing to leave, Li Danqing suddenly chased out. Miss Zhao, I have a question for you. Li Danqing was a bit overweight and nearing 40 years old. Mr. Li, please ask. Zhao Taohua got down from the ox cart and paid respect to Li Danqing. How did you know it was me? Li Danqing called Zhao Taohua aside and asked in a low voice. Zhao Taohua's eyes curved, her expression inscrutable. My eyes can see things others cannot. Also, there are two threads on the black silkworm. One absorbs the essence from the host, and the other is bound to whoever summoned the silkworm. If another master were to come, they too would be able to tell. After finishing her words, Zhao Taohua snapped the thread of the black silkworm tied to his finger, ensuring that from then on, no one would know he had ever summoned a black silkworm. Li Danqing's pupils widened in shock as he bowed gratefully to Zhao Taohua. Thank you, Master Zhao. Looking at Zhao Taohua, admiration welled up within him. Despite her young age and their first meeting, she seemed highly trustworthy. Master Zhao, please accept this, and if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to visit the Li family manor. Li Danqing handed over a letter to Zhao Taohua and watched her ox cart depart. Holding the letter tightly in her hand, Zhao Taohua felt its slim thickness. She tore it open and peeked through the slit, only to find several silver bills of 10 taels each, amounting to 5 pieces in total. This must be the reward from young Master Li? Zhao Ershu took a glance inside the envelope and was startled before saying, Taohua, Mr. Li has already paid once. How could he give again? Zhao Taohua's face lit up as she said, what he gave just now was from his own pocket. Today I helped him, so giving me 50 taels isn't excessive. Otherwise, should blood be spilled because of him, not even 50 taels would make up for it. Zhao Taohua added, Mr. Li is filled with wickedness and must have committed many evil deeds in the past. That's true. Zhao Ershu agreed readily and started sharing his thoughts. When Mr. Li married into the Zhang household, he used his son-in-law status to take over all of Zhang's businesses. While Mr. Zhang was alive, he behaved decently enough, but after Mr. Zhang's death, his true nature came out. He stopped being honest and hardworking. He frequented brothels, kept mistresses, and gambled, losing much of the Zhang family's wealth, and even causing Mrs. Zhang to die of distress. With Mrs. Zhang gone, he openly began taking concubines. Any virtuous woman who caught his eye, he took home as a secondary wife. He also changed the Zhang family house to bear the Li name, and even forced Zhang's children to change their surname to Li. Mr. Li could be called the tyrant of the Clearwater town, and when he fell ill, many secretly celebrated. Earlier, Zhao Ershu had been most worried about Mr. Li misbehaving towards Taohua, but fortunately, Mr. Li showed respect towards Taohua, treating her like a true master. Zhao Taohua suddenly remembered something and asked, Father, isn't the Li family medicine hall in town actually owned by the Lis? Yes, exactly. Mr. Li even changed the signboards of all the Zhang family businesses to carry the Li name. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Zhao Taohua's lips, knowing Mr. Li wouldn't live long. If her guess was right, Master Li's properties would eventually be controlled by young Master Li, and there was indeed something she wanted his help with. Chapter 57, Steal Money from My House. After dealing with the pest problem, she discovered that the herbs in her medicinal field were growing much faster than before. They would likely be ready for harvest in just 3 to 4 months, and the yield would far exceed the initial estimates. The medical halls that the village chief had signed contracts with Zhao Xiangping's great-grandfather might not be able to take all of it. The excess could be sold to young Master Li. When Zhao Taohua and Zhao Ershu returned to the village, villagers who saw the ox cart along the way came over to gawk. They enviously said, what a strong ox, and what a beautiful ox cart. Taohua, did you buy this ox cart? How much did it cost? Zhao Taohua replied, 52 taels including the ox and the cart. Heavens, that's so much money. Yeah, I don't know when our family will save enough to buy one. Everyone stared at the Zhao family's ox cart enviously. Zhao Taohua smiled and said, your family will have free land after the rice is harvested. It's good farmland, perfect for planting medicinal herbs. Everyone laughed upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words. Previously, when they were clearing the land to plant medicinal herbs, the rice hadn't been harvested yet. Now it was different. The rice could already be reaped. Once the rice was cut down, there would be more fields available for planting medicinal herbs. Virtually every household in the village had 4 or 5 acres of good farmland, and some even had 10. Based on the previous estimates by the village chief, if each acre made 2.5 taels, it would be easier for them to save up money, and soon, they could also afford an ox cart like the Zhao family. From afar, Zhao Shenglin watched as the Zhao family's ox cart drove home and the gate closed behind it. He took a deep breath and muttered, 52 taels. His eyes fell on the new brick and tile house built by the Zhao family. Brick and tile houses. That's all money. This girl, Zhao Taohua, has earned quite a bit of money through exorcism and clever business deals. This house and ox cart alone are worth nearly 100 taels. There must still be plenty of money left at home. Besides, the Zhao family of 3 now wears Raimi clothes. After the ox cart entered their home, Mrs. Qian immediately dropped her sewing and ran into the yard. My goodness, this ox and cart must have cost quite a bit. Incredible. Mrs. Qian fondly touched the ox's head and stomach, marveling. Zhao Taohua sent the pole spirit and the durian spirit out to gather grass for the ox to eat. Upon hearing that this ox was worth 50 taels, Mrs. Qian spoke up immediately. I'll go with them. They may not know which grass the ox can eat. Such an expensive ox requires care. You shouldn't feed it random grass, or it might get sick. That day, Zhao Taohua not only bought an ox cart, but also bought meat, celebrating the occasion simply. Since the minstrel ghost had helped the family earn over 200 taels this time, Zhao Taohua also gave the ghost a few days off, so there would be no need to embroider handkerchiefs in the next few days. At night, everyone finished eating, washed up, and then returned to their rooms to rest. Gradually, the surrounding area around the Zhao family became tranquil, with only the sound of the wind passing through the leaves, occasionally accompanied by the bark of dogs. Suddenly, a faint sound came from outside the corner of the Zhao family wall. The ghosts, the minstrel ghost, durian ghost, pole ghost, and snail ghost, who were sleeping in the main room, woke up simultaneously. In the dark, for pairs of eyes looked towards the source of the noise. Inside the wall corner, the newly climbed over Zhao Shenglin slapped Zhao Xingyong's head and said, "You go first. Once you get the money, you'll take the biggest share." Zhao Xingyong was somewhat scared and whispered, "Shenglin, the Uncle Two Trees family has ghosts and spirits. I'm afraid. I don't dare to enter. And what about the pole ghost, which is incredibly strong? I'm worried it will hit me." As Zhao Xingyong spoke, his voice grew quieter. A gust of wind passed, and the moon appeared from behind the clouds, illuminating the entire Zhao village. Instantly, Zhao Xingyong noticed a mountain-like figure standing behind Zhao Shenglin, a man with a pair of curved horns on his head. Zhao Xingyong trembled and exclaimed, "He's here." After saying that, Zhao Xingyong tried to leave, but turned around to see the pale-as-paper face of the minstrel ghost staring right at him. "Oh!" Zhao Xingyong screamed. Immediately, Zhao Shenglin sensed something was wrong as a massive shadow enveloped him. He turned back and saw it was really the pole ghost. This spirit could clear 10 acres in a single day. If he stayed, Zhao Shenglin feared the ghost would treat him like a barren field and start digging into him. He immediately bolted, but after taking just a couple steps, he was stopped by the durian ghost and the snail ghost. "Oh!" Zhao Xingyong couldn't bear the fear any longer and let out a shriek. His cries echoed loudly in the silent night, making the scene seem very abrupt. Zhao Shenglin hadn't expected that they'd be discovered so quickly by the 4 ghosts in the Zhao Taowa household. He wanted to escape over the wall, but the ghosts didn't let him. Suddenly, the Zhao family woke up. Neighbors nearby, hearing the commotion, started turning on lights. Zhao Ergshu hurriedly dressed, grabbed the kerosene lamp, and went out. Zhao Taowa and Mrs. Qian followed closely behind. "Shengyong, Shenglin, what are you doing at my house?" Zhao Ergshu asked upon seeing them. They were desperately trying to climb out of the courtyard, but they were tightly held back by the 4 spirits and couldn't leave. "We came." Zhao Xingyong had long been so terrified by the minstrel ghost that he had lost all composure, unable to think straight. "Ergshu, what's wrong at your place?" The first neighbors to arrive at the Zhao household were a family of 3 from the Zheng family next door. "Taowa, is everything all right at your house?" As Zhao Xingyong watched more villagers with oil lamps surrounding them, his fear grew, and he was almost on the verge of tears. Seeing his uselessness, Zhao Shenglin quickly told Zhao Ergshu, "Uncle Ergshu, we couldn't sleep, so we decided to go for a walk." Zhao Taowa narrowed her eyes. "Can't sleep, so you climbed into my yard for a stroll?" Zhao Shenglin was known as a good-for-nothing in the village, lazy and unruly, and Zhao Taowa didn't believe a word he said. She glanced up at her courtyard wall over a meter high and asked, "Did you sneak in to steal money from our home?" "No, absolutely not. We just went for a walk." The moment Zhao Taowa finished speaking, Zhao Xingyong immediately shouted back, but his voice and expression already betrayed his true intention. Zheng Ant held up an oil lamp and illuminated his face. "Today Taowa's family just bought an ox cart, and now you're plotting to rob her house." At this moment, Zhao Xingyong's parents arrived, along with the village head and clan elder. Zhao Xingyong's mother Chao grabbed his ear and scolded. "Weren't you sleeping at home? Why did you come to Taowa's house? What are you doing climbing over her wall? Speak." Chao pulled hard and caused great pain, making Zhao Xingyong beg for mercy repeatedly, yet she didn't let go. Instead, she even kicked him. Whether it was the pain or fear, Zhao Xingyong burst into tears. "Mother, stop hitting me. I came to Taowa's house to steal money." Zhao Xingyong finally confessed under duress. "What? So it really was about stealing money? Ergshu, check if any money has been taken from your house." Everyone knew that the Zhao family had earned a lot of money recently. Otherwise, their brick and tile house and ox cart would have been impossible. It was like being struck by lightning on a clear day. Chao stood frozen in shock. After a brief period of astonishment, Chao slapped Zhao Xingyong across the face again. Zhao Taowa quickly stepped forward to stop the slap. "Aunt Chao, please calm down. Brother Xingyong didn't manage to steal anything. They just entered our yard." Zhao Taowa explained. Zhao Xingyong cried uncontrollably, his tears streaming down his cheeks as he stared at Zhao Taowa in disbelief. How could she possibly be helping him? Chapter 58. Zhao Shenglin was kidnapped. He lowered his head and apologized to 3 people, Zhao Taowa, Zhao Ergu, and Qian family. "Uncle Ergu, Aunt Qian, Sister Taowa, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I will never dare again." Chao still looked angry and scolded. "You little bastard, if you didn't want to be good, why did you steal?" Seeing that everyone's attention was on Zhao Xingyong, Zhao Shenglin tried to sneak away. However, it was clear that the 4 creatures would not give him such an opportunity. The village head spoke. Even though no theft happened, attempting to steal is still a mistake. Mistakes should be punished. He should be sent to Duding and handed over to Tingzhong. Before the village head finished his sentence, Zhao Shenglin fell to his knees in fear. "Grandpa village head, I am innocent, I know nothing. I didn't even know it was about stealing money. It was Xingyong who incited me." After hearing this, Zhao Xingyong stared with wide eyes and shouted angrily. "Zhao Shenglin, it was clearly you who incited me. You told me, my grandma is sickly and too old. If we don't treat her early, she might die. You said, we could get money from Uncle Erga's home. You said Sister Taohua recently earned a lot of money. Stealing a bit would be fine. That's why I came with you. Unexpectedly, Qiao found out that Zhao Xingyong actually stole for this reason, feeling heartbroken. She rushed forward and cursed Zhao Xinglin. Zhao Xinglin, since you refused to learn the right way, how dare you corrupt my son? Village head, send him to Duding. Let the Tingzhong teach him how to behave properly. He does nothing all day but thinks of crooked schemes. My Xingyong is only 13, yet you taught him to steal. How can you do this? Although Zhao Xinglin usually acted recklessly, he dared not misbehave before the village head and clan chief. The village head berated Zhao Xinglin. Xinglin, you're already 19 years old, no longer a child. How can you commit such acts, corrupting Xingyong? Looking at Zhao Xinglin, the village head's eyes were filled with disappointment. With a bad household condition and being lazy despite it, inciting others to steal. Since Zhao Xinglin grew up without a father disciplining him, he would then have to be disciplined by the Tingzhong. The village head said sternly. Since that's the case, Xinglin will be sent to Duding. Village head, please show mercy. At some point, Zhao Xinglin's mother, Mrs. Su, had also arrived, pushing through the crowd and kneeling down to plead with the village head. After kowtowing to the village head, she bowed to Zhao Ergu and the Qian family. Brother Ergu, Sister Hongyan, please give Xinglin another chance. He cannot go to prison. His name will forever bear the stigma of a criminal. Cough cough. Mrs. Su wasn't in good health. She hadn't even finished speaking when she started coughing violently, as if she were going to cough her lungs out. The village head and Zhao Ergu's couple both looked at Mrs. Su with pity in their eyes. Everyone was from the same village, relatives and neighbors alike. If the widowed Mrs. Su with poor health had her only son thrown into jail, they feared she might become disheartened, worsen her illness, and even lose her life. So, Zhao Ergu said, since there was wrongdoing, punishment must follow. Although there's no need to send them to Duding, both Xinglin and Xingyong must come fertilize our fields for 10 days. What? Both Zhao Xinglin and Zhao Xingyong simultaneously paled in shock. The manure smelled terrible, plus 2 loads of it were very heavy. Forget about 10 days. Even 1 day of carrying those loads would surely rub their shoulders raw. However, this was not the time for them to voice their opinions. Both Qiao and Mrs. Su simultaneously agreed. Tomorrow, I'll send Xingyong over to carry the manure. Mrs. Su, holding back the urge to cough, also agreed. I will ensure Xinglin comes over to carry the manure. With the issue resolved, everyone left the Zhao family. Just before leaving, Zhao Xingyong glared fiercely at Zhao Xinglin, vowing never to fall for his tricks again. Looking at the 4 spirits at the Zhao family, Zhao Xinglin thought silently. These 4 spirits are more perceptive than dogs. In an instant, they surrounded them. Damn it. Not only did they fail to steal any money today, but tomorrow they still had to come to haul the manure. The next day, the villagers began cutting rice, then tilling the land to plant medicinal herbs. Under Zhao Ergu's supervision, Zhao Xinglin and Zhao Xingyong mixed water with the dung and went to fertilize the herb fields. All of the villagers in Zhao Village were working busily in the fields, and no one went out for labor anymore. The enthusiasm for work had never been so high. Everyone harbored hope. Sao now, and later earned more than 2 ounces of silver. 1 field alone could earn what a whole family could make in a year. 10 days passed quickly, and as evening approached, when Zhao Xinglin and Zhao Xingyong put down the pole and the buckets of dung to return home, both of them felt relieved. During these 10 days, Zhao Xingyong was not without thoughts of cheating, but a strict supervisor was always watching him closely, giving him no chance to slack off. Thus, he had no choice but to resign himself to hard labor. During these 10 days, he endured foul odors every day, carried heavy burdens, worked for free for the Zhao family, while receiving no meals from them, merely smelling their delicious food. In the evening, Lady Qiao and Lady Su personally came to the Zhao residence to take their respective sons home. After expressing their gratitude to the Zhao family, Lady Qiao and Zhao Xingyong left. Lady Su also thanked the Zhao family profusely, relieved that as long as Xinglin avoided jail, things weren't completely ruined. On the way back, Lady Su taught her son, Xinglin, you must listen in the future, understand? Annoyed, Xinglin scratched his ear and asked instead of replying, Mother, how about I find a wife for you to serve you? Hearing this, Lady Su was pleased, thinking that perhaps Xinglin had learned something from this experience. But then Xinglin continued, Mother, what do you think about marrying Zhao Taohua into our family as your daughter-in-law? Startled, Lady Su glared at him and scolded furiously. Do you even dare to look at yourself? Do you think you deserve Taohua? Taohua is capable and good at earning money, with a wonderful family background. What do you have? You're nothing but a toad trying to eat swan meat. Lady Su's barrage of insults silenced Xinglin. Walking behind her, he muttered under his breath. So what if Zhao Taohua's family is well off and she knows how to make money? Once she becomes my wife, won't she obediently hand over all her money for me to spend? Over these 10 days of hauling dung for the Zhao family, Xinglin realized just how comfortable life could be at the Zhao household. He craved their fragrant rice, fish, and meat. He wanted to flaunt the Zhao family's ox cart around the village and wear fine new hemp clothes. Just as Xinglin fantasized about all these things, suddenly, something grabbed him and pulled him forcefully. He tried to shout for Lady Su who walked ahead, but a hand quickly clamped over his mouth. All he could feel was being carried under someone's arm, moving at an alarming speed. The cold autumn wind slapped against his face and seeped into his collar, freezing him to the bone. Panicking, Xinglin thought, had he encountered some other evil spirit during daylight hours? Was it going to take him to the mountain to devour him? Only when they reached the mountaintop did the creature stop and throw him onto the ground. Looking up, Xinglin saw Shin Ming glaring down at him with ill intent. What are you going to do? Chapter 59. The entire village's main beam stolen. Shunming's eyes were as deep and icy cold as a frozen pond, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhao Shunlin. The air pressure around him was so low that Zhao Shunlin dared not make a sound. Shunming took a step forward, and his entire shadow enveloped Zhao Shunlin. Zhao Shunlin, get rid of your dirty thoughts about Peach Sister, or I will make you food for the wolves. Every word of Shunming's warning sent shivers down one's spine. As soon as he finished speaking, a wolf's howl echoed from the mountaintop. Zhao Shunlin knew that ever since Zhao Taohua subdued the mischief makers on the mountain, they no longer imitated the wolves' calls to scare people by luring wolves to the foot of the mountain. But this also meant that now the wolves were all staying at the summit. In an instant, Zhao Shunlin was frightened to the point of trembling, his face turning pale. He quickly lunged towards Shunming, hugging his leg and promising, I swear, I'll never have any intentions toward Peach Sister again. Afraid that Shunming wouldn't believe him, he raised his right hand and swore. Zhao Shunlin swears to heaven, if I dare think about Peach Sister again, may I meet a terrible end, struck by lightning. Afterward, he pleaded, Shunming, I know I was wrong. Please take me down the mountain quickly. He felt as if wolves were approaching all around him. Staying any longer would surely result in being eaten. He also feared that Shunming might abandon him at the top of the mountain, leaving him to be devoured by wolves. Seeing his compliance, Shunming once again grabbed him, hoisted him under his arm, and carried him away from the mountaintop. It wasn't until they reached the foot of the mountain that Zhao Shunlin felt as though he had come back to life. Shunming directly tossed him down and walked away without a word. When Zhao Shunlin returned home, Su Shi asked, Where have you been? Did you go to Taohua's house just because I scolded you? Su Shi truly worried that Zhao Shunlin didn't know his own limits, daring to dream about something beyond his reach. Upon hearing the word Taohua, Zhao Shunlin's body instinctively trembled. Mother, please rest assured. I checked myself when I urinated. Please don't mention Peach Sister in front of me anymore. Zhao Shunlin did not dare to tell Su Shi that Shunming had abducted him to the mountaintop. Every time he recalled what Shunming said to him on the mountain, chills ran down his spine. Is it because Shunming likes Taohua that he protects her so much? This thought arose in his mind, and a sudden chill rose from the soles of his feet. How could he have even dared to fantasize about the person Shunming liked? No wonder Shunming got angry with him. Perilla and motherwort were growing exceptionally well, tall stalks, large leaves. Half a month later, everyone started picking perilla leaves to sell, and the medical hall purchased them for 9 large coins per pound. Families all carried bamboo baskets into their fields to pick leaves, then poured them into hemp sacks to sell. A family working together could pick over 100 pounds in a day, making over 900 large coins. Moreover, this was a long-term stable income, especially for those who had planted more. Nearly every household earned nearly 10 or 20 coins daily, and the villagers all grinned from ear to ear. Within 10 days, many had already saved up enough money to start building brick tile houses. Previously, many villagers helped the Zhao family when they were building their house. Therefore, when others began adding onto their homes, Zhao Taohua and Zhao Erga's couple went out to help wherever they could. Because they had received so much assistance from the villagers before, even their 4 supernatural creatures were assigned different tasks to return favors. On the first day, Zhao Taohua decided to help at Shunming's house. Shunming had just finished setting up a straw shed in the yard, preparing to move things from the old house inside. As Zhao Taohua entered the house with him, she said, Big brother Shunming, let me help you carry. She stacked the bowls neatly, placed them in a basin, and prepared to lift them up. However, as soon as she tried, she realized she couldn't lift it at all, stunned. Had she stacked too many bowls? Just as Zhao Taohua was about to take some out from the basin, Shunming suddenly swept past her and picked up the wooden basin effortlessly. Zhao Taohua bit her lip, pouting slightly. So what if he's tall? That doesn't mean anything. Taohua sister, go inside the room and move some lighter items. I'll handle everything in the kitchen. Shunming's voice came from behind. Zhao Taohua glanced at the remaining tables and water vats in the kitchen and decided to listen to Shunming and check inside the room. When she opened the wardrobe, she immediately saw several wolf skins, her lips curling slightly upward. So Shunming actually followed her advice and kept all the wolf skins afterward. As time passed, more and more households in Zhao Family Village started building brick tile houses, and masons and carpenters from nearby villages gathered in Zhao Family Village. No one expected that the poorest village in the area would become wealthy. Fields that only yielded half the normal grain production turned highly productive when planted with perilla, growing extremely fast. Villagers watched their homes grow taller and higher with beams ready to be placed, filled with hope in their hearts. Soon, we can move into brick-tiled houses. Yes, my family is going to place the beam tomorrow. My family too. Just as everyone was filled with joy, the next day, the main beams were nowhere to be found. Grandma's son stood at her doorway first, hands on her hips cursing. Which devil stole all 5 of my house's main beams? Grandma Feng stomped her foot and cursed. Who was so wicked to steal the main beam my family needed? Today, Aunt Jiang and Aunt Zheng also prepared to place their beams. Their beams too were missing. The 4 searched house by house, determined to catch the thief who stole the main beams. However, it wasn't just their 4 families that lost their beams. The other villagers who hadn't yet placed theirs had also lost them. As long as the main beams had been left on the ground, they were all gone. Grandma's son puzzled. Who could have stolen so many main beams in one night? 500 of them. Zhao Xinglin suddenly appeared from somewhere and said, Grandma's son, heaven itself forbids our village from building brick-tiled houses. Maybe we shouldn't build them. He laughed loudly after saying this. Everyone else had covered their houses with bricks and tiles, leaving only his home still a broken-down shack. With the weather growing colder recently, the wind blew through the cracks in his walls at night, making him shiver even under the covers. His jealousy grew more severe. Now that everyone had lost their main beams, how could he not be happy? Grandpa's son narrowed his eyes at him, then jumped up and grabbed his ear, pulling hard as he demanded, "Did you steal my house's main beams? Did you sell them off somewhere? You're talking nonsense. How could I carry such heavy things?" Zhao Xinglin hurriedly reached out to protect his ear, but Grandma's son refused to let go. "You are lazy and good for nothing. Who knows, maybe you saw this as a chance to make money. Just because you couldn't move them alone doesn't mean you wouldn't get someone to help you steal them. Last time, you dragged Xingyong to Peach's house to steal money. Peach's family forgave you, but this time, I won't let you off. Come, I'm going to take you to the magistrate." The other villagers looked at Zhao Xinglin with mixed disbelief, some thinking Grandma's son might be right. Zhao Xinglin very well could have done it. Others thought it unlikely. At least 3 strong men were needed to lift a single beam. How did Zhao Xinglin manage to organize stealing over 500 beams across the entire village in one night? The village chief thought something was off, so he walked to the Zhao residence and knocked on the door. "Peach, are you home?" Chapter 60, The Abyss of the Bamboo Forest. After finishing her breakfast, Zhao Taohua was sitting in the main room of her house, counting on her fingers to calculate the date when this year's heavy snow would arrive. At the current speed the villagers were building their houses, it should be enough. Everyone would have solid brick and tile houses, so they wouldn't need to worry about heavy snow collapsing their roofs. Brick and tile houses are good at keeping out the cold. Even if there is a heavy snowstorm outside, they could stay inside and warm themselves by the heated bed without any worries. Just thinking about this made Zhao Taohua happy. At just that moment, she heard the village chief knocking on her door. Mrs. Qian was hanging clothes to dry in the yard. When she opened the gate and saw it was the village chief, she called into the main room. "Taohua, the village chief is looking for you." Zhao Taohua stood up, just as the village chief walked in with a worried expression on his face. Her smile immediately froze, and she asked, "Grandpa village chief, what's wrong?" The village chief sighed first, then told Zhao Taohua about how all the families in the village had lost their roof beams. "What? All the big beams are gone?" Zhao Taohua was greatly shocked. Without the big beams, how can they raise the beams or lay the green tiles? Without the big beams, how could the roofs be strong enough? Zhao Taohua was both surprised and angry. She never would have thought this kind of problem would arise at such a crucial time. She had just calculated that the heavy snow was not far away. "Taohua, the village was quiet last night. If someone stole our big beam, why didn't my dog bark?" "Not only my dog. There are over 10 households in the village that own dogs, and none of them barked. I don't believe anyone could steal all the needed roof beams from every household in one night. I suspect some evil presence is at work." The village chief's tone was almost definitive. Zhao Taohua immediately went outside. She found out that the big beam at Aunt Zheng's house next door had also been stolen. Aunt Zheng's courtyard wall was less than 10 meters away from her home, so she went back to ask the 4 spirits, Yu Shijing and the others. "Did you hear any noise last night? Or did you notice anything unusual?" Yu Shijing and the other 4 spirits all stared at her wide-eyed with a confused look. Zhao Taohua was surprised. They hadn't noticed a thing during the whole night. More than 500 big beams had disappeared from the village last night. It takes 3 grown men to move one big beam, let alone considering Aunt Zheng's house being so close to hers. If even the 4 spirits hadn't noticed anything strange, then it could only mean that the person behind this had extraordinary abilities. Instantly, Zhao Taohua's expression turned serious. The village chief asked, "Taohua, is it an evil spirit causing trouble?" Zhao Taohua nodded and went to Aunt Zheng's house again to inspect the situation. When Aunt Zheng saw Zhao Taohua come, she sent Zhao Sheng in to tell Zhao Taohua where she had placed the big beam in her yard. "Sister Taohua, my big beam was placed against the eastern wall corner in the yard yesterday." Zhao Shengyin pointed to the position of the wall corner. Zhao Taohua squatted down, glanced past the spot he pointed at, and walked along the wall corner from south to north, but did not detect any trace of the evil presence. Suddenly, she noticed that a patch of soil under her feet looked different from the rest, as though it had just been loosened instead of being compacted like the rest. She asked Zhao Shengyin, "Brother Shengyin, has your family dug here today or yesterday?" Zhao Shengyin looked surprised first, then shook his head. "No, the soil in the yard has definitely not been touched." Zhao Shengyin was very sure about this point. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua immediately squatted down. She moved that piece of soil aside and found the soil underneath was also loose, having been tampered with before. With little effort, she managed to dig a hole a foot deep. Immediately, she concluded, "This is its method of stealing the big beams without us knowing." Dragging it underground, the village chief exclaimed in shock. Zhao Taohua quickly pulled out a yellow paper and used a brush pen to swiftly draw a talisman on it. She put it in the foot-deep pit she had just dug. She gathered her spiritual energy at her fingertips, pressed her fingers on the talisman, and released her spiritual energy through the talisman. The spiritual energy traveled through the loose dirt beneath the ground to track down the evil presence. Zhao Taohua felt the spiritual energy winding through the earth, making turn after turn, taking quite a while before reaching the end. Zhao Taohua drew back her fingers, furrowing her brows and saying, "Is it going to the bamboo forest?" To the south of the village lies a large bamboo forest. Sometimes people go there to cut bamboo to make baskets or to dig some bamboo shoots to eat. The evil presence did a very clean job. Zhao Taohua hadn't discovered its scent at all, but had found that it had moved the big beams into the bamboo forest. "What bamboo forest? Taohua, what are you talking about?" The village chief did not understand. Zhao Shengyan, Aunt Zheng, and Zhao Guanquan also looked at Zhao Taohua, confused. Zhao Taohua explained. To find the big beams, we must first check out the bamboo forest. On the way, other villagers, upon hearing that the beams might have been moved to the bamboo forest by an evil presence, followed along, eager to find out the truth. Old Lady Sun finally let go of Zhao Xinglin's ear that she'd been clutching and joined in searching for her family's big beam. Zhao Xinglin muttered, I already said I didn't steal them. With his thin frame, how could he possibly carry those beams? Even if he got help from others, where could he get so many people? However, he was curious too about who or what had stolen the big beams from the entire village, so he went with the group to see for himself. Before long, Zhao Taohua found the place she had marked with her spiritual energy. The soil there was indeed loose. However, there were no large beams around this area. She stood up and looked around. There were no traces of large beams being dragged across the ground, so where could they have gone? Taohua, did you find anything? Zhao Shengyan followed behind Zhao Taohua, scanning his gaze in the same direction as hers to look all around. But nearby, there was nothing but bamboo, weeds, and rocks. It was almost transparently visible that there wasn't a single beam in sight. Zhao Taohua shook her head and continued forward. Suddenly, she spotted a cluster of small dirt mounds ahead. Under the sunlight, the dirt mounds shimmered with a wet, muddy luster and gave off a pungent, earthy smell that was strikingly different from the dry land around it. Realizing something was amiss, Zhao Taohua immediately began digging into the pile of dirt. To her surprise, the mound was only loosely spread on top, but hollow underneath. In an instant, Zhao Taohua tumbled straight in. Taohua. The fall was so sudden that Zhao Taohua disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhao Shengyan shouting into the pitch-black hole. Then a large hand quickly reached into the hole, its body sliding in halfway as well. The moment Zhao Shengyan saw the silver hair, he recognized Xin Ming and quickly joined in to help, gripping Xin Ming's legs tightly. Inside the dark cave, it was cold and damp. As Zhao Taohua fell, she felt like she was plummeting into an abyss of 10,000 feet. From such a height, she feared she would be crushed into a pulp. Just as that thought crossed her mind, someone above the black void grabbed her hand. Even though she couldn't see who it was when she looked up, more and more spiritual energy flowed through their connected hands into her body. A slight smile crept onto Zhao Taohua's lips. In that moment, she instantly knew who had saved her. Brother Xinming? Hold on. After uttering these words, Xinming forcefully pulled Zhao Taohua out of the cave. When Zhao Taohua reached the cave opening, Zhao Shengyan stepped forward to help. Give me your hand, Taohua. The instant Zhao Taohua made it back to the surface, she turned nervously to glance down at the deep pit below. Are you alright, Taohua? Zhao Shengyan asked with concern. Seeing that Zhao Taohua was soaked and covered in sticky mud, he hurriedly handed her a handkerchief to clean herself. Xinming watched as Zhao Taohua accepted Zhao Shengyan's handkerchief. His lips tightened, and he fished around in his pocket for a clean handkerchief of his own. Just as he was about to offer it to her, he heard her ask Zhao Shengyan in panic. Brother Xingyan, are you okay? Turning his head, he noticed Zhao Shengyan's face, half purple, half green, and it looked extremely terrifying. Chapter 61, A Huge Earthworm. Zhao Xingyan didn't understand what was going on. He only felt a heaviness in his head as the blurry image of Peach Zhao became less and less distinct. The village chief and others standing at their original positions hurried over upon hearing the commotion. There was a dull thud as Zhao Xingyan collapsed to the ground. When everyone saw Zhao Xingyan's complexion, they were all startled with widened eyes. Uncle Zheng and Aunt Zheng quickly ran over. Xingyan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your parents. Xingyan has really had bad luck this year. This is the second time he's fainted. Uncle Zheng, Auntie Zheng, don't touch Brother Xingyan. His body is infected with evil energy. At Zhao Taohua's words, the Zheng couple immediately retracted their hands. Aunt Zheng worriedly asked, Brother Xingyan encountered an evil spirit? She looked around anxiously, suddenly noticing a black hole on the ground. Just now, after I fell in, Brother Xinming helped pull me up. At that time, Brother Xingyan lent a hand, so evil qi invaded Brother Xingyan's body. But I am protected by spiritual energy, which prevents this evil from affecting me. And Brother Xinming has both Sa Qi, Sha Qi, and merit, so the evil qi can't harm him either. Peach Xiao explained. Sighing helplessly, Aunt Zheng lamented, so it only harmed Xingyan. Peach, please, Aunt begs of you to remove the evil qi from Xingyan. I'll pay you. As she spoke, Aunt Zheng pulled out some money from her purse. Taohua shook her head. Brother Xingyan risked his life for me. It's my duty to expel this evil energy from his body. Taohua first recited a spell to rid herself of all the evil energy. In an instant, the Zheng couple saw Taohua release a puff of black smoke from her body. After shaking lightly, all the black smoke disappeared. Next, Taohua gathered her spiritual energy onto her fingertips, drawing talismans on Xingyan's cheeks with the spiritual energy as ink. Following her incantation, the two talismans seeped into Xingyan's body, driving out all the evil energy. Just like Taohua earlier, many puffs of black smoke floated out of Xingyan's body. Aunt Zheng, full of pleasant surprise, asked, Taohua, does this mean our Xingyan will be alright? Aunt Zheng, Brother Xingyan will wake up soon. With these words, Taohua placed a peace talisman inside Xingyan's bosom. Oi, this peace talisman is worth 100 coins. Aunt Zheng, I can't just take it for free. Before Taohua could speak, Aunt Zheng tried to pay her again. Taohua, this peace talisman is a gift for Brother Xingyan. If you insist on paying, I absolutely cannot accept it. While Peach Xiao was speaking, Zhao Shengyan woke up, drowsily catching Zhao Taohua's words, and a sense of joy arose in his heart. Aunt Zheng, You and Uncle Guanquan should quickly take Brother Shingon out of the bamboo forest. After saying this, Zhaojia shouted to the village head, asking him to lead everyone out of the bamboo forest. This place was the evil creature's lair. Beneath every small hill was a dangerous pit. Not only were they deep, but the slime on the cave walls was full of evil energy. Ordinary people who touched it would surely die. Under the guidance of the village head, the villagers all withdrew from the bamboo forest. Someone worriedly said, "This evil creature seems stronger than the menstrual spirit and 4 spirits that Peach caught before. Can Peach handle it?" "Yes, if we can't retrieve the main beam this time. If we buy another one, will it be stolen by this evil creature again?" Another person echoed in agreement. Everyone looked troubled. Their houses were half-built, missing only the roof. They couldn't install the blue tiles without the main beam. Grandma's son glanced at the two who had spoken and said, "Peach can definitely destroy this wretched evil creature. Don't worry, I trust my own granddaughter." However, Zhao Dehan and Zhao Sancher beside her felt it might not be possible. Just as they were about to say something, Grandma's son's glare silenced them. Zhao Lianhua glanced at the people from the Zhao family's old house and also spoke up. "Little Sister Peach will definitely be able to do it. There isn't a single evil spirit in our village that Little Sister Peach hasn't subjugated." "Humph." Zhao Xinglin coldly scoffed. "That's not necessarily true. She herself said this evil spirit is stronger than the previous ones. Maybe this time none of you will be able to finish your roofs. Previously, Sister Peach said there will be a heavy snowfall this year. You all bought blue bricks and tiles to build new houses, but now there are no roofs. When it snows, your roofless brick and tile houses won't be as warm as my old thatched cottage." After Zhao Xinglin finished speaking, he chuckled derisively. After hearing this, everyone's faces turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Inside the bamboo grove, Zhao Taohua looked at Shun Ming with puzzlement. "Why haven't you left, Brother Shun Ming? This evil spirit is powerful, and its mucus contains a lot of evil energy. You said that my body has sha qi and merit, which can neutralize the evil qi, and it can't harm me. Since it cannot harm me, staying here won't be an issue for me." Shun Ming responded indifferently. Zhao Taohua recalled how the naughty spirits before had fled in fear upon seeing her, and thought that perhaps the evil entity this time might also be afraid of her. However, even though Shun Ming possessed overwhelming malevolent energy and was full of merit, he wasn't a member of the mystical community and didn't understand Taoist spells. Zhao Taohua still dared not risk his life on such a gamble. "Brother Shun Ming, you stand here and don't move around. I'll go ahead and force it out." As Zhao Taohua prepared to set off, Shun Ming asked from behind, "What kind of spirit is it this time?" "A huge earthworm." Leaving these 3 words, Zhao Taohua headed straight forward. She arbitrarily chose 5 holes, then set up an array at the mouth of each hole with her spiritual energy, placing a talisman at each one. Standing in the center of the 5 holes, she exclaimed, "The fierce fire of the 5 elements shall destroy everything." No sooner had her voice fallen than the talismans at the mouths of the 5 holes all ignited, rushing downward like a great fire. Even Shun Ming, standing 20 meters away from Zhao Taohua, could feel the heat beneath his feet. At the moment the fierce fire rushed down into the ground cave, there came a sizzling sound from within the cave, followed by a plume of thick smoke rising from the hole. With a tense look, Zhao Taohua gazed towards the direction of the 5 holes. Just as her expression tightened, a tremor occurred underground. This earthquake-like shaking was even felt by the village chief and others outside the bamboo grove. Some of the elderly grandfathers and grandmothers almost lost their balance. The village chief hurriedly said, "Everyone, quickly retreat to a safe place." "You all look quickly, what's that thing?" At this moment, they saw far away something coarse and long fly out of the bamboo grove. It shot up into the sky and then fell back down, heading straight for Zhao Taohua. Qian couple watched nervously. This thing seemed like a gigantic earthworm. Its massive body was about as thick as an adult's waist, and its length exceeded 4 meters. It was sticky and slippery, looking simply disgusting. Moreover, it emitted a putrid smell. Seeing that thing, Sun Laotai immediately said to everyone, "You see, my little Peach has forced the evil spirit out." Zheng remarked, "That thing looks like an earthworm." Zhao Xingan clutched the peace talisman at his chest, his eyes fixed on the distant figure of Zhao Taohua, hoping that Sister Peach would subdue this worm monster. Among the crowd, Zhao Xinglin stared at the earthworm monster and said, "This earthworm monster clearly isn't ordinary. Although it doesn't have legs, it can fly. I advise all of you to run as far away as possible." Sister Peach used fire to force it out. Soon, after it deals with Sister Peach, it will turn its anger on us. After speaking, Zhao Xinglin ran off without hesitation. Half of the other people were also scared and moved further away from the bamboo grove. Indeed, this earthworm monster was extraordinary. Zhao Taohua was only 14 years old, so many in their hearts believed she might not be able to prevail. Chapter 62, His Sha Qi and Merit. The village chief, for the safety of everyone, ordered all villagers to keep a distance. Zhao Taohua looked up as the earthworm monster charged towards her. She quickly formed a talisman with her fingers and chanted, "Adamantine force, transform into a shield." In an instant, just as the earthworm monster was about to crush her, an invisible spiritual shield suddenly appeared in her hand, protecting her safely beneath it. The circular mouthpiece of the earthworm monster was covered with sharp teeth. The moment it collided with the spiritual shield, 4 of its teeth instantly broke off, and foul green slime dripped from its tooth gaps. It stretched and twisted its body, trying to bypass the shield and attack Zhao Taohua. Unexpectedly, it was struck by a sword. Its 4-meter-long body split into 2. With one hand holding the shield and the other grasping a spirit-formed sword, When Zhao Taohua heard the earthworm monster hit the ground, she was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But then she noticed the two halves of the monster wriggling on the ground. Not only was it not dead, but both halves were still alive. Though they had no visible limbs, their undersides were covered with countless tiny yet powerful fleshy legs. As Zhao Taohua prepared to attack, both halves of the earthworm monster simultaneously sprayed green slime at her. Attacked from both sides, Zhao Taohua couldn't evade, unable to wield her sword, and could only protect herself with one hand holding the shield and the other forming a quick seal. Her small seals lacked power, and her current internal spirit energy wasn't abundant. Out of options, Zhao Taohua tossed two talismans at them before turning to flee. The fire talismans ignited both halves of the earthworm monster, but were soon extinguished by the green slime they sprayed. Two pairs of dark red eyes, each as big as black beans, stared fiercely at Zhao Taohua's back. They swiftly wriggled across the ground, determined to kill this young celestial master. Zhao Taohua rushed to Shen Ming, grabbed his hand, and shouted, "Shen Ming brother, run." From a distance, the Qian couple, Zhao Shengyan, Grandma Sun, and Zhao Lianhua among others clearly saw a large glob of green slime being shot out by the earthworm monster toward Zhao Taohua. "Watch out," the Qian couple yelled loudly. Shen Ming, having spotted the blob of green slime, pulled Zhao Taohua toward him with all his strength. Caught off guard by Shen Ming's sudden action, Zhao Taohua lost her balance and crashed headlong into his chest. Ouch! Pain made Zhao Taohua sharply suck in a breath of cold air. Tears were almost welling up in her eyes. Snap! At that moment, a sound of fluid hitting the ground made her turn around in fright, finally understanding why Shen Ming had acted the way he did. Just then, the two halves of the earthworm monster had caught up, and Zhao Taohua's heart leaped into her throat. Within such a short time, she'd merely been holding hands with Shen Ming, her spiritual energy not replenished enough. Right as she was preparing to make a last stand against the two halves of the earthworm monster, she noticed fear in their eyes, and they were slowly retreating. Zhao Taohua paused, puzzled about what had caused this change. Why were they retreating after attacking so fiercely? Following their gaze to Shen Ming beside her, Zhao Taohua suddenly had an idea. Could it be that they were afraid of him? A bold plan immediately formed in Zhao Taohua's mind. Holding Shen Ming's hand tightly, she said, "Shen Ming brother, let's conduct an experiment together." Throughout the process, Zhao Taohua held on to Shen Ming's hand without letting go. Truthfully, she had prepared two contingency plans. She was constantly drawing spiritual energy from Shen Ming. If the monsters were not afraid of him, she had a second plan ready, using her own energy to fight them. When Zhao Taohua boldly stepped forward with Shen Ming, she was terrified inside, fearful of betting wrong. The group of people nearby, including the Qians, watched Zhao Taohua's actions with wide eyes. "Taohua, come back," the Qian wife shouted. "Granddaughter, run away." Grandma's son was utterly panicked. After all, it was rare for the Zhao household to have a capable girl who had brought prosperity and wealth. They couldn't afford to lose her now, just a few months later. Zhao Shengyan and Zhao Lianhua also wore worried looks, while a few bystanders observed Zhao Taohua and Shen Ming with expressions suggesting they expected a show. Zhao Shenglin smirked and said, "See? I told you the earthworm monster was strong. Zhao Taohua is no match for it. And yet she's foolishly heading back to grapple with it alongside Shen Ming." Although Zhao Shenglin bore little enmity toward Zhao Taohua, he truly wished for Shen Ming to be killed by the monster. However, the next moment left him stunned. The two halves of the earthworm monster that had just attacked Zhao Taohua with great fury were now stepping back in fear. As Zhao Taohua moved forward with Shen Ming, the earthworm halves retreated. As Zhao Taohua and Shen Ming took 2 steps forward, the earthworm halves retreated 3. Zhao Shenglin couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? Weren't they extremely powerful just moments ago? What are they afraid of now?" Grandma's son grew excited at the sight. She declared loudly, "I told you my granddaughter Taohua could subdue them. No matter how powerful they were, she still could." Everyone else watching became fully fixated on Zhao Taohua, believing Grandma's son's words to be correct. Looking at the two halves of the earthworm monster retreating step by step with her every movement, Zhao Taohua realized her guess was right. Shen Ming's Sha Qi and merit frightened the earthworm monster. The moment the two halves saw Shen Ming, they trembled in fear. They had never encountered anyone whose menacing aura was like a dark ink tide surging, nor whose golden glow of merit was so intense. They had gone mad to attack him, surely terrified of being swallowed by his Sha Qi or reduced to ashes by his merit. After exchanging a glance, the two halves immediately prepared to flee, but it was already too late. By then, Zhao Taohua had absorbed enough spiritual energy. She swiftly chanted a spell, her voice low yet forceful. "Heavenly thunderbolts, dispel evil barriers." As the spell was uttered, the air around them vibrated intensely. Dark clouds surged across the sky as if the heavens were enveloped by an immense black curtain. Is it about to rain? No, it seems like a thunderstorm. Villagers looked up in confusion, seeing blue lightning bolts streaking through the clouds like dragons, emitting deafening roars. Boom! In an instant, the lightning descended upon the earthworm monster, encircling it like silver snakes, binding it tightly. Its body, struck by the lightning, emitted screams of agony as it turned to charred remains, spewing black smoke. Under the assault of the lightning, their massive bodies gradually twisted and fragmented, pieces of burnt flesh falling off. With the black smoke rising, they were mercilessly eradicated into a pool of ash by the lightning. At once, the lightning vanished, the dark clouds disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. Sunshine bathed Zhao Taohua. Behind her was scorched earth purified by the lightning. The The crowd watched Zhao Taohua from afar, still stunned and unable to recover from the awe of what had just transpired. Wow, that wasn't a natural thunderstorm. It was Taohua's magic summoning the lightning. Chapter 63, Heart leaps with joy, and it completely reduced the two segments of the worm fiend to nothing but residue. Plum Blossom is truly amazing. The villagers all sighed in amazement. Zhao Shenglin looked at Zhao Taohua with a face full of terror. Did she actually summon down the thunder from the heavens? Zhao Taohua looked at the level ground scorched by the lightning before her and sighed with relief. Fortunately, the spiritual essence replenished in time. Otherwise, they would have escaped. However, it was unexpected that Shunming could also serve as a scare tactic against them. Plum Blossom, are the worm fiends really dead now? The villagers, seeing that it seemed safe, all ran over. Shunming glanced down at the hand Zhao Taohua still held onto, quickly pulling it back. Just as Zhao Taohua noticed his movement and was about to look up at him, Qianshi had already rushed forward. She gave Zhao Taohua an up and down once over, asking, Plum Blossom, did you get hurt anywhere? Mother, I'm fine. Seeing how worried Qianshi was for her, Zhao Taohua felt warmth inside. Just now, Brother Shenming was with me, and it was the ominous aura and merit on his body that suppressed those two segments of the worm fiends, giving me the chance to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes toward Shenming. Everyone's eyes carried curiosity. They had known of the ominous aura around Shenming since before. His parents, grandparents were all said to have been killed by this ominous energy. Shenming's grandmother had once consulted an old Taoist who divined that he possessed malevolent energy that should not be approached lightly. Otherwise, minor misfortunes would occur, or worse, death would follow. Thus, there was only one survivor left in his household, himself. Later, people started keeping their distance from him, fearing bad luck or death. Plum Blossom, does Shenming possess blessings too? Someone asked. Everyone understood what blessings, gongda, meant. It stemmed from doing good deeds and was a good thing. Zhao Taohua nodded, explaining that old Taoist had some skill, but not enough depth to see the intense golden light of Brother Shenming's merit. Though ominous chi can harm, it can also save lives. Today, it was because of these ominous and merit energies that the worm fiends were subdued. In future, when you meet Brother Shenming, don't be afraid. I'll draw a shielding charm for him, and after he wears it, his ominous energy will have no impact on you. Saying draw, she drew immediately. Once it dried, she folded it into a triangular shape and handed it over to Shenming. Brother Shenming, here it is for you. Shenming fixed his eyes on the shielding charm in her hand, recalling earlier when Zhao Taohua had given Zhaoxing an appease charm, jealousy bubbling up in his heart. He asked seemingly nonchalantly, is this shielding charm sold to me or given to me? It's of course given to you. If you hadn't helped me today, I'd have been in a sorry state. Without further ado, Zhao Taohua grabbed his hand and shoved it into his palm. A flash of amusement passed through Zhao Taohua's eyes. Earlier, she had seen him quickly retract his hand from hers as everyone arrived. Now, in front of everyone, she had re-grasped his hand, taking advantage of the situation to absorb some more spiritual essence. Hearing that she was giving it to him, Shenming's heart instantly leaped with joy, though his expression remained unchanged. He tightly clasped the shielding charm in his hand, as if holding a precious treasure, then carefully placed it in his chest pocket. After hearing Zhao Taohua's explanation that interacting with Shenming wouldn't result in his ominous energy affecting them, everyone began looking at Shenming with warmer expressions. Someone commented, actually, Shenming is a good lad. One time, after returning home from the village, I had bought so many items that I couldn't carry them all. It was him who helped me bring everything back. A couple of days ago, I went up the mountain to cut firewood and wasn't careful enough, nearly getting hit by a tree trunk. He helped push the log away just in time. Last year, my grandson fell into the river while playing. It was Shenming who jumped in and saved him. Within moments, people recounted many good deeds Shenming had done previously. Only, due to fear of his ominous energy, everyone kept their distance. Hearing everyone's praises now, Shenming's lips curved upward slightly, experiencing something unprecedented in the past. Unexpectedly, a simple shielding charm and a single statement from her caused everyone's perception of him to change. Shenming raised his eyes to look at Zhao Taohua, filled with gratitude and emotion. The village chief cast a glance at a deep pit struck by lightning and asked, Plum Blossom, the worm fiends are gone. Can we find our main beams? Yes, Plum Blossom, where are our main beams? Every household's main beam was purchased at a cost. If they couldn't retrieve them, they would need to spend more money. We can. As soon as these words were spoken, a large soil mound suddenly emerged behind everyone in the bamboo forest, appearing as if some monstrous entity were about to emerge from within. Terrified, the crowd retreated backward, while Zhao Taohua stepped forward to explain the mound to everyone. Don't be afraid, everyone. The worm fiends had hidden them underground before. Now, without the maintenance of its cultivation, they are all surfacing. In the next instant, a main beam popped out of the dirt slope. The crowd erupted in delight. It really is our main beam. Everyone moved forward to dig out the main beams and carry them home. With the main beams retrieved, they could save the extra money they would have wasted on buying new ones. Taohua, we truly thank you for helping us get our main beams back. The village chief expressed his gratitude. If the worm fiends weren't dead, he worried that even if everyone bought new ones, the worm fiends might still come back to steal them, delaying the construction of their new houses. Zhao Taohua smiled and nodded, looking at the villagers who were busy digging up their own main beams. She shouted, Grandpa Village Chief, with the heavy snow coming soon, please tell everyone to speed up the house building. The villagers all gathered around, responding enthusiastically as they hurriedly carried the main beams home. It normally took 3 people to lift a single beam, but Shinming alone could carry 2 beams back home, which left others in the village marveling. Shinming sure is strong. On that very day, 5 families successfully had their main beams firmly set in place and secured by carpenters using wooden wedges. Youthful green tiles were passed up in order, starting from the ridge of the roof. Each tile was gently placed on the rafters and then adjusted to ensure an orderly and tight fit. 5 days later, everyone had completed the roofing work. From afar, Zhaojia Village appeared to be neatly arranged rows of blue brick, green-tiled houses. Seeing their brand new homes, everyone was filled with emotion. Who would have thought that in just a few months, they would be living in blue brick-tiled houses? The village chief looked at the renewed appearance of the village and felt a sense of relief. Zhaojia Village's rapid rise to prosperity was something no one expected. Just a few months ago, Zhaojia Village was still a poverty-stricken village. The village chief was deeply grateful to Zhaojia. It was her who led the whole village to prosperity, allowing everyone to earn money. Now, they could earn money in the village without having to work hard in town and separate from their families. It seemed that from now on, any future plans for the village should be discussed with Taohua. Perhaps she could help the village find new opportunities for growth. Just at this moment, a single snowflake fell from the sky. Immediately afterward, snowflakes began to fall gently and gracefully. Chapter 64. The Sioux family buried by the heavy snow. Before long, the whole village turned white. Many villagers returned from the foot of the mountain with bundles of firewood on their backs. Father, please go inside quickly. It's so cold out here. Zhao Guangming and Zhao Shengrong, brothers carrying heavy loads of firewood, returned as the cold wind howled fiercely. This firewood would be their only source of warmth during the upcoming 3 days of heavy snowfall. Taohua said that this snow would fall for 3 days and 3 nights, possibly preventing them from going out to cut more wood for 3 days. Therefore, they must prepare enough firewood in advance. The Zhao family had 4 magical creatures living with them, who built a grass shelter against the west wall where they stacked an entire wall of firewood. There was enough not just for 3 days, but even an entire winter. When they were building their house initially, Zhao Taohua had the foresight to make changes to all 4 rooms. Not only were the beds in the eastern and western rooms warm, but standing indoors felt warm as well. Even the living room and kitchen shared this coziness. Once firewood was lit, the warmth spread through all 4 rooms easily. Standing in front of the living room, Zhao Taohua looked at her yard covered entirely by a thick white blanket of snow. She could barely open the door. The biting wind made her squint and cold snowflakes crept into her collar, making her shiver involuntarily. She hurriedly closed the door. Qianshi exclaimed, "This snow is tremendous, unprecedented. I've lived over 30 years and have never seen such heavy snow." In no time, the ground was completely blanketed in white. However, with their home being so warm, they didn't worry about the snowstorm outside. Other villagers also felt the same way. Everyone listened to the wild roaring winds outside without fear, eating dinner early, then climbing onto heated brick beds to keep warm. The next morning, the heavy snow continued falling as people opened their doors to find a foot-thick layer of snow almost blocking the entrance to the living room. Every step taken produced squeaking sounds, deep and shallow footsteps leading from the living room to the kitchen entrance. Even though the distance was short, everyone shivered while walking, yet couldn't skip meals and had to cook food in the kitchen. Old Mrs. Sun stood behind the kitchen door looking outside and said with admiration, "Girl Taohua is truly something." When she said heavy snow was coming, it did come. For the first time in my life, I see such a big snowstorm. If we were still living in our old house, could the straw roof withstand this thick snow? It would have collapsed for sure. Look at the trees. The branches are bent under the weight of the snow. Old Mrs. Sun's respect for Zhao Taohua kept growing. After the night passed, the entire Zhao village seemed wrapped in a pure white blanket tightly covering every house. Shenming gazed outside at the ongoing heavy snowfall and slowly pulled out the shielding talisman given to him by Zhao Taohua. Zhao Shengyan, after several days of rest, had recovered much better. The wicked qi from the worm monster was long gone. He took out the talisman for peace and safety given to him by Zhao Taohua, a trace of smile crossing his eyes. In Zhao Shenglin's house, Zhao Shenglin lay trembling on his bed in the freezing room where the cold drafts seeped through cracks, and even snowflakes blew in through gaps in the walls. He cursed, "Why won't this damn snow stop? It's really freezing him to death." Could it be true what Zhao Taohua said, that it would last for 3 days and 3 nights? Suddenly, a cluster of snowflakes like goose feathers drifted down from above his head. He looked up to find a crack in the roof with pieces of snow falling one by one. Creak, creak. Subsequently, the roof began making louder noises, seemingly unable to bear the weight of the accumulated snow any longer. Startled, Zhao Shenglin jumped up from his bed immediately. He didn't even have time to put on his shoes before a large lump of snow crushed down on his bed, together with parts of the straw roof sliding down. When Zhao Shenglin looked up toward the roof, the beams cracked under pressure, and the whole roof instantly collapsed. Barefoot, Zhao Shenglin rushed to open the door and ran out, disregarding the thick layers of snow in the courtyard. Despite the icy chill beneath his feet, he feared the collapsing roof behind him more. Just when he was feeling relieved, he suddenly heard a scream of pain from the eastern room, reminding him that his mother was still inside. The sound of Zhao Shenglin's roof collapse alarmed the entire Zhao village, especially his immediate neighbors on both sides. The village chief's house was right next to his. Hearing the noise, the chief furrowed his brows and asked, "What happened?" Grandma Yang replied, It seems like the noise came from the Shunglin family. When the chief opened his kitchen door and saw through the swirling snowflakes, he was startled to discover that Zhao Xinglin's roof was gone, and part of the wall had collapsed too. Bad news, something's wrong. The Shunglin family's roof has collapsed. After saying that, the village chief dashed out of his home and went towards Zhao Xinglin's residence next door. Mother! Mother! Zhao Xinglin dug desperately at the spot where the bed used to be in the eastern room, shouting loudly at the same time. Hearing Zhao Xinglin's cries, the villagers went out braving the snow to see what had happened. Zhao Ershu hurried back and announced, something terrible happened. The Shunglin family's roof collapsed, and Miss Su appears to be buried inside. As Zhao Ershu spoke, he grabbed a hat and prepared to go help. Qianshi thought about Zhao Xinglin's thatched house, which had been standing for decades, old and dilapidated. Moreover, this year's snow was so heavy. Su Shi's health has always been poor, and now she's buried underneath the collapsed roof. I don't know. Qianshi couldn't finish her sentence. She pulled her collar closer, then followed along to help. Zhao Taohua glanced at the 4 magical creatures in the main room, leaving the durian spirit behind to watch the house, while the other 3 went with her to assist at Zhao Xinglin's place. Under an umbrella carried by one of the spirits, Zhao Taohua sat on its shoulders as they headed toward Zhao Xinglin's home. Villagers braved the heavy snow to come for rescue efforts. Unmindful of the freezing cold, everyone quickly used their bare hands to dig through the snow, trying to locate Su Shi. Some villagers brought tools, carefully prying up the fallen wooden beams. When Su Shi was finally pulled out, her body was twisted under the pressure, unconscious, and completely frozen. Mother, wake up! Seeing Su Shi, Zhao Xinglin shouted loudly, attempting to revive her. Someone checked Su Shi's breath and said, she's still alive. The village chief ordered, take her to my house. Crying uncontrollably, Zhao Xinglin followed Su Shi to the village chief's home. Grandma Yang noticed he was barefoot, so she fetched him a pair of shoes to wear. Tears streaming down his face, Zhao Xinglin gasped for breath between sobs as he asked Zhao Xiangping, Grandpa Xiangping, how is my mother? Zhao Xiangping gave his son a prescription, asking for 10 doses of medicine to be prepared before turning back to Zhao Xinglin. All you do is cry. Your mother only had a thin blanket over her. In this cold weather, you didn't even heat your bed. Even if the roof hadn't collapsed, 2 more days of snow would have killed her too. You're a grown man, wandering around all day doing nothing, not working or earning money. You can't even chop firewood from the mountain to bring back. You're truly lazy. Her chances are slim this time. These 10 doses are a gift from me as a fellow villager. Whether your mother survives depends on her fate. With a furrowed brow, Zhao Xiangping glared at Zhao Xinglin, every word biting with anger at his laziness and lack of effort. At 19 years old, with hands and feet to work, Zhao Xinglin could have easily earned enough money to repair the roof if he had worked alongside others. Now, because of his neglect, Su Shi lay in critical condition after being crushed by the collapsed roof. Chapter 65. A man's knee is worth its weight in gold. Zhao Xinglin remembered that just before he went to sleep last night, his mother had brought him a quilt. At the time, he was so cold that he didn't think much of it, but now he realized that his mother had given him a quilt, which meant she herself had one less to keep warm. His mother's health wasn't good to begin with, and it was freezing last night. The more Zhao Xinglin thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Grandpa Xiangping, please save my mother. I will definitely repay you for the cost of treatment later. Zhao Xinglin looked at Su Shi lying on the Kong without moving and was filled with fear. If his mother also died, he would be left all alone. Zhao Xiangping frowned and said, I am a doctor, not an immortal god. Seeing that asking Zhao Xiangping for help wouldn't work, Zhao Xinglin turned around to ask Zhao Taohua, Sister Taohua, please save my mother. Back when Grandpa Xiangping said Uncle Sancher and Shengyan had no hope, you revived them. Could you please save my mother too? Zhao Taohua replied helplessly. Uncle Sancher and Brother Shingan were influenced by evil spirits, but Aunt Su doesn't have any such influence. She's sick from her poor health and from being frozen. The village chief looked at Zhao Xinglin crying his eyes out and said, if you had joined everyone else in growing medicinal herbs to earn money, how could you not have had enough money to build a brick-tiled house? If you had gone to cut wood and heated up the Kong properly, how could your mother have been so badly frozen? Shun Ming is younger than you by a year, yet he manages all on his own, and you still have a mother who loves you. What does he have that you don't? But look at how well he's doing compared to you. Zhao Xinglin cried uncontrollably. Though he disliked Chen Ming, he couldn't deny that Chen Ming was much more diligent than he was. Even when there were wolves down the mountain foot regularly, Chen Ming continued hunting in the mountains. 2 days later, the heavy snow finally stopped, and apart from the roof collapse at Zhao Xinglin's house, everyone else managed to survive those 3 snowy days safely. The weather after the snow was even colder than during the snowfall. Everyone headed out to clear the snow and check whether their medicinal herb fields had frozen. Despite the heavy snow, fortunately, the thick layer protected the perilla leaves and motherwort, preventing them from freezing. These past few days had been spent rebuilding houses and taking shelter from the snow. Now that the snow had finally stopped, it was time to continue picking perilla leaves to sell for money. The new year would be here in a short while. After finishing breakfast, the Qian family and Uncle Ershu from the Zhao family also headed to their fields. In total, the Zhao family had 10 acres of medicinal herbs. On this morning, Su Shi, who had continuously taken herbal medicine for 3 days, finally woke up, leaving Zhao Xinglin so overjoyed that he hugged her tightly and cried into her chest. Su Shi glanced around the room and immediately recognized that they were at the village chief's house. She quickly got up and knelt before the village chief and his wife. Chief, Aunt Yang, I haven't disciplined Xinglin well in the past. His present state has a lot to do with me failing as a parent. Please help him when he's in trouble in the future. The village chief sighed deeply and nodded. Shenglin is from our Zhao family village. I can't ignore his plight. Grandma Yang, standing nearby, felt something odd about Su Shi's words. Before she could think further, Su Shi, who had appeared normal just moments ago, suddenly collapsed and remained unconscious despite repeated calls. The village chief examined her and shook his head. She's dead. Zhao Shenglin stared in shock with wide eyes. My mother just woke up a moment ago. That was her returning light. She was concerned about you even in death, specifically waking up to ask us to take care of you. Grandma Yang explained that she felt there was something unusual about Su Shi's words earlier. Now she understood why. Her dying glow. Mother! Zhao Shenglin fell to his knees and clung to Su Shi's body, shouting out loud. In the past, he often complained about his mother's poor health, saying she wasn't as good as others' mothers. But now that his only remaining mother was gone, his heart felt hollow. The villagers picking perilla leaves in the medicinal fields heard the commotion and looked back towards the village. With someone passing away, funeral arrangements needed to be made. Since the roof of Zhao Shenglin's home had collapsed, the wake would take place at the village chief's home, lasting 6 days before burial. Villagers voluntarily bought silver foils, folding them into ingots to burn later for Su Shi so that she would have money to use in the afterlife. When Zhao Taohua arrived with the silver foils to fold the ingots together with everyone, she was about to find a place to sit when Zhao Shenglin suddenly rushed towards her. Startled, Zhao Taohua lost her balance and started tilting backward. Taohua, watch out! As Grandma Yang shouted, fearing that Zhao Taohua's back was about to hit the doorframe, a large hand abruptly appeared and shielded her head. Chun Ming supported Zhao Taohua's head with one hand and stabilized her body with the other. Zhao Taohua looked behind her and saw it was him. Grateful, she said. Thank you, Brother Chun Ming. Sister Taohua, I have a request. Can I see my mother one more time? I feel like she's still here. She hasn't gone yet, right? Zhao Shenglin tightly gripped Zhao Taohua's arm and earnestly pleaded. What? Is Aunt Su still here? Grandma Feng paused in her silver foil folding, disbelief evident on her face. The others felt the same way. They weren't afraid of Mrs. Su's ghost. They just pitied her. So young yet a widow, she had single-handedly raised Zhao Shenglin, her son being no good. In the end, she was crushed to death by the collapsed roof, not even reaching 37 years old. Zhao Taohua looked up at Zhao Shenglin and slightly tilted her head to glance behind him, sure enough spotting Mrs. Su's soul 3 steps away. Mrs. Su, why are you still here? Didn't you go to the underworld with the ghost officer? Zhao Taohua furrowed her brow. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shenglin immediately turned around with joy and searched in the direction Zhao Taohua was looking. But how could an ordinary person see a soul? All he could do was shout into the empty air. Mother, I'm unworthy. It's all my fault you've died. Since Zhao Shenglin couldn't see or touch anything, he knelt down in the direction of Mrs. Su. Then, he pleaded with Zhao Taohua. Sister Taohua, please let me see my mother one more time. Will I knock my head on the ground for you? After saying this, Zhao Shenglin knelt before Zhao Taohua, knocking his forehead loudly against the ground. Behind them, Mrs. Su watched heartbroken, but now that she was no longer human, she couldn't touch him or be heard by him. Seeing him knocking his head before her, Zhao Taohua frowned deeply, and her voice boomed like thunder. Zhao Shenglin, stand up. Her voice carried an unyielding authority that startled Zhao Shenglin. He didn't understand why Zhao Taohua said this, but he obeyed and stood up. A man should not cry easily. A man's knee is worth its weight in gold. A real man kneels only to heaven, earth, and parents. Why are you kneeling to me? Do you think that just because you kneel, I have to help you? What benefit is there for me to help you? It costs spiritual energy every time I use my Taoist powers. Do you think my spiritual energy comes easily? It costs 1 or 2 taels of silver each time I cast a spell. If you don't have the money, sign an IOU and pay me back when you can. If you keep knocking your head, I'll be powerless to help. Zhao Taohua looked at him and calmly added these words. Zhao Shenglin looked at her, momentarily stunned, and then quickly replied, I'll sign the IOU, and I'll earn money to pay you back later. Zhao Shenglin looked at Zhao Taohua, feeling a deep sense of shame within himself. He had become so useless that he only thought of asking others for help without realizing that requests could also be refused. Chapter 66. The Guiding Paper Figure. These days, Grandpa Xiangping treated his mother for free and also gave her 10 doses of medicine for free. Grandpa, the village chief, and Grandma Yang took them in after seeing their roof collapse, providing food and shelter. After his mother passed away, they allowed him to set up a spirit altar there. When the villagers learned of his mother's death, they came to pay respects with silver foil, helped fold ingots, and offered paper money. Over 100 households each contributed 100 coins, enough to buy a coffin for his mother. He had received so much help these past few days, making him feel that though he no longer had a home or a mother, everyone would still support him. It wasn't until Zhao Taohua refused him this time that he inexplicably felt humiliated and unworthy, like he was useless. Yet, it made him suddenly realize that others helping him wasn't something he could take for granted. Zhao Shenglin pressed his fingerprint on the IOU and then handed it over to Zhao Taohua. After Zhao Taohua put away the IOU, she muttered an incantation, instantly enabling Zhao Shenglin to open his yin-yang eye. Suddenly, he saw Mrs. Su standing right behind him. Her body was like a layer of mist. Zhao Shenglin tried to touch her, but realized he couldn't reach her. Although Zhao Shenglin didn't understand mysticism or Taoist spells, he sensed that Mrs. Su's soul looked very weak. He quickly asked Zhao Taohua, Taohua sister, what's wrong with my mother? After she died, she didn't immediately go with the ghost officer to the underworld. remaining in the mortal world which has damaged her spiritual form. If within 7 days, she still hasn't gone to the underworld, she will be trapped here or lose the chance to be trapped altogether, and her soul will dissipate completely. Zhaojia explained. Mrs. Su had been frail in life, and after death, her soul was weaker than an average ghost. Having stayed in the mortal world for 6 days and still being in this state was already quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinglin turned pale and immediately pleaded, "Mother, please leave now." Mrs. Su hadn't expected to have another chance to talk with Zhao Xinglin again, so she advised him, "Xinglin, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, find your grandfather, the village chief, and Grandma Yang. They will help you." Thinking of Zhao Xinglin becoming an orphan after she left, her heart twisted painfully. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xinglin rejected her this time. "Mother, I'm already 19 years old, not 9. Xin Ming became an orphan at 12, yet he has taken care of himself well all these years and even built a brick house. Although I'm not as strong as him and lack his excellent hunting skills, if I work hard and endure hardships, I believe I can manage my life too. At least, I won't end up like this, with a collapsed roof, leaving nowhere for Mother's spirit altar, forcing us to place it at Grandpa's house." As Zhao Xinglin spoke, he deeply regretted not participating in clearing land to grow medicinal herbs several months earlier. Things wouldn't be this way now. Mrs. Su was shocked looking at Zhao Xinglin, unable to believe he would say such things. Crying amidst her laughter, she nodded, saying, "Mother believes in you. Mother, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of myself from now on. You can go to the underworld with peace of mind, and don't linger in the mortal world anymore." Watching her increasingly weak soul, Zhao Xinglin grew very worried about her. Seeing Zhao Xinglin appear to have grown up overnight, Mrs. Su felt somewhat relieved. But now, she didn't know how to enter the underworld. When the ghost officer had come to lead her away when she died, she secretly hid herself. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xinglin immediately turned to Zhao Taohua and said, "Taohua sister, I'll sign another IOU with you. Could you send my mother to the underworld?" Zhao Taohua nodded, realizing he had now become willing to actively sign IOUs for her help. After putting away Zhao Xinglin's second IOU, Zhao Taohua found a piece of paper, cut it into a small paper figure, wrote down Mrs. Su's birth date on it, and infused a thread of her own spiritual energy into it. When Zhao Taohua burned the small paper figure, it instantly appeared before Mrs. Su. It waved its hand at her, as if inviting her to follow along. Zhao Taohua explained, "This is the guiding paper figure, Aunt Su. It will lead you to the underworld." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Su felt reassured. "Taohua, thank you." Mrs. Su took one last look at Zhao Xinglin and then followed the little paper figure to leave. Watching her depart, Zhao Xinglin called out, "Mother," with reluctance, taking a step forward but stopping himself. Mrs. Su's coffin was buried the next day, bringing her funeral rites to a proper close. "Thank you all, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas for your help. According to tradition, the family hosting the ceremony should provide 2 meals, but because I couldn't afford it, I couldn't do that, and I feel deeply embarrassed about it. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will definitely invite all of you to a good meal." When the final shovel of dirt settled on Mrs. Su's grave, Zhao Xinglin expressed his gratitude to everyone. Though just a single sentence, it made the listeners feel quite comforted. The village chief felt that Zhao Xinglin seemed to have matured a lot in just one day. Even though Zhao Xinglin still lived at his house, he now knew to offer help proactively and had become more observant of tasks that needed doing. The village chief patted Zhao Xinglin's shoulder and said, "You focus on living your life well first. The matter of inviting everyone for a meal can wait until later." Zhao Xinglin nodded. He borrowed 2 taels of silver from the village chief to fix the roof first, then bought some materials to patch up the wall cracks. He also filled the yard with firewood. As time passed, the snow in the medicinal fields began to melt, and everyone was picking more perilla leaves than before every day. Because the quantity everyone harvested was too large, the medical halls in Clearwater Town and the surrounding towns, as well as those in the county, could no longer accommodate it all. The village chief and Grandpa Xiangping didn't expect such a high yield either, so they could only ask people to pick less each day and take turns selling. However, none were willing to give up this money-making opportunity, and all wanted to rush to sell the herbs to earn money. Ms. Chow complained discontentedly. "Village chief, when I first bought the perilla seeds, you said that as long as we planted them, they would definitely sell. That's why I planted them. Now you won't let us go sell, which means I won't make any money. There are expenses everywhere in my household. Medicine for my daughter-in-law costs money, and with the new year coming up, we need to make several new cotton-padded coats. Without money, what am I supposed to buy?" Ms. Chow's daughter-in-law Yin stood beside her, embarrassedly lowering her head, wishing there was a crack in the ground she could disappear into. Grandpa Xiangping glared at Ms. Chow and said, "Shut up. It's not just you who can't sell the herbs. It's a village-wide situation. Didn't the village chief tell you at least 2 taels 5 mace per acre? Did you not meet that target? All the herbs you're selling now are extra earnings." After being scolded by Grandpa Xiangping, Ms. Chow rolled her eyes and sulked. She crossed her arms and declared, "Anyway, I don't care. I want to pick perilla leaves and sell them every day. My family needs the money." Grandma Feng, seeing Ms. Chow disregarding the rules set by the village chief, angrily approached her and pointed at her nose, yelling, "Your reckless behavior disrupts the opportunities for others who were scheduled to sell the perilla leaves. Aren't you causing them to lose sales? Isn't this wasted effort?" Ms. Chow shrugged and retorted, "What does it have to do with me?" Having dominated the scene in Zhao family village for half her life, Grandma Feng was incensed to be contradicted by Ms. Chow and immediately started hurling curses back at her. However, Ms. Chow, being younger, was stronger. Seeing Ms. Chow about to get physical and push Grandma Feng away, Yanju Pearl panicked and hurriedly stopped her. Mother, calm down. Grandma Feng is old with fragile bones. You can't push her. In the end, although Ms. Chow did not push Grandma Feng, she ended up shoving Yanju Pearl instead. What does it have to do with you? Now, see how well you've fallen. Ms. Chow, upon seeing Yanju Pearl fall, not only refused to help her up, but even added a sarcastic remark. Zhao Taohua quickly stepped forward to support Yanju Pearl, asking, Sister Pearl, are you alright? Yanju Pearl shook her head awkwardly. She had been married to Zhao Xingda for 4 years and had no children. In her in-laws' home, her status was even lower than a dog's. Even if she fell and hurt herself, how dared she voice her pain? She looked at Zhao Taohua enviously. Zhao Taohua wore a beautifully embroidered pale pink cotton jacket that made her look both radiant and lively at 14. Thinking back to when she hadn't yet married, free and easy, doted on by her parents, her eyes were far brighter and more lively than Zhao Taohua's now. Chapter 67. Both a master and a god of wealth. Back then, she had no worries, innocent and carefree, with her lips always curved upward. Not like now after getting married, having to face her mother-in-law's disdain every day and her husband's heart not being with her. In these 4 years at her in-law's home, she felt like an outsider every day. Zhao Taohua walked up to Lady Chow and said, Lady Chow, if you do not cooperate with Grandpa the village chief's arrangements, after the new year when my daughter opens her embroidery class, your family won't be allowed to come in and learn. As Zhao Taohua spoke, she turned around once in front of Lady Chow. Sunlight fell on her padded jacket, revealing embroidery so intricate that the stitches were as fine as silk threads crisscrossing. Every pattern was vibrant with life. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with delicate cloud patterns, as if clouds from the sky had been picked and lightly attached to the padded jacket. This is the clothing my daughter made for me. You've seen her embroidery skills, haven't you? After the new year, she will personally teach everyone embroidery and lead everyone to wealth. If you don't cooperate with the village chief now, after the new year, none of you will be able to follow my daughter to learn sewing. Zhao Taohua's words instantly made Lady Chow give in. She flattered with a fawning face, Sister Taohua, my family will definitely cooperate. Whatever the village chief says, my family will do. Lady Chow, it's good as long as you keep your word. Zhao Taohua responded indifferently. With this troublemaker Lady Chow pacified, the village chief sighed with relief. Seeing Zhao Taohua offering another prosperous way to lead everyone towards wealth after the new year, no one dared to cause problems, fearing that Taohua would earn money without bringing them along later. After Zhao Taohua returned home, she drove the ox cart to the town. There were white lanterns hanging in front of the Zhang family mansion gate. With just one look, Zhao Taohua knew Mr. Li had passed away. Now here it was, no longer the Li mansion, but the old Zhang family residence again. Zhang Danqing, upon hearing Zhao Taohua had come to find him, immediately ordered his people to invite her into his study. Zhang Danqing looked much better this time than last time, not showing any signs of someone who had just lost his father. Master Zhao, you have arrived. Zhang Danqing was very delighted upon seeing Zhao Taohua, hurriedly ordering his servants to brew the best tea and serve the finest pastries. Master Zhao, just as you said later, although my father was still alive, his condition deteriorated day by day until he couldn't hold on any longer and breathed his last. At this point, Zhang Danqing outright laughed. As soon as the old man passed away, he couldn't wait to change the plaque of the Li family back to the original Zhang family and restored his surname to Zhang. From now on, he would be the head of the Zhang family household, and he would ensure the Zhang medical clinic prospered. Fortunately, the old man died before the new year, and he finally didn't have to spend the year together with his father anymore. As for those concubines from the estate in the past, he did not want them lingering behind in widowhood within his house. For those who wished to leave, he provided sufficient funds for their livelihood to let them go. And for those who had nowhere to return to and wanted to stay, he would continue to support them as junior wives. Zhao Taohua looked at Zhang Danqing's facial features and said, It's fortunate that we promptly killed the black silkworm and severed the black silkworm thread from your body. Your father's death has no karmic impact on you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Danqing immediately bowed his hands in respect. Thank you, Master Zhao, for your advice. Otherwise, due to his father, he might have ended up with blood on his hands, affecting the fortune and well-being of himself and his descendants. You're welcome. I came here today because I need some help from you. Our Zhao village has planted many perilla plants. Now it is the thriving season for harvesting, and it will continue until the spring next year, selling large quantities of perilla leaves. I hope you can purchase the extra perilla leaves from our village, and you may use them to make Huxiang Jingqi pills. After speaking, Zhao Taohua handed over a prescription to him. Zhang Danqing felt somewhat unfamiliar when he heard the term Huxiang Jingqi pills, but when he saw the recipe written on the paper, which included herbs such as Huxiang, perilla, Angelica dihurica, etc., amounting to more than 10 types of medicinal herbs, his pupils dilated in shock. He was extremely amazed. This prescription was extraordinarily sophisticated, something he had never seen before in medical books. If his guess was correct, this pill could resolve exterior symptoms and dampness, harmonize the vital energy, and treat various symptoms. He waved the prescription in his hand and asked, Master Zhao, are you giving me this prescription? In Zhang Danqing's view, the prescription was far more valuable than the perilla leaves. A single prescription might take several generations to develop. Despite all the efforts of his family through the generations, they hadn't managed to come up with a new prescription. Now, she was giving it to him so easily. Of course, there are conditions. After producing the Huxiang Jingqi pills, I'll take 3/10 of the profits, and moreover, You must buy all the herbs produced by Zhao Village in the future. After Zhao Taohua finished speaking, Zhang Danqing immediately agreed. He looked at Zhao Taohua and firmly believed that Zhao Taohua really could help him realize his dream of making the Zhang clinic renowned. They quickly signed the contract and stamped it at the official pavilion, preparing 3 copies in total. Each held one, and the other was left at the pavilion for record. Master Zhao, you've asked everyone to come to the Zhang family medical hall tomorrow to sell perilla. We'll absolutely accept all of it, so no one will need to travel to other towns or counties to sell. Zhang Danqing spoke extremely flatteringly to Zhao Taohua. This Master Zhao had not only saved him once, but was now also helping to enhance the Zhang family medical hall's reputation. She was truly both a master and a god of wealth. When Zhao Taohua returned to Zhao Village and shared this good news with the village head, he looked at her excitedly and praised her, saying, Taohua, you are truly our village's blessing, solving a major problem for us. In the past, I and Uncle Xiangping spent many days signing contracts with several medical halls just to get them to agree to purchase some of our village-grown medicinal herbs. Now, you've arranged for the Zhang family medical hall to accept everything on their list. No matter how much we harvest, they'll take it all. This is truly excellent. You're amazing. The way the village head looked at Zhao Taohua changed. He saw her as highly capable and trustworthy. Since Zhao Taohua had helped resolve the issue of unsold perilla leaves, the entire village began picking them again the next day, bustling with activity to sell for cash. On their way to town, villagers carried full baskets filled with herbs. On their way back, their bamboo baskets were laden with purchases, and they returned to the village smiling broadly. With the new year fast approaching, people bought fish, meat, delicious pastries, hemp cloth, and cotton. Some purchased couplets and firecrackers. In short, as the year-end drew near, the village was filled with laughter and a festive atmosphere. With only a few days left until the new year, many families stopped picking perilla leaves and began preparing for the holiday. Steaming buns, steaming mantou, steamed bread, baking cakes, frying meatballs, stewing meat, and cooking fish. Frequent scents wafted through the village, and villagers could be seen in new padded jackets, wearing all new outfits from head to toe. Today, Mrs. Qian was frying meatballs at home, and they smelled absolutely wonderful fresh out of the pot. Zhao Taohua stuffed one into her mouth and ate it with great satisfaction. In the main hall, the 4 mischievous spirits gathered around the square table, each sitting in one direction, playing mahjong. They were very intelligent. Zhao Taohua merely explained the appearance and rules of mahjong, and they quickly made a set and started playing. Mrs. Qian's delicious food was something they couldn't eat, so they could only entertain themselves with mahjong. Just as Zhao Taohua was about to go into the main hall to watch them play, she suddenly heard someone shouting in the village. Something terrible has happened. Someone has jumped into the river. Chapter 68. Yan Jinju no longer submissive. The 4 magical beings in the living room, hearing the noise, immediately dropped their mahjong game and ran towards it. Zhao Taohua exchanged a glance, and the durian spirit obediently stayed behind to guard the house. The troll carried Zhao Taohua on his shoulder and quickly ran towards the river, with the period spirit and the snail spirit closely following behind. A freezing wind howled, biting against everyone's faces painfully. The icy river water was bone-chilling. Lotus pond mud was piled up, and stepping into it would make one sink deep, hard to escape. Everyone standing by the edge of the lotus pond looked fearful. No one dared to go down to rescue, so they could only grab bamboo poles and ropes to throw them toward Yan Jinju. Chao stared at the rippling water, and her face darkened as she cursed. Bad luck thing. New Year is approaching. There's already too much work at home, but you're not helping, instead jumping into the river at this time. While others are celebrating the new year, we will be arranging a funeral for you. Won't you let us have peace? In this happy holiday season, do you really want to make my son Xingde a widower? Zhao Xingde stood silently by her side, brows furrowed, lips tightly pressed. He had long resented that Yan Jinju couldn't bear children. If Yan Jinju were dead, he wouldn't need to divorce her. Someone asked, what if Yan Jinju refuses to grab the rope? She hasn't struggled even once, completely determined to die. Feng Taipo angrily glared at Chao and scolded her. Some people torment their daughters-in-law, which brings misfortune. Yan Jinju's body slowly sank. Her life vanished right before the villagers' eyes, and everyone felt uneasy. When Zhao Taohua arrived, Yan Jinju was about to sink entirely. She pointed at the troll and shouted, go down there to save Sister Jinju. The foul smell of decay from the lotus pond made Yan Jinju feel sick, but the icy water paled in comparison to Chao's cursing and her husband's silence. It broke her heart. Her eyes reflected despair, desiring nothing more than to quickly drown in the cold water and leave this painful world. Suddenly, she thought she saw a young woman at the bottom of the river. Before she could see clearly, she passed out. The troll has saved Yan Jinju. Is she still alive? My God, quickly fetch Uncle Xiangping over. The troll carried Yan Jinju out of the river water, trudging through the difficult mud, yet still making it out from the pond. At the instant Zhao Taohua noticed the dark qi around Yan Jinju, her pupils contracted sharply. After a brief moment, her expression returned to normal. Seeing Yan Jinju soaked wet, Feng Taipo hurriedly took off her cotton coat to wrap Yan Jinju in. Following Zhao Taohua's instructions, the troll carried Yan Jinju to Zhao Xingde's house. A few women changed Yan Jinju into dry clothes. Soon after, Zhao Xiangping also arrived. Villagers gathered around the bed, wanting to know Yan Jinju's condition. The troll pulled Zhao Taohua to the living room and whispered quietly, so only the two of them could hear. Little Master Taoist, there seems to be something wrong with the Yan family. Although he couldn't specify what exactly was wrong, having refined spirits for 100 years, he sensed some sort of familiarity within Yan Jinju. Zhao Taohua slightly nodded at him, her gaze calm. In an instant, the troll understood. Originally, Zhao Taohua had also discovered something, and she chose not to disclose it deliberately. At the moment Zhao Xiangping placed his hand on Yin Jinju's pulse, his eyebrows creased. Someone caringly asked, "Uncle Xiangping, isn't Pearl's situation quite bad?" Upon hearing this, Zhao scornfully cursed, "Bad luck. Now we truly have to prepare for a funeral this new year." Zhao Xiangping turned to look at her. "Did I say Pearl was dying? Not only is Pearl not going to die, but her physical condition is excellent, showing no abnormal symptoms. She doesn't need medicine. Cooking some ginger brown sugar water for her to drink should suffice." The villagers were shocked. My goodness, falling into the lotus pond during such a cold winter didn't result in serious issues. Truly, youth differs. Bodies today must be good. Hearing this, Chao was dissatisfied. So what? Still unable to bear children. Can't bearing children solely be blamed on me? If the man isn't capable, changing the woman won't help either. Just then, the unconscious Yin Jinju woke up and retorted without any hesitation. Her eyes lacked all the former timidity and cowardice, directly challenging Chao. Her words hit like thunder, shocking everyone present. They all turned their heads to look at Zhao Xingde. Could it be him? Zhao Xingde suddenly panicked, unsure of himself under everyone's stares. Blushing furiously, he kicked the bed and roared angrily. "Yin Jinju, what nonsense are you spewing? Don't I know whether or not I'm spewing nonsense? Isn't Grandpa Xiangping here right now? Dare you let him examine your pulse?" Yin Jinju retorted, her gaze filled with contempt for Zhao Xingde. Zhao Xingde's lips quivered as his chest ached from anger, and he remained speechless for half a while. The room was full of villagers, all waiting for him to reach out and allow Grandpa Xiangping to diagnose him. Seeing her precious son being humiliated by Yin Jinju, Chao loudly cursed. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let Xingde divorce you. You yourself haven't been able to produce a single child in 4 years, yet you're blaming my Xingde. A woman like you doesn't deserve to be a daughter-in-law. Well then, divorce me." He could marry 8 more women and still wouldn't be able to father a single child. Yin Jinju directly interrupted Chao's words, raising her voice higher to dominate the conversation. Zhao Xingde's face grew darker with each passing moment as Yin Jinju spoke openly about his inadequacy in front of so many people. As Chao was preparing to unleash another round of scolding on Yin Jinju, Zhao Xingde cut in. "That's enough, mother, stop talking." Chao looked at him with disbelief. She had only been helping him. In an instant, she realized something. Was it possible her beloved son wasn't competent? "Zhao Xingde, your mother can forget about drinking that bitter and nasty medicine anymore from now on. If you want to drink it, go ahead yourself." Upon hearing this, Chao felt as though the sky had fallen. How dare they rebel? Mutiny, mutiny. The daughter-in-law dared to confront the mother-in-law. Zhao Taohua addressed the crowd. "Since Sister Jinju is already fine, everyone should leave now. Yes, there's still meat stewing in my pot. I need to go check on it. My house's spring festival couplets are not fully put up yet. I must return." Hearing this, everyone dispersed. Before leaving, Zhao Taohua glanced toward Yin Jinju lying on the bed. The female ghost who endured a century of pain in the lotus pond truly had an unmatched burst of strength, waking up just to turn Chao and Zhao Xingde's faces green with anger. It seemed that from then on, Zhao Xingde's home would never have peace. Later, indeed, villagers often heard arguments from Zhao Xingde's house and Chao's outbursts over incompetence. Qian stared toward Zhao Xingde's home direction and clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Truly deserves it. Jinju has become bold enough long ago, unnecessarily enduring bullying by that wicked mother-in-law Chao for 4 years. "Taohua, go tell Xinming to come over to our house for New Year's Eve dinner." At the side, Zhao Ershu, upon hearing this, immediately thought it was inappropriate. "It's better if he doesn't come over for dinner, but instead we take some dishes to him, isn't it?" Previously, some villagers had asked Zhao Ershu if he had arranged a betrothal between Taohua and Xinming. Now, inviting him over for New Year's Eve dinner would only deepen others' misunderstandings. Chapter 69. Already has someone in mind? Ms. Qian persisted. Last time at the Zus family shrine, if it weren't for Xinming timely supporting Taohua's back of the head, she would definitely have been injured. And when Taohua was chased by hoodlums in town, without Xinming, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In no time, Ms. Qian recounted several incidents where Xinming had saved Zhao Taohua. "Taohua, go invite Xinming to come over to our place for the New Year's Eve dinner. What's the point of him eating alone?" Ms. Qian insisted. Zhao Ershu muttered quietly. Isn't Zhao Shenglin also spending the New Year alone this year? Nevertheless, he did not stop her this time. In a flash, Zhao Taohua arrived at Xinming's house. The gate was open and it seemed like someone inside was talking in the main room. Xinming, Hua from Wanfu Village and Jean from Zhaojia Village both turned 16 this year. They are both kind-hearted, virtuous young women. Hua cooks very well. Look at you, all alone with a cold kitchen and stove. Wouldn't you want a wife like her? Jean can weave cloth. After that, there'll be someone to make clothes that fit you well, and look at her hips. She'll surely bear big, chubby sons. Zhao Taohua stood outside the courtyard gate and stopped her steps upon hearing Aunt Yu, the matchmaker, and didn't enter, but squatted near the wall waiting for them to finish speaking. The Shen family built 4 brick-tiled houses. Now, the villagers were no longer afraid of his unlucky aura, and his relationships in the village were good. In Zhao's village, except for the Zhao Shenglin household, everyone else had brick-tiled houses, and Aunt Yu recently visited the village very often to arrange matches for the eligible youths in the village. Xinming was 18 this year, which was already an age where marriage was expected. Grandma Yu, thank you, but I haven't thought about getting married yet. You should arrange these matches between Hua and Jin with other families. Shinming politely refused. Ah, Grandma Yu was quite shocked. Which man doesn't want to get married? She immediately caught on. Shinming, is it that you don't prefer this type of match? Tell Grandma Yu what kind of woman you prefer, and she will find one for you. Shinming paused momentarily, pondering, what kind of person did he prefer? He immediately felt warmth in his palms as though they were being held, and then a burning sensation in his ears, as if his earlobes were being stroked. Grandma Yu noticed Shinming's slightly widened eyes and inwardly concluded, he must already have someone in mind. She asked, which girl do you fancy? Shinming snapped out of it and replied firmly, I don't fancy anyone. Yes, no problem. Grandma Yu smiled benevolently, understanding that Shinming wasn't ready to talk just yet. But she was certain, in the future, Shinming would definitely come looking for her to propose on his behalf to the girl he fancies. Having spent half her life as a matchmaker, reading people was second nature to her. When someone freezes on the spot, their eyes soften momentarily, and even their lips tilt upward, a clear sign of thinking fondly of someone. When Grandma Yu left Shinming's house, she whispered gleefully, this boy Shinming definitely has someone in mind. Zhao Taohua heard this and lifted her head. Did big brother Shinming like someone? Was it Hua or Jin? After noticing that Grandma Yu had left, Zhao Taohua entered the yard, saying, Big brother Shinming, my mom sent me to ask you to join us for New Year's dinner. Thank you, Aunt Qian. By the way, wait a moment, I'll give you something. Saying this, Shinming entered the main room. When he came out, he was holding a thick stack of wolf pelts. I can't just freeload off your New Year's dinner. Take these back with you. Didn't you say last time that making winter clothes from wolf fur is warm? Aunt Qian and Uncle Urshu are older. These would be more suitable for them. Without waiting for any objections, Shinming shoved the wolf pelts into Zhao Taohua's hands. But, this is too much. Zhao Taohua felt that the wolf pelts could make up at least 4 sets of winter clothes. You can use the surplus to make yourself a set. Girls need to keep themselves warmer. It's not like us men, who won't be affected much by the cold. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua quickly responded. Then, the extra one should be used to make a set of winter clothes for big brother Shinming too. Shinming slightly narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhao Taohua, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Once Zhao Taohua returned home, Miss Qian marveled at the abundance of wolf pelts. Just touching the wolf fur gave a feeling of exceptional warmth. Miss Qian couldn't help but laugh broadly and praised repeatedly. I knew Shinming was a considerate child. We invited him over for New Year's dinner, and he actually gave us so many wolf pelts. Miss Qian feigned annoyance and gave Zhao Urshu a pointed glare. Look, Shinming still thinks of you, worried you'd freeze. How thoughtful of him to bring such warm furs. Zhao Urshu touched the wolf pelts while listening to Ms. Qian's reproach and felt a warmth in his heart. Zhao Taohua suggested, I think we can use the wolf fur for linings, worn closest to the skin, which makes it even warmer, and then add another layer of cloth over the wolf fur. This way, it won't appear bulky and will still look good. Ms. Qian found this suggestion reasonable. Wolf fur was rare and not easily purchasable even with money. Since Ms. Qian still had to stew some dishes, the main task fell to the moon spirit, with the other 3 spirits assisting. Zhao Taohua, recalling how Miss Jean was praised for her weaving and embroidery skills earlier at Shinming's place, decided she also wanted to learn embroidery, so she went to help the moon spirit. The moon spirit feared Zhao Taohua might ruin such fine materials as the wolf skins or hurt herself since she hadn't handled something as thick as wolf skin before. So, the moon spirit clamped a piece of embroidery cloth in a frame and let Zhao Taohua embroider on her own in a corner. Zhao Taohua looked at the blank embroidery cloth, feeling even more empty-minded than the cloth itself. She eventually decided to embroider a peach blossom. Seated on a stool, she concentrated fully on the handkerchief in her hands. The needle struggled through the cloth with great difficulty, creating uneven lines. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door outside. Zhao Taohua put down the frame and went to open it. To her astonishment, it was Yin Jinju who stood there. Sister Jinju, Zhao Taohua greeted and invited Yin Jinju inside. Upon seeing Yin Jinju, the 4 spirits in the hall exchanged glances with an odd expression, then returned to their work. Yin Jinju glanced at the 4 spirits dutifully sewing in the room and smiled faintly. Master Taohua, you must have realized long ago that I'm not human, right? Yin Jinju got straight to the point. An aura of ghostly coldness swirled around her like wisps of smoke, emanating from her body bit by bit, and soon filled the entire hall with its chill. Though she smiled, Zhao Taohua saw unshed tears glistening in her eyes. Zhao Taohua nodded toward her. I see that you mean no harm to Sister Jinju. Are you here today because you're preparing to leave? Yin Jinju slowly lowered her head, her lips still slightly curved upward. These days spent possessing Yin Jinju had been happy ones for her. She'd never experienced such freedom before. She nodded gently. Yes, I can no longer stay inside Sister Jinju's body, or else she won't be able to endure it. Being eroded by Yin energy for too long would shorten one's lifespan. She pitied how Sister Yin Jinju, just like her, had been tormented by her mother-in-law and ignored by her husband. That year when she jumped into the pond, she died instantly. Her soul was trapped in the pond for nearly a century, enduring the stench of the decayed mud every single day. Over these years, she regretted countless times choosing to drown herself back then. Her death only brought suffering to herself while her mother-in-law and husband continued living without concern. That year's decision to end her life had only punished herself. Thus, this time at the bottom of the pond when she saw the faces of Aunt Chao and Zhao Xingda, she didn't hesitate to possess Sister Yin Jinju's body and unleashed all the grievances Sister Yin Jinju had endured over the past 4 years. No one will dare to hurt them anymore. Yan Jinju took out a tael of silver and handed it to Zhao Taohua. Master Taohua, please trouble yourself to send me to the underworld for reincarnation. As she spoke these words, the resentment accumulated in her body for nearly 100 years dissipated in an instant. The 4 spirits nearby were stunned. Without the protection of that resentment, her soul became extremely weak almost immediately, lacking the energy to sustain her form. Chapter 70. The main table at the Zhao family old house. Zhao Taohua immediately released a strand of spiritual energy to help it maintain its ghostly form and made it a guiding paper man. The female ghost immediately stepped out from Yan Jinju's body, following the guiding paper man to leave for the underworld. In an instant, Yan Jinju's eyes kept tearing up as her mind constantly churned with many memories that did not belong to her. There were memories of the living female ghost being bullied by her mother-in-law, of her husband coldly ignoring her, and finally, of how she jumped into the lotus pond just like Yan Jinju did, staying in the pond bottom enduring nearly 100 years of pain. After Yan Jinju saw the female ghost's memories, she had a sudden change of heart, realizing jumping into the river and committing suicide would only punish herself. When Yan Jinju's consciousness recovered, she immediately got up to look around but saw nothing. Why is she gone? Yan Jinju asked, her eyes filled with reluctance. Sometimes, ghosts are gentler than people. Sometimes, ghosts have more warmth than people. All these words and actions of hers during these days made Yan Jinju feel as if she had vented all the bad feelings she endured for 4 years at Zhaoxingda's house. From now on, she didn't want to endure anymore. She wouldn't bear everything alone just to preserve Zhaoxingda's face. Understanding all this, Yan Jinju felt physically and mentally more comfortable than ever before, feeling lighter overall. She has gone to be reincarnated. Zhao Taohua said. Yan Jinju smiled. After this jump into the river, I feel like I've been reborn myself. After you jumped, she used her yin qi to protect you. That's why your body wasn't harmed by the icy water in the pond. Zhao Taohua told her this secret. This female ghost was very kind-hearted, never harming her, instead using her cultivation to protect her. Too gentle to be a ghost. That's why Xiangping's great-grandpa said Yan Jinju's body was fine after falling into the water. Yan Jinju responded with an ah sound, and then silently said thanks in her heart. Taohua, I'm leaving. Thank you for telling me all this. Yan Jinju strode homeward. Even though the ghost sister was gone, and she could only rely on herself from now on, she absolutely wouldn't be as weak as she used to be. After sending Yan Jinju away, Zhao Taohua returned to sit on the chair and continued embroidering handkerchiefs. After half an hour of tossing and turning, she finally embroidered the first flower. She stared at her embroidery, furrowing her eyebrows tightly, somewhat dejected. How could it turn out like this? The shape of the peach blossom was hard to identify. If she hadn't known it herself, she probably wouldn't have guessed what it was. The petals, which should have been delicately bright, looked like crumpled paper, varying in size. Zhao Taohua pouted, ready to make some modifications when there came another knock on her courtyard door. Confused, Zhao Taohua put down her hoop and thought. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, so why were so many people coming to her place? To her surprise, when she opened the door, it was Grandma's son, followed by Zhao Lianhua. Grandma, cousin, Zhao Taohua greeted them. Upon hearing Zhao Taohua call her, Grandma's son was delighted. Is Taohua at home? Where are your parents? Seeing Zhao Taohua point towards the kitchen, Grandpa's son went over there. As Zhao Taohua noticed Zhao Lianhua carrying a basket, she became curious and followed closely behind. Then, seeing Grandpa's son enter the kitchen and warmly calling out, Ersu, Hongyan. Ouyang Ersu and Qian Hongyan felt their bodies shiver uncontrollably. They had never heard Grandma's son address them so warmly before. Especially Ouyang Ersu, who ranked second, always ignored by Grandma's son, never received such treatment. He instinctively felt a bad premonition. Before he could open his mouth, Grandma's son already let Zhao Lianhua put a basket on the table. From inside, she took out sausages, duck eggs, goose eggs, and sticky bean pastries. Ouyang Ersu's expression turned dazed. What was Grandma doing? In the past, Grandma would take everything from the second household without giving anything back, yet today she was actually bringing these things here. It was like the sun rising in the west. Ersu, Hongyan, I brought some homemade things for you two to try. Tomorrow night, you and Taohua come back to the old house for New Year's dinner. Grandma's son's enthusiasm did not diminish, even with some undertones of flattery. Hearing it was tonight, Ersu shook his head right away. Mom, we can't tonight. Shen Ming is coming over for dinner. You might as well take those items back. While saying this, Ersu started putting the things back in the basket. Unexpectedly, Grandma's son did not give him that chance, quickly hiding the basket behind her. She pondered for a moment and then said, if not tonight, then at noon. After speaking, she glanced at Ouyang Ersu's and Qian Hongyan's expressions and chuckled, setting the time firmly for noon. It's settled then. Tomorrow at noon, all three of you must come. You'll arrive at mealtime, and Mom will prepare everything properly. When Aunt Sun turned to leave, she once again emphasized to Zhao Taohua to definitely come tomorrow at noon. After Aunt Sun left, Zhao Taohua and the other two were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Zhao Ershu looked at the two women and asked, are we going? On the Mid-Autumn Festival, because Grandma's son had bullied Taohua and Hongyan, he said that from then on, every festival they would not go back to the Zhao family old house, nor would they send any holiday gifts. Earlier, Grandma's son had simply mentioned for them to come around mealtime. Zhao Ershu recalled how when Qian Shi used to be at the Zhao family old house, due to his disfavor with Grandma's son, she was also treated differently by association. At the Zhao family old house, the 3 daily meals were always prepared solely by Hong Yin, while his elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law ate what was made without contributing. It wasn't until their family branched out from the old house that Hong Yin no longer had to cook for a large household. Zhao Ershu wanted Qianshi to return to the old house and enjoy the privilege of eating ready-made meals, but he was worried Qianshi might not want to go. Qianshi glanced at the items Grandma Sun had brought earlier. In her 16 years of marriage into the Zhao family, this was the first time she'd seen Grandma Sun lower her stance like this. She said, "Let's go. Since she came to invite us, it's only proper we show some respect for her sake. Anyway, since she said noon, it won't interfere with our New Year's Eve dinner." Thinking about her 16 years in the Zhao family, particularly the first 6 years before splitting off, where she'd spent every day tirelessly cooking 3 meals a day for the Zhao family old house. This time she wanted to take advantage of being served. Zhao Taohua, seeing they had decided to go, went back inside to continue embroidering her handkerchiefs. The next day at noon, as the Zhao family of 3 arrived right at mealtime, they discovered that Grandma Sun had reserved the best seats for them. Since there were many people in the Zhao family old house, they divided into 2 tables, one an 8 immortals table serving as the main table, and another smaller one. Besides Grandma Sun and Grandpa Sun's couple, Zhao Sandstone, Zhao Feng, and a strange-looking girl sat at the main table. 3 additional places remained vacant for their arrival. Ershu, Hong Yin, Taohua, come and sit quickly. Grandma Sun waved her hand to signal them over, placing Zhao Taohua beside her. Qianshi took the seat next to Zhao Taohua. Zhao Ershu sat alongside Zhao Sandstone on the same long bench, and so the 8 immortals table was fully occupied. Brother 2. Zhao Sandstone didn't expect that one day he would sit together with Brother 2 at the main table. Previously, second brother was the most neglected by their parents, paying him little attention. Unbelievably, now all 3 members of his family could sit at the main table. Glancing at his own wife and 3 children crowded at the small table, Zhao Sandstone noticed that his older brother Zhao Daxiang and his spouse looked rather sullen, especially Zhao Daxiang who, as a man, was not allowed to sit at the main table. Chapter 71. The fortune bringer and meritorious servant of our family. Grandma Sun introduced the 3 Zhao family members. This is Zhang Caixiao from Black Ox Village. Aunt Yu has already spoken to the Zhang family on behalf of Xiaofeng, and now the Zhang family is combining the 8 characters of the 2 children. After the new year, we'll set a date, and then Caixiao will be one of us. Grandma Sun looked at her future granddaughter-in-law with a smile, although it would cost a lot of betrothal gifts to marry this granddaughter-in-law. Zhao Taohua glanced at Zhang Caixiao. She had delicate eyebrows and eyes, a fine nose, and cherry lips. No wonder she was the village flower of Black Ox Village. It was said that she would only marry for 10 liang of betrothal gifts. As soon as Grandpa Sun finished speaking, Mrs. Wang sitting at the small table expressed dissatisfaction. Even within the family, we have to pay such a high betrothal gift? It rose from 10 liang to 12 liang, and then from 12 liang to 15 liang. Do you think our money falls from the sky? Zhao Taohua's face stiffened. 15 liang? Zhao Ershu and Qianshi were also shocked when they heard this. In nearby villages, the betrothal gifts for marriage were only 5 liang. She was worth 3 times that. Zhang Caixiao snorted coldly, her sharp voice like an arrow hitting Mrs. Wang mercilessly. A man marrying a woman should be mutual consent. If Brother Feng is willing to spend so much to marry me, then some people who don't deserve this amount should reflect on themselves and stop envying others. After Zhang Caixiao finished speaking, all the elders present turned grim faces. Not just Mrs. Wang, even Grandma Sun herself only paid 5 liang for her wedding, and so did Qianshi and Zhou Shi. The 4 men in the Zhao family, hearing Zhang Caixiao's words, immediately changed their expressions. Which man could be happy if his wife was being criticized as worthless? Old Master Zhao frowned deeply, and his usually kind expression became serious. Seeing Mrs. Wang fall silent, Zhang Caixiao lifted her chin slightly, looking like a rooster after winning a battle. Grandma Sun was so angry that her lips trembled, but considering that she was the favored granddaughter-in-law's choice, she forced down her anger and said, "Eat, everyone. Don't just stand there. Eat before it gets cold." Hearing this, everyone put aside their anger and discontent, picked up their chopsticks to prepare for dinner. Zhang Caixiao aimed her chopsticks precisely at the roasted goose in the center of the table. Goose tasted best in winter, and it was very expensive. Because geese consume a lot, raising 1 goose equals raising 3 chickens, which made most villagers unwilling to raise them. Just as Zhang Caixiao was about to grab a goose leg, another pair of chopsticks moved first and took that goose leg. Zhang Caixiao watched helplessly as Grandma Sun carried off the goose leg, leaving her salivating. Being Ouyang Feng's grandmother, Grandma Sun technically deserved the pick, but none of them expected that Grandma Sun would place the goose leg in Zhao Taohua's bowl. Taohua, eat. There's more meat on the goose leg, and it's firmer. Zhao Ershu and Qianshi exchanged glances. In the past, the first goose leg would have definitely gone to Zhao Sanshi, followed by Zhao Feng. After saying that, she grabbed the second goose leg and placed it into Zhao Sanshi's bowl. Little one, eat. Thank you, mother. Zhao Sanshi was overjoyed. He knew his mother loved him. Seeing both goose legs go into other mouths, Zhang Caixiao sighed inwardly. Giving the leg to Uncle Feng could still be understandable since he was male and a junior member of the family. But why give it to Zhao Taohua? Being just a girl and an equal generation to her, why did Zhao Taohua get the goose leg? With no other option, Zhang Caixiao had to pick goose breast meat instead. While eating, she shot Zhao Taohua an unfriendly look. Sister Taohua, girls shouldn't eat too much meat. Being too fat isn't good for marriage. Zhao Taohua paused mid-bite. After taking just 1 bite, She tilted her head toward Zhang Caixia and saw the scrutinizing, critical gaze directed at her. Zhao Taohua raised an eyebrow. Was this woman provoking her? Zhao Ershu and Qian Shi frowned. Why was Zhang Caixia talking so rudely? Before the couple could say anything, Grandma Sun spoke first. Caixia, Taohua is smart and capable. She will certainly have no problem getting married. A bit of plumpness in young ladies brings fortune. Taohua needs to eat more meat to gain that. Grandma Sun's brow knitted tightly, showing obvious displeasure in her gaze. After finishing, she added 2 goose wings to Zhao Taohua's plate. Zhang Caixia's face flushed in angry liver color. Everything good was given to Zhao Taohua by Grandma Sun. Grandma, isn't Brother Feng your eldest grandson? Why didn't you give him either a goose leg or a wing? Today is my first time dining at the Zhao family ancestral home, and yet you gave nothing to me. In the future, I will marry into the Zhao family ancestral home, while Sister Taohua's family has already branched off and is no longer part of the Zhao family ancestral home. Zhang Caixia complained unhappily. She thought Grandma Sun might be losing her mind, unable to distinguish who deserves what. Grandma Sun's eyes widened after hearing these words, unable to contain her explosive temper any longer. Taohua is my flesh and blood granddaughter. How can she not belong to the Zhao family ancestral home? Even if the second house separates, they still have our old Zhao family blood. Taohua is our family's fortune bringer and meritorious servant, so it's only proper that she eats goose legs and wings. As for you and Xiaofeng, there's a whole table of dishes. Eat them or don't. Zhang Caixia didn't expect Sun Laotai to give her so little face. Before she could say more, Zhaofeng pulled on her arm and whispered softly, Caixia, let's eat other dishes. Since you like vegetables, would you mind if I serve you some greens? Zhang Caixia watched as Zhaofeng served her a bowl half full of greens and furrowed her brows so hard it could have killed a fly. She became angry and yelled at him. Are you sick? There are so many meat dishes on the table. Why do you serve me greens? Who would even want greens anyway? She doubted whether Zhaofeng was mentally impaired. In a panic, Zhaofeng moved the greens from her bowl to his own, then re-served her some meat. Only then did her expression soften slightly. He was confused. Hadn't she just said girls shouldn't eat too much meat, or else they won't marry well? Did he hear wrong? Why was she eating so much meat? All the people in the Zhao family residence frowned deeply. After lunch, Zhao Taohua's family of 3 left. On the way back, Qian Shi couldn't help but complain. What kind of girl does Xiaofeng admire? That lunch nearly drove me crazy, and she criticized Taohua. If Sun Laodai hadn't spoken up to scold her, Qian Shi herself would have certainly scolded Zhang Caixia. Whoever she was, even as Xiaofeng's future bride, she wouldn't hesitate to lecture her. Qian Shi today got her wish to have a free lunch at the Zhao family home, but unfortunately, she had lost her appetite because of Zhang Caixia. Zhao Taohua smiled and consoled. Mother, don't get angry. It's not worth ruining your health over someone like her. Anyway, she's not our family member, and we probably won't see her again. Qian Shi agreed, thinking that after Zhang Caixia married into the Zhao family residence, let her go harm those inside. Today was Zhang Caixia's first visit, and yet with just one sentence, she managed to anger everyone present multiple times during the meal. Unexpectedly, just as the 3 returned home, Grandma Sun came again. With a kind smile, she handed Zhao Taohua a red envelope. Taohua, since you're not staying at the old house for New Year's Eve dinner, Grandma will give you your lucky money early. Lucky money? Zhao Taohua was surprised. In her past life, she had never received lucky money because she had no family. Thus, nobody gave her lucky money, making her forget about this tradition. Actually, receiving lucky money has many benefits. It can protect children from evil spirits in the new year, suppressing bad luck. Zhao Taohua put the lucky money away, suddenly having an idea. Tonight Xin Ming would come for New Year's Eve dinner, so she decided to prepare some lucky money for him as well. Just as Zhao Taohua was planning this in her mind, she suddenly heard Grandma Sun ask her, Taohua, could you take a look at Zhang Caixia's physiognomy and tell me if she can be our Zhao family's granddaughter-in-law? I'll pay you. Chapter 72, taking her finger into his mouth. Previously, her beloved grandson liked Zhang Caixia and insisted on marrying her into the family. She had thought that since the family made money from growing medicinal herbs, and her grandson liked Zhang Caixia, she would help him fulfill this wish. Even though Aunt Yu, the matchmaker, said the Zhang family asked for 15 taels of betrothal gifts, she agreed. However, today as Zhang Caixia was eating lunch at home, she just couldn't bring herself to like Zhang Caixia. After Grandma Sun spoke, she took out 10 taels for Zhao Taohua. Although it pained her to part with the money, every time she thought about Zhang Caixia coming into the house and causing chaos, she felt uneasy. Grandma, the face reading costs 1 tael. Zhao Taohua took away 1 tael of silver. Face reading did not consume any spirit energy. Then, Zhao Taohua recalled Zhang Caixia's appearance and said, Sister Zhang has a narrow forehead, showing lack of foresight. Things haven't gone well in her early years. Her eyes lack brightness, indicating she isn't very clever. Her nose is slightly crooked, meaning she may have dishonest intentions. She might also be selfish, untrustworthy, and her middle-age fortune is not good either. Her cheekbones are prominent, indicating a strong desire for control. Her chin is too sharp, suggesting an unstable old age. After hearing Grandma Sun's temples throbbed, how could such a person become her granddaughter-in-law? During today's meal, she also noticed that Zhang Caixia seemed somewhat stupid, yet very assertive. After their marriage, Zhang Caixia would definitely want to run the household, and given her grandson's personality, he wouldn't be able to handle her. Before Grandma Sun came, she merely had some grievances against Zhang Caixia. Now after hearing Taohua's words, she firmly decided Zhang Caixia couldn't be her granddaughter-in-law. Taohua, thank you. After Grandma Sun finished speaking, She hurriedly went back. She needed to find Aunt Yu to break off the engagement. Fortunately, no betrothal gift had been given yet, nor had they formally engaged, so there was still time for everything. After returning to the hall, Zhao Taohua opened the New Year's money that Grandma's son gave her, and found there was actually one tael of silver inside. Holding her cheek, she wondered how much New Year's money she should give Shinming. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the busy wolf fur being handled by the four spirits. With so much wolf fur, giving a bit more wasn't excessive. After preparing the New Year's money, Zhao Taohua continued working on the handkerchief she was embroidering. In the end, the more she fixed it, the funnier it looked. She stared at the peach blossom and felt completely disheartened. How had it come out like this? The durian spirit suddenly appeared behind her. Sister Zhao, what exactly are you embroidering? Zhao Taohua stared at the peach blossom on the frame and thought, can't anyone recognize this? Is it a peach blossom? Shinming's voice came from behind her unexpectedly, startling Zhao Taohua. Suddenly, the needle in her hand pierced her finger. Seeing the beads of blood immediately burst out from the wound, Zhao Taohua frowned in pain. In the next moment, Shinming grabbed her finger and put it into his mouth. The warmth and moisture made Zhao Taohua's body tremble. It was her first time to experience such intimacy. Before she could let her mind wander, she immediately sensed a great amount of spirit energy transmitting into her body from her wounded finger. Instantly, Zhao Taohua became excited. So much spirit energy. Shinming gently sucked on the wound. Seeing that Zhao Taohua's expression of pain disappeared, he loosened his lips. Zhao Taohua suddenly felt lost. Why did he let go so quickly? She wanted to absorb more spirit energy. Last night, when she observed the sky, she found an anomaly. An ominous omen suggested that the Zhao family village might soon encounter a hailstorm. When she tried to observe further to confirm the exact timing, she discovered her own spirit energy had depleted. Now, supplementing with a lot of spirit energy from Shenming, Zhao Taohua instantly gained confidence in observing tonight's astronomical phenomenon. However, if only she could absorb a little more spirit energy, it would be even better. Thinking of this, she extended her finger and touched Shinming's lips. They were soft and warm, and it seemed like her fingertip lightly touched Shinming's teeth. Sister Tao, are you? Shinming was shocked by Zhao Taohua's actions. Zhao Taohua came back to reality upon hearing Shinming's voice, remembering that her previous behavior was somewhat strange. Quickly, she retracted her finger. She hastily turned around to explain. Brother Shen, your lips look nice, he. Once she panicked, everything seemed busy. While cutting the thread, dismantling the frame, and then haphazardly stuffing the kerchief into her chest, she didn't know how else to act natural. Shinming stood behind her, watching her movements with a slowly rising corner of his mouth. Tao, Shun, it's time to eat. Thankfully, just as the kitchen sounded with Mrs. Qian's call, Zhao Taohua felt saved. Mrs. Qian prepared a full table of delicious food, and the four of them ate happily. Zhao Ershu picked up the wine jar and asked, Shun, do you drink? Although I've never tried it, tonight I'll accompany Uncle to have a sip. Zhao Ershu was extremely pleased to hear Shinming's words. This young man wasn't boring. Immediately, he poured Shinming a bowl. Just as they were eating, suddenly firecrackers kept going off in the village one after another, signifying that a family had finished their New Year's Eve dinner. As Zhao Ershu finished drinking the last drop of wine in his bowl, the Zhao family also lit firecrackers. The sound of the firecrackers signaled bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. The crackling fireworks illuminated the pitch-black night as bright as day. Zhao Taohua covered her ears with her hands while grinning and watching the fireworks shooting up into the sky. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. It was the New Year's celebration. She had been in this world for about half a year, and she had found parents here who loved her and cared for her. Shinming stood by Zhao Taohua's side, feeling the festive cheer of New Year's celebrations for the first time in such a vivid manner. The deafening firecrackers thundered through the air, echoing loudly throughout the clouds, mingling with her laughter. Shinming quietly observed her. In the flickering firelight, her pink padded coat made her face glow with rosy hues. Taohua, Shinming, here, these are your New Year's money envelopes. They bless you too with good health, peace, and prosperity for next year. Miss Qian walked behind them and handed each one an envelope. Zhao Taohua happily took hers, sweetly exclaiming, Thank you, Mama. Shinming seemed lost in thought at Ms. Qian's envelope, but didn't reach out to take it. Mrs. Qian, this is not right. I'm just here freeloading for New Year's dinner. How could I possibly accept New Year's money? Ms. Qian shoved the envelope directly into his hand. Take it, boy. It's my blessing to you. Bring yourself good fortune. Hearing that, Shinming stopped declining. His heart grew warm and fuzzy. He almost couldn't remember when he last received New Year's money. Seeing Ms. Qian leave and Zhao Ershu returning inside after finishing lighting the firecrackers, Zhao Taohua secretly pulled out an envelope, beaming as she said, Big brother Shinming, this is for you. With the firecracker lights now gone, the courtyard grew darker, and Shinming could hardly see clearly. He held the envelope in his hand and asked, What is this? New Year's money, it's for you. Upon hearing this, Shinming chuckled and teased her, patting her head gently with his big hand. New Year's money is given from elders to younger ones. You're trying to take advantage of me? Calling him Big Brother Shin every day, tonight she actually gave him New Year's money? At this exact moment, Aunt Jing's house across the street started setting off fireworks, and the firelight once again lit up the sky brightly. Under the glowing light, Zhao Taohua earnestly looked at Shinming and said, No, it's not like that. I hope Big Brother Shin has smooth sailing next year. Let me tell you a secret. If someone receives New Year's money, they receive blessings. The real meaning of New Year's money is to ward off evil and pray for good fortune. Ming gazed intently at Zhao Taohua's face, his heart pausing for a fleeting moment. Chapter 73. A big chill and hail coming in a month. Could it be because of this? Dong dong. Peach sister, open the door. Peach sister, open the door. Let's keep watch together for the new year. Ming was lost in thought when suddenly knocking sounds were heard outside the Zhao family courtyard. Zhao Taohua immediately went to open the door and saw Zhao Shengyan, Zhao Shenglin, Zhao Xingxiang, Zhao Shengyue, Zhao Lianhua, and Yin Jinju had all come together. Qian noticed so many people had come and invited them all to sit in the main hall. It's warm inside. I'll go get you some sunflower seeds and peanuts. Zhao Shengyue saw the mahjong on the table in the main hall and asked curiously, Peach sister, what is this? Mahjong. Zhao Taohua recalled that earlier, it was always the four mischievous spirits playing out of boredom. So tonight, she might as well teach Zhao Shengyue and the others how to play mahjong. Qian placed the snacks on the table and then went to boil a pot of hot tea and brought it over. She saw Yin Jinju had also come and worriedly asked, Are you okay not keeping the New Year's vigil at home tonight? Shengyue and the others are just kids, but you are already married. Yin Jinju replied indifferently, Sister Hong Yin, don't worry. I'm here to play, not run away with another man. They can't do anything to me. Staying home facing Aunt Chao and Zhao Xingda's face while keeping the vigil would make her lose her appetite. It was better to come to Taohua's place and have fun together. At the 8-person table, Zhao Taohua explained the rules of mahjong carefully, and Zhao Shengyue and the others listened with wide eyes. Zhao Shengyue exclaimed, Wow, there is such an interesting toy in the world. The durian spirit immediately said proudly, Of course, this game was specially designed by Sister Zhao for us four. It allows all 4 players to participate simultaneously. After hearing this, Zhao Xingxiang, Zhao Shengyue, Zhao Lianhua, Zhao Shengyan, Zhao Shenglin, and Yin Jinju all looked at Zhao Taohua in disbelief. Was it really her idea? Taohua's sister is so talented, Zhao Shengyan remarked appreciatively. He felt that Zhao Taohua seemed to be capable of everything. Being praised made Zhao Taohua somewhat embarrassed, so she quickly interrupted. All right, let's not talk about that. You guys start playing quickly. However, we have too many people, so we'll take turns. Whoever wins has to leave the table to let the next person play. In the first round, Zhao Xingxiang did not sit at the table. Zhao Taohua sat next to her and asked, Have you set a date for your marriage with Yang Fengshou? When will it be? At the mention of Yang Fengshou's name, Zhao Xingxiang immediately blushed and shyly lowered her head. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but Zhao Taohua still managed to hear. It's settled. The wedding will be on the 10th day of April. Although Zhao Taohua didn't know Yang Fengshou's birth chart, after calculating with her fingers, she found that the 10th day of April was indeed a good day for a wedding. Also, the weather at that time wouldn't be too cold or too hot, suitable for getting married, and people would feel very comfortable. After 2 rounds, Zhao Shengyue and the other 5 had already learned how to play, no longer needing Zhao Taohua's guidance. Zhao Taohua instructed the 4 mischievous spirits to help serve tea and pour water nearby, while she herself needed to check the sky phenomena in the yard. Vajra Sarva, open thy eyes, let my command be followed by heaven's ways, open. After Zhao Taohua finished reciting the spell, the hand seals in her hands were completed. The abundant spiritual energy within her allowed her to activate her divine eye, enabling her to clearly see the position, brightness, color, and movement trajectory of the stars in the sky. Lifting her head, as her pupils turned, her fingers kept making calculations. Time ticked by, and each breath required Zhao Taohua to use spiritual energy to support her observation of celestial omens. Not only star patterns, but also cloud formations and wind directions must all be combined. As Zhao Taohua observed the shape of the clouds and the direction of the wind in the sky, her expression grew increasingly concerned. It had been less than a month since the last heavy snowfall, yet there would be hail in a month's time, accompanied by an extended drop in temperature. Zhao Tao's hands trembled slightly as her eyes filled with worry. She opened the gate and walked out into the night. Even though it was late at night, fireworks occasionally lit up the sky, allowing Zhao Taohua to glimpse part of the Zhao family village's fields for a moment. Following her suggestion, the villagers had planted perilla and motherwort in their good farmland after harvesting the rice. If they had planted wheat instead in the fertile fields, perhaps Zhao Taohua wouldn't have been so worried, since wheat could withstand the frost. However, perilla and motherwort definitely couldn't handle such cold weather. Currently, among all the medicinal fields, only the first batch of perilla had started earning money, and the motherwort would only bring profits after spring. As for the perilla and motherwort later planted in the good farmland, they would need even more time before selling. If this continuous sharp drop in temperature and hailstorm hit, it would bring a catastrophic disaster to all the medicinal fields. Ming stood at the entrance of the main hall, and from afar, he saw Zhao Taohua's slightly frail and helpless silhouette. His feet moved involuntarily towards her. Suddenly, fireworks flashed again in the village. Ming picked something up off the ground, intrigued by the barely recognizable peach blossoms embroidered on it. Had she done this embroidery in the afternoon? He hesitated for a moment while holding it in his hand, then finally put it into his chest. Taohua, what's wrong with you? Ming asked as he walked to her side. Zhao Taohua looked at him and asked, Ming brother, do you know how many acres of medicinal fields we have in our village? Ming didn't understand why she asked this, but he still answered her. 800 acres of good farmland, and 1,300 acres of barren land. Upon hearing this number, Zhao Taohua nearly lost all hope. More than 2,000 acres, it would be impossible to build thatched shelters over all the medicinal fields within a month. Seeing her unwell expression, Ming asked, Sister Taohua, what exactly is going on? A sharp drop in temperature is coming, and hail will fall. The herbs in the fields will freeze to death. Finally, Zhao Taohua revealed it. When the two returned to the main hall, Zhao Xingyan immediately noticed something was amiss with Zhao Taohua's demeanor. He quickly put down his cards. Sister Taohua, what's wrong? Are you feeling cold? As soon as Zhao Taohua saw him, she remembered Aunt Zheng, who had planted over 10 acres of medicinal herbs. She told them, I just observed the celestial phenomena and calculated that a major drop in temperature and hail will occur in our village in a month's time. The herbs will freeze unless they are protected by thatched shelters. At these words, Zhao Shangyue exclaimed in terror. Our family has 30 acres of medicinal herbs. Should we cover all of them with thatched shelters? Just thinking about it made Zhao Shangyue extremely afraid. Among those present, except Zhao Xinglin, every other household had planted numerous medicinal fields. The Zhao family also had 10 acres of medicinal fields. The next morning, Zhao Taohua got up and went to the village chief's house. Grandpa Village Chief, Happy New Year, may you get rich. The village chief welcomed Zhao Taohua with a smile and offered her dried fruit. Then, his face took on a look of concern. Taohua, Moon came back last night and already told me. Is it true? Under the worried gaze of the village chief, Zhao Taohua nodded. The big temperature drop and hail will start in 1 month. The village chief sighed. To protect the medicinal herbs, they couldn't shy away from the trouble. I'll gather everyone and inform them of the news so they can begin building the thatched shelters immediately. Otherwise, once a month passes and the fields are ruined, there won't be any income for everyone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua quickly returned home for breakfast. In a short while, she would go with her parents and the 4 spirits to help build thatched shelters for the medicinal fields. Unexpectedly, on the way, Chao stopped her and mysteriously pulled Zhao Taohua aside, saying, Taohua, could you check if my daughter-in-law has been possessed by anything evil? Ever since she jumped into the river, she seems like an entirely different person, someone I don't even recognize anymore. Chapter 74, The Old Taoist in Town. After Ms. Chao finished speaking, she reluctantly took out 1 tael of silver and handed it to Zhao Taohua. Miss Chao, last night Sister Jinju just visited my home, and there was absolutely no sign of her being possessed by evil spirits. Rest assured, Zhao Taohua pushed the silver coin back towards her. What? How is that possible? Miss Chao suddenly became anxious. Zhao Taohua's words made her more uneasy than if she had spent 1 tael of silver. With such a big change in her temper, how could she not be possessed by an evil spirit? Taohua, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Why don't you take another look? Perhaps this time the evil spirit is more powerful and has deceived you. Miss Chao insisted that Zhao Taohua go over to check Yin Jinju again. As she prepared to pull Zhao Taohua quickly stepped back to dodge her. Miss Chao, I am very certain that Sister Jinju does not have any evil spirits on her. People are not unchangeable. They can grow and change. Zhao Taohua said calmly. But Miss Chao still did not believe her. But how can someone change so much all of a sudden? She doesn't seem like the old Yin Jinju anymore. Now, even standing before Yin Jinju, she didn't dare speak loudly, let alone instruct or criticize Yin Jinju for not bearing children. Perhaps she just awakened suddenly. Leaving these words behind, Zhao Taohua stopped arguing with Miss Chao and walked away directly. Miss Chao stood there stamping her feet in frustration, yelling at Zhao Taohua's retreating figure. What kind of awakening is this? I think it's because your spiritual power isn't strong enough. When someone suddenly changes as though they've become someone else, rumor has it that after Zhao Lianhua caught some argumentative spirit, she also started frequently arguing with others, making Aunt Yu extremely angry. The more Miss Chao thought about it, the more she believed her own guess was correct. Only Zhao Taohua's shallow spiritual powers prevented her from seeing it. Just a little girl can only see small demons and small evil spirits. Miss Chao spat contemptuously as she cursed at Zhao Taohua's back. She stood in the courtyard door thinking and recalled seeing an old Taoist priest before the spring festival, setting up shop in town with a banner depicting a Bagua symbol hanging over his stall. There were many people queuing up in front of his stall to get their fortune told. She had even watched for a while, and those getting their fortunes read claimed the old Taoist read their futures very accurately. Thinking of this, Miss Chao immediately set off for the town to find the old Taoist. On the first day of the new year, the queue in front of the old Taoist stall was still long. It wasn't long before it was her turn. Unexpectedly, before she could say a word, the old Taoist noticed the yin qi on her face and deduced that recently something unclean had tainted her household. He warned her it was crucial to exorcise the bad influence right away. In an instant, Miss Chao felt the man must truly be divine. Master Taoist, what you say is completely correct. Recently, my daughter-in-law has changed so much, acting nothing like the old obedient one who wouldn't dare raise her voice in front of me, always agreeing with whatever I pointed east or west on. Now, she dares to contradict me on everything. Ms. Chao kept talking, venting her frustrations from the recent experiences with Yin Jinju, while the old Taoist listened patiently. Finally, when Ms. Chao finished, the old Taoist's eyes shifted slightly, and he adopted a serious demeanor. Letting on quite dramatically, he said, "To be honest, your assumption is correct. Your daughter-in-law is indeed possessed by a ghost, and now this ghost is controlling her. The moment I saw you, I sensed the overwhelming yin qi radiating from your body. Both you and your son are living under the same roof as this evil spirit. If we do not eliminate it soon, it will definitely endanger your lives. By then, even Daoyuo Sinshan himself would not be able to save you." Miss Chao turned pale upon hearing this. Was it really that serious? She was not yet 40, she hadn't lived long enough, and she hadn't held her grandchild yet. "Master Taoist, you must save my son and me. Please, I beg you." Miss Chow earnestly begged the old Taoist for help. The old Taoist acted as though considering the request with difficulty, stroking his goatee under his chin for a moment. Then he reached into his sack and pulled out 3 talismans, waving them in front of Miss Chow and saying, "Very well, seeing your sincerity, I will bestow upon you 3 talismans. Thank you, Master Taoist." Miss Chow, upon seeing those 3 talismans, reached out eagerly to grab them, thinking of them as lifelines. However, before she could, the old Taoist added, "These 3 talismans cost 1 tael each." Her hands immediately froze midair. This expensive? She remembered that Zhao Taohua's talismans cost only 100 large coins per piece, and these were 10 times as costly, and 3 talismans were needed to cleanse Yin Jinju of the evil spirit. Although Miss Chow was hesitant to spend 3 taels of silver for her safety and her son Xingda's well-being, as well as removing the ghost from Yin Jinju, in the end, she gritted her teeth and handed the money over to the old Taoist. Trembling, she took the 3 talismans with gratitude toward the old Taoist. Holding the 3 talismans carefully, Miss Chow made her way home, worried they might be lost or that someone might discover and take them from her due to their high value. Finally back in Zhao Village, she saw the village chief gathering all the villagers at the entrance. Villagers, according to Taoist Peach Blossom's calculations, there will be a major drop in temperature and hail in 1 month's time. The herbs will freeze, so everyone must quickly construct shelters over your herb fields to protect them. What? A major temperature drop? Hail. But our family has planted more than 30 mu of land. How are we going to manage this? It was already difficult to construct shelters for just 1 mu of herb field, let alone 30 mu. Everyone looked troubled, as peace and quiet had already been disrupted on the first day of the new year. However, since this came from Taoist Peach Blossom, no matter how reluctant they were, they still had to follow through. Upon hearing the village chief's announcement, Miss Chow snorted disdainfully. A major temperature drop and hail 1 month from now? I don't believe it. How old is Zhao Taohua? How deep can her spiritual power possibly be? Chief, I suggest you invite the town's old Taoist back for a proper reading instead of wasting everyone's time with Zhao Taohua's nonsense. There's not a single household in our village that has fewer than 5 mu of herb fields. Building shelters for every mu would be absurd. Anyway, my family certainly won't build any shelters. The village chief frowned at Ms. Chow, warning her, if you don't construct the shelters for your herb fields, don't say, I didn't warn you. Ms. Chow owned 4 mu of good farmland, 3 mu of barren farmland, making 7 mu of herb fields in total. If these were destroyed, it would result in a significant financial loss. Nevertheless, Ms. Chow lifted her chin defiantly at the village chief, declaring, I will never regret it. Chief, I advise you not to pay attention to Zhao Taohua's nonsense. Your 30 mu of herb fields cannot all be covered with shelters within 1 month. You'll need to hire extra help anyway. Instead of wasting a month on building shelters, why not pick perilla leaves from your fields and sell them for money? You'd earn quite a bit. Seeing that Ms. Chow was stubborn and even trying to dissuade him, the chief coldly responded, My business is none of your concern. All I did was give you a warning. Grandma's son heard Ms. Chow criticizing Zhao Taohua and became the first to challenge her. Chow Chuanxiang, watch your mouth. When has my peach blossom ever been wrong? This time, she actually failed to detect the evil ghost in Yin Jinju. Ms. Chow abruptly stopped mid-sentence, closing her mouth. She discreetly glanced at Yin Jinju in the crowd, fearing she might have been overheard. Chapter 75. There's something wrong with the ginger candy water. This time, she spent 3 liang of silver buying talisman paper from an old Taoist priest. She would have to secretly burn it and make Yin Jinju drink it down. Only this way can she ensure her own peace with Xingda and also remove the evil ghost attached to Yin Jinju. Yin Jinju just met Chao Shi's furtive gaze directed at her, feeling something off but unable to pinpoint what was wrong. She thought perhaps Chao Shi was just afraid of her. Grandma Feng tugged on Yin Jinju's arm and reminded her, Jinju, you must not let your mother-in-law do as she pleases. Zhao Taohua's words are reliable. Last time she said there would be a heavy snowfall, and indeed we had 3 days and nights of continuous snow. Sheng Lin's family roof collapsed due to the snow, causing Mrs. Su to die, whereas those in the village who built sturdy blue brick tiled houses were all fine. Yin Jinju nodded gratefully. Thank you, Grandma Feng. I understand. In fact, even without the incident of the last heavy snow, Yin Jinju already trusted Zhao Taohua. In these past 6 months, everything Zhao Taohua predicted came true. Thanks to Zhao Taohua, their family became prosperous and could cut a lot of firewood at the foot of the mountain to keep warm. After the village chief spoke, everyone dispersed, some going home to get hatchets while others stayed to weave grass mats. Zhao Xinglin only planted medicinal herbs after the heavy snow, since it was still cold and they had just sprouted. He just needed to cover them with a layer of straw for protection against the chill. After finishing work in his own fields, he went to work for the village chief. He borrowed 2 liang of silver from the village chief's grandfather to repair the roof and has been working hard to pay it back. By now he had repaid most of it. At the Zhao family, Zhao Ershu, Gan Jing, and Wono Jing were together cutting bamboo in the bamboo forest. Qian Shi, Yushi Jing, Liulian Jing, and Zhao Taohua were at home weaving grass mats using rice straw. Once the frames were built, the mats could be placed over them to both protect the herb plants from the cold and prevent hail damage. In the Zhao Xingda household kitchen, Chao Shi took out a talisman paper, quickly lit it, and put it in a bowl. Then she added 3 spoons of brown sugar, poured hot water into it, and stirred it rapidly with a spoon. To mask any smell of burnt talisman paper, she specially chopped up ginger shreds and mixed them in. Just at that moment, a sound came from the courtyard entrance. It was Yin Jinju and Xingda returning. Chao Shi immediately carried the bowl outside and greeted Yin Jinju. Jinju, you're back. It's cold outside. Come drink a bowl of red candy water. Chao Shi smiled, trying to appear as gentle as possible. Yin Jinju was surprised when she looked at Chao Shi. This demeanor had never been shown since she married into the family. In the past, aside from pregnancy-promoting medicine, she had never seen Chao Shi voluntarily give her anything, let alone behave so kindly like now. Jinju, drink quickly, it will warm your body. Chao Shi approached Yin Jinju, pushing the bowl closer to her. Fearing that Yin Jinju wouldn't drink, Chao Shi emphasized, it's not medicine, it's ginger candy water. She also signaled Zhaojia to help persuade Yin Jinju. Realizing late, Zhaojia followed suit. Jinju, Mama cares about you and doesn't want you catching a cold. Drink it. Yin Jinju accepted the bowl and sniffed. Indeed, it smelled like ginger candy water, not medicine. Despite her suspicions about why the sun seemed to rise from the west, since it wasn't medicine, Yin Jinju drank it. But after drinking, she noticed another strange taste inside that she couldn't quite identify at the moment. Good thing you finished it. Now you won't catch a cold. As soon as Yin Jinju finished drinking, Chao Shi quickly took the bowl from her hand and appeared very pleased. According to the old Taoist priest, drinking 1 talisman paper per day means the evil ghost within her should be gone in 3 days. Though Yin Jinju found Chao Shi's smile somewhat mysterious, this was not the time to dwell on why she was smiling. What was critical was building the grass shed to protect the herb field. Mom, we need to build a grass shed for our medicinal herb fields too. Otherwise, if the herbs freeze, all 7 acres of our herb fields will go to waste. You and Shengda must come with me to build the shed. Yin Jinju's attitude was strong. She thought Chao Shi would definitely refuse as firmly as she did at the village entrance. Unexpectedly, after she spoke, Chao Shi agreed, and even actively picked up the hatchet to go chop bamboo in the bamboo forest. Zhaojia also looked curiously at Chao Shi. After mother and son reached the bamboo forest, they saw many villagers had already chopped a large number of bamboos. They removed the branches, tied them in bundles, and then dragged them to the medicinal herb fields. Zhaojia approached Chao Shi curiously and asked, Mom, didn't you say we wouldn't build a grass shed? Why change your mind? Chao Shi consoled him. We only need to do it for 3 days. After 3 days, we won't have to pretend anymore, and then we'll have peace in our house again. The obedient Yin Jinju who used to follow orders without question will return. That's enough. Don't ask any more questions. Leave it to Mom. Hurry up and start chopping bamboo. Zhaojia didn't understand Chao Shi's intentions, but still started to focus on cutting the bamboo. Since 1 acre of land was too wide, they could only build 3 long straw sheds per acre. First, deep pits were dug to plant posts by burying thicker bamboo poles in them, then filling with soil and tamping it down. Then, they cut the bamboo into strips to make arch frames. One end was fixed to the post, and the other end inserted into the ground to ensure about 1 meter of spacing between each frame to keep the curve consistent and smooth. The repetitive work went on endlessly. 3 days passed, and whether building the sheds or binding the grass mats, everyone was exhausted. On this day, Yin Jinju saw Chao Shi smiling and bringing another bowl of ginger candy water. Jinju, it's cold outside. Drink a bowl of ginger candy water to warm your body. For some reason, she noticed that over these 3 days, Chao Shi's smile grew increasingly radiant, as if something good was going to happen. Lately, everyone had been busy building the grass sheds to protect the herbs, so tired and stressed out that they were utterly exhausted. Only Chao Shi seemed perpetually cheerful. A sudden sense of foreboding welled up inside Yin Jinju as she eyed the ginger candy water Chao Shi offered with suspicion. Previously, she already felt something strange about the taste of the ginger candy water Chao Shi gave her. Could Chao Shi have secretly put medicine in it? Mother, I'm young and strong enough to bear this little cold. Besides, I'm just tying grass mats at home, not working as hard as you and Shengda outside building the sheds. You should drink this bowl of ginger candy water. Upon hearing this, Chao Shi's smile faltered, and she quickly said, Mother isn't cold. I'm quite warm actually. Don't believe me? Feel my hands. Seeing Chao Shi's insistence on making her drink it, Yin Jinju became even more certain that something was wrong with the ginger candy water. Her face turned cold, and she stopped pretending any further. Without hesitation, she walked straight to the kitchen, took out a clean bowl, placed brown sugar inside, and chopped fresh ginger. Chao Shi frowned deeply. Jinju, what are you doing? I'm making myself a bowl of ginger candy water. So mother, you can drink the other bowl yourself. After hearing this, Chao Shi became extremely nervous. Just as she was about to stop Yin Jinju had already drunk the freshly prepared bowl of ginger candy water. Yin Jinju carefully tasted its flavor and realized that it was indeed different from the previous bowl given by Chao Shi. What had Chao Shi added into the water before? She'd even drunk it for 2 consecutive days. Chapter 76, You're going to be a father. In an instant, Yin Jinju's eyes widened. She stared at the bowl of ginger sugar water in Chao's hands and loudly questioned, What is this? What have you added to it? Yin Jinju's voice became sharp and piercing with anger, breaking the quiet air inside the room. Even the villagers busy in the medicinal fields heard her voice, assuming that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were arguing again. Recently, everyone has gotten used to it, so they just turned to look at Zhao Shengda's home before continuing their work. Chao's smile was somewhat strained as she awkwardly explained. Jinju, are you freezing your wits away? This is ginger sugar water, what else could it be? Drink it quickly. Chao was anxiously distressed. Everything went smoothly just a few days ago, why not now? There was only 1 talisman paper left. Once Yin Jinju drank it, the evil ghost inside her body would be removed, and neither she nor Shengda would have any issues. If this is ginger sugar water, then why don't you drink it? Show me by drinking it yourself. Yan Jinju tightly clenched her fists, her body slightly trembling with anger. Chao stood there holding the bowl, unable to express her anguish. How could this stubborn Yan Jinju not understand her painstaking efforts? It cost her 1 tael of silver for this single talisman paper. The mother doesn't like drinking it. You should. Yan Jinju's eyes instantly turned cold. Sure enough, all these days, her apparent kindness towards her hid a grand conspiracy. Yan Jinju suddenly began to breathe heavily, sweat pouring from her forehead in a fine chill. She didn't dare to hesitate anymore, walking out of the kitchen immediately and running outside. Seeing this, Chao immediately asked Zhaojia to chase after her. Today, no matter what, Yan Jinju had to drink this last bowl of talisman water so their family could finally have peace. Jinju, where are you going? Come back. Yan Jinju had just run a few steps when she heard Zhaojia shouting from behind. Afraid of being caught by Zhaojia and forced to drink the unknown substance in the ginger sugar water, she shouted fearfully. Help! Oh help! The mother and son Zhao want to harm me. Yan Jinju exhausted all her strength, her voice loud enough for the entire village to hear. The villagers working nearby immediately stopped their tasks and rushed over upon hearing her cries. What happened, Sister Jinju? What's wrong? You said Xingda and his mother want to harm you? Is that true or false? Why are you sweating so much? Yan Jinju's body trembled uncontrollably like a sieve, cold sweat streaming from her like a flood breaking its embankment. Each breath felt like pulling an old and broken wind box, emitting a coarse and labored sound. She saw the crowd of villagers surrounding her and felt slightly reassured. With them around, at least she wouldn't be dragged back by Zhao Xingda and force-fed that bowl of ginger sugar water. She pleaded. Please, help me get Grandpa Xiaoping here quickly. I feel like I'm about to faint. All right, I'll go right away, hang in there. One villager immediately ran towards Zhao Xiaoping's house. He saw Yan Jinju's face as pale as paper, her lips without any blood color, which was truly eerie, like she was about to die. Zhao Xingda squeezed into the crowd and grabbed Yan Jinju's arm, saying, Jinju, come home and drink the ginger sugar water. Yan Jinju fiercely shook her head, clinging to the arm of a nearby villager and refusing to let go. I won't go back and drink that ginger sugar water. I will not return. You two are trying to harm me. Before Yan Jinju could finish her sentence, she fainted, shocking everyone. Because of her words before losing consciousness, no one dared hand Yan Jinju over to Zhao Xingda. Grandma Feng spoke up. Let's carry her to my place. Lying on the ground in such cold winter isn't proper. Just as the villagers had settled Yan Jinju down, Zhao Xiaoping arrived. Grandma Feng worriedly asked, Big brother Xiaoping, is Jinju all right? As she finished speaking, she glared at Zhao Xingda inside the room. If he really conspired with the conscienceless Chao to harm Yan Jinju, she would absolutely inform the village chief to send them to justice. After diagnosing through her pulse, Zhao Xiaoping's eyes widened in surprise. He retracted his hand and gave Yan Jinju another diagnosis. Zhao Xingda stood beside him, looking troubled and wondering why Yan Jinju had fainted. He also wasn't sure how much money medical treatment would cost. Grandpa Xiaoping, what's wrong with Jinju? Zhao Xingda asked. Zhao Xiaoping withdrew his hand and turned to him. Xingda, you're about to be a father. Go home and take good care of Jinju. She is just under a month pregnant. Be gentle with her. Do not let anything happen again on the road outside. Next time may not be as lucky. I'll prescribe some fetal stabilizing medicine. Take it to my place later and boil it for Jinju. Jinju is pregnant? Zhao Xingda was thrilled beyond belief, a grin spreading across his face as he agreed enthusiastically. When others heard Yan Jinju was pregnant, they all expressed happiness for the couple. Zhao Xingda and Yan Jinju had been married for more than 4 years, but until now, they had no children. A month ago, when Yan Jinju jumped into the river, she had mentioned that the reason they didn't have a child wasn't because she couldn't bear one, but rather that Zhao Xingda was incapable. However, during this past month, there was still often the smell of medicinal soup being brewed by Chao. So, was it now for Oxing's fertility-inducing and conception-assisting medicine? Everyone began to look at Zhao Xingda differently, though he noticed, he didn't take it to heart. Now, he was about to be a father. The child he'd been yearning for 4 years finally came. When he lifted Yan Jinju from the bed, he didn't notice her belly suddenly rising a bit. As soon as Zhao Xingda returned home, Chao, with her bowl of ginger sugar water in hand, anxiously waited in the courtyard ready to force-feed it to Yan Jinju. Why did Pearl faint? Chao paused mid-motion while holding the bowl. Zhao Xingda smiled and said, Mother, Grandpa Xiaoping said Jinju is pregnant. Really? Chao became excited but did not forget the ginger sugar water in her hands. Here, while Jinju's unconscious, quickly make her drink this bowl of talisman water so that the evil ghost inside her will be expelled, and our household will find peace. Zhao Xingda cooperated by prying open Yan Jinju's mouth, forcing the whole bowl of ginger sugar water down her throat. In an instant, Zhao Xingda felt Yan Jinju's belly swell up as if it grew bigger even through the thick cotton jacket. Terrified, Zhao Xingda screamed to Chao, Mother, look at Pearl's belly. It's so big. Yet Grandpa Xiaoping said she was less than a month along. Chao carefully poured the last drop of ginger sugar water into Yan Jinju's mouth, and then glanced over at her belly, as Zhao Xingda suggested, only to see her abdomen inexplicably enlarged. Her eyes widened. Is this what a 1-month pregnancy looks like? However, just after, in her vision, Yan Jinju's belly continued to grow larger and larger. Suddenly, a sound of water splashing on the ground rang out. A horrifying thought occurred to her. Is Pearl about to give birth? Zhao Xingda's eyes filled with fear, his terror increasing as he gulped saliva. After all, hadn't Grandpa Xiaoping said Yan Jinju was only 1 month pregnant? Feeling wetness beneath Yin Jinju's buttocks, Zhao Xingde was about to lower her to check if she'd urinated. That's when a pale, gray-skinned child abruptly crawled out from under Yin Jinju. Chapter 77. You are the master of this house. The child's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and his entire body exuded a bone-chilling coldness. The moment the child landed, he was like a wild beast, crouching on all fours and looking straight at him and Aunt Chow. When the child opened his mouth, it revealed sharp fangs, instantly scaring Zhao Xingde and Aunt Chow so much that their whole bodies trembled. Just as they were about to flee, both collapsed onto the ground, too weak to stand. At this moment, Zhao Xingde noticed Yin Jinju's face had lost all color, devoid of vitality, resembling a dry, lifeless husk. Before Zhao Xingde could recover from the horror, he heard the child let out a terrifying scream that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Back home, Zhao Taohua was tying up a straw mat when she suddenly heard screams for help coming from outside. When she put down her work and followed the sound, she saw many people leaving Grandma Feng's house together. What happened? Who was shouting for help just now? Zhao Taohua asked the crowd. It was Yin Jinju. She said Zhao Xingde and Aunt Chow were trying to harm her, and then she fainted. However, Uncle Xiamping just diagnosed that she is about a month pregnant. Now, Zhao Xingde has taken her back home. Just after a villager finished speaking, Zhao Xiamping came out of Grandma Feng's house, catching Zhao Taohua's attention immediately with the Yin energy radiating from his hands. Grandpa Xiamping, why is there so much Yin energy on your hands? Did you touch something strange? Zhao Taohua inquired. What? Yin energy? Have I encountered some malevolent spirit? Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words, Zhao Xiamping quickly looked at his own hands in terror. After careful consideration, he remembered he hadn't touched anything unusual. He'd only been binding straw mats at home. Zhao Taohua observed not only Grandpa Xiamping, but also noticed that every villager nearby carried some degree of Yin energy on them as well. She was shocked. How did all of you end up with Yin energy? What exactly did you touch? Everyone exchanged terrified looks. What? There's Yin energy on us? But we were all building grass sheds in the fields. We were weaving straw mats at home. Zhao Taohua glanced toward the villagers who had spoken and asked curiously, could it be that some dirty substance got on the bamboo or rice straw? She herself had also been working on the straw mat earlier, yet no Yin energy clung to her. Suddenly, someone recalled something. I helped support Yin Jinju earlier. So did I? And Uncle Xiamping gave her a pulse diagnosis. Zhao Taohua turned to look at those who had touched Yin Jinju, realizing anyone who had made contact with her carried Yin energy on them. Grandma Feng couldn't believe it. Yin Jinju carries Yin energy? Could she have been affected by evil spirits? This is serious. Just now, Brother Xiamping diagnosed that she is less than a month pregnant. Heaven forbid, this Yin energy might harm the child. A woman in early pregnancy is especially frail. As Grandma Feng finished speaking, two frightened cries echoed from afar in Zhao Xingde's home. Heaven forbid, it must be Yin Jinju. Is something wrong with her? Worried, Grandma Feng exclaimed. The crowd rushed toward Zhao Xingde's house without delay. However, when they pushed open the courtyard gate, they saw a child with bluish-gray skin biting down on Zhao Xingde's body with its mouth wide open. Aunt Chow lay sprawled on the ground, her face completely drained of blood. Her lips were cracked and devoid of color, slightly parted as if silently pleading for help. Seeing this scene, everyone took a startled step backward. Someone asked fearfully, why does the child have such a color? Another speculated, could he be the malevolent spirit? Pushing through the crowd, Zhao Taohua's pupils contracted sharply. It's a ghost child. Without hesitation, she immediately threw a yellow talisman at the ghost child, slapping it directly onto its forehead, freezing it in place instantly. The talisman released a streak of golden light, causing the ghost child to scream sharply, struggling violently. Judging by appearance, Zhao Taohua figured this child was already 3 years old. He desperately scratched at his head with both hands, attempting to tear off the paper talisman, his face filled with pain. The spectators all hesitated, afraid to approach. Zhao Taohua, her lips lightly parted, recited, Heavens clear, earth bright, swiftly eliminate all demonic forces. As the incantation was completed, the yellow talisman's light became increasingly radiant, enveloping the ghost child and making it wail endlessly. Finally, the light fully engulfed the creature, compressing and purifying it until, with one final piercing cry, the ghost child dissipated into a puff of smoke. Immediately, Zhao Taohua checked the condition of the 3 lying on the ground. The others, seeing this, timidly asked, has the evil spirit been eliminated, Taohua? After confirming with a nod, the crowd finally dared to approach. On the ground, Yin Jinju, Zhao Xingde, and Aunt Chow all displayed an unnaturally sickly pale complexion, horrifying the crowd and giving them a great fright. Taohua, what's wrong with them? As Zhao Xiamping asked this question while diagnosing their pulses, he confirmed they were still alive, sighing in relief. When Zhao Xiamping took Yin Jinju's pulse, he was astonished to find that the signs of her pregnancy were gone. After triple confirmation, Zhao Xiamping said, it's not good. It seems Pearl's child is indeed lost. Could it have been taken by Yin energy? Just now, you saw the ghost child. It came from her womb. She fell victim to malevolent spirits, and someone placed that ghost child inside her, so you detected the pregnancy. As Zhao Taohua spoke, her gaze fell toward Yin Jinju's lower body, where there was a dampness as if she had just given birth to a ghost child. Zhao Xiamping still found it hard to believe. But, old man here only diagnosed her with a pregnancy less than a month ago. Yet earlier, he had seen that ghost child look about 3 years old. Zhao Taohua explained. That's because it first consumed Sister Jinju's essence and climbed out from her womb. Then it continued consuming the essence of Zhao Shengda and Aunt Chao, allowing it to grow so quickly. So what about them now? Grandmother Feng asked. After all, these were 3 lives at stake. Actually, Grandmother Feng wasn't too concerned about Zhao Shengda and Aunt Chao, feeling they got their due. However, Yan Jinju was innocent. This daughter-in-law had endured much hardship since marrying into the Zhao family. Only recently had things started looking up for her, but Grandmother Feng felt pity for Yan Jinju, especially seeing her lying there on the verge of death, which tugged at her heartstrings. Zhao Taohua explained, they've simply had their essence drained, but they can recover. Everyone, please step aside. Don't block the sun. Sunlight can dispel the yin energy clinging to them and help replenish their yang energy. After speaking, Zhao Taohua called one of the aunts over to assist in carrying Yan Jinju into the house. They found clean clothes for her to change into. At this moment, Yan Jinju woke up weakly. Grasping Zhao Taohua's hand, she whispered, Taohua, my mother-in-law made me drink strange ginger sugar water. I suspect she laced it with medicine. Zhaojia furrowed her brows, immediately recalling the bowl she'd noticed on the courtyard floor earlier, which also carried traces of yin energy. Suddenly, Zhao Taohua seemed to understand. It must have been Aunt Chao who fed the ghost child into Yan Jinju. An idea formed in Zhao Taohua's mind. Leaning close, she softly whispered in Yan Jinju's ear, Sister Pearl, would you want to use this incident to bring down Aunt Chao and Brother Shengda? From now on, this household will be yours to command. You'll be the master. Chapter 78, The Ghost Fetus Talisman. Yan Jinju had no one in her family to support her, leaving her without a single person who could back her up. Moreover, with Zhao family village becoming increasingly prosperous now, it wouldn't be a wise move for Yan Jinju to divorce from the Zhao household and leave. In this world, a woman with no family backing who leaves a marriage and returns home will often face bullying. Thus, only one option remained, to give Yan Jinju control over the Zhao household, ensuring that Chao Shi and Zhao Shengda genuinely respect her. This would ensure her long-term peace and prosperity. She'd have a compliant husband and a mother-in-law who didn't cause trouble. Yan Jinju's lips slightly parted. Over the past 4 years, she had repeatedly fantasized about this idea. She quickly nodded earnestly. I want to. Taohua, teach me quickly. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Taohua carefully explained her plan to Yan Jinju. Afterward, Zhao Taohua and an auntie helped support Yan Jinju as they took her outside to bask in the sun. At this moment, Chao Shi regained consciousness. She shouted loudly toward everyone. Help! There's evil energy here. There's a ghost. Yan Jinju is possessed. While shouting, Chao Shi suddenly saw Zhao Taohua, angrily questioning her. Didn't you say there was no evil energy affecting Yan Jinju? What's going on? Zhao Taohua frowned deeply, staring directly into Chao Shi's eyes. That's what I should be asking you. Why did you feed an evil spirit into Pearl Andy? The last time I checked, there wasn't any presence of malevolent energy around her. Yet you cunningly forced 3 talismans of an evil spirit into her stomach. Speaking, Zhao Taohua picked up a bowl from the ground and, after scrutinizing it carefully, questioned, is it the ghost fetus talisman? 2 can initiate pregnancy, and 3 form a complete ghost fetus. You burnt the ghost fetus talismans and made Sister Pearl consume them, didn't you? Chao Shi's eyes widened in shock. How could Zhao Taohua seem like she had witnessed the entire process? Therefore, at first, there had been no evil entity around Yan Jinju. Only the 3 talismans she had made Yan Jinju drink resulted in evil entities entering her body? Chao Shi couldn't believe her own eyes. All the others looked at Chao Shi with revulsion. Grandma Feng openly scolded her to her face. Chao Chuanxiang, why don't you act human? No one deserves such viciousness, harming your own daughter-in-law. Chao Shi hurriedly shook her head. I didn't harm her. These are exorcism talismans I bought for her. The old Taoist monk's fortune-telling is extremely accurate. He said as long as these talismans were used, they could rid Yan Jinju of evil spirits and bring peace to our family. Zhao Taohua cut her off and countered. Did your family find peace? You almost died. Zhao Taohua found Chao Shi's ignorance laughable, yet Chao Shi remained unrepentant, insisting the old Taoist from town was correct. She argued, I spent 3 silver coins on these 3 talismans. They can't possibly be fake. Her statement earned her universal disdain from those present. They had never seen such a foolish person, spending 3 taels of silver on 3 ghost fetus talismans, almost causing the death of her whole family. Grandma Feng laughed outright. I've seen fools, but never one as foolish as you. Thinking yourself clever, refusing to trust Taohua's methods, instead falling victim to scams outside, ultimately bringing harm upon yourselves. Because Pearl seemed changed, you assumed she was possessed by an evil spirit. And what? Are you planning to let Pearl suffer abuse under your roof forever? Grandma Feng spoke with obvious disdain. When Yan Jinju got married, her family consisted only of her widowed mother, who later passed away within a few years. Without any family support, Yan Jinju endured mistreatment silently while living in Zhao Shengda's household. Mother, you're really confused. Finally, Zhao Shengda understood the truth of the matter. Yan Jinju originally had no evil spirits affecting her. Heaven knows how terrified he was when that malevolent spirit child had him pinned down, completely immobilized. He thought he was going to die. If the villagers hadn't arrived just in time, if Zhao Taohua hadn't acted, he'd probably be dead by now. Chao Shi was left speechless, and Zhao Shengda's accusations chilled her heart further. Taohua, thank you for saving us. I remember last time when you sold your uncle a talisman, the essence consumed by the malevolent spirit was quickly restored. Could you sell us 3 talismans? As Yin Jinju spoke, she pulled out a string of about 200 or 300 copper coins and handed them to Zhao Taohua. This feeling of weakness was unbearable. Furthermore, she felt the winter sunlight too weak, making it far too slow to gradually dispel the cold energy inside her through sunlight alone. Once each of Yin Jinju, Zhao Xingde, and Chao Shi held a protective talisman, their bodies immediately recovered. Blood returned to their faces. Chao Shi was shocked by the effectiveness of Zhao Taohua's talismans, realizing she had truly been duped. One of Taohua's talismans only cost 100 coins, and removing that malevolent spirit required only 1 tael of silver. To think that she had spent 3 taels of silver buying 3 talismans from the old Taoist. Ultimately, it led to almost losing the entire family's lives. When Chao Shi glanced up at Zhao Taohua again, she already felt guilty and dared not meet Zhao Taohua's eyes. She inwardly cursed the old Taoist in town. The damned old man not only swindled her money, but almost cost her family their lives. If she ever met him again, she would give him a beating and send him to the magistrate's office. After Yin Jinju had recovered her vital essence, she thanked Zhao Taohua and the others. Seeing that all 3 members of their household were fine now, everyone returned home to continue with their work. On the way, Zhao Xiaoping asked Zhao Taohua, "Taohua, what about the Yin energy on my hands?" "Right, Taohua, there's also us. We've all been contaminated by the Yin energy from Yin Jinju." Seeing everyone's fearful expressions, Zhao Taohua quickly reassured them. "Don't worry too much. This level of Yin energy isn't serious. It will be gone in a day or 2 after sun exposure." Everyone was reassured by Zhao Taohua's words. At Zhao Xingde's home, Yin Jinju saw that the villagers had left, so she closed the gate. Turning toward Chao Shi, she said, "No wonder you've been following my instructions recently. It turns out you were trying to make me pregnant with a ghost baby." Chao Shi hastily explained, "It's not like that. I thought you were possessed, not expecting to be deceived by the old Taoist." Yin Jinju's pupils contracted slightly. She had indeed been possessed when she jumped into the lotus pond. However, Sister Ghost only stayed within her for a few days before leaving quickly. Later, all her actions were her own. "Mother, you've truly disappointed me deeply. There has never been any spirit possessing me or any malevolent presence around. I've always been myself. But since I jumped into the river, something made me suddenly aware. Mother, if you stop finding fault with me, I will respect you properly and let you enjoy your retirement." Yin Jinju then turned to Zhao Xingde. "Xingde, we've been married for so long. Let's take care of your illness slowly, and we'll have our child eventually. Even if we can't have children in the future, we should accept it gracefully, adopt a child, and make our home as lively as other families." Zhao Xingde was deeply moved by her words. After remaining silent for a while, he responded, "Pearl, I'll do whatever you say. From now on, I'll follow your lead." Almost being killed by Chao Shi made him no longer trust her at all. Upon hearing this, Chao Shi saw their marital relationship improving and became suddenly uneasy, fearing that she might be isolated by her son and daughter-in-law. She immediately declared, "Pearl, Mother was wrong before, but I'll change and never act like that again." Satisfied, Yin Jinju replied, "Since Mother has said that, I'll certainly become a good and filial daughter-in-law." Yin Jinju's eyes trembled slightly as her heart eased somewhat. Indeed, just as little sister Taohua suggested, she spoke frankly with Zhao Xingde and his mother. In an instant, her status in the family changed dramatically. Chapter 79, a world apart from her cute appearance. She collected herself and said, "Sister Taohua said that there would be hailstorms and a continuous drop in temperature in a month. We can't delay the work of building straw sheds for our herb fields. Right, let's continue." Zhao Xingde responded immediately. Zhao Xingde carried the peace talisman in his arms, his trust in Zhao Taohua at an incredibly high level. Chao Shi felt the same way. After Zhao Taohua returned home, she had the durian spirit keep an eye on the Zhao Xingde household. When she heard the durian spirit say that she saw Zhao Xingde and his son go together to build the straw shed for their herb fields, her lips slowly curved upward. It seemed that Sister Jinju had already taken control of Zhao Sheng's mother and son. In an excellent mood, Zhao Taohua continued binding the straw mats. Since Zhao family village had so many herb fields, especially those families with 20 or 30 acres, they hired people from nearby villages to help, offering 20 big coins per day. Fortunately for Zhao Taohua's family, with the help of the 4 spirits, they didn't need to hire anyone to cover their 10 acres of herb fields. They managed to just barely finish building all the straw sheds before the hail came. Half a month later, the Zhao family had already built the frame for the straw sheds over 5 mu of their herb fields. Because of the construction of the straw sheds, some herbs in the fields were damaged. However, compared to losing everything, this loss was something everyone could bear. Among those working in Zhao family village, some came from Hanyu village. On this day, Zhao Taohua loaded the bundled straw mats into the ox cart and took them to the herb fields. She first covered the straw sheds with the mats, securing both sides with ropes, but not fully covering them yet. This allowed the herbs to continue photosynthesis. Suddenly, while Zhao Taohua was busy, she seemed to hear painful cries coming from the direction of the Zhao family home. At the Zhao residence, the durian spirit was still left behind to guard the house, as usual. However, she wasn't idle either, continuing to bind straw mats in the living room. After being busy for half a month, she felt like her durian shell was about to be smoothed out by these bundles of straw. Knock knock knock, is Zhao Taohua at home? Open up. Just as the durian spirit was continuing to bind the straw mats, the sound of knocking came from outside the gate. The durian spirit, hearing that they were looking for Zhao Taohua, put down the straw and went to open the door. Unexpectedly, without waiting for her to ask who they were, these people barged right in. "Where is Zhao Taohua?" After Zhang Gang entered the courtyard, he looked around everywhere, only finding it eerily quiet. The durian spirit immediately stepped forward to stop him from going further. Sister Zhao has gone out. What do you want with Sister Zhao? Who are you people? The durian spirit noticed that the three of them were unfamiliar faces, not from Zhao family village. However, recently, many villagers had hired outsiders to help construct the straw sheds, so quite a few strangers were present in the village. We're Zhang Caihua's brothers. Zhao Taohua ruined my sister's wedding, so we've come here as 3 brothers to avenge our Kaiwa. Second brother, third brother, smash. Smash everything in the house. At Zhang Gang's command, the other 2 men immediately started looking for things to destroy. The durian spirit never expected that she'd accidentally let in some bad guys. She always had the lowest presence among the 4 spirits, frequently tasked by Sister Zhao to stay behind and guard the house. If she couldn't even protect the house, wouldn't she disappoint Sister Zhao? The durian spirit stepped forward, her gaze coldly locking onto the 3 of them. This is entirely your own doing. Her tone carried an edge of ferocity, starkly contrasting with her adorable exterior. Hearing this, Zhang Gang and the others momentarily froze, but upon seeing a 5-year-old child, a little girl, they dismissed the idea that she could be anything to fear. What were they thinking? Scared of a little girl? The durian spirit gave a mysterious smile, and the durian flower pinned in her black hair quietly bloomed. Just as Zhang Gang and the others were preparing to continue smashing things, they suddenly smelled an overwhelming stench, making them immediately feel dizzy. They only felt like they were about to pass out from the foul smell. Zhang Gang couldn't help but curse Zhang Li and Zhang Shan. You 2 have defecated in your pants. How can it be this smelly? Ugh. As soon as Zhang Gang finished speaking, a wave of nausea hit him, forcing him to gag uncontrollably. Big brother, how could I still soil myself at my age? After Zhang Li spoke, Zhang Shan also quickly denied any wrongdoing. At this moment, the 3 brothers noticed something odd. The closer the 5-year-old girl approached them, the stronger the offensive smell became. Finally, Zhang Shan, the youngest, was the first one who couldn't take it anymore and ran out of the courtyard. Zhang Li closely followed after. Soon, Zhang Gang also couldn't hold out any longer. Terrified, the 3 brothers looked at the durian spirit standing by the doorway and asked, "What's wrong with you, kid? Why does it smell so bad around you?" Even though the 3 of them were extremely angry inside, none dared to step closer, instead wanting to keep some distance from the durian spirit. The durian spirit sneered disdainfully, glancing at them with contempt, and said, "Who told you I'm a kid? I'm a spirit, an essence of the durian." Having spoken, the durian spirit directly performed a grand transformation in front of them, turning from a human into a durian. Zhang Gang and his 2 brothers watched as the durian spirit transformed from a 5-year-old little girl into an enormous durian right before their eyes, causing them all to scream in terror. Ah, it's a ghost. The 3 of them bolted like crazy, as if something horrifying was chasing them. For the first time in their lives, they had encountered such a foul-smelling little girl, not to mention witnessing her turn into a giant durian. It was truly too terrifying. Overwhelmed by fear, their minds couldn't function normally anymore. All they could do was instinctively run forward, only wanting to distance themselves further from that durian spirit. Zhao Taohua heard the screams coming from her direction and worriedly rushed back home. Unexpectedly, she hadn't even reached halfway, when suddenly 3 men burst out of the middle of the herb fields, rushing straight toward her so quickly that she barely had time to react. As Zhao Taohua resigned herself and hugged her head, ready to endure the impact, someone abruptly pulled her aside, allowing her to narrowly avoid being hit. She twirled around, unable to clearly see who had helped her, catching just a glimpse of silver hair out of the corner of her eye. Zhao Taohua was surprised. Could it be Brother Shinming? When she regained her footing, she looked up and sure enough saw Shinming. Zhao Taohua smiled and softly called out, "Brother Shinming, thank you for saving me. Are you alright? Did they bump into you?" As Shinming spoke, his gaze carefully scanned Zhao Taohua from top to bottom. Zhao Taohua shook her head, her smile widening. At this moment, he was holding her wrist, and she felt a surge of spiritual energy entering her body. Previously, she had used up quite a bit of her spiritual energy helping Yin Jinju's family get rid of the evil child ghost. Now, it was a good opportunity for her to replenish some. Shinming turned his head to look at the retreating figures of the 3 men, saying, "They seem to be the people the villagers hired to help with the work." Shinming frowned, staring at their backs. They were running so fast, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhao Taohua asked, "Brother Shinming, did your family hire any help?" She remembered that Shinming's family owned 5 mu of herb fields, which was already busy work for one person alone. Now they also had to build straw sheds for these 5 mu of herb fields. Her family, though having 5 more mu than Shinming's, also had 3 people and 4 spirits. I hired help. Through the village elder, I got a few more people from Hainyu village. 3 will come today, along with several others to make the straw mats. Then they'll deliver them directly after finishing. Hearing this, Zhao Taohua relaxed somewhat, and then said, "After my family is done, I'll come and help you." Shinming looked down at Zhao Taohua's cracked fingertips for making the straw mats, and said, "I've hired people. It should be done soon." After saying this, Shinming had been about to leave, but he noticed his hand had been suddenly gripped by Zhao Taohua. The warmth of her touch made Shinming's pupils tremble, and his ear tips unknowingly flushed red. Chapter 80. You 3 may leave. Once again, this girl had grabbed his hand in public. She was after all a young girl who hadn't yet come of age. Shinming was worried it would damage Zhao Taohua's reputation and quickly disengaged. "I have to go back and check on the 3 new workers the village chief helped hire for me. Zhao Taohua absent-mindedly rubbed her fingers, still missing that little bit of spiritual energy she had touched earlier. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurried home, wondering what had just happened there. Could the durian spirit manage alone? When she got home, she saw the durian spirit standing at the door in her original form as a big durian. It had been a while since Zhao Taohua last saw the durian spirit in this form, and she looked at her in surprise. Durian spirit, what are you doing? What happened here? Upon seeing Zhao Taohua return, the durian spirit quickly said, Sister Zhao, hurry inside. 3 bad people came looking for you, saying you ruined their daughter Kaixia's marriage and tried to smash our stuff. Fortunately, I chased them out with my stink and scared them away with my durian shape. After finishing, the durian spirit immediately transformed back into human form, proudly showing off about driving the troublemakers away. Look for me, 3 of them. Zhang Kaixia. Zhao Taohua immediately thought of the 3 villagers from outside her village who suddenly rushed out of the field earlier, almost bumping into her. Zhao Taohua asked, were they one tall and thin, one short and fat, and one dark-skinned? Yes. Sister Zhao, did they find you? Are you alright? The durian spirit worriedly looked at Zhao Taohua. Although Zhao Taohua could wield Taoist magic, in terms of physical strength, she couldn't compare with 3 large village men. Zhao Taohua shook her head. They didn't recognize me, but it seems they were scared by you quite badly. Zhao Taohua hadn't expected that the durian spirit had such abilities. Indeed, keeping her at home to guard the place had been the right decision. But why had those 3 villagers from outside come looking for her, and why did they want to smash her things? She rarely interacted with outsiders. How had she managed to offend anyone? Zhao Taohua turned around, called the gong jing from the medicinal herb fields, and started searching for the 3 outsiders she'd seen earlier. Shen Ming returned to his family's herb field and saw 3 strangers standing on the ridges between the plots. He had just seen them earlier. They had hastily rushed through the fields, almost colliding with Zhao Taohua, their movements frantic. Old Tao, seeing his employer arrive, immediately introduced Zhang Gang and his 2 brothers. Gongzi, this is our employer Shen Ming. Old Tao then introduced Zhang Gang and his brothers to Shen Ming. Sir, these 3 brothers are the ones who've come today to help. They're from my village, also Black Ox Village. The eldest is Zhang Gang, the second is Zhang Li, and the youngest is Zhang Shan. Zhang Gang and his brothers saw the white-haired teenager for the first time, and their eyes narrowed instantly. Disgust flashed across their faces. Shen Ming's white hair stood out sharply under the sun, as if covered in frost. All 3 frowned deeply, clearly filled with disdain. Zhang Gang examined Shen Ming up and down, sneering slightly at the sight of his white hair, finding it absolutely repulsive. If not for the 20 large coins he'd earned daily working for Shen Ming, Zhang Gang would have turned and walked away long ago. Still forcing a smile on his face, Zhang Gang greeted Shen Ming. Sir, we 3 have plenty of strength and will work hard for sure. Hearing this, Zhang Li and Zhang Shan also forced smiles onto their faces and chimed in. Yes, sir, you can count on us. Throughout his life, Shen Ming had encountered countless contemptuous and disgusted glances. Thus, he was acutely sensitive to their expressions. He had hired them simply to build a grass shelter for the medicinal field as soon as possible. Shen Ming wasn't petty enough to fuss over every little thing like this. However, their voices seemed strangely familiar to him. This was the first time they met, yet Shen Ming was certain their voices sounded exactly like those heard earlier coming from Zhao Taohua's direction. Just before, he had rushed over because he heard painful cries coming from Zhao Taohua's home. Fortunately, Zhao Taohua wasn't at home, and he met her halfway. Yet, he still vividly remembered those screams. He asked, did you 3 just come from Zhao Taohua's place? At the mention of Zhao Taohua's name, the anger Zhang Gang had just suppressed flared up again. Grumbling furiously, he said, that Zhao Taohua is so malicious, ruining my sister's wedding prospects. We intended to teach her a lesson, but she wasn't home. Instead, the 3 of us were chased out with foul smells and thoroughly scared. A 5-year-old girl turning into an enormous durian. It's ridiculous. Zhang Gang continued to complain loudly, completely oblivious to Shen Ming's gaze growing colder by the second. That's enough. I don't hire people who can't distinguish right from wrong and start trouble. You 3 may leave. Shen Ming spoke firmly, reprimanding them. Stunned, Zhang Gang and his brothers blurted out, what? You're letting us go? Old Tao, from the same village, quickly tried to mediate. Master, these 3 brothers won't skimp on their work. Why not keep them? If you go look for others, it will take up half a day. Then let it be half a day. In any case, I won't hire the 3 of them. Shen Ming's gaze was sharp as he coldly looked at Zhang Gang and his brothers. His presence radiated with authority, making his already tall and sturdy figure even more intimidating. Even Zhang Gang, who was the tallest among them, felt intimidated standing in front of him. The 3 brothers, who had been reluctant just moments ago, now saw their anger subside. Even though they were 3, if they really went up against Shen Ming, they seemed to know they couldn't win. Helpless, they could only swallow their frustration and leave. However, they made a mental note to remember this day. Just as the 3 brothers were about to leave, Shen Ming suddenly added, if you dare to cause trouble at Zhao Taohua's house again, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Remember, this is your final warning. Shen Ming's voice, emanating from deep within his throat, carried an unyielding ferocity. Each word was pronounced heavily, like a blade, piercing straight through them. You, Zhang Gang and his brothers bristled with dissatisfaction. If Zhao Taohua ruined their family's marriage arrangement with Kaixiao, why shouldn't they get revenge? Yet, as they opened their mouths, Shen Ming's piercing hawk-like eyes met theirs, forcing the words back down. Just then, Zhao Taohua arrived with Ganjing. She heard Shen Ming's warning to Zhang Gang and his brothers. She glanced at Zhang Gang and his brothers, recognizing them immediately as those who had just caused trouble at her home. Zhao Taohua marched over and demanded, "What right do you have to make trouble at my place? What does Zhang Kaixia's wedding have to do with me?" She wasn't one to endure baseless accusations lightly. Zhang Gang immediately recognized her upon hearing her voice, asking, "Are you Zhao Taohua?" The three brothers had just been looking for her, but now she came to them on her own. This girl was only 15, barely 5 feet tall, with a slim, petite build. Yet, she wasn't bad looking. She had an oval face with lively eyes and black, bright pupils. But because she had ruined their Kaixia's marriage, they weren't about to treat her gently. The anger that had just subsided in Zhang Gang and his brothers reignited, and they swung their fists toward Zhao Taohua. Old Tao, watching beside, was shocked. How had it come to blows? He hurriedly called out, "Gongzi, stop this nonsense." However, would Zhang Gang and his brothers heed Old Tao now? No, they were determined to vent their frustration. Chapter 81. She can't swallow this humiliation. When Zhao Taohua saw Zhang Gang and his two companions rushing over to attack her without a word, she quickly dodged behind Ganger. Fortunately, she had the foresight to bring Ganger along with her. Ganger's physique was robust, towering as high as 2 men, like a small mountain. Zhang Gang and his two companions were aggressively advancing, cursing loudly. But before Zhang Gang or Zhang Li could take more than one step forward, Shunming swiftly grabbed their collars with strength akin to lightning. The force was so great that they were lifted off the ground, dangling helplessly in the air. Struggling, their faces turned red, eyes wide open, and they emitted aha sounds from their mouths. At the same time, Shunming grabbed Zhang Shan's wrist with his left hand and twisted it sharply with immense force. Pain contorted Zhang Shan's face as he let out a sharp scream, his body twisting due to the agony. However, because his wrist was tightly held by Shunming, he was unable to move and could only continue struggling, emitting painful cries of suffering. Zhao Taohua, hiding behind Ganger, was somewhat surprised. How did Zhang Gang and his companions start screaming in pain even before they reached Ganger? She hesitantly peeked out from behind Ganger and saw Shunming's icy gaze angrily directing at Zhang Li and his group. "You dare touch her if you want," he yelled. Zhao Taohua froze upon seeing such fierceness from Shunming for the first time. She remembered hearing him sternly warn Zhang Gang and his group not to cause trouble at her home when she arrived earlier. A warm feeling welled up inside Zhao Taohua. No wonder Shunming was her big brother, always helping her when it mattered most. Turning back, she resolved to thank him properly. Coincidentally, Moon Essence would soon finish making 4 wolf fur padded coats, which she could give to him before the temperature dropped significantly. Zhao Taohua stepped forward twice, with Ganger closely following behind. When Zhang Gang and his group caught sight of Ganger's massive figure with bulging muscles and a pair of curved horns on his head, they all fell silent in terror. What kind of monster is this? This thing certainly isn't human. Who among people strips themselves bare in the dead of winter? Terrified glances shifted from Ganger back to Zhao Taohua. How could such a girl be surrounded by strange and terrifying things? Standing firm in front of them, Zhao Taohua declared, "I have no grudge with Zhang Caixia. Her marriage has nothing to do with me. I didn't ruin her wedding. If you keep pinning blame on me and causing trouble at my house, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as Zhao Taohua finished speaking, Ganger let out a deep nasal sound from behind her. In an instant, that sound became piercing, scratching the soul like bones being grated. All three instantly showed expressions of pain. Unbelievably, within the blink of an eye, they underwent a mental torment far worse than death. Within a single day, Zhang Gang and his 2 brothers were frightened twice, first by Durian Essence, then by Ganger. We get it. They rapidly agreed, fearing that Ganger with the curved horns might make that snorting sound again to torment them. Seeing this, Shunming released his grip and let them go. Instantly, Zhang Gang and his companions bolted away as if something fearsome was chasing them. Not until they left Zhao family village did the trio dare stop to catch their breath. Zhang Li remarked, "Brother, third brother, Zhao Taohua is too eerie. That Shunming in Zhao family village is also frightening with his immense strength and excellent martial arts skills. He even has snow-white hair. Just looking at him sends chills down your spine." "Who says not?" Zhang Gang replied. "Let's go home. We'll never come to Zhao family village again." Zhang Shan still had doubts. But Zhang Caixia's marriage was ruined by Zhao Taohua. Just like that, the Zhao Feng family initially agreed to pay 15 taels as dowry. 15 taels of dowry. Most families only offer 5 taels when marrying off their daughters. Thinking about his sister's looks, who was considered the beauty of Zhaojia Village, they sought to increase the dowry to 10 taels, but ended up agreeing on 15. They thought everything was settled when the marriage progressed to the stage where Zhao Feng's and Zhang Caixia's birth details were combined, only for the Zhao side to abruptly say they no longer wanted Zhang Caixia. Zhang Gang glared at him. "Go ahead, why don't you go settle accounts with Zhao Taohua?" Immediately, Zhang Shan shut up. He dared not, especially not after what happened with Zhao Taohua's 2 monsters and Shunming whom he couldn't match in a fight. Dejected, the 3 brothers returned home. Upon seeing them, Zhang Caixia immediately questioned, "Brothers, did you discipline Zhao Taohua for me?" Zhang Gang truthfully answered, "Caixia, we are no match for her. Perhaps we should let this matter rest." Enraged, Zhang Caixia responded, "No. 15 taels can't simply vanish in a thin air like that. Throughout the surrounding 10 villages, which girl could command such a high dowry?" This indignity, she absolutely refused to swallow. She scolded her 3 older brothers furiously. "How powerful can Zhao Taohua be? Can she threaten my life next?" Back at the Zhao family ancestral home, upon learning that Grandma's son had called off Zhang Caixia's arranged marriage, Zhao Feng was nearly in tears. He had liked Zhang Caixia for a long time, and finally waited until Aunt Yu persuaded the Zhang family. He thought he was about to marry Zhang Caixia as his wife. Grandma, how could you do this? You know that I like Zhang Caixia very much, and how much I want to take her as my wife. Zhao Feng angrily said to Grandma's son. In the whole house, except for himself, everyone else would frown upon hearing the name of Zhang Caixia. That girl came to the house only once for a meal, intending to become familiar with everyone before the engagement ceremony, and also to give Zhao Feng and Zhang Caixia some opportunities to interact. But who would have expected that Zhang Caixia looked good on the outside but lacked intelligence? The New Year's Eve lunch that day made everyone feel unpleasant, while she herself didn't seem to notice at all. If such a person entered the family, wouldn't it result in daily chaos? Not only did Grandma's son find Aunt Yu and cancel the wedding, but everyone in the Zhao old residence did not want Zhao Feng to marry this bride, whose dowry was expensive and character questionable. Grandma's son took a glance at her doting grandson since childhood, and for the first time, scolded him. What's so great about Zhang Caixia? What use is looking good? Her narrow forehead shows a lack of vision. Her dull eyes reveal no wisdom. Her crooked nose suggests bad intent. Her protruding cheekbones indicate strong controlled desire. I disagree with Zhang Caixia. Dear grandson, later on, Grandma will find you a polite and virtuous wife. This one we don't want. Zhao Feng was puzzled when he heard Grandma speaking of Zhang Caixia like this. Suddenly, he remembered that on New Year's Eve afternoon, after finishing lunch, Grandma's son chased Zhao Taohua to the Zhao family. He hurriedly asked, Grandma, did Zhao Taohua say anything wrong to you? What nonsense. Everything Taohua says is correct. She has never told lies. Did you forget the incident where Lady Chao didn't believe Taohua's words and almost caused harm to the whole family? Grandma's son scolded angrily. However, Zhao Feng couldn't listen anymore. He only heard that Grandma's son indeed listened to Zhao Taohua's words. Zhao Feng immediately turned and rushed out. Dear grandson, where are you going? Grandma's son quickly ran to the door and saw him heading towards the Zhao family. She had to follow up. For the first time, she felt that her beloved grandson since childhood was somewhat foolish. She was worried that if Zhao Feng went to the Zhao family, he might say something inappropriate to Zhao Taohua and anger her. She was currently doing everything possible to get closer to Zhao Taohua. She couldn't allow her grandson to ruin things. At the Zhao family, Zhao Taohua and Durian Essence were binding straw mats in the living room. Suddenly, they both heard knocking at the courtyard gate. Durian Essence immediately put down what she was holding and went to open the door. Unexpectedly, the person barged inside without permission, shouting as they rushed in. Is Zhao Taohua at home? Let her come out. Durian Essence felt this scene was somehow familiar, and furthermore, this woman seemed to bear some resemblance to the three men from earlier today. Zhang Caixia peeked into the living room and unexpectedly saw Zhao Taohua sitting there. She walked over and confronted her. Zhao Taohua, why did you ruin my marriage? How did I offend you? This question should be directed at you. How have I offended you? My grandma paid money to examine your face. I took the money and told the truth honestly. The failure of your engagement with cousin was grandma's decision. Why are you coming to me? Zhao Taohua stood her ground, directly countering. Was she really such an easy target, letting others bully her without retaliation? At this moment, Durian Essence quickly ran into the living room and stood by Zhao Taohua. If Zhang Caixia dared to harm Sister Zhao, she would make sure Zhang Caixia suffered consequences. Pouting, Zhang Caixia touched her face and then said, no matter what, it's your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost the 15 taels of dowry that was already mine. Upon hearing Zhang Caixia's irrational reasoning, Zhao Taohua nearly burst out laughing. Just then, she caught sight of half a body standing at the courtyard gate. Wasn't that Zhao Feng? Chapter 82. I'll also help you with your granddaughter's marriage. Zhang Caixia knew that her marriage to Zhao Feng was off, and she presumed Zhao Feng must have known too. So, had he come to settle accounts with her? Zhao Taohua inwardly scoffed. This 2 taels of silver had not been easy to earn, as 3 groups of people had already come to trouble her. However, seeing Zhao Feng did not immediately enter, he must have overheard Zhang Caixia's words just now. If so, then she would give Zhao Feng a grand present, sparing herself from having to debate further with the fool later. Zhao Taohua looked at the infuriated Zhang Caixia and asked, if my cousin still marries you, but gives only 5 taels as dowry instead of 15, will you still marry him? Marry? With just 5 taels, how could I possibly agree? She was 16 this year, and if her dowry was only 5 taels, her marriage couldn't have been delayed until now. Matchmakers usually came to discuss marriage when a girl turned 15, they didn't necessarily wait until formal adulthood rites. Zhang Caixia angrily said, your cousin is as skinny as a bamboo stick. It seems like he'd be blown away by the wind. If it weren't for the promise of a 15-tailed dowry, I wouldn't have agreed to marry him. He's plain looking, easily lost in a crowd. Not one bit considerate, only thinking about himself. If I live with him, my life will surely become unbearable. The more Zhang Caixia spoke, the more spirited she became, not noticing Zhao Taohua's lips subtly curving upwards. When Grandma's son finally managed to catch up with Zhao Feng at the Zhao family doorstep, she found Zhao Feng standing outside the courtyard entrance, seemingly hesitant to go in. Though Grandma's son was puzzled, she was relieved. At least he hadn't gone inside to confront Taohua. She tugged at Zhao Feng's arm, imploring, good grandson, go home with Grandma. At this moment, Zhang Caixia, who was inside the main room, heard Grandma's son's voice and abruptly froze. Turning around, she saw Zhao Feng standing at the courtyard entrance. Startled, Zhang Caixia's eyes widened. She felt a mix of fear and guilt, unsure how long Zhao Feng had been standing there or how much he had heard. Feng brother, are you visiting Taohua's sister? A strained smile crept across Zhang Caishiao's face as she greeted Zhao Feng, but received no pleasant response from him. Zhao Feng solemnly addressed Grandma Sun. Grandma, I will do as you say. The choice of your granddaughter-in-law rests with you. Having spoken, Zhao Feng turned and headed directly towards the old Zhao residence. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, Grandma Sun immediately broke into a wide grin, repeatedly affirming, Good. Grandma will surely entrust Aunt Yu to find you a well-mannered and virtuous wife. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Caixia panicked and hurried after them. Feng brother, you promised to marry me. Zhang Caixia stopped Zhao Feng, demanding an explanation. Although Zhao Feng had many flaws, the Zhao village's current economic conditions were good, and if she married into the Zhao family, she would undoubtedly lead a comfortable life. With a complicated look, Zhao Feng glanced at her. Didn't you just say I'm as skinny as a bamboo stick, ordinary looking enough to get lost in a crowd, and claimed living with me would make you suffer? Since so, why torment yourself? Go find someone strong, handsome, and considerate. I Zhao Feng simply don't have that fortune. With these words, Zhao Feng strode past Zhang Caixia and left quickly. Seeing that Zhao Feng was no longer infatuated with Zhang Caixia, Grandma Sun was elated, wanting nothing more than to rush home to set off fireworks, quickening her steps to follow Zhao Feng. She thought to herself, upon returning home, she would take out a red envelope and personally visit Aunt Yu, asking her to arrange a proper, virtuous wife for her beloved grandson. Zhao Taohua and Liulian's spirit leaned against the gate watching the commotion. Zhang Caixia was seen pouting while stamping her feet on the spot. Seeing Zhang Caixia like this, Liulian's spirit felt secretly satisfied. She deserved it. Suddenly, Zhang Caixia seemed to sense their gazes and turned her head toward them, charging over aggressively. Zhao Taohua immediately straightened her body, her gaze suddenly turning cold. Had Zhang Caixia realized she couldn't exact revenge on Zhao Feng or Grandma Sun, so decided to vent her anger on her? Sure enough, the next moment, she heard Zhang Caixia cursing her. Zhao Taohua, you despicable woman, it's all because of you. Liulian, go foul her. Yes, Sister Zhao. Liulian had grown tired of her long ago. Who did she think she was, daring to create chaos in the Zhao household? Zhao Taohua quickly erected a shielding array around herself to avoid being overwhelmed by the stench released by Liulian. Liulian quickly walked toward Zhang Caixia. In an instant, the lychee flower pinned in her hair blossomed dramatically. As Zhang Caixia was cursing, she suddenly smelled a putrid odor and started retching. Ugh. Yet, every time she opened her mouth, it felt like the vile stench went straight to her stomach. Terrified, she stared at the little girl in front of her, who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. What kind of child was this? How could she be so repugnant? Clutching her nose, Zhang Caixia quickly ran away, keeping far away from Liulian. Liulian's spirit raised her fist in warning. If you dare to come back again, I'll stink you to death. Seeing this, Zhang Caixia quickly turned her head away from Liulian, wishing she had a pair of flying wheels under her feet to run faster. Liulian watched her flee and burst into laughter. She then closed the lychee flower and went home with Zhao Taohua. When Grandma Sun reached Aunt Yu's place and explained the purpose of her visit, Aunt Yu's face didn't look too pleased. She had almost finalized Zhao Feng's marriage with Zhang Caixia, but now Grandma Sun changed her mind at the last minute. With all the income brought by the medicinal herb fields recently, Grandma Sun felt confident enough to speak boldly. She said, Aunt Yu, wasn't it true that my daughter Lotus was once almost married to Yang Fengshou? Didn't Yang family break the promise later? Afterwards, didn't you arrange for Yang Fengshou to marry Jiang Yanxiu's daughter? Her words left Aunt Yu speechless with an awkward expression on her face, but Grandma Sun spoke the truth. Afterward, Grandma Sun immediately softened her tone and handed over the prepared red envelope. Aunt Yu, take this red envelope. It has been a lot of hard work for you. Please help our good grandson look around. Make sure to find him a polite and virtuous bride. Grandma Sun continued kindly. Aunt Yu looked at the red envelope and lightly weighed it. It probably contained about 10 coins. Now, the Zhao village, which used to be impoverished, had become prosperous, and Grandma Sun was also becoming generous in her dealings. Without hesitation, Aunt Yu agreed with a smile. Zhao Feng is such a fine child, handsome and tall, as well as the eldest grandson of the old Zhao family. He deserves a virtuous wife who will bring prosperity to his family. Girls like Zhang Caixia only care about their looks, never knowing their real worth and value. She daydreams of a 15-tailed dowry every single day. In these villages, how many families are like the Zhangs? Not even the girls in town ask for a 15-tailed dowry. As Aunt Yu shook her head while talking, she felt that after Zhang Caixia lost Zhao Feng, a fool willing to pay 15 taels, no one else would ever offer such an amount. Not even 10 taels, as there isn't anyone around here foolish enough to part with that much money. And Zhang Caixia is already 16 years old. If they keep dragging this, she will soon be an old maid. Just as she spoke, Aunt Yu suddenly remembered something and asked, Sister Sun, don't you have 2 granddaughters who are 15 this year? You mean Taohua and Xinghua? Taohua is older since her birthday is on the 7th day of the 7th month. Xinghua's coming-of-age ceremony won't happen until September 10th. Upon hearing this, Aunt Yu laughed. It's only a matter of a few months. Matters like proposing should be handled early. Once they reach adulthood, the wedding can proceed right away. Look at Zhang Caixia. She was so lackadaisical that now she's already 16. By next year when she's 17, even if they offered 5 taels of dowry, others might hesitate. I think not only for your grandson Xiao Feng's marriage, but also for your granddaughters Taohua and Xinghua, I'll arrange everything for you all together. Sister Sun, just wait for the good news from me. And remember me when it's time to celebrate with wine. Chapter 83. He likes Zhao Taohua. Naturally. However, old lady Sun didn't dare to decide Zhao Taohua's marriage herself. She laughed and said, "Sister Yu, as you know, the Taohua family has branched out from the old Zhao residence. So for Taohua's marriage, you must go directly to the second house and ask what Taohua likes." Old lady Sun was worried that if she made a decision about Taohua's marriage, she might anger her later. She added, "However, you must find the best young man in the neighboring villages for my Taohua." Young Taohua, though a little girl, was very smart. It was her who led our whole village in cultivating medicinal herbs and helped everyone become wealthy. And she also exorcises evil spirits. Previously, Lianhua got into arguments because a ghostly presence had possessed her. At this point, old lady Sun sighed deeply. Because of being possessed by a ghost and Lianhua letting fool Zhao Shengda destroy the reputations of Taohua, Shenming, and Zhao Xingxiang, things went awry, and now Lianhua's reputation both in the village and across all nearby villages is ruined. Now, marrying her off will be difficult. You the matchmaker had heard before that Zhao Taohua knew Taoist magic, and that she brought the whole Zhao village prosperity. I am truly amazed at how capable Sister Taohua is. I must find her a good family. If she agrees, I can help her find someone good in the town. The next day, just as Zhao Taohua and Moon Essence were delivering the bundled grass mats to the medicinal field, they barely reached the door when she heard someone call her name behind them. "Taohua, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you, and here you are at home. By the way, are your parents at home?" Matchmaker Yu smiled broadly as she asked Zhao Taohua. Seeing her, Taohua immediately understood her purpose. In this era, women could marry at 15 years of age, just like Sister Fragrant, whose wedding with Yangfeng Shou is scheduled for April 10th. She is only 16 this year. Thinking to herself, Zhao Taohua considered since she would have to get married eventually, she might as well choose someone whom she finds agreeable. At least having Matchmaker Yu acting as intermediary meant once you found someone suitable, she could investigate quietly. This way, it wouldn't feel like a completely blind marriage. So Zhao Taohua invited Matchmaker Yu inside, and had Moon Essence brew her a bowl of tea while lowering the curtain in the hall to keep out the cold wind. "Grandma Yu, my parents aren't home. You can speak directly to me," Zhao Taohua said. Matchmaker Yu hesitated slightly. Normally, when arranging matches, she spoke with their parents, and the young ones either sat quietly or answered briefly when spoken to with a mere "huh." Hearing Zhao Taohua's statement, Matchmaker Yu felt somewhat surprised. Matchmaker Yu's reaction fell within Zhao Taohua's expectations. After all, in this time period, marriages were arranged by parents' wills and mediators' words. It was uncommon for someone without a single elder relative to personally discuss their own nuptial matters with a matchmaker. "Grandma Yu, don't worry, just tell me straight. Since it is me who's going to marry, it's better if you talk directly to me," Zhao Taohua explained. Matchmaker Yu immediately brightened up. "Right, Taohua, you're right. So Grandma Yu will just come straight out and ask." Looking at Zhao Taohua, Matchmaker Yu couldn't help but secretly marvel. No wonder old lady Sun wanted her to personally come and ask Zhao family's opinions. Turned out, she intended for her to inquire about Sister Taohua's preferences. Truly worthy of the person who led the entire Zhao family village to wealth. Despite her youth, she was wise beyond her years. "Taohua, you're 15 this year. After your birthday, you'll be eligible to marry. Grandma Yu plans to arrange it ahead for you, not wasting your time, avoiding delaying until after you turn 16. She paused and continued. "Tell Grandma Yu what kind of husband you'd like. Don't hold back on your thoughts, whatever they may be. Grandma Yu will definitely find you someone." Just then, she noticed Zhao family had an ox cart. No small fortune, worth more than even a brick-and-tile house. After posing her questions, Matchmaker Yu settled down to listen quietly to Zhao Taohua's response. Only then did she realize Zhao Taohua had used good tea leaves to serve her, something she only experienced when matchmaking in the towns. Shenming arrived at the Zhao household, ready to knock on the door, but instead realized today the courtyard gate wasn't closed. He glanced inside cautiously. Everything was neatly arranged in the yard, clearly showing there had been no disturbances. Just as he prepared to call out Zhao Taohua's name, he faintly heard voices from the hall inside. With his exceptional hearing honed from years of hunting, "That's Matchmaker Yu's voice? You tell Grandma Yu what kind of husband you'd like. Whatever ideas you have, just say them to Grandma Yu. She'll definitely find someone for you." Upon hearing those words, Shenming felt a sudden fierce tremor in his chest. Lifting his eyes towards the wind curtain hanging in front of the hall, he longed for his gaze to pierce through it and instantly see Zhao Taohua. For 19 years he had lived. Never had he felt so tense and anxious. His heart pounded violently, giving him a sense that something precious seemed about to leave him. He stared at the wind curtain in front of the hall, thinking to himself, Zhao Taohua is 15 now. She's no longer a little girl. It made perfect sense for Matchmaker Yu to come and discuss potential suitors with her. But why did he feel so strongly against Zhao Taohua marrying someone else? He lowered his eyes and looked at the hand cream in his hand, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Immediately afterward, his gaze became resolute as he firmly believed. He simply liked Zhao Taohua. Shenming stepped lightly toward the direction of the hall, only to hear a crisp voice inside say, "Grandma Yu, I want my husband to be kind, responsible, capable of managing life well, and respectful to elders." Upon hearing this, Matchmaker Yu nodded repeatedly. Zhao Taohua's requirements weren't too high. Character was most important. From the start, Taohua didn't demand anything about the man's family wealth or the amount of dowry. But Matchmaker Yu felt that given Zhao Taohua's intelligence and money-making skills, it would be a pity if she didn't consider marrying into town. She asked, "Taohua, would you be willing to marry into town? Should Grandma Yu help you arrange a few options there as well?" "All right," Zhao Taohua replied. "First, cast a wide net. Then compare each one carefully later before deciding on the best option. After all, this was a lifetime decision. Zhaojia hoped to choose someone whom she could get along with easily. Good. Grandma Yu understands. Don't worry, Grandma Yu will definitely find you a good match, guaranteed to satisfy you. After saying that, Matchmaker Yu drained the tea from the table and happily got up to leave. Naturally, families in the town were richer than villagers. Though people in the town didn't have fields, many of them owned shops doing business, making quite a bit of money every day. Outside the wind curtain, Shun Ming repeated Zhao Taohua's words in his heart. Kind, responsible, capable of handling life well, respectful to elders. Just then, Matchmaker Yu pushed aside the wind curtain and came out, slightly surprised when she saw Shin Ming. Shin Ming, you're here? Upon hearing this, Shin Ming immediately tightened his grip on the hand cream in his hand and replied, Yes, I'm here to talk to Sister Taohua about something. Matchmaker Yu just said hello and left. She was very busy now, not only arranging Zhao Taohua's marriage, but also dealing with Zhao Feng and Zhao Xinghua's affairs at the old Zhao residence. Zhao Taohua, hearing Shin Ming's voice, came out somewhat surprised. Big brother Shin Ming, why don't you come in? It's so cold outside, come in for some hot tea. After finishing her sentence, Zhao Taohua sent Moon Essence to make Shin Ming a bowl of tea, entirely unaware that Shin Ming was looking at her with an exceptionally passionate gaze. Chapter 84. A sweetness in the heart, like honey. After Shin Ming entered the house and sat down, he held out his palm and offered something. Sister Taohua, this is for you. Zhao Taohua looked at what was in his hand, and it turned out to be a small, flat, round white porcelain bottle. She stepped forward, picked it up from his hand, and asked curiously, Big brother Shin Ming, what is this? It's hand cream. It can moisturize your hands, keep them smooth, and prevent cracking. After Shin Ming finished speaking, Zhao Taohua happily opened the bottle, and sure enough, it was hand cream. It had a creamy texture, and she scooped some out and applied it on her hands. Her hands immediately felt much better, especially the cracked areas from binding straw mats. Thank you, Big brother Shin Ming, I'll make sure to use it properly. She had been busy making straw mats lately and completely forgot about taking care of her hands. There were no gloves in this era, so her hands were always exposed to the elements. Seeing that Zhao Taohua immediately started applying it to her hands, Shin Ming's lips curled upward slowly as he reminded her, remember to apply it every day. Zhao Taohua nodded repeatedly and then asked again, Big brother Shin Ming, how much does this cost? I'll pay you. Shin Ming had helped her countless times before, and today he even brought her hand cream. It's not worth much, just remember to use it. I have things to do, so I'll go first. After saying that, Shin Ming got up hastily and left, as if he were afraid that Zhao Taohua would insist on giving him money. Big brother Shin Ming, why don't you have a cup of tea before leaving? Zhao Taohua walked to the spot where Shin Ming had been sitting. The tea in the bowl seemed untouched, so she picked it up and drank it all at once. Durian Spirit tried to remind her, but it was already too late. Sister Zhao, that tea has already been drunk by Shin Ming. In an instant, Zhao Taohua stood there like a wooden chicken. Shin Ming had already drunk from it? As Shin Ming just walked out of the main hall and was still in the courtyard, he overheard Durian Spirit's words and a trace of joy passed through his eyes. He still couldn't forget the 4 words Zhao Taohua used when talking about choosing a husband earlier. Immediately, he went to the village head's home and asked him to introduce more workers who could help with the tasks at his home. Ideally, he wanted everything done within 2 days so that he could go help Zhao Taohua. The next afternoon, sisters Jiang Chuier and Jiang Juer each pushed a one-wheeled cart from Hanyu Village. Jiang Juer, seeing the fully loaded cart of straw mats, was extremely pleased. Sister, we didn't expect to earn money by making straw mats at home. Once delivered to the employer's house, they would receive 5 extra coins, meaning each sister would get 10 coins per cart. Jiang Chuier also felt delighted since earning more mint adding more income to their household. Although Hanyu Village wasn't far from Zhao family village, one still needed to cross the mountain to get there. Suddenly, Jiang Juer glanced toward the foot of the mountain and exclaimed in surprise, Sister, Zhao family village's honey locust fruit hasn't been frozen dead? Without finishing her sentence, she stopped and leaned the one-wheeled cart against the tree trunk. Then she ran off to pick a handful of honey locusts. After being frosted, honey locusts taste sweet as honey, which is something children from poor families often forage for themselves in the mountains and fields. Jiang Juer quickly grabbed one and put it into her mouth, confirming it tasted just as she remembered, so sweet. Since the honey locusts in Hanyu village had already been damaged by frost, it was unexpected to find them still intact in Zhao family village. She hurriedly gathered all the remaining honey locusts into her arms. Jiang Chuier glanced at the sky and urged, Juer, stop picking. We need to hurry and deliver the straw mats to the employer. All right, sister, coming. Jiang Juer picked 2 more honey locusts and put them in her mouth. Just as she bit into one, her eyes widened in shock, showing confusion and curiosity. Why didn't it taste as sweet as before? Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, revealing a touch of anxiety in her gaze. Seeing her standing there slowly, Jiang Chuier urged impatiently, Juer, come on. At the sound, Jiang Juer snapped back to reality and hurriedly responded, Sister, coming. All honey locusts are sweet. Perhaps she experienced a momentary illusion just now? Jiang Juer continued pushing the one-wheeled cart as she walked. However, her eyes began to lose focus, her gaze wandering aimlessly, and her cheeks turning red. Walking ahead while pushing the one-wheeled cart, Jiang Chuier saw Zhao family village and noticed its neatly aligned rows of blue brick tile houses as soon as they entered. She marveled. Zhao family village is impressive, having managed to build all these blue brick tile houses in such a short time. While walking, Jiang Chui'er flagged down Aunt Zhou, who happened to be passing by, and asked, "Auntie, how do I get to Shinming's house?" Aunt Zhou glanced at the straw mats piled on the one-wheeled carts belonging to the two sisters and said, "Are you delivering straw mats to the Shin family? He's not home right now. You can take them directly to his medicinal fields." As Aunt Zhou spoke, she pointed out the direction for the two sisters. Not long after, following Aunt Zhou's instructions, the sisters found Shinming's field. "Excuse me, Mr. Shinming, are you here? We've come to deliver the straw mats," Jiang Chui'er shouted out once from the ridge of the field. There were many people in the Shun family's medicinal field, significantly more workers than others had hired. Many unfamiliar faces made it impossible for Jiang Chui'er to recognize who among them was Shinming. Shinming turned his head upon hearing the voice and walked over to them, replying, "That's me. How many meters of grass mats have you bound?" The price for a grass mat 1 meter in length and width was 1 large coin. Generally, a grass mat's length was 6 meters. 30 meters. My sister and I each bound 30 meters of grass mats. After Jiang Chui'er explained, she untied the ropes on the one-wheeled cart so Shinming could inspect. Jiang Chui'er stared intently at Shinming's face. Thick eyebrows, a tall nose bridge with thin lips that were slightly pursed. He appeared both handsome and manly. She reached out her hand, making an urgent yet unsteady move towards Shinming as she murmured, "You look really good." Her voice carried a bit of coquettishness along with some barely contained excitement. Shinming was checking the grass mat when he suddenly realized Jiang Chui'er's hand was about to touch him. He frowned, quickly stepped back a large step, showing full disdain on his face. Jiang Chui'er missed her target and tilted forward, only kept from falling by the pile of grass mats on the one-wheeled cart. Jiang Chui'er noticed Jiang Chui'er's strange behavior and frowned while reprimanding her. "Sister, what are you doing?" This was Mr. Shun. If she angered him, he might not accept their hard-earned grass mats. However, Jiang Chui'er seemed completely unaffected by her sister's words, even more insistently leaning towards Shinming again, filled with determination not to stop until her goal was met. Faced with this, Shinming retreated with distaste on his face, coldly saying, "Don't come near me." Jiang Chui'er looked at Shinming with longing eyes, as if she wanted to devour him alive, which made Shinming feel thoroughly nauseated. At this moment, Jiang Chui'er finally realized something was off with Jiang Chui'er, who was breathing rapidly with flushed cheeks. She placed her hand on Jiang Chui'er's forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, how could it be so hot?" Again, she carefully touched Jiang Chui'er's face and hands, finding them abnormally warm too. She hurriedly apologized to Shinming. "Mr. Shun, I'm sorry. My sister didn't mean it. I think she may have a fever, delirious from the high temperature, which caused her inappropriate actions towards you just now." Shinming didn't bother to dwell on these trivial matters, since he managed to avoid Jiang Chui'er's touch before. He inspected the 2 carts of grass mats and found no issues, promptly paying them. Jiang Chui'er repeatedly thanked him after receiving the money. But Jiang Chui'er still had red cheeks and continuously stared straight at Shinming, appearing quite abnormal. "Mr. Shun, where is your village doctor? I want to ask him to take a look at my sister." Although Shinming disliked Jiang Chui'er's rudeness, he still led the sisters there. Walking ahead, Shinming was closely followed by Jiang Chui'er supporting Jiang Chui'er. However, Jiang Chui'er's hand kept moving around, trying to touch Shinming. Jiang Chui'er frowned deeply, unable to understand why her sister behaved like this after developing a fever. Only heaven knows how difficult it was for her to manage her uncontrollable sister alone. Not familiar with Zhao family village, and with a disobedient sister, any further delay would prevent them from getting home before dark tonight. Jiang Chui'er continued stretching her hand towards Shinming's back, mouth slightly opened, seemingly wanting to say something to him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as she was about to touch Shinming's back, a sudden cry of prevention came behind her, startling Jiang Chui'er. Zhaojia immediately reminded Shinming. "Brother Shinming, just now she tried to touch you. You mustn't let her." Shinming gave a sound of acknowledgement, his eyes filled with amusement, his heart as sweet as if he had eaten candy. Chapter 85. A female seductive ghost on her body. Up until now, he had only let her hold his hand, circle his neck, and caress his ears. There's a seductive ghost on her body. It's a female seductive ghost that specifically feeds on men's essence and yang energy. It is much more terrifying than an ordinary evil ghost. Therefore, men must not touch her. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhaojia explained. Shinming's pupils dilated slightly, and a tinge of disappointment flashed across his mind. Was it because of this? Jiang Chui'er frowned as she glanced at Zhaojia, who suddenly appeared. "You say there's a female seductive ghost on my sister?" Jiang Chui'er doubted Zhaojia's words. She turned to Shinming and said, "Mr. Shun, please continue to lead us sisters so we can quickly invite the village doctor to examine my sister. Little sister Taohua won't be wrong. If she says there's a female seductive ghost in your sister, then there is one. Besides, Grandpa Xiangping is a man too. If Grandpa Xiangping touches your sister, wouldn't it harm him by draining his essence and yang energy? Grandpa Xiangping is 61 years old this year, and he might not survive the drain from this female seductive ghost." Shinming persuaded. As Jiang Chui'er listened to their conversation, she felt utterly perplexed and did not believe them at all. She didn't understand why her younger sister was clearly suffering from a fever, but these two insisted there was some sort of female seductive ghost. Just then, Jiang Chui'er saw a villager passing by. She called out to Zhao Feng. "Brother, my sister is sick. Could you kindly escort us to the village doctor's house?" Recently, Zhao Feng had been upset due to Zhang Caihua's affairs. He even began reflecting on himself. wondering if he hadn't done enough good deeds as Zhao Taohua had said, which was why he hadn't met a good woman. At that moment, upon hearing Jiang Chueyer's plea, without hesitation, he reached out to help Jiang Chueyer support Jiang Zhuer to Grandpa Xiangping's house. This was surely an opportunity to do a good deed. Seeing his actions, Zhao Taohua and Shun Ming immediately shouted out warnings. Don't. Be careful. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The moment Zhao Feng's hand touched Jiang Zhuer, he instantly felt a chilling cold spreading rapidly through his body from the point of contact, as if countless tiny needles were piercing through his veins. Zhao Feng's complexion turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and his eyes reflected terror and disbelief. Immediately afterward, Zhao Feng felt something rapidly leaving his body. His limbs grew weak and limp, and he started shaking involuntarily. His breathing became rapid and erratic, his heartbeat growing fainter and weaker, as if it could stop at any second. With the constant depletion of his essence and yang energy, Zhao Feng's eyes gradually lost their vitality, becoming vacant and bewildered, his lips cracking, and his skin withering and slackening, appearing decades older instantly. Bang! As Zhao Feng fell to the ground, Jiang Chueyer was startled. She quickly knelt down to check on Zhao Feng, shouting, "Big brother, are you alright?" Though Zhao Feng's eyes remained open, he didn't move. She looked up fearfully toward Zhao Taohua, asking incredulously, "Young miss, what you just said, is it true? Is there really a female seductive ghost inside my sister's body right now, feeding specifically on men's essence and yang energy?" She worriedly glanced at Jiang Zhuer, then helplessly at Zhao Feng. What should she do? If she hadn't asked Zhao Feng for help earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Young miss, will he die? If someone dies, her sins would be enormous. As Jiang Chueyer thought, an idea struck her. She asked Zhao Taohua, "Young miss, since you can tell there's a female seductive ghost in my sister's body, can you find a way to save both my sister and this big brother?" It costs 1 liang of silver for little sister Taohua to perform a spell. Shun Ming replied on behalf of Zhao Taohua. Instantly, Jiang Chueyer's face froze at the mention of 1 liang of silver. So much. But compared to human lives, Jiang Chueyer still agreed. However, young miss, I only have 70 coins on me. Could I pay the rest after I go home and get the money later? Please don't worry. I assure you I will not default on the debt. Jiang Chueyer promised. Shin Ming responded indifferently. That's fine. You can sign an IOU for little sister Taohua. Zhao Taohua turned her head toward Shin Ming. Why did he seem to know her so well? Even knowing that she always carried paper, ink, and seals with her. Jiang Chueyer, surprised, watched the two of them before cooperatively pressing her thumbprint onto the IOU. After Zhao Taohua put away the IOU, she walked to Jiang Zhuer's side, muttering incantations while forming gestures with her hands. In an instant, a soft glow emanated from her palms. When the light touched Jiang Zhuer's body, Jiang Zhuer trembled violently, and a layer of black mist emerged from her. From within the mist, faint wailing cries could be heard, causing Jiang Chueyer's nerves to tighten. All she hoped for was for the female seductive ghost inside her sister to be swiftly expelled. Zhao Taohua's expression grew solemn as she intensified the flow of spiritual energy within her body, the light surging into Jiang Zhuer's body like a tidal wave. Each ripple of light worked to disperse the yin energy of the female seductive ghost. Suddenly, Jiang Zhuer's body began to violently tremble and contort, her face contorting in agony. As Zhao Taohua's light penetrated deeper, the female ghost's strength was gradually compressed. Seizing the moment, Zhao Taohua swiftly reached out with a mighty pull, and a black shadow was extracted from Jiang Zhuer's body. The female ghost flailed about in midair, letting out piercing roars. Having already absorbed Zhao Feng's essence and yang energy, her ethereal form had grown larger, and the yin energy surrounding her was formidable. Without hesitation, Zhao Taohua slapped the talisman onto the ghost's forehead, immediately immobilizing it. Zhao Taohua dragged the ghost close to Zhao Feng. Had it not been necessary to return the yang energy stolen from Zhao Feng, she would have destroyed it with a single talisman earlier. Essence could be regained over time through natural restoration, but once yang energy was lost, one's lifespan would suffer. Though Zhao Feng was only 17, the ghost had drained at least 30 years of his yang energy. Once Zhao Taohua restored both his essence and yang lifespan back into Zhao Feng, the ghost's ethereal form immediately shrank and weakened significantly. With a firm grip on the talisman atop its head, Zhao Taohua crushed it, instantly reducing both the ghost and the talisman to ashes. As the yang energy returned, both Zhao Feng and Jiang Zhuer gradually regained their clarity, gasping for breath heavily. Jiang Zhuer, are you all right? Jiang Chueyer anxiously inquired. Jiang Zhuer suddenly remembered everything about her encounter with Shin Ming. Embarrassment overwhelmed her so much that she wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. She gave a slight nod, then quickly bowed her head, too ashamed to look up. After confirming her sister's well-being, Jiang Chueyer turned to check on Zhao Feng. Supporting him, she asked, "Young sir, are you all right?" Zhao Feng, dazed, pondered why he ended up entangled in this situation when all he intended was to do good. Why did his memory suggest he also became part of the mess? Chapter 86. Trying to poach my people? Fortunately, this young lady had hired Peach Xiao to help, restoring his essence and yang energy, preventing him from turning from a teenager into a man in his 40s. He did not answer Jiang Chueyer's question, but instead asked Peach Xiao, "Peach sister, was what I just did considered a good deed?" Peach Xiao nodded. However, doing this good deed almost cost him his life. Seeing this, Zhao Feng immediately burst into laughter and told Jiang Chueyer that everything was fine. Since the essence and yang energy stolen by the female lust demon had returned to him, he suffered no losses. He believed that as long as he kept doing good deeds, good things would come back to him, and he would meet a good wife. Jiang Shui'er asked Peach Zhao, "Young lady, my name is Jiang Shui'er, and this is my sister, Jiang Zhu'er. May I know your name?" "Zhao Tao." Jiang Shui'er smiled and nodded. "I see. Then I'll come over tomorrow to return the money to you, Miss Zhao." Jiang Zhu'er, seeing that Jiang Shui'er had finally finished speaking, quickly pulled her away. Just now, her sister introduced her name in front of so many people. Now the employer Shin knows her name as well. Jiang Zhu'er's face turned red like a persimmon fully ripe on a branch. She was utterly embarrassed. Still, Shun was indeed handsome. But why does he have white hair? After the departure of the Jiang sisters, Peach Zhao also prepared to leave. She still needed to go to the village chief's house and remind everyone to hurry up with building the straw huts. There were only 10 days left before the hailstorm and the sudden drop in temperature. "Miss Peach, thank you for helping me earlier." Peach Zhao was about to take a step when she heard Shin Ming's voice. If it weren't for her, he would have ended up like Zhao Feng. She smiled and said, "Brother Shin Ming, don't mention it. You've helped me a lot too, and now it's my turn to help you." Peach Zhao was surprised to discover that after the new year, her height started growing rapidly. Now looking up at Shin Ming gave her a completely different perspective. Finally, her body was starting to develop. She wondered how tall she could grow. When Peach Zhao arrived at the village chief's home, the village chief listened to her words and immediately responded. "Peach, don't worry. I'll go and urge everyone to hurry up soon. It's better to hire more people if necessary to finish the construction early so we can feel secure." "Peach, how long will this hail and sudden temperature drop last?" Starting from the first day of the new year, everyone has been busy building straw huts for the medicinal fields, and there has been almost no income for nearly a month. When the hail and cold snaps start, everyone will be trapped indoors. This won't do. We must make money. Grandpa Village Chief, the hail and temperature drop will last for half a month. During this period, everyone should avoid running around unnecessarily to avoid being hit by hail or frozen by the cold air. We should prepare firewood beforehand as usual and keep warm at home. The village chief listened to Peach Zhao's advice and nodded repeatedly. It was a matter concerning everyone's lives and health. The next day, Jiang Shui'er knocked on Zhao Peach's door and returned 930 coins. "Miss Zhao, I truly thank you yesterday. Could you please tell me the name of the kind sir who helped my younger sister yesterday? I'd like to thank him in person," Jiang Shui'er asked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peach glanced at the basket in her hands and pointed to the direction of the Zhao family estate. "He's my elder brother from the same clan. His name is Zhao Feng," Zhao Peach introduced. Since today only she came. Perhaps her younger sister was too embarrassed to show up? Jiang Shui'er thanked Zhao Peach again before leaving. Repeating Zhao Feng's name in her mind, she felt she might have heard it somewhere. Inside the old Zhao family residence, when Mrs. Zhou heard someone knocking on the door, she went to open it and saw a somewhat familiar girl. "Aren't you the girl who asked for directions while pushing a handcart yesterday? Why are you looking for Shinming here?" Mrs. Zhou said, looking behind her, realizing that there was no handcart today. "Annie, I'm not here to look for Shin employer today. I specifically came to find Brother Zhao. Yesterday, my younger sister accidentally encountered an evil presence, and Brother Zhao almost got hurt helping her. Fortunately, Miss Zhao acted in time, allowing everything to end peacefully. I brought 10 eggs today as a token of gratitude." Saying this, Jiang Shui'er took off the old cloth covering her basket. Mrs. Zhou was surprised. Little Feng had done such a good deed? Why didn't he say anything about it yesterday? Mrs. Zhou pretended to politely decline, but then led Jiang Shui'er into the kitchen to place the eggs down. She asked, "Young lady, which village are you from?" "Auntie, I'm from Black Ox Village." After saying this, Jiang Shui'er was about to leave. In Mrs. Zhou's heart, although Black Ox Village was a neighboring village, one had to cross a mountain to get there from Black Ox Village. To express gratitude by making a special trip and bringing 10 eggs, Mrs. Zhou couldn't help but think Jiang Shui'er was very agreeable. "Young lady, what's your name? Stay for a while and have a cup of tea before you leave. Why don't you sit down for a moment? Little Feng is working in the medicinal field. I'll go call him back so you can thank him in person." Mrs. Zhou asked. "The Annie, my name is Jiang Shui'er. You don't need to be too formal. My gratitude has been delivered." Saying this, Jiang Shui'er was already heading towards the door. Mrs. Zhou looked at her with a full smile, wanting to invite her to stay longer, but alas, Miss Jiang wasn't willing. Just as Zhang Kaishag reached the gate of the old Zhao family residence, she saw this scene unfold, and immediately, anger surged in her heart. She glared at Jiang Shui'er, who happened to be walking out of the old Zhao family residence, and shouted, "Jiang Shui'er, you shameless woman, are you trying to steal my man?" Before the words had even finished leaving her lips, she swung a slap towards Jiang Shui'er's face, catching her off guard. The crisp sound of the slap rang through the air as Mrs. Zhou looked towards Jiang Shui'er's face, now marked by a clear red handprint that began to swell. "Goodness me, Miss Jiang, are you all right?" Mrs. Zhou wanted to rub Jiang Shui'er's cheek, but she feared causing more pain. Suddenly struck, Jiang Shui'er sucked in cold air sharply due to the pain. Her eyes ablaze with furious fire, she stared hard at Zhang Kaishab and demanded loudly, "Zhang Kaishab, on what grounds did you slap me? How am I shameless? What wall corner did I pry from you? If you can't give a proper explanation, I will return this slap." Jiang Shui'er's sharp gaze showed no sign of deception. Standing beside, Mrs. Zhou witnessed the sudden change in Jiang Shui'er's demeanor. Previously courteous and now fiercely enraged, it seemed like two different people. Apparently, this Miss Jiang also had a fiery side. Under Jiang Shui'er's stare, Zhang Kaishak felt a twinge of fear, yet, convinced she was justified. She would not back down. You're shameless. Auntie Zhou was supposed to be my mother-in-law to be. Didn't you come here today trying to ingratiate yourself with her so you could marry Brother Feng? Zhang Kaisha rolled her eyes disdainfully, as if she had read through Jiang Chueyer's true intentions. Jiang Chueyer suddenly realized why Zhao Feng's name sounded familiar. It was the same Zhao Feng who was willing to pay 15 taels of silver as dowry to marry Zhang Kaisha, but then broke off the engagement. Slap. Unexpectedly, right after Zhang Kaisha finished speaking, an equally loud slap landed firmly on her face. With great force, it made Zhang Kaisha's head buzz, nearly knocking her off balance. Wide-eyed with shock and disbelief, she clutched her cheek and questioned angrily, "How dare you hit me?" Chapter 87. The Strange Mushroom. Why not? It was clearly you who started the fight, and your mouth is dirty. This slap is my way of returning it. If you dare hit me again, or spew filth, I will return the favor. Jiang Chueyer's eyes showed no sign of fear, causing Zhang Caixia to tremble with anger. Though Jiang Chueyer usually appeared soft-tempered, like someone without a temper, who would have thought that when Jiang Chueyer got fierce, she could be so frightening? Before leaving, Jiang Chueyer bid farewell to Mrs. Zhou, then walked away with her basket. At the entrance of the main hall stood Zhao Lianhua, Zhao Xinghua, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Lei, who had come out upon hearing the commotion. Zhao Lei exclaimed, "This sister is so scary, so terrifying." Zhao Lianhua quickly corrected him. "This sister isn't scary. It was she who was hit first, and then she returned the blow." Mrs. Zhou, seeing Zhang Caixia standing stubbornly at her doorstep, snapped irritably, "Why have you come? Regarding the marriage arrangement between our Xiaofeng and you, we've already asked Aunt Yu to cancel it. Please don't come to our house in the future. We do not welcome you here. Also, the young lady Jiang, please don't slander her. She has nothing to do with the matters concerning our two families. A brainless girl like you, who only knows how to cause trouble, our family does not want." Mrs. Zhou didn't yet know about all the bad things Zhang Caixia had said about Zhao Feng at Zhao Taohua's place. If she did, she might have been even angrier. Zhang Caixia stormed off from the Zhao residence, fuming. Now caught in an awkward position, earlier she had set her dowry price for the wedding at 15 taels. If she were to reduce it back to 10 taels, wouldn't that be laughable? Yet now, neither Zhao Feng, Zhao Feng's grandmother, nor Zhao Feng's mother liked her. What should she do to marry Zhao Feng? Feeling utterly at a loss, Zhang Caixia headed towards Hanyu Village. Suddenly, she noticed a peculiar mushroom growing in the dark crevices between roadside trees and rocks. It had an enormous umbrella-like cap, radiating a gentle cream-yellow color. Its surface was covered with uneven bumps, resembling small mushrooms growing on it. The edges of the cap had a wavy appearance, giving it an ethereal look. Zhang Caixia fell in love with it at first glance. She reached out and grabbed the mushroom by its stem, plucking it. Such a beautiful mushroom deserved to be kept for herself. Today's trip to Zhao Village might not have helped her regain her engagement with Zhao Feng, but obtaining this mushroom wasn't bad either. Just as Zhang Caixia rejoiced, the mushroom in her hand trembled slightly and disappeared, leaving only a faint chill in her palm. Confused, Zhang Caixia looked at her hand, and then checked where the mushroom originally grew, thinking everything that just happened might have been a mirage. But soon after, a voice rang out in her mind. "Miss Zhang, you wish to marry Zhao Feng, right? I can help you." Startled by the female voice coming from nowhere, Zhang Caixia turned around frantically, but neither a woman nor a single bird could be seen. Terrified, she ran towards Hanyu Village as fast as she could. Only after stepping into familiar Hanyu Village did her tension ease somewhat. But what she didn't expect was for the female voice to ring out again. "Miss Zhang, you really wish to marry Zhao Feng, don't you? I truly can help you. Who are you? Where are you?" Petrified, Zhang Caixia looked around everywhere, but there was no trace of any unfamiliar woman. "I am the mother mushroom that you picked. I'm now inside your body. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I'll assist you. If you let me help you, we can coexist harmoniously within this body, and afterward, I'll always remain to help you. How does that sound?" The soothing voice continued to persuade her. Admittedly, Zhang Caixia was indeed tempted, though still harboring some fear. Then the voice reassured her once more. "Isn't your desire to make Zhao Feng pay 15 taels as a dowry to marry you? If you allow me to help you, I promise I can ensure Zhao Feng pays 20 taels and brings you home in an 8-sedan chair. This will turn you into the focal point of Hanyu Village, and make you the envied woman in these surrounding villages." 20 taels? Zhang Caixia felt as if she'd heard an astronomical number. She had already considered 15 taels quite high, since others generally accepted only 5 taels. Already rejected once by Zhao Feng's family, this time she definitely couldn't consent to being married for just 15 taels. Where would she have face otherwise? As soon as Zhang Caixia was swayed, she immediately agreed. "All right, help me and make Zhao Feng pay 20 taels as the dowry, then bring me home with an 8-sedan chair." "No problem," the delighted female voice responded. Zhang Gang noticed Zhang Caixia standing on the road, daydreaming, and called out, "Caixia, why are you spacing out here?" Realizing what was going on, Zhang Caixia replied, "I just remembered something I need to do. I'll go to Zhao Village first." After speaking, Zhang Caixia hurried off. Zhang Gang watched her retreating figure, but did not stop her. He knew what she was up to. She was either going to get revenge on Zhao Taohua or seek reconciliation with Zhao Feng. However, in his view, the chances were slim. It was rumored that Zhao Feng's grandmother had already asked Matchmaker Yu to arrange a new girl for Zhao Feng. In these 10 miles of countryside villages, there were always new girls reaching marriageable age every year. Girls were the least scarce. Zhao Feng was busy building a straw shelter in the medicinal field when he didn't expect Zhang Caixia to suddenly show up in front of him. Beside him, Grandma's son, Zhao Qiang, and Zhao Sani all furrowed their brows upon seeing her. What do you want here? Go away immediately, Grandma's son shouted angrily. She'd never seen such a shameless girl. Even though her engagement had been broken, she still lingered around incessantly. Grandma's son worried that if Zhang Caixia kept pestering them, it would damage her grandson's reputation. Moreover, just a few days ago, her dear grandson had finally given up on Zhang Caixia. If he couldn't withstand her persistent harassment and began demanding to marry Zhang Caixia again, what would happen? Facing Grandma's son's intimidating words, Zhang Caixia remained unmoving. Instead, she turned to Zhao Feng and said, "You must come to fetch me with a 20-tael dowry and an 8 sedan chair." As soon as Zhang Caixia finished her sentence, Grandma's son almost burst into laughter from sheer anger. Her dear grandson no longer wanted to marry her, yet she had the audacity to raise her price and ask for a 20-tael dowry? Did she think she was made of gold, so valuable? Just as Grandma's son was preparing to curse Zhang Caixia, unexpectedly, Zhao Feng's agreement sounded. All right, I agree. Everyone, including Grandma's son, Zhao Qiang, and Zhao Sani, looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. Are you crazy? Grandma's son scolded first. Zhao Qiang slapped him on the back of his head. You think money grows on trees? Zhao Sani added. Little Feng, 20 taels could already buy 4 wives. Why are you marrying her? Aside from being good-looking, Zhang Caixia had absolutely no other merits. She spoke without thinking and was selfish, seeing her irritated people. Look, not long ago, Mother had helped Little Feng cancel this marriage proposal. Yet, due to today's antics, Little Feng now agreed to remarry her, and even needed to pay a 20-tael dowry and use an 8 sedan chair. Hearing Zhao Feng's reply, Zhang Caixia was extremely pleased inside, but with Zhao Feng's agreement, an intense pain suddenly surged throughout her body. This caused her hands to spasm involuntarily. Had she rolled up her sleeves at this moment, one would have noticed fungal-like patterns gradually appearing on her skin. They were winding their way up her arm, as if invading her body. Chapter 88. Feeling like I'm not even human anymore. Zhang Caixia suppressed the intense pain in her body and continued. Then our wedding will be set for the 28th of this month. Sun Laotai and the other two stared at her with wide eyes. It was already the 21st day of the first lunar month today. Their families still had to busy themselves building grass shelters for the herb fields. Who would have time to prepare for a wedding? If more than 30 acres of herb fields weren't managed properly, there'd be nothing left after hailstorms and sharp temperature drops. To everyone's shock, Zhao Feng also agreed as if he were bewitched, nodding to Zhang Caixia. Sun Laotai lost her patience. This is absolutely impossible, and I'm against it. I won't contribute any money, and I won't bother organizing the wedding either. You can get married however you want, but I won't care. She truly felt infuriated by Zhao Feng. Before, she only thought Zhao Feng was somewhat stupid, but now she realized that Zhao Feng was utterly ridiculous. She had completely lost hope in him. As Zhao Feng agreed again, the pain in Zhang Caixia's body grew even worse, but she could only endure it. Regardless, her goal was achieved. Brother Feng, I'll wait for you to come marry me. Though it was sweet coquetry, Sun Laotai noticed something strange about Zhang Caixia's voice. She couldn't exactly pinpoint what it was. But, Zhao Feng wanted to get married on the 28th day of the first lunar month, and she absolutely refused to help or care about it. Zhao Feng just put down what he was carrying and walked straight home. An uneasy Sun Laotai followed him. Zhao Daxiang and Zhao Sandstone also trailed behind, confused as to why little Feng seemed so stubborn since meeting Zhang Caixia. When Zhang Caixia returned home, her face was pale, causing Zhang Gang and others to worry immensely. Caixia, what's wrong with you? Caixia, we heard you went to Zhao's village. Don't feel sad if Zhao Feng refuses to marry you. We can find another man for you, although the dowry probably can't remain 15 taels anymore. Zhang Shan stopped halfway as Zhang Caixia interrupted. Brother Feng has promised me. He'll use 20 taels as the dowry and an 8-carriage sedan to come fetch me. After hearing her words, the 3 brothers, Zhang Gang included, all widened their eyes. They weren't sure if Zhang Caixia was madly ranting nonsense or if Zhao Feng had gone insane to offer 20 taels and an 8-carriage sedan just to take a wife. People from the town wouldn't even do such extravagance. After finishing her statement, Zhang Caixia returned to her room. Her whole upper body ached unbearably. Once she took off her top, she surprisingly found that her entire torso, except her neck, had been covered with some strange substance. She gently touched it with her fingers, realizing it felt just like the fungal mycelium on mushrooms. Suddenly, panic surged through Zhang Caixia as she questioned angrily, "What is this? How can I possibly show my face in front of anyone like this?" No, she didn't feel human anymore. "It's all right. No one will notice once you wear your clothes. Zhao Feng will definitely not mind seeing it," came the calming voice in her mind. However, Zhang Caixia remained horrified. She pleaded desperately, "Is there any way to make it disappear? I'm afraid. I don't want this." Unexpectedly, the woman who always indulged her before suddenly refused her with righteous words. "Miss Zhang, surely you didn't think I'd grant your wish without demanding a price from you, did you?" The woman gave out a cold, scoffing laugh. Still, Zhang Caixia had only used her power twice so far, and she needed to use it one more time for the woman to fully possess her body. Zhang Caixia's body slightly trembled when she heard the response. Price? Meaning these fungal-like growths on her body cannot be removed? This was the first time Zhang Caixia felt true fear, feeling neither warmth nor cold despite wearing nothing on her body. With trembling voices, she asked, "What exactly do you plan to do? What are you trying to obtain from me?" As she spoke, a glimpse of herself in the mirror caught her eye. A ghostly woman, emitting a pale yellow glow, seemed to appear on her own reflection. Then the woman's voice echoed inside her mind. Yet Zhang Caixao thought she saw the woman standing right inside her own body speaking to her. You and I are one entity. How dare I harm you? I'm helping you. Look, didn't Zhao Feng agree to marry you on the 28th day of the first month with a 20-tael dowry and an 8-carriage sedan? I've helped you achieve your desires. Shouldn't you help me fulfill mine naturally too? For some reason, Zhang Caixao felt that while the woman's smile appeared gentle, it made her shudder nonetheless. At this moment, she suddenly grasped something and questioned, what you desire? Is it me? At the Zhao family ancestral home, Zhao Feng suddenly returned. Zhao Lianhua looked oddly at him, asking, Big brother, why are you back so early? However, Zhao Feng ignored her completely and walked directly into the main house. Moreover, he was holding an axe in his hand. Zhao Lianhua was greatly alarmed. What was her brother up to? She hurried in after him. The same went for Mrs. Zhou, Mrs. Wang, and others. Mrs. Zhou asked on the way, Xiaofeng, why are you bringing an axe into your grandparents' room? Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, they saw Xiaofeng jump onto the Kong and start furiously hacking at the wooden chest where Grandma's son kept her money. Xiaofeng, are you crazy? Get down, Mrs. Zhou shouted. Everyone tried to stop him, but as soon as they got close, he swung the axe at them. Seeing this, Zhao Lei was frightened and ran out just in time to meet Zhao Daqiang and Zhao Sandstone coming back home. Dad, uncle, it's bad. Big brother is chopping Grandma's box with an axe. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Daqiang and Zhao Sandstone felt a sudden jolt of realization. They too thought about something. This was how Xiaofeng had planned to get the 20 taels for the dowry. They rushed back home to try stopping him, but reasoning wouldn't work, nor could brute force stop him. Xiaofeng had an axe in his hand. In the end, Zhao Daqiang took an axe blow on his arm before the two of them managed together to wrestle the axe away from him. The two pinned Xiaofeng down onto the bed to control him. Xiaofeng, are you insane? Zhao Daqiang cursed. Xiaofeng, why are you being as stubborn as an ox? Zhao Sandstone also couldn't understand Xiaofeng's series of actions. Still, despite being restrained by them, Xiaofeng continued to struggle fiercely. Zhao Lianhua, standing nearby, looked at Xiaofeng's expression and sensed something was off. At just that moment, Grandma's son walked in. When she saw the axe on the ground and the splinters from the chest, she immediately felt as if the sky was falling down. My heavens, what is going on here? There's actually a thief in our family. Grandma's son screamed, then angrily approached Xiaofeng, who was pressed down onto the bed, and struck him several times. Her favorite grandson, for the sake of a woman, was planning to steal money from home for their marriage. And all this fuss over an 8-carriage sedan plus a 20-tael dowry. Did he think gold grew on trees? A flash of cruelty passed through Grandma's son's eyes as she turned to Zhao Daqiang and Zhao Sandstone and said, You too. Tie him up and lock him in his room. The frost and ice hailstorm are only days away, and we still have yet to finish building the shelters for the medicinal fields. Who has time to arrange his wedding? Besides, I absolutely will not allow Zhang Caixao into this house. Hearing this, Zhao Daqiang and Zhao Sandstone immediately complied. To prevent Xiaofeng from running up the mountain to earn money like last time, he had to be locked up. Though Xiaofeng looked thin, today was the first time they realized how strong he truly was. It took every ounce of their strength to finally tie him up. Just as they were about to take him back to his room, Zhao Lianhua suddenly shouted, No good. Brother's hands are bleeding. They quickly glanced at Xiaofeng's bound hands and saw that, despite being tied, his hands continued to struggle fiercely. In a matter of moments, his hands had already been rubbed raw until blood streamed down freely. Zhao Daqiang frowned, glancing at Xiaofeng with a mixture of anger and pity as he saw his bleeding hands. He scolded, Is Zhang Caixao so wonderful that you would ruin yourself like this? Xiaofeng remained resolute, paying no heed to Zhao Daqiang's words, and focused solely on trying to rub the hemp ropes binding him with his hands. Standing beside them, Zhao Lianhua's pupils constricted. A sudden suspicion formed in her mind. Chapter 89. Being chained by a Jeyuan mother spirit. She walked up to Zhao Feng, waving her hand in front of his eyes and calling him brother. Sure enough, Zhao Feng didn't respond at all, and didn't even glance at her once, as if he truly couldn't hear her voice or see her hand. He was like someone who had been possessed, and she had a bad premonition in her heart. She immediately said to Zhao Qiang, Father, brother doesn't have any reaction. Zhao Qiang replied irritably, Do you think I don't know that he's not responding? He didn't even flinch despite losing so much blood. Zhao Lianhua shook her head and quickly explained the abnormality she had noticed. Brother is like being controlled by something, only thinking about getting the 20 taels from Grandma to marry Zhang Kaiwa, so he won't care about anything else. It's just like when I got infected with the Gong Jing spirit inside me, always wanting to argue no matter who the other party was. After hearing Zhao Lianhua's words, Mrs. Zhou immediately widened her eyes in shock and fearfully said, So, Zhao Feng has been bewitched again. While she was asking Zhao Qiang to untie the rope from Zhao Feng, she glanced at Zhao Feng's pupils and indeed found that his eyes were lifeless, just like a puppet. Old Grandma's son thought back to an earlier scene in the medicinal herb field and cursed. It must be that little grass dog Zhang Kaiwa. She cast some black magic on my beloved grandson. After listening to her words, her grandson became like someone possessed. If it wasn't possession, then what was it? Zhao Sanshur also agreed beside them. A few days ago, Xiao Feng promised mother that his marriage would be entirely up to your decision, and he wouldn't marry Zhang Kaiwa anymore. Today, after Zhang Kaiwa spoke to him in front of the medicinal herb field, he suddenly changed his mind. There must be something behind this. Grandma's son told Zhao Sanshur to quickly call Zhao Taohua over to take a look and then gritted her teeth and said, "Damn little grass dog. If she harmed my beloved grandson, I will never forgive her." Taohua and Yue Jing delivered the grass mats to the medicinal herb fields together and covered them, completing most of the 10-acre O family herb fields grass sheds. When Taohua arrived at the field, she surprisingly saw Shinming standing there too, very prominent. His long white hair shone silvery under the sunlight, impossible not to notice. "Shinming brother, are you here too? Are you done with your tasks?" Under Taohua's astonished gaze, Shinming nodded. Taohua was shocked. "Are 5 acres done already?" Shinming nodded again. "I hired more people, so it was finished quickly. Now I'm helping Uncle Ursh and Aunt Qian." Mrs. Qian had always had a good impression of Shinming. Since his arrival today, their work progressed much faster. He was strong and worked efficiently. It was truly astonishing for an ordinary person to possess such strength. Mrs. Qian called out, "Shinming, come over to eat lunch at Auntie's place later. Do not refuse." Shinming smiled and agreed. "All right, thank you, Aunt Qian." Shinming helped Ursh Zhao, Aunt Qian, Gongjing, Woniajing, Wujing build the grass shed, while Taohua and Yushijing carried the grass mats into the medicinal herb field. Taohua estimated the time and thought, with Shinming's help, they could likely finish 3 days before the hailstorm and sharp temperature drop arrived. Taohua. Just as Taohua was carrying the grass mat, she suddenly heard someone call her name from the ridges of the field. Turning around, she saw Zhao Lianhua running towards her anxiously. The moment Zhao Taohua saw Zhao Lianhua, she abruptly dropped the grass blanket to the ground, her eyes instantly locking onto Zhao Lianhua with intensity. Yushijing looked at her curiously. "Miss Zhao Yu." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Zhao Taohua had already left. Well then, there was no choice but for her to carry the grass blanket alone. "Taohua, you should come back to the old house with me. My brother seems to be possessed again. He neither listens nor looks, only intent on taking the 20 tael from grandma and using an 8 sedan chair to marry Zhang Kaiwa." Zhao Lianhua anxiously told Zhao Taohua. 20 tael? And an 8 sedan chair?" Miss Qian, who was working nearby, overheard this and her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zhao Lianhua. Uncle Zhao asked, "Lianhua, wasn't it decided that grandma would cancel the engagement with Zhang Kaiwa? Why is Xiao Feng marrying her now? Moreover, paying 20 tael dowry and having an 8 sedan palanquin, this kind of extravagant wedding hasn't been heard of in the surrounding villages for decades." "Second uncle, it's not grandma wanting brother to marry. It's that brother is possessed and insists on marrying Zhang Kaiwa," Zhao Lianhua said angrily. The whole family disliked Zhang Kaiwa, except brother. Zhao Taohua glanced at a sliver of alien aura on Zhao Lianhua and said, "That's because he's been ensnared by a Jun mother spirit." Jun mother spirit? Zhao Lianhua had no idea what kind of spirit this was, but thinking about Zhao Feng's current state at home, it certainly wasn't a good one. "Taohua, you must go see Xiao Feng." Miss Qian didn't like Zhang Kaiwa either. As soon as she opened her mouth, Miss Qian realized she lacked brains. Besides, Miss Qian had also heard from the lychee spirit that Zhang Kaiwa and her 3 brothers had made a commotion at her house. If it weren't for the lychee spirit at home, our house might have really been ransacked by them. A family like this, brainless and utterly unreasonable, is best avoided at all costs. Once Xiao Feng marries a wife like this, his life will likely be far from pleasant. When Zhao Taohua entered Zhao Feng's room, she immediately saw Zhao Feng being pinned down on the bed by Zhao Qiang and Zhao Sanshur together. Everyone in the old Zhao residence turned to her with hope once they saw her arrive. Zhou promptly went to the kitchen to prepare a steaming bowl of sweetened water for her. "Taohua, what's wrong with Xiao Feng?" Zhou asked worriedly. All eyes were on her, hoping that she could help Xiao Feng return to normal. "He has been cursed and his consciousness controlled by a Jun mother spirit," Zhao Taohua said. "Cursed? Taohua, is there a way to remove it?" Grandma's son urgently asked while handing over 10 taels of silver to Zhao Taohua. She had already spent 20 taels on driving away evil spirits from her obedient grandson twice. With this money, she could find an exceptionally beautiful and virtuous wife. But unfortunately, her grandson stubbornly insisted on marrying Zhang Kaiwa. Once the curse on her beloved grandson was lifted, she would immediately arrange his marriage, saving him from further financial loss caused by Zhang Kaiwa. After receiving the 10 taels, Zhao Taohua replied, "Yes, just severing the spell should work." Fortunately, the Jun mother spirit didn't possess cousin Zhao Feng's body. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult. "Difficult?" Zhao Lianhua curiously questioned. "Yes, just like when Woniajing possessed cousin Zhao Feng's body last time, almost completely taking over his form." This time, Zhao Taohua sensed that the Jun mother spirit wasn't very powerful, with merely 100 years of cultivation, not enough to assume a human form yet. For spirits like this, their primary goal is usually to acquire one. Walking up to Zhao Feng, stopping right in front of him, Zhao Taohua gathered a mass of spiritual energy in her palm, transforming it instantly into a sharp spiritual blade. She drove the blade straight into Zhao Feng's head. The scene startled everyone present at the old Zhao residence as they heard the sound of something colliding with the blade, followed closely by another sound of something being severed. Chapter 90. Would you like me to be your husband? When Zhao Taohua had thoroughly removed the curse force around Zhao Feng also quickly dissipated. Zhao Feng, who was previously struggling violently while held by Zhao Daqiang and Zhao Sanshur, immediately calmed down. Zhao Daqiang shouted excitedly at him, "Xiao Feng, good grandson, are you feeling better?" Grandma's son asked as she approached. The previous memories of Zhao Feng suddenly surged in his mind. His eyebrows furrowed deeply as he could not believe that he actually agreed to Zhang Caishia's condition for 20 taels of dowry and an 8-person sedan chair. He even stole money from Grandma's cash box to marry her. Grandma, I was wrong. Earlier, I didn't know why I did those things. But rest assured, I absolutely will not marry Zhang Caixia now. Zhao Feng promised. He understood Zhang Caishia's true nature clearly. Grandma's son nodded repeatedly and did not blame him. She knew he was cursed by the fungal essence, which is why he acted out those things. However, this time the curse on her grandson had been severed. What if next time it comes back? Grandma's son turned to Zhao Taohua and asked, Taohua, is there a way to protect Xiao Feng from being cursed again? Zhao Taohua took out a peace charm. One charm can only guard against one curse. When it turns hot and becomes ash, it means it has protected brother Feng from one curse. Given that they just spent 10 taels earlier, Grandma's son feared Zhang Caixia might curse her grandson again. With gritted teeth, she handed over another tael and bought Zhao Feng 10 peace charms in one go. She reminded him, Grandson, keep the peace charm close to your heart. Whenever you feel heat, stay far away from Zhang Caixia. Make sure she doesn't curse you again. Zhao Feng nodded. From now on, every time he encounters Zhang Caixia, he'll turn around and leave. However, grandson, Grandma wants to arrange a marriage for you before the hailstorm comes. After the hailstorm and the cold snap are over, you two can get married. What do you think? Grandma's son asked. If it weren't for the hailstorm and the temperature drop, even if their family hosted a wedding feast immediately, the villagers would be too busy with their medicinal fields to come. All right, I'll follow Grandma's wishes. Once his marriage is arranged, Zhang Caixia won't bother him anymore. Seeing the matter resolved, Zhao Taohua left. She had to hurry back to help finish building the shelters in the medicinal fields. However, instead of going home to continue binding grass mats with the moon spirit and rambutan spirit, she went directly to the medicinal field. Shinming was covering the completed sheds with grass mats, and Zhao Taohua offered to lend a hand. Occasionally, she brushed her hand against his as though by accident. Each touch gave her an increase in inner energy. Suppressing the joy in her heart with her lips pressed together, Zhao Taohua didn't notice that Shinming was glancing at her from the corner of his eyes. As Zhao Taohua expected, the progress on the grass sheds of the Zhao family's 10-acre medicinal field was completed 3 days before the hailstorm. Qian sighed in relief. Now we can finally sleep soundly without worrying about our medicinal herbs being destroyed or frozen. Zhao Ershu also relaxed his face, thanks all to Shinming's help. Shinming, would you care to drink a little with Uncle tonight? Sure. Recently, Shinming had helped out a lot with the Zhao family and became well acquainted with Zhao Ershu. Dinner was prepared by Qian. There were 5 dishes and 1 soup, meat and vegetables alike, including the carp dish Zhao Taohua liked most. Qian also poured some alcohol for Zhao Ershu. Tonight, Zhao Ershu was in high spirits. He filled Shinming's bowl with a full serving of wine and began chatting over dinner. Gradually, after 2 bowls, Zhao Ershu started showing signs of drunkenness. By the time he finished half of the 3rd bowl, his face was flushed red, completely drunk. Qian lamented helplessly. Even in happiness, one shouldn't drink so much. Don't you know your own limit? After saying this, Qian supported Zhao Ershu back to their room to let him rest. Zhao Taohua glanced at the bowl Zhao Ershu drank from. Each bowl could hold 3 liang, meaning Zhao Ershu couldn't handle more than a caddy of alcohol. Zhao Taohua smirked. In the 21st century, her tolerance for alcohol was top-notch. It wasn't just about capacity, but mainly her greed for drinking. Her employers were all immensely wealthy, and their liquor collections were among the finest. In order to savor these fine wines, she trained herself to hold her liquor well. After finishing dinner, as Shinming prepared to leave, Zhao Taohua took out a set of wolfskin cotton robes made by the Moon Spirit and handed them to Shinming. Brother Shinming, Moon Spirit has already prepared it. Once the temperature drops significantly in 3 days, you'll be able to wear it. It may have been due to the late hour, but Shinming noticed Zhao Taohua's face had a slight blush. Just as he reached out to take the robe from her hands, Zhao Taohua abruptly grabbed his wrist and looked up. Brother Shinming, let me send you home. I'll carry this robe for you first. Before Shinming could refuse, she pulled him outside without hesitation. In the kitchen, Qian was clearing the tableware when she suddenly noticed that Zhao Ershu's wine bowl was empty. She wondered aloud. Did Ershu just drink it all? That explained why he got so drunk tonight. Qian didn't think much more and continued tidying up. On the night road, Zhao Taohua boldly held Shinming's hand, even intertwining her fingers with his for better absorption of spirit energy. 10 fingers entwined. Sure enough, as she had anticipated, the spirit energy entered her body at a faster pace. However, she seemed to have overestimated her own tolerance for alcohol. Damn, this was the first time she drank since being reborn into this body. Her capacity still needed training. Besides, the alcohol tolerance of this body was terrible. After only 1 liang and a half, her head began to feel dizzy and lightheaded. Shinming's breath hitched due to her actions. He glanced down at the bold Zhao Taohua by his side and saw their shadows elongated under the moonlight, finally merging together. He asked softly, Sister Taohua, what do you think of me? Caught off guard by his sudden question, Zhao Taohua blurted out without hesitation. Brother Shinming, you're pretty good. In what way? Would you like me to be your husband? Shinming stopped in his tracks, looking earnestly at Zhao Taohua, and asked. Zhao Taohua hadn't caught what he said. She didn't understand why he stopped either, but had no choice but to stop too. She looked up and asked, Brother Shinming, is something wrong? Aren't we going home? Why does it seem like I see 1, 2, 3 of you now? In Zhao Taohua's vision, Shinming's image was doubling. She counted on her fingers, then promptly fainted. Reacting quickly, Shen Ming supported her waist and embraced her fully into his arms. A whiff of alcohol emanated from Zhao Taohua. Shaking his head helplessly, Shen Ming realized this girl had sneaked some drinks. With one arm under Zhao Taohua's knees, he picked her up horizontally. Because Zhao Taohua still clutched the cotton robe in her hands, he had to lift her higher to prevent the robe from slipping. Her head rested against his shoulder. Suddenly, while sleeping restlessly, her head shifted slightly. The next moment, Shen Ming felt a warm, soft, and moist touch on his cheek. It was an incredibly pleasant sensation. Shen Ming felt as though his heartbeat skipped a beat. An unprecedented strange feeling caused a tingling numbness in his chest, making his heart rate accelerate uncontrollably. Chapter 91. The whole village's grass carpets were stolen. He didn't change his posture and quietly kept embracing Zhao Taohua at that angle as he slowly walked towards the Zhao family home. Miss Qian, my sister Taohua, escorted me home and got drunk halfway through the journey. I guess she must have secretly sipped from Uncle Ertree's wine bowl. Shen Ming carried Zhao Taohua into the kitchen where Miss Qian was cleaning the stove, finishing up her work. Miss Qian quickly put down her linen cloth and said, I knew it. I clearly remember there was still wine in Ertree's bowl. How did it disappear? Turns out it was this glutton who drank it when no one was looking. Miss Qian then led Shen Ming to the west room, lit the oil lamp, and asked him to lay her on the bed. Miss Qian helped Zhao Taohua take off her shoes and covered her with a quilt. As she leaned closer, the strong smell of alcohol indeed came from her. Miss Qian scolded. Just like her father, with no tolerance for alcohol, yet always greedy for more. Shen Ming, thank you very much for bringing Taohua back. Be careful on your way home. Miss Qian handed the wolfskin cotton jacket back to Shen Ming and reminded him again. Walking on the road, the only shadow left on the ground belonged to him alone. He couldn't help but reach up to touch his cheek. But alas, it was unfortunate that Zhao Taohua was drunk just now. He wondered, if she had been awake, how would she have answered him? The next day, when Zhao Taohua woke up, she felt a slight headache. When she became fully conscious, she was shocked to discover that the spiritual energy within her body was unexpectedly more than ever before. Zhao Taohua was completely dazed. She seemed to vaguely remember her actions in the medicinal field yesterday with Shen Ming, which hadn't added much spiritual energy for her. Suddenly, Zhao Taohua recalled something else. She remembered taking advantage of the darkness to send Shen Ming home and having taken some small liberties with him. But this was also wrong. Holding hands shouldn't result in such an increase in spiritual energy. After much pondering, without finding any explanation, Zhao Taohua decided to stop thinking about it altogether. She got up and went to the kitchen where Miss Qian was just making breakfast. Just as she entered, Zhao Ertree followed right behind her. Miss Qian gave them both a look, exasperatedly scolding. You two should drink less wine in the future. Don't you know your own tolerance? Zhao Ertree was shocked. Taohua, did you drink alcohol last night? She drank the half bowl you left, then fainted on her way home, escorting Shen Ming. Thankfully, Shen Ming brought her back. Otherwise, what if a young woman had collapsed and encountered someone with ill intentions? After Miss Qian spoke, Zhao Ertree immediately joined in to educate Zhao Taohua. Reluctantly, Zhao Taohua promised not to drink alcohol anymore. Drinking really caused trouble. It easily fogged up the brain, and she didn't even remember the incident on her way home while escorting Shen Ming last night. Not long after, breakfast was ready. Miss Qian made congee for the father-daughter duo, fried eggs, and paired it with pickled vegetables. Zhao Ertree said, in a bit, I'll go around the village to see whose grass shelters haven't been completed. I'll offer to help. Hailstones were coming soon, and if the shelters weren't finished, it would be a disaster. Miss Qian immediately agreed. I'll go with you. They all lived in the same village, so mutual help was the norm. Earlier, many villagers had helped when they built their new house, and some favors hadn't been returned yet. Unexpectedly, when the couple first arrived at their medicinal field, the scene in front of them startled them dumbfounded. Miss Qian looked at the bare grass sheds and asked Zhao Ertree, I'm sure I remember all our grass sheds being covered with straw carpets yesterday, except for the sides which weren't fully let down. How come all the straw carpets are gone today? Miss Qian incredulously rubbed her eyes, wondering if she hadn't fully woken up and was seeing things. It had taken several days to cover the 10 acres of medicinal fields with the straw carpets, so she was extremely certain that their fields were originally well covered with them. Yet, they were all gone now, making Miss Qian feel a chill run down her spine. Zhao Ertree rushed to the grass shed and swept his hand across it. It was empty, absolutely nothing. They hadn't been mistaken. The straw carpets were truly gone. Turning his head, Zhao Ertree exchanged a glance with Miss Qian. In that instant, they saw each other's panic reflected in their eyes. There were only 2 days left, and their whole family, along with 4 spirit creatures, wouldn't possibly bind 10 acres worth of straw carpets in time. Then, what was the point of them initially building these grass sheds over the 10 acres of medicinal fields? My goodness, which son of a bitch stole our straw carpets? From afar, the sound of Zhang's cursing could be heard. When Zhao Ertree and his wife turned their heads toward that direction, they discovered not only were the grass carpets on their sheds gone, but so were the ones on everyone else's. A quick glance showed that all the grass sheds throughout the entire village were now utterly bare. When the village chief came over with the straw carpets that had just been prepared the previous day to cover their last bit, completing their own grass shed, he never expected to see such a scene upon arriving at the medicinal field. The village chief's pupils trembled violently, rendered speechless for a long moment. Zhang's medicinal field was next to the village chief's. As she sobbed, she recounted, Villainous thief, you've stolen all my grass carpets. The hailstorm and the big drop in temperature are imminent. What are we supposed to do now? 15 acres of medicinal fields. That's all money. Ms. Jiang was anxious beyond measure. Her daughter Xiangxiang was getting married on April 10th, and she had intended to provide her with a substantial dowry so that Xiangxiang could hold her head high as a daughter-in-law at the Yang family. Moreover, they would be hosting wedding wine for everyone in the village, which would cost money. And there were the melon seeds, sugar, peanuts, and firecrackers, none of which came without cost. Xiangxiang's marriage was a once-in-a-lifetime event, so she had to prepare a set of bright red new clothes for Xiangxiang. Not only Xiangxiang herself, but also every member of their family needed to have a presentable new set of clothes for when they went to celebrate the wedding feast with Xiangxiang at the Yangs later. They couldn't let Xiangxiang lose face in the Yang family. But now, everything would be destroyed along with the 15 acres of herbs being crushed by the hailstorm and frozen by the sudden cold snap. A whole month's hard work will go down the drain. Ms. Jiang cried her heart out and felt reluctant to accept this turn of events. She wasn't the only one reluctant to give up. Other villagers felt the same way. Everyone stood on the ridges between fields, stamping their feet and shouting curses. The animal who stole my grass carpet. I curse him never to have children. That cursed thing, trip over something while walking and break his neck. If I knew someone was going to steal the grass carpet, I should have tied our dog in the field to tear him apart. After being angry for a moment, the village chief consoled the crowd. The fact is, the grass carpets have already been stolen. Cursing won't help. With 2 days left until the hail and frost arrive, we'd better buy more grass carpets and hurry to cover the fields. Otherwise, we'll suffer greater losses. Just having the frames of the grass sheds without any actual straw covers above them wouldn't protect the herbs from harm. Upon hearing this, though the villagers were still enraged deep inside, they had no choice but to follow the village chief's advice. Indeed, complaints were useless. Still, some couldn't resist cursing. Damn beast. If I ever find out who stole my grass carpets, I won't let them off easily. Suddenly, Zhao Xinglin raised doubts. Could it be that these grass carpets weren't stolen by a person? Instantly, everyone turned their eyes toward him. Zhao Xinglin immediately explained. What I mean is, could this be caused by evil spirits? Like last time when all the main beams in our houses were stolen. Chapter 92. The field mouse demon roars feng. Upon these words, many people immediately agreed. Qianshu immediately said, I will go home and call Taohua to take a look. If it really is caused by an evil spirit, even if we buy more straw mats to cover them, they would still be stolen by it. In the end, all our efforts would be in vain. Taohua was leisurely drawing embroidery patterns for the Moon Festival spirit at home. With the exquisite embroidery skills of the Moon Festival spirit, combined with her memory of patterns from the 21st century, they would absolutely sell well in this world. Taohua, something bad has happened. All the straw mats in the entire village's medicinal herb fields are gone. Suddenly, Qianshu rushed into the main room and shouted towards Zhao Taohua. What? Zhao Taohua was greatly shocked. She quickly put down the brush in her hand and stood up. All the straw mats in the whole village were gone. As soon as Zhao Taohua stepped out of her courtyard gate, many villagers surrounded her. Taohua, please help us check whether these straw mats were stolen by an evil spirit. The hail and sudden temperature drop will arrive in 2 days. Losing them now is like setting our hair on fire. Even if they bought straw mats now, it would be very urgent. Uncles and aunts, everyone don't panic. Let me see the situation first. When Zhao Taohua arrived at the medicinal herb fields, she looked out and saw that all the straw huts were completely bare, with only empty frames remaining. She could not see any trace of the evil spirit with her own eyes. However, this did not mean there was no evil spirit causing trouble. She immediately made a gesture to release spiritual energy. A large clump of spiritual energy appeared in her hands, instantly transforming into 10 or so white butterflies that flew away. Wherever they passed, they all stirred up a faint layer of white mist. Everyone looked at this astonishing sight, their gaze following the butterflies as they took off. After a while, the spiritual butterflies returned, carrying a lot of unusual energy. Seeing Zhao Taohua's serious expression, the village chief asked, Taohua, have you discovered anything? Is it an evil spirit? Under the confused gazes of everyone, Zhao Taohua nodded. It's a field mouse demon. Furthermore, its strength wasn't low. If the spiritual butterflies hadn't extracted its aura from over 1,000 acres of medicinal herb fields, it would have been truly hard to discover it. This field mouse demon not only had deep cultivation but also acted meticulously. Just after collecting the aura of the field mouse demon, the spiritual butterflies she released earlier were almost dissipated from exhaustion. Zhao Taohua immediately injected spiritual energy into them, allowing them to maintain their form. Fortunately, when she woke up this morning, her body contained much more spiritual energy. Otherwise, there was no way she could have discovered the true identity of the other party so quickly. Xinming stood among the crowd, watching Zhao Taohua intently performing her magic. He couldn't help but recall last night. After all the spiritual butterflies received sufficient spiritual energy, Zhao Taohua quickly released them again. Field mice demons have one characteristic. They have numerous dens. It's not easy to find them. Perhaps, the entire Zhao family village underground had been dug through by it, and everywhere might be a possible location for its den. If she were to release spiritual energy to encompass the entire Zhao family village, with the spiritual energy currently within her body, it wouldn't be enough, so releasing spiritual butterflies to help her explore was the most economical method. After the spiritual butterflies flew away, just as Zhao Taohua looked up, she immediately saw Xinming. She raised her lips in a smile at him. With brother Xinming as this portable power bank, if her spiritual energy ran out later, she could just replenish herself with a bit more from brother Xinming. Seeing Zhao Taohua greet him, Xinming's eyes lit up. But just as he was about to respond with a smile, he suddenly found that Zhao Shengyan beside him waved first toward Zhao Taohua. Sister Taohua, hang in there. Make sure to get rid of that field mouse demon and return all of our straw mats. Zhao Shengyan shouted loudly. However, after shouting, his entire face turned red. Fortunately, since everyone's attention was on Zhao Taohua, nobody noticed him. That's right, Taohua, teach that field mouse demon a harsh lesson for daring to steal our straw mats. The villagers shouted in chorus. Shinming glanced down at Zhao Shengyan beside him, who had a red face. Suddenly, an unease bubbled up inside him. Hadn't Sister Taohua just smiled at him? Zhao Shengyan was 16 this year, 3 years younger than him, and his parents were alive and well. Now, Zhao Shengyan kept many chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs at home, being the largest breeder in the village. Zhao Shengyan had pretty good conditions in every aspect, making him a strong rival. All right, everyone, rest assured, I will definitely do it. Just as Zhao Taohua finished speaking, a spiritual butterfly came back to call her. Before leaving, Zhao Taohua warned everyone not to follow, to prevent the field mouse demon from going berserk, injuring everyone in the process. Zhao Taohua followed the spiritual butterfly forward and eventually stopped within the bamboo forest from last time. Under the guidance of the spiritual butterfly, Zhao Taohua quickly locked onto the position of the field mouse demon. Since she was facing a formidable opponent this time, Zhao Taohua didn't dare to let down her guard at all. First, she placed 8 talismans at her feet, one in each of the 8 directions. Finally, she pinched the seal and controlled the spiritual energy to surge directly underground, locking onto the field mouse demon. Her spiritual energy acted like a flexible rope, binding the field mouse demon directly. The force from the spirit rope pierced into the field mouse demon's skin and flesh like barbs, causing it to let out an agonizing scream. It struggled violently underground, making the ground tremble as well. When it prepared to bite through this infuriatingly sudden spirit rope, it found that the rope was much sturdier than it had expected. Roar! The field mouse demon could only roar wildly. In the next instant, its entire body was dragged out of the burrow by Zhao Taohua. With a thunderous bang, the field mouse demon hit the ground. At this moment, Zhao Taohua saw the true face of the field mouse demon. It was enormous, towering at 3 meters tall. Its originally petite and delicate body had become grotesquely bloated, and its fur, instead of being smooth like an ordinary field mouse's, was knotted into clumps. Its head was severely disproportionate, extremely large with 2 incisors protruding from its twisted mouth, as long as a sword and glinting with icy coldness. Its eyes, which should have been the size of black beans, were now as big as basins, filled with madness and savagery in their gaze. Its tail was extraordinarily thick, resembling a python covered in scales, swaying back and forth behind it. Wherever it passed, deep trenches were carved into the ground. The villagers who saw it from afar cried out in fear. What a huge one! How terrifying! How ugly! As it moved, its limbs distortedly supported its massive body, joints creaking in a bone-chilling sound. Every step it took seemed to suck the surrounding air away, instantly dropping the temperature and bringing a sense of death. This thing is even bigger than the earthworm demon last time. Can Taohua deal with it? Chibo doubted and even suggested to everyone. I think we'd better go to other villages and buy some more straw mats right away. The hail and severe drop in temperature are coming soon. There won't be enough time if we don't cover the crops quickly. Sun Laodai glanced at him disapprovingly and said, Chi-Shan, what nonsense are you spouting? My Taohua says she can get rid of it, so she definitely can. Moreover, if this field mouse demon isn't dealt with, do you think buying new straw mats will prevent it from stealing them again? Just see whether you can buy them faster, or it can steal them faster. Chibo was left speechless by Sun Laotai's scolding and angrily retorted, I'll tether all my dogs in the fields to watch over them. Sun Laotai laughed mockingly as if hearing a joke. The field mouse demon is this large. Taohua finds it tough to handle, yet you think your few dogs can stop it? They'll likely be eaten up or smashed into pulp with just a flick of its tail before they can even bark. Chibo was completely silenced by Sun Laotai and could only mutter, let's first see if Taohua can kill this field mouse demon. Chapter 93, The Hail is Coming. Zhao Taohua's expression was grave. As expected, this field mouse demon had been practicing for over 300 years and possessed extremely high cultivation. On a normal day, Zhao Taohua might not have been able to deal with it, but this morning she woke up and found an abundance of spiritual energy within her. In that case, she wasn't about to hold back. Roar! The field mouse monster emitted wild and agitated cries, its body thrashing wildly as numerous black sticky droplets flew out like rain. Slap! When one of the black droplets hit the ground, it instantly corroded a small pit. The black liquid obscured the sunlight from above, darkening the bamboo forest almost immediately. A strong wind whipped through the bamboo grove, swirling countless bamboo leaves in midair, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Zhao Taohua's hair danced wildly in the wind. Her eyes were fierce as she murmured words of incantation. Around her arose a sturdy protective barrier made of spiritual energy that repelled all the black liquid flung at her by the field mouse demon. As a string of killing spells erupted from her lips, her hands quickly formed intricate patterns in front of her chest, as if her 10 fingers were dancing like butterflies. Complicated killing techniques were swiftly cast by her. Each technique formed would be sent directly toward the field mouse demon. The first killing spell came wrapped in blue light, resembling a bolt of lightning that struck the field mouse demon first. The field mouse demon let out a shrill scream of pain. The spot it had been hit turned pitch black instantly. Following closely behind, The second killing spell transformed into a fiery dragon that surged towards the field mouse demon, instantly engulfing its body in roaring flames. Zhaojia continued chanting mantras and forming hand seals, releasing more killing spells and seals incessantly. Like bombs, these struck the field mouse demon heavily from all directions. Roar! The field mouse demon was no fool. Seeing the attack coming but unable to escape due to being bound by Zhaojia's spiritual rope, it suffered each assault helplessly. This girl showed no mercy and never gave it any respite. If things continued like this, it would definitely be obliterated by the girl. With an evil glare directed at Zhaojia, the field mouse demon immediately charged towards her. It must eat her alive. Bang bang bang. Due to its massive size, it ran like an earthquake. Even villagers from afar watched in horror, fearing that it would turn its attention on them and crush them beneath its weight. Some had already fled far away out of fear. Shenming looked from a distance at the approaching field mouse demon towards Zhaojia, feeling extremely nervous. Before he could decide what to do, his feet moved involuntarily toward Zhaojia. In the next moment, he saw a 5-meter-long great spiritual spear suddenly appear in Zhaojia's hand. Just as the field mouse demon rushed to her face, she thrust the spear straight into the demon's heart. Roar! Pain made the field mouse demon immobile, blood gushing from its chest wound copiously. Along with the blood loss, its cultivation power also drained away. It had never imagined that just a moment ago, when the girl seemed to have nothing in her hands, she would suddenly conjure a 5-meter-long great spiritual spear and pierce right through its heart and entire body. With a thunderous bang, the field mouse demon finally collapsed, emitting one last desperate howl before its colossal body slammed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Is it dead? The villagers asked from afar. Zhaojia noticed the field mouse demon's corpse shiver slightly, revealing a faint light emanating slowly from its abdomen. As the light swirled in the air, it eventually disappeared. Upon closer inspection, Zhaojia realized it was a crystal-clear crystalline stone about the size of a walnut, the result of the field mouse demon cultivating for 300 years. Although it was tiny in size, it contained all the field mouse spirit's cultivation power over those 300 years. Without hesitation, Zhaojia grabbed the crystalline stone and used her spiritual energy to create a shielding formation around it, hiding the stone's strength. The instant the crystalline stone was taken by Zhaojia, the field mouse demon's corpse quickly disintegrated into mud, merging back with the original bamboo forest soil. Simultaneously, the originally flat ground began to undulate like waves. Then, pieces of grass blankets broke through the earth from below. At first, the villagers stared speechless, then cheers erupted from their throats. It's great. The grass blankets are retrieved. Taowa is truly amazing. Some villagers were so excited they had tears brimming in their eyes. Having the grass blankets back was good. Otherwise, hail would soon come. This time, buying dozens of acres worth of grass blankets would be difficult, and they feared that the field mouse demon might steal them again. Now, Taowa had directly exterminated the field mouse demon, eliminating future troubles for everyone. The village headman ordered his 2 sons to retrieve their family's grass blankets, filled with gratitude that heaven had dispatched a Zhaojia to their village, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. All men, women, and children in the village went all out, covering their own medicinal fields with the retrieved grass blankets. Zhaojia smiled as she responded to everyone's praise. In truth, all the spiritual energy within her had been completely depleted by now. Indeed, a field mouse demon that had been practicing cultivation for 300 years was incredibly formidable. Little sister Taowa, are you alright? Shenming saw Zhaojia standing in place lost in thought and approached to ask. When Zhaojia raised her eyes and saw Shenming, her gaze immediately lit up with a flicker of delight. Mom and Dad, please go home and call over the 4 spirits to help us. I'll help Brother Shenming cover his fields with grass blankets. His family is alone, and I'm afraid he can't finish by himself. Zhaojia turned her head towards the Qian couple not far away. Once Mr. Qian and Mrs. Zhao agreed, Zhaojia grew even happier, lifting a bundle of grass blankets and heading straight towards Shenming's medicinal fields. Shenming watched her smug smile, his lips also curling upward without him realizing it. Sure enough, while they worked together spreading the grass blankets across the sheds in the medicinal fields, Zhaojia kept using the back of her hand to brush against the back of his hand. The question Shenming hadn't received an answer to last night resurfaced in his mind once again. He stopped where he stood and looked at Zhaojia, preparing to ask her. However, his memory replayed Ouyang Chang'an waving at her from earlier. Just now, had little sister Taowa been smiling at him, or had she been smiling at Ouyang Chang'an? That day, all the grass blankets retrieved from the field mouse demon were fully laid out. Most villagers had finished setting up their grass sheds over their medicinal fields, while only a few still had some remaining work. Finally, on the last day, every single one of the village's medicinal fields had its protective covering fully set up. The village headman stood outside his home, gazing at the medicinal fields in the village. Those fields held everyone's hard work from the past month. Suddenly, as the evening sun had yet to fully set, large ink-like dark clouds surged in the distance, quickly spreading like surging waves. The air suddenly became biting cold, with the wind cutting against their faces like sharp knives. A chill ran down the village headman's spine. He dared not remain standing at his doorway any longer. The hail was coming. Sure enough, the moment he stepped inside, hailstones as big as beans began pummeling down violently, carried by piercing winds. The sound of hail hitting the roof continued incessantly, loud enough to deafen someone. Uncle Chi worried whether the grass sheds could withstand the destruction caused by the hail, so he stood at his doorway under an umbrella looking around. Not until he saw the grass sheds standing firm amidst the hail, with almost no damage, did his heart calm enough for him to close the courtyard gate and retreat indoors. The brief walk there had chilled him so thoroughly that he pulled his neck back instinctively, his exhaled breath forming immediate clouds of white fog in front of him. It was too cold. As the sky finally grew pitch black, the temperature plummeted even further. In the darkness, the howling wind roared like ghosts crying and wolves wailing, and icicles under the eaves kept growing longer and longer. Chapter 94. The Chi family is doomed to lose their lineage. After everyone had finished eating, they immediately added firewood to the stove so that the house could stay warm. The old Zhao residence. A fire was lit in the main hall, and everyone gathered around the fireplace, wearing thick padded jackets. Though the fire blazed, it still couldn't drive away the deep, bone-chilling cold. Every time the hail struck the roof, it made everyone's heart race. Grandma Sun sighed. Taohua truly is a marvel. If she hadn't warned us a month in advance, we would have suffered great losses on our more than 30 mu of medicinal fields. The others all echoed her sentiments. A month ago, just by observing the weather signs, Taohua managed to predict this kind of severe weather change. She's really amazing. Zhao Lianhua remarked with admiration. Grandma Sun then fixed her gaze on Zhao Feng and said, "Good grandson, Grandma has arranged a match for you. A bride from Black Ox Village named Zhaojia. She's polite and virtuous, an excellent girl. On the 18th day of the second lunar month, right after the hail and freezing temperatures subside in half a month, you will kneel before the altar and get married." Because everything happened so suddenly, Grandma only managed to give 5 taels as dowry. On top of that, I gave 3 additional taels to the Jiang family so they can prepare for your wedding. Zhaojia thought the name sounded familiar. Zhaojia? Wasn't she the one who came to thank little Feng because he helped her daughter? This girl really did know manners and propriety. Even when faced with Zhang Caishia's arrogance, she didn't back down. Thinking about her, Zhaojia felt quite satisfied. At the mention of his name, Zhao Feng recalled the sisters he'd encountered in the village that day. The elder sister, Jiang Caisha, had a well-proportioned figure, beautiful black hair, and bright eyes filled with gentleness and kindness. It wouldn't be bad to have such a girl as his wife. The Chi family. 3-year-old Chi Danny smelled the fragrance of sweet potatoes in the air and began drooling. She approached Chi Bo and asked, "Grandpa, can you please take out a sweet potato for me?" Chi Bo pulled the tobacco pipe from his mouth, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and impatiently said, "Ask your mother." He grew irritated at the sight of the little girl. They already had 2 in the house. Turning his head, he saw Chi Erin, the younger one, sitting quietly on a small stool warming herself by the fire. His daughter-in-law had given him 2 grandchildren in 3 years, but both were girls. "Mama, I want roasted sweet potatoes." Danny ran over to Zhao, who was making cottony guards, cooing cutely. Outside, huge hailstones were falling, but as long as they stayed indoors, they wouldn't get hit. However, the sudden drop in temperature was chilling despite having the hearth lit and the stove burning to keep them warm. They couldn't help trembling from the cold. Adults fared slightly better physically and could withstand it for now, but Danny and Erin were still young. That's why Zhao decided to rush through sewing the knee protectors at night. Their knees must not freeze and develop any illnesses. "All right, Mama will fetch one for you." Zhao stopped what she was doing and used tongs to pick out a large sweet potato from the furnace. She grabbed 2 corn husks to wrap the scorching hot ends of the sweet potato and split it open. Giving half to Chi Danny, she instructed her to use more husks so she wouldn't burn her hands. Then she handed the other half to Chi Erin, saying, "Erin, eat it." "Thank you, Mama." Chi Erin obediently took the half of roasted sweet potato and smiled gratefully. Just as Zhao was about to turn back to continue working on the knee protectors, she suddenly heard Chi Erin call out, "Mama, this younger sister also wants some." Perplexed, Zhao replied instinctively, "You're the younger sister already. You already got some, right?" "No, Mama, it's this other younger sister." Chi Erin explained seriously. Hearing this, Zhao was taken aback and turned quickly toward Chi Erin. Though she didn't see the other younger sister that Chi Erin mentioned, for a moment, she thought she caught a fleeting shadow of something dark. Sadness flashed across her eyes as she looked down at her own stomach. Could it be that child has returned? At the Zhao home, everyone in Zhao Taohua's family wore wolf fur padded jackets, keeping them cozy and warm. In the kitchen, the snail spirit stood guard, ensuring there was always enough firewood in the stove to keep the entire 4-room house heated. No matter how cold it was outside, the Zhao family didn't feel chilled. Mrs. Qian sighed with gratitude. "We're lucky that Xin Ming gave us these wolf pelts. With wolf fur as the lining, it's much warmer than just regular cotton jackets." Meanwhile, the moon spirit also crafted wolfskin boots for the Zhao family. Each member had a pair, keeping their feet comfortably insulated. As time went on, the family grew accustomed to the constant sharp patters of hailstones striking the roof tiles, producing an incessant staccato rhythm. Luckily, everyone knew early that the hailstorm and extreme cold snap would last for half a month. Thus, they had stocked up on plenty of food and firewood, simply waiting for these 15 days to pass before stepping outside. Hail fell endlessly, accumulating so much on the ground that it almost resembled a miniature mountain. Staying inside for 14 days, Zhao Taohua was feeling restless, anxiously counting down the hours until today would end and this calamity would finally be over. She eagerly hoped that this day would pass faster. Because of the cold outside, the living room had to lower the windproof curtain to block the wind. Zhao Taohua sat by the stove peeling peanuts to eat. Suddenly, a scream came from the village. "Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi." Where are you going? Xiaoxi. Ouch. Qi Jincan was chasing and shouting, not noticing the large hailstones rolling under his feet. He slipped and fell heavily on the ground. The hard hailstone cut his cheek, and blood seeped out instantly, staining the white hailstones in a shocking sight. But it seemed like he didn't feel the pain, as he quickly got up and continued staggering forward. Zhao Taohua immediately stood up and said, Mom, is that Brother Qi's voice? There was only one family surnamed Qi in Zhejiakan, one of the few families with a different surname in the village. Mrs. Qian immediately confirmed, yes, it's him. Zhao Ershu opened the door of the hall to look out, but all he saw was the cold wind in his face. Nothing more. The hail will end in another day. Why can't Jinkan wait until tomorrow? Zhao Ershu wondered aloud. Dad, I just heard him calling Aunt Xiaoxi's name. Is he looking for Aunt Xiaoxi? At Zhao Taohua's words, Zhao Ershu and Mrs. Qian became even more puzzled. What would Zhao Xiaoxi be doing out in such a heavy hailstorm? Today's hail was particularly large, perhaps because it was the last day, so the hailstones falling from the sky were as big as goose eggs. Father, Mother, I'll go take a look. Having said that, Zhao Taohua called on the snail spirit and the moon spirit. Originally, Zhao Ershu and Mrs. Qian were worried about Zhao Taohua and were about to stop her, but then they saw the shell on the snail spirit's back suddenly enlarge, with a diameter of 2 meters, like a giant umbrella. Zhao Taohua and the snail spirit sat on either side of the moon spirit's shoulders. The moon spirit took a step down, and the 14 days' worth of accumulated hail was crushed into bits. And with the snail shell protecting his head, the hailstones bouncing off it sounded like they were hitting iron. Most importantly, Zhao Taohua was protected by them. She wouldn't get hit by the hail, nor would she slip on the hailstones on the ground. Seeing this, both parents were reassured. Before leaving, Mrs. Qian reminded her, Taohua, go slowly and come back early. I know, Mom. Walking steadily through the field of hailstones, Zhao Taohua couldn't see Qi Jinsan's figure amidst the endless hailstones when she stepped out the Zhao family gate. Fortunately, the moon spirit could follow his voice. At the Qi household, Uncle Qi and Mrs. Xia were extremely anxious upon seeing Qi Jincan and his wife run into the hailstorm. Mrs. Xia originally wanted to chase after them, but she was stunned by the hailstones hitting her head the moment she stepped outside, suffering severe headaches. She had no choice but to retreat back into the hall, pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pot. What shall we do? Uncle Qi scolded. If Zhao Xiaoxi wants to run out herself, that's her business. But why did Jinkan follow her? He's our only male descendant. If something happens to him, the Qi family will have no heir. Chapter 95, The Infant Spirit. Qi Bo was so angry that his eyes blazed furiously, and he threw away the tobacco pipe in his hand. Qi Danny and Qi Aaron were so frightened that they shrunk into a ball. The already crying Aaron, who was shouting for her mother, burst out in tears even more. Old man, what are you doing? You've scared the children. Xia Danong frowned and scolded. Qi Bo looked at his daughters, Qi Danny and Qi Aaron, with nothing but loathing in his eyes. He had been wishing for 3 years to have a boy, but instead, 3 girls were born. Fortunately, the last one was discovered to be a girl early on, and Zhao Xiaoxi was forced to drink an abortion potion to get rid of it. Otherwise, how could they possibly raise 3 girls without becoming a laughingstock? As Gang Jing arrived with Zhao Taohua to the medicinal field of Qi's family, they saw an open straw hut door at the edge of the property. Gang Jing cautiously squatted down and placed Zhao Taohua on the ground. Thanks to the protection of the straw hut, even though hailstones outside were smashing loudly, there was almost no effect inside. When Zhao Taohua walked into the straw hut, she saw Zhao Xiaoxi kneeling nearby, frantically digging something from the ground with her hands. Qin Jinkan exerted all his strength to hold her back. Xiaoxi, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? A look of bewilderment flashed across Zhao Xiaoxi's face before she completely lost control again. She rushed to the small pit she had just dug up and started digging once more with her hands. Even as her nails broke and blood streamed down her fingers, she didn't seem to notice. Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you? Qi Jinkan, a grown man, couldn't budge Zhao Xiaoxi anymore. He felt that the air around him was much colder than before, and a ghostly chill permeated the surroundings. He faintly heard the sharp cry of an infant, a sound that could pierce through one's soul, seeming to consume everything. Just as he glanced around searching for a child, he suddenly noticed Zhao Taohua and the snail spirit walking towards them. He immediately asked, Taohua, did you hear the cry of a child? Zhao Taohua nodded. Where is he? Why can't I see anyone? It's too cold for a child to be outside. He will freeze. Qi Jinkan, as the father of 2 children, Danny and Aaron, knew from experience that this was the cry of a newborn baby. Zhao Taohua pointed toward the small pit that Zhao Xiaoxi had dug up. Confused, Qi Jinkan followed her gaze and seemed to glimpse something lying within. It appeared to be decayed, yet not entirely rotted. Xiaoxi, what did you bury here? And why are you digging it up now? Qi Jinkan frowned and questioned her, but still received no response from Zhao Xiaoxi, only continuously hearing the piercing cries of the baby. Zhao Xiaoxi stared at the blurred figure of the infant spirit in front of her, tears streaming down her face. There was no trace of fear, only endless regret and maternal love. Zhao Taohua answered Qi Jinsan's question. There's a 3-month-old, undeveloped child buried here. Your child. Now, its spirit has returned and stands before Sister Xiaoxi. Qi Jinkan was utterly shocked. Their child? But he and Xiaoxi only had 2 daughters. Where did this child come from? And why didn't he know about it? No, wait a moment. Just now Zhao Taohua said the child hadn't fully formed after 3 months? Qi Jinkan gazed at Zhao Xiaoxi disbelievingly. What had Xiaoxi concealed from him? At this moment, he heard Zhao Xiaoxi talking to thin air. My child, I am sorry to you. I didn't want to drink the abortion potion that killed you. I didn't give you the chance to even take a look at this world. Not even a proper grave. Just a shallow hole where you were buried. Zhou Xiaoxi wept quietly. Then finally, overwhelmed by her emotions, she began wailing and pounding her chest with clenched fists. If she could, she would rather die in place of their third daughter, but she didn't have that choice. She feared that if she couldn't continue the family line for the Qi household, Qin Jink and might divorce her. Zhou Xiaoxi pounded her chest repeatedly with such force that it seemed like she wanted to break her own ribs. Qi Jinkan, no longer caring about his shock, quickly grabbed Zhou Xiaoxi's hands to stop her from hurting herself further. At this moment, the intense crying of the infant diminished somewhat in his ears, and he immediately realized that Xiaoxi's strange reactions were due to this child. Although he couldn't see the child, he shouted desperately, "I beg you, please leave Xiaoxi alone. I beg you." In this moment, the infant spirit watched Zhou Xiaoxi, who was constantly remorseful and harming herself. Her resentment had already weakened, and so too had her pain. Zhaojia stepped forward and patted her head gently. "Good child, I know you don't have any intentions to kill. You just harbor some grudges. You've already exacted your revenge. You've also seen the reasons why your mother acted the way she did. She didn't mean to hurt you. Sister will send you away. Let go of your resentment and move on to the next life. Wait for your next reincarnation. Be born into a good family and grow up healthily. What happened in this life may not necessarily be a bad thing for you." A thread of spiritual energy was released from Zhao Taohua's palm, stabilizing the blurred soul of the infant spirit. The infant spirit immediately felt a warmth coursing through her soul, dispelling the chill of winter as well as the cold in her heart. At once, she nodded lightly and retracted the force that had been controlling Zhou Xiaoxi's consciousness. She then took Zhao Taohua's hand and said, "Sister, please send me off." Just at this moment, Zhou Xiaoxi's eyes regained clarity. They were filled with tears, regret, and maternal love. Even though the control over her by the infant spirit had disappeared, she could still see the presence of the infant spirit. Crying, she reached out her hands wanting to embrace the infant spirit. But how could an ordinary person possibly touch a ghost? All she touched was air, nothing else. "Third daughter, mother wronged you. It was mother's selfishness. Mother feared that after giving birth to you, I wouldn't be able to stay in this household. Mother already bore 2 daughters before you. Bringing you into the world would invite ridicule from others, and I might even be divorced and expelled from Qi's family." Zhou Xiaoxi's voice grew softer as she spoke. Eventually, she no longer had the face to look at the infant spirit. In her own family, she was the third daughter, 2 older sisters, and 1 younger brother. In the eyes of her parents, her brother was the cherished heir destined to carry on the family name, while they saw the 3 sisters as water that would eventually flow away. From a young age, the clothes she wore were always hand-me-downs from her older sisters, resized when too large and patched when torn. Meanwhile, her brother always wore new clothes. When the sisters came of age, their marriages became wealth for their parents. They went around asking who offered the highest dowry without considering the character or morality of the potential husbands. Her eldest sister married a violent man, often beaten until bruised and swollen, leading to endless suffering. Returning home to complain to her parents, her elder sister hoped for their help in seeking a divorce. However, her parents only responded with, "Once she married, she belongs entirely to her husband's family. Dead or alive, she is his property." The Zhou family would never allow her to return as a divorced woman. It brings bad luck. Her second sister, just entering her prime like a blooming flower, was given away to a widower old enough to be her father because he offered a generous dowry. The second sister's stepsons, about her same age, refused to call her mother, instead constantly making her life difficult, scolding her for bearing only daughters, considered a financial burden, and causing her much hardship. For 6 years, her second sister failed to bear a son for her husband. Before dying, her second sister implored her to do everything possible to give Qi Jinkai a son. Only then would she have support and standing within her husband's house. Fortunately, due to her plain appearance, no one was willing to offer more dowry, allowing her to marry into a normal family like the Qi clan. She fully understood that her natal family would never let her return. To find a place in the world, she must bear the Qi family a son at all costs. Chapter 96. Don't meddle in our marital affairs. Zhao Taohua looked at Zhou Xiaoxi. She was only 19 this year. In the last 3 years, she had given birth to 2 children and then aborted a child that was only 3 months along. The hardship of childbirth and raising children had aged her as if she were the same age as Qian's wife. Qi Jinshai turned Zhou Xiaoxi's body toward himself with confusion and asked, "Who would laugh at our family for having 3 daughters? Danny and Aranini are so adorable. Even if you bear more daughters, I still love them. What's wrong with daughters? I like daughters. You're my wife. How could you not be able to stay in this house? Why would I divorce you?" The tears trembling in Zhou Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly froze as she clearly saw Qi Jinshai's extremely serious gaze. Suddenly, she began to cry again with fib. "It's what Dad said. If I can't continue the Qi family line, he'll have me divorced." Zhou Xiaoxi was very afraid of being kicked out of the Qi family and becoming homeless. She also didn't want to leave her 2 daughters and Qi Jinshai. Qi Jinshai seemed to understand something in an instant. Xiaoxi was so timid and fond of children. How could she possibly choose to abort her child? Moreover, without money, hiring a doctor to determine the gender of the child required expenses. Qi Jinshai was angry about all the harm his father had caused Xiaoxi behind his back. Xiaoxi had endured so much on her own. He asked, "Was it also my father's idea to abort Sanu?" As soon as Zhou Xiaoxi nodded, tears streamed down her face like rain. She was terrified that after birthing Sanu, she would be divorced. Her father-in-law and her parents were the same kind of people, believing that sons carry on the family name while daughters are water eventually poured away. Since Danny and Aranini were born, her father-in-law had never treated them kindly, showing great impatience with the two children. She was afraid that after Sanu was born, they would receive the same treatment. In the end, despite knowing it was an abortion drug, she had no choice but to drink it. Because the first two pregnancies had both resulted in daughters, upon the third pregnancy, as soon as she experienced morning sickness, her father-in-law required her to tell no one. He instructed her to wait until the child was 3 months along before going to check its gender. At that time, her heart was full of expectation, hoping that this baby would be a boy. But unexpectedly, this baby was another girl. Upon leaving the medical clinic, her father-in-law immediately prescribed an abortion drug. When she felt the child leaving her body, not only was her body in immense pain, but her heart also tore apart in unbearable agony. When she buried the child with her own hands into the soil of the medicinal field, her whole body went cold, as if she were placed inside an ice cave. She had been filled with guilt ever since, but unfortunately, she couldn't control her own fate. Struggling hard just to survive herself, there was no way she could protect this life. Sometimes, she thought it might be better that Sanu had not been born, because being a daughter in a severely male-dominant family was a misfortune. With both fists tightly clenched, the knuckles pale from excessive force, Qi Jinshai said angrily, "You're carrying my child, you're my wife. What right does my father have to complain that the child is a daughter? And what right does he have to divorce you from the Qi family? Xiaoxi, please tell me everything from now on, okay? We are husband and wife, we are one. I am your support, and any troubles should be told to me first. Let's find a solution together. Why do you assume that I am like my father, insisting on having a son, insisting on continuing the family name through a son? I think our daughters are wonderful." Qi Jinshai gazed earnestly into Zhou Xiaoxi's eyes, only hoping that she could understand his sincerity. Zhou Xiaoxi's eyes widened considerably, initially disbelief, followed by relief. The long-standing fear and anxiety buried deep within her heart, brought about by her natal and married families, disappeared entirely at this moment. She felt lighter than ever, no longer walking on eggshells. The hail has stopped. Just then, someone in the village shouted. Only now did the three realize that the sound of hail hitting the grass mat above their heads had ceased. The temperature in the air seemed to warm up as well. The dark clouds were rapidly pushed aside as if by an invisible giant hand, allowing sunlight to pour down unobstructed. The sunlight passed through the crevices of the grass mat and landed on Zhou Xiaoxi's face, coating it with a warm golden glow. Zhou Xiaoxi felt the chill on her body quickly dissipating under the sunshine. A faint smile graced her face under the sun's rays. "Xiaoxi Jinshai, where are you?" As soon as the hail stopped, Auntie Xia rushed out of the house looking for them. Other villagers were also concerned and came out, especially when they noticed blood on the ground amidst the hailstones. Each person's face showed evident concern. Someone remarked, "Would Xia Jinshai and Zhou Xiaoxi have encountered some misfortune? It's really baffling why the couple decided to step outside during a heavy hailstorm when they could have waited until it stopped." When Uncle Qi saw the blood on the ground, he turned pale, stumbling backward, almost falling over. As soon as he thought about Jinkai, his son-in-law, possibly being in grave danger, Chibo felt as if something heavy was lodged in his chest. He roared furiously, "Xiaoxi is truly a harbinger of bad luck. After marrying into our family for 4 years, she hasn't continued the Qi family line. Even worse, she's brought misfortune to my son, Jinshai. If anything happens to my son, I will never forgive her." A villager consoled him, telling him not to get angry. Some speculated whether the young couple had been arguing at home just now. Suddenly, ahead came Auntie Xia's excited voice. "I found them, and both children are fine." The villagers all moved towards Auntie Xia upon hearing her voice. They squeezed into the straw shed in the Qi family medicinal field and said, "So Jinkai and his wife were hiding here. This really is a good place to hide from the hail." Taowa has come too. As everyone was speaking, someone suddenly realized something was off. "Am I seeing things? Why do I see a blurry dark shadow standing next to Taowa? Not just you, me too. It looks like a little child." Just then, Uncle Qi also ran in. He immediately noticed the infant spirit and asked, "What is it?" Jinkai had a surge of anger bottled up inside. When he heard Uncle Qi's voice, it was like a lit fuse that exploded in an instant. "She is my daughter, Sanyu, the daughter you forced Xiaoxi to hide from me and abort. Have you forgotten?" Jinkai questioned bitterly. "What?" Uncle Qi's smoking pipe clanged onto the ground in shock. His pupils contracted sharply, filled with fear. "Is the girl back as a vengeful ghost?" Uncle Qi hurriedly shouted in terror to the infant spirit. "You were aborted by your mother drinking abortion medicine. Blame her if there's any grudge." As Uncle Qi shamelessly pointed towards Zhou Xiaoxi, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Goodness, Zhou Xiaoxi actually took abortion drugs to terminate a child? That's ruthless. It's a life. Zhou Xiaoxi has already given birth to 2 daughters. Maybe she wanted a son and didn't want another daughter, so she aborted the 3rd daughter. When Jinkai heard Uncle Qi's despicable comments, he defended Xiaoxi. "When Xiaoxi was pregnant, you threatened her not to tell me until after checking the baby's gender. But once you learned the baby was a girl, you grabbed abortion drugs and forced her to have an abortion. And furthermore, you told Xiaoxi that if she couldn't bear a son, she would be divorced and expelled from the Qi family. Xiaoxi aborted our daughter alone, buried the baby herself in the medicinal field, and didn't tell me a single word from start to finish. If it weren't for the fact that today's hail was so extreme and the temperature was so low, making Sanyi's energy increase, causing her to torment her mother, I would probably still be unaware. Father, Can you please stop interfering in our marital affairs? Please don't bully Xiaoxi anymore. Otherwise, Xiaoxi and I will move out and live separately. You think it over. Chapter 97. Wedding on February 18th. Qi Jinsai's tone was firm, not a bit like he was joking. Qi Bo was so angry that he stomped his feet. You disobedient son. I'm not even dead yet, and you're already talking about splitting the family? You're going to kill me. Qi Hishan, you old scoundrel. How could you have done so many things behind my back? I asked why that day you suddenly said you were taking Xiaoxi to town to buy things, only to find out you were taking her to the clinic to check the baby's gender. By then, Xiaoxi had been pregnant for 3 months. It took an hour to walk from home to town and back. After Xiaoxi aborted the child, she should have rested in confinement and taken good care of herself. But you made her hide it, and during those days, Xiaoxi was still washing clothes and cooking with cold water. Xiaodama became angrier as she spoke, and even picked up a clump of mud from the ground to throw at Qi Bo. If Jinkai and Xiaoxi want to split the family, I'll go with them. You can live alone. Qi Bo. His heart felt as if it were blocked by a stone. Both his son and daughter-in-law were scolding him. After Xiaodama finished yelling, she walked over to the infant spirit and squatted down to carefully look at its appearance. Even though the infant spirit was a ghost, Xiaodama wasn't afraid at all. Her own granddaughter. How could she be scared? My dear granddaughter, let grandma take a good look. It's all grandma's fault for not noticing that your mother was pregnant and allowing that old man to harm you. Although Xiaodama couldn't touch the infant spirit, she still reached out and lightly stroked the outline of the spirit's body. Grandma, the infant spirit softly called out. Before leaving, being able to feel the love from her parents and grandma filled her heart with contentment. After hearing Qi Jinsai's words, the other villagers were stunned, their mouths wide open. How could Qi Bo have done such an inhumane thing? Forcing his daughter-in-law to abort his own grandchild? The village chief tried to reason with him. Old Qi, sons and daughters are the same. Daughters can contribute just as much. Look at Taohua. Ershu and Qianshi only had one daughter, and Taohua has done so much for our village. Not only did she make her own family wealthy, but she also made the entire village prosperous. Every household now has brick-tiled houses. In other villages, how many households can afford brick-tiled houses? Only the richest families can build them. Yet our whole village achieved this in just a few short months. Look how straight Ershu and his wife carry themselves now in the village. Who doesn't envy the great daughter they raised? Be open-minded. Your granddaughter can honor the family name and be filial too. Because of your desire for a grandson, you've driven a wedge between you and your son and daughter-in-law. Is this really what you want? Qi Bo listened thoughtfully. As the village chief left, he added, think carefully, don't keep dwelling on the matter. Goodbye, grandma, mother, father. I must go. The infant spirit's voice rang out. Sunlight shone on her, immediately making her spiritual form weaker than before. Sister Taohua, what's wrong with Sanu? She seems like she could dissipate at any moment. Zhou Xiaoxi asked. In reality, she was more afraid that Sanu would disintegrate completely. Zhao Taohua looked at the infant spirit and said, she has no time left. Earlier, because of the hail and sudden drop in temperature, her soul could move freely in the human world. Moreover, her soul's power increased, enabling her to control Sister Xiaoxi's consciousness. However, now that the hail has stopped and the temperature has risen, what once helped her is now hurting her. If she stays in the human world any longer, she will dissipate. Sister Taohua, please help send Sanu to the underworld so that in the next life, she may be born into a good family and properly experience life as a human. Zhou Xiaoxi harbored deep guilt towards the infant spirit. Zhao Taohua nodded. Fortunately, the grass blanket provided enough cover so that only a little sunlight could penetrate through, reducing the harm to the infant spirit. Because the sun outside was too strong, it wasn't advisable for the infant spirit to leave. So Zhao Taohua opened a path leading to the underworld directly inside the grass shelter. When the infant spirit disappeared entirely from everyone's sight, the village chief approached Zhao Taohua and asked, Sister Taohua, is the hailstorm and the drop in temperature over? Seeing Zhao Taohua nod, everyone cheered. Just as they were about to go back to their medicinal fields to remove the grass blankets from the shelters, Sun Laotai shouted loudly, Dear fellow villagers, my obedient grandchild will be getting married on the 18th. Everyone is invited to come and enjoy the wedding feast at my house. I'll just say it here and won't visit each household individually to invite you. Time is pressing. Little Feng's wedding is important, and there are still many things we need to prepare. Everyone paused, confused. The 18th? Swan Annie asked, which month's 18th? Her family would also soon host a celebration, on the 10th day of the 4th lunar month, which was only a little over a month away, with many preparations still needed. February 18th. Sun Laotai laughed. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Jiang Shi felt even more incredulous. There are only 3 days left. Is that enough time? She thought about how her own daughter Xiangxiang wouldn't be getting married for over a month, yet she already felt pressed for time. Zhang Shi asked, isn't it a bit too rushed? Should we delay it by another month? Sun Laotai shook her head repeatedly. No need to delay. My grandson is already 17, and besides, I've calculated their horoscopes. February 18th is an auspicious day. If they get married on this day, they'll surely live happily ever after, making their life prosperous. Seeing this, no one tried to dissuade her further. However, there was still one question lingering in everyone's minds. Aunt Sun, whose daughter will be marrying Xiao Feng? In fact, many had already guessed. Xiao Feng had once been infatuated with Zhang Caixia, the village belle of Black Ox Village, even offering 15 taels as dowry to marry her. Both families had previously agreed on the arrangement, but later, something unknown happened, and the Zhao family canceled the engagement. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Sun Laotai smiled and said, "It's Jiang Chui'er from Zhang's family in Black Ox Village. She's a polite and virtuous girl." Hearing that it was Jiang Chui'er, everyone congratulated them, promising to attend and enjoy the wedding feast at her house. Despite the half-month of hail and drastic drop in temperature, the medicinal herbs were almost unaffected thanks to the protection of the grass shelters. Next, they could harvest the perilla leaves to sell for money. And in a few months, around March or April, they could cut the whole motherwort plants to sell for money. Old Mrs. Sun borrowed a cart from Zhao Taohua to go to town for supplies. With only 3 days left, things had to be done quickly. Within Black Ox Village, the Zhang family had been busy for half a month, finally preparing everything necessary for the wedding, just waiting for the 18th day when Zhao Feng would come to take the bride. The entire Zhang household was filled with a festive atmosphere, mixed with some reluctance. Jiang Juer hugged Jiang Chui'er and cried, "Sister, I don't want you to leave. You leaving means I'll be alone at home." Mrs. Yu lightly tapped her head. "What kind of talk is that? Of course, your sister has to get married. When you're of age, you'll have to marry as well." Mrs. Yu looked at her 2 precious daughters. Back when they were born, they were no bigger than 2 hands put together, and now, after over a decade, they had both grown into beautiful young women. The Zhao family's village was affluent. Although the Zhao family mansion had initially offered 15 taels to marry Zhang Caixia from the same village, the marriage didn't happen. Instead, the Zhao family mansion was willing to offer 5 taels as dowry to their family, and additionally gave 3 more taels for wedding expenses, which showed great sincerity. The Zhao family mansion was a good match. At the Zhang household, the atmosphere was completely different. Zhang Caixia kept throwing things around the house. "I told you Fengo would come to marry me on the 28th. Why didn't you believe me? Why didn't you prepare anything for my wedding? It's already the 15th, leaving only 13 days. There won't be enough time." Zhang Caixia was extremely anxious, nearly frantic with worry. Chapter 98. Is she cursing me again? The Zhang family looked at her, as if she were a madwoman. The 3 sisters-in-law exchanged glances and all left. They decided it was not appropriate to interfere in their younger sister-in-law's affairs. Zhang Gang consoled her. "Caixia, we know you want to marry Zhao Feng very much, but the Zhao ancestral home has already arranged his marriage with the Jiang family. Zhao Feng will come to marry Jiang Chui'er on the 18th. It's impossible. This cannot be happening. Brother Feng said he would bring a dowry of 20 tael, with an 8-liter sedan chair to take me to his house. He can't possibly marry Jiang Chui'er." Zhang Caixia stood up from her stool in anger, her face filled with disbelief. "That fox Jiang Chui'er, how dare she steal my man? I'll scratch her face off." With that, Zhang Caixia made a dash to go after Jiang Chui'er. Her father Zhang shouted immediately, "Stop her." The Jiangs and the Zhangs lived in the same village where everyone knows each other. Moreover, Zhang had heard about the betrothal gift sent by Zhao ancestral home to the Jiang family. It was personally delivered by Aunt Yu. Additionally, Zhao ancestral home had also given the Jiang family an extra 3 taels for the wedding preparations. It was clear that the Zhao ancestral home genuinely wanted a swift union with the Jiang family. If Caixia caused trouble now, not only would she embarrass herself, but also invite ridicule. In future, it wouldn't be easy to find another husband for her in Hanyu village or even within 10 miles around. Zhang Gang and his 2 brothers quickly blocked her way. "Caixia, calm down. Zhao Feng is indeed marrying Jiang Chui'er. Stop acting so foolishly. In my opinion, Zhao Feng is a bastard who deceived you. Don't keep hanging on to this lie. Only someone as naive as you would believe in his nonsense of a dowry of 20 tael and an 8-liter sedan. How possible is that?" Zhang Caixia's eyes brimmed with anxiety, and only she knew the real story. These conditions weren't Zhao Feng's proposals. They were promises from that woman who told her if she just mentioned them to Zhao Feng, he'd surely agree and make it happen. With certainty unshakable, she believed her words. Lowering her gaze, Zhang Caixia looked at her wrist under her sleeve. If observed closely, one could see layers of fungal-like patterns on her wrist. She let that woman help her because she wanted Zhao Feng to carry a dowry of 20 tael and arrive with an 8-liter sedan on the 28th day of February. She angrily retorted, "Didn't you promise to help me? Is this what you call ensuring Zhao Feng marries me? He's about to marry someone else. What am I to him? A joke." A moment later, that female voice in her mind spoke again. "Someone has disrupted my control over Zhao Feng. They're getting married on the 18th. Go to Zhao Feng now. There's still time for everything to be set right. I'll re-establish control over Zhao Feng." Besides, she also needed Zhang Caixia to make another wish for her to completely possess Zhang Caixia's body. Puffing with rage, Zhang Caixia responded, "All right, I'll believe you one more time." Listening to Zhang Caixia talking to herself, Zhang father and Zhang Gang, along with his brothers, exchanged bewildered looks. Has Caixia gone mad from Zhao Feng's rejection? Next thing they saw, Zhang Caixia was trying to head out again. Terrified, Zhang Gang and his brothers hurriedly stopped her once more. Furrowing her brows, Zhang Caixia explained, "I'm not going to disfigure Jiang Chui'er's face. I just want to ask Zhao Feng some questions, okay?" Not daring to decide themselves, Zhang Gang and his brothers looked toward Zhang father. Nodding, Zhang father allowed her to go, while reminding the 3 brothers to follow her closely to prevent her from causing trouble. They would also check whether Zhang Caixia's claim was true. Before long, the 4 siblings arrived at Zhao's village. Just after a hailstorm ended, the temperature quickly warmed up, and the previously icy and stiff air gradually became soft and warm. Residual icicles beneath the eaves melted under the warm sun, dripping drops of water continuously. The varying sizes of hailstones on the ground had all melted into water, soaking into the soil, making the ground muddy and damp. Zhao Feng was busy removing the grass mats from 30 mu of herb fields. With rising temperatures, failing to remove the grass mats promptly could harm the herbs. Despite being close to his own wedding, this task couldn't wait and had to be done immediately. While Zhao Feng was bustling about nonstop, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. Zhao Feng, bring your dowry of 20 tael on February 18th and come to my place with an 8-liter sedan to fetch me. Zhao Feng turned to look beside him and found Zhang Kaixia standing next to him. Behind her were her 3 brothers, looking extremely awkward and embarrassed. Upon hearing Zhang Kaixia's words, the 3 of Zhang Gang thought she was extremely shameless. From afar, Zhao Dachang and Zhao Sinshi were also removing the grass mats. Seeing Zhang Kaixia return, worried that she would cast another curse on Zhao Feng. When it seemed that Zhao Feng was opening his mouth, appearing ready to comply with Zhang Kaixia's shameless request, both their hearts sank and they rushed over frantically shouting, "Little Feng, don't listen to her nonsense." Right then, Zhao Feng felt a sudden warmth in his chest, and his previous blank stare immediately cleared. He reached inside his clothes, only to touch a handful of ashes. He immediately recalled what Peach's sister had said earlier, that a talisman could help him ward off a curse once. As long as the talisman turned to ashes, it meant it had successfully blocked a curse for him. In horror, Zhao Feng stared at Zhang Kaixia. "Are you trying to curse me again?" As if seeing a ghost, he bolted in the opposite direction, putting as much distance between himself and Zhang Kaixia as possible. This time, not only did he need to stay far away, but he also had to ensure he couldn't hear Zhang Kaixia's voice. He felt as though her voice carried some kind of magic. Once he heard it, he would be under her control again. Overtaking him were Zhao Dachang and Zhao Sinshi. Seeing that Zhao Feng wasn't affected by Zhang Kaixia's curse, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They shielded Zhao Feng while running far away, refusing to give Zhang Kaixia any chance to get close. Little Feng only had 10-piece talismans on him. If they were all used up, wouldn't Little Feng be back to listening to Zhang Kaixia's nonsense? "Why are you stopping me? Let me go." Zhang Kaixia watched as Zhao Feng ran further and further away, panicking inside. But these 2 men stood like an impenetrable wall, preventing her from getting through. Suddenly, her vision went black, and she collapsed backward. The Zhang brothers, who were standing quietly behind, immediately rushed forward to support her. "Kaixia, Kaixia, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Kaixia's eyes were tightly shut, her body unmoving, as if dead. Alarmed, Zhao Dachang and Zhao Sinshi quickly raised their hands to declare, "We didn't touch her. She fainted on her own. It has nothing to do with us." Zhang scolded furiously. "If it weren't for you stopping my Kaixia, would she have passed out? How can you say that? She insists on forcing herself upon my son despite him already having a fiancé, someone ready to step into our family soon. How can I possibly let another woman disrupt my son's wedding?" Zhao Dachang replied. Just as Zhang Li was about to say more, he suddenly heard a frightened voice from behind. What is this? Why does Kaixia's face look like this? Her hands too." Hearing this, Zhang Li turned around, only to witness in shock as Zhang Kaixia's entire face was gradually being covered by winding, twisted fungal threads, as if a pale yellow silk layer was enveloping her face. Chapter 99. Obtaining a strange mushroom. Her hands were also covered with patterns resembling fungal hyphae, looking very bizarre. If this were not his own younger sister, Zhang Gang would definitely have shoved her away by now. Zhao Daqiang interjected upon seeing this. "You see, we didn't knock her out. She got herself contaminated with some nasty stuff, which is why she turned like this." Zhang Li shouted back. "What nonsense you're spouting? My younger sister has nothing dirty on her." "Elder brother, that's enough. Don't argue with him anymore. Quickly take Caixia to the village doctor's house for a checkup," said another brother. After Zhang Li calmed down, he picked up Zhang Caixia and started walking toward the ridge. Zhao Daqiang trailed behind, offering advice. "You all believe me. She's undoubtedly infected with some impurity. Better yet, go to my niece Taohua. She can handle it." Nevertheless, the 3 brothers of the Zhang family dismissed his warning outright and insisted on taking Zhang Caixia to the village doctor instead. Unexpectedly, after they reached Zhao Xiangping's home, what Zhao Xiangping said was identical to Zhao Daqiang's earlier statement. "I am powerless here. Her condition indicates an encounter with an evil presence. You need to find Taohua. She can expel such presences." As Zhao Xiangping spoke, the 3 Zhang brothers looked skeptical. After all, Zhao Xiangping's medical skills were renowned in the area, but the 3 Zhang brothers simply did not believe in such things as spirits or unclean entities. Zhang Gang glared at Zhao Daqiang and Zhao Sinshi and scolded. "It was the 2 of you who made our younger sister faint just now." When Zhang Caixia agreed to use the 3rd power of the fungus essence, its spirit internally rejoiced. She could finally fully take over Zhang Caixia's body and gain complete control over it. The fungal spirit attempted to emit sound. Upon hearing it, Zhang Gang paused, startled by the voice's hoarseness and peculiar tone. "Caixia, Caixia, are you awake?" Zhang Gang leaned forward and called out to Zhang Caixia. Zhang Caixia was struggling desperately to reclaim control of her body and wanted to shout for help through her throat, but all efforts were futile. Gradually, she lost control of her own body inch by inch. While Zhang Gang anxiously shouted her name, suddenly, Zhang Caixia abruptly opened her eyes and called out, "Brother." This voice was even more eerie and raspy than before, causing Zhang Gang to fall on his, but from sheer fright. "Who are you? You're not Caixia." Though he had initially disbelieved what Zhao Daqiang and Zhao Xiangping had said about something unclean being on her, upon hearing Zhang Caixia speak now, he believed it. "Second brother, third brother, quickly take her to Taohua's place to try. What kind of dirt dares touch my little sister?" Zhao Daxiang saw that they finally believed, and promptly led the way for the three brothers. Taowa was helping in the medicinal field, and they needed to urgently remove the grass mats covering the tin mu of their family's herbal field. Taowa, come quickly and take a look at Zhang Caixia. She came again to curse Xiaofeng, but then she passed out. Zhao Daxiang stood at the ridge calling out to Taowa. Upon hearing this, Taowa turned around to look toward the ridge. Zhang Caixia? Could it be the fungus essence? At once, the four supernatural creatures simultaneously sensed the essence of the fungal spirit. They all turned their heads toward the ridge and saw the girl held in Zhang Gang's arms. Her eyes were replaced by an eerie layer of white, her skin entirely covered with countless tiny white hyphae, spreading across every inch of her face. Taowa's pupils contracted sharply, and she rushed toward the ridge. She even observed a hyphal strand coming out of Zhang Caixia's mouth. When Taowa arrived at the ridge, Zhang Gang immediately apologized. Miss Zhao, last time when my brothers and I came to cause trouble at your place, it was wrong of us. We sincerely apologize. Please forgive us petty folk, and kindly take a look at our Caixia. What's happened to her? In response, Taowa calmly said, I'm not one to hold grudges, but my magic comes at a price. She has been contaminated by the fungal essence, and at this point, the fungal essence has almost entirely occupied Zhang Caixia's body. If we don't stop it, it will completely fuse with her flesh. In the future, trying to stop it might harm her soul. If you want to help her cleanse the fungal essence now, it'll cost you 1 tael of silver. Upon hearing this, the three Zhang brothers exchanged looks and ultimately handed over the silver to Taowa. Saved Caixia first, they decided, and if Miss Zhao fails to get rid of the fungal essence in Caixia's body, they'll demand her money back. However, once the silver entered Taowa's pocket, there was no way for it to leave. Taowa pulled out a brush from her bosom, dipped it into vermilion ink, and with each stroke of the brush falling onto Zhang Caixia's head and face, she muttered chants accordingly. Just as her words ceased, a colossal red talisman enveloped Zhang Caixia. Purifying energy emanated from the talisman, clashing against the ominous hyphae, producing a sizzling sound akin to hot oil splattering into water. The fungal hyphae seemed to be under extreme stimulation, wildly writhing on Zhang Caixia's body as they tried to break free from the power of the talisman. Zhao Taowa lifted her hand and drew another talisman over Zhang Caixia's body, which also joined in, completely enveloping her. The force of the talisman surged like a flood, penetrating into Zhang Caixia's body. Ah! Zhang Caixia let out a scream, filled with pain. Her voice was still hoarse and strange, but the pain in it was clear. It could be seen that the hyphae began to wither, snap, and finally turn into black ash, dissipating in midair. Then, a spiritual blade suddenly appeared in Zhao Taowa's palm. She had Zhang Gang support Zhang Caixia, standing on the ground, while she plunged the blade into Zhang Caixia's crown. The three Zhang brothers watched their hearts racing, wondering if Zhao Taowa wasn't too fierce. Fortunately, no blood came from Caixia. Otherwise, they would all have worried whether this wouldn't kill her just now. The spiritual blade emitted strong yet pure energy, ruthlessly cutting off the invasion of the fungal spirit inside her flesh. She held the blade and dragged it down from Zhang Caixia's head, almost splitting her body in two. As Zhao Taowa performed the action, Zhang Caixia's body trembled violently. Accompanied by a weak whimper, an odd-looking mushroom flew out from Zhang Caixia's body. It had a large cap, its color a pale yellow, dotted with protruding small round spots all over, emanating an eerie sensation. Zhang Li shouted angrily. Is this thing what caused my sister to become like this? He raised his foot to crush the weird mushroom, but Zhao Taowa had already picked it up before he could act. All right, the fungal essence in her body has been thoroughly expelled. Take her home, let her rest, and expose her to more sunlight. Within 3 days, she will be fine, said Zhao Taowa. Seeing Zhao Taowa remove the fungal essence from Zhang Caixia through her spells, Zhao Daxiang felt much reassured. In this way, Zhang Caixia would never again be able to curse their little phone. Zhang Gang looked at Zhang Caixia who lay sleeping, and asked anxiously, Miss Zhao, when will my sister wake up? Zhao Taowa glanced at Zhang Caixia whose eyelashes slightly quivered, then replied, She will wake up soon. Sure enough, in the next moment, Zhang Caixia suddenly opened her eyes full of fear. She rolled up her sleeves to check her wrists and touched her face, relaxing only after confirming there were no hyphae left. Still unsure, she asked the three brothers, Brother, are there any hyphae on my face? She was extremely afraid of having her body taken over by the fungal spirit. Hearing the affirming answer, she finally realized she had survived a major ordeal. All she wanted now was to solely possess her own body and live a normal life, not giving control of herself to someone else, while her consciousness could only helplessly watch others use her body. Only when the Zhang brothers saw Zhang Caixia was perfectly fine did they acknowledge Zhao Taowa's remarkable abilities. It was worth spending these silver taels. After expressing their thanks, the four siblings left Zhao Village. Seeing that the troublemaker Zhuchen targeting their little feng had gone, Zhao Daxiang returned to his family's medicinal field to continue removing the straw blankets. There were 30 mu of medicinal fields in the old Zhao residence, and they needed to finish quickly. Once everyone had left, Zhao Taowa finally took out the mushroom in her hand. The four supernatural creatures immediately leaned their heads in, all together eyeing the mushroom in her hand. Chapter 100. The Auspiciousness of the Bride. Moon essence, said the essence of menstruation. Miss Zhao, this fungi mother essence has only 6 decades of cultivation. No wonder it needs to possess another's body to obtain a corporeal form. The durian essence poked its irregular protrusions and said, Sister Zhao, it looks quite good looking. The bickerer and snail essence nodded in agreement. However, surrounded by Zhaojia and so many powerful essences, the original shape of the fungi mother essence trembled involuntarily. It had no idea that there were so many essences here. Zhaojia lifted it upside down by its stalk and asked, "Where does it eat things from?" Under Zhaojia's control, the whole body of the fungi mother essence grew bigger, reaching up to 1 foot long. Suddenly, Zhaojia pulled out a crystal from her bosom and placed it into the umbrella-like cap of the fungi mother essence. The fungi mother essence couldn't believe it as it absorbed it into its body. Could this really be a 300-year cultivation crystal? Before the fungi mother essence could fully react, 300 years of cultivation were injected directly into its body. In the next moment, the 4 essences saw the mushroom in Zhaojia's hand transform into human form. She had long, flowing golden hair, like a waterfall, dotted with pearl-sized spores. Her head was adorned with a peculiar headdress made of numerous mushrooms. The mushrooms were an ancient brown color, as if carrying the scent of the forest. She wore a light-colored gown, her delicate features refined, her eyes clear and deep, her nose straight and small, her lips red and slightly upturned, looking about 16 or 17 years old. After Zhaojia took a look, her eyes lit up. "Oh, you're a beauty." Considering the 4 essences who followed her, except for the bickerer, the other 3 looked pretty good. "Greetings, master. Thank you for your reward." The fungi mother essence bent her knees slightly, her hands clasped in front of her, and she spoke softly. Her voice was soft and sweet, like the most melodious bird song in the forest. After speaking, she looked up, her gaze tightly following Zhaojia. Her eyes shone with joy and flattery, her face filled with ingratiating smiles. She never expected that this 15-year-old village girl would have a 300-year cultivation crystal and gave it to her so generously. Such a powerful benefactor must be embraced tightly, hoping to gain more benefits and protection from Zhaojia in the future. Zhaojia glanced at her, her mind as sharp as counting beads on an abacus, calculating all written clearly in her eyes. However, Zhaojia wasn't the kind of person to be used by others. Zhaojia lightly inclined her head toward her, and the next moment, the fungi mother essence felt her cultivation sealed inside. Shocked, she looked at Zhaojia. "Master, you. I transformed you into human form not for you to do as you please. From now on, you'll work with them. They are all your seniors." Zhaojia introduced the 4 essences behind her to the fungi mother essence. The elegant figure in a blood-red gown, Moon Essence, waved at her. "Hello. Sister Fungi." "Hello," said the little durian essence wearing a golden silk dress sweetly. "Welcome." The towering figure with bulging muscles, the bickerer, also spoke with great energy. "Welcome to cooperate with us." The snail essence was a handsome youth, speaking gently. The fungi mother essence widened her eyes. Previously, all her attention was on Zhaojia. Thinking she was a mushroom cultivated for just over 60 years, suddenly gaining 3 centuries worth of cultivation, and instantly transforming into human form. How could she have seen anyone else? All she wanted was to embrace Zhaojia tightly, figuring how to win Zhaojia's favor, never expecting there were so many other essences behind Zhaojia. The fungi mother essence's expression tightened, but then her mouth curled upward as she greeted the 4 essences. "Hello everyone. Alright, now that we've met each other, go help remove the remaining grass mats from the hay shed." Looking at the fungi mother essence, Zhaojia noted the addition of free labor at home. Once the grass mats were removed, it would be time to pick perilla leaves. Because of hail and the sudden drop in temperature, the perilla leaves in the medicinal fields hadn't been harvested for money for a month and a half. Unloading the grass mats sooner would mean picking the perilla leaves earlier to sell for money. With the inclusion of the fungi mother essence, the daily harvest quantity could increase. Seeing that both her master and co-workers had already started working, the fungi mother essence quickly joined in, striving to leave a good impression on her master. The next day, all the grass mats were picked from Zhaojia's home, and the family had earnings that evening. By the 3rd day, other villagers' homes began to have income as well. The gentle spring breeze was especially comfortable on the skin, and when everyone held their new earnings close to their chests, their hearts warmed even more. Villagers whose own medicinal fields exceeded 5 acres mostly began hiring workers to pick the perilla leaves for their homes, paying 20 large coins a day, which helped them earn much more money every day. Due to Zhao family village hiring people to pick medicinal herbs, even the income of nearby villages was driven up. Finally, on the 28th day of the 2nd month, the village woke up early in the morning with the sound of firecrackers. Uncle and Auntie Zhao Ershu were indispensable as Zhao Feng's second uncle and aunt. They brought a quilt, bedsheet, and duvet cover, along with 200 large coins as gifts. Zhaojia went with them to attend the wedding feast. The courtyard inside and outside the old residence of the Zhao family was filled with tables. There were a total of 160 households in the village. According to Zhao family village customs, each household usually sent 1 person to attend the wedding banquet. Adding those who were closer relations, some households might send 2 or 3 people. Then there were the immediate siblings of old man Zhao's family, who would possibly all come. Also, the Jiang family from the in-law side would be present. Therefore, today at the old residence of the Zhao family, there were 21 tables set up, and they specifically hired chefs and waitstaff to help. Every table had a plate of sunflower seeds and peanuts placed on it. Before the dishes were served, everyone sat down first to crack sunflower seeds and chat, waiting for Zhao Feng to bring the bride over. Today, aside from Zhao Feng, the groom, grandma's son, old man Zhao, Zhao Daqiang, and Mrs. Zhou listened to the congratulations from everyone, smiling so much that their mouths almost reached behind their ears. Zhao Taohua quietly peeled peanuts, listening to everyone's laughter, and her lips curved upward slightly. She liked this festive atmosphere. The bride has arrived. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the yard, and everyone rushed out to see. Zhao Taohua also followed the crowd to join the fun. There's nothing like a newlywed bride brimming with good fortune. Every extra glance is worth it. In the distance, the wedding procession coming from the village entrance looked like a lively long dragon winding its way. Zhao Feng led a sturdy ox, dressed in bright red clothes, with a vivid red flower pinned to his chest, shining brightly under the sunlight. He grinned widely at all the villagers he met along the road, his face full of joy. Behind him in the wedding procession were many relatives from his family clan, some carrying Jiang Shui's dowry, others beating gongs and drums. The cheerful rhythm filled the entire village with happiness. Jiang Shui sat in the ox cart, red curtains adorning it for extra festivity. The ox cart moved slowly, and when it stopped, Zhao Yu quickly stepped forward to hold the rope steady, while Zhao Feng hurriedly walked to the side of the cart and extended his hand to help Jiang Shui down. Relatives from the Jiang family who accompanied her thought that Zhao Feng's considerate nature showed that Jiang Shui was marrying the right person. Especially Jiang's father, Aunt Yu, and Jiang Zhuer felt reassured. So many villagers stood at the entrance of the old Zhao family home, and Zhao Taohua, being short in stature, soon found herself blocked from seeing the bride. As she anxiously tiptoed and jumped to get a glimpse, she suddenly felt someone tug at her. At first, she didn't pay attention, but then she felt the force again. When she turned her head, she saw Shenming. Chapter 101, Failed Declaration. Little sister Taohua, here's a stool for you to stand on, Shenming explained. Zhao Taohua looked down at the 40-centimeter high stool and immediately stepped on it happily. Although she was only about 1.50 meters tall, once she stood on this stool, almost no one in the village could be taller than her. No matter who stood in front of her, they couldn't block her view of the bride. After Zhao Taohua stood on the 40-centimeter high stool, she immediately felt that her field of vision became wider. Jiang Shui, dressed in a red hemp cloth new dress, with a red veil over her head, was slowly getting off the ox cart, holding Zhao Feng's hand. Finally, Zhao Taohua saw the bride. Under the crowded villagers, the newlyweds slowly walked into the courtyard, and all the villagers quickly turned around to make way for them. The villagers standing in front of Zhao Taohua had no idea she was stepping on a stool. As they stepped back, they accidentally bumped Zhao Taohua and caused her to fall. Frightened, Zhao Taohua tried to grab something above her, but her body still fell uncontrollably backwards. The sound of gongs, drums, and the laughter of the villagers celebrating covered up Zhao Taohua's scream. Just as Zhao Taohua thought she would end up landing hard on her bottom today, someone caught her firmly. First shocked, Zhao Taohua then looked at the other person with lingering fear. Her lips brushed past Shenming's cheek, and suddenly, many kinds of spiritual energy entered her body. Zhao Taohua even felt static electricity between herself and Shenming. Shenming only felt a current running from his cheek throughout his whole body. Little sister Taohua, are you okay? As Shenming said this, he placed Zhao Taohua on the ground. At the moment he released his hands from her, Shenming unconsciously clenched his fists. I'm fine, thank you, big brother Shenming. Having said this, Zhao Taohua hurriedly squeezed into the courtyard following everyone else. She must try her best to get close to the happiness aura on the bride and take some of it. Even if she can't squeeze in, just seeing more is enough. Jiang Shui was walking behind the crowd when she suddenly noticed Shenming standing amidst the crowd. His silver hair was exceptionally conspicuous among the crowd. He had a towering and sturdy figure, like an ancient pine or cypress, exuding a natural masculinity. He wore a black long gown today, which accentuated his elegant stature and handsome features all the more perfectly. Jiang Shui unconsciously took steps toward him, even though last time it was because she unintentionally touched the lust ghost, causing her to leer at and attempt to touch employer Shen. It must be admitted that Shen really looked good. She had never seen anyone better looking than him in this area covering 10 miles and 8 villages. As she approached Shenming, before opening her mouth, she blushed. The redder her face became as she wanted to say something. Finally, she mustered her courage and said to Shenming, Mr. Shen, I'm sorry for what happened last time. It's because I was possessed by that evil spirit that I acted that way. Thankfully, Shenming has good hearing. Otherwise, such a mosquito-sized voice would have been incomprehensible. It's nothing. I know, don't dwell on it, said Shenming faintly. Even though Shenming's voice carried a distance-rejecting aloofness, the chill tone concealed an inexplicable attraction that made Jiang Shui want to keep approaching and listen to him speak more words. She raised her head and looked at his side profile, carefully asking, Mr. Shen, are you married? Upon hearing this, Shenming's pupils shrank instantly. Recently, preoccupied with medicinal fields matters, there hasn't been much chance to interact with Zhao Taohua, thus their engagement hadn't progressed further. On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, little sister Taohua will become of age. By then, the threshold of the Zhao family might be trodden through. Honest and straightforward, Shenming replied, not yet. After hearing this, Jiang Shui's heart lit up with joy. If not, does that mean she stands a chance? Good thing her sister got married to Zhao family village. If she also marries into Zhao family village, she will frequently see her sister later on, and they'll support each other. Inside the main room, on the high seat, Zhao Daqiang and Lady Zhou sat composedly, their faces filled with contentment. One pays respect to heaven and earth. With a loud call, the couple turned around and deeply bowed to the direction outside the hall. The firecrackers went off explosively, deafening sounds resonating. The gunpowder smoke spread in the air, carrying a rich festive flavor. Zhao Taohua pushed her way to the front, grinning widely while laughing with everyone else. Bow to your parents. Zhao Feng and Jiang Chuier respectfully knelt and bowed to Zhao Daqiang and Lady Zhou. Grandma's son stood beside them, beaming with delight, offering a red envelope filled with copper coins. Mrs. Qian and Mrs. Wang did the same, all three expressing auspicious words. Pay respects to each other. Both exchanged bows towards each other, the villagers inside and outside the hall clapping and cheering enthusiastically, their voices of laughter and celebration echoing continuously. The bride was sent into the bridal chamber, and the villagers flooded into the banquet to find seats while waiting for the feast to start. Zhao Taohua was pulled down to sit by Mrs. Qian. Today's main table was reserved for the bride's family as a sign of respect. Next came the relatives from Zhao family's old house. Zhao family, being the second uncle's household on the groom's side, was also assigned a relatively forward position. Just as Zhao Taohua was about to sit down, she saw Shenming talking with Jiang Zhuer far away at the courtyard entrance. Mr. Shun, actually, I like you. Do you think you could consider me? If you feel the same way about me, why don't we live together? I am already 15 years old, and after my upcoming birthday, I will be eligible for marriage. Jiang Chuier looked expectantly at Shenming. However, her declaration was rejected. I don't fancy you. Don't come near me, and don't waste your time on me. Shenming's voice was severe, like frost in winter. Every word that came out felt wrapped in ice chips, brimming with a piercing chill. Jiang Zhuer's expression immediately froze, leaving her stunned in place with a blank mind. She didn't expect Shenming to reject her so directly and decisively. Was she really so unappealing? He didn't hesitate, even for a moment. Then, waves of scorching shame rushed through her heart, quickly spreading throughout her entire body. She felt the glances around her turn into sharp needles, pricking her uncomfortably. Her lower lip trembled under the force of her biting it, and tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. Shenming gave her an indifferent glance before turning around to find his seat inside the yard and waited for the feast to begin. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he felt a burning gaze. Raising his eyes, he met Zhao Taohua's curious stare. She glanced at Shenming, then turned her head to look at Jiang Zhuer, who was standing not too far behind, frowning and puffing out her cheeks slightly. From Jiang Zhuer's disappointed expression, Zhao Taohua immediately understood that this had been a failed confession. With lips lightly pursed, Zhao Taohua felt a bit uneasy inside. Chapter 102, The Clam Demon. In the past, she had never seen another girl standing beside Shenming. Perhaps, before, it was because everyone in Zhao's village thought that Shenming was a disaster star, possessing an evil aura, so no one dared to approach him. Later, when she gave him a shielding talisman, the evil aura around him could no longer harm others. Gradually, people started getting closer to him, and matchmaker Andy Yu also began visiting Shenming's home. Initially, Zhao Taohua didn't think much of it, but now seeing Jiang Zhuer confess her feelings to Shenming, she suddenly felt as if someone was trying to snatch her power bank away. Zhao Taohua felt somewhat disheartened, withdrew her gaze, and quietly sat beside Mrs. Qian, waiting for the banquet to begin. Shenming saw Zhao Taohua with what seemed to be an unhappy expression. Panicking, he wanted to explain to Zhao Taohua that he hadn't said anything to Jiang Zhuer. He wasn't sure what misconception Sister Taohua might have. Soon, one by one, bountiful dishes were served, with the aroma of wine filling the air. The villagers gathered together, enjoying their meal immensely. Although this wedding at Zhao's old residence was arranged rather hastily, the entire ceremony went off beautifully, pleasing the villagers, and Zhang's family was quite satisfied as well. After the feast, just as Zhao Taohua returned home, Shenming quickly followed after her. Today, old Master Zhao drank quite a bit, so Mrs. Qian helped him back to rest. Even though you know your tolerance for alcohol is low, you still drank so much. Mrs. Qian couldn't help but complain. Though old Master Zhao was somewhat drunk, he still remembered to defend himself. Today, Xiaofeng got married and offered me a toast. How could I refuse? Xiaofeng's wife's family came to offer toasts, and I couldn't deny them. That's enough. I'll go cook you some sobering soup. Drink it before you sleep. With that, Mrs. Qian went to the kitchen. Sister Taohua, please let me explain. There's nothing between me and Jiang Zhuer. She just came over to say something, and I ignored her, Shenming explained earnestly. Originally, Zhao Taohua felt uneasy inside, but seeing that he specifically came to her home to clarify, any gloominess in her heart disappeared instantly. Zhao Taohua's eyes twinkled with laughter. Brother Shenming, there's no need for you to explain specially to me. Hearing this, Shenming felt somewhat disappointed. But immediately after, Zhao Taohua added, however, I'm glad that you explained. Seeing that Zhao Taohua wasn't angry with him, Shenming finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Sister Taohua, this is for you. As Shenming spoke, he handed over something. Upon taking a close look, Zhao Taohua realized it was actually a clam. This clam was large in size, with a uniquely dark brown shell that gleamed faintly, as if it had been polished by the river for years. Its shell was slightly open, exuding an evil aura. The moment Zhao Taohua took it into her hands, she could feel the clam, which had been trembling earlier, finally calming down. It was only logical. It would be hard to find anyone else in the world more laden with evil aura than Shenming. That heavy and ominous presence spread out like a vast darkness. Shenming explained, I found it while hunting on the mountain. Back then, it was peacefully resting in the stream water, its shell wide open. I noticed a round, lustrous pearl inside, so I picked it up and brought it back, thinking about giving it to you. After finishing his explanation, Shenming felt somewhat uneasy, pursing his thin lips and blushing even up to his ears. Zhao Taohua stared at the clam in her hand and couldn't help but laugh aloud humorously. Brother Shenming, do you know what exactly you've given me? Ming paused momentarily, confused. Isn't it just a clam? The pearl inside is as big as a pigeon's egg. Zhao Taohua laughed, even harder after hearing his response. Brother Ming, yes, it is a clam all right, but it's also a clam demon. Just as Zhao Taohua finished speaking, the clam that had calmed down in her hand started trembling again. It assumed that once it left the highly evil Ming, it would be safe. But who knew this girl could immediately see through it and identify it as a clam demon? What kind of extraordinary village maiden was this? When Ming heard it was indeed a clam demon, he immediately decided to throw it away, but Zhao Taohua stopped him. Though it is a clam demon, the pearl inside is genuinely real. During the time Zhao Taohua lived in the 21st century, she once encountered a clam demon, but that one was less than half the size of this one. Thus, she was more eager to see what kind of pearl this particular clam demon would yield, and the quality of the pearl as well. Zhao Taohua summoned Gang Jing to assist her in opening the clam. Gang Jing immediately recognized it as a clam demon. The clam demon certainly never expected Zhao Taohua to actually extract the pearl. Before it realized the situation, its life was gone. With immense strength, Gang Jing opened the clam effortlessly. When the pearl from within the clam demon revealed itself to everyone, it radiated a gentle glow, its hue warm and soft, nearly perfectly spherical. Don't be deceived by its smooth appearance. Touching it, it feels incredibly hard, enduring decades of refinement inside the clam's body until it developed a tough core. Moreover, its surface was as fine as silk, with a smooth texture that made one reluctant to let go. Zhao Taohua liked it at first sight. She planned to buy a silver hairpin and have the jeweler inlay the pearl on it, so she could wear it on her head. It would surely look beautiful. Thank you, Brother Ming. Zhao Taohua looked at Ming and felt that he truly treated her well by giving her so many nice things. She inspected Ming and wondered what she could give him in return. Seeing that Zhao Taohua genuinely liked the pearl, Ming left contentedly. Zhao Taohua held the large pearl and pondered about heading to town early tomorrow to ask the silver craftsman for help in designing it. Such a big pearl had to be watched closely to ensure the silversmith wouldn't misplace it. The next day, just as Zhao Taohua was excitedly preparing to drive the ox cart to the town to get herself a silver hairpin crafted, she suddenly felt something was amiss. Clams should live in the bottom mud of ponds. However, the mountain stream water flowed down from the top, without any bottom mud. This meant there were no living conditions for clams in the mountain streams. So why did one appear on the mountain? Zhao Taohua could not figure it out no matter how hard she thought. When strange events happen, they are usually caused by demons. Zhao Taohua immediately started deducing with her fingers, but then realized her inner spirit power had suddenly vanished. Taohua, are you at home? I'm looking for you. I have something to say. Just as Zhao Taohua was lost in thought standing by the courtyard gate, her mind was brought back to reality by Auntie Yu's voice. Auntie Yu knew that Zhao Taohua's marriage was decided by herself, and Qian's family along with Zhao Ershu supported her choice of her own husband. Grandma Yu, please come in. Zhao Taohua guessed that Auntie Yu had found several boys she deemed suitable and had come today to introduce them to her. Zhao Taohua asked the mycelium essence to serve tea to Auntie Yu, and then she sat down to quietly listen to what Auntie Yu had to say. Taohua, Grandma Yu has selected 4 fine young men for you. 3 of them are sons from merchant families in the town. The young man from the Dou family already manages his family business, organizing the shoe shop perfectly. The young man from the Zhang family runs a noodle shop, responsible for the kitchen while also acting as the owner. Then there is the young man from the Yun family, who has a general store and has good martial arts skills, even managing to secure a position as a detective in the local guardhouse. He works very hard. And finally, there is the young man from the Su family. Although he is from a rural village, he excels in reading and has already passed the county and prefectural examinations. He only awaits passing the next academy exam to become a scholar. Being a scholar entitles him to government benefits, including tax-free fields, which means your family's fields won't need to pay taxes. Additionally, becoming the wife of a scholar is an honor, a prestigious title indeed. Taohua, aren't all these options picked by Grandma Yu excellent? Grandma Yu proudly proclaimed. Knowing that Zhao Taohua is capable, those overly ordinary candidates or those with no family background, Grandma Yu had already screened them out directly. Chapter 103. Don't rush into marrying Zhao Shengyan yet. In the past, she often acted as a matchmaker for girls from the neighboring villages, but rarely did she arrange matches between the boys in town and scholars. This time, because she was helping Zhao Taohua find a match, she felt more confident. Thank you, Grandma Yu. Please give me their names and dates of birth. I'll take a look and get back to you. After speaking, Zhao Taohua took out 20 large coins and handed them to matchmaker Yu. She placed great importance on her own marriage, as he would be the person she would spend the rest of her life with in this world. It had to be someone appropriate. He didn't need to stand out too much, but he shouldn't have too many flaws either. Someone ordinary, who could live peacefully with her through the long years ahead, would suffice. It was the first time matchmaker Yu had ever received 20 red envelope coins just for providing a man's name and date of birth. Miss Taohua was generous and straightforward. With eyes narrowed into slits from smiling, matchmaker Yu handed over the information Zhao Taohua requested. Grandma Yu will wait for your word. If you fancy any of them, come tell me. Matchmaker Yu finished the tea in her bowl and bid farewell. Shen Ming had earlier seen matchmaker Yu heading toward Zhao Taohua's house when he was in the medicinal herb field, realizing immediately that the matchmaker must be here to find a suitor for Taohua. Could it be that they had found the kind of person Sister Taohua wanted? When he followed over, he heard matchmaker Yu introducing 4 men to Zhao Taohua all at once. Suddenly, Shen Ming felt a sense of crisis arise within him. Would Zhao Taohua choose one among these 4? Should he declare his feelings to Zhao Taohua now? Ming leaned against the Zhao family courtyard wall, his face ominously dark. Suddenly, a sweet voice came from above his head. Why have you been standing outside my courtyard wall for so long? Ming looked up and met the gaze of the mushroom spirit. The mushroom spirit had only arrived at the Zhao residence a few days ago. In order to make a good impression in front of Zhaojia, she paid great attention to security. Upon seeing it was the mushroom spirit, Ming left without saying anything, leaving the mushroom spirit alone on the wallhead wondering, why did he stay outside our courtyard for so long? The mushroom spirit still couldn't help but grumble. Durian spirit walked over. Sister fungi, it's common. However, I noticed that whenever matchmaker you comes to our house, he always leans against our courtyard wall for a while. But don't worry, he won't sneak into our house and steal things. The mushroom spirit nodded and jumped back to the ground, now understanding why the other 4 spirits in the household hadn't moved despite sensing Ming leaning against the wall for such a long time. It was already a familiar occurrence. Ming walked away from the Zhao courtyard, furrowing his brows deep in thought. If he declared his feelings to Zhaojia now, what if she no longer wished to approach him in the future? But there was another conflicting feeling in his heart. Every time she held his hand and acted affectionately toward him, it seemed like she liked him a little bit. Just as he prepared to return to the medicinal herb field, he suddenly heard Zhang's voice coming from up ahead. Matchmaker you are truly a blessing. There is actually something I want to ask you. Seeing it was Mrs. Zhang, Matchmaker you smiled and asked, is it about Shungin's wedding arrangements? But previously, I tried to arrange so many things for your Shungin, and he refused every time, saying he wasn't in a hurry. Mrs. Zhang quickly pulled her aside to explain, that's because the girl he likes hasn't yet reached marriageable age since last year. Only this year did she become of age. This boy kept it hidden from me, and I only learned last year. Now, seeing how often you've been visiting the Taowa family lately, I'm worried if we don't ask you soon to propose marriage for Shungin, Taowa might marry someone else. Matchmaker you widened her eyes upon hearing this. Your Shungin likes Taowa? Your Shungin really has good taste. Although Miss Taowa hasn't fully grown yet, it's clear that she will be a beauty in the future. Besides, she has many skills, looks beautiful, knows how to earn money, and is kind-hearted and helpful. Such a good daughter-in-law is hard to find even with a lantern. Alright, since you've said that, I'll go back and talk to Taowa again on your behalf. I already have Shungin's date of birth, and I'll deliver it to Taowa immediately. Although your 2 families live near each other as neighbors, Taowa is such an outstanding young lady and decisive. Whether or not she chooses your Shungin, I cannot guarantee. Mrs. Zhang nodded repeatedly. Marriage is about mutual consent. If Taowa does not favor Shungin, then there's nothing that can be done. Ming stood not far away. His earlier hunch had indeed been correct. Zhao Shungin looked at Sister Taowa with admiring eyes. Now, Matchmaker you was going to help Zhao Shungin propose to Sister Taowa. Ming frowned deeply, and his mood became heavier than before. The mushroom spirit sensed someone leaning against the yard wall again and jumped up to look. He was back. Zhao Taowa didn't expect Matchmaker you to return so soon after just leaving. Since she had no spiritual energy in her body at the moment, she couldn't directly calculate whether the birth data of those 4 individuals conflicted with hers. However, when she went to town later, she could first visit the shops of the Dou, Zhang, and Yun families to see how their physiognomy looked. Taowa, Grandma you forgot to give you one more birth data. This is your neighbor Shungin's birth data. Zhao Taowa looked at the birth data given by Grandma Yu, her face filled with surprise. Big brother Shungin? She had always regarded Zhao Shungin as a brother, never expecting that Grandma Yu would now propose him to her. Grandma Yu said, your 2 families live close, and you have grown up together since childhood, innocent and carefree. Even after marriage, your home will be just separated by a wall. You can come back anytime to accompany your parents. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taowa thought that Zhao Shungin seemed to be a good option too. Zhao Shungin had a good appearance. He was kind and hardworking. Currently, he was involved in animal husbandry at home. Following her advice, his chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs were doing well. But she still needed to check if their birth data matched. Also, in the past, she and Zhao Shungin only exchanged a few words casually. They didn't interact much, so she wasn't sure what it would be like if they spent long periods of time together. All these aspects required her further investigation. Thank you, Grandma Yu, I understand. This time, Grandma Yu truly left. Outside the courtyard wall, Ming heard their conversation and felt extremely anxious. Was Sister Taowa agreeing to marry Zhao Shungin? As Ming stepped away from the courtyard wall and watched Grandma Yu's departing back, he could no longer wait for her to go on his behalf to propose to Zhao Taowa. Just as the mushroom spirit was about to close the courtyard door, Ming pushed it open. I'm here to see Sister Taowa. The mushroom spirit was surprised, but still let him in. Zhao Taowa had just stored all 5 sets of birth data safely and was about to leave when she lifted the windproof curtain of the hall and came face to face with Ming. Brother Ming, what's the matter? Looking into Ming's eyes, Zhao Taowa noticed they were full of confusion and urgency as he firmly grabbed both her hands and wouldn't let go. This was the first time Zhao Taowa had seen Ming take the initiative to hold her hand, and she could feel a great deal of spiritual energy flowing through their touching skin into her body. She was precisely troubled by the lack of spiritual energy to use. Sister Taowa, I have something to say to you. Please, don't agree to marry Zhao Shungin yet. Ming bent down to look deeply into Zhao Taowa's eyes, full of restlessness and concern. His voice trembled slightly due to the urgency. Chapter 104. Peach Sister, I like you. Zhao Taowa widened her eyes and said, I haven't agreed to marry Shungin brother yet. Although Shungin brother and I grew up together, I don't know him very well. There are still many things for me to learn about. Only after that can I make a decision. Then let you learn about me. Before Zhao Taohua could finish her words, Shin Ming interrupted hastily and pressed her hand on his chest. Instantly, Zhao Taohua was stunned. What did it mean to understand him? Peach sister, I like you. I cannot imagine you marrying someone else, and I fear I will regret it all my life. Give me a chance to let you understand me, will you? I will definitely satisfy you. At this moment, Shin Ming wished he could rip his heart out for her to see, so she would understand how he truly felt. He was so nervous that sweat trickled down his cheeks from his forehead, but he didn't even realize it. His words came pouring out like a barrage of cannonballs, every word brimming with love for Zhao Taohua. The fungus mother spirit standing in the courtyard suddenly brightened, as if something had just clicked. So, he had been eavesdropping outside their yard while the master was speaking with Elder Matchmaker earlier? Zhao Taohua stared blankly at him, confusion clouding her eyes. Did he like her? Shin Ming's words created a tidal wave inside her heart, disrupting her calmness. Looking into Shin Ming's burning eyes, she didn't know how to respond. However, the longer he held her hand, a surge of spiritual energy surged through her. If he kept holding her hand, wouldn't it be wonderful? Suddenly, Shin Ming seemed like an excellent choice to Zhao Taohua. At least when they were together, he could help replenish her spiritual energy. If they became husband and wife, they could hold hands and obtain spiritual energy anytime, anywhere, legitimately. Upon thinking this, Zhao Taohua decided it wasn't a bad idea. In the future, if she were married to another man, or he married someone else, any intimate contact between them would be immoral. Lifting her head, Zhao Taohua looked steadfastly into Shin Ming's fiery eyes, hers even more determined. I will marry you. Her voice was clear and resolute. At that moment, Shin Ming's eyes sparkled brightly. The originally slightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, the smile spreading from the corners of his mouth to the edges of his eyes, filled with joy even deep down. He suddenly gently pulled Zhao Taohua into his embrace, trembling arms afraid that it might all be a dream. Peach sister, believe me, I will use everything I have to love and take care of you, making sure you feel no resentment. As Shin Ming spoke, he slowly leaned closer to Zhao Taohua. Zhao Taohua distinctly felt his breath spraying across her cheek. When she thought Shin Ming might kiss her, he merely touched foreheads lightly and didn't dare overstep further. Just as Elder Matchmaker was about to leave Zhao's village, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Turning her head, she saw Shin Ming running towards her hurriedly. Elder Yu, wait. Shin Ming, do you want Elder Yu to help propose a match? Elder Matchmaker asked with a laugh. She remembered the last time she went to his house and wanted to propose a match for him. He outright rejected her. Back then, though, she also noticed some signs indicating Shin Ming already had someone he liked in mind. This is it. Today he came looking for her. Slightly embarrassed, Shin Ming nodded as his thoughts were laid bare by Elder Matchmaker. Elder Yu, please come to my place and have a bowl of tea. I'll explain everything to you. Shin Ming served a bowl of sugared water to entertain Elder Matchmaker, which made her fairly satisfied. Shin Ming, tell me, whose daughter caught your eye? What's her name? Elder Matchmaker put down the bowl and asked. Sister Peach, please trouble you to go to the Zhao family to deliver my dowry. I wish to marry Sister Peach. After finishing his words, Shin Ming handed Elder Matchmaker a red envelope with 50 big coins first. Peach, Zhao Taohua from your village. She came today to arrange a marriage proposal for Zhao Taohua, not expecting there were already 2 young men from Zhao's village interested in her. So, Shin Ming liked Zhao Taohua. However, Shin Ming was already 19 years old, 4 years older than Zhao Taohua. With no parents left, there was only him remaining in the household. And having a head full of white hair, he looked somewhat peculiar. Taking the red envelope from him, Elder Matchmaker said, if you want me to propose a marriage on your behalf to the Zhao family, there's no problem. But, Peach has strong opinions. Most decisions regarding her marriage are made by herself. If she doesn't fancy you, nothing will happen between you two. Besides, there are others besides you who like Peach. Be prepared mentally that it might not work out. How about I give your birth details to Peach first, and if she agrees, you can then officially send the dowry? Otherwise, if your dowry is rejected by the Zhao family, it will greatly tarnish your reputation, and it may affect your future marriage. Matchmaker Yu advised him sincerely in return for the many red envelopes he had given her. Despite those few drawbacks, Shin Ming could still be a good match for other girls. However, if the person was Zhao Taohua, it might fall a bit short. Shin Ming paid no heed to this, and only said, Grandma Yu, you just need to deliver the dowry to the Zhao family on my behalf. If one looked closely, they would see a faint smile flicker across Shin Ming's eyes at this moment. He knew that Sister Peach would definitely agree. But now, he couldn't tell Matchmaker Yu. He needed to maintain some decorum for Sister Peach as a young lady. When Matchmaker Yu saw Shin Ming's resolve to directly send the dowry to the Zhao family, she could only consent. Shin Ming clearly intended to act swiftly. Moreover, the dowry he mentioned was very generous. It included wine, grain, fabric, jewelry, mooncakes symbolizing sweetness and happiness, and glutinous rice balls representing family reunion. In addition, there would be 20 taels of silver as the betrothal gift, plus 10 taels for the Zhao family to prepare for the wedding, totaling 30 taels. In all her decades as a matchmaker, Matchmaker Yu had never encountered such a generous offer for a dowry. Alright, Grandma Yu agrees to help you deliver the dowry to the Zhao family. Bring the money, and come with me to buy the items for the dowry. Since Shin Ming was the only person left in the Shin family, Matchmaker Yu decided to personally take him shopping to avoid any mistakes. At the Zhao residence, after Shin Ming left, Zhao Taohua did not immediately go out. Now that she had decided to marry Shin Ming, the trio who had planned to visit the town to examine their fortunes no longer mattered. There was also no rush regarding making a silver hairpin with pearls embedded in it. With the spiritual energy flowing through her body, Zhao Taohua wanted to take the opportunity to perform the divination she hadn't completed last time. Master, it's raining outside. Please come inside so you don't get wet. At this point, Mother Fungus Spirit reminded her. Zhao Taohua looked up. Indeed, it was raining. Lately, the rain had been erratic like a child, crying one moment and laughing the next, alternating between rain and clear skies. As Zhao Taohua sat down in the main room, she began the divination with her fingertips just barely moving when her brows started to knit slightly. Immediately after, her face turned deathly pale, and the rosy hue in her lips vanished in an instant. Master, what's wrong? Mother Fungus Spirit asked anxiously. Fear and disbelief filled Zhao Taohua's eyes, as though she had glimpsed something extremely terrifying. Zhao Taohua's voice quivered. It turns out to be this way. No wonder the recent rains had been more than usual, the spring rain continuing incessantly and unusually heavy. It was because of this. Master, how is it? Mother Fungus Spirit's voice sounded again. Zhao Taohua walked toward the door of the main room. The moment she stepped into the drizzle, Mother Fungus Spirit quickly opened an umbrella for her. Zhao Taohua explained. This summer, heavy rains will drench the land, and our village will face landslides and mudslides. Chapter 105, A Bed Demon. Zhao Taohua had a solemn expression as her eyes swept over the surrounding mountains of Zhao Village. If a landslide or mudslide were to occur, then Zhao Village would be completely submerged. Zhao Village would cease to exist. Upon hearing this, Zheng Mujing's face changed dramatically. Zhao Village was now flourishing. Every household had medicinal fields. Not only did the villagers of Zhao Village prosper financially, but many villagers from nearby areas also earned decent wages by working in Zhao Village. Master, what shall we do? Should we move away in advance? But what about our brick house and the medicinal fields? Zheng Mujing asked. Especially the medicinal fields. The herbs there could sell for quite a lot of money. Now that the landslides and mudslides haven't come yet, and summer is still 3 months away, we can take precautions. I will go talk to the village chief about this. After saying this, Zhao Taohua headed towards the village chief's home. I don't want to live anymore. Just as Zhao Taohua reached Zhao Xingzhu's house, she heard a commotion. She turned to look into Zhao Xingzhu's yard. She saw Zhao Xingzhu and his wife holding onto their sister, Zhao Xingfang, who was trying to bash herself against a wall. Fangzi, calm down. Zhao Xingzhu pleaded. With their parents having died early, Zhao Xingzhu couldn't just watch his only sister kill herself. What should I stay calm for? I'm a widow chased out by my husband's family, and Erniu is my only hope. Now, with Erniu nearing death, what reason did she have to keep living? While crying, Zhao Xingfang struggled to smash her head against the wall. Baisher quickly placed herself in front of Zhao Xingfang, willing to let Zhao Xingfang hit her instead of allowing Zhao Xingfang to hit the wall. Erniu still has breath left, so there's hope to save her. I'll ask Grandpa Xiamping to come over. Please don't do anything rash. Baisher spoke of wanting to invite Zhao Xiamping over, but she hesitated to leave, fearing that Zhao Xingzhu might not be able to hold Zhao Xingxiang alone if she left. Li Juan's sister, I'll help you bring Grandpa Xiamping here. Seeing this, Zhao Taohua immediately offered her assistance. Perfect. Taohua, you go quickly and fetch Grandpa Xiamping. Baisher felt relieved. With Taohua's help, she could rest assuredly stay and prevent Zhao Xingfang from committing suicide. Not long after, Zhao Xiamping arrived. Seeing Zhao Xingfang ready to commit suicide, he reprimanded her harshly. For a mother to speak of dying like this, what kind of example are you setting? Life in Zhao Village was good now. Why should she waste such a life? Even if her in-laws had expelled her, why should a daughter of Zhao Village care? Upon hearing the voice of Grandpa Xiamping, Zhao Xingfang instantly knelt before him in tears. Grandpa Xiamping, please save Erniu. She's fading fast, her body feels icy cold, and she doesn't move. It's as if she's already. The last 4 words, dead, Zhao Xingfang simply couldn't say aloud. She feared that speaking them out loud would make them true. After hearing her plea, Zhao Xiamping immediately said, take me to see Erniu at once. The child was only 4 years old. Her father passed away early, and her grandmother disliked her because she was a girl, so she had been driven out along with Zhao Xingfang. Fortunately, thanks to the thriving development of medicinal fields in Zhao Village, Zhao Xingzhu's family made a decent amount of money, enough to support the two of them without any issues. When Zhao Xiamping entered the west room, he indeed found Shui Erniu lying on the bed motionless. As soon as he placed his hand on Shui Erniu's wrist, he was startled by how ice-cold her body felt. Why did the child feel as if she was already cold all over? No, more like she'd just been fished out of an ice bath. After examining her thoroughly, Zhao Xiamping's complexion visibly darkened. Zhao Xingfang hurriedly asked, Grandpa Xiamping, what's wrong with my Erniu? Is she really? She truly couldn't bear to finish her sentence. Originally, she already knew the answer deep down. Now, seeing the expression on Grandpa Xiamping's face, it almost confirmed her worst fear. With a plop, Zhao Xingfang fell to her knees. Grandpa Xiamping, please save Erniu. She's only 4. Zhao Xingfang spoke, nearly fainting. Beside her, Zhao Xingzhu and his wife joined in begging, hoping Zhao Xiamping would find a way to save Erniu. Xiamping looked troubled and said, however, this old man is powerless too. Erniu cannot be saved. Start preparing her funeral arrangements. At these words, Zhao Xingfang collapsed on the spot. Zhao Xingzhu immediately pinched her Renzhong acupoint to rouse her. It'd be better if you let me die too. We could share one coffin, saving the cost of another. Zhao Xingfang cried as if her heart was being carved apart. From the side, Zhao Xingzhu berated her. What nonsense are you spouting? You're alive and well, why talk of dying? Sister Fangzi, perhaps I can try. I sense Erniu may be possessed by an evil spirit which has caused her to fall into a coma. Zhao Taohua spoke while looking at the bed under Shui Erniu. Upon hearing that Zhao Taohua might have a way to help, Zhao Xingfang's eyes immediately brightened. Since Grandpa Xiangping had already given the diagnosis to prepare for the aftermath, the only way for a person to come back to life would be if she was possessed by an evil spirit, in which case there might be a chance of survival. Taohua, I entrust Erniu to you. Please take a good look and see what kind of evil presence is around. Can you remove it? Zhao Xingfang pleaded. She only hoped that Shui Erniu could wake up and grow up healthy, so that she could have a purpose in her heart. Zhao Taohua asked, is this bed newly purchased? Yes, it was bought just the other day from town. The previous one was old, so we got a new one. Although Zhao Xingfang didn't understand why Zhao Taohua suddenly asked about the bed, she still answered truthfully. Her elder brother worried about their safety on an old bed, so he specially went to town to buy a new one. Zhao Taohua lightly touched the edge of the bed with her fingers and said, this bed isn't new. It has been refurbished to appear so. It's at least 50 years old and must have been slept on by countless owners, causing a bed demon to spawn upon it. What? A bed demon? Zhao Xingfang was shocked and turned pale. But if this bed was used, why don't I have any sign of being afflicted by the bed demon? Her heart raced with urgency. How she wished the accursed bed demon had taken her instead of afflicting Erniu. Erniu was only 4, delicate in constitution. How could her young body withstand the torment of a bed demon? Zhao Taohua explained. Because Erniu is so young, it chose her as the target. For adults like you, it's harder for it to infiltrate your dreams and make you stay immersed in them. A bed demon can transform into someone you miss the most, drawing you closer until it consumes all of your vital energy before departing. In terror, Zhao Xingfang covered her mouth. Recalling the icy chill of Erniu's body, she asked, so now, is it almost done sucking out Erniu's vital energy? Is Erniu about to die? Taohua, please save Erniu. I have money. I'll give it to you. Choked with emotion, Zhao Xingfang feared the little figure on the bed would leave her forever. Fengzi, don't worry. As she spoke, Zhao Taohua walked to Shui Erniu's bedside. Her hands quickly moved, weaving intricate gestures. Gradually, a faint layer of white light emerged in the air, swirling and flickering around her fingertips. Chapter 106, Landslide and Mudslide. As the incantation was chanted, the white light became increasingly brilliant. They gradually converged into a luminous dome, softly glowing and enveloping Erniu entirely. Erniu's skin exuded a chilling coolness that made one shudder, her body curled up tightly. The moment the white light touched Erniu's body, her body convulsed violently. She frowned deeply, as though enduring immense pain. Seeing this, Zhao Taohua's eyes momentarily flickered with anguish, but her hands did not slow down, not by an inch. In fact, she accelerated, reciting the incantation faster and more urgently. Within the glowing dome, the light began to flicker unpredictably, with faint traces of black mist seeping out from Erniu's body. In the mist, twisted shadows appeared to be screaming, emitting bone-chilling sounds. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xingfang and the others furrowed their brows anxiously, fearing. Could it be the bed ghost? Is it responsible for Erniu's condition? The bed ghost was just about to absorb all of Erniu's vital energy, when suddenly someone intervened. A reluctant participant now resisting Zhao Taohua's magic fiercely. Zhao Taohua raised both her hands high and then pressed them down forcefully. Instantly, the white light surged like a tidal wave towards the black shadow, enveloping it completely. It emitted a shrill wail, but the white light grew closer and tighter. Its final struggles slowly weakened until it vanished altogether. Cough, cough. Father. After 2 coughs, Erniu woke up on the bed. She looked around at everyone, but didn't see the person she wanted to see. Erniu, you're awake. Seeing Erniu wake up, Zhao Xingfang noticed her pale face recovering some color and her furrowed brow gradually smoothing out. Mr. Zhao Shengzhu and his wife, along with Zhao Xianping, also sighed in relief, smiling contentedly. Erniu was only 4 years old and shouldn't have died. Mother, I just dreamed of father. He played with me. Our family of 3 was together. From the bed, Erniu told Zhao Xingfang about the beautiful dreams she had seen. Listening to this, Zhao Xingfang felt deep sorrow in her heart. Erniu missed her father so much, but her husband had already passed away. Erniu would never see him again. Moreover, her in-laws wouldn't let them return home, nor could they even pay respects to her husband's memorial tablet. They could only secretly visit his grave. Erniu was still young and had no idea that everything she dreamt earlier was conjured by the bed ghost, which almost cost her life. To soothe her words, Zhao Xingfang said gently, Erniu, do you miss your father? Would you like to go with mother to pay respects to him? That way, perhaps your father will come to your dreams again. Yes, Erniu happily agreed. She really wanted to see her father again. After comforting Erniu, Zhao Xingfang immediately asked Zhao Taohua, Taohua, what should we do with this bed? Can Erniu and I still sleep on it? 1 bitten, 10 afraid. She truly feared another incident like before. Fengzi sister, the bed ghost inside the old bed has been eliminated by me. You can rest assured and sleep peacefully. Zhao Taohua reassured her. Satisfied, Zhao Xingfang nodded and continued. Taohua, Erniu is still young, and I'm worried she might get entangled with something evil again. Can you sell me a talisman of peace? With this talisman, the vital energy Erniu lost to the bed ghost will soon return. Zhao Taohua handed over the talisman. That's good. As she spoke, Zhao Xingfang tucked the talisman into a sachet, threading it onto a string and hanging it around Erniu's neck. Only then did she feel fully relieved. Taohua, thank you so much. Otherwise my Ernie Zhao Xingfang choked up halfway through her sentence. Zhao Shengzhu and his wife were also immensely grateful to Zhao Taohua. Today, Zhao Taohua not only saved Erniu's life, but essentially saved Zhao Xingfang's life as well. Otherwise, if anything happened to Erniu, Fengzi probably wouldn't survive either. Brother Shengzhu, Aunt Li Juan, you don't need to be too formal. We are all from the same village and clan. We should help each other out. With that, Zhao Taohua walked toward the door. Seeing that she wasn't heading toward the Zhao family's direction, Zhao Xiangping couldn't help but ask, Taohua, where are you going? Grandpa Xiangping, there's an important matter I need to discuss with Grandpa Village Chief. It concerns our entire Zhao family village. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiangping's expression immediately turned serious, and he followed her straight to the village chief's house. The village chief was getting older, and his children didn't allow him to work in the fields anymore. Anyway, hiring someone to pick medicinal herbs only cost 20 large coins. When the two arrived at the village chief's house, he was sitting in the main room weaving bamboo baskets. Though his children wouldn't let him go to the fields to pick medicinal herbs, he simply couldn't stay idle. Since their family had a lot of farmland and employed many workers, they needed to use quite a few bamboo baskets every day for collecting the herbs. Anyway, if they were going to buy them, it would cost money, so it was better to make their own bamboo baskets for the house's needs. Uncle Xiangping, Taohua, you've come, the village chief said, getting up to prepare 2 bowls of sugary water for them. Although it was already spring, the weather occasionally remained somewhat cold, and there were sporadic light rains from time to time. Drinking some warm sugary water helped to warm their bodies. Zhao Taohua revealed what she had divined at home. Instantly, both the village chief and Zhao Xiangping's pupils trembled with shock and fear reflected on their faces. Zhao family village was situated beneath a cluster of mountains, entirely surrounded by them. If all the surrounding mountains experienced landslides and mudslides, the entire Zhao family village would be obliterated. Not only people and houses, but even more than 1,000 acres of medicinal herb fields. All their efforts over half a year would end in nothing. The village chief sighed first, then said, in that case, everyone will have to relocate. Zhao Xiangping immediately opposed this. Our Zhao family village is a clan village. This place is the root of the Zhao family. People of the Zhao surname have lived here for over 100 years. We absolutely cannot move. How could the village chief want to move either? Not only are houses immovable, but the medicinal herb fields here. He couldn't bear to part with them. Zhao Xiangping then asked Zhao Taohua, Taohua, do you have any way to prevent this disaster? During the previous 2 disasters, heavy snow and hail, Taohua had helped everyone come up with solutions to cope. This time too, Zhao Xiangping placed his hopes on Zhao Taohua. There were 3 months left until summer. If they started now, there should still be a chance to remedy the situation. Zhao Taohua nodded. Yes, but it will be difficult. After all, Zhao family village is surrounded by mountains. To prevent disaster, we need to focus on each one of them. Thus, to succeed in prevention, it requires collective effort from the entire village. Together, we will construct retaining slopes using walls and anti-slide piles to reinforce the mountain slopes and enhance their stability. We'll also build barriers in the mudflow valleys to slow down the flow rate and reduce its energy. At that time, I will enlist the troublemakers in the mountains to continuously monitor shifts in the mountain formations and groundwater levels. If indeed we can't stop it, our only choice will be to flee. Even if we can't save the houses or the medicinal herb fields, we must preserve our lives at the very least. Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words, both the village chief and Zhao Xiangping nodded. They believed Zhao Taohua's words. If she said summer downpours would lead to landslides and mudslides, then that would surely happen. They also trusted that her preventive measures were feasible. The village chief said, I will discuss with several elders in the village. We need to figure out how to organize everyone over the next 3 months to construct these retaining slopes. On hearing this, Zhao Taohua felt much more at ease. She returned home, harnessed her ox cart, and went to town to get herself a silver hairpin made. Zhao Taohua wanted a simple hairpin. All she required was for the silversmith to help embed a pigeon-sized pearl onto it. Miss, take a look. Are you satisfied? Immediately, Zhao Taohua couldn't resist finding a mirror and putting it on her head. This pearl, produced by the clam monster, was truly bright and big, large and luminous. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhao Ershu prepared to go to the field with the 4 spirits to pick medicinal herbs when they unexpectedly met Aunt Yu, the matchmaker. It was natural for a matchmaker to visit since Taohua would reach her coming-of-age ceremony in 4 months. Uncle Yu, Taohua is in the hall. You can speak directly with her. After saying this, Zhao Ershu prepared to carry the bamboo basket to the fields. Aunt Yu quickly stopped him. Father Taohua, I'm here to see you and Mother Hongyan today. Please step inside. Chapter 107. I oppose. In Zhao Ershu's suspicious expression, she was seen leading a cart into the house. Yesterday, Shen Ming had bought a cart in town to help Madame Yu deliver the betrothal gifts to the Zhao family. Madame Yu proceeded to unload the items from the cart one by one. 2 jars of premium daughter red wine, 2 bags of fine rice, a bolt of silk fabric, a bolt of satin fabric, silver hairpins, silver bracelets, silver earrings, and silver rings. Zhao Ershu stared speechlessly at all these items. Good quality daughter red wine was expensive. He liked drinking but couldn't afford such luxury. Now, it seemed like he was in for a treat. As for those fabrics and jewelry, they would not come cheap either. The commotion in the main hall caught Lady Qian's attention as well. When she entered, she felt as though the silk and satin bolts, along with the silver hairpins, bracelets, earrings, and rings on the table were glowing, almost dazzling her eyes. Lady Qian exclaimed, all this must cost a fortune. It seems this family holds great respect for us, and also truly cares about our peach blossom. Seeing all these items, her satisfaction with the groom increased significantly. She asked Madame Yu, "Aunt Yu, who has commissioned you to arrange the betrothal for our Peach Blossom? However, you know, Peach Blossom's marriage must be her own decision. If she doesn't agree, we won't accept the gifts." Upon hearing Lady Qian's question, Zhao Ershu also perked up his ears to find out who could afford so much wealth, having spent over 30 taels on these alone. Odal sat in the main hall. Watching these items, she too felt curious. Yesterday, she agreed to marry Shen Ming. However, she was unsure if Shen Ming had enough money to buy all this. Madame Yu replied with a smile. "This young man is familiar to both of you. He's from your village. Since you all know each other well, there's no worry he may have bad habits. In addition to all these items, he also provides 20 taels as dowry, plus another 10 taels for wedding preparations at your place. What do you think? Isn't that considerate?" Lady Qian didn't hear the answer she wanted, and urged, "Aunt Yu, you need to tell us whose proposal this is, so we can decide whether or not to agree. Ultimately, it depends on Peach Blossom's consent." Madame Yu took a moment to prepare herself mentally before addressing Lady Qian and Zhao Ershu, finally focusing on Zhao Taohua. She smiled at Zhao Taohua. "Peach Blossom, it's Shen Ming from your village who has purchased all these items for you, including giving your family 30 taels. What do you think? Their family structure is simple. There will be no controlling in-laws. Once you enter his household, you'll directly take charge of the home. Shen Ming is hardworking and diligent, and also thoughtful. Previously, he earned a decent sum from hunting in the mountains, and his family desperately needs a head of the household. Besides, your homes are not far from each other, allowing easy visits to your parents' house. Peach Blossom, would you be willing to marry Shen Ming?" Madame Yu fixed her eyes on Zhao Taohua, asking. Given Shen Ming's sincerity, Madame Yu also wanted to help him. Shen Ming lost his family at the age of 10, which made her feel somewhat sorry for this child. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua slightly lifted the corners of her mouth, thinking that these indeed came from her brother Shen Ming. It just happened that yesterday, she got herself a silver hairpin that would now match perfectly with these accessories. "I'm willing, Grandmother Yu," Zhao Taohua responded. Madame Yu was momentarily stunned before reacting. Her happiness nearly sent her bouncing with joy. Deep down, she was thrilled for Shen Ming. Since Peach Blossom had agreed to the marriage proposal, the matter was settled. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhao Ershu voiced, "I oppose." Both Zhao Taohua and Madame Yu turned to look at him in puzzlement. Being an elder, Madame Yu already knew that although Uncle Zhao and Lady Qian claimed Peach Blossom's marriage should be decided by herself, once she did make a choice, someone else always intervened. Madame Yu quickly intervened saying, "Ershu, Peach Blossom has already agreed. Let the children handle their own affairs." Despite Zhao Ershu's darkening face upon hearing Madame Yu's words, he remained unyielding. "No, Shen Ming cannot marry her. He's 19 years old, 4 years older than my Peach Blossom. How is that acceptable? Furthermore, he has no parents, meaning all the household responsibilities would fall solely on Peach Blossom's shoulders. From the moment she steps through his doorway, she'd suffer while he enjoys himself. Moreover, he has white hair, making him an oddity among people. If, in the future, his child inherits his white hair, isn't that exposing them to ridicule? Therefore, there's no way I'll agree to this." Madame Yu could only laugh awkwardly. Zhao Ershu was speaking from the perspective of a father, genuinely considering his daughter's well-being. Madame Yu, also a parent, understood very well the worry that marrying into an unsuitable family could bring to a daughter. After a short pause, Madame Yu interceded on Shen Ming's behalf. An older man would be more considerate and caring. Though he doesn't have parents, in their little family, it's only the young couple. They will manage their home together without any interference. Moreover, your two families are not far apart, so when Taohua is pregnant in the future, you can always lend a helping hand or take care of her. As for the white hair, I'll have Shen Ming visit the medical hall to see what's behind it and if it can be cured. Truthfully, Madame Yu herself was unsure, but she tentatively suggested to Zhao Ershu, if it cannot be cured, there is always the option of dyeing the hair black. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua immediately stopped her. "No, brother Shen Ming's snow-white hair looks handsome as it is. There's no need to dye it." Zhao Ershu frowned at Zhao Taohua after hearing her words. How could this girl already express her preference for Shen Ming's white hair when they weren't even remotely related yet? Lady Qian saw Zhao Ershu point out several flaws about Shen Ming in such a short time. She countered Zhao Ershu. "Shen Ming is a good kid. After finishing the herb field shelter, he helped us with some work for days. Didn't you praise him back then, saying he was a fine lad?" Caught off guard by Lady Qian's retort, Zhao Ershu replied, "I was praising a fellow villager's younger generation, which is different from choosing a son-in-law." Lady Qian helplessly rolled her eyes. "He even gave our family wolf skins, later made into clothes and boots. During the heavy hailstorm and sudden temperature drop, others shivered with cold at home. Some even got frostbite, while others had their knees frozen. But the three of us were completely unaffected. Have you forgotten all these things?" Still, Zhao Ershu wouldn't listen. These aren't reasons for him to marry our Taohua. Lady Qian continued, "Our Taohua was almost harassed by ruffians in town once, but Shen Ming saved her. Shen Ming has rescued our Taohua several times." At this, Zhao Ershu finally refrained from arguing back. After a long pause, he muttered another protest. "Anyway, I oppose it. I won't agree to this marriage." Chapter 108, Must Pass My Test. Zhao Ershu's voice was loud, and some villagers who were working not far from the Zhao family's gate came over to watch out of curiosity. Earlier, many had seen Aunt Yu driving a cart of oxen to the Zhao household. Surely, Aunt Yu had come to arrange a marriage for Peach Blossom. When the villagers stood in the courtyard of the Zhao family, they happened to see Aunt Yu packing one piece of dowry after another into the cart. Qianshi helped nearby, and she said to Aunt Yu, "Our second son is quite rigid, but as a father, I understand his worries." Aunt Yu smiled and nodded. There are few fathers-in-law who immediately take a liking to their prospective sons-in-law. However, at this point, there were already quite a few curious villagers gathered in the courtyard of the Zhao family. Today, Shunming's act of presenting a dowry to Peach Blossom could no longer be hidden. Goodness me, silk cloth, satin cloth, so many silver ornaments, even premium daughter red wine. How much money would all this cost? Just these items that everyone could see at a glance were worth more than 30 taels. Isn't this extravagant? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "Aunt Yu, who has presented such a dowry for Peach Blossom?" Among those present, the men envied the wealth of the man, and the women envied whoever could be as happy as Peach Blossom to possess so much dowry. Most of the women in the village received only 5 taels as dowry before being married into their husbands' homes. Who had ever been treated like this? Aunt Yu knew it would be impossible to hide, so smilingly, she said to everyone, "It's the young lad Shinming. He asked me to present the dowry on behalf of Peach Blossom." Shinming is an honest child, willing to give his heart to Peach Blossom. In addition to this dowry, there's also 20 taels of betrothal gift, plus 10 taels for preparing the wedding for the bride. What? So much? This has never happened before in the entire Zhao village. In fact, not only in Zhao village, but also in the neighboring villages within 10 miles, there has been nothing like this. Many villagers wondered how much property Shinming really owned to be able to provide so much when proposing to the Zhao family. Unfortunately, even with so much dowry and gifts, Zhao Ershu didn't agree. Peach Blossom didn't expect Zhao Ershu to have such strong resistance against Shinming, being so unwilling for her to marry Shinming. Previously, because there were matchmakers and other villagers around, Peach Blossom found it difficult to say certain things openly. Still, marrying Shinming was something utterly beneficial without any harm, and she could not just let Zhao Ershu chase Shinming away from her life. Shinming must become her husband. Shinming was kind-hearted and responsible. He could hunt, farm, make a living, and respect his elders, fulfilling all her requirements for a husband. More importantly, every time she interacted with Shinming, she could obtain spiritual energy. Once either of them got married to someone else, they couldn't touch anymore. By officially marrying Shinming, she could publicly and reasonably touch him, thus absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy from Shinming. Just by holding hands each day, the accumulated spiritual energy over time would be immeasurable. After everyone left, Peach Blossom let the 4 little creatures go work in the medicinal field first, and then closed the courtyard gate. Seeing that outsiders had gone, Zhao Ershu decided to share a heartfelt talk with Peach Blossom. "Peach Blossom, Shinming is too much older than you. We should find you someone younger, about your age, with elders at home, so you can enjoy a comfortable life once you marry." Peach Blossom patiently listened to everything Zhao Ershu had to say. To be honest, with her father caring for her future in such meticulous details made her feel exceptionally warm inside. However, her marriage with Shinming must be accomplished, even if her father opposed it. She still needed to convince him. "Dad, though brother Shinming is 4 years older than me, older men know how to care for others. Brother Shinming's family doesn't have elders. While I may not receive support from older relatives, we will work hard together and form a big family in the future. Also, Dad and Mom live close by. Whenever we encounter anything unclear, we can always come back to consult you. As for brother Shinming's white hair, I actually think it looks pretty good. Brother Shinming is strong and healthy. The white hair hasn't affected his health in any way. Even if our children grow up with such white hair in the future, as long as they're healthy, that's fine. I've decided on brother Shinming. I wish to marry him. Please give us your blessing, Dad." Peach Blossom sincerely finished speaking. Finally, she knelt down before Zhao Ershu and performed a grand bow. "You quickly get up." How could Zhao Ershu bear to see Peach Blossom kneeling? But he didn't expect that Peach Blossom would actually like Shinming. On the side, hearing Peach Blossom's heartfelt expression, Qian's eyes lit up, as some things suddenly seemed clearer. No wonder. Earlier she always felt that Peach Blossom liked getting close to Shinming. She once saw Peach Blossom naturally grabbing Shinming's hand. Originally, she thought about reminding Peach Blossom about gender distinctions. Who would have thought that the reason why Peach Blossom had taken the initiative to hold Shinming's hand was because she liked him? Qianshi recollected these past days. Shinming was a decent boy worthy of entrusting one's life to. Besides, Peach Blossom also liked him. Qianshi approached Zhao Ershu and said, "Ershu, since Peach Blossom likes him, then help the 2 children out." Zhao Ershu helped Peach Blossom get up, and while listening to Qianshi's words, his face still didn't show full agreement. But he couldn't resist the persistence of both his wife and daughter. "Alright, but Shinming must pass my test before I can confidently give Peach Blossom to him." Now, Zhao Ershu became more convinced that Shinming was quite crafty. No wonder earlier, Shinming kept giving them things so precious that no amount of money could buy them, like wolf skins. He gave them so many that they were enough to make clothes and shoes for 4 people. When building the grass shed, Shinming also hired many people to finish the herb fields at his home first, before coming to help them. So all this time, he was trying to win their favor in front of him and Hongyan. While Zhao Ershu inwardly marveled at Shinming's cunning, secretly he felt good about it, as Shinming wasn't stupid. He knew how to win small favors in order to gain Peach Blossom. Peach Blossom saw Zhao Ershu making a concession and immediately broke into a bright smile. She held on to Zhao Ershu's arm and coaxed, "Thank you, Dad." At the Shin household, Grandma Yu arrived pulling an ox cart to the Shin courtyard. Shinming had been anxiously and expectantly staring at the direction of the gate, and upon seeing Grandma Yu arrive, he instantly stood up. Seeing the slightly apologetic expression on Grandma Yu's face, Ming immediately understood. But yesterday, Peach Blossom didn't tell him this. She had clearly already agreed to marry him. Could her feelings have changed in just one day? Ming's heart suddenly hung there. Grandma Yu, what is going on? Ming's voice trembled as he struggled to suppress his inner uneasiness. Grandma Yu sighed and consoled. Ming, I'm sorry, but the deal fell through. Don't be disheartened. Peach Blossom's father Zhao Ershu treasures her like his eye pupil and stubbornly disagrees with this marriage arrangement. Although you like Peach Blossom and are so sincere, let me suggest that you change your engagement to another girl. You're not young anymore. With your conditions, you can definitely marry any other girl into your family. Ming hesitated a moment, and when he heard that it was Zhao Ershu who disagreed, the tense nerve in him suddenly relaxed. An involuntary smile crept onto his face. As long as Peach Blossom herself didn't disagree with the marriage proposal, everything else would be fine. As long as Peach Blossom still wanted to marry him, he would definitely find a way to convince Uncle Ershu. This was nothing. Grandma Yu, I will only take Peach Blossom as my wife. I will never marry anyone else besides Peach Blossom in my entire life. Please keep this red envelope. Thank you for helping today. The next time I present an engagement gift, I will again trouble you. When Peach Blossom and I get married, I will surely give you a big red envelope. As Ming spoke, his eyes flashed with brilliant light, and his tone was especially resolute. Grandma Yu had initially wanted to persuade Ming further. After all, he was rejected after proposing to the Zhao family. This would somewhat affect his reputation in Zhao Village and among the villages within 10 miles. With the impact still not too significant, finding another good girl to marry quickly would be better. However, seeing Ming like someone bewitched by Zhao Peach Blossom, wanting no one else but her, she no longer pressed the matter. Indeed, Zhao Peach Blossom was outstanding, and it remained unknown which lucky man would eventually succeed in marrying her. Chapter 109, The Village Chief's Notice. Alright, Grandma Yu understands. I'll wait for your news. The Zhao family lived next door to Zhao Sheng'an. When Zhao Sheng'an learned that Ming had prepared so many things and so much money as a dowry for Zhao Taohua, he was extremely anxious. Even though Uncle Ertree ultimately refused and rejected the marriage proposal, Zhao Sheng'an still worried that Zhao Taohua would be taken by someone else. Mother, quickly ask matchmaker Yu to help me arrange a dowry for Sister Taohua. Zhao Sheng'an urged anxiously. Madame Zheng never expected that Ming would be so extravagant. 60 taels of silver wasn't a small sum. But if they could bring home a daughter-in-law like Taohua, it was worth it. Madame Zheng immediately responded. Alright, I'll go find matchmaker Yu at once. Don't worry, I will definitely prepare something better than what Ming offers. Just now, she saw Zhao Ertree refusing Ming in a very righteous manner, suggesting that Ming no longer stood a chance. Being a parent herself, Madame Zheng understood the concerns of Zhao Ertree. Ming was much older than Taohua, and his household lacked the support of elders. Clearly, this wouldn't be approved. However, their own Sheng'an was different. He was similar in age to Taohua, only 1 year older. Both her and her husband Guanquan were alive and in great health, and the two families lived right next to each other, truly destined matchmakers. Dong, dong, dong. As Madame Zheng was preparing to leave to find matchmaker Yu, the village suddenly resounded with the beat of a gong. Everyone, gather at the village entrance. I have important matters to discuss with everyone. The village chief walked around while beating the gong and shouting. Upon hearing this, villagers from homes and fields alike hurried toward the village entrance. Seeing this, Madame Zheng could only put her plans on hold temporarily. In no time, a crowd gathered at the village entrance, awaiting the announcement from the village chief. When Zhao Taohua arrived at the village entrance, her eyes quickly found Ming among the crowd, his silver hair standing out unmistakably. Ming also spotted her, their eyes locking. A faint smile graced their expressions as they met each other's gaze. Ming, what do you think about my sister-in-law? Suddenly, Ming heard Widow Pan's voice. He looked down to see Widow Pan, her eyes filled with allure, smirking up at him. Having said that, her body moved closer to Ming, attempting to place her plump hands onto Ming's arm. Although it was already March, no one had shed their thick padded jackets yet. However, among all the men in the village, Ming was the only one whose figure remained robust and tall despite the bulkiness of his cotton jacket. His sleeves revealed his broad palms and long fingers, veins bulging beneath the skin, exuding pure masculinity. More importantly, she hadn't anticipated that Ming was so wealthy. Merely for Zhao Taohua's betrothal, he had prepared 60 taels of money and goods. This boy Ming was both wealthy and generous. What's more, their ages were similar, and she was even younger than him by a year. Even though she was a widow, she had never borne children, making her an ideal match for Ming who, at 19 years old, was still single. Seeing this situation, Ming's brow furrowed, stepping back a couple steps in order to increase distance between himself and Widow Pan. Mrs. Pan, please maintain proper decorum, Ming warned her. Widow Pan didn't take it seriously, swaying her voluptuous waistline while responding. Ming, if you marry me, I promise to give you 2 healthy boys to carry on the Shun family line. Hearing this, Ming turned cold immediately. Madam Pan, please maintain proper decorum. Such good fortune is not something I seek. At that moment, Widow Pan grew flustered. She couldn't believe that even after she had made such bold moves, Ming was rejecting her. She asked, you don't still have feelings for Zhao Taohua, do you? Her father will never agree to let his daughter marry an older man like you. Whereas us, it's a perfect match made by heaven. Widow Pan had been married to Zhao Xingxiang for merely half a year when he died unexpectedly from an acute illness. They had been married for only 6 months and had no children. Zhao Xingxiang's father, Having only borne one child, Zhao Xingqiang did not drive Pan out upon his son's death, but treated her like a real daughter. Originally, Pan was living well enough, and now with the whole Zhao family becoming affluent, she wanted to stay more than ever. However, she began her widowhood at 15 and has now been a widow for 2.5 years, and she did not wish to remain a widow for life. It's none of your concern. With that, Shenming brushed past Widow Pan and walked directly to the front of the crowd. You? Widow Pan intended to say something more, but just then, the village chief standing up front began to shout louder, forcing her to abandon chasing Shenming. Not far away, Zhao Taohua noticed the way Widow Pan looked at Shenming, her eyes flowing with affection, as if trying to drown Shenming within her gaze. Immediately clenching her lips tightly, Zhao Taohua thought, is Widow Pan trying to seduce Shenming? An immediate wave of sourness washed over her heart, making her feel as if she'd bitten into an unripe fruit. It left a bitter taste throughout her mind. However, Shenming's decision to maintain a significant distance from Widow Pan was not lost on Zhao Taohua, who couldn't help but let her lips curl into a slight smile. He's quite perceptive after all. At the front of the crowd, the village chief stood on a stool and loudly addressed everyone. Today, I've gathered all of you here because there is an important matter to announce. According to Taohua's calculations, in 3 months, torrential summer rains will cause landslides and mudslides around the mountains nearby. To prevent these natural disasters from destroying our village, I have discussed with the elders, and starting now, each household must send one person to participate in building slope protection works and constructing barriers until they are completed. Every day, each household has to send someone. The moment the village chief finished speaking, murmurs broke out among the villagers present. For those families with many members, it wasn't much of an issue, but for those with fewer people, wouldn't this mean losing one able hand for the next 3 months? The faces of villagers from smaller households darkened with concern. Zhao Xinglin's expression stiffened. Because, in his family, he was the only one. So, for the next 3 months, he would have to participate in the construction work on the mountain, but at home, he still had 4 acres of medicinal herb fields that needed tending. He had planted the herbs after his mother passed away in the snow. Just recently, they were almost ready for harvesting and selling for money, but now he had to join the mountain stabilization project instead. With furrowed brows, Zhao Xinglin felt uneasy. His eyes unconsciously moved towards Shenming, who stood in the very front row. In the village, apart from himself, Shenming was the only other person whose situation mirrored his own. He too was the sole person left in his household. Shenming's face betrayed no extra emotion as he stood calmly, seemingly unfazed by the news. Retrieving his gaze, Zhao Xinglin reassured himself that if Shenming could manage, then so could he. Among the other villagers from smaller households, some muttered complaints quietly, but none dared voice their grievances aloud. Suddenly, Widow Pan called out loudly in protest. Village chief, there are only 3 of us in my household, my in-laws and me, a woman. How can we possibly go to construct the slope protection? That leaves only my father-in-law. But he is the main laborer of the family. If he goes, won't that leave one less person to harvest our medicinal herb fields? Upon hearing her words, the village chief replied tersely, if the landslides and mudslides come down, do you still plan to rely on your medicinal fields to make money? All the herbal fields in our village will be gone, and even our newly built houses will be destroyed. The village chief's look toward Widow Pan afterward was as if he were looking at a fool. Widow Pan retorted, Bu Fuqi Dao. Is what Zhao Taohua says true? And think about how many mountains surround our village. There are so many. We'd be working until when? Not even 3 years would be enough. And by the time that's over, landslides and mudslides will still happen anyway, and we'll lose our fields and houses. Isn't this a waste of time? Chapter 110, The Mountain Protection Project of Dongdong Mountain. Zhao Taohua sensed deep animosity from Widow Pan towards her, and she also saw a red aura of jealousy around her. Zhao Taohua didn't know what Widow Pan was jealous of regarding her, but Zhao Taohua would not let her insult her like that. If all the mountains around Zhao family village were to experience landslides and mudslides, surely 3 months with only more than 100 people wouldn't suffice. Therefore, later on, she used her spiritual energy for another precise calculation to ensure the manpower of Zhao family village was utilized in the right place. Finally, she exhausted all her spiritual energy and calculated that landslides would occur on 2 mountains, Dongdong Mountain and Guangguan Mountain. But before Zhao Taohua could speak up herself, the village chief jumped in to support her. Taohua's Taoist magic is top-notch. How could it be inaccurate? If it were inaccurate, you would have frozen to death long ago, and your family's dozen acres of medicinal fields would be gone. As for which mountains the mountain protection project specifically needs to focus on, Taohua has already told me this old man. Precisely reinforce Dongdong Mountain and Guangguan Mountain's protective works, and we can protect our village's medicinal fields and houses. When everyone heard they only needed to fortify the Dongdong and Guangguan Mountains, everyone sighed in relief. Grandma's son, hearing Zhao Taohua help the whole village again, felt immensely proud and said loudly, my Taohua is truly capable, able to calculate even events happening 3 months from now. Old Grandpa Zhao Xiangping also nodded repeatedly. Our village has twice been through disasters unscathed thanks to Taohua. Hopefully, we'll get through this one peacefully as well. Zhao Sheng'an looked at Zhao Taohua with eyes full of admiration and praised her. Sister Taohua, you're really amazing. Hearing everyone praise Zhao Taohua, Widow Pan's face turned sour. She didn't expect that Zhao Taohua had such great skills, actually figuring out which exact 2 mountains among all the peaks would suffer landslides and mudslides. It was infuriating how Zhao Taohua stole all the limelight in front of the entire village. Worse still, when she glanced at Shenming, She noticed that Shun Ming's gaze was fixed on Zhao Taohua, as if no one else existed. She couldn't understand why someone like Zhao Taohua, who hadn't even grown hair yet, was worth looking at. What did she have? She wasn't like Widow Pan herself, who had a voluptuous figure, with curves where they mattered. A seductive woman had far more charm. What good was someone like Zhao Taohua, with her petite and slender frame? Suddenly, her gaze fell on Zhao Sheng'an, whose eyes were glued onto Zhao Taohua too, filled with passion and delight that an experienced person could easily spot. With a mischievous thought brewing in her mind, she said, Sheng'an, you're 16 this year, haven't found a wife yet, right? I think you're pretty compatible with Taohua, same age, neighboring families, grown up together since childhood. Real soulmates. Sheng'an, already fond of Zhao Taohua, immediately blushed bright red upon hearing Widow Pan's words. He then glanced furtively at Zhao Taohua and said softly, it depends on Sister Taohua's wishes. She's so excellent, many people admire her. Her doorstep has almost been trampled by Matchmaker Yu recently. Especially today, Shin Ming sent Matchmaker Yu with 60 taels of money to their house. He knew Shin Ming intended to propose directly, making his heart pound with fear that Sister Taohua might agree to Shin Ming. Fortunately, Uncle Urshu eventually rejected Shin Ming's proposal, preventing Sister Taohua from marrying Shin Ming. After the village chief's meeting ended, his mother would find Matchmaker Yu to discuss the dowry matter for the Zhao family. Shin Ming, with exceptionally sharp hearing, instantly became grim-faced upon hearing Widow Pan's words to Zhao Sheng'an. He needed to secure Uncle Urshu's favor quickly, otherwise, Zhao Sheng'an might end up taking away Sister Taohua. In Shin Ming's eyes, Zhao Sheng'an remained a formidable rival who shouldn't be underestimated. Younger than him, closer in relationship with Sister Taohua, and coming from a better family situation. Moreover, Uncle Urshu and Aunt Zheng had an excellent relationship. Thus, Uncle Urshu likely favored Zhao Sheng'an more. Seeing the village chief had finished speaking, Zhao Taohua consulted with Zhao Urshu and Ms. Qian, deciding to assign the brawniest men from the family to handle the mountain protection project. The brawny ones had the strength for this job perfectly suited. This way, Zhao Urshu avoided suffering on the mountain. Zhao Urshu said, all right, I'll sign up big strong with the village chief. After registering with the village chief, they could return home. Seeing Zhao Guangying also prepare to register, Widow Pan pulled him back and whispered, Father, with everyone going to work on the mountain protection project, your absence won't cause any trouble and no one will notice. Used to being honest and straightforward, Zhao Guangying felt somewhat uneasy after hearing Widow Pan's words. Is this okay? Glancing at everyone lining up to register with the village chief, he felt slightly guilty. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Gu also began to feel uneasy. The couple had never done anything deceitful or cunning in their lives. Widow Pan looked at the villagers standing around the village chief and whispered to the Zhao couple. Of course it's fine, why wouldn't it be? Some families with more members sign up, not just one person but a few names, so they can take turns working. Later on, when the village chief sees all those names on paper, he'll get dizzy from looking at them. How could he possibly notice we're short by one person? After saying that, Widow Pan didn't give the Zhao couple any more chance to speak and directly pulled them back. Zhao Shenglin followed behind Shin Ming. After seeing Shin Ming register his name with the village chief, he quickly followed after. Just as Shin Ming was about to leave, Zhao Shenglin hurriedly called out, Shin Ming. Hearing this, Shin Ming turned around and asked, what is it? They didn't interact much in daily life. They merely nodded to each other if they happened to meet on the village road. They rarely spoke. Previously, Shin Ming thought Zhao Shenglin spent his days loafing around and making no money outside through work, relying solely on the little yield from their fields for living. So Shin Ming never looked up to Zhao Shenglin. However, ever since Zhao Shenglin's mother, Mrs. Su, was killed by a collapsing roof in a heavy snowstorm, Zhao Shenglin seemed like a completely different person. He had become hardworking and began believing what Sister Taohua said. Later, when Sister Taohua mentioned there would be hailstones and a sharp temperature drop, Zhao Shenglin followed her advice obediently. Shin Ming, I want to ask you something. You're going to work on the mountain protection project. What will you do with your family's 5 acres of medicinal fields? Who will pick the herbs? And who will manage them? So it was this question. Shin Ming replied, I'll hire people to help harvest the herbs, and when Sister Taohua has free time, she can come over to my field to help check it once. The previously confused Zhao Shenglin suddenly understood. He immediately laughed and said, thank you, Shin Ming, now I know what to do. He could also hire workers for his medicinal field to harvest the herbs, and then have someone from the same village oversee it occasionally. But who should he choose? The first people who came to Zhao Shenglin's mind were village chief Grandpa and Grandma Yang next door. But then he felt they shouldn't bother these two elderly individuals too often. Suddenly, Zhao Shenglin caught sight of Zhao Lianhua, and a wave of guilt instantly washed over him. If it weren't for his mischief, spreading rumors inside and outside the village that she harbored evil intentions and incited fools to ruin others' reputations, she wouldn't now have such difficulty getting engaged. He approached Zhao Lianhua and asked, Sister Lianhua, do you want to make some money? Chapter 111, The Father-in-law's Inspection. Zhao Lianhua suspiciously looked at him. Shenglin brother, do you have any money-making ideas? However, I need to help my family collect medicinal herbs. I'm afraid there will be no time to earn extra money. In this life, she knew she would never marry and could only stay home as an old maid. So, she had to help her family pick more medicinal herbs in order to show her worth. You don't need to spend too much time. As you know, there's only me and my family, but in the future, I'll have to go up the mountain to build protective works for the mountain. Although I can hire workers to help pick medicinal herbs from our fields, I still need someone trustworthy to keep an eye on things, making sure how their work is going, such as how many pounds they've picked in a day. Zhao Shenglin explained. Zhao Lianhua pointed at herself and asked, "You want me to help you supervise?" Zhao Shenglin nodded, "Yes. When they finish picking and take the herbs to town to sell, you just check the weight. After they sell it, you can also help me collect the money. I'll give you 10 large coins every day. How about that?" Seeing that it wasn't too complicated, Zhao Lianhua was about to agree, but didn't expect Zhao Shenglin to offer so much money. She hastily refused. No, 10 big coins are too much. In the village, people hired for collecting medicinal herbs were only paid 20 big coins per day. If she merely supervised without exerting much effort, getting 10 coins seemed quite unreasonable. Also, Zhao Shenglin's financial situation wasn't good. He was the only one in the entire village who hadn't yet built a brick house. At 20 years old, he should already be saving money to marry. Not too much. If you don't help me supervise, they might steal or hide medicinal herbs, which could cost me a lot of money. Zhao Shenglin quickly persuaded her. Only if Zhao Lianhua agreed to take this money could his guilt toward her lessen. After Zhao Lianhua saw Zhao Shenglin's insistence, she finally agreed. She needed the money anyway. Having money in her possession would make things more convenient. When Zhao Taohua returned home not long after, a knock came on her yard gate. When Zhen Mujing opened the door and saw Shen Ming, she let him in. Zhen Mujing glanced at Shen Ming and thought silently. This person was persistent and shameless, having just been rejected by his future father-in-law today, but he still dared to come over. However, despite Zhao Ershu opposing his marriage to her master, the master had already agreed before. "Sister Taohua, I'd like to ask you a favor. Could you please spare some time every day to check on my family's medicinal herb field? Just see how many pounds of herbs they've collected. Once they've sold them in town, make sure they hand over all the money to you." Shen Ming said upon entering the hall. Zhao Taohua had been thinking of him, since her internal spirit energy had just been used up while calculating the exact locations of landslides and mudslides. Thus, when she saw him coming, she couldn't help rushing forward, grabbing his wide hands with both of hers. Feeling the contact between their hands, the spirit energy flowing endlessly from Shen Ming's body into hers made Zhao Taohua feel incredibly comfortable. Indeed, only when her body had enough spirit energy did she feel truly at peace. Shen Ming was thrilled inside due to Zhao Taohua's initiative. No matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the joy in his heart wouldn't allow him to control the corners of his mouth. Sister Taohua was so proactive. But he liked this proactive Sister Taohua. So, Sister Taohua must like him. Every time she saw him, she always gave him little flirtations. "Alright, no problem. Once you go back home later, I'll return those earnings to you." Zhao Taohua agreed. Shen Ming immediately shook his head. "No, just leave it with you. Anyway, mine is yours." After saying these words, Shen Ming's ears turned crimson red. He then added, "After we get married, I will follow your wishes on all household matters, big or small." While happily sensing the spirit energy growing continuously inside her, Zhao Taohua heard Shen Ming's words. She turned her head toward him. Seeing how though he towered tall, his cheeks and ears were flushed with embarrassment, a mischievous idea arose in Zhao Taohua's mind. "Brother Shen Ming, bend down a bit." Zhao Taohua instructed. Though confused, Shen Ming obediently followed. She released one of Shen Ming's hands, embraced his left arm with both her hands, pulled his arm forcefully, stood on tiptoe, and gently placed a kiss under his jaw. In an instant, Shen Ming froze in place, feeling as if he had been electrified. At the same moment, Zhao Taohua also felt even more spirit energy flooding into her body through their skin contact. Her mood reached its peak, and seeing Shen Ming's face red as if dripping blood, she couldn't help laughing aloud. "What are the two of you doing?" Zhao Ershu's voice suddenly sounded, startling Zhao Taohua. Father, when did you come back?" Zhaojia couldn't believe it and looked toward the doorway of the hall. There stood Zhao Ershu. Her gaze fell on Zhen Mujing. Zhen Mujing dared not meet her eyes and quietly reported, "It's that master's father ordered me not to make a sound." She really wasn't intentional. She was truly loyal. However, when Zhao Ershu heard Shen Ming come home, he had asked Zhen Mujing to keep quiet so he could personally check out in the hall why Shen Ming had come to see Zhaojia. Zhen Mujing hadn't expected that her master would like Shen Ming so much that she even kissed Shen Ming. Shen Ming's hearing was always good, but this time, because Zhaojia had held his hand, embraced his arm, and even kissed his cheek, Shen Ming was completely dazed and confused by Zhaojia and did not hear any footsteps coming inside. He immediately greeted Zhao Ershu and asked, "Well, Uncle Ersh, how are you?" Zhao Ershu emitted a hum from his nose and then said to Zhaojia, "Aren't you going to let go? How long do you plan to hug him for?" Seeing Zhaojia at this moment, Zhao Ershu found her increasingly lacking in self-discipline. How could a young lady be immodest? Even if she likes a man very much, she shouldn't show it openly. Otherwise, once he knows how important he is to her, he will start to think he can control her. Zhao Ershu was worried that Zhao Taohua would be under Shen Ming's control, and in their future relationship Shen Ming might have the upper hand, while Zhao Taohua would suffer losses. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua had no choice but to let go. She sat down next to Zhao Ershu. Shen Ming stood alone in the living room, letting Zhao Ershu scrutinize him from top to bottom. Zhao Ershu didn't understand how Shen Ming could make Taohua fall for him like this, if such things were done already. Then again, since Taohua liked Shen Ming, he would try his best to satisfy Taohua and make Taohua happy. But Shen Ming must pass his test first. He asked, "Shen Ming, how do you plan to support my Taohua in the future? I can currently hunt and farm. Coming up with ideas isn't my strong point. But in the future, as long as Taohua says what to do to make money, I will definitely follow Taohua's advice." Shen Ming replied. As for Shen Ming's character and personality, Zhao Ershu actually had an answer in mind early on. Shen Ming was honest, responsible, and respectful to others. During the joint construction of the straw shed, He worked efficiently and decisively, without complaints even in the cold winter. Zhao Ershu was quite satisfied with his response, and then he continued to ask, "So after you and Tao Hua get married, who will take care of the household chores and the work in the fields?" Chapter 112 Everything depends on the order of arrival. "I'll do everything," Shen Ming replied immediately. However, he was met with Zhao Ershu's disapproval. "You're cooking? Every meal is boiled meat slices with salt added? Eating this way every day would be unbearable for my Pichua." This was because Shen Ming didn't know how to cook, hence his approach. At this point, Shen Ming thought about a serious issue. He could fool around by himself, but after their small family expands to 2 people in the future, he couldn't continue like this. Shen Ming assured immediately, "Uncle Ursu, although I don't know how to cook, I can learn from Aunt Qian. I guarantee that Pichua will eat delicious food in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ershu's resistance towards Shen Ming diminished somewhat. This attitude was acceptable. Although learning culinary skills requires some talent, as long as one is willing to learn, even without much talent, one might not reach Hongyan's level, but at least the food would be edible. Alright, after the mountain protection project is built, you can come home and learn how to cook from Aunt Qian. Hearing this, Shen Ming was overjoyed, immediately nodded in agreement, and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Ursu. I will definitely study hard. However, if we wait until the completion of the mountain protection project, that will be 3 months later. If it takes 3 months, it's too long." He was worried that during this time, there would be many competitors who might take away Pichua. For example, today in the village, he heard Widow Pan speaking to Zhao Shengyan. Thinking of this, Shen Ming's brows furrowed tightly. "Uncle Ursu, I can start learning cooking from Aunt Qian today. I'm quite slow when it comes to learning culinary skills, so I must start early. Only then can I master the art soon. In the future, Pichua will be able to eat decent meals sooner." Zhao Ursu counter-questioned, "But starting tomorrow, you have to go to the mountain to work on the mountain protection project. Where will you find the time to learn cooking?" "I'll learn after I come down from the mountain in the evening," Shen Ming explained. After finishing, he looked silently at Zhao Ursu, hoping Zhao Ursu would agree. When he looked at Zhao Ursu also looked at him. Zhao Ursu felt this young man had great determination, working all day on the mountain and still having the perseverance to learn cooking at night. Immediately, Zhao Ursu's satisfaction with Shen Ming increased. "Okay, let's start today." "Thank you, uncle." Shen Ming was extremely delighted. This way, he could visit the Zhao family every day and see Pichua every day. Zhao Ursu had one final question. "After your marriage, who will make decisions at home? Who will run the household?" "Uncle, naturally, everything at home will follow Pichua's instructions. If she tells me to go east, I will never go west." Shen Ming raised his right hand seriously and swore to the heavens. The villagers of Zhao Village believed in vows very strongly, so this action by Shen Ming earned more goodwill from Zhao Ursu. "Alright, I understand." Saying this, Zhao Ursu glanced at Zhao Taohua. Indeed, this young man was quite good. No wonder he could enchant Taohua so thoroughly. Seeing that Zhao Ursu seemed satisfied with him, Shen Ming took the opportunity to ask, "Uncle Ursu, may I send Grandma Yu to deliver the betrothal gift on my behalf tomorrow? I want to settle the matter of my marriage with Pichua as soon as possible. Then, in the future, my regular visits to your house will appear legitimate." That way, he would feel at ease. Even when he went up the mountain to work on the mountain protection project, he wouldn't worry about someone trying to steal his girl while he was away from the village. Zhao Ursu glanced at him, fully aware of what he was thinking. Nevertheless, Zhao Ursu felt reassured in his heart. Apparently, not only was Pichua enchanted by him, but it seemed he was also enchanted by Pichua. "Alright, let Aunt Yu come. Tomorrow, I will personally agree to your marriage." Zhao Ursu readily agreed. Shen Ming excitedly said, "Thank you, Uncle Ursu." "No, thank you, father-in-law." Zhao Ursu glared at him and reminded him, "It's too early to call me that. I'm not your father-in-law yet." "Yes, I understand." Shen Ming never expected to win over Zhao Ursu so quickly. After leaving the Zhao family, he immediately hurried to Grandma Yu's house. At Yu's house. At this moment, Grandma Yu was talking to Ms. Zhang. After the village chief convened a meeting, Ms. Zhang rushed here. Shengyan's marriage was an important matter that couldn't be delayed. Especially since Pichua was such an excellent girl, waiting even a single day could bring unexpected changes. Ms. Zhang told Grandma Yu, "Aunt Yu, please handle Shengyan's wedding for me." After saying this, Ms. Zhang placed a red envelope in Grandma Yu's hand. Grandma Yu lightly waited and knew there were 10 large coins inside. It was rare to encounter someone as generous as Shen Ming, who directly gave 50 large coin red envelopes. "You can rest assured, I will definitely propose to the Zhao family on behalf of Shengyan tomorrow. However, there's something I need to tell you beforehand. Many people want to marry Tao Hua, and Zhao Ursu and his wife treat Tao Hua like their own eyes. They have extremely high standards for their future son-in-law. So, you must be mentally prepared." Though Aunt Yu didn't speak plainly, Ms. Zhang understood her meaning. "I understand. Aunt Yu, do your best." Actually, she had come to ask Aunt Yu to help arrange the engagement between Shengyan and the Zhao family, hoping that Tao Hua could become her daughter-in-law. Shen Ming was walking toward Aunt Yu's house when he saw Ms. Zhang coming out. Shen Ming's heart sank, and his steps paused instinctively. How could he not understand Ms. Zhang's intentions? She must have been looking for Aunt Yu to help promote the marriage between Tao Hua and Zhao Shengyan. A flicker of worry and displeasure passed through his eyes. He knew well that Zhao Shengyan had many advantages over him. Although Tao Hua, Uncle Ursu, and Aunt Qian had all agreed to his marriage with Tao Hua, before it was officially confirmed, unforeseen events might still occur. Thinking of this, Shen Ming quickened his steps and strode into Aunt Yu's yard. Aunt Yu looked at him in surprise. "Shen Ming, you're here? Come inside." Upon seeing him, Aunt Yu already had some guesses. Sure enough, the next moment, Shen Ming said, Grandma Yu, please take care to help me approach the Zhao family again tomorrow morning. Aunt Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Again? They just went today, and Tao Hua's father opposed the idea. But then, Shen Ming handed her another red envelope with a familiar weight. Aunt Yu immediately smiled. No wonder Shen Ming was so generous. Every time, he was so extravagant. All right, Grandma Yu will help you approach the Zhao family early tomorrow morning. But, Zheng has just come by asking me to help propose for her son Sheng'an to the Zhao family. Everything needs to follow the order of arrival, so I'll need to prioritize Sheng'an tomorrow morning before helping you. Aunt Yu told the truth because Tao Hua was so wonderful. Naturally, quite a few people were interested in her. Before Aunt Yu finished speaking, she suddenly felt another red envelope being placed in her hand. Chapter 113. Sea urchin-sized moldy chi. Yu Omipo was taken aback for a moment, then quickly changed her tone. I'll go to the Zhao family's first thing tomorrow morning. After all, Zhengshi doesn't even know you snuck in ahead of others. At that time, I'll just say that you came earlier and asked me to help. For the sake of 50 big coins, she certainly had to earn them. Then thank you, Grandmother Yu. Shiming's furrowed eyebrows relaxed slightly. At least his engagement would be confirmed before Zhao Sheng'an. The next morning, every household in the Zhao family village sent someone out to construct the mountain protection project. On Dongdong Mountain, they were constructing slope protection works such as earth walls and anti-slide piles to stabilize the mountain slopes. On Guangguan Mountain, they were constructing retaining dams in the debris flow ravines to slow down the flow speed of the debris flows. The workload on both sides was about the same, so the 160 households of villagers needed to be divided into two teams, with 80 people each working on construction projects on the two mountains. When the village head counted the number of people, he found one team only had 79 people while the other was exactly 80. No matter how he counted, one person was missing. After checking the names on the list again, he realized everyone who had signed up had come. It must be someone who hadn't registered at all. Immediately, the village head became extremely angry. Building the mountain protection project was for the entire village and for everyone, but somehow someone chose to shirk responsibility during such an important event. In order not to delay the progress of the construction at Dongdong Mountain and Guangguan Mountain, the village head selected one captain from each team and then let them set off. He himself returned home to compare every family's account book household by household to see who was slacking off underhandedly. At Zhao Sheng'an's house, under the eager anticipation of Zhao Sheng'an and his mother, they finally saw Yu the matchmaker coming to arrange an engagement for the Zhao family. Zhao Sheng'an couldn't wait to find out the answer, so he sneaked outside the courtyard door of the Zhao family to listen secretly. Chengshi did the same. Suddenly, Chengshi looked up and discovered Pan, the widow, crouching behind another door of the Zhao family. Was she eavesdropping too? Confused, Chengshi glanced toward Pan. They had come here specifically to hear whether Zhao Ertree and his wife Qian would agree to Sheng'an and Tao Hua's marriage. Could it be that Pan also cared about Tao Hua's wedding plans? Upon seeing that Zhao Ertree and Qianshi were at home, Meipa immediately plastered on a fake smile. Today, Zhao Ertree's face seemed more relaxed upon seeing her, not as tense as the other day. As Zhao Ertree watched Meipa unload each piece of dowry from the ox cart, a flicker of a smile appeared in his eyes. This kid Shenming was really impatient. Just yesterday he agreed. Today Meipa already arrived with the dowry. Meipa didn't feel confident inside herself, but considering Shenming's sincerity and the many red envelopes he gave her, she made efforts to praise him in front of Zhao Ertree and his wife. Ershu, Hongyan, I've come today to represent Shenming and bring gifts for your family, for your daughter Tao Hua. Shenming is deeply in love with Tao Hua. He won't marry anyone but her. He is hardworking, diligent, and has a sense of responsibility. He is tall, strong, and good-looking. His parents are gone now, so aren't you two naturally going to become his own beloved parents in the future? This isn't a daughter being given away, it's adding a son to your family. If Tao Hua marries into Shenming's family, she will surely be treated with great affection. Ershu, Hongyan, what do you think of this arrangement? Pan the widow was greatly surprised upon hearing this. Today, Meipa also came for Shenming's proposal. She had seen Meipa pulling a bull cart towards the Zhao family from far away, and thought Meipa must have received a profitable task. That was why she specially came to eavesdrop, wanting to know if Zhao Ershu would agree to the arranged marriage of Zhao Taohua. If Zhao Taohua was engaged to someone else, then Shenming wouldn't stand a chance. Eventually, Shenming might give up. She never expected that Meipa would come again for Shenming's proposal. Pan's frown deepened. What does a hairless girl like her possess anyway? Not like herself, so full of allure. Shenming was so tall and muscular. How could Zhao Taohua withstand his physical vigor? A man celibate for 19 years tends to be fierce when he unleashes his desires. Thinking of this, Pan's throat involuntarily constricted, her lips parted slightly, her tongue stealthily darting out to moisten her dry lips. Zhao Xingyan standing outside the courtyard door frowned tightly. Wasn't it supposed to be for helping me get engaged? How did it become Shenming getting engaged? Zhang Shi looked dumbfounded. Could Shenming have asked Mei Pro again to help arrange his engagement? However, based on her understanding of the couple Zhao Ertree, especially Zhao Ertree himself, they probably wouldn't agree to this match. Just as Zhang Shi firmly believed that Zhao Ertree wouldn't agree, she heard Zhao Ertree's voice of agreement from inside. Zhao Ertree turned his gaze towards Qianshi, seeing her nodding slightly, he followed up. You auntie, it's rare that Shenming has such earnestness. I believe this can work. Our daughter Taohua marrying him means he must take good care of our daughter in the future. For a fleeting moment, Yu Omipo froze. She thought Zhao Ertree would oppose again, but unexpectedly, he actually agreed. She was also planning to help Zhao Xingyan arrange his engagement after assisting Shenming. Yu Meipa clapped her hands and said, "This is truly wonderful. This marriage is a perfect match made in heaven. I'll go tell Shinming right away, so he can choose an auspicious date for the wedding. I'll come by again when that happens. Let me offer you two my congratulations in advance." Once the date was set, both families could start preparing for the wedding. Yu Meipa never would have guessed that Zhao Tree, who had been so opposed yesterday, actually relented today. Shinming will be thrilled when he finds out. At this moment, Pan the widow and Zhao Shengyan's mother and son, who were eavesdropping outside, felt as if the sky had fallen on them. It's done? Zhao Tree has agreed to Zhao Taohua and Shinming's marriage? Zhao Shengyan was filled with resentment, while Zheng Shi couldn't believe it. But as proper people, both mother and son suppressed their confusion and silently prepared to go home. However, Pan the widow rushed into the Zhao family home in a great hurry, making a scene as if she wanted to overturn the house. This shocked Zhao Shengyan and his mother. What was she going to do? The moment Pan the widow entered the yard, she placed her hands on her hips and shouted at the top of her lungs. This marriage cannot be finalized. Out of anger, the fat on her face trembled. Zhao Tree and his wife, along with Yu Meipa, were taken aback by this sudden event. As Pan the widow burst into the main room and sat down forcefully on a chair, she began speaking to Zhao Tree. "Uncle Tree, you absolutely cannot allow your daughter Taohua to become engaged to Shinming. Taohua clearly has potential and will surely achieve great success in the future. How could she marry a mere hunter? At the very least, she should be a scholar's wife, or even a scholar official's wife, possibly even a noblewoman's spouse. How can you casually arrange her marriage to Shinming? Wouldn't this ruin Taohua's future? Marriage for women is like reincarnation. Uncle Tree, you must think twice about this decision." In a state of great urgency, Pan tried to reason with Zhao Tree, hoping he would change his mind and oppose the marriage. Zhao Taohua raised her eyebrows slightly, a touch of cold laughter flickering in her eyes. She knew exactly what Pan the widow was up to. She was too fixated on Shinming. Shinming was her chosen husband. There was no way Pan could sway her through manipulation or scheming. Pan the widow's interference went too far. The previous day, Zhao Taohua had already caught her eyeing Shinming lustfully at the village entrance, which made her uneasy. Thinking further, Zhao Taohua focused her attention on the waves of jealousy emanating from Pan the widow, where faint traces of dark gray aura were almost unnoticeable to others. A few dense mold-like chi entities, shaped like sea urchins covered in sharp spines, were clinging to her body. Moldy chi arises from everyday greed, jealousy, and laziness, accumulating over time. Currently, these moldy chi weren't enough to bring bad luck to Pan the widow, but Zhao Taohua looked at her and discreetly released a wisp of spiritual energy towards her. Instantly, the moldy chi, originally the size of sea urchins, began swelling visibly before everyone's eyes. Chapter 114. Shinming, a great joy. Mother and son Zhao Shengyan stood outside the courtyard gate, brows furrowed after hearing what Mrs. Pan said. Although they hoped Zhao Tree would not agree to Shinming marrying Taohua, their family was not made up of scholars, degree holders, or law enforcement officers. Zhao Tree frowned. Shinming had been carefully examined by him as a potential son-in-law. How could something agreed upon by all three members of their family be overturned by a random word from an outsider like her? Coldly, Zhao Tree remarked, "Mrs. Pan, you needn't worry about our family matters." Seeing that Zhao Tree was completely unmoved, Mrs. Pan stood up and cast a vicious look at Zhao Taohua. "Shinming is someone I had my eye on. Now, it turns out you, Zhao Taohua, have beaten me to it." While Mrs. Pan was venting her pent-up anger on Zhao Taohua, she suddenly felt dizzy, clenched her teeth, and bit her own tongue hard. A strong taste of blood spread throughout her mouth, the pain causing her to cry out horribly, leaving her unable to speak clearly. You matchmaker, shrewd as ever, how could she not understand now? Apparently, Mrs. Pan herself fancied Shinming and wanted to marry him. Shouldn't she take a moment to see herself for what she truly is? If this were the past when Shinming was still that universally avoided disaster star in Zhao family village, if Shinming hadn't built a brick-tiled house, didn't have medicinal fields, didn't buy a cart with oxen, and hadn't presented 60 taels as a dowry, then perhaps Mrs. Pan might have been suited for Shinming. But now, aside from his age and lack of elders at home, Shinming excelled in looks, character, and diligence. How could any single quality fail to stand out strongly? Having finally successfully arranged the marriage between Shinming and Zhao Taohua, the matchmaker couldn't allow Mrs. Pan to meddle here. Stepping forward, with fingers almost reaching Mrs. Pan's face, spittle flying everywhere, she cursed loudly. "Mrs. Pan, do you have any shame left? The young couple match perfectly, heaven-made partners, and getting engaged is the righteous course of action. And you, acting like a madwoman running in to cause chaos. You uncontrolled woman with no supervision, your husband passed early, and thus cannot bear to see others paired. You're so deficient morally that it stretches through 8 generations. Do you actually think making noise here can destroy the arrangement? TSK, I tell you, you're just daydreaming. Shameless creature. If you continue throwing tantrums like this, do you really think anyone within 10 miles will still respect you? Dream on if you think you can remarry." At this point, Mrs. Pan's tongue hurt so much she couldn't talk. Hearing you matchmaker's curses made her angry enough to want to give her a good slap. But before she could raise her hand, her body staggered, and she stumbled forward, landing flat on her face like a dog eating dirt. Her front teeth hit the ground, breaking off half a tooth, and her lips also cracked, blood flowing incessantly. Struggling to rise, Mrs. Pan wondered why she was so unlucky today. Now, all she wanted was to leave Zhao's place quickly. Unfortunately, just as she stepped out of the hall door, a sudden gust of wind blew, knocking over the big broom leaning against the wall. With a dong, It fell hard onto her head. Ah! Mrs. Pan sucked in cold air because of the intense pain, followed shortly by another piercing ache from her bitten tongue. Close to tears, Mrs. Pan hurried to escape, but faced the village chief who had come looking for her. Miss Pan, was it you who stopped your grandfather-in-law from enrolling in the construction project? With a ledger in hand, the village chief had arrived at the Zhao residence and blocked Mrs. Pan right at the entrance. I did not. Before Mrs. Pan could argue further, the pain in her tongue stopped her words mid-sentence. The village chief looked at her disapprovingly and reprimanded. Don't lie. Who else but you? Your parents-in-law are both honest and diligent. If it weren't for your incitement, they wouldn't do such a thing. Miss Pan, let me tell you, although you're the daughter-in-law of Guangying family, you're also one of us in Zhao family village. If you go too far, I will deal with you according to village rules. Hearing this, Mrs. Pan shook with fear. Her in-laws were honest folk whom she didn't fear, but if the village chief invoked the village regulations, she'd be done for. Given the prosperous life in Zhao family village now, she must be crazy to risk being expelled. Forcing a smile, she endured the pain in her tongue and said to the village chief, Village chief, sir, you scold well. I shall not dare do such things again. Seeing her relatively decent attitude, the village chief decided to forgive her this time. On Mount Dongdong, Shen Ming, unanimously elected as captain, stood high above everyone else, directing efficiently while working alongside them. His cotton jacket had long been soaked in sweat, sticking tightly to his back. Under his lead, the villagers worked energetically. Some gripped the iron shovel firmly with both hands, digging up a shovel full of soil forcefully and filling it accurately at the designated spot. Others were responsible for carrying stones needed for building the earth walls. Working in pairs, bending down and grabbing the edges of the stones, they shouted synchronized chants, applying force together, hoisting the heavy stones steadily. Some had increasing sweat accumulating on their foreheads, even flowing into their eyes along their eyebrows, stinging painfully. Yet, they could only wait until they set down the stones to wipe their eyes with the back of their hands. Many couldn't bear the heat, and simply took off their cotton jackets, continuing their labor in lighter clothes. Shen Ming's thin shirt was already soaked through with sweat, sticking tightly to his body, outlining his strong muscle lines. Seizing a moment to rest, Shen Ming put down the iron shovel in his hand. Although he was on the mountain, his mind was elsewhere, down in the village. I wonder if Aunt Yu has succeeded in arranging the marriage at the Zhao family? Even though Zhao Tree and Aunt Yu both agreed yesterday, Shen Ming still couldn't relax until everything was settled. Zhao Guangming looked enviously at Shen Ming's good physique and sighed. Young people have it so good. Back in my day, I looked just like that. Zhao Qiang snorted dismissively. You? Guangming, we grew up together. Do you think I've lost my memory? Zhao Guangming ignored Zhao Qiang and walked straight toward Shen Ming. Shen Ming, would you like uncle to introduce a bride to you? She is my wife's niece. Her name is Qiu Yu. She is 15 this year. She is skilled at laundry, cooking, farming, and sewing. She knows how to manage a household. She has a slim figure, is modest and dignified, and very beautiful. Zhao Guangming recommended enthusiastically. A son-in-law that Zhao Tree disapproved of, he actually thought was quite suitable. Just as his wife's niece came of age, why should the wealth flow into another family's field? After hearing Zhao Guangming's words, Shen Ming quickly refused out of fear. Uncle Guangming, thank you, but I already have someone I like in my heart. You mean Taohua? But didn't Zhao Tree refuse you yesterday? 60 taels weren't enough to move him. I think you shouldn't hang all your hopes on Taohua. You're not getting any younger either. When I was your age, my child was already 2 years old, and you're still unmarried. The most important thing now is for you to marry a virtuous wife soon and start a family. Hopefully, you'll have 2 or 3 children before long. Zhao Guangming earnestly advised Shen Ming, speaking from the heart. Zhao Qiang also came over and chimed in. Although Tao Hua was excellent, if her tree disagreed with the match, there was no way it would work out. Shen Ming shouldn't prolong things for Tao Hua, delaying his own future any longer. At first, Shen Ming's expression was indifferent. Then suddenly his face lit up with a happy smile, making both men think he'd taken their advice to heart. Just as Zhao Guangming was about to continue recommending his niece, a voice suddenly called from below the mountain. Looking down, they saw Aunt Yu walking towards them, waving and shouting. Shen Ming, great news. Zhao Tree agrees to your engagement. Pick a good date, and I'll go give the Zhao family our final confirmation. Aunt Yu's sharp and piercing voice instantly cut through the noise of the villagers working and yelling on the mountain. Chapter 115, The Mysterious Book. Shen Ming's face immediately lit up with joy, like a surging tide that instantly engulfed him. The villagers working on the mountain paused upon hearing Matchmaker use words, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. Once they realized what it meant, an uproar broke out. Really? Urshu actually agreed? Zhao Dachong asked incredulously. Zhao Guangming was also momentarily stunned. Then he said, Shen Ming, congratulations to you. Finally, you can marry Taohua. When Zhao Shenlin heard about Shen Ming's upcoming wedding to Zhao Taohua, he immediately put down his shovel. Shen Ming, this is a grand event indeed. In the past, Zhao Taohua had helped many people in the village deal with strange supernatural issues. Additionally, during the 2 major natural disasters that hit the village before, she had warned everyone in advance, allowing them to get through safely. Therefore, when everyone learned that Zhao Taohua and Shen Ming were engaged, they all looked at Shen Ming with sincere blessings in their eyes. Upon hearing the news of Shen Ming and Zhao Taohua's successful engagement, Zhao Guangzhu wondered if it meant that his son Shengyan wouldn't be able to marry Taohua. As the villagers showered Shen Ming with blessings, his happiness spread from deep within his heart and onto his face. At that moment, He felt Matchmaker Yu's voice was the most beautiful sound in the world. Finally, the marriage to his dear sister Taohua was set in stone. Grandma Yu, I've chosen the 7th day of the 7th lunar month for the wedding, on Sister Taohua's birthday, Xinming told the matchmaker as she walked up the mountain. He couldn't wait a single moment longer. He wanted to bring Zhao Taohua into his home as soon as possible to become his wife. Seeing how eager Xinming was, Grandma Yu laughed. But it was true that according to ancient customs, a woman could marry after reaching her coming-of-age ceremony. Xinming hadn't broken any rules. Grandma Yu agreed with a smile. All right, I understand. I'll go back and inform the Zhao family. Xinming, congratulations on your engagement to Taohua. Xinming, good tidings are near. Uncle sends his wishes first. The villagers chattered among themselves, offering one congratulatory remark after another to Xinming. Overwhelmed by well wishes, Xinming shouted back at them. Everyone, come to my house on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month to drink celebratory wine. With the news from Grandma Yu settled, Xinming felt as though he had endless energy throughout the rest of the day's work. From now on, he would be Taohua's fiancé and would have a legitimate reason to visit the Zhao family. The mountain protection project progressed systematically, and before anyone knew it, a month had passed, and it was already April. The weather grew warmer, and everyone shed their thick winter coats. Every night, Xinming visited the Zhao family to learn cooking skills from Mrs. Qian, improving gradually. Meanwhile, Zhao Taohua had daily opportunities to interact with Xinming, openly and freely holding his hand without any restraint. Each night, she absorbed much of Xinming's spiritual essence. Recently, over the last month, she had been planning to open an embroidery shop. She sold her silk fabric scarves to Madame He for around 100 or more copper coins per piece, and in the shop, Madame He originally priced them at double that amount. But later, due to the extraordinary embroidery craftsmanship, the scarves had to be priced higher. Madame He came to Zhao Taohua's village, wanting to continue their cooperation. However, Zhao Taohua saw business potential here. She agreed to cooperate further with Madame He, but not just in selling simple scarves. Instead, the partnership would expand to include clothing, accessories, and daily household items. 1 month's effort alone wasn't enough for such a large-scale operation. Thus, she decided to recruit all the women in the village to join her and master embroidery techniques under her personal instruction. After discussing it with the village head, he proposed that the villagers pool their resources together to fund the embroidery workshop, but Zhao Taohua refused. This embroidery workshop had to belong solely to her personally. So did Aunt Month, Yu Shijing. She needed absolute control so that anyone entering her workshop who wanted to learn embroidery skills would have to obey her fully. Zhao Taohua directly purchased 50 square zhongs of land, hired workers to build the embroidery workshop, and bought various tools. The mountain preservation project carried on steadily, and her embroidery workshop was finally completed. It just so happened that the perilla leaves and motherwort plants needed to be harvested whole for sale, and the reseeding would require another 1 or 2 months to yield profit again. On the afternoon of the 2nd day of the month, the village head gathered everyone at the village entrance to announce. I'm sure everyone has already heard that Taohua built an embroidery workshop next to her house, where Aunt Month will personally teach the art of embroidery. The village head then let Aunt Month step onto a stool and introduced her to the crowd. The clothes Aunt Month wears are her own creations, honed over 100 years of practice. Possibly no one alive matches her embroidery skills. If anyone wishes to learn, sign up at the Taohua embroidery workshop tomorrow morning. Once skilled enough, every piece embroidered in the workshop will count toward wages. This way, everyone can continue earning money while waiting for the medicinal herbs to grow. After the village head finished speaking, many people were already eager to give it a try, especially some of the aunts and grandmothers. Even grandmother Feng expressed interest in learning. Embroidery isn't a physically demanding task. As long as one's eyesight is fine, there shouldn't be any problems. Although they had already earned quite a bit of money from their medicinal fields before, who wouldn't want an even better life? Now, the families of Taohua and Xinming both owned ox-drawn carts, so whenever they went to town, they simply harnessed the carts, avoiding the long walk. The carts could also carry a great deal more stuff. Everyone wanted to buy such a cart for their own family, but one cost over 50 taels. Taohua, I'll sign up tomorrow, Zhao Xingfang said warmly, linking her arm with Zhao Taohua's. Taohua, I'll sign up too, Yan Jinju said. Sure family brought her daughter Zhao Xingjing along to register with Zhao Taohua. For all those signing up, Zhao Taohua smiled and nodded at each of them. The whole village consisted of 160 households, so if every household sent one person, she would have 160 embroiderers in her workshop. Only with enough embroiderers could the business grow larger. Pan Widow and Sister Ge hesitated where they stood as everyone went to sign up with Zhao Taohua. Just last month, Pan Kaling caused trouble at the Zhao home. Later, Sister Ge heard that she had even tried to persuade Zhao Erjishu not to agree with Xinming's engagement to Zhao Taohua. This made Zhao Erjishu and his wife, Zhao Taohua, and Aunt Yu very upset. Thus, Sister Ge now didn't feel right about asking Zhao Taohua to enroll her. When Sister Ge was about to turn around and go home, the Pan Widow stopped her, saying, Mother, are we just going to leave like this? I remember you're good at needlework, and it would be a pity not to sign up. The herbs in the fields had only been sown recently, and they had to wait another 2 months before harvesting. Shouldn't they earn something during these 2 months? Sister Ge sighed, looking helplessly at her. You caused so much trouble at the Zhao home last time. How can I still have the face to learn embroidery there? The Pan Widow realized her mistake and lowered her head, but giving up on making money for the two of them over the next 2 months was out of the question. Her father-in-law still had to work for another 2 months on the mountain preservation project, and if they couldn't earn anything either, Wouldn't they end up eating into their savings? What if other families bought ox carts while they still had to walk to town? With these thoughts in mind, the Pan widow rushed home. Sister Ge thought she had given up and followed slowly behind. But unexpectedly, when she reached her doorway, she saw the Pan widow rushing out again. Kaling, where are you going? Mother, I'll tell you later. Please start cooking dinner first. When Zhao Taohua's family returned home, they found the Pan widow standing at their doorstep. June Mother Jing strictly guarded the gate this time and didn't let her in. Zhao Ersh and his wife frowned upon seeing her. Mrs. Qian exclaimed, "Why are you here? Go away quickly." Qian aunt, Uncle Ersh, Taohua, I came today to apologize. Last time, it was my fault. I hope you can forgive me and not hold it against me. Here is the dried meat I've prepared, pork and chicken included. Taohua is so thin, and eating this will do wonders for her health. After speaking, the Pan widow lifted the cloth covering her basket, revealing a full load of dried meat and dried chicken. She clearly intended to apologize sincerely. Seeing the amount of food she brought, Zhao Taohua, Mrs. Qian, and Zhao Erjishu were all shocked. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face, and seeing the Pan widow's attitude, they weren't as angry anymore. Then she pulled something else out from her chest. And since Taohua is getting married soon, I've prepared a gift for her. The Pan widow took out a wrapped object from her bosom that looked like a book. Zhao Taohua was surprised. Would a rural woman like the Pan widow read books? Zhao Taohua accepted it and was about to uncover the cloth above it, but the Pan widow stopped her. Taohua, take your time to look through it later by yourself. This book will surely help improve your future relationship with Shunming. At the Pan widow's words, Mrs. Qian immediately understood. Mrs. Qian echoed, Taohua, after we're done, you go back to your room and read it slowly. With 3 months left until the wedding, it was important for Taohua to learn these things in advance, so she wouldn't be clueless on her wedding night. Zhao Taohua felt confused, curious about what the mysterious book contained. Chapter 116, Nosebleed. Immediately, Mrs. Qian's attitude toward Mrs. Pan softened. Kailing, thank you for bringing the book to Taohua. You should take this meat back with you. Mrs. Qian, do your words mean you haven't forgiven me for my nonsense from last time? If you have forgiven me, then keep the meat. Otherwise, I will never have the face to see your family again, Mrs. Pan insisted. Reluctantly, Mrs. Qian had no choice but to accept it. Seizing the opportunity, Mrs. Pan proposed her purpose of the visit to Zhao Taohua. Taohua, my grandmother-in-law, and I also want to enroll in your embroidery shop to learn embroidery. What do you think? Zhao Taohua smiled. It seemed that Mrs. Pan had come all this way for this reason. Sure, both you and Aunt Ge can come together. After receiving Zhao Taohua's consent, Mrs. Pan joyfully expressed her gratitude repeatedly and reminded Zhao Taohua on her way out to study the book she brought. Zhao Taohua became increasingly curious about the contents of the book. She walked straight into the west room after entering the house. Sitting down on a stool, she opened the book wrapped tightly by Mrs. Pan. The cover had nothing written on it, yet when Zhao Taohua turned to the first page, she was stunned by its content. This masterful drawing skill, these delicate images, bright colors, smooth lines, vivid depictions, it felt so lifelike. The realistic style faithfully restored the human form and scene while paying attention to the expression of characters, body lines, and skin texture. The artistic atmosphere and emotional expression in the paintings were very clear, making Zhao Taohua feel as though she had entered a new world. Not only did the book depict various scenes, but also featured different kinds of people in different identities. It now made sense why Mrs. Pan and Mrs. Qian asked her to read the book quietly by herself. Sister Taohua, what's wrong with you? Just as Zhao Taohua was fully immersed in reading, Shen Ming's voice suddenly came from above her. When she finally snapped out of it, she saw Shen Ming wiping something off her nose, his fingertips instantly stained with fresh red. Upon seeing the streaks of crimson, Zhao Taohua realized she had a nosebleed. A flicker of guilt rose within Zhao Taohua. She must have been too engrossed in looking at the detailed pictures earlier, causing her internal fire imbalance. Shen Ming gently held Zhao Taohua's chin and tilted her head upwards. Then he took out a gray handkerchief from his chest and carefully wiped away the bloodstains on her face. Meanwhile, a white kerchief subtly embroidered with peach blossoms fell quietly from his chest. As their distance shortened, Zhao Taohua could see the fine fuzz on his face clearly. The faint smell of sweat around Shen Ming's body inexplicably accelerated her heartbeat. In April, despite wearing long-sleeved shirts, Shen Ming's muscular arm contours couldn't be hidden beneath his clothing. Her gaze naturally wandered over to Shen Ming's arms, then moved up to his firm chest. A mental image of the intimate scene from the little drawings overlapped with Shen Ming's figure right before her eyes. Zhao Taohua's face flushed completely red, finding every gesture of Shen Ming now carrying an indescribable allure. Sister Taohua, are you alright? Having just finished cleaning the blood off Zhao Taohua's face, Shen Ming noticed how red and burning hot her cheeks had become like evening clouds. Staring at Shen Ming's moving lips, Zhao Taohua went blank except for those enticing lips flashing through her mind. Suddenly, she sat upright, leaned forward abruptly, and pressed her lips firmly onto the thin pair of beautifully contoured lips. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Caught completely off guard by Zhao Taohua's unexpected kiss, Shen Ming froze stiff, his eyes wide open with astonishment. After a moment, he slowly relaxed and a smile spread across his lips. Sister Taohua had kissed him. As an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy rushed into Zhao Taohua's body, she came to her senses. Realizing her audacious act just moments before, panic and embarrassment flooded her. She quickly covered her mouth, glancing nervously towards Shen Ming, and stuttered. Brother Shen Ming, I'm sorry, I don't know how I ended up. Shun Ming's lips curled upwards, revealing a loving and teasing grin. Sister Taohua, if you like, you can kiss me anytime in the future. With that, his eyes brimmed with tenderness, gazing directly at Zhao Taohua. The longer he stared at her, the more shy Zhao Taohua became, unable to maintain eye contact with him. Because, once they met eyes, strange and peculiar images would spontaneously emerge in her mind. This little drawing was truly misleading. But then, it was the first kiss between her and Shun Ming, and the amount of spiritual power was indeed surprising. If so, perhaps in the future, kissing Shun Ming more often wouldn't hurt either. After all, they had already pledged their marriage intentions. Any kisses were legitimate. Shun Ming, Taohua, dinner is ready. Mrs. Qian's voice rang out from the direction of the kitchen. Zhao Taohua immediately responded. Brother Shun Ming, please go ahead and help my mother get the bowls and chopsticks. I'll be right there. Without giving it much thought, Shun Ming left upon hearing her words. Translated as per requested guidelines, maintaining natural flow and structure. Zhao Taohua, seeing that he had truly left, carefully took out the little book she had hidden behind her back. This book absolutely could not be discovered by Brother Shun Ming. She walked to the bed and tucked the book under the pillow. After finishing all of this, Zhao Taohua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to turn around and go eat dinner, she saw Shun Ming suddenly standing at the door, almost making Zhao Taohua lose her wits in fright. Brother Shun Ming, why did you come back? Zhao Taohua asked somewhat guiltily. Shun Ming glanced at the stool she had just been sitting on, where indeed there was a white handkerchief lying next to the stool's leg. When Shun Ming heard her question, his expression became a bit uneasy too. He explained, I came back to tell you to hurry up and come eat. The food will get cold soon. Zhao Taohua slightly furrowed her brows. How quickly would the food cool down? Despite her suspicions, Zhao Taohua started walking toward the door. But when she passed him and kept going outside, she didn't hear the sound of footsteps following her. She abruptly turned around and looked behind, only to see Shun Ming squatting down to pick something up from the ground. Wasn't that the handkerchief she found familiar? Isn't that the peach blossom handkerchief I embroidered while learning from Moon Essence Embroidery Studio? Zhao Taohua said as she approached him. Shun Ming froze for a moment upon picking up the handkerchief and turned to look at her in an extremely unnatural way. I've been looking for it for so long. I thought it was lost, but it turns out it was with you, Brother Shun Ming. Zhao Taohua asked. I found it, and I kept it with me. Shun Ming replied rather awkwardly. As he went toward the kitchen earlier, he suddenly realized the handkerchief wasn't with him anymore, so he rushed back to find it. Fortunately, he succeeded, though now Zhao Taohua had also discovered his secret. Seeing him trying to tuck the handkerchief into his clothes, Zhao Taohua hastily stopped him. This is the first handkerchief I embroidered. It's really ugly. Give it back to me, and next time, I'll embroider a nice one for you. Shun Ming broke into a smile, but refused to return it. I'll keep this one for now. Once you embroider a new one, you can give both to me together. With that, Shun Ming wouldn't give Zhao Taohua another chance to take back the handkerchief. Instead, he grabbed her hand and led her toward the kitchen. Now that they were officially engaged, holding hands openly meant nothing to either Mrs. Qian or Mr. Zhao Ershu. They had grown accustomed to it. If two people liked each other deeply and cherished their feelings, why not let them be? But Zhao Taohua really wanted to take back the ugly handkerchief, and Shun Ming wouldn't even give her a chance. The next day, many villagers registered at Peach Blossom Embroidery Shop. Not just women, but men too. There were not only young people, but also elders. Grandpa Village Chief, I'm just idle at home anyway, so learning embroidery adds another skill. We'll earn money with you, Peach Blossom. Uncle Chi remarked, too old for manual labor. This work suits me fine. Widow Pan added, Taohua is smart and capable. Under her leadership, we'll all make good money together. Regardless of age or gender, whoever joins our shop will become part of the Embroidery Sisters and Embroidery Brothers. Chapter 117, The Gigantic Mosquito. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst out laughing. Grandpa Shomping chimed in. As long as you're here, everyone is a needleworker. Zhao Taohua led everyone into the embroidery workshop and then divided the group into those who had studied embroidery and those who hadn't. Those with absolutely no foundation would be taught from scratch. As for those with some basic knowledge, they were further divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. After the final count, it was determined that a total of 420 needleworkers came to the workshop today. Zhao Taohua also belonged to the group with no foundation and sat with Grandpa Village Chief. On Guangguan Mountain, Zhao Xingzhu was the captain of the Guangguan Mountain team. He was leading the villagers in constructing a barrier dam in the mudslide ravine. To make the barrier more solid, stakes had to be driven into the ground first. Bang, bang, bang. One villager swung his iron hammer and heavily pounded it down on the wooden stake. Once, twice, thrice. As the stake gradually sunk deeper into the ground, suddenly a buzzing sound like distant thunder rumbled from deep beneath. The noise grew louder and more chaotic. Suddenly, a dense cloud of something black erupted out of a small hole on the ground. The overwhelming numbers gave people goosebumps. Although these mosquitoes were small, their arrival was ferocious, the sound of their wings terrifying. What's this? It looks like mosquitoes. We've disturbed a mosquito nest. The villagers panicked, hastily dropping their tools and scrambling to run away. Slap. The bites really hurt. But these mosquitoes weren't about to let them go easily. They attacked like wolves pouncing on prey toward the exposed skin of the villagers. The sounds of slaps and curses intertwined. Some tried to use their straw hats to fan the mosquitoes away, but they seemed to have minds of their own, evading the hats and aiming directly for their faces. Younger villagers with faster legs were still bitten numerous times due to the sheer number of mosquitoes. Finally, all of them ran down the mountain, escaping the swarm. Looking at each other, their once dark skins now swollen red. Large bumps covered their faces and necks, itchy and painful. Hiss, I can't handle it anymore. I'll go see Uncle Xiangping for some medicine. Who could endure this? One person said. I'll go too. Then, all 80+ members of the Guangguan Mountain team went to consult Zhao Xiangping for medication. Zhao Xiangping was learning embroidery at the workshop when he heard the villagers' cries and had to leave temporarily. After applying the medicine, the pain lessened somewhat, and they managed to return up the mountain to work. However, fear lingered in everyone's hearts, so they proceeded cautiously while ascending the mountain. Seeing that the surrounding area was free of mosquitoes, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief and resumed working. After dispensing the medication, Zhao Xiangping returned to the workshop to continue learning embroidery. Taohua, what did Moon Spirit discuss during the time I left? Tell me. At that moment, Zhao Taohua was concentrating fiercely, battling with her frame, needle, and thread, but hearing Grandpa Xiangping's words, she abruptly looked up. Unexpectedly, she noticed something unusual about Zhao Xiangping's aura. Grandpa Xiangping, where did you just go? Previously, Zhao Xiangping's clothes were clean before he left, but now he seemed different after being out for only a while. Brother Guangzhu's Guangguan Mountain team disturbed a mosquito nest, and everyone got bitten. I went to give them some medicine. After Zhao Xiangping spoke, he noticed Zhao Taohua's odd expression. Taohua, is there anything wrong with my body? Xiangping frowned and asked. Zhao Taohua nodded quickly and inquired worriedly. Did Brother Guangzhu return to the mountain to continue working? Should be. After dispensing the medication, I immediately returned here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua immediately rushed outside. Xiangping became worried but realized an elderly man like him couldn't possibly chase after a young girl like Zhao Taohua. Others hurriedly asked, Uncle Xiangping, what happened? Why are you rushing off somewhere so urgently? It seems Brother Guangzhu and his group encountered trouble. Taohua is already headed over. Exactly what occurred, Zhao Xiangping didn't know either. However, considering how flustered Zhao Taohua appeared earlier, it must be serious. Upon hearing Zhao Xiangping's words, Zhao Shengfeng and Bai immediately stood up in alarm. What? Other needleworkers inside the embroidery workshop also stopped their work upon hearing Zhao Xiangping's account and rushed towards Guangguan Mountain. By the time Zhao Taohua, out of breath, reached halfway up the mountain, she heard screams coming from above continuously. Help! She looked up and saw many frightened villagers rushing down the mountain. The villager running in front noticed Zhao Taohua and called out to her, as if seeing a lifeline. Taohua, you have to hurry. There's a massive mosquito up there, its eyes glowing with a red light. Indeed, it was exactly what Zhao Taohua feared. Just moments ago, she had seen the evil aura of the mosquito monster on Grandpa Xiangping's body. However, Zhao Taohua had run all the way from the embroidery workshop to halfway up Guangguan Mountain and was almost out of breath. Climbing higher would take even more time. But by then, the villagers who hadn't managed to escape might have already been drained of their essence by the mosquito spirit and lost their lives. At that moment, Zhao Taohua suddenly felt her body lift as if into the air, carried horizontally by someone. Startled, she quickly grabbed onto him to steady herself and was shocked to discover. Shinming brother? How did you get here? I heard screams coming from this side of Guangguan Mountain and came to check what was happening. Shinming explained. A gleam of admiration flickered in Zhao Taohua's eyes. No wonder Hunter Shinming had such incredible hearing. He could hear all the way from Guangguan Mountain. Shinming brother, hurry and take me up there. There's a mosquito monster in the nest brother Shengzhu disturbed. The moment Zhao Taohua finished speaking, she felt herself flying through the air. Shinming carried her swiftly up the mountain with great speed. As the distance previously seemed so far grew closer bit by bit, it only took them a few moments to go against the flow of people and reach the top of the mountain. There, they saw an eerie mosquito monster standing hunched over in front of Zhao Guangping. Its enormous red compound eyes emitted a piercing red light. Its wings were thin like cicada wings, the veins clearly visible, vibrating gently with a soft buzzing sound that also radiated red light. Its belly was slightly swollen, growing bigger as it continued to extract Zhao Guangping's essence for a longer period. Under its suppression, Zhao Guangping was unable to move. He looked at the mosquito monster despairingly, watching it suck something out of him. Suddenly, he caught sight of two figures out of the corner of his eye. Upon focusing, hope immediately rekindled in his eyes. Taohua. Chapter 118. 100 Years of Cultivation and Crystal. Save me. Zhao Xingping used his last ounce of strength, squeezing out a faint voice from his dry throat. When Zhao Taohua saw he still had a breath left, she sighed with relief, glad she had arrived in time. The mosquito spirit hadn't completely drained all of Zhao Xingping's essence. Otherwise, it would have been too late to save him. She grabbed a handful of talismans from her chest and threw them accurately at the face of the mosquito monster with the help of spiritual energy. Instantly, she began chanting a spell, and a beam of white light descended from the sky, striking the mosquito monster like lightning. The mosquito monster let out a shrill cry of pain, forcing it to release its proboscis. Its body was hurled several zhang away. Quickly regaining its balance in midair, the mosquito monster flapped its wings, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing, buzzing sound. This sound spread through the entire Guangguan Mountain like a sharp blade. The villagers climbing the mountain below also heard it. However, many had already seen their loved ones except for Shishir, who didn't see her husband, Zhao Guangping. She asked Captain Zhao Shengzhu of the Guangguan Mountain team. Shengzhu, did you see Uncle Guangping? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shengzhu immediately searched among the crowd and realized that Zhao Guangping hadn't come down. He looked up at the mountain and frowned, saying, That's not good. Uncle Guangping must still be on the mountain. A nearby villager immediately panicked and said, "What? Guangping didn't come down. That mosquito monster is enormous and full of evil qi, especially its compound eyes, which are red and emit red light. Its whole body glows red, as terrifying as blood. Could Guangping have been stopped by it?" Another villager chimed in. After seeing the mosquito monster, everyone had only thought about saving themselves, wishing they could grow 10 more legs to run even faster. Upon hearing what everyone had said, she sure turned pale. Had Guangping been caught by the mosquito monster? She sure cried out in agony. If something happens to Guangping, what will my children and I do? Zhao Shengzhu looked at her with great sympathy. She sure was only 22 years old. Though he called Zhao Guangping uncle, Zhao Guangping was actually only 1 year older than him. Due to seniority, he addressed him as uncle. Zhao Guangping and she sure had 2 children, the older being 6 years old and the younger 4. If Zhao Guangping were killed by the mosquito monster, she sure, a single mother raising 2 young children, would face an extremely difficult life. Suddenly, someone said, "I just now seem to see Taohua and Xinming go up. Perhaps, thanks to heaven, Guangping was saved by Taohua and they're unharmed." Shi Shi's cries abruptly ceased. With Taohua around, even the most powerful spirits would fall to her. Shi Shi quickly rushed up the mountain to check, and the other villagers cautiously followed suit. Although Taohua was on the mountain, they were still afraid. If they were unlucky enough to be killed by the mosquito monster, they'd be finished. On the mountain, the mosquito monster's originally bloated body, which had grown swollen from drinking Zhao Guangping's essence, suddenly began inflating rapidly. Its red glow became increasingly intense and glaring, casting a sinister and horrifying aura over everything nearby. Seeing this, Xiao Taohua's expression turned solemn. Recently, she had absorbed a great deal of spiritual energy from brother Xinming and was just looking for a way to use it. This mosquito monster was half humanoid, with a mosquito head and human-like body. It looked like it might already have 200 years of cultivation. Zhao Taohua scanned the mosquito monster's body with her gaze, as if performing an X-ray examination, trying to find the location of the cultivation crystal stone inside its body. Spiritual energy surged around Zhao Taohua. There was so much that it directly condensed into numerous white flying knives heading straight for the mosquito monster. The mosquito monster reacted swiftly, flapping its huge wings to stir up a fierce black wind that swallowed all the incoming flying knives. Taking advantage of this moment, the mosquito monster opened its mouth filled with serrated teeth and sprayed out a stream of red poison. The poison spread like a large net, enveloping Zhao Taohua entirely. Zhao Taohua's pupils contracted sharply. Instantly, spiritual energy surged from her body, forming a shield of spiritual energy in front of her. As the poison struck the spiritual energy shield, it emitted a hissing, corrosive sound, producing waves of dark red foam and a sharp smell. Through the shield, Zhao Taohua's piercing gaze flashed with a cold smile. Want to compare cultivation powers? Her crimson lips moved quickly. 10,000 deities pay homage, command lightning. Thunder strikes immediately, spirits vanish into oblivion. At once, it seemed as though an invisible force in heaven and earth tugged at the surroundings. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, and lightning danced within them. The moment Zhao Taohua finished chanting, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket roared down from the dark clouds with world-ending power, hitting the mosquito monster precisely. It barely had time to open its mouth to scream before dozens of successive bolts of lightning blew it silent. Each thunderclap shook the ground itself. Zhao Taohua felt the thrill of using such immense power for the first time by directly chanting incantations. Truly, when one's inner spiritual energy is abundant, anything feels effortless. Under the relentless assault of lightning, the mosquito monster's body flickered in and out of sight amidst the flashes. The red glow on its body had long been overshadowed by the dazzling light of the lightning, and cracks began to appear on its once hard shell, dark red blood gushing out from the fissures. Just as it was about to use its last strength to flap its wings in a desperate attempt to break free from the cage of lightning surrounding it, another bolt of lightning pierced straight through its body. With a deafening boom, the mosquito monster's compound eyes lost their red glow, and its entire body fell to the ground lifelessly. When Mistress Shi arrived running up the mountain with the sound of thunder, she saw this scene. That pitch-black charred thing. Was it really the mosquito monster? Had it died? Zhao Taohua picked up a stick and approached the mosquito monster. After rummaging around inside its body, she eventually found a crystal stone within its head representing 100 years of cultivation. How could it only have 100 years of cultivation? Before Zhao Taohua could figure it out, she heard Mistress Shi's sobs coming from behind. Guangping, are you all right? Wake up quickly. Zhao Taohua turned her head toward them and said, Auntie Shi, Uncle Guangping was drained of his essence by the mosquito monster, so his body is a bit weak now. However, Uncle Guangping is young and strong. He'll be fine after resting for a couple of days. Don't worry too much. Hearing Zhao Taohua's words, Mistress Shi's crying eased somewhat. At this time, Zhao Shengzhu and the other villagers had also climbed up the mountain. They glanced fearfully at the small hole where the mosquitoes had previously emerged and asked Zhao Taohua, Taohua, will more mosquito monsters come out from here? We're afraid. Zhao Taohua moved forward and crouched down in front of the small hole. Xinming worriedly stood by her side, asking, Sister Taohua, did you find anything? The little hole was pitch black, offering no clear view of its depth. Zhao Taohua released her spiritual energy and thoroughly probed the entire mosquito nest. Finally, she confirmed it was empty. Still, to set everyone's minds at ease, she sealed the mosquito nest using her spiritual energy. Everyone, rest assured. No more mosquito monsters will come out of here. Zhao Taohua stood up and said to the crowd. Relief spread across everyone's faces, with some people saying repeatedly, "That's good. We were really scared earlier." "Yeah, I ran like the wind, terrified it would catch up to me." Zhao Xingzhu led the group in shoveling the mosquito monster's corpse into a pit just like common dirt. Alive, they had feared it. Dead, it became just a pile of burnt remains. Why should they fear it now? 2 villagers helped Mistress Shi carry Zhao Guangping down the mountain. For the next few days, Zhao Guangping would need to rest well. Once he felt better, he could resume work up the mountain. As Zhao Taohua descended the mountain, her brow remained furrowed, and she kept pulling out the crystal stone indicating only 100 years of cultivation. Seeing Zhao Taohua lost in thought and not paying attention to the path ahead, Shenming reached out to cushion her from colliding with the hard tree trunk. Just then, Zhao Taohua came back to her senses. "Sister Taohua, what's wrong with this crystal stone from the mosquito monster? Is there something unusual on it?" Shenming asked curiously. Chapter 119, Zhao Family Village's Life Cultivation. There is its cultivation level inside. I thought it had been practicing for 200 years, but unexpectedly this cultivation crystal only contains 100 years of cultivation. So, I wonder how it can present the strength of 200 years of cultivation. Zhao Taohua explained. According to common sense, a crystal with only 100 years of cultivation should not expand into the equivalent of 200 years. Shenming asked, "Does every spirit monster have this kind of crystal?" Zhao Taohua shook her head, but whenever there was a cultivation crystal, it would always match its level of cultivation. Shenming suddenly picked her up in a horizontal princess hold and said, "I'll hold you while you think about it, so you won't collide with trees again because you're not watching where you're going." Zhao Taohua suppressed a smile and didn't refuse. The next moment, she became completely captivated by the century crystal in her hand, unaware even when she got home. Seeing her lost in deep thought, Shenming decided not to send her to the embroidery shop to learn embroidery. Instead, he directly placed her on a chair in the main hall of the Zhao family residence, then quietly closed the courtyard gate. At noon, Mrs. Qian returned to cook lunch. Zhao Ershu came back to eat, and although the 5 spirit monsters, including Moon Creature, did not need food, they all returned as well. Zhao Taohua suddenly remembered everything that had happened in the last half year, such as various spirit creatures, evil spirits, and Zhao family village's snowfall and hail. She asked Zhao Ershu, "Dad, when our village had heavy snowfall and hail before, did other villages have them too?" After pondering a bit, Zhao Ershu replied, "There was some, but nowhere near as much as ours, nor as cold. Perhaps it's because our village is located at the foot of mountains, so it is like this." Zhao Taohua's pupils contracted sharply. Indeed, Zhao family village was special. She frowned. Out of the surrounding 10-mile radius of villages, none were like Zhao family village, completely encircled by mountains, as if it were a village at the bottom of a basin. She curiously asked, "Dad, why did our ancestors with the surname Zhao choose to settle here?" About this, Zhao Ershu didn't know either. However, according to what Grandpa Yuejiang said, their Zhao clan moved here over 100 years ago due to famine and settled here. Zhao Taohua also recalled this person from her memories. Zhao Yuejiang was currently the oldest member of the Zhao clan, 72 years old. Being advanced in age, he seldom left home, occasionally sitting at the village entrance chatting idly with people, or sitting outside the Zhao family shrine. Zhao Taohua furrowed her brow. Moved here due to escaping famine. Because Zhao family village was surrounded by mountains, mist often lingered, resulting in extremely poor harvests in the fields, leaving the village impoverished for many years. Furthermore, due to mischievous spirits and wolf packs in the mountains, earlier on, the villagers couldn't go up the mountain to chop wood, thus lacking sturdy firewood, making cooking difficult. Yet, no one had ever thought of leaving. It seemed as though it was due to the ancient ancestral decree passed down by the forefathers. Until after lunch, Zhao Taohua was still thinking about it. Suddenly, she felt it necessary to calculate the events of more than 100 years ago regarding the entire Zhao family village. Her intuition told her that the current natural disasters and spirit-related problems in Zhao family village must be closely related to events more than 100 years ago. But, more than 100 years was indeed too long ago. Even though Zhao Taohua now possessed quite a bit of spiritual energy, directly performing such calculations would certainly still fall short. Thus, she headed toward the Zhao family shrine. Perhaps she could gain something useful from their ancestral tablets. Coincidentally, she encountered Grandpa Zhao Yuejiang here. He was dressed in a dark gray robe, sitting on a stool at the entrance of the shrine. His figure was thin, his silver hair sparse yet neatly arranged, his eyelids slightly drooping, his hands full of veins, knuckles slightly protruding, skin loose and covered in wrinkles. "Grandpa, good day." Zhao Taohua greeted him. There was only one grandpa of his generation in the village, who was approximately the youngest among the Yu generation. Even though Zhao Yuejiang was 72, his eyes remained sharp. "It's Taohua," he responded. "Yes, I've come to pay respects to our ancestors." With that, Zhao Taohua proceeded into the shrine, only hearing behind her the praise from Zhao Yuejiang. Taohua is truly filial, coming to worship the ancestors without waiting for any festival. When Zhao Taohua entered the shrine, her gaze swept over several rows of memorial tablets, finally settling on the top row, which held the earliest ancestors of Zhao family village. Zhao Taohua formed seals with both hands, channeling spiritual energy into one name in the center of the top row. Indeed, things turned out as Zhao Taohua had anticipated. Performing divination directly from the ancestral tablets accurately provided some useful information. However, as time passed, The abundant spiritual energy within her was quickly drained. Lowering her hands, Zhao Taohua's eyes flashed with fear and disbelief. Was it true? Their clan was deliberately placed in this area by someone else. She raised her head and looked at the memorial tablets placed in the shrine, only to find that the characters of Zhao family village people's names were formed by a sequence of 5 constantly repeated words. Yu moon, Xiang, auspicious, Ing, brilliant, Guang, light, and Sheng, life. Zhao Taohua silently repeated these 5 words in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more it felt wrong, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her, and she remembered. Yuing, Sheng Wang Sheng. The moon's fullness brings prosperity and vitality. This phrase refers to how everyone has their most prosperous and auspicious time, just like the moon on the 15th day of each month, shining brilliantly. But changing it to Yu Xiang Ing Guang Sheng lost both its original meaning and essence, and the O family would no longer possess the intended destiny energy. Their village clan had been deliberately placed in this location, with deliberate changes made to the original auspicious word order that affected their fates. What was the ulterior motive of the person behind it? And who could this person be? When Zhao Taohua attempted to calculate further clues from the ancestral tablets, she realized that her spiritual energy within her body was already depleted. Has Taohua left? Zhao Yuejiang asked. Zhao Taohua smiled and nodded. Grandpa Yuejiang was 72 years old, an age considered exceptionally long-lived in ancient times. However, many villagers died in their 30s or 40s. For example, fathers of Zhao Guangping, Zhao Shengzhu, Zhao Xingda, and Zhao Shenglin. People from the Guang generation, the Ing generation, and the Xiang generation passed away prematurely, largely due to the disruption of their destiny energy. Since this matter concerned the entire Zhao family village, Zhao Taohua immediately went to the embroidery shop to find the village chief to discuss this at home. Could there really be such a thing? The village chief looked astonished. He questioned Zhao Taohua. Do you mean, Taohua, that we must change our names in order to restore their destiny energy? The village chief also belonged to the Ing generation, his name being Zhao Yingfu. He was 50 years old, which was considered quite long-lived. If following Zhao Taohua's statement, he should belong to the Xiang generation, and his name should actually be Zhao Xiangfu. Zhao Taohua nodded. The village chief's expression turned solemn. For his own and the villagers' destinies, he had to seriously discuss this matter with the clan leader and a few elder clan members. There were roughly 200 to 300 people in the village called either Xiang or Ing generations. Although going to the county office to change names was troublesome, it would still be better than losing their lives. After speaking with the village chief, Zhao Taohua calmly returned to the embroidery shop to continue learning embroidery. By the time Xin Ming returned in the evening, she would definitely hold his hand all night to replenish her dried-up spiritual energy. The next day, while Zhao Taohua was learning embroidery at the embroidery shop, suddenly came a harsh rebuke above her head. Taohua, so it was your plan yesterday when you visited the shrine. You suggested changing the Xiang generation into the Ing generation, and then having the Ing generation change to the Xiang generation? That's utterly chaotic. Zhao Taohua looked up and saw Grandpa Zhao Yuejiang sharply focused on her like a hawk, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and blame. Chapter 120. Are you here to add dowry for Xiangxiang? Grandpa Yuejiang was so angry that the wrinkles on his face became even more pronounced, like deep ravines. His brows furrowed into a Chuan character, his lips quivered in anger, and his beard trembled along with it. There were a total of 420 embroidery artisans in the embroidery workshop, which means that except for those building the protective mountain project on the mountain, most other villagers were there. Everyone perked up their ears when they heard Grandpa Yuejiang mention the issue of changing the generational name characters. The Yuejiang family was the only one in the village with 5 generations under one roof, and several children from his family were present in the embroidery workshop. Son Zhao Xiangbao and daughter-in-law Fan stepped forward to support him, trying to soothe him. Father, don't be too upset, they consoled. Zhao Xiangbao was already 56 years old. He was also part of the great-grandfather generation in the village and far from young. He suddenly got up from the stool and felt dizzy. Neither Zhao Xiangbao nor Fan could calm Zhao Yuejiang's emotions after soothing him a few times. Suddenly, he staggered, blacked out, and fell to the ground. The previously furious Zhao Yuejiang was completely shocked. Xiangbao, Fan, the son and daughter-in-law, and the grandson and granddaughter-in-law all panicked. Zhao Xiangping, who was nearby, immediately went forward to pinch his nose. Worriedly, Zhao Yuejiang asked, Xiangping, what happened to Xiangbao? After all, he himself was 72 and still alive. He didn't want to attend his son's funeral. Insufficient qi and blood circulation and weak liver and kidneys leading to insufficient brain blood supply have triggered dizziness. After taking the pulse, Zhao Xiangping explained. Zhao Yuejiang found it hard to believe because Zhao Xiangbao always looked lively in the past. How could he suddenly suffer from insufficient blood supply to the brain, causing dizziness? Suddenly, someone in the crowd, Zhao Shengfang, remembered something. Back in the day, my father also experienced sudden dizziness and fell into the river and then passed away. After her comment, Chao Chunxiang immediately recalled how before Shengda's father died, he had felt dizzy and suddenly passed away. Zhao Taohua explained. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are normal things. But since the generational naming order in our village has been disrupted, losing its auspicious meaning, the lifespans and health conditions of the villagers have accelerated like pressing an accelerator button. The probability of dying or becoming ill becomes higher and unpredictable. Any member of the Zhao clan might be affected. Zhao Yuejiang showed signs of fear. Did this mean that he lived to such an age just by luck? And that didn't mean his children and grandchildren would enjoy the same good fortune as him. If this was the case, if one day Xiangbao encountered another mishap without anyone around to help, what should be done? If he fell in the river and drowned or fainted while cutting firewood in the mountains? In a hurry, Zhao Yuejiang asked Zhao Taohua, Sister Taohua, can restoring the original generational names really change the destiny and longevity of everyone in the village? Actually, Zhao Yuejiang had started to trust Zhao Taohua, but wanted further confirmation. Taohua nodded. Grandpa Yuejiang. In this way, the auspicious implications and blessings will return to our Zhao clan. In fact, going to the town office to change official names, while keeping the customary daily calling names as they are wouldn't cause much trouble. For instance, the village generation names originally cycled through every 5 names, so when future children are named, simply paying attention to avoid errors would suffice. After hearing this suggestion, Zhao Yuejiang nodded continuously. It wouldn't feel awkward to call each other with new names that have already been used lifelong, while using the updated ones when dealing with the town registry. The village elder and clan elders also agreed with this approach. Therefore, in the following days, the village chief frequently visited the town, busy handling the mass renaming of over 200 villagers. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the 9th day of the 4th lunar month. Previously, Zhao Xingxiang had invited Zhao Taohua to her home for dinner on this day. She owed a lot to Zhao Taohua for being able to marry Yang Fengshou. If it weren't for Sister Taohua helping her to remove the durian essence from her body, she would have smelled awful for the rest of her life and would never have received such a favorable marriage proposal. On the 9th day of the 4th month, it was also the day to prepare the wedding gifts for Zhao Xingxiang. Her aunts, uncles' wives, maternal aunts, cousins, and brothers and sisters all came. The table was filled with items given as dowry for Zhao Xingxiang. Clothes made of cotton and hemp, embroidered shoes, quilts, pillows, copper mirrors, hairpins, needlework kits, and more. When Zhao Taohua arrived, Jiang immediately led her into Zhao Xingxiang's room. Xiangxiang, Taohua is here. Hearing this, Zhao Xingxiang happily stood up. Sister Taohua, I've finally seen you. I've missed you a lot after not seeing you for so long. Recently, she was busy preparing for her wedding, while Zhao Taohua was equally busy setting up her embroidery workshop. Typically, guests only come on the main day of the 10th, but only close family members are invited to eat one day ahead. So you're Taohua. I often hear Xiangxiang talk about you. You're very capable and good at making money. Your family bought a cart and started an embroidery workshop. Are you here today to add dowry for Xiangxiang? Zhao Shengxiang's aunt asked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shengxiang gave her aunt an exasperated look. Auntie, I'm already glad that Sister Taohua could come. Moreover, she is 1 year younger than me. How could we let her add dowry for me? So what if she's younger? She makes more money than you. There's no way she came over without bringing anything, just to have a free meal. Zhao Shengxiang's aunt glanced at Zhao Taohua from head to toe. She saw nothing special in the girl, dismissing Zhao Taohua with little regard. She thought of Zhao Taohua as nothing but a preteen, who must have merely struck lucky to make so much money. They had heard her embroidery workshop was just recently set up. It covered a full 50 square zhang. Who knew whether it would even make any money in the future? Maybe, in the end, she'd lose all she had including the ox cart. Zhao Taohua smiled towards Zhao Xingxiang. Sister Xiangxiang, since you're getting married tomorrow, I certainly need to give you some dowry and my blessing. With that, Zhao Taohua took out a delicate wooden box from her bosom. Everyone strained their necks to get a peek inside. Zhao Shengxiang instantly froze upon recognizing the box and felt the items within were probably expensive. Sure enough, when she opened it, she found a pair of silver earrings resting quietly inside. Silver earrings served both as accessories and maintained their value. Holding them was akin to holding broken silver pieces, which could be used as currency. Zhao Shengxiang's eyes immediately misted with emotion as she voiced her feelings. Sister Taohua, this gift is too valuable. After all, these were money. The others, upon seeing the silver earrings, were filled with envy. Even the aunt who earlier made the remark now closed her mouth. A pair of those silver earrings equaled 2 taels of silver. This young girl didn't look particularly mature, yet her generosity was impressive. It showed how skillful Xiangxiang was to make such wealthy friends. Sister Xiangxiang, may you and your husband live happily together, in harmony till 100 years old. Please take it. Zhao Taohua laughed and encouraged her. Once Zhao Shengxiang married into Yangshu Village, they wouldn't see each other as often. Sister Taohua, when you get married, I will also give you a nice present. Sister Taohua's silver earrings were highly valuable. She would place them at the bottom of her chest and never part with them, known as bottom of the chest treasure. That evening, Zhao Xingxiang invited Zhao Taohua to stay and sleep with her. In Zhao's village, before a bride marries, a close female friend or sister typically sleeps with her. This is called warming the bride, and can be done by intimate chamber sisters. Chapter 121, Held in the Mouth. In the evening, after dinner, the two girls lay together on the red bed. The sheets, duvet covers, and pillows on Zhao Xingxiang's bed were all new, embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water. Zhao Xingxiang looked at the ceiling of her bed and sighed. I can't believe I'm getting married tomorrow. In fact, just thinking about living in a strange place tomorrow made her a bit nervous. She felt that time went by so fast. She still remembered when she first became engaged to Yang Fengshou last year. Hearing her sigh, Zhao Taohua immediately said, in less than 3 months, I will also be getting married. You are marrying Xin Ming and staying in our Zhao family village, whereas I am going to Yang Tree village. To come back, I'll have to cross a mountain. It definitely won't be as convenient to return home afterward. I don't want to leave home. As Zhao Xingxiang spoke, she tightly hugged Zhao Taohua beside her. Zhao Taohua knew it was just an emotional remark from her, but her wedding with Yang Fengshou was tomorrow. Besides, in ancient times, how could a woman not marry after reaching the age for it? Suddenly, Zhao Xingxiang looked up at Zhao Taohua. Taohua, in the future, will you visit me in Yang Tree Village? I will definitely. When I go to the Yang family tomorrow for your wedding feast. Zhao Taohua was honored to be invited by the Zhao Xingxiang family as part of the bride's family to attend the Yang family's wedding banquet. Being able to stay with the bride would bring good luck. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingxiang immediately laughed. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, pouted her small mouth. I've only met Yang Fengshou once. I wonder if he is easy to get along with or not. Rest assured, if he dares to bully you, you just tell me. I'll help you teach him a lesson. Zhao Xingxiang nodded vigorously. If Shenming dares to bully you, I will help you severely discipline him. Just as the two young girls were engrossed in their talk, the door was suddenly pushed open. Jiang entered with a book in her hand and handed it to Zhao Xingxiang. Xiangxiang, finish reading this book tonight. Taohua should read it too. You two can study together since Taohua will also be getting married in a few months. Jiang put down the book and closed the door before leaving. Book? Why do we need to learn from a book? Did my mother make a mistake? I can't even read. Zhao Xingxiang puzzledly said while lying in bed. Zhao Taohua immediately recognized the cover without words, instantly recalling what this book was. Aunt Jiang planned to let Zhao Xingxiang learn about marital bedroom affairs before her wedding. Sure enough, when Zhao Xingxiang opened the first page of the book, its contents seemed extremely familiar to Zhao Taohua. What is this? Why did my mom show me this? Instantly, Zhao Xingxiang's face turned bright red, and she immediately tried to close the illustrated book. Zhao Taohua stopped her. Xiangxiang, Aunt Jiang wants you to finish studying tonight. Although Zhao Xingxiang's face was fully flushed red, she understood that Zhao Taohua and Jiang were doing this for her benefit. She was getting married tomorrow. If she didn't know anything, there might be mistakes during the bridal chamber tonight. Refocusing on the illustrations, Zhao Xingxiang pleaded. Taohua, can you stay with me while we look through it together? All right. The one given to her by Pan Guofu had been placed under her pillow and hadn't been revisited since. She feared becoming overheated again after reading. Apparently, there was no escaping tonight. She discovered that after looking at it for the second time, the content stuck in her memory more clearly. Finally, both girls managed to read through the entire book. With her cheeks crimson, Zhao Xingxiang stared at Zhao Taohua's face and asked, Taohua, why do you look so unfazed, like the content in this book is very common knowledge to you? Have you seen this book before? No, how could I? Zhao Taohua hurriedly explained. Only, because I'm not getting married tomorrow, I haven't paid such attention. Well, we finished reading the book, let's sleep. The next day, before dawn broke, Zhao Taohua and Zhao Xingxiang needed to wake up. Aunt Jiang came in to help Zhao Xingxiang dress her hair. Soon, Yang Fengshou would come to escort her. This time, participating closely in Zhao Xingxiang's wedding, Zhao Taohua gained some deeper insight into ancient weddings. Both the Zhao family and the Yang family had relatively extensive extended families, and Yang Fengshou, at a glance, was a rather diligent and considerate person. Seeing Zhao Xingxiang marry such a man made her genuinely happy for Zhao Xingxiang. When she returned from the Yang family after eating the celebratory wine and food, she still held some of the lucky candies they gave. She hadn't eaten a single one, thinking about sharing them with her father and mother, as well as Shun Ming, for good fortune. When Mrs. Qian and Zhao Ergai each took one, Shun Ming happened to return. As Shun Ming returned, Zhao Taohua handed him the red paper-wrapped candy. Big brother Shun Ming, have some celebratory candy. Have you eaten yours yet? Shun Ming asked. Zhao Taohua nodded. Yes, it's sweet. Shun Ming leaned his body close to Zhao Taohua, lowering his voice to whisper softly. Taohua sister, will you peel it for me? Zhao Taohua inexplicably felt that there was a magnetic quality in his voice, as if it could bewitch people. She didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. How did she feel Shen Ming seemed different? Taohua sister, is it alright? Shen Ming, seeing Zhao Taohua didn't answer, moved closer again and asked. Zhao Taohua thought he was too near now and quickly cast a glance at him, only to find when he talked to her, his ears weren't red anymore. Just as Zhao Taohua glanced, she immediately pulled her gaze back. Strangely enough, her whole face suddenly started burning up. She only felt Shen Ming seem to get closer and closer. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to let Shen Ming see her flushed cheeks. Alright, I'll peel it for you. Just stand up straight. Zhao Taohua pushed the still approaching body of Shen Ming with her hand. Seeing her little actions, Shen Ming's lips slightly curled upwards. By the time Zhao Taohua had peeled off the sugar paper and was about to give it to him, Shen Ming was standing upright instead. With no choice but to tiptoe, Zhao Taohua extended the candy toward his mouth. Being tall makes you great or something. She was only 15 this year. Give her some more time, and she'd surely grow over 1.60 meters. Still, it seemed like Shen Ming was teasing her on purpose, and she couldn't quite get the candy to his mouth. As Zhao Taohua frowned, preparing to take the candy back, Shen Ming suddenly bent over and held her fingers together with the candy in his mouth. The warm, moist sensation made Zhao Taohua feel as though she were electrocuted, stiffening in place like a statue. Zhao Taohua's face turned completely red, similar to a monkey's bottom. In her panic, she even overlooked the recent contact between them, which brought an influx of spiritual essence within her. Her eyes flickering, Zhao Taohua retrieved her fingertips from Shen Ming's mouth and said, I'll check if mom needs any help. After speaking, Zhao Taohua bolted away as if fleeing. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Ming looked at her retreating figure with eyes akin to how a big bad wolf would look at his own white rabbit. Chapter 122, Flying onto the branch to become a phoenix. It must be said, Peach's sister's blushing face was truly adorable. In 3 more months, he would be able to take her home as his wife and make her his bride. After more than a month of instruction by Moon Mistress, who originally had some embroidery skills, her work became even finer with the guidance. The rule in the embroidery workshop was that every embroidered item sold from the workshop earned only 5% profit for the workshop, with the rest going to everyone else. Thus, within just a short month's time, the people there managed to earn quite a bit of silver coins while staying in the embroidery workshop. They also gradually accumulated enough money to buy ox carts. The Zhao family estate became prosperous, and aside from Zhao Lianhua, it was now Zhao Xinghua and Zhao Yu, this pair of twins, who were at the age suitable for marriage. Mrs. Wang naturally hoped that little Yu would find a daughter-in-law as courteous and virtuous as Jiang Chui'er, so that in the future she could enjoy her life without worry. Therefore, Mrs. Wang asked Aunt Yu to look around carefully for Zhao Yu. As for Zhao Xinghua, the better the groom's family situation, the better. If it wasn't too good, it couldn't be too bad. Of course, the parents on the groom's side must be good people, not cruel to their daughters-in-law. Only then would she feel reassured marrying Xinghua off. Aunt Yu agreed repeatedly, promising that the family she arranged would not be unsuitable. One day, a carriage slowly entered Zhao's village. It was painted all over with red lacquer, and auspicious cloud patterns adorned its walls. The carriage stopped in front of the embroidery workshop, and maid Yuha immediately went forward to open the curtain of the carriage. "Madam, we've arrived," Yuha reminded her. "Madam," he led a similarly well-dressed woman out of the carriage, looking slightly confused. "The countryside roads are bumpier than the official roads, yet you insisted on following me here. You go and have a casual look around yourself. I'll go find Miss Zhao to discuss things." With that, Madam, he walked directly into the workshop to meet Miss Zhao Tao. After more than a month of hard study, Zhao Tao's embroidery skills improved significantly. When Zhao Tao heard that Madam he had come, she immediately put down her tools and invited her to speak inside the private room set aside for guests in the workshop. Jimu Jing, with good judgment, prepared tea for both ladies. Madam he was no longer surprised by these peculiar beings around Zhao Tao, having seen them multiple times before. Recently, there had been little farm work to do. Except for Gang Jing participating in a mountain protection project in Guan Mountain alone, the other 4 spirits were all present in the embroidery workshop. "Miss Zhao, the items you sent last time were excellent. Fine craftsmanship and uniquely creative patterns. I've come today to give you the money as an advance for another batch of goods. Summer is almost here, and folding fans are essential for cooling oneself down. So, I specially came here to remind you. Regarding the design, I trust your judgment." Upon finishing her words, maid Yuha immediately presented a box of gold ingots to Madam He. This was only a deposit. At the sight of the money, Zhao Tao's eyes lit up with joy. Peach will certainly not disappoint Madam's trust. Zhao Tao liked working with Madam He. She had good sales channels, few issues arose, and she always paid promptly. "Then that's settled. I'll wait for you to finish, then send someone to collect them." After the two had finished their conversation, they stepped out from the private room. Zhao Tao immediately saw that inside the workshop was another richly dressed lady alongside Madam He. "How old is this young girl?" asked Lady Peng towards Zhao Xinghua. Zhao Xinghua felt somewhat bashful answering, but Aunt Wang replied for her. 15 years old, but she hasn't celebrated her birthday yet." Lady Peng understood, then further questioned. "So, has she promised herself to anyone?" "Not yet. We're still meeting potential matches. As I only have one daughter, I want to find her a good family. Only then can I feel reassured." Wang had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Their daughter would eventually leave after marriage, so they wouldn't often see her anymore. Thus, choosing the right match must be done very carefully. It couldn't be arbitrary. Children's marriages should not be gambled upon. Lady Peng looked over at Zhao Xinghua beside her, noticing her round face, pinkish-white complexion, and those crystal-clear eyes filled with innocence. Immediately, Lady Peng smiled and asked Mrs. Wang, "Wouldn't you consider her as my family's daughter-in-law? My son is 15 this year, a few months older than her. He's tall, good-looking, and has studied for a few years." Upon hearing her words, Mrs. Wang was utterly stunned. Mrs. Wang assumed that Lady Peng had only casually asked. Though the living conditions in Zhao's village had greatly improved recently, she wasn't muddled. The most they'd gained might transform straw huts into tiled houses, swap walking on foot for riding cattle carts, and switch patched coarse clothes for hemp new ones, which were far away from being compared with finely dressed wealthy madams in elegant silk robes covered with jewelry. And such a person saying that they wanted Xinghua to be their daughter-in-law? Mrs. Wang immediately shook her head and replied, "Even though my Xinghua doesn't have extraordinary talents, she does not wish to become a concubine." Lady Peng laughed. "Not a concubine, but the principal wife. We would officially marry your Xinghua into our family." These words shocked not only Mrs. Wang and her daughter, but also others in the embroidery shop. This lady clearly looked wealthy, and Zhao Xinghua had the good fortune to become her daughter-in-law. In the future, she would definitely enjoy a life of luxury as a young mistress. Wouldn't she avoid the daily hard work in the fields or at the embroidery workshop? Instead, she'd always have attendants around her, wearing gold and silver jewelry, indulging in fine foods and beverages. After hearing this, Lady He walked over and said, "Great. Qingya, no wonder you insisted on coming with me to Zhao's village. It turns out you were here to find a daughter-in-law for yourself." In fact, Lady He also wondered why Peng Qingya wanted to pick a village girl from Zhao's village as her daughter-in-law. Her son Lang Yuan was indeed tall and handsome, had read for several years, and although he hadn't passed the exams to become a scholar, he could still find a well-matched bride in the county town. Facing Lady He's teasing, Lady Peng responded, "Xinghua is cute and innocent. I took to her at first sight and thought she'd be perfectly suitable to be my daughter-in-law. After saying this, Lady Peng earnestly explained her family's conditions to Mrs. Wang. The Lang family, which owned a wine shop in the county town, managed fully wine shop. A wine shop? That must be worth a lot of money, right? A rich person from the county town. Naturally, they have a lot of wealth. Xinghua truly has become like a phoenix flying onto a higher branch. When Zhao Xinghua heard everyone talking about her, she lowered her head in shyness. Recently, Aunt Yu had been visiting her home trying to arrange matches, all from neighboring villages, mostly from families poorer than hers. Therefore, she hadn't been too willing. No matter what, how could she marry someone who wasn't as good as her? Even if she couldn't marry someone she loved, marrying someone poor would make her feel both wronged and bitter. Thus, when she personally heard Lady Peng describe the wine shop, her pupils dilated in shock, and she couldn't believe that she might actually marry into such a prestigious family. She assumed that marrying into a town household was already high climbing, but never did she imagine that a wealthy family from the county would fancy her and even invite her to be their daughter-in-law. Mrs. Wang, and everyone at the old Zhao residence, was completely stunned after hearing Lady Peng's words. Could Xinghua really marry into a wine shop family in the county? Chapter 123, Despicable. So, their Zhao family ancestral home would now have relatives in the county town? Peng Madam's words were not just empty talk. The next day, she sent a matchmaker to propose on behalf of the Zhao family ancestral home, and the proposal gifts were delivered by a horse-drawn carriage. Included were 20 taels of betrothal money, a gold ring, gold earrings, a gold necklace, dragon phoenix double happiness cakes, 4-color candy, 2 bolts each of silk brocade, quilts and pillows, as well as a pair of live chickens and a pair of white geese. Zhao Xinghua couldn't take her eyes off the 3 gold items. Old Lady Sun exclaimed, "My goodness, which family sends so much gold with a proposal? All these things must be worth over 100 taels of silver." Ms. Wang couldn't stop smiling. She hadn't expected that her Xinghua would marry so well. Mrs. Liu, the matchmaker, immediately said to Old Lady Sun, "Madam, these items are worth more than 100 taels of silver. You've raised Miss Zhao so well, so the Lang family is giving this much. In all my years as a matchmaker, I've never seen such generosity from any family during a marriage proposal. Gold-made jewelry is simply given away like this. Although the conditions in the county town are higher than in the countryside when it comes to betrothal gifts, most families offer about 15 taels at best, with nothing else. But look here, the Lang family's betrothal gifts amount to over 100 taels." Old Lady Sun thought what Mrs. Liu said made sense, but suddenly asked another question. If the Lang family is so wealthy, why would they choose my Xinghua? Mr. Zhao took a puff of his tobacco pipe, lightly tapping her with the stem, warning her not to overthink things. For Xinghua to marry into such a prestigious family was like green smoke rising from the Zhao family graveyard, a great omen, so there was no need to stir up trouble. Seeing this, Old Lady Sun nodded at Mr. Zhao San and his wife. The marriage between Xinghua and the Lang family could be agreed upon. As soon as Mrs. Liu saw the Zhao family agree to the marriage proposal, she began speaking auspicious words. When she finished, she said, "Since you agree, then this marriage is settled. The Lang family has set the date for Miss Zhao's coming-of-age ceremony, and they wish for her to get married sooner so that she can start bearing children for the Lang family. The Master Lang is the only heir, so please understand." Ms. Wang quickly responded, "We understand, we understand." The mother-in-law eagerly hoped to bring her bride-to-be home early, which was good news. It clearly showed how pleased they were with their Xinghua, and thus decided this way. A matchmaker like the Lang family didn't want Xinghua to miss out on such a good opportunity. Seeing the situation, Mrs. Liu continued, "Actually, I came today with an engagement token from Master Lang, a jade pendant he wears every day, to gift to Miss Zhao. Since there are still several months until Miss Zhao's coming-of-age ceremony, Master Lang hopes that this jade pendant he always wears will stay by her side." After finishing her sentence, Mrs. Liu took out a jade pendant from her chest and presented it to Zhao Xinghua. This was a rectangular Hetian jade pendant, gracefully crafted yet lively in design, with fluid and natural edge lines, exquisitely polished without any flaws. At a glance, it was clear its value was immense. As Zhao Xinghua touched it, she felt its warm, delicate texture, smooth and soft like mutton fat, radiating a gentle glow under the sunlight. Just as she held Master Lang's jade pendant, feeling a little excitement within her heart, she suddenly heard Mrs. Liu ask, "Miss Zhao, would you give me something to take back from Master Lang as your mutual engagement token? There are still a few months until the wedding, allowing Master Lang to gaze upon it and think of you." Hearing Mrs. Liu's request, Zhao Xinghua shyly pursed her lips. Though she did not speak, she immediately went to her room to search. She really didn't own anything valuable, except for some small embroidered items she had crafted herself. For example, this sachet, one that she considered her best work. The pattern on it depicted apricot blossoms, not pure red apricot blossoms, but pink-white ones. Such a sachet could be worn by a man. "Grandma Liu, please take this back to Master Lang," she offered. Mrs. Liu glanced at the sachet and asked, "Is this something you stitched by hand?" Zhao Xinghua nodded slightly. "The stitching on Miss Zhao's sachet is truly exquisite. I'll deliver it to Master Lang." Taking the item, Mrs. Liu then left without lingering. Everyone at the Zhao family ancestral home looked at all the wonderful items filling the room and the Hetian jade pendant Zhao Xinghua cradled in her hands, feeling that it all seemed too surreal. Zhao Lianhua envied and said, "Xinghua, you're the brightest star among the village girls. Back when Xin Ming proposed to Taohua, he brought along items worth 60 taels in total, and I thought no one would surpass that in my lifetime. And who knew that it's been barely any time since then. and you've already received so much. Plus, that jade pendant, something many people may never even see in their entire lives. Zhao Lianhua said, filled with envy, watching how her cousins excelled one after another, while only she would remain at home her whole life, becoming an old maid. Zhao Xinghua, hearing Zhao Lianhua's words, felt deeply gratified inside. Still, she commented, Master Lang's family owns a wine shop in the county town, with substantial wealth. Shenming's family circumstances were dire, with neither parents to support him. It was entirely on his own that he managed. 60 taels was all Shenming could afford to offer for Taohua. Zhao Lianhua agreed. Given that Shenming had put forth his entire savings for Zhao Taohua, it showed just how much he truly cared for her. Xinghua, Lang family giving you so much is wonderful as well. Once you marry into the Lang family, you'll become their young madam, Zhao Lianhua said enviously. After letting her family admire the Hetian jade pendant long enough, Zhao Xinghua finally tucked it away in her chest, clearly pleased with herself. Carrying herself with newfound confidence, she strolled through the village just as midday arrived, and the villagers working on the mountain's protective structure descended. From afar, she spotted Shenming walking among them, tall and statuesque. Since Shenming and Zhao Taohua had already been engaged, he now went to the Zhao residence every noon to have lunch. Previously, Shenming was thought to be a harbinger of misfortune, and thus, she'd always kept her distance. But after Zhao Taohua gifted him a shielding talisman, things changed. She had assumed that without parents or wealth, Shenming wouldn't be capable of much, but unexpectedly, he came up with 60 taels to secure Zhao Taohua's hand. Shenming brother, I'd like to say 2 words to you, Zhao Xinghua declared boldly, stepping into Shenming's path. Zhao Xinghua, speak then, Shenming responded offhandedly. This spot was one of the necessary passageways down from the mountain, and Zhao Xinghua felt somewhat embarrassed about speaking in front of everyone. Remembering that the villagers who worked at the embroidery workshop had also gone back, she invited Shenming inside instead. Shenming brother, the sun here is too harsh, and since I'm getting married soon, I shouldn't get tanned. It'll ruin my looks. All right, just say what you want, Shenming replied impatiently, following her into the workshop. Truth be told, Zhao Xinghua wasn't exactly light-skinned herself. In the village, only Zhao Taohua stood out with her pale complexion, having never toiled daily in the fields due to her family's previous lack of land ownership. Gathering her courage, Zhao Xinghua looked up at the handsome Shenming standing before her and confessed, Shenming brother, I like you. This sudden declaration startled Shenming. I am already engaged to Taohua's sister. Once they married, she would be his elder cousin-in-law, so why was she saying this to him now? Not far away, Zhao Shengyan, spotting Shenming and Zhao Xinghua heading toward the workshop, secretly trailed after them, only to overhear this shocking revelation. Could it be that Zhao Xinghua liked Shenming? But Shenming was already betrothed to Zhao Taohua, and once she reached coming of age, they would wed. Was Zhao Xinghua confessing to Shenming to sabotage their relationship and steal him away? Zhao Shengyan frowned at Zhao Xinghua's actions. He saw this as interfering in another's feelings. Just then, Zhao Shengyan thought he heard Zhao Taohua's voice coming from the next room, the sound growing nearer as if she was approaching. Chapter 124. Do you have any bottom line? Zhao Shengyan was afraid that Zhao Taohua would see this scene, so he quickly turned and ran out, blocking Zhao Taohua, who had no idea what was going on. He pretended to chat casually about family affairs. Sister Taohua, what did Aunt Qian make today? Green vegetable and egg noodles. At noon, the Zhao family only ate a little. They would cook something nice when they had time in the evening. While speaking, Zhao Taohua looked towards Mount Dongdong but didn't see the person she wanted to see. Brother Shengyan, have you seen Brother Shenming? She remembered that the Zhao family, along with Shenming, were building the mountain protection project on Mount Dongdong. However, their household rotated between Zhao Shengyan and his father, Zhao Guanquan, for the work. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shengyan suddenly stammered, I don't seem to have seen him. As the team leader, Shenming might be walking behind tidying up things. But soon the noodles will become clumped together. Zhao Taohua pouted slightly, looking a bit troubled. In the past, Shenming always returned around this time. Why is he late today? Upon hearing Shenming's response, Zhao Xinghua said nonchalantly, I know you and Sister Taohua are already engaged, and I am also engaged. I'm telling you this today, just to inform you. My fiancé is richer than you, more generous than you, and I believe he must look better than you. Zhao Xinghua's tone was very determined, yet as she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Shenming's face. His features and outline possessed an enchanting power, making it hard to look away. But then, she thought about becoming the young madam of the wine shop. How could Shenming's looks or 60 taels of family wealth compare? Withdrawing her gaze from Shenming, Zhao Xinghua proudly turned and left. As she reached the entrance of the embroidery workshop and was about to leave, she was abruptly grabbed by Zhao Shengyan. Are you crazy? Do you have any bottom line? Shenming is already engaged to Sister Taohua. What nonsense are you stirring up here? Zhao Shengyan cursed disdainfully. Just now. If he hadn't gone out in time to stop Sister Taohua, by now, she would have been saddened after seeing all of this. Zhao Xinghua frowned. Had he heard her words earlier? She glanced up and down at Zhao Shengyan, who was merely a livestock breeder. There was a faintly unpleasant smell about him, possibly the fecal odor of chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, and pigs. Disdainfully, she retorted, Is it illegal for me to say a word to Brother Shenming? Zhao Shengyan was speechless, caught off guard. He had never encountered a girl as shameless as Zhao Xinghua. Then, he heard Zhao Xinghua proclaim, I am also engaged. My fiancé is from the Lang family in the county town. They have just sent my family their betrothal gifts. As she spoke, She pulled out a Hetian jade pendant from her bosom and flaunted it in front of Zhao Shengyan. You will never earn as much money as this jade pendant is worth. After finishing her proclamation, she left with great pride. Zhao Shengyan furrowed his brows, incredulously muttering, did that wealthy woman really send a marriage proposal to her? Yesterday, he overheard her parents talking about the incident at the embroidery workshop. At that time, he dismissed it as mere gossip. Any reasonable person would find Zhao Xinghua unsuitable for the Lang family, owners of the tavern in the county town. Who would have thought Zhao Xinghua actually managed to become the phoenix flying high? Zhao Shengyan puzzled. What did that wealthy woman see in Zhao Xinghua? Could she be out of her mind? Shenming finally understood why she came to speak with him today. It was to boast about her rich and generous fiancé. By the time Shenming returned to the Zhao family for lunch, Zhao Taohua handed him the prepared noodles. Brother Shenming, please eat. Unknowingly, Zhao Taohua noticed a flicker of dark qi. When she tried to observe it clearly, she realized that the dark qi had already been swallowed by the killing aura emanating from his body. Zhao Taohua pouted her lips. Perhaps she misjudged it earlier. How could evil spirits dare approach Shenming? It must be foolish to challenge his boundless, ferocious killing aura. Since Zhao Xinghua was about to marry into the Lang family in the county, she stopped going to the embroidery workshop afterwards. After all, she would soon be the young madam in the Lang family, where she'd be surrounded by attendants. Why should she bother learning anything further? The people in the old residence of the Zhao family also indulged her. That evening, Shenming and Zhao Shengzhu led 2 teams down from Guangguan Mountain and Dongdong Mountain. Through the relentless efforts of both teams, they completed the mountain protection projects of the 2 mountains half a month ahead of schedule. When they arrived at the embroidery workshop, the village chief happened to be coming out. Village chief, can you go up the mountain tomorrow to check on our work? If there's something wrong, we still have time to make adjustments. The village chief patted their arms. It was worthy that Zhao Jiatsuan had such energetic young men as the hope of the future. Afterwards, the village chief agreed immediately and happened to see Zhao Taohua come out. Taohua, Shenming, and Zhao Shengzhu have already finished building the protective works. Tomorrow, you go with me to the mountain to check where any leaks need fixing? The village chief asked. All right, there was only half a month left before the summer downpours arrived, and since it concerned the entire Zhao family village, it was very necessary to check the stability of the mountain protection project. At this moment, everyone from the embroidery workshop had gone home, and Zhao Shengzhu curiously walked inside. At first glance, he noticed that every embroidered item looked proper and authentic. He randomly pointed at one, feeling that the embroidery on a piece seemed slightly worse than the others around it. He asked, Taohua, who embroidered this? How much could this one sell for? Brother Shengzhu, this was embroidered by Grandpa Xiangping. This one can fetch 100 large coins. After Zhao Taohua finished speaking, Zhao Shengzhu widened his eyes in surprise. If a single piece by Grandpa Xiangping was worth 100 large coins, he immediately cheered up and said, then once we come to learn embroidery here, tomorrow will definitely be selling at a price higher than Grandpa Xiangping's. The herbs in the field still needed another month and a half to grow, and staying idle at home might as well be replaced by learning a craft at the embroidery workshop and earning some money for the family. Welcome. After Zhao Taohua spoke, she locked the door of the embroidery workshop. Now, everything everyone embroidered would eventually be sent to Madame He's shop to be sold for cash, so nothing must be lost. Lately, she had always been the last one to leave the embroidery workshop, then lock the door. After Zhao Taohua secured the door, just as the 4 were about to move forward, they suddenly heard someone shouting from the village. Xinghua, Xinghua. Zhao Taohua quickly rushed forward, hearing someone yell ahead. It's bad. Just now Xinghua staggered and fell straight into the river. It was already mid-May, the river was deep, and after Zhao Xinghua fell in, her figure soon disappeared. A few women standing on the bridge could only fret helplessly. None of them knew how to swim. By the time Zhao Taohua and the others arrived, Zhao Shengyan had already taken off his shoes and dived headfirst into the river. Not long after Zhao Taohua arrived, Lady Wang and Zhao Sancher also came. Upon hearing that Zhao Xinghua had fallen into the river, the couple was extremely worried. Look, Shengyan has surfaced. He's dragging someone. A head is visible. It's Xinghua. Zhao Taohua's gaze had been following the water movements. When she saw Zhao Xinghua's face surface, she was shocked by its unnatural paleness. Chapter 125. She shares her essence with another. She hurriedly asked a villager beside her. Auntie, did you say that plum flower fell into the river while crossing the bridge? Yes, we were also returning from town after buying things. She was walking ahead of us. As she walked, she suddenly fell toward the bridge, as if, it's like she fainted. Yes, exactly like fainting. The villager spoke with growing certainty. When Zhao Taohua heard this, her eyes became full of concern. Shenming quickly noticed her unease. Sister Taohua, what's wrong? Zhao Shengyan was struggling to pull Zhao Xinghua toward the riverside, while Zhao Sancher hurriedly went to assist at the riverbank. Zhao Xinghua had already lost consciousness and fallen unconscious. Although she was thin, she was 15 years old, which meant her body had started developing somewhat. With her clothes now soaked, the wet fabric clung to her body, outlining the figure of the young maiden. Lady Sun quickly took off her coat, wrapped it around Zhao Xinghua, then ran home with her in her arms. After pulling Zhao Shengyan up, Zhao Sancher gratefully said, Shengyan, thank you for saving my niece today. However, there is one thing I'd like to ask of you. Today when Plum Flower fell in the water, and you saved her, can you please keep this a secret? Zhao Shengyan's face froze momentarily, but he quickly reacted. Uncle Sancher, I understand. Rest assured. Zhao Sancher nodded, and just before leaving, reminded all the other villagers present. As everyone were neighbors, they naturally agreed to help. After Zhao Sancher left, the group began to discuss. Sancher is worried about today's event where Shengyan saved his niece Xinghua getting out, ruining Xinghua's reputation. Of course, as Xinghua is a girl, her reputation is very important, let alone because she is engaged to the Lang family in the county. If the Lang family hears of this and thinks her reputation has been damaged, they may break off the engagement. After saying this, they glanced at each other and then closed their mouths. Earlier, when Zhao Shengyan rescued Zhao Xinghua from the water, inevitably there must have been some physical contact between them, which would not benefit Zhao Xinghua's reputation. Thus, it definitely could not be publicized. After Lady Wang carried Zhao Xinghua home, she first changed her into clean clothes, dried her hair, and then pinched her philtrum. But even until Zhao Xiaoping arrived, she still didn't wake up. Grandpa Xiaoping, please see why my niece Xinghua isn't waking up. Lady Wang asked worriedly. Zhao Yu stood by watching closely as his twin sister lay motionless. After Zhao Xiaoping retracted his hand, he said, Xinghua is fine. She is merely sleeping. There's nothing wrong with her body. This is impossible, both Lady Wang and Zhao Yu exclaimed in unison. Even though Lady Wang and Zhao Sanchi wanted no one to know about Zhao Xinghua's drowning today, didn't Lady Wang herself know? Being dragon twin siblings, Zhao Yu could feel something was amiss. Despite his sister's serene expression, he sensed deep fear within her. It seemed as if she were going through some terrible struggle, such as battling an illness. Zhao Yu looked at Zhao Xiaoping and urged, Grandpa Xiaoping, please take another look at Xinghua. How could anyone sleep so deeply? We've talked here for so long, yet she hasn't woken up. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoping was puzzled too. Yet, her pulse is stable. There's no disease. That's because Sister Xinghua doesn't have any disease. She shares her essence with someone else. At this moment, Zhao Taohua entered from outside. Upon hearing her words, Mr. and Mrs. Wang and Zhao Yu stared wide-eyed, and in the next breath, they understood. Zhao Yu chased after and asked, Sister Taohua, are you saying Sister Xinghua has been possessed? Sharing essence with someone else, wasn't that exactly a spirit or evil influence? Just at this time, at the Lang household, the long-dormant Lang Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. Though his face still bore an unhealthy pallor, he appeared significantly better than before. Lady Peng rushed forward to embrace him, overcome with emotion. Yuan, waking up is all that matters. These days, she secretly invited countless physicians from the county to treat him. Each incompetent doctor said Yuan wasn't ill. He had merely fallen asleep. But who sleeps for day and night on end? As more doctors examined Yuan, the longer his slumber extended. She and her husband only had this one child. If anything happened to him, she couldn't go on either. Deep down, she silently thanked her fortune for not consulting any more physicians afterward, but finding a Taoist master for Yuan instead. The Taoist arranged Yuan's betrothal to Zhao Xinghua, exchanging items they'd used as tokens of affection. Indeed, it only took some time. Her Yuan gradually regained color from his deathly pale state, and woke up today. Lang Yuan's memory lingered back to that day in the wine shop, where he quarreled with a peculiar person, subsequently losing consciousness. Mother, what happened? Lang Yuan was somewhat curious. In his memory, when he fainted, everyone's clothes seemed not as cool as they were now. Mother, what day is it today? Lang Yuan asked. Mrs. Peng consoled him. Today is May 15th. That day, you drank too much and were unconscious for a few days. But don't worry, everything is fine now. Lang Yuan was greatly shocked. Had it been half a month already? When he tried to get up, he found his body weak and needed the assistance of a servant. Seeing his state, Mrs. Peng knew she would have to wait a little longer. In a few more days, her Yuaner's body would recover to be just like before. For now, she was deeply satisfied that her Yuaner could wake up. Just as her lips curved upwards in relief, suddenly, Lang Yuan fainted again right before her eyes. Startled, she abruptly stood up. Yuaner, what's wrong with you? However, no matter how she called out, it was useless. After panicking for a moment, she pinched her palm to calm herself down. Hurry and invite Master Wei over. Yes. Her personal maidservant immediately went out. Inside the Zhao family ancestral home, Lady Wang, Zhao Sancher, and Zhao Yu all anxiously stared at Zhao Taohua. Lady Wang cried and asked, Taohua, how is it? Have you severed the connection between my Xinghua and this jade pendant? Zhao Taohua rubbed the smooth Hetian jade pendant with her fingertips. After feeling around its entire perimeter, snap, a sharp sound suddenly rang out, instantly breaking the silence within the room, leaving a brief but shocking echo in the air. Lady Wang and Zhao Sancher both widened their eyes. In an instant, Zhao Yu felt as if the atmosphere surrounding Zhao Xinghua had become much calmer. He said, Sister seems much better. Zhao Taohua handed the Hetian jade pendant back to Lady Wang. Auntie, this jade pendant will no longer absorb Sister Xinghua's essence energy, and moreover, I've reclaimed all the essence energy it previously stole from her. As soon as Zhao Taohua finished speaking, Zhao Xinghua, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, turned and woke up. On the side, Zhao Xiaoping was astounded by the scene. He couldn't help but marvel. So, people who encounter evil influences can still have such steady pulses? I thought that when people encountered evil influences, their pulses wouldn't be so strong. Zhao Taohua explained. That's because their original goal wasn't to take Sister Xinghua's life, but rather to share her destiny, to take most of Sister Xinghua's essence, and allow her to live like a normal person. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Sanchi, Lady Wang, and Zhao Yu immediately recalled who it was. Chapter 126. Not to be bullied indiscriminately. This jade pendant was a betrothal token given by the Lang family. They muttered, how could such a stroke of luck fall into their hands? It turned out it wasn't a stroke of luck, but a trap. Zhao Sancher angrily snatched the Hetian jade pendant from Wang's hand and was about to smash it. Sancher, calm down. This jade is worth more than 100 taels of silver. If they smashed it, the Lang family would demand compensation, which they couldn't afford even if they sold everything they had. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't act on impulse. Zhao Sanchi's brows were tightly furrowed into the shape of the character Chuan, and veins at his temples bulged slightly. In the end, he lowered his arm, striving to control his anger, handing the jade back to Wang. He cursed loudly. Is being rich really so incredible that you can treat people this way? I'll go to the Lang family right now and break off this engagement. Zhao Yu also burned with rage in his eyes. His sister hadn't even married yet, and she'd almost lost her life. If she did marry, she'd likely be completely devoured by the Lang family. Father, I'll go with you. Since all the items initially sent by the Lang family were untouched, they could return everything. Grandma Sun and old Zhao also rushed over upon hearing the news. At this moment, Grandma Sun realized why Lady Peng had immediately agreed to Ouyang Xinghua's proposal and finalized the betrothal for their family the very next day. It seemed they never took them seriously. Grandma Sun swore. The Lang family must be struck by lightning for doing such wicked things. I will fight them until either one of us dies. As everyone shouted plans to teach the Lang family a lesson, Wang worriedly asked Zhao Taohua, Taohua, will severing this jade's connection to Xinghua ensure it won't harm my daughter again? Zhao Taohua nodded. However, Auntie, be careful not to let Xinghua exchange any other tokens of affection with Lang Yuan again. Once exchanged, they would re-establish their connection, leading to another sharing of vital essence. Ouyang Xinghua, recalling how she accidentally fell into the river earlier, asked fearfully, Sister Taohua, if I drowned today by accident, what would happen? Your vital essence would be completely transferred to him. He would absorb your essence, Zhao Taohua replied. Hugging the quilt tightly, Ouyang Xinghua gritted her teeth. She had never imagined that the dignity of being the young mistress of the Lang family required her to trade her life. That day, all members of the Zhao ancestral home loaded up the money and gifts from the Lang family onto ox carts, preparing to go cancel the engagement. Seeing that there weren't enough carts for the rest of the Zhao family who would have to walk to the Lang residence, Zhao Xiaoping generously lent them his cart. How could the girls from Zhao's village be disrespected like this? They were all human. Did anyone believe themselves better than the others? Wasn't Lang's life as valuable as anyone else's? Just as the Zhao ancestral home was ready to set off, Zhao Taohua spoke up. Uncle and aunt, if you just go directly to the Lang family to terminate the engagement, it'll merely provide temporary satisfaction through words, leaving behind the objects, scolding them twice. Perhaps it might lead to some gossip from neighbors, but once the Lang family masks the truth, it wouldn't cause any real harm. You've come so far. Would this outcome satisfy you? What Zhao Taohua disliked most was those who bullied others while hiding behind power or privilege, thinking rural folks without authority or influence were easier to oppress. Should they just accept being trampled on? Even knowing they're being taken advantage of, should they remain powerless? A flash of mockery passed through Zhao Taohua's eyes. The calculation of the Pang lady had gone awry. People from Zhao's village weren't meant to be bullied at will. After hearing Zhao Taohua's words, the people of the Zhao ancestral home paused, realizing exactly what Zhao Taohua had pointed out. If the result only caused minimal inconvenience to the Lang family, they indeed felt unsettled. Grandma Sun quickly thought of something and came rushing toward Zhao Taohua after stepping off the ox cart. Taohua, do you have a plan? Grandma Sun asked. Zhao Taohua nodded. I need to retrieve something from the embroidery workshop. I'll join you. The village chief and the clan elders heard this news from Zhao Xiangping and were enraged too, demanding to accompany them to question the Lang family. If it weren't for the older elders' ages, they would insist on going too. Villagers of Zhao's village had seen many worldly things. Various malevolent spirits and strange entities had been witnessed. Either these were unintentionally encountered or produced within the village itself, causing disruption. Nobody had dared before to set traps using dark magic to siphon the essence from villagers, using that essence to gain coexistence advantages. Whatever intention the Lang family had, the village head and the clan leader understood it well. After fetching something from the embroidery shop, Zhao Taohua placed the item on her family's cart. Since Zhao Taohua was going, Uncle Zhao Heir and Aunt Qian naturally intended to go as well. Aunt Qian voiced her concern. Taohua, are we okay just a few of us? I've heard wealthy families usually have many servants. Mother, it's fine. They have house servants, and we have, Zhao Taohua said, her gaze falling on the 5 spirit creatures in the yard. You should come with us. Shen Ming was driving the ox cart, which carried the Zhao family, the village chief, the clan elder, and 4 of the spirit creatures. Because the Gong Jing, one of the spirit creatures, was too large in size, he could only sit outside with Shen Ming. The ox cart slowly made its way toward the county town, reaching the He residence just before the 5th watch of the night. 3 entire ox carts stopped in front of the He residence, causing unease among the He household's retainers. As Zhao Taohua stepped down from the ox cart, she handed 10 copper coins to the gatekeeper, saying, Could you do me a favor, gentlemen? I am Zhao Taohua from Zhao Village. Lady He ordered a batch of urgent goods from me, so I hurried here to deliver them. Would you please inform Lady He? Recently, Lady He had been doing well in her embroidery business in the county town and had stayed at her natal home for nearly a month. The retainers of the He family were aware of Lady He's thriving business, as there were rumors that another shop would soon open in the state capital. Even at this hour, people were still coming to deliver goods. To avoid delaying their young mistress's affairs, the retainer quickly replied, Please wait a moment while I go inside to report. Lady He had already gone to sleep, but she was quite surprised when she learned that Zhao Taohua had come all the way to deliver the embroidered goods so late at night. She asked her maid Rain Lotus to invite the guest into the main hall. Zhao Taohua called upon everyone to help carry the embroidered items into the He residence. When Lady He emerged, she saw more than a dozen villagers from Zhao Village. Among them were not only the village chief, but also the young girl whom Mrs. Peng had previously selected, her eyes swollen like walnuts. At this moment, Lady He felt a jolt in her heart, with an uneasy premonition stirring within. They had arrived in the county so late at night. Could it have anything to do with Jingya? Lady He cautiously asked. Young Miss Zhao, are you here for something other than delivering the embroidery? Enraged by what the Lang family had done to Zhao Xinghua, Zhao Sancher was ready to vent his anger fiercely, but was stopped by a meaningful glance from the village chief. Now that Zhao Taohua was here, it would be better and more weighty for her to speak instead. Chapter 127. Young lady, spare my life. Mrs. He's shop had a close relationship with their village embroidery workshop, and Mrs. Peng was brought into the Zhao family village by Mrs. He. Yes, my cousin almost lost her life because of her betrothal to Mr. Lang. She nearly had to supply her essence to sustain Mr. Lang. We are going to the Lang residence to demand an explanation. Since the embroidery has already been delivered, we will not linger any longer. After saying this, Zhao Taohua led more than 10 people out together. Although Zhao Taohua did not mention her in any sentence, Mrs. He felt uneasy. Jingya was someone she had brought to Zhao family village. Despite only having business dealings related to embroidery with Zhao Taohua, she had seen the 5 magical creatures that accompanied Zhao Taohua. She believed in Zhao Taohua's abilities because anyone who could tame those 5 distinctly shaped creatures must be extraordinary. As soon as she thought about how she hadn't seen Lang Yuan recently, she recalled that day when Jingya suddenly became attentive, wanting to join her trip to Zhao family village, then immediately took a fancy to one of the village girls. Piecing these details together, Mrs. He quickly realized what had happened. Just as Zhao Taohua took her second step out, Mrs. He immediately called out, "Miss Zhao, I'm going with you." She treated Jingya like a sister, bringing her home to Zhao family village without any suspicion. She never imagined that Jingya would scheme against her and cause such trouble. Zhao Taohua paused her steps, a fleeting smirk curving at the corner of her lips, her lowered eyelashes hiding the pride gleaming in her eyes. As expected, everything turned out just as she had predicted. Ultimately, it was Mrs. He accompanying these villagers from Zhao family village to the Lang residence. The Lang residence. Since Mr. Lang Yuan fell into a coma, Mrs. Peng summoned Master Wei to do everything possible to wake him up. Master Wei performed his rituals with a duster over Lang Yuan, but eventually uncovered the truth. Still, Lang Yuan lay there like a corpse, barely breathing as if he were on the brink of death. A long while passed before Master Wei finally found the reason and said, "Mrs. Peng, the spiritual link between Miss Zhao and Mr. Lang has been severed, and all the essence Mr. Lang had previously received has been reclaimed. This is why Mr. Lang is now like this. How could this happen? Is there a way to retrieve it again?" Mrs. Peng anxiously asked. Master Wei looked at her bewilderedly and explained, "Mrs. Peng, their link is broken. How could it be retrieved?" Immediately, Mrs. Peng, who had originally been polite to Master Wei, revealed her hostility. "Master Wei, I gave you 1,000 taels to save my son, and you tell me you can't? Do you think my money from the Lang house is that easy to earn?" Mrs. Peng frowned deeply, glaring fiercely as if her pupils held 2 ghost flames that wanted to burn a hole through Master Wei. As soon as her words were spoken, all the servants inside the room stepped forward as if to indicate that unless he saved the person today, he wouldn't leave alive. Master Wei was shocked beyond measure, utterly surprised by the Lang family's manner of doing things. He hurriedly explained to Mrs. Peng, "I have expended considerable energy in various rituals for Mr. Lang to share the essence, which wasn't a small effort. Moreover, aiding someone in stealing essence is inherently evil. Do you think I kept all the 1,000 taels for myself? I used some to perform rituals to cleanse the sins from my own body and by offerings to honor the ghosts and gods above and below. How does that not cost anything?" Mrs. Peng, impatient, retorted, "Stop telling me those useless things. I'll give you 10,000 taels. Now tell me, can you save my son?" When Master Wei saw a 10,000 tael silver note laid in front of him, he was so stunned that his pupils trembled and his mouth went dry with anticipation. Yes, yes, yes. Master Wei's voice quivered with excitement. Injury to morality and heavy sins might matter to the dead, but for the living, having money is more important. Once Master Wei pocketed the silver notes, he grabbed the sachet embroidered by Zhao Xinghua herself and started chanting over it. However, no change occurred to the unconscious Lang Yuan lying in bed after quite a while. Initially very confident, Master Wei began to doubt himself. How could this be? Why has my spell become ineffective? He could hardly believe it. Mrs. Peng erupted in anger. "And you dare take my 10,000 taels, claiming you can save my son?" Just as she finished speaking, a report came from outside. "Madam, Mrs. He has arrived. What is she doing coming at such a late hour?" Mrs. Peng was somewhat astonished, but she ordered her servants to bring Mrs. He to the front hall, where she would join shortly. The servant hesitated somewhat and said, "Madam, Mrs. He has already entered." In the next moment, Mrs. He and Zhao Taohua walked in, followed by over 10 villagers from the Zhao household, along with the 5 spirit creatures. This is the moon essence sprite, the durian sprite, the argument sprite, the snail sprite, and the fungus mother sprite. Wei instantly recognized the 5 spirits and correctly called them by their names. At a glance, none of their cultivation was less than 100 years. Zhao Taohua's gaze fell on him, and a smile curled at the corner of her lips. Esteemed Taoist Wei, Your insight is remarkable. The person who helped Master Lang share essence with my cousin must be you, correct? Though Zhao Taohua's voice was calm, after hearing it, Daoist Wei trembled slightly. His eyes darted back and forth between her and Shen Ming. This girl exuded a strong aura of spiritual energy, and she was surrounded by many beams of merit light. She must be either a fellow cultivator or someone who had done countless good deeds in this life, or brought merit from her previous existence. On the other hand, the white-haired youth carried an overwhelming air of malevolence. Such people were either those who had committed many wicked acts in this life, or carried them over from their past lives. Yet these two stood together, creating a combination that frightened Daoist Wei. It must have been they who severed the essence link between Miss Zhao and Master Lang, explaining why no matter what he tried earlier, he couldn't reconnect it. Although his opponents were young, their cultivation surpassed his. Daoist Wei quickly analyzed the situation and begged Zhao Taohua, "Miss, spare my life. I was forced to do this. You see how many servants are here. Had I refused, they wouldn't have let me leave. Is that so?" Zhao Taohua countered. With a mere glance, Shen Ming immediately moved forward, grabbing the man by the collar. After shaking him twice, numerous banknotes, all worth 100 taels each, dropped to the floor. "It's because of evil practitioners like you that innocent commoners end up dead. You've committed so many atrocities. Don't you fear descending into the 18 hells after death?" Zhao Taohua said coldly, her eyes filled with nothing but disgust and disdain for Daoist Wei. She slowly approached him, every step making Daoist Wei increasingly terrified. In a panic, he asked, "What are you going to do?" He knew Zhao Taohua possessed spiritual energy, making her one of his peers. And seeing the 5 spirits, he realized Zhao Taohua's cultivation must indeed be formidable. Zhao Taohua didn't waste time conversing with him, but in the next moment, he heard the incantation coming from Zhao Taohua. This was a spell that could strip others of their cultivation. Chapter 128. Stop them for me. He immediately began to violently struggle, attempting to break free from Shen Ming's control. Unfortunately, Shen Ming was incredibly strong, and he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. It made no difference how anxious he was. In the end, all he could do was listen as Zhao Taohua finished reciting the curse. Decades of his cultivation were reduced to nothing. Without his abilities, he would never be able to perform rituals again or even draw talismans. "Miss, you are ruthless." Grandmaster Wei trembled with anger as he cursed her. "A man who does evil too often will surely meet a bad end. You've done wrong for decades, and starting this year is your retribution. This year, you encountered me. Tomorrow onward, you may face anything unimaginable. Treasure every breath you have now, for after death, there will be 18 levels of hell waiting for you." As Zhao Taohua finished speaking, Shen Ming immediately threw him to the ground, causing all hope in Grandmaster Wei's heart to vanish. Terrified, he hugged himself and looked around fearfully. Without his abilities, he could not use magic to protect himself. He was just an ordinary person now. The karma from the wrongs he committed earlier would soon find him. Bad luck, illnesses, calamities, and financial ruin would soon come his way, which was truly terrifying. At that very moment, the large vase on the table behind him suddenly crashed toward him, creating a massive wound on his head with blood streaming down his face. Everyone present was so frightened they couldn't bear to look directly at him. Upon getting up, he slipped again over shards of broken porcelain, flying straight out and hitting the threshold of the room. Instantly, all his teeth were knocked out, causing him to scream in pain. However, he didn't dare stay any longer here, for anything around him might threaten his life now. He had to flee. Sure enough, the distance from Lang Yuan's room to the gate of Lang Mansion caused him to fall 7 times. He was hit 8 times by vases, decorations, and tree branches along the way. Every part of his body was bruised and battered. His retribution had already arrived. He wouldn't last many more days. After dealing with Grandmaster Wei, Zhao Taohua turned around and took the sachet embroidered by Zhao Xinghua from Lang Yuan. She handed over the jade pendant made of Hetian jade to Peng Fuan as a warning. "On our way here, I already sensed your intention to extract vital essence from Xinghua once again. Put away your dirty intentions. If you continue to harm Xinghua, what happened to that old Taoist today will happen to you." Mrs. He looked at her rather disappointedly. "Jingya, I never expected you to be such a person. How could you resort to dark magic to endanger a young girl's life? I thought we were good sisters, yet you used me to select someone? From now on, the sisterhood between us is severed, and I will not associate with you any further. I will let the entire county know about what you've done tonight." These words weren't only meant for Peng Jingya, but also for Zhao Taohua. After all, her business depended on Zhao Taohua supplying goods. Without Zhao Taohua, it would be like losing a god of wealth. Peng Jingya stumbled backward, almost falling over. If the entire county became aware of what she had done, then the Lang family would be ruined. In the future, who would still conduct business with the Lang family? Old Madam Sun stepped forward and said, "The dowry money and gifts you provided, we have already returned them. From now on, the marriage between our 2 families is annulled." Both the village chief and the clan elder scolded them. "Our Zhao village children can't possibly match with your family. Wishing you to quickly find a noble young miss within the city to marry into your family. Don't bring disaster to our country girls. Do you really think you can fool people from the countryside?" Peng Jingya stared fearfully at old Madam Sunday. If the whole county learned of what happened tonight, would anyone still wish to form a matrimonial alliance with the Lang family? The Lang family's business would be difficult, making no profit. And who would willingly marry Lang Yuan? It wasn't even certain if Lang Yuan would wake up again. She shouted toward old Madam Sun. No. Our family has sent the matchmaker with a betrothal proposal, and we have already decided on your Xinghua. She is my daughter-in-law, If she refuses, where will my son find another bride? Zhao Xinghua looked at Lang Yuan lying on the bed, pale as paper. Despite the expensive clothing and bedding he wore, she would absolutely not agree to live with a living dead man like him. I don't want to be with him. I refuse. Zhao Xinghua screamed loudly, protesting against Peng Madam's words with her voice. Even though she was just a village girl, she absolutely wouldn't spend her whole life with someone like him. When Peng Madam heard Zhao Xinghua's innocent words, resembling those of a pure white rabbit, the last bit of hope within her vanished. Her inner world completely collapsed, and she fell onto the ground. It was all for Yuan. He is my only son. If he dies, how can I possibly go on living? I've already lost my husband, and Lang's future relies entirely on Yuan to uphold it. Why does heaven treat me like this? Peng Madam cried her heart out, completely losing the appearance of the noblewoman she once was. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the 5 spirit monsters and remembered how Wei Daozhong had been so humiliated in Zhao Taohua's hands just moments ago. She immediately crawled on her knees to Zhao Taohua's feet. Miss Zhao, please save my son. You must have a way, right? What I did to your cousin was wrong, but I had no choice. Yuan is my life, my only root, and I need to save him. That old Taoist said this was the only way to save Yuan's life, so I had to resort to this plan. Miss Zhao, I have money. How much do you want? Is 10,000 taels enough? The village chief, clan elder, and others all gasped sharply when they heard the term 10,000 taels. No wonder the Lang family runs a wine shop. They're truly rich. With this much money, it might last a lifetime. However, hearing these words from Mrs. Peng made everyone feel uneasy. Zhao Taohua let out a light laugh and asked in return, Mrs. Peng, are you treating me as an unsophisticated villager from the countryside or as a fool? Let me tell you, my cultivation surpasses that of the old Taoist, and I don't judge people based on what they say. You and your son know full well what you've done, and I won't save Master Lang, not even for any amount of money. After speaking, Zhao Taohua turned her gaze away, fearing that another glance at Mrs. Peng would taint her eyes. Ever since she had stripped Wei Daozhong of his powers earlier, the purifying effect of the jade pendant around Mrs. Peng's neck had vanished as well. All the malevolent auras that had previously been concealed now revealed themselves. Clearly, she was not a kind-hearted person. Similarly, Lang Yuan lying on the bed radiated numerous malicious auras surrounding him. Perhaps his being cursed stemmed from having offended some highly skilled poison master? Wei Daozhong's limited spiritual insight only allowed him to see that half of Lang Yuan's vital essence had disappeared, without understanding why he lost it or how it led to his becoming a living dead man. As for what other misdeeds this pair may have committed, Zhao Taohua had absolutely no interest. Zhao Taohua refused outright and turned to leave. Upon hearing this, both the village chief and the clan elder couldn't help but smile slightly. No wonder their Zhao village girl didn't bat an eyelid even under the allure of 10,000 taels. Zhao Erdiu and his wife, Qian, also felt proud of Zhao Taohua. This Mrs. Peng with her air of superiority. Moreover, they fully trusted Zhao Taohua's ability to judge character. Since Taohua wouldn't save him, it meant neither Mrs. Peng nor her son were good people. Grandma's son and Zhao Xinghua, among others, felt a deep sense of relief after hearing Zhao Taohua's reply to Mrs. Peng. Shen Ming lovingly looked at Zhao Taohua, supporting whatever decision she made. Anxious, Mrs. Peng stared at Zhao Taohua's retreating back. She never expected a simple village girl to be unmoved by 10,000 taels, but she was convinced Zhao Taohua could save Yuan, so today, Zhao Taohua would not simply walk out of the Lang residence. Stop them! Seize them! Mrs. Peng shouted loudly, summoning all the servants of the Lang estate. Chapter 129. Did you just kick a steel plate? In an instant, Mrs. Peng gave the order, and the entire room outside was filled with servants, a total of 30 of them. Mrs. He looked at her in shock. Jingyao, what are you doing? Zhao girl is my person. Moreover, Mrs. He thought Zhao Taohua was someone who preferred softness over firmness. Doing this would only anger Zhao Taohua. I'm sorry. For my son Yuan, I have to resort to this scheme. Mrs. Peng got up and said to the servants outside, lock them all up, remember to be gentle. They are all our esteemed guests. Don't hurt them. Mrs. Peng insincerely said. Yes. The servants of the Lang residence all responded in unison and then walked into the house. The village chief immediately stood up. What are you going to do? Are you going to lock us up? What you're doing violates the laws of Daxia. Mrs. Peng sneered. At the Lang residence, I am the law here. After Zhao girl saves my son, I will let you leave. If you blame anyone, blame Zhao girl for being unreasonable. I had no choice but to take such measures. As the village chief spoke, Zhao Taohua subtly signaled to everyone, motioning them to come closer. Mrs. He still thought too ideally about Peng Jingya. How can there be no preparation against someone who has no bottom line? Chief and others sensed Zhao Taohua's eye signal. Although they did not know what Zhao Taohua was going to do, they all gathered around. Mrs. He, along with her maid Yuhua, subconsciously joined as well. Mrs. Peng saw the group of more than 10 people huddled together and frowned. Don't play tricks. In my Lang residence, don't even think about playing tricks. Ugh. Before Mrs. Peng finished her sentence, she suddenly smelled an overpowering stench in the air. It made her so nauseous that she wanted to vomit everything from last night's dinner. Others in the Lang residence were also extremely uncomfortable, struggling not to throw up. Some shouted, what thing smells so bad? Too foul. Which one of your mothers defecated in their pants? Just as they were shouting, one of them yelled, not good. They're running away. Zhao Taohua led over a dozen people running towards the exit of the Lang residence. Being close to her, everyone under the protection of Zhao Taohua's shield couldn't smell the foul odor of the durian essence. When the Lang residence servants rushed to grab them, another strong man stayed back. He stood forward like a small mountain, making it impossible for anyone to get past. Anyone trying to hit him felt like hitting a rock. No pain to him, but unbearable pain for themselves. Before long, Zhaojia and her companions escaped from the Lang residence. By now, it was already the hour of high. The whole alley was engulfed in silence. Neighbors on both sides had gone to sleep. Zhaojia didn't have everyone hop on the ox cart and leave immediately. Instead, she stood by the entrance of the Lang residence, cursing aloud. After all, when Grandma's son and her crew arrived, they planned to do just that. Moreover, those from Zhao family's old residence accumulated a bellyful of grievances, seeing that Peng Duofu could not lure them with money and wanted to imprison them. In the quiet night, Grandma's son stood at the gate of the Lang residence with her hands on her hips. She spat loudly and then cursed. So you Lang residence, a place where people eat but don't spit out bones. Because Peng Duofu's son did some immoral things, he is lying in bed like a zombie. You want to arrange marriage with my granddaughter, using her life to save yours. When your plan fails, you actually try to imprison our whole family. Heaven watches everything. Peng Duofu and her undead son will certainly be struck by lightning. Grandma's son's voice carried far, heard crystal clear by everyone inside and outside the Lang residence, as well as throughout the whole alley. Living on the same street as the Lang residence, every household was well off, rich families in the county. Many neighbors who had fallen asleep got up upon hearing the commotion, picking up their lanterns and heading to the door to watch the show. My goodness, Peng lady and Lang boy are really like this. Is what this old woman says true or false? Look, isn't that he one from the family? If she's there, then it seems true. I wonder why I haven't seen Lang Yuan these days. He used to always go out to drink wine and tease decent girls every day. Now he stays indoors without leaving the gates. It turns out he's unconscious at home. I wonder why Peng Jingya married off her son to a country wife without reason. Originally thinking the powerless ones would be easier to bully. Turns out she kicked a hard steel plate, didn't she? Inside the Lang residence, after hearing Grandma's son's words, Mrs. Peng hurriedly ordered someone to gag Grandma's son's mouth. However, it was difficult for the crowd to approach. The servants were hindered by two obstacles. First was the overwhelming stench of the durian essence. Those enduring the stench tried to approach, only to encounter the second barrier, represented by the strong man. Their strength simply couldn't compare with his. Eventually, Grandma's son cursed at the front gate of the Lang residence for a full half hour. Not only did the entire alley come out to watch the spectacle, but even people from the neighboring alleys came over. It wasn't until Grandma's son had cursed to her heart's content that she finally stopped. Zhaojia, seeing the desired effect had been achieved, then let Grandma's son get on the ox cart. It was time for them to leave. Before Zhaojia left, she released a streak of spiritual energy from her hand onto the plaque of the Lang residence. A family that accumulates kindness will surely have blessings in abundance. A family that accumulates wickedness will surely face misfortunes in excess. The Lang family would never rise again in their lifetime. Evil begets its own retribution. If one does not accumulate good karma, their descendants will also be implicated. No, Lang Yuan would never have offspring in his lifetime. From now on, the Lang residence would only grow more desolate, eventually perishing like a bankrupt household. Madam, he didn't take her own carriage, but instead squeezed into a carriage with Zhaojia. Miss Zhao, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea such a thing would happen. It's late now. You shouldn't return to Zhao family village. Stay in the county town for one night. I'll arrange an inn for you, and you can go back in the morning. Madam, he said. Zhaojia thought about it for a moment and agreed. Even with the ox cart, it took an hour to travel from Zhao family village to the county town. It was already deep into the night, so driving the ox cart back to the village at this time could be inconvenient. That evening, Zhaojia slept in the same room as Mrs. Qian, while Shun Ming and Zhao Ersh shared another room. The next day, everything happened just as Zhaojia had anticipated. Lang's reputation in the county fell dramatically. Everyone knew about how Lang Yuan had suddenly fallen into a coma for multiple months. In order to save Lang Yuan, the Lang family intentionally engaged in a marriage alliance with a country village girl, planning to use her life force to save Lang Yuan, almost killing the young girl in the process. Last night, Wen personally led the young girl's relatives to dissolve the engagement. To me, this is karma. Lang Yuan was never a good man anyway. I've heard of a young lady he defiled, but the rascal refused to take responsibility, saying the girl's family background wasn't good enough. In the end, the girl drowned herself. Not just one case, I've heard the same. This guy wasted money, seducing many young girls, destroying their lives and bodies, but refusing to accept any responsibility. There's also his mother. She's no good either. It's rumored his father was killed by her. Even the 3 concubines his father had taken were all driven to death by her mother-in-law. Any children born to these concubines, whether boys or girls, all died as well. Finally, even the concubines themselves passed away. His father's death definitely has something to do with his mother. Everyone else dead, the Lang family estate became solely under the control of the mother and son. By the time Zhaojia and the others woke up, had breakfast, and climbed onto the ox cart heading back to Zhao family village, people on the streets in the county town were still discussing the affairs of the Lang residence as they went about their business. Chapter 130, Gua Gua Toad Demon. Zhaojia was sitting in the ox cart, her mood quite pleasant. The village chief, hearing the townspeople outside talk about the Lang family's affairs, angrily scolded. Serves them right. The people of the Zhao family's old house heard the town residents cursing at the Lang family and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Wang remarked, it's still Taohua who has ideas. Otherwise, if we had gone directly to the Lang estate last night to break off the engagement, it would have been smoothed over by the Langs. Zhou shivered with fear and said, and last night, you saw how that vicious woman Peng wanted to lock us up in the Lang residence. Fortunately, Taohua brought all 5 of her spirit creatures. Old Grandma's son sighed. Taohua truly makes a difference. Our family having such a brave and smart girl like Taohua means old Zhao's ancestors must be pleased. Zhao Xinghua also admired Zhao Taohua. Yesterday, the wicked woman Peng tempted Sister Taohua with 10,000 taels of silver, but she didn't even hesitate before refusing outright. If we keep earning money with Sister Taohua, maybe one day everyone will make 10,000 taels, and every household can afford a horse-drawn carriage. The group drove the ox cart slowly back toward Zhao Village and returned to the village just before noon. Since the village chief and the clan elder lived nearby, they were the first to get out of the cart. Zhao Xinghua thanked both men. Taohua, Shinming, hurry and have lunch. I'll go find you later with Zhao Shengzhu. The village chief reminded Zhao Taohua and Shinming before going into his house. Originally, this morning they were supposed to go up the mountain to inspect the mountain protection projects on Dongdong Mountain and Guangguan Mountain, but due to Zhao Xinghua's issue, half a day was delayed. After the Zhao family returned home, the 4 members of Zhao Taohua's family still had to head west. Zhao Xinghua ran up to the Zhao family's ox cart and thanked Shinming and Gang Jing. Big brother Shinming, thank you, Gang Jing. Then she again expressed her gratitude towards Zhao Taohua, Zhao Ertree, Lady Qian, and the 4 spirits inside the ox cart. Even as the Zhao family's ox cart drove far away, Zhao Xinghua stood by the gate, looking after their departing figure. She lowered her head and let out a self-deprecating smile. It dawned on her that big sister Taohua already had brother Shinming, the best possible match. Thinking back on how arrogantly she had acted before Shinming, Zhao Xinghua felt completely ashamed. How stupid she had been to overestimate herself, foolishly assuming something good like that should fall on her. After lunch, she decided to go to the embroidery shop and learn how to embroider properly. Learning real skills is important. Things like marrying into the Lang family are mere illusions. After lunch, at the Zhao family's place, the village chief and Zhao Shengzhu arrived, and the 4 set off up the mountain. They went to Dongdong Mountain first. Dongdong Mountain's protective slope project was led by Shen Ming, featuring earthen walls and anti-slide piles to stabilize the slope surface and enhance the stability of the mountain body, ensuring landslides wouldn't occur during heavy rains. Except for Shen Ming, it was the first time the other 3 had seen the protective project, and they were thoroughly stunned by what lay before them. The village chief asked Zhao Taohua, Taohua, is this slope project strong enough? Zhao Taohua climbed up, touched it with her hands, and gave it a strong push. She replied, very solid. In half a month, there'll be no need to worry about landslides on Dongdong Mountain. After checking Dongdong Mountain, the 4 quickly headed to Guangguan Mountain. When Zhao Xingzhu was about to proudly introduce the retaining dam built by his team on Guangguan Mountain to the others, suddenly, a lump of dirt fell from the sky, heading straight towards them. Zhao Taohua looked up and saw the mud clod swiftly approaching her. As big as a basin, if it hit her, it would definitely smash her head and cause severe injury. Zhao Taohua froze in place, knowing she needed to escape, but her feet wouldn't budge. Just as Zhao Taohua was panic-stricken, boom! Shen Ming delivered a powerful punch that shattered the massive mud clod right in front of her. Instantly, the mud clod turned into countless small fragments flying away to the side. Sister Taohua, are you alright? Shen Ming turned Zhao Taohua around, carefully inspecting her. Zhao Taohua shook her head and frowned, saying, the storm hasn't come, nor has the mudslide, so why did such a large lump of mud fall out of nowhere? The others were equally puzzled. Shen Ming's ears twitched slightly as he tilted his head and looked upward. Even though the retaining dam held back some debris, he sensed something moving behind it. You guys wait here, I'll check it out. Shen Ming's expression became very serious as he began ascending the mountain. Zhao Xingzhu was confused and worried. Could there be something wrong with the retaining dam built by their Guangguan Mountain team? As Shen Ming approached quietly, he suddenly saw a giant toad demon standing behind the retaining dam. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, its mouth full of sharp teeth gnawing at the hard work villagers put into building the dam. Its thick limbs dug furiously into the dam, its strong claws easily throwing rocks aside while dirt splashed everywhere. So it's you causing mischief? Seeing the toad monster, Shen Ming immediately shouted angrily. This retaining dam took the villagers of Guangguan's team 2.5 months to construct, and now it was being recklessly destroyed by this ugly toad monster. Guagua. The toad monster turned its head upon hearing Shen Ming's movement and saw the heavy aura of ferocity enveloping him. Terrified, the toad monster retreated several steps and leaped into the forest, disappearing in no time. At this moment, Zhao Taohua, the village chief, and Zhao Shengzhu, who were standing at the foot of the mountain, finally saw the toad monster. Its body was as large as a hill, with dark green skin covered in varying sized lumps of tumors. The village chief asked fearfully, what is that monster? With a troubled expression, Zhao Shengzhu said, could it be here to destroy our retaining dam? Zhao Shengzhu quickly climbed up the mountain and indeed found the damaged retaining dam. He was deeply heartbroken. When he bent down to pick up one of the wooden beams, Zhao Taohua shouted loudly, don't touch it. Frightened, Zhao Shengzhu froze his body, and the village chief beside him dared not touch anything there either. This is covered with the toad demon's mucus, all flowing from those tumor-like protrusions on its body. It's poisonous. Touching it will rot your hands. Zhao Taohua explained. Zhao Shengzhu was relieved that Zhao Taohua had timely warned him. Otherwise, his hands would be gone now. Worried, the village chief said, "What shall we do? It has destroyed our retaining dam and left so much poison behind." The village chief was indignant. "Grandpa village chief, I can remove these poisons through ritual spells. However, the retaining dam must be repaired as soon as possible. It's our only hope against the mudslides." As soon as Zhao Taohua finished speaking, Zhao Shengzhu immediately responded, "Sister Taohua, don't worry. I'll go down the mountain right away and call for help to repair it." Fortunately, they arrived just in time, and the retaining dam hadn't been severely damaged by the toad monster. If repairs started today, they should finish before the heavy rains arrive. Standing in front of the retaining dam, Zhao Taohua chanted quietly. A lot of spiritual energy flew out from her body. Upon contact with the venom, the energy emitted strong light, then all the mucus disappeared. Turning to the village chief, she said, "Grandpa village chief, you should go down first. It's not safe for you to be here alone. Afterwards, when Brother Shengzhu brings people over, tell them not to come up the mountain yet. To prevent the toad monster from making a surprise return attack, none of you are its match, and you can't even touch its body." All right, I understand. I'll go down now." After Zhao Taohua watched the village chief descend safely, she summoned her troublemakers. Suddenly, a group of white orbs emerged from underground. They lined up, tilting their heads and looking at Zhao Taohua with round black eyes. "I'll ask you, where's the toad monster? Take me to find it." As soon as Zhao Taohua finished speaking, the troublemakers opened their little mouths. Gua gua, gua gua gua. The sounds continued incessantly. Zhao Taohua soon understood. These troublemakers were imitating the toad monster's call, intending to lure it over. Chapter 131. Did he kiss her to give her courage? Zhao Taohua immediately dodged to the side, turning her head to see Shen Ming, who had an aura of intense ferocity surrounding him. It must have been because the toad monster saw his aura just now that it got scared and ran away. Zhao Taohua quickly pulled Shen Ming aside. "Big brother Shen Ming, come with me." Zhao Taohua didn't take the time to explain and pulled Shen Ming back several meters. They hid behind a thick tree trunk. Zhao Taohua placed Shen Ming behind her as she stood close to the tree, quietly listening for any sounds from the mountain. In the past, the troublemakers could lure a pack of wolves down from the mountain. She wondered if they could do the same with the toad monster this time. Zhao Taohua was both nervous and anticipatory, completely unaware of Shen Ming, who was pressed tightly against her back. Shen Ming stared at her focused profile, unable to look away. Plop. Suddenly, Shen Ming's soft lips pressed against her face, a great surge of spiritual energy instantly flooding into her body, increasing the already abundant spiritual energy within her even more. His sudden action of kissing her cheek startled Zhao Taohua. She tried her best to lower her voice as she questioned him. "Big brother Shen Ming, what are you doing?" Now, she was waiting for the toad monster to return. "Don't worry, it hasn't come over yet. You were so beautiful just now. I couldn't help myself, so I gave you a kiss. If you feel like I've taken advantage of you, you can kiss me back." As he spoke, Shen Ming moved his face closer to Zhao Taohua. Zhao Taohua felt both anger and embarrassment, not knowing what to say to him. Her lips twitched slightly before she turned her head again, placing her ear against the tree to listen for any sound. Shen Ming watched her serious expression as she hunted the toad monster, feeling a pang of jealousy in his heart. Clearly, in the past, little sister Taohua used to love clinging to him and touching him all the time. He adored those little actions she would do towards him. But now, apart from their usual hand-holding, little sister Taohua no longer made other movements towards him. She no longer touched his ears or kissed him. At this thought, Shen Ming's expression turned a bit sad. Could it be because he and little sister Taohua were engaged, that she had lost her former enthusiasm towards him? Was it like the old couples who've been married for years with many children, living such a mundane life? Shen Ming frowned deeply. He certainly did not want to start a bland and water-like relationship with little sister Taohua right after they got engaged. Just as he prepared to say something to Zhao Taohua, his ears suddenly twitched. "Little sister Taohua, there is some movement. It seems like the toad monster is coming." Shen Ming warned her. Zhao Taohua was delighted. The troublemakers are really impressive. They actually managed to mimic the toad monster's voice and attract it here. She was worried that they could only mimic the voice of wolves, but apparently, they could also mimic other spirits. Shen Ming's ears twitched again. "Sister Taohua, something isn't quite right. It seems like there is more than one toad monster." "What?" Zhao Taohua widened her eyes in disbelief. The troublemakers had lured a whole group of toad monsters? Sure enough, soon after, she felt vibrations beneath her feet, which gradually became stronger and more intense as time passed. She peeked out slightly from behind the tree and saw two enormous toad monsters descending from the mountaintop. They both had dark green skin covered in bumpy tumors. Their limbs were strong and muscular, with sharp claws on each paw like gleaming daggers. The toad monsters were also surprised, as they had never encountered other toad monsters in this mountain range. Indeed, toads must be the most powerful species under heaven, as so many toad monsters had appeared through cultivation in this mountain area. However, when they called out, "Croak, croak, croak," they didn't see any of their own kind. The troublemakers were terrified when they saw the toad monsters appear. Immediately, their bodies disappeared into the earth beneath them, blending perfectly with the mountain. Otherwise, if the toad monster discovered that the sounds came from them, they would surely be killed. When Zhao Taohua clearly identified the two toad monsters, her pupils constricted and her brow furrowed. If there were only one toad monster, with the amount of spiritual energy she had accumulated now, she was confident she could defeat it. But two, that might be pushing it, and there was a possibility that she herself could get killed. Down at the foot of the mountain, the village chief and Zhao Shengzhu, along with the villagers repairing the dam, also saw the two toad monsters. One by one, cries of fear erupted. There are actually two toad monsters? Cursed things, they were the ones who destroyed our barrier dam. In the past, our village only ever saw a single spirit. Now suddenly two appear. Can Taowa handle it? Someone worriedly asked. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. If Zhaojia couldn't deal with them, then regardless of how much effort they put into repair, the blocking dam on Guangguan Mountain would be destroyed by the toad monsters. When the mudslide comes rushing down, our Zhao family village will be finished. Zhao Guanglei immediately ran towards the village. No, I need to inform my wife and children to pack up quickly. After hearing his words, the others started feeling uneasy. I believe Taowa can do it. This time, I'll go with her to the county town. An evil practitioner in his 40s was easily stripped of his cultivation by her. I trust that she can do this. The village chief spoke to everyone. The village chief's voice was firm and strong. The village chief held great prestige in the village. He had always been the backbone for everyone. With one sentence, he immediately calmed the restlessness in many people, except for Zhao Guanglei, who went home to pack things up while the others stayed where they were. Sister Taowa, what's wrong? Shinming noticed the tension in Zhao Taowa's body and approached quietly, lowering his voice to ask softly. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Zhao Taowa suddenly grabbed both sides of his face and pressed her lips firmly against his. Shinming's eyes widened in surprise, and instinctively, his hands tightened slightly. Did Sister Taowa just kiss him? Sister Taowa wasn't like a dead pool of water now that they were betrothed. She still liked him as much as she used to. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy flooding into her from Shinming, Zhao Taowa calculated silently. Still not enough. She parted her lips slightly, forcing Shinming's mouth open, savoring the sweetness within. Shinming's pupils dilated abruptly, his body stiffening momentarily with shock before catching on. It was as if fire ignited his whole being. He placed his hands around her waist, trying to deepen the kiss. Zhao Taowa could feel Shinming's breathing becoming increasingly rapid, even his heartbeat thundering harder and faster. Just then, having judged that the amount of spiritual energy she absorbed was sufficient, she reluctantly pulled back from Shinming. Her cheeks flushed red, embarrassed, and unable to look directly at Shinming. Shinming still felt the lingering warmth of her lips against his. Before he could recover, he heard Zhao Taowa suddenly chanting a spell. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow. The way of Tao leads all methods, destroy evil and vanquish monsters. As she recited the incantation, she also completed a series of hand seals with speed. Shinming was still dazed. Was it because Sister Taowa kissed him just now to give herself courage? Chapter 132. A good place for thunder magic. At this moment, the two toad monsters immediately sensed something unusual beneath their feet. A circle of white array patterns? Before they could react, the array released two beams of white light, which pierced into their bodies like sharp swords. Growl. The pain made them immediately leap out. With two loud bangs, they created two deep pits in the ground. Their pair of emerald green eyes quickly located Zhao Taohua, standing by the tree trunk. After emitting a low-pitched croak, they suddenly spat out two long tongues towards Zhao Taohua, whipping them at her, as if they were poisonous whips. Zhao Taohua showed no sign of panic. At this point, she had an abundance of spiritual energy that seemed inexhaustible. With just one hand forming a seal, two spirit shields immediately appeared in front of her. The toad monster's tongue struck against the spirit shields, producing two muffled thuds. Before they could retract their tongues, suddenly, Zhao Taohua produced a blade of spiritual energy, swiftly carving an arc in midair. The two toad monsters attempted to pull back, but it was too late. In great pain, they emitted a cry of anguish, unable even to croak anymore. They glared at Zhao Taohua with hatred. One of them leaped high into the air, opening its vast mouth, trying to swallow Zhao Taohua whole. Although Zhao Taohua didn't dodge, just as it approached her with merely a meter left, a sudden 3-meter-long spirit spear materialized in her palm and directly pierced through its head. Bright blood spouted like a fountain from the spot where it had been pierced by the spirit spear. Despite this, not a drop of blood stained Zhao Taohua. A protective layer of spirit force shielded her impeccably. She knew very well that apart from the toxic slime on the toad monster's body, its blood was also venomous. Seeing this, the other toad monster nearby was frightened and turned to flee, running faster than it ever had in its life. It had lived over 100 years and never encountered such a terrifying village girl. Her power was incredibly strong. How did she end up in the village? This made little sense. However, this wasn't the time to ponder why. It needed to escape immediately for its life. As Zhao Taohua watched its retreating back, a faint smile curved at the corner of her lips. As long as it remained within these mountains, how could it possibly escape? Zhao Taohua withdrew the spirit spear, and her gaze swept over the fleeing toad monster. Finally, through the spirit force, she extracted from its chest a crystal stone representing 100 years of cultivation. Using a handkerchief, she wiped off the bloodstains and stored it in her bosom before proceeding to chase after the toad monster. Troublemaker, where is it now? At Zhao Taohua's call, a group of small white spheres appeared. They led the way ahead, while Zhao Taohua followed behind. When Shun Ming approached, they hastened their steps in fright. The toad monster fled continuously for a long time, never daring to rest along the way, fearing it might become Zhao Taohua's next victim under her spirit spear. Its sole determination was to escape far away, absolutely not letting itself be captured by Zhao Taohua. Gradually, it entered deep into the mountains. When it came back to its senses, a deep pool appeared right in front of it. Without a second thought, it jumped in to hide. After healing its tongue wounds and enhancing its powers, it vowed to take revenge on that cursed village girl. The toad monster swore in its heart it would make sure that cursed village girl regret her actions. Soon, a group of troublemaker-like white orbs stood in front of the deep pool. They indicated to Zhaojia that the toad monster was inside the pool. Then, they disappeared. A hint of a smile crossed Zhaojia's eyes. So it was hiding here? Her gaze scanned the entire deep pool as she chuckled lightly. This really is a good place to use thunder magic. Shinming saw Zhaojia's expression, then looked at the massive deep pool before him, already guessing that the toad monster was below. As soon as Zhaojia finished speaking, she immediately began rapidly forming seals and recited, "Heavenly thunder descends. All evil will perish." In an instant, the previously clear sky was torn apart by a streak of thunder. Rolling dark clouds gathered swiftly like surging black waves, and a streak of lightning descended like a dragon, plunging straight into the deep pool. The blue lightning hissed in the water, turning the entire deep pool blue instantly. Growla! A toad monster wrapped in a ball of lightning jumped out of the water, shaking violently as it was electrocuted, the lightning piercing its body like countless steel needles. Its hard outer skin was penetrated by the current, emitting wisps of black smoke. It looked at Zhaojia with anger and fear, trying to kill her with its last ounce of strength. However, before it could take a step forward, it fell to the ground without moving. Splash! Its charred body eventually turned into a heap of ashes. Zhaojia moved forward to pick up the cultivation crystal she wanted, containing over 100 years of practice. When Zhaojia returned, she heard Zhao Shengzhu calling from the foot of the mountain. "Taowa sister, what about the other toad monster?" Shenming shouted downhill on her behalf. "It's already been taken care of by Sister Taowa. You can rest assured." Instantly, everyone's faces lit up with smiles as they dared to climb the mountain. The village chief was indeed right. Zhao Taowa didn't find it difficult even when facing two spirit monsters. Zhao Shengzhu led the villagers up the mountain to repair the dam. "This cursed toad monster, causing us to have to rebuild the dam again," someone complained. "Stop complaining and get to work. Now that the toad monster has been dealt with by Taowa, no one will destroy our dam anymore." Zhao Shengzhu consoled them. Zhao Taowa went down the mountain with 2 crystals in her pocket. When she got home, she found Shinming had also come along. "Brother Shinming, now that the Dong Dong Mountain Protection Project is finished, aren't you going to the embroidery workshop to learn embroidery?" Zhao Taowa asked. Now, except for those too young or too old with poor eyesight, all the men and women in the village were learning embroidery at the workshop. It was fortunate that she bought enough land to build a large enough workshop when she first established it, allowing so many people to fit inside. Not only Moon Essence Spirit, but also the other 4 spirit creatures were arranged by her to learn embroidery there. The money made from selling embroidered goods would be considered earnings for her. "I'll go, but Shinming said as he bent down to cup Zhao Taowa's cheeks, pulling her closer before suddenly pressing his lips against hers, warm and fervent. Next, his tongue lightly probed, coaxing her teeth apart. The temperature in the hall suddenly soared, and an intimate atmosphere filled the room. Zhao Taowa never expected Shinming to do this. She had just been drawing spiritual energy from him while on the mountain, which was why she behaved that way. But now, as he kissed her, she once again felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy flowing into her body through the kiss. Because of the abundance of spiritual energy now within her, Zhao Taowa wasn't inclined to push him away immediately. However, Shinming himself pulled back first. He looked deeply into Zhao Taowa's eyes and said, "Sister Taowa, I want to marry you right now." There was a note of restrained longing in Shinming's voice. After saying this, Shinming turned and left. Zhao Taowa glanced after him, not thinking much about it. She took out the crystal from the toad monster and the one from the mosquito monster she had collected earlier. 3 crystals, each representing over 100 years of cultivation, yet their owners possessed 200 years of practice combined. Suddenly, Zhao Taowa thought of something and headed towards the Zhao family ancestral hall again. She needed to perform another divination for Zhao Village. Chapter 133, Bandits Want to Rob. Last time, she only managed to calculate that the Zhao family's ancestral clan had been placed here by others. However, what was the purpose of the person behind the scenes? And who was it? She still hadn't figured it out. That was because her spiritual energy was insufficient last time. This time, although she had used up a lot of her spiritual energy dealing with 2 toad monsters, she had replenished much of it since then. Thus, Zhao Taowa took large strides towards the Zhao family shrine. Inside the Zhao family shrine, first, Zhao Taowa offered incense and bowed to the Zhao ancestors. Finally, she released her spiritual energy towards the centermost spirit tablet in the top row. As time passed, she released more and more spiritual energy. Finally, she obtained some information she had been seeking. When she lowered her hands, all her spiritual energy had been depleted. She muttered softly, "Long and Shin family, Jingpan Shengwan family, Qingwan Han family, and Jingping Yin family?" She turned around and walked out of the shrine, sitting at the spot where Grandpa Yuejiang from the previous month loved to sit. She looked up at the surrounding mountains around the Zhao family village, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. She said it. How could the geographical location of Zhao family village be so bad? How did the Zhao clan end up fleeing here? Turned out, back then, the Zhao clan was just a pawn for these people. These people had long calculated that over 100 years later, there would be many natural disasters here, and this place would spawn many far more powerful than other places' spirits and monsters. Now, the Daxia Empire is fragmented, even though there is an emperor of Daxia, but the feudal lords are vying for power. They all have armies and land, so the current Daxiao emperor is like being powerless. Many people are eyeing the throne of the Daxia Emperor greedily, wanting to sit on that position. Among them, the 4 feudal lords, Long and Shin family, Jingpan Shengwan family, Qingwan Han family, and Jingping Yin family, are the strongest. It's precisely because the feudal lords are rising and recruiting soldiers and buying horses that the cost of horses has become extremely expensive. An ordinary horse costs more than 10,000 taels of silver. Currently, Zhao Taohua only knows about their 4 families, but she is unclear if the Zhao clan was arranged here by one of these families or if all 4 families were involved. However, Zhao Taohua felt a sense of impending doom. She wanted to calculate again, but unfortunately, her spiritual energy was already exhausted. Disheartened, she came out of the shrine, preparing to go to the embroidery shop to find Shin Mingtai, to absorb some spiritual energy from him. Just as she stepped out of the shrine, suddenly, it seemed like she heard some noise coming from behind the shrine. Puzzled, Zhao Taohua went toward the back. Most of the villagers were learning embroidery at the workshop, except for a few children or elders at home. She thought it might be the children from the village playing hide-and-seek behind a shrine. But unexpectedly, when she reached the back of the shrine, she saw a group of menacing men armed with big knives, discussing something on the ground. The leader, a one-eyed dragon, kicked a stone aside and growled ferociously. Recently, Zhao Village has had pretty good luck, making lots of money from herb farming. Every household built brick houses, bought ox carts. There's definitely plenty of loot here. And I've already found out beforehand, during the day recently, basically no one stays at the homes in Zhao Village. Everyone is busy at the embroidery shop at the end of the village. Hear me clearly, everyone finishes it fast once inside, rush in to rob. If we encounter someone with no eyes in his head, kill without hesitation. Saying this, one-eyed dragon patted the big sword at his waist, its blade flashing with cold light. Monkey Skin quickly nodded beside him, shrilly agreeing. The boss is right. We haven't encountered such a rich village in ages. This time, we absolutely can't let it pass. There is no village within tens of miles as wealthy as Zhao Village. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands anxiously, his eyes filled with impatience. Zhao Taohua was shocked speechless. Actually bandits planned to rob their Zhao Village? Stunned by the scene before her eyes, Zhao Taohua trembled slightly due to their overwhelming numbers. Just as they had investigated beforehand, there were hardly any people in the village households at the moment. Everyone gathered in her embroidery shop. Even if they walked through the village, it was almost impossible for anyone to see them. At this point, Zhao Taohua's feet wouldn't obey her wishes to move. She could only summon the troublemakers on the mountain with her mind. A cluster of white small balls appeared beside her feet. After receiving her command, they immediately mimicked wolves howling. A woo, a woo. Suddenly wolf howls echoed everywhere, startling the group of bandits. Right at this moment, all the villagers of Zhao Village also heard them. Whether the elderly and children staying at home or the villagers in the embroidery shop, everyone was filled with terror. Wolf howl? Are the wolves coming down the mountain? Everyone feared, listening to these wolf calls. It didn't seem like just one wolf. Moreover, listening to the sound, they might already have entered the village. Zhao Guanglei exclaimed fearfully. Didn't Taohua say that wolves would never come down the mountain again? Why have they come? Is what she said useful? Or was she deceiving us? My Rongrong is at home alone with my 2 well-behaved grandkids. Zhao Guanglei grew angrier as he spoke. Wolves have no humanity. Babies are tender, one bite and they're gone. Zhao Guanglei hurriedly took his family back home, and the others also rushed home. Shin Ming immediately went next door, but found no one in the Zhao family house. Shin Ming, isn't Taohua at home? Mrs. Qian asked as soon as she entered. What should we do? Wolves have entered the village, and she alone would be no match for them. Zhao Tree worriedly said. Just now, all of them had gone to the embroidery shop, and none knew where Zhao Taohua had gone. Mrs. Qian looked tense, her face full of terror. Let's go find her. What if Taohua encounters the wolves? Qian Auntie, Uncle or Tree, you stay at home. I'll go look for her. Shin Ming arranged, leaving the lychee spirit behind. Though the lychee spirit was just a 6-year-old girl, when she released her stench, it was unbearably foul. If humans can't stand it, how much less wolves with noses even sharper than dogs? The other 4 spirits followed him to look for Zhao Taohua. Recently, the 5 spirits had become accustomed to Master Shin entering the Zhao household daily. Moreover, given Shin Ming's overwhelmingly fearsome aura, they didn't dare not to obey him. Follow me, Shin Ming said, and then walked along the sound of the wolf calls. Others didn't believe Zhao Taohua's words, but he did. With ample food on the mountain, wolves usually lived on the mountaintop. Furthermore, since he'd just descended from Dongdong Mountain and Guangguan Mountain, there were no signs of any abnormalities. It made no sense that so many wolves suddenly appeared in the village. Shin Ming kept pondering and began feeling something was amiss. Suddenly, he remembered earlier hearing the mischief sprite imitate the toad monster's call, luring it over. Could it be that this time the wolf cries were mimicked by them? The mischief sprite was inherently capable of making wolf sounds, with an extremely strong mimicry ability. In the entire Zhao family village, only Zhao Taohua could command the mischief sprite. Shin Ming's heart sank instantly. Could Sister Taohua be in danger? His steps became faster and faster until he started running. The leader, One-Eyed Dragon, was greatly alarmed and cursed. What the hell? Why are there wolves in this Zhao village? Boss, the wolves are coming, right behind you. Skinny Monkey panicked and looked toward the bamboo grove not far away. A wolf emerged, its body lithe and agile. Its eyes glinted with cold light, followed closely by another wolf emerging soundlessly. Subsequently, more and more wolves walked out from deep within the bamboo grove, all heading their way, exuding a chilling and intimidating presence. It's damn eerie. In all the years I've been robbing, This is the first time I've encountered so many wolves. One-eyed dragon angrily cursed. Suddenly, a bandit with a bone necklace around his neck and a full beard spoke up. Boss, I feel something's off. The wolf call seemed to come from behind us. With that, he moved toward the wall behind the shrine. Zhaojia listened to the approaching footsteps growing closer and closer, her heart leaping into her throat. Chapter 134. Four spirits. Knock them down. The moment the bandit and Zhaojia made eye contact, they both got a fright. Bearded assumed there would be a wolf behind the ancestral hall wall, gripping his large knife tightly, only to unexpectedly see a young woman. In an instant, Bearded realized that the wolf calls he had just heard were all coming from her. It was she who had lured the wolves here. Boss, it's this woman who lured the wolves. Bearded said this as he reached out a hand toward Zhaojia's hair. With a bang, Zhaojia was so startled her legs went weak, causing her to fall and sit on the ground. Zhaojia wanted to curse her own useless legs for not being able to run away. Still dare to dodge? Enraged, Bearded prepared to kick Zhaojia. Zhaojia's pupils constricted. She felt like if that kick landed on her, she'd surely throw up her intestines. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her sight like a bolt of lightning, and with one kick sent Bearded flying several meters away. Beard, the other bandits, One-Eyed Dragon, Skinny Monkey, et al., were shocked. They had just learned from Bearded's account that it was a woman who did this. How could a woman have such strength? Hadn't they bitten off more than they could chew today? Sister Taowa, are you okay? Shin Ming helped Zhaojia up, noticing her trembling legs. She had obviously been scared. His gaze towards Bearded grew colder. Did he hurt you? Tell me where it hurts. Shin Ming's voice was gentle when he asked Zhaojia. Zhaojia shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit weak in my legs. Shin Ming, brother, can you carry me? Ever since she saw the numerous fierce-looking bandits with knives, she had been too terrified to move, and encountering Bearded had frightened her even more. Shin Ming immediately agreed, then lifted her up horizontally into his arms. Zhaojia hugged Shin Ming tightly, like a koala. Her head pressed against his neck, touching his skin calmed her heart, which had been full of fear. She turned her head and saw them. The moon spirit, argument spirit, snail spirit, and fungal mother spirit. One-Eyed Dragon noticed their presence before they could start plundering and immediately drew his large sword, shouting, Who dares ruin our plans? Brothers, kill her. When One-Eyed Dragon arrived behind the wall, what he saw was a man and a woman. Clutching her fists, Zhaojia feared them alone, but with the four spirits now present, why should she still fear? Four spirits, knock them down, commanded Zhaojia. Yes. At her voice, the four spirits moved forward instantly. In no time, One-Eyed Dragon, Skinny Monkey, and the others saw a red-dressed woman suddenly transform into a massive red cloth flying toward them. Ghost, ghost! Many of the bandits were immediately frightened and tried to flee. Some of them were so timid they pissed themselves or fainted from fear. As for those who ran, after just 2 steps, they immediately felt something bind their feet. Looking down, they saw fungal threads on their feet, sticking them to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the fungal threads covered half of their legs along with their feet. Seeing mushrooms growing on their legs, many fell unconscious, unable to handle the shock. A similar fate awaited quite a few others. As for those who wanted to fight against the argument spirit and snail spirit, they couldn't last a single move. They screamed as they flew away, crashing heavily onto bamboo poles several dozen feet away. Bandits' cries of agony rang out in succession, quickly drawing many villagers. Each villager either carried a spade, hoe, or sickle as they approached. Sister Taowa, Shin Ming, what are you doing here? Are you alright? Zhao Xinglin's home wasn't far from the ancestral hall, so he was the first to arrive. The Zhao brothers from the village leader's house, Zhao Guangming, Zhao Guangrong, and Zhao Guangliang, followed closely, along with other villagers. I'm fine, thanks to brother Shin Ming arriving in time with the 4 spirits. Earlier, I came to the ancestral hall to pay my respects. Suddenly, I heard some noises behind the hall, so I went to investigate. Instead, I encountered a group of bandits armed with big knives, which scared me stiff. I could do nothing but ask Trouble Spirit to imitate wolf calls, hoping to lure the wolves here to scare them off. At this point, Zhao Taowa felt a wave of aftershock. Unforeseen by her, one of the bandits was smart enough to figure out that the wolf calls originated from her side. Thankfully, brother Shin Ming showed up in time with the 4 spirits, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Only now did everyone understand why a pack of wolves suddenly reappeared in the village. It was Zhao Taowa who, in order to deal with the bandits, intentionally had Trouble Spirit lure them. They all knew how ruthless and ferocious bandits were. They torched, killed, plundered, and did every evil imaginable. Had Zhao Taowa not discovered them in time and alerted everyone with the wolf's howl, probably by now people in the village would already have started dying, especially those households living closer to the ancestral hall. How would they be able to save their parents and young children back home? Everyone, armed with farming tools, surrounded all the bandits. If not for the fear of killing them with these tools, they would have beaten the bandits harshly with what they had. The bandits were already half dead from terror or incapacitated by the 4 spirits. Now, they could only let the villagers kick them. When the village had arrived, he ordered that all the bandits be tied up, and together, they would escort them to the town hall. At once, all the bandits were terrified. Each one begged and tried to escape. But how could the villagers let these wicked bandits go? The village head sent 20 strong youths as escorts and personally handed the bandits over to the constables at the town hall. Constable Ma recognized One-Eyed Dragon the moment he saw him. Wasn't this the biggest fugitive in Fuan County? And others like Skinny Monkey and Bearded. They were all the fugitives being hunted in Fuan County. They had robbed 4 villages and killed a total of 32 people. The magistrate had issued wanted posters to all towns and pavilions with their portraits. This time, the Loa town hall was about to earn some merit. However, this achievement wouldn't have been possible without the villagers of Zhao Village. Therefore, Constable Ma's attitude towards the village head and other villagers became much warmer. Head Zhao, your village is truly impressive, able to capture such important fugitives. While praising them, Constable Ma rallied the other constables to escort the bandits off the ox cart. When Commissioner Lu heard that One-Eyed Dragon and his gang of bandits had been captured, he immediately came out to inspect, and just happened to hear the words of Head Zhao. The name Zhao Taohua sounded familiar. It was often mentioned by his lady. House Zhao. Zhao Taohua was the one who Shun Ming had carried back. She was still too weak in her legs. In the evening, the village head returned happily, bringing with him over a liang of reward silver. Taohua, you've done a great deed. This is what Commissioner Lu has rewarded you with. The village head loudly announced as he walked into the Zhao family's courtyard gate. Chapter 135, Blackie. Peach Blossom. Do you know that those bandits are actually the top wanted criminals in Fuan County? The magistrate is ordering all towns and county guard posts to arrest them. We escorted those bandits to the county guard post, and Headman Lu praised our village highly for this. This is all because of your contribution. It's thanks to you that our village has earned such honor. So, it's most fitting for you to take this reward. The village head spoke, then handed all the silver coins to Zhao Peach Blossom. Zhao Peach Blossom was flustered and quickly refused. Village head, this can't be right. This is everyone's achievement. Though it was her who discovered them, and Xin Ming led the 4 spirits to subdue those bandits. By the time the village head and other villagers arrived, they merely tied up those bandits and escorted them to the county guard post. When it comes to handling people and matters, one must never claim all the credit for oneself. Besides, the reward isn't much, just over 1 tael of silver. Rather than keeping the 1 tael plus silver for herself, it would be wiser to use it as a goodwill gesture and gain the villagers' approval. Now, she runs an embroidery workshop where every sold embroidery piece earns her 5% profit. The villagers embroidering in the workshop essentially increase her wealth, and besides, the earnings from the 5 spirits belong to her too. Thus, she certainly doesn't lack money. With a bit more saving, she could afford a carriage. Village head, let me divide this 1 tael silver among everyone. There are 160 households in our village. How about each household gets an equal share? How much would each household receive? Suggested Zhao Peach Blossom. Hearing this, the village head couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a good-hearted and wise girl this Peach Blossom is. Anyone with sharp eyes knows all the credit should go to Peach Blossom, yet she insists on not taking all the credit, wanting instead to split the reward money with everyone. What a smart girl. Subsequently, the village head agreed. All right, as you wish. After calculating, there was a total of 1 tael 600 large coins, meaning each household would get exactly 10 large coins. He counted out 10 large coins and handed them to Zhao Peach Blossom. Peach Blossom, keep this money. Just as the village head handed over the money to Zhao Peach Blossom, Zhao Guanglei suddenly burst in angrily and shouted. Why does County Guard Adult reward all the silver only to Zhao Peach Blossom? Do we have no credit at all? My son Xingqiu went along with others to deliver those bandits to the County Guard post. Escorting those bandits was so dangerous. What if their accomplices came to rescue them? My son Xingqiu almost lost his life. Zhao Guanglei rambled endlessly, making both Miao Shi and Zhao Xingqiu feel extremely embarrassed following him closely. Zhao Peach Blossom glanced once at the dark energy above Zhao Guanglei's head. Dad, please stop. I did nothing substantial. Where does my merit come from? Interrupted Zhao Xingqiu. What nonsense. I didn't say any falsehood. If the bandits had allies, you'd be dead by now. Zhao Guanglei stubbornly stuck to his point, refusing to listen to Zhao Xingqiu. Zhao Xingqiu frowned continuously. Clearly, it was Zhao Peach Blossom who first discovered the bandits, who were later subdued by the 4 spirits. What merits could he possibly claim? Moreover, escorting the bandits weren't just his duty. 20 able-bodied men from the whole village were involved in the operation. At the county guard post, Headman Lu and the law enforcement officers treated them really well, showering high praises on all of them. Just these honors made him proud that he'd been chosen by the village head to participate in the delivery of the bandits. Upon hearing Zhao Guanglei's words, the village head felt quite upset, and his chest hurt somewhat. How old are you now? You're someone's grandfather already, yet you still say things like this? Peach Blossom didn't even want the monetary reward. I just allocated 60 taels equally to everyone in the village. I just gave her 10 big coins. The village head said, so while also placing 10 large coins into Zhao Guanglei's hands. Even after doing this, Zhao Guanglei finally settled down, muttering, that's fair enough. Miao Shi furrowed her brows tightly and grabbed his ear immediately. You dare to come to Peach Blossom's place for just 10 large coins? Miao Shi was speechless and humiliated by Zhao Guanglei's actions and words. She wondered why a person could change into something so unrecognizable. Hiss! The pain made Zhao Guanglei suck in cold air. He turned around and slapped Miao Shi right away, stunning all present instantly. You damn woman. Is my ear something you can yank on? Zhao Guanglei cursed Miao Shi. Miao Shi, shocked and disbelieving, touched her stinging cheek. Dad, what are you doing? Why did you hit Mom? Zhao Xingqiu scolded. However, his comment only inflamed Zhao Guanglei further. If you continue pestering me, I'll beat you too. As Zhao Guanglei said, he raised his hand towards Zhao Xingqiu. Zhao Guanglei, are you insane today? Did you take wrong medicine or something? The village head reprimanded Zhao Guanglei sternly. Hearing the village head's voice, Zhao Guanglei put down his hand which was about to hit someone and turned away without even a glance at Miao Shi whom he had just struck. Miao Shi watched his retreating back, her tears uncontrollable, feeling that she could not endure another second in Zhao family village. That damn Zhao Guanglei, recently like he has eaten gunpowder, ready to explode anytime. He insists on having a say in everything. Big or small issues in the family are all decided by him. Even how Yuebing should take care of the two children has to follow his words. Yuebing has been so angered by him that her milk production has dried up. It's such a pity that our children, who are merely over a month old, already have no milk to drink, and we have to buy goat's milk from the town for them. The more Miao Shi talked, the louder she cried. If it were not for her worry that her daughter-in-law Yuebing might find it hard to raise the two children alone if she left, she would go back to her parents' home right now and never return. She has been married to Zhao Guanglei for almost 20 years, but this is the first time he has laid hands on her. The more Miao Shi thought about it, the sadder she became, and no matter how Zhao Xingqiu tried to comfort her, it was all in vain. Zhao Peach Blossom looked at Miao Shi and her son and said, "Aunt Miao, please don't be too sad. Uncle Guanglei is like this because there's a black ghost attached to his head, making him angry often, hence why Uncle Guanglei has become increasingly irascible." Upon hearing this, Miao Shi's eyes widened greatly. Zhao Xingqiu echoed the same surprise. "So, is it because of that black ghost that my father has become as temperamental as he is now? Miss Zhao, do you have any way to make him better? Can you exorcise the black ghost? Once that ghost is driven out from him, I will definitely give him a proper lesson." Miao Shi gritted her teeth. While speaking, her face hurt severely due to the slap she received. Zhao Peach Blossom nodded and then went home with them. Xinming also worried that Zhao Guanglei might get angry again at any moment, maybe beating someone once more, so he went along too. The village head knew that Peach Blossom would surely have no problem driving away the ghost. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen when Zhao Guanglei got reprimanded by Miao Shi after the black ghost leaves his body. He also anticipated whether Zhao Guanglei would die of shame after realizing his previous pompous claim of the reward money. In no time, the four reached Zhao Guanglei's house. Chapter 136, Mountain Ghost Coins. Before the four of them entered the yard gate, they heard a child's cries and Zhao Guanglei's shouts coming from inside. "Why are you crying? All day long, all you know is to cry. Will this ever end?" Right now, the only one at home looking after the child was Chang Rongrong, who had waited so long for her father-in-law to return. Not only did he not help, but he also yelled at the child, scaring it so much that the child cried without catching its breath, which broke Chang Rongrong's heart. "Father, you've frightened the child." Unable to bear it any longer, Chang Rongrong shouted angrily at Zhao Guanglei. She was so upset with her father-in-law that her milk dried up, forcing her 2-month-old children to drink goat's milk and rice porridge every day. She endured this already. He was her father-in-law, and she respected him, but how could she possibly endure it this time when he bullied the two children? Zhao Guanglei glared fiercely at Chang Rongrong, scolding her. "You disrespectful thing." As he spoke, he raised his hand to slap Chang Rongrong. "Father!" Zhao Xingqiu shouted, for Rongrong was his wife. Zhao Xingqiu rushed toward Zhao Guanglei, running faster than he ever had in his life. "Father, what are you doing?" Zhao Xingqiu grabbed Zhao Guanglei and pulled him back, but unexpectedly, Zhao Guanglei turned around and began beating Zhao Xingqiu furiously. It was a vicious and heavy beat. 2 punches were enough to make Zhao Xingqiu's nose bleed. Zhao Guanglei, Miao Shi saw this and was frantic, stomping her feet anxiously. What kind of situation was this? Although Zhao Xingqiu was young, his strength paled in comparison to Zhao Guanglei's. Zhao Guanglei seemed entirely controlled by the black ghost, completely losing his mind and lashing out irrationally. The neighbors on both sides heard the commotion and came over. The cries of Zhao Guanglei's 2 children, his shouts of abuse, and the sight of him swinging his fists at Zhao Xingqiu terrified all the neighbors present. "Is Zhao Guanglei crazy?" someone said. "What happened in the Guanglei family? What did Xingqiu do wrong?" Seeing the continued fight might cost a life, Xinming stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Guanglei's fist with one hand, leaving him immobilized. Zhang Taohua noticed that above Zhao Guanglei's head, the black ghost grew larger as it absorbed Zhao Guanglei's growing anger. Miao Shi saw Zhao Guanglei with red, angry eyes and realized he wasn't the Zhao Guanglei she knew anymore. She pleaded desperately with Zhang Taohua. "Taohua, please remove the black ghost from Guanglei." "Tao Aunt, don't worry. Just a black ghost feeding on anger." Zhang Taohua merely took out a talisman and placed it on Zhao Guanglei's forehead. Instantly, the once irate Zhao Guanglei calmed down. The black ghost's body was scorched by the talisman's spiritual energy, emitting sizzling sounds accompanied by screams. Everyone in the courtyard heard it. A villager panicked. "What sound is this? Just now I heard Miao mention some ghost. Could Zhao Guanglei really have been possessed? That explains why Zhao Guanglei suddenly attacked Xingqiu." As the horrifying wails of the black ghost disappeared, Zhao Guanglei's fury dissipated, replaced by exhaustion and confusion. Seeing this, Miao Shi approached, showing her right cheek swollen from being beaten by him and punching him in the chest. "Zhao Guanglei, look at what you've done." Xinming let go upon seeing this, leaving the rest for their own family to resolve slowly. Zhao Guanglei's memory gradually returned, and he remembered all the stupid things he'd just done. He looked at Miao Shi's face, then Zhao Xingqiu's, and finally his furious daughter-in-law along with his grandchildren, who cried incessantly. Feeling immense regret, Zhao Guanglei grasped his hair and lamented. "How could I do such nonsense?" At this point, the village chief couldn't resist adding another comment. "And you went to invite credit for Xingqiu earlier at Taohua's house." At these words, those terrible memories surged back into Zhao Guanglei's mind, and he felt in his pocket where he had 10 large coins. Hey! Zhao Guanglei's hand holding the coins trembled. He actually quarreled with the village chief over 10 coins while the reward silver originally intended for the entire village would have been fairly divided. Hastily, he apologized to Zhang Taohua. Taohua, I don't know what got into me. Please don't hold it against your uncle. Uncle Guanglei, I understand. You were inadvertently controlled by the black ghost, which made you so irritable. Upon hearing Zhang Taohua's words, Zhao Guanglei felt better. Zhao Xingxiu wiped the blood from his nose and asked, Sister Taohua, why did my father get tangled up with this black ghost if nothing unusual happened? Miao Shi and Chang Rongrong also found it strange. Zhang Taohua looked at Zhao Guanglei and asked, Uncle Guanglei, where have you been recently? Did you come across anything strange? Zhao Guanglei furrowed his brows and racked his brain, but he couldn't recall anything strange. Just as Zhao Guanglei was frowning in worry, Zhang Taohua cast a glance toward the main room of his house, noticing a peculiar aura swirling within the room. Perhaps the problem doesn't lie outside at all, but right here inside your home. Zhang Taohua walked towards the main room. What? Zhao Guanglei didn't understand and followed her inside. The others were incredibly curious and also went toward the main room together. Zhang Taohua walked straight to the cabinet in the middle of the main room, opened it, and after some searching, pulled out a copper coin. Zhao Guanglei had completely forgotten about the fact that there was a copper coin in this cabinet, so he asked curiously, when did we randomly put money here? Uncle Guanglei, this is not an ordinary copper coin. This is a mountain ghost coin. Zhang Taohua explained while showing him the patterns on the mountain ghost coin. On one side was the Bagua diagram, and on the other side was engraved a 27-character spell. Zhao Guanglei's family didn't understand this thing at all, so Miao Shi asked, Taohua, is it because of this that our Guanglei has been possessed by a black ghost and became so angry? Zhang Taohua nodded and explained, the mountain ghost coin originally has the power to ward off evil spirits, dissolve misfortune, enhance the energy field, and bring prosperity and good fortune. However, because this mountain ghost coin has a notch, its effects have become the opposite. Zhang Taohua stopped here, not continuing with the rest for fear of frightening Zhao Guanglei's family and the other villagers. Uncle Guanglei, can you give me this copper coin? Zhang Taohua had just finished asking when Zhao Guanglei quickly replied, sure, take it away fast. You know Taoist techniques and can control it. Leaving it at my house would simply be a disaster. Still, Zhang Taohua had another question. This mountain ghost coin appeared quite old, at least over 100 years. Zhang Taohua suspected that this notched mountain ghost coin might be the key reason why so many demons and spirits had arisen in Zhao Village. Uncle Guanglei, is the great ancestor placed in the center of the ancestral hall really from your family? Zhang Taohua asked. Chapter 137, The Storm is Coming. Zhao Guanglei was initially stunned. Then he remembered what she was talking about. Yes, that's my ancestor. Over 100 years ago, his ancestor was the clan leader of the Zhao family. It was he who led everyone to Zhao family village and settled there. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua understood immediately, gripping the damaged mountain ghost coin in her hand. All of this made sense now. With the damaged mountain ghost coin from their great ancestor, perhaps, the information she couldn't predict before might make some progress now. When Zhao Taohua left Zhao Guanglei's house, she called the village chief and they left together. Village chief, after this bandit raid, I think our Zhao family village should strengthen safety measures by forming a guard team to protect the village's safety. Our village is no longer like it used to be, a poor village. Now every household has built brick tile houses, and nearly 90% of the families have bought ox carts. We're the richest village in the area. Even if there hadn't been those bandits this time, I believe others will eventually envy us. To prevent such incidents from happening again, we must have a village guard team. As soon as Zhao Taohua finished speaking, the village chief strongly agreed. The Zhao family village isn't the same as it used to be. To ensure the lives and property safety of all the villagers, establishing a village guard team must be acted on immediately. Taohua, I understand. I'll send the 10 large coins to each household, and then go discuss this with the clan leaders. After saying this, the village chief gave Shun Ming his 10 large coins and hurried away. When everyone received the 10 large coins distributed by the village chief, they indeed praised Zhao Taohua, just as she had predicted. Anyone could see that these rewards came from Zhao Taohua's own efforts. People didn't help much, yet she still possessed such generosity. Shun Ming handed over his 10 large coins to Zhao Taohua. Zhao Taohua looked up at him in confusion. Since their engagement, he handed over every penny he earned to her, regardless of the amount. Now, even these 10 small coins were being given to her. All to me. Won't you run out of money when you need it? Zhao Taohua asked. I eat and drink at your house every day. I don't really need any money. If I do need some, Sister Taohua, you can just give it back to me. While speaking, Shun Ming took Zhao Taohua's hand and walked toward the Zhao residence. Walking side by side along the village road at dusk, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Shun Ming slowed down his pace to match Zhao Taohua. Sister Taohua, is there something wrong with the damaged mountain ghost coin? Earlier, I saw you look serious in Uncle Guanglei's house. Shun Ming worriedly questioned. Zhao Taohua was impressed by Shun Ming's perceptiveness and nodded at him. Recently, many spirit creatures have appeared frequently around us, all related to this damaged mountain ghost coin. This damaged mountain ghost coin should have been given to the great ancestor by the 4 major families. As Zhao Taohua mentioned this, she suddenly thought of the 4 major families among the feudal lords. One of them, Long and Shin clan, shared the surname Shun with Shun Ming, so she glanced at him. Shun Ming's family moved to Zhao family village during his grandfather's generation. Although they share the same surname, they should not be related. At Zhao Taohua's suggestion, the next day, the village chief and clan elders discussed and formulated a plan for the village guard team. The village guard team is responsible for the safety of the entire village, so every household must contribute a portion of the funds. Participants in the village guard team must be between 15 and 35 years old, strong young men. They operate on a 3-shift system, with 2-person teams stationed at the 4 cardinal points of the village for guarding duty. Each person earns 200 coins per day, and dogs are assigned to each position. If they detect any unusual situation, they'll immediately ring the gong to notify everyone. By the 3rd day, the village guard team was established. Instantly, everyone felt more secure in the village. In the future, whether going to the embroidery shop at the end of the village or leaving only the elderly and children at home, people would no longer worry. Led by Zhao Xingzhu, the Guanguan mountain villagers finally completed the repair of the flood barrier on the last day of May after rushing day and night. He summoned the village chief and Zhao Taohua for inspection. Chief, Sister Taohua, does it meet standards this time? Feng Quan teased jokingly. Sister Taohua, there won't be another toad monster to destroy it, right? Suddenly, someone nearby slapped Feng Quan's head. Shut your stinking mouth. Stop rambling nonsense. According to Sister Taohua's divination, the storm is coming tomorrow. If another toad monster appears now, even if all 80 of us, or even all the villagers, arrived, it'd still be too late. Feng Quan immediately shut up upon hearing this, but muttered discontentedly. I was just asking, who wants a real toad monster to come anyway? Zhao Taohua's eyes scanned behind Guanguan Mountain. No toad monsters, but there's something else. Oh, everyone was shocked. I was just talking out loud. I don't really wish for any spirits to come. Feng Quan exclaimed. Feng uncle, don't worry, this spirit won't destroy our flood barrier. Zhao Taohua reassured him as soon as she finished her sentence. Suddenly, the sky darkened as if a bottle of ink had been spilled, and thick clouds surged swiftly to completely cover Zhao family village. A sharp bolt of lightning then ripped through the gloomy sky like a blade. Oh no, the heavy rain is coming. Everyone, get down the mountain quickly and go home, the village chief shouted. All the villagers immediately gathered their tools and made their way down the mountain. Overhead, thunder roared deafeningly, as if it were about to shatter the entire Zhao family village. Gale-force winds joined in with ferocious howls, like crazy beasts, whipping around trees which creaked and swayed under the pressure. Hail like raindrops lashed against the ground, causing pain as they hit heads. In an instant, the rain intensified and merged into sheets of water, forming watery veils that obscured Zhao Taohua's vision. As she descended the mountain with everyone else, she suddenly slipped. My goodness, I'm going to fall flat on my behind today. Zhao Taohua panicked inwardly. Unexpectedly, the next moment someone caught her firmly. When she looked up through the blurred rainwater, she saw Shenming's face right in front of her. Shenming brother? Zhao Taohua called out joyfully. While trailing after the others, she felt extremely uneasy because they were all men who could run very fast despite carrying things. She worried she wouldn't be able to keep up and so strained herself to maintain pace. Hold on tight. Shenming reminded her briefly, then picked her up and hurried down the mountain with strides that didn't seem affected by the wind and rain at all. He reached the foot of the mountain even faster than the village chief and others. Zhao Taohua wrapped her arms around Shenming's neck and leaned her head on his shoulder, feeling utterly safe. Seeing Shenming carry Zhao Taohua so swiftly, the villagers couldn't help but admire. Youths are indeed different. Mrs. Qian, noticing Shenming and Zhao Taohua return soaked to the skin, said compassionately, Quick, change into clean clothes before you catch a cold. She was about to fetch a set of clothing for Shenming when he replied, Aunt Qian, no need, I'll just go home to change. However, Mrs. Qian saw that outside, the fierce wind continued to whip up the heavy rain, like thousands of galloping horses creating clouds of white mist wherever the rain hit the ground. It was impossible to see the path clearly. Immediately turning serious, Mrs. Qian insisted, How can you go home in this weather? Spend the night here, and wait till the rain lessens tomorrow morning before heading back. Shenming was Zhao Taohua's fiancé. Now, Mrs. Qian treated Shenming as if he were her own son. The sky was overcast with storm clouds and relentless torrential rain, making it unclear to see the way, although the distance between the two families wasn't far. Still, what would Zhao Taohua do if something happened to Shenming? That's right, Shenming brother, listen to my mom. Go back tomorrow morning. At these words, Shenming turned to Zhao Taohua. Her hair was wet and water dripped from the strands down her cheeks. Her clothing clung tightly to her body, revealing every curve of her 15-year-old form innocently. Chapter 138. Wait a little longer, I trust Taohua. Her slender waist and slightly protruding chest. Shenming caught a glimpse and immediately felt a wave of heat rush to his cheeks. His gaze quickly moved away as if he had been burned. His heart started pounding uncontrollably, and an unprecedented sense of panic and shyness began to spread in his heart. Then thank you, Aunt Qian. Shenming no longer insisted and agreed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua let out a sigh of relief. Shenming was her lifeline. With the heavy rain turning into mist outside, it would be disastrous if anything happened to Shenming. If he stayed at the Zhao residence, that would set her mind at ease. Before returning to her room, Zhao Taohua glanced at Shenming. His shirt was soaked through, tightly clinging to his body, outlining broad shoulders and a solid abdomen. The smooth muscle lines were faintly visible beneath the wet clothes. With just one look, Zhao Taohua stopped staring and quickly returned to her room to change her clothes, but a hint of redness had already crept onto her cheeks. After returning to her room, Zhao Taohua first changed out of her wet clothes and then dried her hair. By the time she came out, Xinming had also changed. Zhao Erge's clothes on Xinming fit like three-quarter sleeves and shorts, but his good physique made any outfit look quite handsome. Mrs. Qian and Zhao Erge stood inside the main hall, hanging a bamboo curtain at the entrance to keep the rain outside. Mrs. Qian worriedly said, "This storm is too intense. It feels like I can already hear water rushing down from the mountain." Not just Mrs. Qian, all the other villagers could hear it too. The torrential rain seemed to have gathered into violent streams on the mountain, and with time, the sound of rushing water grew louder. Even as they remained indoors, everyone's attention was on the movements on the mountain. Under the rain-soaked conditions, the soil and rocks on the mountain gradually loosened. Half an hour later, landslides and mudslides occurred one after another, with huge masses of earth and stones charging down the slopes like wild horses unleashed. All the trees in their paths were uprooted, and massive rocks were easily swept away, accompanied by deafening roars. In Zhao family village, every villager listening to the commotion from Dongdong Mountain and Guangguan Mountain trembled with fear. Chang Rongrong had long put on her straw cape and tightly wrapped her two young children. She said, "Father, Mother, Xingxiu, we must escape now. We can't stay here and wait for our end." At this moment, Chang Rongrong was extremely anxious. Though she wasn't afraid of death herself, her two children were only a little over a month old, and as a mother, she couldn't bear to see anything happen to them. Miao Shi and Zhao Guanglei exchanged glances and then observed the weather and rainstorm outside. Miao Shi advised, "Rongrong, it's raining so heavily outside that even with straw capes on, the two children will still get wet. They're so young. If they fall ill, they might not survive." These adorable twin grandchildren, being so small, would devastate her if something were to happen to them. Zhao Guanglei recalled how a single talisman from Zhao Taohua had driven away the black ghost haunting him, freeing him from its control and his fits of rage. He consoled her, "Rongrong, let's wait a little longer. I trust Taohua." She said that there will be a landslide on Dongdong Mountain and a mudslide on Guangguan Mountain. However, we've already constructed protective barriers on both mountains, and everything is ready. Nothing bad will happen. Chang Rongrong, listening to the sounds coming from the mountain, was completely tensed up. Wide-eyed, she stared at Zhao Guanglei and Miao Shi, unable to believe what they were saying. "Father, Mother, if the landslide and mudslide come down, we'll all die. If we flee now, there's still a sliver of hope," Chang Rongrong urged. Seeing that neither parent budged, she grabbed Zhao Xingxiu's arm, hoping he would help persuade them. Zhao Xingxiu pressed his hands on her shoulders to calm her down. "Rongrong, don't panic. There's nothing to worry about. Everyone has built protective structures on the mountains. Have you forgotten the last two times? It was Taohua who foretold the snowstorms and hailstorms, allowing everyone to prepare beforehand. We've already prepared this time, so we'll definitely be fine." But no matter what Zhao Xingxiu said, Chang Rongrong couldn't remain calm. Seeing that everyone was determined not to leave, she picked up her two children and rushed towards the storm. "Rongrong!" The three of them shouted simultaneously. Boom! Just at that moment, there was a loud rumbling sound from the mountain, startling the four of them, giving Zhao Xingxiu and Zhao Guanglei a chance to snatch the children back from Chang Rongrong's arms. If these two children were drenched in the rain, even the most powerful gods would struggle to save them. Chang Rongrong, frightened, crouched down with her head covered. However, after waiting for some time, she didn't feel any sign of the landslide or mudslide rushing into the village. A while later, she slowly stood up, astonished. Did the Mountain Protection Project really stop them? Zhao Guanglei confidently affirmed. It must be the key role of the Mountain Protection Project built 3 months in advance. Those solid earth walls, anti-slide piles, and retaining dams all helped Dongdong Mountain and Guangguan Mountain withstand landslides and mudslides. In fact, many villagers were terrified, not just Chang Rongrong. Even though they knew a mountain protection project had been constructed on the mountain, when faced with death, fear overrode everything, driving them to flee by instinct. Fortunately, other family members managed to stop them. After all, it was already dark outside, and with heavy rain, going out would be extremely dangerous. However, quite a number of people firmly believed Zhao Taohua's words and trusted that the Mountain Protection Project could safeguard everyone. As expected, after some time, everyone finally calmed down, having weathered through this severe natural disaster. The torrential rain lasted for an entire day and night, during which everyone stayed at home, unable to go out. Last night, Xinming slept in the east room with Zhao Ergu, while Zhao Taohua and Mrs. Qian rested in the west room. That night, Zhao Taohua inexplicably dreamed about Xinming. In her dream, he stood before her, taking off his wet clothes. After removing his shirt, he took off his trousers as well. His long, drenched hair hung loosely over his body, with rainwater flowing down along his abdominal muscles. Zhao Taohua couldn't tear her eyes away. When Zhao Taohua woke up, she was dazed. She didn't know why she would have such a dream. Could it be because last night she glanced at Xinming a bit too much? During breakfast, she briefly looked at Xinming and immediately averted her gaze, not daring to look again. Though he was fully clothed, for some reason, every glance made her brain involuntarily replay the scene from her dream, where he willingly undressed. She hurriedly finished her breakfast and returned to the main hall, immediately taking out the damaged ghost coin. Who exactly gave this ghost coin to the great ancestor back then? If that could be determined, then the person behind all this could also be found. Zhao Taohua flipped the ghost coin, attempting to activate her cultivation to perform divination, but soon realized her inner energy wasn't enough. This ghost coin itself was extraordinary, making the divination more difficult than if it were conducted against the great ancestor's spirit tablet. Just as Zhao Taohua was looking worried, Shinming walked in after finishing breakfast. Upon seeing him, Zhao Taohua's eyes lit up, and she directly approached him. Chapter 139. The First Time Hurts. Shinming brother. Zhao Taohua took big steps forward, hooked Shinming's neck, and stood on tiptoe to pull him down by his neck. Shinming's heart raced due to Zhao Taohua's sudden movement. Her face magnified suddenly in front of him. Taohua sister Yuug. Before Shinming could finish his sentence, Zhao Taohua pressed her lips to his, completely silencing him. He was too tall. Zhao Taohua had to struggle to pull him down further so that she could deepen the kiss. Shinming felt as if his body were being set ablaze by Zhao Taohua. It was barely June, yet outside it was still pouring rain. It shouldn't be this hot. In the main room, the 5 spirits averted their eyes, pretending not to see what just happened. Suddenly, the 5 spirits heard footsteps from outside, sounding like those of Mrs. Qian. Cough, cough. They immediately made noises to alert the two while walking towards the door of the hall, using their bodies to block Mrs. Qian from seeing Zhao Taohua and Shinming kissing. Though Zhao Taohua and Shinming were already engaged, according to the rules of Zhao family village, their behavior now constituted overstepping boundaries. Even if Zhao Taohua liked Shinming immensely, this was still unacceptable. When Zhao Taohua heard the noise from the 5 spirits, she quickly released Shinming. She acted furtively, as if a thief, pressing her lips together and hurriedly sitting on the chair beside her. She forgot where she was and completely didn't hear Mrs. Qian's approaching footsteps while they were kissing. Thinking about it, she pulled out the spirit coin that hadn't been fully imbued with energy. Even after injecting her spirit power into it, it still wasn't enough. Zhao Taohua looked up at Shinming. By then, Shinming had also heard the sounds of Mrs. Qian and the 5 spirits talking. He glanced at Zhao Taohua first, then pretended as if nothing had happened and sat on a random stool. But as soon as he sat down, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Taohua again. Unexpectedly, upon raising his eyes, he met Zhao Taohua's burning gaze. Immediately, Shinming's breathing tightened, and he couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from curving upward, feeling as sweet as if he had eaten honey. After Mrs. Qian finished speaking with the 5 spirits and entered, she saw Taohua and Shinming looking tenderly at each other. It was as if their gazes could draw threads between them. Seeing their good relationship, Mrs. Qian felt delighted inside. The two liked each other, surely leading to a harmonious future life. Moreover, Shinming's family lived in the same village, without leaving the village. In the future, whenever she missed Taohua, she could go see her anytime. It was now the first day of the 6th month, with only a little over a month until Taohua's wedding. Since the day Taohua became engaged, Mrs. Qian began preparing for her marriage. But there were simply too many things to prepare, and still many were left undone. Once the thought arose that her Taohua was about to get married, Mrs. Qian's heart held some reluctance. Mrs. Qian took a basket and went to the kitchen, conveniently taking the 5 spirits along to leave, not wanting them to remain here as a third wheel. After they all left, the entire hall was left with only Zhao Taohua and Shinming. Shinming twitched his ears, hearing that they had all entered the kitchen. Then he got up and walked toward Zhao Taohua. Leaning down, he supported both hands on the armrests of the chair, covering Zhao Taohua completely with his whole figure. Taohua's sister. As Zhao Taohua tilted her head back, he accurately aimed at her lips for a kiss. Zhao Taohua felt this kiss much more fierce than before, as if he would swallow her whole. This made Zhao Taohua feel not only startled, but also a previously unknown sense of fear rising in her heart. The pressure emanating from Shinming, as well as the feeling that he seemed to want to engulf her entirely, made her fearful. For the first time during physical contact with him, she wanted to retreat. Her eyes widened as she watched Shinming continue with his eyes tightly shut, fully immersed in the kiss. In panic, Zhao Taohua pushed him away. When Shinming opened his eyes, his gaze was filled with an unfinished yearning. Only then did Zhao Taohua realize a serious issue. She seemed to have unintentionally taught Shinming to become closer to her, his insatiable desire being something she could clearly feel. But she, back in the 21st century, her experience in romance only extended to holding hands and kisses, nothing beyond that had ever been part of her. After coming here, she learned quite a bit from 2 picture books. Thinking of this, Zhao Taohua's feet began nervously rubbing against the ground. Could it be that in the future, she must be like the images with Shinming? Yet, rumors said the first time would hurt, and yet others claimed the first time wouldn't hurt. Taohua sister, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable? Caught off guard by Zhao Taohua pushing him away, Shinming's voice carried a hint of vigil, fearing that his kiss made Zhao Taohua unhappy. Therefore, very humbly, he asked her carefully, wanting to know what he had done incorrectly. Zhao Taohua shook her head repeatedly. The thought that she and Shinming would be married in just over a month made her heart race, and her cheeks turned as red as ripe persimmons. Brother Shinming, I just remembered that all my talismans for peace seem to have been sold out. I'll go back to my room and draw some more. With that, Zhao Taohua fled back to the west room. However, after shutting the door and laying out the yellow paper, she had no intention at all to draw any talismans. Currently, there wasn't enough spiritual energy, but she was also afraid to get close to Shinming again. The spiritual energy gained from just holding hands was too little. While Zhao Taohua was caught up in these thoughts, before she knew it, it was already afternoon. The heavy rain finally stopped, and villagers started coming out. Look quickly, there's a rainbow. After the storm passed, everyone's mood was exceptionally good seeing the rainbow. Mrs. Feng said with lingering fear. Last night, the commotion on the mountain made me think I was about to meet my ancestors at 66. Chao Chunxiang echoed. Who would say otherwise? I haven't lived long enough. Chong Rongrong, reminiscing about what happened last night, almost shed tears. Thanks to the timely intervention of Xingqiu and her father, the two children were kept safe from the torrential rain. Otherwise, they would surely have fallen gravely ill, with unimaginable consequences. Through this incident, Chang Rongrong felt immense respect for Zhao Taohua in her heart. Sister Taohua is truly remarkable. She divined 3 months ago that the village would experience a massive downpour and even ensured the mountain protection works were constructed precisely and robustly. Chang Rongrong marveled. Having safely weathered the storm, everyone could now resume earning money at the embroidery workshop, and the villagers guarding the village continued to hold their posts. Zhao Taohua, seeing that the landslides and mudslides triggered by the storm had been successfully contained, felt relieved. After the heavy rain, many things that had previously remained hidden deep within the mountains were now washed out. She summoned Ganger Spirit and Fungus Mother Spirit. Perched on Ganger Spirit's shoulders, she went up the mountain to stock up a bit. Right after the storm ended, many spirits and monsters hadn't yet recovered, so capturing a few to use would be easy. Ganger Spirit asked no questions, and wherever Zhao Taohua pointed, he went. First, Zhao Taohua arrived at the retention dam of Guanguan Mountain. There were 6 retention dams here altogether. When she reached the outermost one, she immediately spotted something she wanted. Ganger Spirit and Fungus Mother Spirit saw it too. Master, isn't that Tadpole Spirit? Asked Fungus Mother Spirit. Chapter 140, Young Toad Spirit. Zhao Taohua nodded. You bring it up. Yes. After the Fungal Mother Spirit responded, many fungal filaments immediately grew in the water of the dam. They quickly wove into a leak-proof fungal net, and it was scooped out with this net. This fungal net was thin and nearly transparent, allowing Zhao Taohua to clearly see the little thing inside through it. The Tadpole Spirit had a perfectly round head, resembling a black pearl. On each side of its head were large and shiny eyes that curiously observed the surroundings. Its tail was long and fine, like a light silk ribbon. It was semi-transparent, swaying gracefully and lightly moving in the water. What pleased Zhao Taohua was that this small tadpole was brightly colored and very beautiful to look at. It wore a bright yellow-green color with ink-black spots scattered across it, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Zhao Taohua handed the fungal net to the Fungal Mother Spirit. Hold it well. We need to continue going up to catch more young tadpole spirits. Sure enough, as Zhao Taohua had said, each level up of the dam held a few tadpole spirits in its reservoir. Furthermore, the higher up they went, the more tadpole spirits were hidden in the dams. In the end, 42 tadpole spirits were caught from the 6 dam levels. Looking at the small tadpoles swimming inside the fungal net, Zhao Taohua smiled happily. Let's go home. This harvest far exceeded her expectations. She thought she would probably only catch 8 or 10 at most, but unexpectedly, there were more than 40. Back at home, Zhao Taohua took out an unused large vat, first filling it halfway with water, then putting all 42 tadpole spirits into it. The other 3 spirit monsters gathered around. Moon Event Spirit questioned, Young Zhao, you're raising tadpoles? These tadpole spirits are still young. They haven't grown their 4 legs yet, and their tails remain intact. Though they are spirits, currently, they can only stay in the water. If they leave it, they will die. One could say that these young tadpole spirits are at the bottom of the food chain, being easily preyed on by other fish in the water. Birds flying above would also capture them. For a small tadpole spirit to grow up, it takes at least 50 years. In this long 50-year period, how many times must they survive the attacks of predators? Therefore, despite the massive numbers of small tadpole spirits, very few will eventually grow up safely. Durian Spirit looked at the small tadpole spirits swimming back and forth in the vat. Big Sister Zhao, they're so cute. As the sky grew darker, they actually emitted a yellow-green glow in the water, and their eyes had brown-red rings around them. Snail Spirit asked, Taoist Zhao, what do they eat? If living in the wild, the water would contain many mosquito larvae and water fleas, these types of plankton. The stickler quickly came up with an idea. We have rice at our place, or we could feed them boiled egg yolk. High in nutrients, they would grow faster. Fungal Mother Spirit looked toward Zhao Taohua, sensing that she already had a plan in mind. Although rice and egg yolk are high in nutrition, for the tadpole spirits, they would only shorten the 50-year growth cycle to 40 years at best. They eat this. Indeed, the next moment, Zhao Taohua pulled out a cultivation crystal stone with over 100 years of essence. Instantly, all 5 spirit beings stared in amazement. A cultivation crystal stone with over 100 years of essence. Could anyone not be moved when they saw it? Especially for snail spirits and fungal mother spirits like those 2 creatures. They were able to transform into human form after eating cultivation crystal stones given by Zhao Taohua. However, the cultivation crystal stones they ate back then were over 200 years old, and each got one. Unlike these little snail spirits who had to share a crystal that was over 100 years old among 42 of them. At the moment Zhao Taohua took out the crystal stone, every single young tadpole in the vat seemed to sense something and floated to the surface. Their eyes locked straight onto the crystal stone in Zhao Taohua's hand, full of yearning. Smiling faintly, Zhao Taohua threw the crystal stone into the vat, and the 42 tadpoles immediately surrounded it. Each tried desperately to get to the front and press against the crystal stone, consuming its essence. Durian Spirit lay on the edge of the vat, amused by their frenzied scramble. Big Sister Zhao, their glow is brighter than before. As the night deepened, these tadpoles in the vat resembled a jar of fireflies, gradually illuminating the entire courtyard with their glow. Not long after, Durian Spirit shouted again. Big Sister Zhao, come take a look. Hasn't this little tadpole spirit grown its back legs? There, near the base of its tail, even the toes are visible. Durian Spirit pointed to a particular tadpole spirit in the vat. Lowering her gaze, Zhao Taohua watched as that tadpole spirit seemed to feel her eyes upon it and swam towards the surface. When its round head emerged from the water, it opened its mouth and cried out, "Mother, mother." Zhao Taohua herself was completely stunned. Not just Zhao Taohua, but the other 5 spirit beings as well were all equally astonished, unable to believe what the young tadpole spirit had just called out. Mother? The fungal mother spirit glanced at the young tadpole spirit's seemingly foolish expressions. Was this some sort of top-notch flattery? Were they better at it than her? Zhao Taohua, however, found herself laughing and crying with embarrassment. She wasn't even married yet. Where were these children coming from? Moments later, more and more tadpole spirits began sprouting hind legs, all floating to the surface and calling out to Zhao Taohua, "Mother, mother." Qian's family and Zhao Erden also came out upon hearing the commotion. Qian's family, seeing so many little tadpoles calling Zhao Taohua mother, laughed delightedly. What a good omen. Our Taohua will surely have many children in the future. Zhao Taohua's face instantly turned bright red. What was her mother talking about? Having children? Fortunately, Xinming wasn't here, or she'd have had to find a crack to hide in. By the time the crystal stone disappeared completely, all 42 tadpole spirits had grown their hind legs and were calling Zhao Taohua mother. Their bodies grew larger too. Originally half of that of water, now the water level rose noticeably higher. Zhao Taohua then pulled out a second crystal stone cultivated over 100 years, making the 42 tadpole spirits chirp happily with excitement. Despite their noisy chatter, their voices harmonized beautifully without being jarring or unpleasant to listen to. When Zhao Taohua tossed the second crystal stone into the vat, they immediately scrambled underwater toward it, all striving for a taste. Sister Zhao, the tadpole spirits have grown larger again, and they've sprouted front legs. The durian spirit exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, the water level in the vat rose yet again. At this moment, every tadpole spirit in the vat shone brighter than ever, illuminating the entire Zhao household courtyard. Satisfied with the transformation inside the vat, Zhao Taohua observed that the tadpole spirits had not only grown, but also increased their spiritual power. Once all the tadpole spirits finished devouring the second crystal stone and sprouted their front legs, she threw in the last crystal stone. Now came the crucial moment. This time, Zhao Taohua leaned forward, closely watching the changes happening within the vat. One of the tadpole spirits transformed the fastest. First, its tail gradually shortened until it completely disappeared, turning it into. Shocked, the durian spirit said, "Is this an infant frog spirit?" Chapter 141. Who dares to say no? Mommy. Moreover, not just one little tadpole turned into a young frog spirit. Soon, one after another young frog spirit jumped out of the jar. They formed a circle by the water jar and called out in succession, "Mommy." Zhao Taohua extended her hand toward one of the young frog spirits, and it cleverly leaped onto her palm. Its body was very light, and when it landed on her palm, there was a ticklish feeling with a sensation of coldness. Just 3 crystal stones of century-old cultivation made all 42 little tadpole spirits transform into young frog spirits, which Zhao Taohua found quite satisfying. Looking at these young frog spirits, Zhao Taohua suddenly had an idea. She took 4 young frog spirits to find the village chief at the embroidery workshop. Everyone who saw the small young frogs on her shoulders was captivated by their good looks. They were small and delicate, with a yellow-green hue, and their skin even shimmered with a faint glow, making them very attractive. "Taohua, where did you buy these little frogs on your shoulder? I'll also buy one for my grandson to play with." Grandma Chu asked. Zhao Shengyan noticed that the line of small frogs' eyes were moving and said, "How I see it, they don't look fake." Zhao Lianhua also noticed something amiss. She leaned closer and exclaimed, "Hey, they're alive." Seeing everyone's curiosity about the young frog spirits on her shoulder, Zhao Taohua simply explained, "They aren't just frogs, they are actually young frog spirits." Upon hearing this, the crowd showed both anger and shock, unbelieving that they were actually spirits. Zhao Shengyan admired, "Sister Taohua, have you tamed for young frog spirits? You're so talented." Indeed, Sister Taohua's Taoist methods are powerful, none can match her in this aspect. "Brother Shengyan, it's not just 4, I still have 38 others at home." Zhao Taohua continued, walking towards the village chief. "Grandpa Chief, I want to place these 4 young frog spirits on our village guard team, allowing them to protect the village together with everyone else. There are 4 directions, and we can place 1 in each direction. With the young frog spirits around, if we encounter some evil spirits or other dangers, it will be safer. Alright, let's go send these 4 young frog spirits over now." The village chief trusted Zhao Taohua deeply, believing her words entirely. However, some inside the embroidery workshop looking at the 4 young frog spirits on Zhao Taohua's shoulders felt suspicious. Zhao Shengzhu worried. The young frog spirits are so small, what can they really do? I remember seeing a toad monster before that was extremely large. Its destructive power was immense, and its body had corrosive mucus. It easily destroyed the barrier dam we built, causing us half a month to repair it. He personally watched the toad monster run into the deep mountains and witnessed Zhao Taohua fight against 2 such monsters. All those toad monsters were hideously massive and terrifying. Nothing like these for elegant and beautiful young frog spirits, appearing completely harmless. Feng Quan also chimed in. "I think the young frog spirits won't be effective." Just as everyone followed this line of thought, Shunming's voice suddenly cut in. To be pretty and small isn't a flaw or indicative of inability. Upon this remark, Zhao Xiangping immediately glared at Zhao Shengzhu and Feng Quan, scolding. "Does it have to be ugly and huge to be deemed capable by you?" Who among you dare say that Taohua's durian spirit isn't capable? Zhao Xinghua quickly spoke up. The durian spirit is highly capable. Don't judge by her 6-year-old appearance. During our last visit to return the engagement of the Lang family, we were almost imprisoned by the servants of the Lang household. With dozens trying to capture us and detain us, it was the durian spirit stench that rendered those servants incapable of holding us. I believe every spirit raised by Sister Taohua has unique abilities. The clan leader nodded in agreement. Having spirits guarding the village together is definitely better than having none. When the village chief and Zhao Taohua reached the village guard team and handed the young frog spirits over to the villagers, similar questions were posed. As Feng Shan watched Zhao Taohua place the egg-sized young frog spirit on his shoulder, he slightly frowned and asked disdainfully, Sister Taohua, what can it possibly do? The village chief slapped him on the head. Don't worry, it's surely stronger than just you and the other guy standing here. Although Feng Shan received a scolding from the village chief, he still didn't feel convinced. Zhao Taohua read his mind and explained, the young frog spirits have a wide field of vision. Without turning their heads, they can see a significant portion of the sides and back, and they have excellent distance vision. As she was speaking, the young frog spirit jumped onto Feng Shan's head. It was only because it had been with its mother that it sat on her shoulder. It treated Feng Shan casually. Suddenly, the young frog spirit moved its eyes and called out, Mother, a girl is coming. Feng Shan and Zhao Xinghu were startled upon hearing the sound. Could it be that this young frog spirit could speak? Then, the two of them began looking around. Their post was at a village path before an outer road leading into the village, allowing them to also see the mountain conditions. However, no matter which direction they looked, not only was there no girl in sight, but not even a single person could be seen. The same was true for the village chief. But the direction the young frog spirit spoke toward was clearly this path leading into the village. Could it be that a girl really was about to enter the village from this road, though they hadn't seen her yet while it had already spotted her? At this moment, Feng Shan suddenly shouted excitedly, Quick look! A girl is really coming over. It looks like Jiang Juer, Zhao Feng's younger aunt. Good heavens, it's miraculous. From far away, Jiang Juer hadn't even appeared on this road yet, and it knew everything. In this instant, Feng Shan believed in the young frog spirit's far-reaching vision. Having the young frog spirit follow them would make guarding the village with the village chief easier. Nobody would dare sneak into the village unseen. There'd be no way she'd slip by under their watchful eyes. Just as Feng Shan was speaking, Jiang Juer had already arrived. Sister Jiang Chuier had been married into Zhaojia Village for 3 months and had come many times, so she was already familiar with the village chief, especially Zhao Taohua. She knew Zhao Taohua was Shun Ming's fiancé, and they had become engaged shortly after her sister's wedding. Grandpa Village Chief. Jiang Juer greeted the village chief and then quickly left. Zhao Xinghu gazed at her slim figure, the semi-old blue clothes and trousers on her body accentuating her slender waist and full hips with every step. Who's this? Zhao Xinghu asked curiously. Jiang Juer, Zhao Feng's younger aunt. The village chief explained briefly. Upon hearing this, Feng Quan glanced at Zhao Taohua. Isn't she related to Sister Taohua? Taohua is Zhao Feng's cousin. It's normal that I don't recognize her since I don't live in the Zhao family estate, Zhao Taohua said. However, just now, when Zhao Taohua looked at Jiang Chuier, it was clear that the other side had recognized her, but deliberately acted as if they didn't know each other. Immediately, Zhao Taohua thought of Shen Ming. She feared it might be because of her engagement to Shen Ming that Jiang Juer bore some ill feelings toward her. Back when Jiang Chuier confessed her love to Shen Ming during Jiang Chuier's marriage to Zhao Feng, she had witnessed it firsthand. Knowing her current engagement to Shen Ming, Jiang Juer surely wouldn't have a good face for her. However, at this moment, Jiang Chuier was embroidering inside her embroidery workshop, and Shen Ming was also there. With this in mind, Zhao Taohua hurriedly ran toward the embroidery workshop. Chapter 142. Sister Taohua, I'm scared. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the embroidery shop, she saw Jiang Juer's eyes fixed on Shen Ming. Shen Ming had only been learning embroidery for a little over half a month, and his skills were not yet proficient. Jiang Juer, watching his clumsy handling of the needle and thread, immediately could not help herself and stepped forward to offer guidance. Brother Shen Ming, your stitches are too far apart. They should be like this. As Jiang Juer spoke, she was about to take the needle directly from Shen Ming's hand. Zhao Taohua's gaze instantly turned cold, like a thin layer of frost had formed over it, and her cheeks slightly puffed out. The others, seeing her arrival, all looked at her. Jiang Chuier hurriedly tried to warn her younger sister Jiang Juer with a voice. Just as Jiang Juer was about to take the needle from Shen Ming's hands, Shen Ming suddenly moved away in an instant as if he teleported, putting distance between them. Jiang Juer's extended hand hung, suspended in midair. Realizing Shen Ming was avoiding her as much as possible and seeing everyone else's glance, her face flushed red from embarrassment. She had never been so publicly humiliated in front of so many people. Jiang Chuier quickly reprimanded. Juer, what are you doing chasing him away? Get back here right now. Who didn't know that Shen Ming and Zhao Taohua were already betrothed? If Juer acted overly intimate with an engaged man, it would harm her reputation. After all, she was already 15 years old and still unmarried. At that moment, Jiang Chuier confirmed one thing. Her younger sister truly liked Shen Ming. Hearing her sister's voice, Jiang Juer quickly lowered her head and walked back to her side. Under her sister's lead, she left the embroidery shop, only then feeling the burning sensation on her face subside somewhat. Shen Ming had already noticed Zhao Taohua's angry expression after dodging Jiang Juer. His mood became unusually pleasant. Little sister Taohua was jealous. Little sister Taohua's jealous expression was so cute. Seeing how swiftly he avoided Zhang Juer, Zhao Taohua's expression gradually returned to calm. After Zhang Chui'er took Zhang Juer back to the Zhao family residence, she severely scolded her. Zhang Chui'er closed the door, lowered her voice, and cursed. Are you crazy? Juer, no matter how much you may like Shen Ming, get rid of this thought right away. He won't possibly like you, and you also won't make him fall for you. Don't ruin your own reputation or your future because of him. Take a look at my younger sister-in-law Lianhua. Her reputation is completely destroyed, which is why matchmakers don't even try to find her a suitable match anymore. Everyone in the Zhao family old house has given up on arranging her marriage and plans to keep her home forever. Do you want to end up like her, remaining unmarried for life, staying home as an old maid? Normally gentle, Zhang Chui'er today used the sternest tone to scold Zhang Juer, who started sobbing, dropping tears profusely as if wishing to bury her head in the ground. After a while, when Zhang Chui'er finally finished her tirade, she questioned, Did you hear everything I just said? Zhang Juer cried, Werchidig saying, But I just really like him. I can't control myself when I see him. Zhang Chui'er sighed deeply upon hearing this, realizing she was beyond help. From now on, do not come to Zhao Village anymore. I will tell our parents to arrange your marriage as soon as possible. That's all. Stop crying. Wipe your tears clean, and I won't invite you to eat dinner here today. Just go back home. Enraged beyond measure, Zhang Chui'er lost all the gentleness expected of an elder sister. She was no longer the magnanimous eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhao family ancestral home either. Besides Zhao Lei, everyone else in the Zhao family ancestral home was present at the embroidery workshop. Everyone had witnessed the foolish act of Zhang Juer earlier today. Most of the villagers had seen it as well. Not only did she bring shame to her fiancé's household, but also to the entire village. When Zhang Juer realized she wasn't invited for dinner nor asked to stay overnight for 2 days, but rather was sent off abruptly, she ran outside in frustration, her tears uncontrollably streaming down her face like a breached dam. Crying too hard, she failed to notice where she was stepping. Only when she came to her senses did she realize that instead of taking the village road of Zhao, she had climbed uphill. Looking around, she thought that continuing a bit further would lead her back to the flat village road. Suasua. As she was about to continue walking forward, there was suddenly a soft rustling sound from behind. It was growing darker, making visibility unclear. Alone halfway up the mountain, her fear intensified. She hurried her pace forward. As she moved, she seemed to hear the noise behind her getting louder. Out of both fear and curiosity, she turned around. Behind her, she spotted a chubby man closely trailing her with a sly grin on his face. Miss Jiang, going home so late. Why not stay over at Zhao Village tonight? While speaking, the man stepped closer to her one step at a time. His footsteps felt like heavy hammers striking Zhang Juer's heart. You aren't you? Earlier, she had seen him entering the village. He was one of the villagers from Zhao Village. Zhao Xinghu grinned and said, I just passed by the embroidery shop and heard that you like Shen Ming, and you even want to seduce him? Since you're already feeling so amorous, why don't you let Big Brother take good care of you? After saying this, Zhao Xinghu quickened his pace, taking a swift step forward to block her path and grabbing Zhang Juer's slender arm. Zhang Juer widened her eyes in horror, her throat as if gripped by an invisible hand, wanting to scream for help but unable to produce any sound. She smelled the nauseating sweat odor from Zhao Xinghu and struggled to shake her head, trying to run but found her legs heavy as lead. A lewd grin appeared on Zhao Xinghu's face as he promised. Big Brother will definitely not treat you poorly. After I divorce my current wife, I'll marry you. Slap. Before Zhao Xinghu could finish his sentence, his left cheek was struck by a red whip that seemed to come out of nowhere. Slap, slap, slap. Zhao Xinghu was slapped dozens of times in succession, stunning him completely, his head dizzy. In a daze, it seemed like he saw a small frog extending a long tongue to slap his ears. The moment Zhang Juer saw the young frog spirit using its tongue to strike Zhao Xinghu, she was startled at first, then quickly recalled something. Earlier at the village entrance, she had seen Zhao Taohua's palm also bearing one of these. Is it Zhao Taohua's familiar? First, the young frog spirit made Zhao Xinghu dizzy and defenseless. Then it spat out a bubble imprisoning Zhao Xinghu within it. When Zhang Juer saw Zhao Xinghu trapped inside the bubble, she finally relaxed, though her nerves were still tightly strung. Are you alright? Zhao Taohua's voice suddenly came from behind. Zhang Juer turned around to see her, tears streaming uncontrollably. She directly hugged Zhao Taohua. Her voice trembled with crying. Sister Taohua. He tried to force himself on me. Zhao Taohua looked at Zhao Xinghu, whose 2 cheeks had been slapped until they resembled pig heads. Just now, she had heard the first baby frog spirit's call and immediately rushed over. The baby frog spirit not only had excellent vision during the day, but also at night. She never would have thought that Zhao Xinghu, who usually seemed such a decent person, was actually so filthy. He was already married, had a wife, and even a 10-year-old son, yet he harbored such evil intentions. Number 1. Quietly send him to the village chief's house. Let the village chief deal with this matter. Zhao Taohua commanded. Now, Zhao Xinghu finally knew fear. If he was sent to the village chief's house, he'd be finished. The village chief would surely punish him according to the village rules. He hurriedly began tapping on the bubble, begging Zhao Taohua. Sister Taohua, please release me. I just pulled her hand. I didn't do anything else. Be quiet. Zhao Taohua gave him a look of disgust before sticking a silencing talisman onto the bubble. From then on, no matter what Zhao Xinghu shouted inside, they couldn't hear him anymore. While it was dark, the young frog spirit silently flew through the village with the bubble, unnoticed by anyone. Jiang Zhuer didn't expect Zhao Taohua to be so thoughtful, sending Zhao Xinghu secretly to the village chief's house to avoid ruining her reputation. She sneakily glanced at Zhao Taohua's side profile, moonlight falling on her face, making her side profile appear more delicate and charming, every line meticulously carved as if by skilled hands, beautiful enough to hold your gaze. Jiang Zhuer gazed at her profile, a wave of emotion rippling in her heart, not only amazed by her appearance, but deeply touched by her pure and clear-hearted nature, akin to moonlight. Jiang Zhuer subtly took Zhao Taohua's hand and whispered softly, "Sister Taohua, I'm scared, can I hold your hand and walk together?" Chapter 143, Village Rules. Zhao Taohua thought that she might have been scared by Zhao Xinghu, the rogue, just now, so at this moment she was particularly frightened and thus nodded. Jiang Zhuer slightly bowed her head, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Taohua sister, you're so nice. No wonder brother Shinming likes you so much. He doesn't look at any other girl. If I were a man, I would certainly marry Sister Taohua too." Jiang Zhuer and Zhao Taohua, hand in hand, walked together towards the village chief's house. For some unknown reason, Jiang Zhuer felt very secure walking with Zhao Taohua. It seemed as if Zhao Taohua could do anything, from ascending to the heavens to descending into the earth. Just as Zhao Taohua and the other had entered the village chief's house and closed the courtyard gate, a bubble descended from the sky. The village chief, Grandma Yang, and others all looked astonished at this enormous bubble. Zhao Shengyue said with a note of surprise, "There's someone inside? Doesn't that face seem familiar?" At this point, the village chief recognized the person. Xinghu. Upon being identified by the village chief, Zhao Xinghu's complexion turned ashen white. He knew he was done for, trembling with fear and shrinking back within the bubble like a deflated balloon. "Taohua, what crime did Zhao Xinghu commit?" The village chief understood Zhao Taohua's character well. It was impossible for her to bring someone here without good reason. "Grandpa village chief, on my way home, he suddenly appeared and tried to commit an unspeakable act. Fortunately, Sister Taohua's spirit arrived in time, saving me and confining him in this large bubble," Jiang Zhuer explained after kneeling down before the village chief. Startled, the village chief took a glance at Zhao Xinghu, only to see him sitting there in utter despair, neither defending himself nor refuting the accusation. Thus, he knew what Jiang Zhuer said was true. Enraged, the hair on the village chief's head stood up. He hadn't expected that after increasing the number of frog spirits in the village, the first evildoer discovered would be from their own village. Pointing at Zhao Xinghu, the village chief scolded, "You, how could you do such a thing?" Disappointed beyond measure, the village chief was dismayed that such a low-character individual came from their own village. In order not to affect Jiang Zhuer's reputation, the village chief decided to implement the village rules under another name, accusing Zhao Xinghu of failing to protect the village upon being reported by a frog spirit. He was sentenced to 100 lashes with bamboo sticks and expelled from the village guard team. The village chief also warned Zhao Xinghu that if he dared spread the news of today's events, he would be immediately expelled from the village. As Zhao Xinghu emerged from the bubble, he was held down by brothers Zhao Guangming and Zhao Guangrong onto a bench while Zhao Guangliang administered the punishment. The bamboo stick was raised high by Zhao Guangliang, who then let out a sharp whoosh as it lashed against Zhao Xinghu's buttocks. A crisp sound echoed with the collision of the bamboo stick against flesh, causing Zhao Xinghu's body to shudder, screaming out in pain. Pain flashed across his face instantly, followed by the second whip strike. His pants split apart, revealing a bloodstain, his skin rapidly turning red and swollen. Both Zhao Taohua and Jiang Zhuer averted their eyes at the sight. Each time the whip landed, Zhao Xinghu emitted a wail of agony, echoing throughout Zhao Village. Many villagers wondered whose voice it was. Hearing the noise, it seems to be coming from the village chief's house. Zhao Xinglin, who lived next to the village chief's house, worriedly knocked on the door. "Grandma Yang, is everything all right at your place?" Ms. Yang opened the yard gate, allowing Zhao Xinglin in. Subsequently, other villagers entered as well. There they saw Zhao Xinghu's buttocks already torn open, blood continuously dripping and staining the ground beneath. By the 80th lash, Zhao Xinghu's legs began shaking, with looks of pity emerging on the surrounding villagers' faces. At Zhao's old residence, Zhao Xinghua said to Jiang Chui'er, "Sister-in-law, I just saw younger sister Zhuer heading eastward with Sister Taohua." "What?" Jiang Chui'er was greatly shocked. Her younger sister hadn't returned home yet? Could Shinming's house not be over there in the east? Was she actually going directly to Zhao Taohua and asking Shinming to choose between them? Where does she get such confidence? With no time left to prepare dinner, Jiang Chui'er handed the rice she'd just washed over to Zhao Xinghua. Right now, she regretted not personally sending Jiang Zhuer back to Black Bull Village herself, allowing her to continue creating trouble in Zhao family village. When Jiang Chui'er rushed towards Shinming's house, she unexpectedly heard cries of anguish from the men coming from the village chief's house, and many people gathered around. Without pausing to join the commotion, she hurried straight towards Shinming's house. But upon arrival, she found his yard gate firmly shut, pitch black, seemingly indicating his absence. She abruptly slapped her forehead, remembering how Shinming recently only returned after dining at Zhao's house. But if they aren't at Shinming's place, where could they possibly be? While worrying about this, Jiang Chui'er passed by the village chief's front door and glanced toward the yard without expecting to see the two individuals she sought standing there. Both of them stood with their backs to Zhao Xinghu as he underwent the village's punishment. What was going on? Why did she feel that the atmosphere between them was a little off? At this moment, Ren Shi, Zhao Xinghu's wife, ran in and, upon seeing Zhao Xinghu's bloodied buttocks, screamed as she tried to block the punishment. Zhao Guangming stopped her. Sister-in-law of Xinghu, your husband broke the village rules. There are still 10 more bamboo lashes to go. Another lash, and he will die. Rinshi shouted loudly. However, being only a woman, her strength was no match for Zhao Guangming's, so she could only watch helplessly as Zhao Xinghu received all 100 bamboo lashes. Rinshi asked with bewilderment. What exactly did my Xinghu break the village rules for? Guarding the village leader poorly. Now, he has been expelled from the village guard team. The village chief responded, but halfway through his speech, his gaze once again met Zhao Xinghu's. If he ever breaks the rules again, he'll be expelled from the village. This was both a warning to Zhao Xinghu and a reminder for him. Zhao Xinghu trembled at heart, terrified, and hastily retracted his gaze. Rinshi protested. What proof do you have to say that my Xinghu didn't guard the village chief well? The young frog spirit is the evidence, it reported him. As Rinshi angrily wanted to retort further, she heard Zhao Xinghu, lying across the bench, roar. You stupid hag. Why do you keep interfering? Don't you know you should help me back home and apply medicine instead? Zhao Xinghu cast a fierce glance at Rinshi, feeling humiliated arguing here with the village chief. She was old and fat. Just looking at her made him annoyed. He had truly had 8 lifetimes of bad luck marrying such a wife. Rinshi immediately shut up and obediently went over to help her husband stand. But at this point, Zhao Xinghu's bottom could not bear any movement without causing excruciating pain. In the end, Zhao Xinghu had to lie on a stretcher and be carried back home by others. When everyone had dispersed, Jiang Chui'er immediately stepped forward and pressed her voice low as she questioned Jiang Zhu'er. Why are you still here? Why are you Zhuchan bothering Sister Taohua? Before finishing, without giving Jiang Zhu'er any chance to explain, she apologized to Zhao Taohua. Sister Taohua, Jiang Zhu'er is ignorant. Don't take it personally. I apologize on behalf of what she did inside and outside the embroidery shop today. Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. Sister Zhu'er did not bother me. Instead, she encountered danger, and the young frog spirit called me. That's why we were together. Zhao Taohua narrated everything that had happened earlier at the halfway point of the mountain slope to Jiang Chui'er. Jiang Chui'er became thoroughly frightened, almost unable to imagine what would have happened if the young frog spirit hadn't shown up in time. Since there were still other people in the yard at the moment, the three spoke in hushed tones. Jiang Chui'er dared not appear overly agitated. She could only gaze at Jiang Zhu'er with concern. She warned Jiang Zhu'er softly. You're coming home with me now. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally escort you back to Black Bull Village. After thanking Zhao Taohua and the family of the village chief, Jiang Chui'er led Jiang Zhu'er away. With the issue resolved, Zhao Taohua also prepared to leave. Turning her head, she saw Shen Ming standing nearby, smiling and looking at her. Chapter 144. Did it hurt the night you got married? His peach blossom truly had a kind heart. She not only punished Zhao Xinghu, but also protected Jiang Zhu'er's reputation. Peach blossom, dinner is ready. Let's go home and eat. As he spoke, Shen Ming stepped forward and took Zhao Taohua's hand, and the two of them walked towards the Zhao family residence. There was 1 month left until their wedding. In the following month, both the Zhao family and the Shen family were very busy, each preparing a lot of things. The Zhao family had Aunt Qian and Zhao Ersh helping out, while the Shen family only had Shen Ming alone. He went to town and bought new furniture, redecorating his home completely. Finally, the day arrived on July 6th. According to custom, the bride's elders should give her dowry. Grandma's son added a pair of silver bracelets, Aunt Zhou added a pair of silver earrings, and Aunt Wang added a silver necklace. Even Jiang Chui'er, her sister-in-law, gave Zhao Taohua a box of rouge, and Zhao Xinghua gave her a pair of embroidered pillowcases showing mandarin ducks playing in water. Jiang Zhu'er, clinging to Jiang Chui'er, also came, giving Zhao Taohua a pair of silk flowers. Zhao Xingxiang returned specially today, presenting Zhao Taohua with a box of lip rouge. When Grandma and the two mother-in-laws from Zhao Taohua's maternal family saw that everyone from the old Zhao family residence had given something so valuable, they suddenly felt that the 3-foot red cloth they brought seemed somewhat inadequate. Aren't the people from the old Zhao family residence usually on bad terms with the Zhao family? Why are they all giving silver jewelry for Taohua's wedding? Could it be because the Zhao family village has become wealthy, and so the people have also become more generous? Taohua, our family is not as rich as your village. Take this red cloth, use it to sew clothes. Grandma shoved the 3-foot red cloth into Zhao Taohua's hands. It felt extremely rough, clearly the cheapest coarse cloth, costing only 4 large coins per foot. The smile on Zhao Taohua's face froze. Before she could speak, Jiang Zhu'er couldn't help herself anymore. Sister Taohua's grandma, your granddaughter is getting married and you add only 12 large coins worth of dowry? As far as I know, although your Huazhao village is not too rich, its harvest is not bad either, with an annual income of 3 taels. As soon as Jiang Zhu'er said this, the two mother-in-law's faces changed dramatically. Their family did earn a decent income, but the money spent on outsiders instead of family members wasn't considered important. If it weren't for the minimum of 3 feet of red cloth required, they would have even reduced it to just 1 foot. After all, they didn't benefit at all from the Zhao family. Adding extra dowry would just be wasted effort. The eldest mother-in-law chimed in. As long as the intention is there, it suffices. Moreover, now that the Zhao family is so wealthy, living in brick houses, driving ox carts, much wealthier than our family, they won't mind such trivialities. Wouldn't you agree, Taohua? Zhao Taohua looked at the greedy yet cunning eyes of the eldest mother-in-law, nodded, then replied. That's naturally true. As long as grandma, uncles, aunts, cousins come, it's enough. However, there is something I want to remind the eldest mother-in-law about. We have a lot of spirits in my house, not just the 5 you've seen earlier, but also 38 little ones. They're all here. Perhaps you haven't noticed them, but they guard our home very well. If anyone takes anything from our house, even a needle or thread, they will immediately appear. In fact, Aunt Qian had long fallen out with her own family, so these past few years, they rarely interacted with each other. Because Qian's family loved to take advantage of situations. Even when Aunt Qian and Uncle Zhao initially split from the old Zhao family residence, they never forgot to come over and sponge off them. They came empty-handed, but left with full baskets, always taking things back home. When openly forbidden, they would secretly steal. But the Zhao family also needed to survive, so later on, Aunt Qian got angry and stopped allowing her family inside the house. This time, the Qian family came because, despite not allowing them to sponge off, Aunt Qian still faithfully paid respects to Grandma and Grandpa during festivals and holidays, without fail. The eldest mother-in-law momentarily looked flustered, trying to laugh it off. What are you talking about, Taohua? How could I possibly be that kind of person? Zhao Taohua slightly curled the corner of her lips and didn't say another word. Inside the 4 rooms lived 38 young frog spirits. These spirits were like surveillance cameras, detecting any unusual movement instantly, and they would automatically activate their protective systems. After placing down the 3-foot red cloth, the eldest mother-in-law ran to the geese pen in the yard. Thinking no one was paying attention, she intended to grab the 2 goose eggs. Goose eggs were precious items. The feed for 1 goose could sustain 3 chickens, hence goose raising was rare. Moreover, eating goose eggs made children smarter, so upon seeing 2 goose eggs in the pen, her first reaction was to take them home. Unexpectedly, before her hand could touch the eggs, something suddenly struck her hand. The pain was sharp and burning, making her draw in a breath of cold air. Looking closely, she realized it was actually a small yellow-green frog. How dare this little thing hit her? Big sister-in-law was so angry that she wanted to grab the little thing and smash it to death, but unexpectedly, this tiny creature was extraordinarily quick. She couldn't catch it at all, and instead ended up being played with like a monkey. She abandoned trying to catch it and went back to taking the goose eggs, but then her hand was hit again. At this moment, even if big sister-in-law were dim-witted, she realized. So this little thing was also a spirit kept by Zhao Taohua? Seething with anger, big sister-in-law stepped out of the goose pen, thoroughly infuriated that such a small creature was guarded so vigilantly. Indeed, the richer people were, the more stingy they became. In the evening, Zhao Xinghua and Jiang Zhuer both competed to sleep with Zhao Taohua, wanting to stay with the bride. One was her cousin, and the other was her sister-in-law's younger sister. Jiang Chuier saw Jiang Zhuer striving and couldn't help but feel an ache in her head. Don't bother me with nonsense. You're coming back with me. As Zhao Xinghua watched Jiang Zhuer being taken away, thinking she finally had her chance, it was then that Zhao Xingxiang interjected. The position to sleep with Sister Taohua tonight is mine alone. Back when I got married, she slept with me. So now it's my turn. Besides, you're an unmarried girl, whereas I have experience. With one sentence, Zhao Xinghua turned beet red, as did Zhao Taohua. In the end, Zhao Xingxiang secured the spot. Zhao Taohua worriedly asked, Sister Xingxiang, will it be okay for you not to return to Yangshu Village tonight? After all, Zhao Xingxiang was already a married woman. Lying down on the bed, Zhao Xingxiang carelessly said, It's fine. I already told Feng Shou yesterday that the night before your wedding must be spent with me. When the Qian family matriarch came in and saw Zhao Xingxiang sleeping with Zhao Taohua, she smiled approvingly. Sister Xingxiang, it's good that you're here. Teach Taohua some tricks tonight. After speaking, the matriarch reminded Zhao Taohua. Taohua, remember to take out that book and read it again. After the matriarch left, Zhao Xingxiang curiously asked, What book? Is it the same as the one I read that night? When Zhao Taohua pulled out the book from under her pillow and Zhao Xingxiang flipped through it, she indeed found it identical. Seeing the pictures in the illustrated book, Zhao Taohua's face immediately turned as red as though blood would drip from her embarrassment. Embarrassed, she timidly asked Zhao Xingxiang, Sister Xingxiang, did it hurt the night you got married? Chapter 145, The Bridal Party Has Arrived. Zhao Xingxiang's face immediately turned red. Even though they were the only 2 people in the room at this moment, she still reached out and whispered softly in Zhao Taohua's ear. He's rather gentle. It doesn't hurt too much, but it still hurts a little. Tomorrow night, let him be more gentle. It probably won't hurt as much then. As soon as Zhao Taohua heard that it might hurt a bit, her small face scrunched up. She was afraid of pain. Zhao Xingxiang had been married for over 2 months already. As someone with experience, she passed on a lot of advice to Zhao Taohua, much deeper than what was shown in simple illustrations. Taohua sister, listen to me. I guarantee you will be happy afterward. Zhao Taohua pushed her shoulder awkwardly, whispering, I know. The next day, before dawn, Zhao Taohua was pulled out of bed by Mrs. Qian, who sat her down carefully in front of the mirror to dress her up. Although Zhao Taohua was only marrying from one side of the village to another, as Mrs. Qian was doing her makeup, her heart was heavy with reluctance. In the blink of an eye, Taohua had grown into a young adult ready to marry. When Zhao Taohua saw Mrs. Qian start to tear up, she too suddenly felt a tug in her emotions, and an unexpected reluctance to part with Mrs. Qian arose. She had been in this world for almost a year now and had experienced much maternal love from Mrs. Qian, something she hadn't felt in her previous life. Standing up, she wiped away Mrs. Qian's tears and hugged her. Mother, I'll come back every day. Mrs. Qian pushed her away and wiped her tears. How can you run back to your parents' house every day after getting married? But the embroidery workshop is here, so I must definitely return every day. Hearing this, Mrs. Qian couldn't help but laugh through her tears, yet she still gave stern instructions. You should live harmoniously with Shun Ming in the future. You two need to respect each other. When there are conflicts, don't blurt out harsh words or get angry right away. Instead, try to resolve the conflicts. Understand? Mother, I understand. Don't worry, I'll be considerate of brother Shinming, Zhao Taohua reassured her. She thought the issues that Mrs. Qian was worried about wouldn't appear at all, because she herself wasn't an emotional person. Coaxing a man would work better than shouting. She was confident that she could coax Shinming under her thumb, unable to escape her influence. Not long after, Zhao Xingxiang rushed in, shouting, "The bridal party has arrived." Shinming sent a grand sedan chair with 8 bearers to fetch sister Taohua home. Though the Shen family wasn't far from the Zhao family, the wedding procession was large and bustling, with gongs and drums clanging and firecrackers exploding loudly along the way. 8 strong men lifted the grand sedan chair steady, its red body adorned with golden tassels and bright silk flowers, glittering under the sunlight. Shen Ming himself walked at the front of the procession wearing a magnificent bright red wedding robe, his demeanor full of unfettered joy. My goodness, an 8-person sedan chair. It's such an honor. This is our village's first time seeing an 8-person sedan chair used for a wedding. Villagers trailed behind the procession, enjoying the festive atmosphere. As the sounds of gongs and drums grew louder and closer, Zhao Taohua's emotions also became increasingly tense. Today, she would officially become someone else's wife. By the time the wedding procession reached the Zhao residence, Zhao Taohua had already finished dressing up. Her hair adorned with phoenix crowns, and her entire body covered in red satin. She looked exceptionally beautiful, almost unearthly. Mrs. Qian helped cover her face with a veil. Since Zhao Taohua didn't have any younger brothers, her cousin Zhao Yu carried her out from the Zhao home and into the wedding sedan chair. Maybe because she was wearing a red veil covering her face, she noticed the villagers' laughter and cheering even more clearly. Sitting inside the sedan chair, she anxiously rubbed her fingers until it stopped, and a large hand appeared under the veil. Sister Taohua, we've arrived. It's time to step down from the sedan chair. It was the familiar voice of Shenming. At the sound of his voice, Zhao Taohua's nervousness subsided slightly. She placed her hand in Shenming's palm and allowed him to lead her toward the Shen residence. Some voices outside exclaimed, "The bride is here." In front of the courtyard gates of the Shen family, red lanterns hung high, and red carpets covered the ground for celebration. A table filled with offerings was prepared inside the main hall. The first bow to heaven and earth. With the solemn announcement, Shen Ming led Zhao Taohua together, and they both bowed deeply toward the outside of the main hall, giving thanks to the heavens for granting them their bond. The second bow to the elders. Since Shen Ming's parents had passed away, Zhao Taohua's own parents, Zhao Ergu and Mrs. Qian, sat in the place of honor. Even though they were technically giving their daughter away, they were now accepting the couple's bows at the Shen residence, feeling a mix of happiness and sorrowful eyes tearing up. They both faced Zhao Ergu and Mrs. Qian and bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for raising them. The final bow between husband and wife. Zhao Taohua and Shen Ming stood opposite each other and bowed respectfully. Through the red veil, Zhao Taohua noticed the back of Shen Ming's head, which revealed itself due to the deep bow he made, causing her lips to curl upward subtly. Everyone noticed Shen Ming bent lower than Zhao Taohua, leading to laughter. Once the ceremonial rites were completed, Zhao Taohua was gently led by Zhao Xinghua into the bridal chamber. Sister Taohua, brother Shen Ming, said there are some snacks beside the pillow. If you're hungry, take them and eat. After saying that, Zhao Xinghua went out. After her mentioning, Zhao Taohua really felt hungry. Since waking up in the morning, she had been pulled by Mrs. Qian to get dressed in front of the mirror. She reached toward the pillow and indeed found a package there. She opened it and found jujube paste pastries inside. With one bite, the flaky exterior and the rich aroma of jujube wafted through the air, and the sweetness wasn't cloying. After finishing them, she realized the bed she was sitting on was covered with red dates and longan fruits. Their meanings were clear without needing explanation. Under the coverlet, Zhao Taohua's cheeks flushed hotly. Today Shen Ming married Zhao Taohua, and the entire village celebrated. People took turns offering their congratulations to Shen Ming, filling bowl after bowl of wine for him. Zhao Xingyan watched Shen Ming in his bright red wedding robe, then glanced toward the direction of the bridal chamber, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. It seemed Shen Ming had married Taohua's sister. He hoped Taohua's sister and Shen Ming would live happily ever after. If Shen Ming dared to bully her, he'd be the first not to let him off. Thinking this, he raised his wine bowl toward Shen Ming. Shen Ming, I wish you and Taohua's sister a lifetime of happiness together. Even though I don't have a sister, I consider Taohua's sister as if she were my own. If you dare hurt my sister, I will come as her family to stand up for her. This was Zhao Shengyan's warning. Shen Ming naturally knew Zhao Shengyan like Taohua. He responded, you won't have that chance. Taohua's sister and I will definitely be perfectly happy. As he spoke, Shen Ming raised his wine bowl to Zhao Shengyan and gulped down the contents in one go. Sullenly, Zhao Shengyan also drank all the wine in his bowl. On his way back, passing the table where Zhao Xinghua and Jiang Zhuer sat, he bent down between them. Shen Ming has already married Taohua's sister. From now on, both of you must stop having inappropriate thoughts. If anyone dares to interfere with Taohua's sister's happiness, I will not forgive you. Jiang Zhuer raised an eyebrow at him and issued an even sterner warning. Don't think I don't know your intentions. Taohua's sister is already married to Shen Ming. If you dare to disrupt their happiness, I will make sure your life is ruined forever. Zhao Xinghua lowered her voice and chimed in, I agree. Zhao Xingyan glared at them both, but Zhao Xinghua and Jiang Zhuer did not back down either. Zhao Xinglin, on the other hand, gazed enviously at Shen Ming. At 19, Shen Ming was married. and he himself was 20 but still unmarried. He raised his wine bowl and approached Zhao Lianhua. Sister Lianhua, I offer this toast to thank you for helping me take care of our medicinal fields before. Oh, about that thing, didn't Brother Xinglin give me money? Zhao Lianhua quickly stood up. 10 coins a day. During that time, she helped Zhao Xinglin take care of 4 acres of medicinal fields, saving quite a bit of money. Nearby, Zhao Xinghua, Jiang Zhuer, and Zhao Shengyan heard the exchange between the two and turned their heads to look at them. They overheard Zhao Xinglin asking Zhao Lianhua, Sister Lianhua, our house is now brick and tile, and I've saved some money too. In a few more months, I'll be able to buy an ox cart. Would you agree to marry me? Chapter 146, Surging Energy. Zhao Xinglin paused for a moment, his throat tightening as he asked the final question. Zhao Lianhua was shocked and looked up at him, thinking she might have hallucinated and misheard. Around them, the villagers laughed and talked merrily, with no one noticing what they were discussing. As Zhao Lianhua pretended to sit down because she hadn't heard clearly, suddenly, she noticed the gaze of Zhao Xinghua and her group. In an instant, Zhao Lianhua's face turned red like a monkey's bottom. Zhao Xinghua, Jiang Zhuer, and Zhao Shengyan couldn't believe that Zhao Xinglin actually liked Zhao Lianhua. Zhao Xinghua glanced at Zhao Xinglin. Although he used to be lazy and unambitious, after his mother Mrs. Su passed away, he stopped being idle, worked hard, built a house made of bricks, and had 4 mu of medicinal fields. With his current wealth, finding a wife would not be difficult for him, yet he wanted to marry his second cousin, who already had a tarnished reputation. From any perspective, it wasn't a loss for Zhao Lianhua to marry him. Zhao Xinghua grabbed Zhao Xinglin and said, Marriage is a big matter. The parents give their consent, and there is a formal proposal. If you really want to marry my cousin, let Aunt Yu act as the matchmaker and send betrothal gifts to our ancestral home. Xinghua, Zhao Lianhua called out Zhao Xinghua's name in a low voice, but she still didn't dare to look up at Zhao Xinglin. I understand, Lotus sister, wait for me. After finishing speaking, Zhao Xinglin left, leaving Zhao Lianhua sitting alone there, her heart in disarray. The 3 of Zhao Xinghua were excitedly surrounding her. Lotus sister, we didn't expect that he actually liked you? I thought so too. Why would he ask you to help look after his family's medicinal field and give you 10 coins every day? It turns out he already liked you back then. Listening to their words, Zhao Lianhua lowered her head even more, and her face became redder and redder. When Xinming sent off all the guests, it was already dark. The couple, Zhao Tree, and those from the Zhao family ancestral home helped clean up the yard neatly before leaving. Xinming closed the courtyard gate and quickly walked towards the bridal chamber. The swaying red candles made the new room exceptionally cozy. Zhao Taohua leaned on the bed frame almost asleep when she suddenly woke up hearing the door open. Sister Taohua, are you tired? Xinming gently lifted the red veil, and instantly, her peach blossom-like, charming face appeared before his eyes. Zhao Taohua slightly bowed her head, her cheeks flushed with a trace of shyness. The entire room was illuminated by red candles, and the quilt beneath her featured embroidered mandarin ducks in red. There were only the 2 of them in the room, each breath making Zhao Taohua feel increasingly tense. Xinming undid Zhao Taohua's intricate hair ornaments, revealing her long, jet-black, glossy hair like a waterfall cascading down. He saw Zhao Taohua in this manner for the first time, finally gaining a real sense that they were now married. He picked up the comb and began brushing her hair stroke by stroke. Then, he stood up and poured Zhao Taohua a cup of wedding wine, which they both drank together. The fruit wine was sweet, the sweetness spreading through Xinming's throat, filling him with sweetness and happiness. However, after drinking the wine, Zhao Taohua seemed even more nervous. He put the wine cup aside and asked, Sister Taohua, are you hungry? I can go heat up some food in the kitchen for you. No need. I've already eaten the pastries you bought me. Upon hearing this, Xinming softly embraced her and said, Sister Taohua, I'm hungry. Before Zhao Taohua could advise him to eat something, he leaned close and kissed her. The atmosphere inside the room instantly turned sultry. She could distinctly feel Xinming's hot, heavy breathing. Before she could say anything, she fell onto the bed with his movement. His large hand slowly moved upward around her waist. Wearing thin summer clothing, Zhao Taohua felt every spot he touched burning fiercely. A sudden image of the small drawings flashed in her mind, along with what Zhao Xingxiang had told her. She pressed her hands against Xinming's chest and pushed him forcefully away. Wait, just wait. Sister Taohua, what's wrong? Xinming's voice was hoarse, his gaze filled with longing and confusion. Brother Xinming, let me calculate a divination. Xinming looked at her incredulously. What kind of divination on their wedding night? But seeing Zhao Taohua seriously calculating, he could only suppress his inner desires, quietly sitting on the bed waiting for Zhao Taohua to finish. Finally, as Xinming saw Zhao Taohua put down the hand gestures and a hint of relaxation appeared on her face, he curiously asked, Sister Taohua, what did you calculate? Xinming's eyes carried laughter, guessing that Sister Taohua might be calculating how many children they will have tonight. Will they be boys or girls? Zhao Taohua, with a shy expression, replied, I just calculated whether it would hurt during the wedding night. Xinming's pupils slightly widened, a blush appearing on his face, his gaze on Zhao Taohua growing hotter. He asked, what does the divination say? It won't hurt, Zhao Taohua said. Then she earnestly reminded Xinming, Brother Xinming, you must be gentle later. Xinming was nearly overwhelmed by her bashful innocence and charm. He could no longer suppress the burning desire within him, his voice deep and hoarse as he promised, I will be extremely gentle. Lifting his hand, his fingers gently stroked her hair, trailing from her locks down to her cheek. His touch was as tender as if caressing a rare treasure. Slowly leaning in, His lips lightly touched hers, brimming with tender affection. His lips moved downwards, softly nibbling on her earlobe, causing Zhao Taohua's whole body to shiver, her hands unconsciously gripping his sleeves. As Shinming's lips trailed along her neck, Zhao Taohua slightly tilted her head back, her eyes full of shyness and tension. Suddenly, she felt the sash around her waist untied, exposing large patches of her skin. With Shinming's kisses continuing to descend along her neck, Zhao Taohua only felt her inner spiritual energy increasing far beyond any moment before. Unsure if it was due to the overflowing spiritual energy or for some other reason, she experienced a sensation of floating in the heavens. The two lay intertwined on the soft bridal quilt as the curtains swayed gently, the red candles casting light upon their entwined silhouettes. Shinming held Zhao Taohua's hands, intertwining their fingers while nibbling her earlobe. In a tender voice, he whispered, "Sister Taohua, I'm here." Before Zhao Taohua realized what happened, she sensed a faint pain. But before she could discern it, she felt herself rising, weightless, each strand of hair feeling like it floated in an ocean of spiritual energy, blissfully rolling in its waves. She stretched her arms, clinging tightly to Shinming's back, hugging him close. Oh, the direct contact between the plug and the power bank. How it charged so overwhelmingly. It felt to Zhao Taohua like her internal spiritual energy would burst out of her crown at this moment. Her entire being seemed infused with nothing but spiritual energy. Every inch of her skin that Shinming touched felt supple, as though water dripped from it. Chapter 147. The Big Secret of Zhao Family Village. Zhao Taohua showed no sign of abnormality, and she ignored the previous fleeting pain. The room was filled with intimacy until the bed curtain stopped swaying at midnight. Shinming looked at Zhao Taohua's flushed face and felt as if she were a peach blossom blooming beneath him. "Taohua sister, I will go to heat some water for you to wash." After saying this, Shinming planted a gentle kiss on Zhao Taohua's forehead before getting up from bed. Zhao Taohua accidentally saw several scratch marks on his back. Her eyes flickered, and she shyly covered her head with the blanket. But what pleased her was that her fortune-telling this evening had not been wrong. It did not hurt during their first night as husband and wife. Moreover, afterward, she even felt quite comfortable, her body full of vitality. She was absolutely recharged right now, thinking about how in the 21st century she had been a master of esoteric arts. Now her cultivation level matched that. She propped her head with one hand, swinging her legs leisurely on the bed, her eyes glinting mischievously. On the very first night of marriage, she managed to replenish all her energy so thoroughly. Even if holding hands could produce spirit power, it wouldn't reach this amount till the end of days. Yet a single night gave her so much spirit power. Marrying Shinming was such a good deal. When Shinming came in with warm water, he found Zhao Taohua lying in bed with a happy expression. "Come on, lift your legs." When Zhao Taohua heard Shinming's voice, she noticed that he was standing by the bed with a wet towel in his hand. He had his upper body bare, wearing only a pair of pants, showcasing a perfect, muscular physique that made her blood rush. Quickly, Zhao Taohua tightly wrapped herself in the blanket. I'll do it myself." As Zhao Taohua spoke, her voice became quieter. Her voice brushed over his heart like feathers, making him feel ticklish. Shinming said hoarsely, "Which part of your body haven't I seen?" Saying this, he directly lifted the blanket, leaving Zhao Taohua no place to hide. Helpless, Zhao Taohua covered her face with her hands and let him have his way. After all, he was her charger, and besides, skin-to-skin contact between them brought no harm. For decades to come, he would always be her charger. Once Shinming finished wiping her body, he saw Zhao Taohua still there, smirking secretly. "Are you this happy about marrying me?" Shinming asked. Zhao Taohua shifted her gaze to him. Her tender arms hung around his neck, and she said, "That's certainly the case. Marrying brother Shinming is a real win for me." After marriage, she unlocked new methods of quick and effective charging. From now on, she didn't need to worry about lacking spiritual power anymore. Upon hearing her playful tone, the passion Shinming had just quelled erupted once again. Dropping the towel in his hand, he turned to Zhao Taohua and said, "Sister Taohua, we should continue the wedding night." But she already had enough spiritual power. Why keep going? Shinming didn't give her any chance to refuse, sealing her lips instantly with his own. Since spirit power kept entering her body, Zhao Taohua felt no fatigue despite being active until dawn. Shinming also possessed incredible stamina, sleeping for only an hour before waking up to cook breakfast for Zhao Taohua. He peeled the red dates he had picked up from the bed and cooked a bowl of red date porridge along with frying 2 eggs. It has to be admitted, after over 2 months of Mrs. Qian's training, Shinming's culinary skills had improved greatly. "Sister Taohua, leave the dishes on the table after eating, I'll clean them later." After finishing 2 bowls of porridge, Shinming went outside to the courtyard to wash clothes. Smiling, Zhao Taohua said, "Brother Shinming, this house belongs to both of us. I'm neither handicapped nor unable to help out. Let's share the work. You wash clothes, I'll do the dishes." Shinming chuckled while listening to Zhao Taohua's words, his heart warming greatly. "All right, what do you want for lunch? I'll make it for you." Marriage was truly good. In the morning, you wake up with someone you love at home, doing chores together, talking together. "Anything you make, brother Shinming, I love it," Zhao Taohua said wide-eyed. Shinming stared at her, his steps faltering even though he had already taken a step forward. He walked back to the table and pitifully requested from Zhao Taohua, "Sister Taohua, I'm hungry again. Didn't you just eat 2 big bowls?" Shinming's large hand slid down, grabbing her slim waist. "I'm hungry there." Instantly, Zhao Taohua widened her eyes. After all, they were now intimate partners. Though knowing what that meant and understanding the benefits of close physical contact, she didn't need more spiritual power at the moment. She indignantly remarked, "You're a lecher. Aren't you supposed to be washing clothes? Go quickly, my breakfast will get cold otherwise." She deliberately pouted and pushed Shenming away, worried that if he stayed, something else might happen. Once Shenming finished hanging out the laundry, he left the house. Today, Zhao Taohua didn't go to the embroidery shop. She sat on a stool under the tree and took out the mountain spirit coin with the chipped edge. Previously, she had wanted to perform a divination, but due to insufficient spiritual energy in her body, she had to abandon the idea. However, times have changed. Now her body is full of spiritual energy, fuller than ever before. With a flick of her finger, the mountain spirit coin in her hand flew out. Instantly, Zhao Taohua released much of her spiritual energy into the air, forming a cocoon around the coin. Within a short quarter of an hour, various expressions appeared on Zhao Taohua's face. When the mountain spirit coin fell back down, she spoke in a solemn tone. It's like this. Zhao family village has been hiding such a huge secret. No wonder my spiritual energy could never probe its insides. Zhao Taohua tightly gripped the mountain spirit coin in her hand, thankful that she had found this coin at Uncle Guanglei's house back then. Otherwise, there would be no way for her to know this secret now. She placed the mountain spirit coin in her bosom, locked the courtyard gate, and hurriedly walked toward the embroidery shop. She had to tell the village chief this secret. Inside the embroidery shop, as Shenming entered, many villagers congratulated him. "Shenming, congratulations." To the groom, suddenly someone asked, "Why are you here alone? Where's Taohua?" Sister Taohua said that today she would stay home and perform a divination, so she won't come to the embroidery shop. As soon as Shenming finished speaking, Jiang Shi nudged the talkative villager. A newlywed woman might get very tired if her husband isn't gentle enough. It was normal for Taohua to rest at home today. Besides, Shenming was tall and well-built. Last night, Taohua must have endured a lot. Shenming didn't understand why Jiang Shi and others kept winking at him, so he returned to his seat and continued with his embroidery work. A man must earn more money to support his wife and children. Since Sister Taohua's divination was accurate, he would ask her to predict whether their child would be a boy or girl and when they would arrive once he got back at noon. Not long after, Zhao Taohua suddenly walked in. Everyone saw her vibrant and radiant appearance and were utterly astonished. Especially some of the older women. Zhao Taohua's condition wasn't what they had expected. It seemed as though she looked even more beautiful. Her skin became smoother and whiter, and her hair shinier and darker. They couldn't believe it. Some people actually looked completely refreshed after getting married. Chapter 148. A must-contend place for soldiers. Why are people so different from each other? When Xian noticed her in this state, she was also surprised. Previously, when Shenming came to the embroidery shop alone, she was still worried. Zhao Taohua completely ignored everyone's expressions and went straight to the village chief. "Grandpa village chief, please come with me. I have something to tell you." Zhao Taohua took the village chief to the neighboring Zhao family house, carefully closed the courtyard gate, and instructed the young frog spirits to keep a good watch, absolutely not allowing anyone to approach and eavesdrop. The village chief was somewhat puzzled. Why was Zhao Taohua being so cautious? "Taohua, what's wrong?" asked the village chief. There were elegant rooms in the embroidery shop, and usually, Taohua would discuss things there directly. Zhao Taohua let the village chief sit down first, then took out the mountain ghost coin. "Grandpa village chief, do you remember this? Isn't this the one you took from Zhao Guanglei's house? It seems he became irritable because of it." Zhao Taohua nodded. It originally belonged to the first village chief of Zhao Village. Today, through it, I figured out why there have been so many spirits in our village recently. In fact, from the beginning when the ancestors of Zhao Village settled here, they were acting on someone else's orders, merely pawns for others. As she spoke, Zhao Taohua walked into the yard and looked around. "Village chief, our village is surrounded by mountains on all sides, located in a basin. Not only is the mist here heavy, which has a significant impact on grain production, but this place will also be a must-contend place for soldiers during future wars among the lords. If we don't intervene in time, then any one of their teams could level our village, resulting in the destruction of the village and loss of lives." Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words, the village chief immediately became weak at the knees and fell towards the ground. Fortunately, Zhao Taohua quickly moved forward and caught him. "Village chief, are you okay?" With her support, the village chief returned to the main room and sat down. At this moment, the village chief's face was pale, and he had no doubt about Zhao Taohua's words. Just thinking about the village's destruction and loss of life made him feel terrible. He asked, "Taohua, those people are soldiers, numerous and armed with sharp swords and fast horses. How can we interfere? Even slight resistance might result in quicker death." Suddenly, he thought of something else. "When will they come? Otherwise, let's leave now. Give up the houses, give up the medicinal fields." Although he said that, thinking about the brick-tiled houses they had just built and the medicinal fields that were ready for sale, the village chief's heart still felt extremely reluctant. Not every village's fields are like Zhao Village, suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Although the fields in other villages have high grain yields, can the income from an acre of wheat compare with an acre of medicinal fields? "Village chief, they won't come until half a year later. Starting now, we have plenty of time to protect the village. For instance, we can build a wall around the village first. This way, when they come, they'll have to get over the wall first, adding another layer of protection, right?" Zhao Taohua suggested. The village chief was slightly stunned and asked, "Encircle our entire Zhao village?" Zhao Taohua nodded. "But we should also include the surrounding mountains. This way, even if we don't go out for 10 days or half a month, We'll have enough firewood to burn and food to eat on the mountain if we're hungry. After hearing her words, the village chief couldn't help but nod repeatedly. However, building walls over such a large area, how much money would it cost? How much manpower would be needed? If there's not enough manpower, hire people. As for money, embroidery and medicinal fields can earn money. Each person contributes some money. We have 160 households in the entire village. Surely, it can be done. Saying that, Zhaojia took out 9,000 taels first. Originally, she planned to save up to buy a horse, but now, considering the village's welfare, she decided to use the money to build a wall around the village. The village chief was shocked, speechless looking at those silver notes. He immediately wanted to return the money to Zhaojia. Taowa, this amount is too much. Take it back. I'll announce it to everyone soon, and let them all donate. After all, it's the matter of the whole village, not just your personal issue. In the eyes of the village chief, this 9,000 taels should be sufficient to build a type of city wall. Grandpa Village Chief, building the city wall is just the first step. There will be other places in the village where we need money in the future. If the armies of other vassal states see our village blocked by the city wall, wouldn't they try to attack us? If we don't buy more weapons, how can we defend ourselves? They will definitely break through the city wall, and then, our village will be destroyed just the same. To protect all villagers in Zhao Village from being mistakenly injured by these feudal armies, they must protect themselves. Hearing Zhaojia's words, the expression of the village chief became increasingly serious. If war breaks out in half a year, even if the villagers of Zhao Village escape, it's hard to say whether the 160 households could survive better than staying in Zhao Village. Not to mention, almost every household in Zhao Village has one or two elderly people who cannot endure long journeys. The village chief never expected that when it was his turn to be the village chief, such a heavy burden would fall on his shoulders. Fortunately, Taowa reminded him in time, and starting preparations now is still feasible. Taowa, I understand. I will go to the embroidery shop right away and tell everyone about this matter, asking them to go home and take out money to donate for building the city wall. After saying this, the village chief quickly walked toward the neighboring embroidery shop. This matter was extremely urgent and couldn't be delayed for even a moment. In his view, apart from hiring workers, materials like stones are readily available on the mountain, and they only need to buy some bricks. As Zhao Taowa watched the village chief's retreating figure, her expression did not ease at all. She believed that having a sturdy city wall alone would not be sufficient. One feudal army consisted of tens of thousands of people. How could just 160 households of Zhao Village stand up against such overwhelming numbers? Just as she was pondering this, she suddenly noticed the young frog spirits in the courtyard. A sudden thought flashed through Zhao Taowa's mind, and an idea immediately formed. She had 5 spirits, a group of troublemakers on the mountain, and 42 young frog spirits. Once the city wall was constructed, these spirit creatures could definitely be utilized. However, the city wall needed to surround not just Zhao Village, but also the circle of mountains around it. Were these few spirit creatures enough? Though the young frog spirits were numerous, they were currently still in their juvenile stage and relatively weak. At the neighboring embroidery shop, as soon as the village chief entered, he began telling everyone about constructing the city wall outside Zhao Village. Everyone has probably already noticed that over the past year, there have been frequent occurrences of spirits and evil entities causing harm in our village. This is because Zhao Village is a special place. Ever since our ancestors settled here, Zhao Village has merely been a pawn in someone else's plan. Recently, with war breaking out all over Daxia Kingdom, 6 months from now, here will become a battleground contested by several feudal lords. Therefore, within the next half year, we must build a city wall to protect our village. Inside the embroidery shop, most of the villagers had gathered. After hearing the village chief's words, fear appeared on their faces one after another. What? The war is coming here? Grandma's son asked incredulously. Now, they had finally managed to live good lives, moving into brick-tiled houses, even riding in ox carts. With her grandson preparing to get married and granddaughter Taohua becoming successful, she thought she'd enjoy life from now on. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect such calamity to occur. Why bother building the city wall? Let's flee, Yuan Yingxing shouted loudly. Chapter 149. Zhao Xinghu, let's divorce amicably. The Yuan family came here 20 years ago due to a flood disaster in their hometown. Although the living standard of his family has gradually improved over the past year, money is not worth mentioning compared to life. After Yuan Yingxing spoke, the clan leader said, "Where can we escape to? Do you think only Zhao Village is at war? Right now, other places are also at war. Every vassal of the Daxia dynasty is recruiting soldiers. Horses have become outrageously expensive. If you leave Zhao Village, you might be conscripted into the army." After the clan leader finished speaking, all the men present, whether teenagers or elders, felt some fear in their hearts. Once conscripted, it would be almost impossible to return alive. Zheng Shi immediately instructed Zhao Xinggan beside her. "Xinggan, don't go to town to sell chickens, ducks, and geese recently. I will go instead." She and Zhao Guangquan only had one son. If he were conscripted, how could she and Guangquan live in the future? After listening to the village chief and clan leader, Zhao Xiaoping asked, "Does this mean that constructing a city wall for our Zhao Village is the safest option?" The village chief nodded. Building the city wall requires everyone to make donations. Go home and bring money. I'll be waiting for you all in the embroidered room. I will record the amount of money donated by each household. If any family does not wish to donate, they can pack up and leave Zhao Village right now. Upon hearing this, everyone looked unhappy. Refusal to donate would result in expulsion from the village. Not long after, everyone began leaving the embroidered room. On the way home, Yuan Yingxing said. If we donate money to build the city wall, will we truly be safe? There are so many feudal lords and troops in the Daxia kingdom. What if we donate money but still die here eventually? Zhao Xinghu quickly agreed. Exactly. Though it's easier to earn money in our village now than before, this money is hard-earned and absolutely cannot be wasted. In my opinion, instead of donating money, we should gather our things and leave here immediately. Didn't the village chief say that our village won't be surrounded by armies for half a year? If we escape now, within 6 months, we'll be long gone far away from here, where how could the officials possibly catch us? After Zhao Xinghu finished speaking, Yuan Yingxing immediately echoed his agreement. Walking nearby, Zhao Xiangping waved his hand. I'm old. At the age of 62, escaping outside would likely last no more than 2 months. I'd then meet my ancestors. I will go home and take money to give to the village chief. Grandma Feng said the same thing. I'm already 66, my old man is 67. Who knows how much longer we'll live? We'll go home and take the money. Grandma Sun said. Even though I'm not as old as them, I believe what my daughter Taohua says. If she says building the city wall works, it definitely will. Other villagers who had once been helped by Zhao Taohua thought the same way. Finally, only Zhao Xinghu and Yuan Yingxing sympathized with each other. The two of them decided firmly to pack up and leave the village. However, while money and goods can be easily packed up and taken along, medicinal fields and houses couldn't. So the two immediately started asking around their neighbors who wanted to buy these things, willing to sell them at a low price, but only for cash. Yuan Yingxing was not far from Zhao Xinglin's house. Hearing that he wanted to sell his medicinal fields, Zhao Xinglin immediately went to inquire. Brother Yuan, how much per mu is your medicinal field? He had previously slacked off and didn't join the others in developing new land, thus owning only 4 acres of medicinal fields. This time, Yuan Yingxing selling his medicinal fields was actually good news for him. Medicinal fields can grow 3 crops a year and earn quite a lot of money. His family would certainly need a lot of money in the future. Xinglin, good fields in our village cost 4 taels per mu. The herbs in mine are ready for harvest, and each mu can at least earn 3 taels of silver, so give me 7 taels per mu. Yuan Yingxing replied. Yuan's good fields covered 4 mu, and another 5 mu were newly developed fields, selling for 3 taels per mu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinglin furrowed his brows slightly. If he bought it, it would be a sure profit without loss, but he only had 50 taels of silver in total. He originally intended to save this money to buy a cart, then later saw Shen Ming getting married, preparing to propose to the Zhao family residence, reserving this money to marry Zhao Lianhua. But now, with donations needed and Yuan family's medicinal fields to buy, there wouldn't be enough money left for the dowry. In the end, Zhao Xinglin gritted his teeth and spent 43 taels to purchase the Yuan family's 4 mu of good fields and 5 mu of undeveloped land. After receiving the money, Yuan Yingxing happily prepared to go back home. Now that the medicinal fields have been sold, all that's left is the house. Brother Yuan, don't rush to go back yet. Give me the land deed. Let's register it together at the government office just to avoid disputes later. Future events are unpredictable. To prevent Yuan Yingxing from causing trouble in the future, it was necessary to register at the government office. Alright, Xinglin, just relax. Yuan Yingxing, will never come back. Just wait a moment. Let me see if anyone wants to buy our house. Then we can register the property deed at the office later. Yuan Yingxing consoled. However, every household in the village already had a house. None of them were short on housing. In the end, it was Grandma Chu from next door who saw that she could buy 4 rooms for just 10 taels of silver, and they would come with all the furniture included, as well as a large yard. Once she connected both courtyards later, her children could live more comfortably without officially splitting the family. Yuan Yingxing managed to sell his house and fields, but over at Zhao Xinghu's place, Rinshi refused to agree no matter what. Zhao Xinghu, angered, raised his right hand and slapped her hard. Stupid woman, when did this become your turn to make decisions? If I say sell, we sell. Rinshi's lip bled from the hit, yet still, she refused to bow her head. I won't agree to selling these things in the house. Before she could finish speaking, she received another heavy slap across the face, causing one side of her face to swell instantly. Zhao Xinghu cursed. Since when do you get to decide things around here? Don't think that just because I suffered under the village rules and had my ass sore for a month, you can act superior and piss on my head. Get out of my sight. The very sight of you makes me sick. 10-year-old Zhao Yufa, seeing Rinshi blocking Zhao Xinghu's path, tightened his small face seriously. Mother, stop upsetting father. The disdain in Zhao Yufa's tone was identical to Zhao Xinghu's. At that moment, Rinshi felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. The pain from Zhao Xinghu's blows paled in comparison to how terrible she felt inside. She didn't want Zhao Xinghu to sell their home and land because she thought of her son Zhao Yufa's well-being. At only 10 years old, he would be too young to endure fleeing and wandering outside. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. All her love for her son throughout the years had brought her no reciprocal affection. Not long after marrying Zhao Xinghu, her in-laws passed away, leaving all major and minor household matters entirely to her. She poured her heart and soul into working for her husband and son. But Zhao Xinghu, whenever displeased, always struck her. She endured it all before for the sake of her son. Now, she felt there was no longer any need to bear it. Her son Zhao Yufa was simply a carbon copy of his father. With that, Zhao Xinghu grabbed the deeds to their land and house, ready to leave and find someone to sell them. All of a sudden, Rinshi's voice called out behind him. Zhao Xinghu, let's divorce amicably. Chapter 150, Good Things Happening. Zhao Xinghu was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. He turned his head and confirmed. What did you just say? Zhao Xinghu, I want to divorce you. When Rin Shi said this, she felt an unusual sense of relief in her heart. Zhao Xinghu laughed for a moment, pointing directly at her nose with his index finger and cursing. Rin Shunmei, are you crazy? How dare you even think of divorcing me? However, let me tell you, once we divorce, don't ever cling to me. The son is mine, everything in this family is mine, and you won't take away a single penny. He had long found Rin Shunmei, the old and ugly fat woman, unpleasant to look at, but since she had given him a son and was quite diligent in doing housework, there was no reason to expel his wife. But today, Rin Shunmei actively proposed divorce, which was simply a godsend. I don't want the son, I don't want money, I want nothing, I just want a divorce. Rin Shunmei looked at their father and son and said, she had hands and feet, could go to the embroidery workshop every day to do embroidery, and make money to support herself. Good, good, good. Zhao Xinghu said 3 times. After finding buyers for the house and the medicinal fields, he took Rin Shunmei to the town pavilion to register for divorce. There were 3 copies of the divorce decree, 1 each for Zhao Xinghu and Rin Shunmei, and 1 kept at the town pavilion for record. The few people who bought the house and medicinal fields from Yuan Yingxing and Zhao Xinghu all felt upset on behalf of Rin Shunmei at Zhao Xinghu's behavior. Grandma Feng said, Shunmei, although our family bought that house, it's actually big enough for us. You can still live inside, don't go anywhere. Being neighbors, how could they bear to see Rin Shunmei sleeping outdoors? Thank you, Grandma Feng. Your kindness I will definitely repay someday. Rin Shunmei said, then kowtowed 3 times to Grandma Feng. Zhao Xinghu turned his head and hummed to these people before leaving with Yuan Yingxing, each driving an ox cart. They would never come back here. Only a fool would stay here knowing that Zhaojia would become a battleground in half a year. Rin Shunmei didn't have a single penny on her person. When she returned to the embroidery shop and saw everyone donating to the village head, most people donated 20 or 30 taels of silver, while a few donated less than 10 taels. Taohua, sister wants to borrow 10 taels of silver from you in advance. Rin Shunmei walked up to Zhao Taohua and said. At this point, Zhao Taohua still didn't know that Rin Shunmei had divorced. But when her gaze fell upon Rin Shunmei, she noticed that the originally accumulated dark gray aura around Rin Shunmei was dissipating continuously. Spring Plum sister, has something good happened recently? Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's question, Rin Shunmei's pupils, which had been somewhat tense, immediately lit up as she smiled genuinely from the heart. Even though her right face was still swollen, her smile could make people ignore that completely, only seeing her sparkling eyes. Sister Taohua, I've divorced. Zhao Xinghu and his son have left Zhaojia Village, having no ties to me afterward. Although I haven't received any property, I have gained a complete self. For over a decade serving them, I had to always cater to Zhao Xinghu's whims, occasionally enduring his slaps. I truly had enough of this life. My son, whom I cared for 10 years, is also a cold-hearted white-eye wolf who followed his father. Only then did I feel light. Rin Shunmei spoke non-stop about her joy. Without hesitation, Zhao Taohua lent her 10 taels of silver. Sister Shunmei, if you ever encounter difficulties in the future, just let me know. As long as I can help, I will not hesitate. Rin Shunmei smiled in gratitude. With 10 taels in hand, she went to register her donation with the village head. She must earn back these 10 taels quickly and pay them back to Sister Taohua, then earn more to cover the cost of building a house. After the village head summed up the entire village's donations, he learned that Yuan Yingxing and Zhao Xinghu had already sold their houses and land and moved out of the village. Furthermore, Zhao Xinghu had divorced Rin Shi without leaving her a single coin and had left like this. The village head cursed. That beastly and ungrateful thing. Last time I shouldn't have punished him with 100 bamboo stripes. I should have punished him with 200, making him paralyzed in bed forever and unable to rise again. Who would have thought that among their surnamed Zhao descendants, there would be someone of such low moral character? After organizing the money, the village head personally sought out several bricklayers in the village to discuss the construction of the city wall. He took out the blueprints given by Zhao Taohua. According to the terrain of the mountain, the direction and layout of the city wall were determined, mainly controlling the key points and passes. The several bricklayers in the village were all dumbfounded after looking. The eldest son of the village head, Zhao Guangming, was a tile craftsman, as were Zhao Guangquan and Zhao Guangfa. After reviewing it, Zhao Guangming said to the village head, Father, Taohua plans to build the city wall along the ridge of the mountain, on cliffs and steep walls, beside rivers and lakes, and other dangerous places. Zhao Guangquan and Zhao Guangfa nodded in agreement. Zhao Guangquan's finger traced a circle on the blueprint as he said, Village head, I seem to understand why our village is always fought over by soldiers. If I were a general, after occupying this place and having a map like the one given by Taohua, I would certainly build such a city wall. I feel that with such a city wall, no one would be able to attack. Subsequently, the four began discussing what materials they should prepare and went to the surrounding villages to hire people for the construction. Since it required a large amount of labor, just hiring craftsmen probably wouldn't be enough. Some other helpers were also needed. Due to the large number of workers involved, specialized managers, food suppliers, and supervisors would also be required in order to ensure the construction could proceed systematically. After the village head had finished instructing the three about the construction of the city wall, he went to Rin Xuanmei's home to return her 10 taels of silver. Run, I know your kindness, but take back this money. Take care of yourself first. The village head tried to shove the money into Rin Xuanmei's hand, but she dodged it. Village head, as a member of the village, how can I not contribute during a difficult time for the village? I don't usually spend much money. Although Zhao Xinghu sold our house and fields, Grandma Chu agreed to lend me her house to live in, and the vegetables here are for me to eat freely. Tao Hua has said that my earnings at the embroidery workshop won't decrease, and the 10 taels borrowed from her can be repaid anytime. Seeing her insistence, the village head no longer attempted to return the 10 taels. Instead, he took out 10 pounds of rice and 20 eggs from his basket. Take these. If there's any difficulty in the future, tell me immediately. Don't endure it all alone. As the village head finished speaking, he sighed and added, during the village's time of need, Yuan Yingxing and Zhao Xinghu ran away by selling their houses and lands immediately. Now I will go to the town pavilion and strip those 2 households of their affiliation with Zhaojia Village. Ren, from now on you'll establish an independent household. I will register you at the town pavilion. Even though you have divorced Zhao Xinghu, you remain a part of our Zhao family village. Hearing this, Ren Shunmei was elated, and she knelt down repeatedly thanking the village head. In fact, not long after she married Zhao Xinghu, both his parents and her own mother had passed away. She had 2 brothers and a sister-in-law in her natal family, and after her mother's death, the relationship between them became estranged. They didn't want her to come back. So, even when Zhao Xinghu used to beat her in the past, she endured all the grievances. Unbelievably, after divorcing Zhao Xinghu, good fortune came to her. The village had established a separate household for her, which meant that Ren Shunmei would settle down independently in Zhaojia Village. Chapter 151. See, my bride. Work hard. I believe you can catch up with everyone. After the village head finished speaking, he drove the ox cart to town. Evening. Shen Ming and Zhao Taohua were making dinner together in the kitchen. It was July, when eggplants, peppers, and tomatoes were at their peak season. Zhao Taohua sat by the stove tending the fire while rice was being cooked in a pot. The white steam escaping from under the lid carried the fragrance of rice. The outer pot was already heated as Shen Ming scooped a spoonful of lard into the pan. Tonight they would be having stir-fried pepper meat and tomato egg soup. Bride, put some wood in the stove then come out. Don't stay there for too long. It's hot, Shen Ming said while cooking, addressing Zhao Taohua who was burning fire behind the stove. July was the hottest month of the year. After heating the stove for a short time, Zhao Taohua already felt unbearable heat radiating from the flames that illuminated her body. When she heard Shen Ming's words, she subconsciously stood up and walked away, but suddenly she realized something seemed off. She suddenly raised her head and asked Shen Ming, Brother Shen Ming, what did you just call me? Shen Ming's lips curled, his ears turned red, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Zhao Taohua during the intervals of stirring the food with the spatula, his eyes filled with laughter as he said, Sister Taohua, it was exactly what you heard just now. They had already become husband and wife. The first time he spoke the 2 words, my bride, he was both excited and happy. However, when faced with Zhao Taohua's inquiry, he found it embarrassing to call out again. Looking at him, Zhao Taohua's pupils slightly widened, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. She lightly bit her lower lip, staring at Shen Ming's bright red ears, feeling inexplicably delighted. At this moment, she watched as Shen Ming used chopsticks to stir the egg liquid in the bowl and then slowly poured it into the pot. Soon, the egg liquid swelled in the scorching tomato soup, creating an attractive red and yellow color in the pot. Watching Shen Ming cook, Zhao Taohua became increasingly satisfied, her smile growing brighter as the reality of marriage finally dawned on her. Shen Ming was tall, handsome, with a great figure. His snowy white long hair resembled a handsome man out of a comic book. Diligent, good at housework, skilled at hunting, and kind-hearted. The more Zhao Taohua thought about it, the higher her corners of her mouth rose, especially because any skin contact with Shen Ming supplemented her spiritual energy. Zhao Taohua looked at Shen Ming, finding him increasingly satisfying. In this world, growing old together with Shen Ming seemed pretty good too. Just as Shen Ming half covered the pot, he suddenly felt Zhao Taohua hug him from behind. Through the thin clothing of summer, Zhao Taohua could feel Shen Ming's firm back and well-arranged abs beneath her hands. The pleasant texture made Zhao Taohua involuntarily rub a few more times. See, my bride. Just as Zhao Taohua touched with delight, she suddenly heard Shen Ming inhale sharply and the deep, hoarse tone in his voice. Shen Ming grabbed her wandering hand, lifted her little bottom with one hand, and directly picked her up. Startled, Zhao Taohua quickly grabbed his shoulders, only realizing after she regained her senses that she was eye level with Shen Ming. Holding her, Shen Ming walked toward the dining table, gently placed her on it, cupped her cheeks, and kissed her. A mix of shock, tingling sensations, and the pleasure of infused spiritual energy coursed through Zhao Taohua's body. After a while, Shen Ming finally let go, gazing intently at Zhao Taohua's reddened lips, still unsatisfied. My bride, let's have our dinner a bit later tonight. As a newlywed husband experiencing the benefits of marriage, every time he touched Zhao Taohua, he became consumed with passion. Shen Ming stared at Zhao Taohua hungrily, the look in his eyes filled with longing, giving Zhao Taohua the impression of a large wolf wagging its tail, eagerly seeking attention. Taohua, are you home? Just then, the village head's voice suddenly sounded outside the yard gate. Seeing Shen Ming swallow audibly, Zhao Taohua quickly jumped down from the table. Grandpa village head has arrived. I'll go open the door. Shen Ming turned around and ladled out the already cooked tomato egg soup. The village head strode into the courtyard and announced, Taohua, Guaming, Guangquan, Guangfa have already hired people. Tomorrow, we'll start leveling the ground, digging deep trenches, and laying foundations with gravel and rammed earth. As he spoke, he happened to notice Shen Ming busy in the kitchen, so he changed course and headed towards the kitchen. Shen Ming is cooking, so your small family will have one dish and one soup ready. Go ahead and eat, I won't disturb you too. After finishing, the village head was about to leave, but Zhao Taohua quickly called out, Grandpa village head, please stay and join us for a simple meal. The village head knew his place. Shen Ming and Zhao Taohua had just gotten married. Why should he stick around to act like a third wheel? Taohua, Aunt Yang has already prepared dinner, and she's waiting for me to go back. As he spoke, his feet moved swiftly, quickly stepping out. Seeing this, Zhao Taohua helplessly pursed her lips and could only close the gate and return to the kitchen. Although the Shen family had no in-laws to rely on, it had to be said that having only her and Shen Ming at home was quite comfortable. Brother Shen Ming, let's start eating. Zhao Taohua sat down at the kitchen table. Shen Ming approached her from the side, picked her up from the stool in one motion. Dear, the food isn't ready yet. We'll have to wait a little longer before we can eat. With that, he carried Zhao Taohua in big strides toward the east room. Hearing him call her dear, Zhao Taohua felt tingling all over. His intentions couldn't have been clearer. But the dishes are already cooked. Won't they get cold if we just leave them there? Zhao Taohua made one last attempt to resist. They won't. It's summer. It's hot enough that they won't cool down for a while. Shen Ming, worried that Zhao Taohua might come up with other excuses, simply silenced her little mouth that was about to say more with his own lips. The village head had interrupted them earlier, and now all he wanted was to make Zhao Taohua entirely his. With a bang, Shen Ming threw himself onto the bed with Zhao Taohua, pressing her beneath him. The more their skin touched, the more spiritual energy surged between them. There was so much spiritual energy flooding through her that she felt lost in its ocean, too happy to care about anything else. Her depleted energy from earlier had already been replenished. Just as Zhao Taohua was still lost in the moment, Shen Ming's voice suddenly came from above her. It's time to get up and have dinner. Zhao Taohua abruptly opened her eyes, meeting Shen Ming's mischievous smile. Chuckling, he teased, "Do you want more, my dear?" Flustered by his antics, Zhao Taohua gave him an angry glare before quickly getting up to eat dinner. Seeing her reaction, Shen Ming hurried after her. Back at the Zhao family's old house, they were also eating dinner. Zhao Xinghua noticed Zhao Lianhua quietly eating rice without touching many of the dishes and couldn't help but look at Zhao Lianhua twice. She saw that tonight Zhao Lianhua was just eating plain rice, finishing a whole bowl of it. After hastily finishing her own meal, Zhao Xinghua quickly followed outside. In the Zhao family's old house, besides 8-year-old Zhao Lei, only she, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Lianhua remained unmarried. Zhao Yu shared a room with Zhao Lei, while she shared with Zhao Lianhua. Sister Lianhua, what's wrong? Zhao Xinghua closed the door and asked anxiously. Zhao Lianhua first gave a bitter laugh, then lowered her head. I was too naive, actually believing what Zhao Shenglin said yesterday. Today, Auntie, you didn't even come to our house to deliver any betrothal gifts. Chapter 152, The Foreign Devil. Zhao Xinghua remembered Zhao Shenglin's words at Sister Peach Blossom's wedding banquet yesterday and became angry. At the time, Zhao Shenglin appeared to be very sincere, and she also thought that the Zhao family was serious about it. Who would have thought that he was a scoundrel? Knowing full well that Sister Lotus had a bad reputation and would have to remain an old maid at home, how could he mock Sister Lotus like this? Zhao Xinghua consoled her. Sister Lotus, don't take him too seriously. In the future, when we see him, let's act as if we see nothing. Zhao Lianhua nodded. After this incident, she would no longer trust others' words. It must have been Zhao Shenglin's drunken talk yesterday. The next day, there were more people on the mountain outside the village. Nearly 1,000 people worked on the mountain, digging earth and smashing stones. Zhao Guangming, Zhao Guangquan, and Zhao Guangfa each managed one mountaintop. The village arranged for several people to cook lunch for nearly 1,000 people. Hired workers were paid 30 big coins per day, all coming from nearby villages. They did not know why Zhao family village wanted to build a city wall on the ridge of the mountain, but everyone was delighted that they could earn 30 big coins a day without having to go to town. Moreover, this project in Zhao family village was massive. It wouldn't be finished in 10 days or half a month, likely taking months to 6 months. This way, they would have stable income for this period. The workers worked hard, including some brick and tile craftsmen who were assigned by the 3 Zhao brothers as squad leaders to manage and guide other workers. The construction of the city wall proceeded orderly, while more than 20 kitchens in the village prepared lunch. Before noon, all the food was delivered to the mountain with ox carts. There were both meat and vegetables, even though it was corn grits mixed with old rice, yet everyone ate it contentedly. Not every village was like Zhao family village, where every household had new rice. Most were still eating cornmeal. After Han, wife of Zhao Guangming, and Shi, wife of Zhao Guangfa, served all the food, they packed up things and went back to the village to clean. When Shi returned home with a tired body, she found that the yard gate was wide open. She rushed inside, shouting loudly, "Xingda, Xingda." She called out for a long time, and no one answered her. The entire house was so quiet it made her nervous, and after searching through every corner, she still couldn't find Xingda. Jiang Shi had just washed the basins and spoons at the village head's house. Upon hearing Shi's cries, she entered the door and asked, "Mother-in-law of Xingda, what's wrong with Xingda?" Zhao Xingda was different from other children. Although he was 16 years old, he was a fool. Therefore, Zhao Guangfa and his wife usually kept him locked at home. "Sister Yanxiu, Xingda is gone." Shi cried before she even finished talking. Although Zhao Xingda was a fool, he was still her flesh and blood. Having raised him for 16 years, if even a dog had feelings, then they surely would too. Since Zhao Xingda was born a fool, they didn't expect much from him in the future. They only waited until Xingjing grew up so they could arrange a husband for her. This way, after her and Guangfa passed away, they could leave peacefully knowing Xingjing and her husband would certainly not neglect Xingda. "Don't worry, mother-in-law of Xingda, I'll help you look for him." As the two women called out Zhao Xingda's name in the village, more and more villagers joined the search party for Zhao Xingda. After hearing about the matter, Zhao Taohua immediately sent Yue Jing, frog spirit, to look for him together. Finally, they found out that Zhao Xingda had already run up the mountain. He sat alone, crying bitterly on the ground, shedding tears endlessly. Xingda, what happened to you? Did you hit or hurt yourself somewhere? Tell your mother quickly. Shi examined Zhao Xingda's body up and down, but did not find any abnormalities. Zhao Taohua stared at Zhao Xingda and noticed a dark red mark on the back of his neck. Zhao Xingda had just come into contact with a spirit. And sure, Xingda's neck is red. Look, Zhao Lianhua spotted the anomaly on Zhao Xingda's neck and pointed it out to Shi. When Shi took a closer look, indeed, it was true. Upon lifting Zhao Xingda's collar, she saw that not only was the area red, but it had broken skin and bled. No wonder Xingda was crying so much. Shi felt heartbroken. Be a good boy, Xingda, don't cry. Shi consoled him. Yet, Zhao Xingda continued crying, tears streaming non-stop. Just when Shi was at her wit's end, Zhao Lianhua pulled out a piece of candy from her pocket. Big brother Xingda, stop crying, and I will give you this sweet candy. Alright, Zhao Lianhua placed the candy in front of Zhao Xingda, acting like she was teasing a child. Though Zhao Xingda had been pampered by Shi before, because Zhao family village used to be poor, candies were rare. It was only recently that they had begun enjoying them. Thus, when Zhao Xingda heard the word sweet, his eyes immediately fixed onto the candy in Zhao Lianhua's hand. He stopped crying instantly and said, Xingda is a good boy, Xingda won't cry anymore. Can you give this candy to Xingda now? Seeing how obedient he was, Zhao Lianhua gave him the candy as per their agreement, and she even peeled off the wrapper. She used to take advantage of Zhao Xingda being a fool who understood nothing, making him spread rumors about Zhao Xingxiang, Zhao Taohua, and Shenming. Actually, she felt guilty towards Zhao Xingda deep inside. Finally, Zhao Xingda got his long-cherished wish fulfilled by eating the candy, savoring its sweetness in his mouth. When Shi saw Zhao Xingda eating it contentedly, she glanced at Zhao Lianhua again, and suddenly an idea struck her. Just as Shi was about to take Zhao Xingda down the mountain, Zhao Taohua stopped her. And Shi, Xingda's neck injury is not from an ordinary bump or bruise. He has been hurt by a spirit. Look, although Xingda isn't crying now, large beads of sweat keep streaming down his face. He must be in excruciating pain right now. As she spoke, Zhao Taohua approached and pulled open Zhao Xingda's collar, continuing. He was injured by a foreign devil. Even a mere touch from it causes unbearable pain and extreme discomfort. Shi knew about the foreign devils. They grew in many places and were very good at camouflage, blending seamlessly with vegetation of similar colors. If the foreign devils were already dangerous enough, how could one deal with a foreign devil that had harmed Xingda? Taohua, please think of a way to help Xingda relieve this terrible pain. Shi couldn't bear seeing the sweat dripping from Xingda's face, filled with sorrow. However, Zhao Taohua was also perplexed. There is no medicine effective against the touch of a foreign devil. The only solution is to extract its body fluid. Shi turned pale at this news. How could they manage that? Taohua, please, Aunt begs you to catch that accursed foreign devil and get its juice to apply on Xingda. She simply couldn't stand watching Xingda suffer so much. Seeing that Xingda's face had turned pale, Zhao Taohua took out a protective amulet and said, Aunt Shi, please put this amulet on Xingda for now. It should provide some relief while I go and catch the foreign devil. Chapter 153, The Praying Mantis That Interrupts. She was worrying that with just the walls, she couldn't defend against soldiers. Now with the presence of Yang Leisizing, a kind of spirit, it seemed like she had a plan. Under the guidance of the mischievous spirit, Zhao Taohua quickly found where Yang Leisizing was hiding. It was clinging to the back of a leaf. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to find it. It was wearing a bright green coat, with a fresh color and dotted with a row of blue spots on its back. Its head and sides were covered with bristling spines. It was these spines that pierced Zhao Xingda, turning him into that state. Zhao Taohua squatted down and looked at the little Yang Leisizing. This Yang Leisizing had just transformed into a spirit monster and had at most 20 years of cultivation. With just this one, it wasn't enough to cover the entire wall of Zhao family village. Moreover, it's an immature insect with weak cultivation, so it might not have much use. Just as Zhao Taohua was worried, she looked up and saw many Yang Leisizings on the back of each leaf. Zhao Taohua's pupils slightly widened, and then the corner of her mouth slightly rose. It turned out that they had all concealed their presence. Just as Zhao Taohua prepared to release spiritual energy and form a spiritual energy bag to catch these Yang Leisizings back for cultivation, a sharp side suddenly appeared from behind the tree trunk above. In the next moment, it took a step forward and revealed its whole body, causing Zhao Taohua's pupils to contract. A praying mantis monster? The teeth on its side were as sharp as knives. In an instant, it attacked the line of Yang Leisizings on the leaves. Its scythe-like forelimbs slashed through the air like lightning. With a crack, it accurately clamped onto the Yang Leisizings. Despite their frantic struggle and the crazy stabbing of their spines toward the praying mantis monster, the hard shell of the praying mantis monster remained completely undamaged. It pressed the Yang Leisizings against the tree trunk and quickly tore open their outer skin with its sharp teeth-filled mandibles, greedily sucking out their bodily fluids. Zhao Taohua frowned. These Yang Leisizings were hers to take, but unexpectedly, someone had intervened? How dare it touch her Yang Leisizings? All of these are young insects. If well cultivated, they would become very useful in the future. Zhao Taohua stared intently at the praying mantis monster above, then forcefully released a strand of spiritual energy whip from her palm. With a flick of her wrist, the white spiritual energy whip, like a venomous snake, carried howling wind sounds and directly lashed towards the praying mantis monster. The praying mantis monster was greatly shocked. Only at this moment did it realize that there was actually a person under the tree. It reacted very quickly and instantly raised its forelimbs to block. With a loud pop, sparks flew everywhere as the spiritual energy whip struck its hard shell. When it thought it could remain unharmed and didn't even regard Zhaojia as a mere village girl, suddenly, it heard a sound like a crack in its forelimb. Looking down, it saw that its forelimb had broken. Roar! The praying mantis monster let out an incredulous and shrill cry. Enraged, it leaped down from the tree, wielding its other scythe to cut toward Zhaojia, as if trying to split Zhaojia into two pieces. But what it never expected was that Zhaojia's spiritual energy was abundant enough to rapidly form a ball, enveloping her completely. Its scythe couldn't slash through. Its compound eyes glowed red with anger. Just when it was helpless against the hard white spiritual energy sphere, a hand suddenly emerged from inside, flashing a cold light. A spiritual energy knife fiercely stabbed into its compound eyes. The praying mantis monster shook violently, then crashed to the ground. At the moment the spiritual energy sphere dissipated, the praying mantis monster had already expired. Zhaojia clicked her tongue, cutting open the head of the praying mantis monster and retrieving a 300-year-old cultivation crystal. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Zhaojia's eyes. She needed exactly this thing. After putting away the crystal, she collected all the young laicizings on the tree and finally went back with a burlap sack full of them. The mother and son pair, Shi and Zhao Xingda, were still waiting at the original place. With Zhaojia's protective charm, Zhao Xingda was feeling better, though with the passage of time, his neck was already reddened over a large area, looking as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Taowa, you're finally back. Did you find that young laicizing? Upon seeing Zhaojia, Shi looked as if she had seen a savior. Zhaojia nodded, and, upon reaching them, placed down the spiritual energy bag she held. As soon as she opened the bag's mouth, Shi and others such as Zhao Lianhua felt extremely creeped out. So many? Although the yang laicizings had bright colors, everyone knew about its dangers. Seeing a full bag of yang laicizings, everyone was scared silent. Zhaojia released spiritual energy from between her fingers. Protected by spiritual energy, she grabbed the yang laicizings like peanuts. She squeezed the body of a yang laicizing onto the back of Zhao Xingda's neck, and a translucent green liquid dripped down. Instantly, Zhao Xingda felt the burning sensation disappear a bit. Cool and comfortable indeed. Zhaojia put the yang laicizing back into the bag and gently rubbed the green liquid into Zhao Xingda's wound with her hand. Feels so good. Mother, it doesn't hurt anymore. Zhao Xingda was as delighted as a child. Mrs. Shi felt relieved and gave Zhaojia some money, also asking Zhao Xingda to thank Zhaojia and Zhao Lianhua. Seeing that Zhao Xingda was fine, Zhaojia then reminded them. Aunt Shi, in the future, don't let Brother Xingda go up the mountain alone. Although wolves won't come down from the mountain easily these days, there are many spirit monsters on the mountains of our village. On my way to find the yang laicizing, I encountered a praying mantis monster. Its sickle-like claws were incredibly sharp. Fortunately, Brother Xingda met the yang laicizing this time instead of the praying mantis monster. If it were an ordinary person, they would have run for their lives when encountering a spirit monster, but Zhao Xingda was mentally disabled and didn't know how to escape. He just crouched there crying after being injured. Anne understands. Thank you, Taowa. Mrs. Shi looked at her son who she loved deeply. Her heart was slightly worried. Recently, she had to busy herself cooking for workers on the mountain at the village head's home, and supervising Zhao Xingda is short-handed by one person. Zhao Lianhua went down the mountain with Zhao Taowa. She stared at the yang laicizing that Zhao Taowa carried in her hand and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Sister Taowa, do you plan to wipe out all the yang laicizings if you catch so many? With a full jute bag, Zhao Lianhua suspected that Zhao Taowa caught all the yang laicizings from the mountain. Zhao Taowa chuckled. They sting people so fiercely, why would I wipe them out? I'm going to raise them. Zhao Lianhua widened her eyes in disbelief. Raising yang laicizings? Behind them, Mrs. Shi led Zhao Xingda slowly down the mountain. When she noticed Zhao Lianhua and Zhao Taowa had walked far ahead, she asked Zhao Xingda, Xingda, what do you think of Sister Lianhua? The sister who gave me candy just now? She's pretty good. The candy tastes great. That candy was still in Zhao Xingda's mouth. Mrs. Shi knew discussing romantic feelings with Zhao Xingda would be futile right now. So, she asked another question. Do you dislike her? Zhao Xingda's eyes popped wide open. Mother, why should I dislike her? She gave me candy. I don't dislike her at all. That's great. How about letting her be your wife? In the future, she will be around you every day. Isn't that good? And in the future, besides father, mother, and Sheng Jing, you'll have her too. Wouldn't that be good? Mrs. Shi asked tentatively. Chapter 154. Your peach blossoms are quite prosperous recently. In the next moment, she saw joy on Zhao Xingda's face. Good. Another playmate was going to be great. Recently, her parents have been very busy. Sheng Jing went to the embroidery shop to learn embroidery, leaving him alone at home, making him very lonely. Lady Shi immediately lit up with joy. Good. Xingda is a good boy. Mom will arrange it for you. Previously, she had never thought about finding a wife for Zhao Xingda, because after all, if anyone married someone like him, it would be harming them. However, Zhao Lianhua's reputation is now ruined, and she can't get married. She'll have to stay home as an old maid. If she marries Xingda and gives birth to children, the family's property will be hers. If she cannot bear children, she will not neglect Zhao Lianhua. Half of the things in the house belong to both Zhao Lianhua and Xingda. After Zhao Taohua returned home, she immediately dumped all the foreign peppers from the bag. The foreign peppers were already smart, their intelligence just awakened. They knew the power of Zhao Taohua, so they obediently lined up neatly, occupying half of the courtyard. Zhao Lianhua watched from the side, her pupils wide with shock. Although Taohua said nothing, the peppers followed her commands perfectly, worthy of being Sister Taohua, indeed impressive. Although seeing so many dense foreign peppers made her feel a little scared, she still stayed behind because she had something to ask Zhao Taohua for help with. Zhao Taohua took out the crystal from the mantis monster and threw it on the ground. Instantly, all the foreign pepper spirits rushed forward crazily to grab it. Looking at those larvae that began to form cocoons, one by one gradually forming more and more foreign pepper jars. Foreign pepper jars as large as thumb covers littered the ground. Zhao Lianhua asked, Taohua, what's wrong with them? They have advanced in rank. Once they come out, they will become adult insects. They will be bigger than before, and the power of the spines on their bodies will be much stronger than before. Zhao Taohua explained. Although the foreign pepper spirits she caught were numerous, the crystal from earlier was 300 years old in cultivation, so after absorbing it, they all advanced in rank. Zhao Taohua grabbed a broom and swept them all into a basket, then loaded them into 2 bamboo baskets. For them to come out of the foreign pepper jars, at least a 500-year-old crystal would be required. It seems that starting tomorrow, she has to go up the mountain to hunt spirit monsters for their crystals. Little Sister Taohua, I have something I want to ask for your help with. Just as Zhao Taohua was pondering, suddenly Ouyang Lianhua's voice rang in her ear, stuffing 100 coins into her hand. Little Sister Taohua, could you calculate whether I will marry in my lifetime? Ouyang Lianhua said. So, it was about calculating marriage fate. As Zhao Taohua raised her eyes and looked at Zhao Lianhua, she instantly saw peaches blooming on her face. She laughed. Sister Lianhua, of course you can get married. And moreover, good news is coming soon. Zhao Lianhua widened her eyes in surprise. Soon, her mind immediately thought of Zhao Shenglin. Could it be that what Zhao Shenglin said before wasn't drunken nonsense? Sister Lianhua, your peach luck is very strong recently. You have 2 peach blooms. As Zhao Taohua finished speaking, Zhao Lianhua became even more shocked. 2 blooms? Pointing at herself, she incredulously confirmed. Me? You're saying I have 2 peach blooms? How is this possible? She blinked her eyes, thinking it couldn't possibly be true. But after hearing Zhao Taohua's words, her cheeks slowly turned red. Given her current poor reputation, she thought she would remain an old maid at the Zhao family mansion forever. Never did she imagine. In the next breath, a tear rolled down from one eye, followed closely by tears falling endlessly like beads cut off from a string. Sister Lianhua, do what you should do. The right match for you won't be missed. Zhao Taohua smiled. Zhao Lianhua wiped away her tears and happily went home. Only, what Zhao Lianhua didn't expect was that the next day, while she was doing her work in the embroidery shop, Aunt Yu suddenly came looking for her. Recently, the village was repairing the city wall, and some people also went to help. The herbs in the medicinal field had grown well and could be picked and sold for money, so there weren't too many people in the embroidery shop, but there were still 30 or 40. Aunt Yu said to everyone, Lianhua, good news is here, come back with me quickly. After speaking, Aunt Yu kindly pulled Zhao Lianhua's hand to leave. She had already called back the people from the Zhao family mansion who were busy working in the medicinal fields, now only waiting for Zhao Lianhua, the main character. Inside the embroidery shop, everyone watched Aunt Yu lead Zhao Lianhua out, and they started gossiping. Is Aunt Yu here to set up a marriage for Lianhua? Isn't this obvious? Would Aunt Yu have anything else to do besides arranging marriages? Everyone naturally grew curious. Many couldn't wait any longer and walked outside to see who Aunt Yu had arranged for Zhao Lianhua. Everyone knew that Zhao Lianhua's reputation was bad these days. Unexpectedly, she would probably end up staying at home and become an old maid for life. Zhao Lianhua felt everything was unreal. Yesterday, Zhao Taohua just said her peach luck was coming, and today it has arrived? When she returned home, she saw 2 bolts of silk cloth and a pair of silver bracelets placed in the main hall. Lianhua, all these are from your fiancé's family as dowry gifts. They're worth quite a lot of money. Besides the dowry, there is also a 10-tael marriage gift. Ms. Yu said this and placed the silver on the table. Mrs. Zhou looked at all these items and felt very satisfied in her heart. It showed how much importance the other side placed on their Lotus. She originally planned to keep Lotus at home for her entire life, but didn't expect such happy news for their family to come so soon. She asked curiously, Ms. Yu, who has sent the betrothal gifts for my Lotus? Zhao Xinglin was picking medicinal herbs in the field when he suddenly saw several embroiderers returning home in a group. Curious, he asked, are you all going back early to cook? It wasn't even noon yet. One person explained, no, we're going to watch something interesting. Ms. Yu the matchmaker came to set up a marriage for Lotus and just took her back home. We're heading over to see who Ms. Yu arranged the marriage with for Lotus. What? After hearing those few embroiderers, they continued walking forward without paying attention to Zhao Xinglin's expression. Zhao Xinglin lost his motivation to continue picking medicinal herbs. He quickly put down his bamboo basket and rushed toward the old Zhao residence. Ms. Yu smiled at Mrs. Zhou and said, it's Zhao Shengda from your village. Although the boy has some flaws, he's the only male child in his family, so after marrying, the in-laws will surely treat Lianhua well. The couple, Zhao Guangfa, don't have many expectations for Lotus. All they require is someone who can take care of Shengda well. Shengda is like a little child, very easy to get along with. Although he has some defects, he definitely won't have any bad habits. Lianhua isn't young anymore, and it's impossible for her to marry anyone else now, so it would be better if she becomes kin with the Zhao Guangfa household. Let her marry happily, securing her a husband's place. Shufan, what do you think? After hearing about Zhao Shengda, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in Mrs. Zhou's eyes. Zhao Shengda was a fool. If Lotus married him, it would mean taking care of Shengda for life, like a mother. But given Lotus' current reputation, there's no way she could marry anyone else. Thus, she glanced at Zhao Daqiang. Zhao Daqiang nodded. Let's agree, cousin Yu. We've accepted Zhao Xingda's betrothal gifts and money. Go and let his family know to pick a good day for the wedding. Ms. Yu was extremely delighted, nodding repeatedly and smiling as she walked out. As soon as the other embroiderers arrived, they immediately asked, Cousin Yu, did it work? Who has sent betrothal gifts for Lotus? It's Zhao Xingda from your village. The boy may have some shortcomings, but he's a good kid. Ms. Yu replied with a smile. When Zhao Xinglin arrived, he happened to hear Ms. Yu's words. Chapter 155, Big Business. Had the Zhao's ancestral home already agreed to the marriage between Zhao Lianhua and Zhao Xingda? He looked through the courtyard gate toward the hall, just catching Zhao Lianhua's gaze. Zhao Lianhua didn't understand why he would appear outside her family yard at this moment. Between a man who only talks big and one who will really marry her, she could clearly tell the difference between truth and falsehood. With just one glance, Zhao Lianhua withdrew her gaze and turned to talk with Aunt Zhou. Grandma's son laughed. This is wonderful, Lianhua's marriage proposal has been settled. Lianhua, Grandma has something to remind you of. When you go to your in-laws, absolutely do not bully Xingda, because he is a fool. You should quietly take good care of Zhao Xingda. In the future, his family won't treat you poorly, understood? Zhao Lianhua was grateful to heaven for giving her the chance to get married. She would surely seize it and not ruin this matrimonial arrangement again. Grandma, rest assured, I've remembered. As soon as Zhao Lianhua finished speaking, the other embroiderers from the workshop came over to congratulate her. When Zhao Xinglin heard their conversation, for some reason, his heart felt uneasy. Unbelievable. The Zhao family had actually made an official engagement offer to Zhao Lianhua. Her marriage arrangements were in place. He ought to feel happy for her, but somehow, he couldn't be. Although Zhao Taohua used up a lot of spirit energy catching ghost peppers yesterday, when she woke up this morning, her body was full of vitality once more. Now, with so many ghost pepper jars at home, if she wanted the ghost peppers inside to mature into adult insects, she would need even more crystal stones to feed them. After breakfast, Zhao Taohua decided to go hunting on the mountain. Wife, would you like me to accompany you? She can handle the spirits and demons on the mountain, but he worried that walking all day might tire her out. If you get tired, I'll carry you back, asked Xinming. Unexpectedly, Zhao Taohua refused directly. If I get tired, I'll just come back. You go to the mountain too. How else will we make money selling medicinal herbs? Recently, with fewer embroiderers and stitch workers at the workshop, her daily profits have decreased. Previously, she donated 9,000 taels to the village chief. If Xinming doesn't start making money soon, they'll really be struggling to make ends meet. And she also wanted to buy a horse early, so she could enjoy the joy of riding. Men, after all, should be responsible for earning money and supporting the family. I'll return early for lunch. I'll buy the carp you love in town and make you a braised dish. Xinming gave Zhao Taohua a quick peck on her forehead before speaking. Just as Zhao Taohua was about to leave, the village chief arrived. With a worried look, he said, Taohua, our silver probably isn't enough. Yesterday alone, just buying bricks, lime paste, glutinous rice water, grains, and settling yesterday's wages cost us over 4,000 taels. In this donation campaign, our village collected a total of 14,600 taels. At this rate, we're bound to run short by the end. Should we ask everyone to donate again? Suggested the village chief. Each household's medicinal fields are ready for harvest, and if each donates 10 taels more, we can add another 1,590 taels. After all, building city walls is currently the top priority. However, Xinming disagreed. Donating 35 taels per household is already a significant amount. Asking for another donation would leave most families struggling financially. Besides, once the city wall is built, everyone still needs to stockpile grain and vegetables, which will require money as well. The village chief furrowed his brows. Where will the money come from then? Village chief, you manage the accounts. Use the silver we have carefully, and things will sort themselves out eventually, advised Zhao Taohua. Xinming, is Taohua at home? Just as Zhao Taohua spoke, Qian's voice suddenly sounded outside the yard. Behind her was a carriage driven by Administrator Lu Ting. For a moment, Zhao Taohua became curious about the person inside the carriage. Could it be Madame He? Otherwise, who else could possibly command Administrator Lu Ting's personal attention? Still, Madame He's carriage was far more luxurious than this modest one. Seeing Zhao Taohua was home, Qian explained. Administrator Lu Ting is here to see you. He wasn't aware that you're already married, so he came directly to the Zhao residence. After stepping down from the carriage, Administrator Lu Ting first congratulated Zhao Taohua. Ms. Zhao, may you and Mr. Shun remain eternally in harmony and prosperity. I'm here today because there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. My distant nephew has excruciating pain in his arm. The doctor says that amputation is the only way to save his life, but he is so young. Losing an arm would destroy his entire life. As Administrator Lu Ting spoke, he lifted the curtain of the carriage, helping the man inside out respectfully. A robust man dressed in black appeared, wearing a thick beard and sharp, piercing eyes. Even as soon as he stepped down from the carriage, Zhao Taohua could sense a fierce military presence radiating from him. Could he be a soldier of the Daxia kingdom? Judging by Chief Lu's degree of respect toward him, this man must hold no small position in the army. Moreover, Zhao Taohua noticed an overwhelming air of menace and bloodiness about him, indicating that he had likely killed many people. The hand exposed outside his sleeve was covered in calluses and scars, seemingly confirming Zhao Taohua's guess. The village chief, upon observing the newcomer's elegant demeanor, immediately noted his silk robes and the fine jade pendant hanging from his waist, as well as the high-quality jade hairpin used to tie his hair. Having met many wealthy individuals before, the village chief could easily tell that Chief Lu's distant nephew was indeed quite affluent. That made sense. Chief Lu's mother-in-law, Lady He, came from a merchant family, so wealth in their household was not unusual. Taohua. The village chief gave her a meaningful glance. Just moments ago, they were worrying about whether the funds for constructing the village wall would be sufficient. Now, here came a godsend. Upon receiving the village chief's meaningful look, Zhaojia instantly understood what he meant. However, there was one thing she needed to confirm first. If this soldier was not possessed by an evil spirit, then she wouldn't make any money off this. Chief Lu, please have him take a seat in the hall. Because of the menacing and bloody aura shielding him, Zhaojia couldn't judge with her naked eye. Sir, please extend your painful arm. Zhaojia lightly placed one finger on the back of his hand, releasing spiritual energy into his body to quickly search through it. Unexpectedly, as soon as the spiritual energy passed through his arm, something seemed amiss. Lifting her gaze, Zhaojia looked at the beads of sweat on his forehead. So this wasn't due to heat, but rather from gritting his teeth in pain? Chief Lu immediately picked up on Zhaojia's strange expression and asked, Miss Zhao, is my nephew possessed? To ensure a more thorough examination of his body, Zhaojia refrained from answering Chief Lu immediately. After a while, she retracted her finger and subtly nodded toward the village chief, a sign that this man was indeed possessed, and worse, by a very powerful evil. Upon seeing this, the village chief realized that they were about to strike a deal, a big deal. Chapter 156, The True Master. Zhaojia and the village chief's expressions were fully noted by Shen Ming, their thoughts accurately guessed by him. Lu Tingchong saw the serious expression on Zhaojia's face and asked, Ms. Zhao, is my nephew's arm possessed by evil spirits? Zhaojia nodded and then shook her head. There are worms of witchcraft in his arm. As she spoke, she asked the person to roll up his sleeve. Among those present, the village chief had the smallest courage. He was the first to cry out. My goodness, what is this? It seems to be crawling inside. The village chief trembled as he pointed at the man's arm. It could be seen that the man's right arm was highly swollen, with skin presenting an abnormal bluish-black color. His veins appeared like twisted earthworms beneath his skin, clearly visible. Occasionally, those veins would slightly move, as if something was traveling inside. The village chief watched this and felt his body hairs stand on end. Regardless of doctors, even he felt that such an arm should no longer remain attached. It must be cut off. Even when the man's right hand just hung still without movement, every slight movement of the veins inside caused pain akin to 10,000 steel needles pricking into him. Upon hearing Zhaojia's words, the man immediately regarded Zhaojia with higher respect. He asked, Is there a way to save my arm without cutting it off? This was the crux of his issue. If he lost his right arm, it would be the same as being killed outright. Lu Tingchong immediately agreed. Ms. Zhao, as long as you can remove the worms and keep his right arm intact, any amount of money is fine. Just say the price. Isn't this exactly what fits the intention of Zhaojia and the village chief? Lu Tingchong, the worm of witchcraft in your nephew's arm has been in his body for a month already. It has not only eaten away the flesh and vitality of his arm, but has also deeply invaded his marrow. Removing it thoroughly will not be easy. To avoid cutting off this arm, it will require a certain number. Speaking thus, Zhaojia raised 2 fingers. The village chief found this figure somewhat satisfactory. A charge of 2,000 taels. If there isn't enough money later for building the city wall, villagers won't have to donate another 10 taels per family. Shangguan Haodong suddenly narrowed his eyes. 20,000 taels. Certainly a bit much, but compared to his arm, 20,000 taels was merely a pittance. Lu Tingchong was overjoyed. If Shangguan General's arm can be cured, never mind 20,000 taels, even 40,000 taels wouldn't be an issue. Even if it meant selling all his pots and pans and borrowing money, he would do everything possible to cure Shangguan General's arm. If he could help Shangguan General today, one day, Shangguan General would certainly promote him. Advancing his rank and becoming wealthy, would he ever worry about having no money in the future? Both Zhaojia and the village chief were startled upon hearing Shangguan Haodong's words. Zhaojia looked at her raised fingers. That wasn't what she meant. Just as Zhaojia was preparing to explain, Shinming suddenly held her back, stopping her from explaining to them. These two showed only a momentary surprise in their eyes, without uttering any rebuttals, which seemed to indicate they were accepting this price. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Tingchong said, All right, as long as Ms. Zhao can extract the witchcraft worms from my nephew's arm, and ensure his arm restores to normal use like before, 20,000 taels will absolutely not be a single tael less. Zhaojia's eyebrows rose slightly, her red lips slightly parted. Was she really given 20,000 taels? The village chief was so shocked that his eyes widened wide. How extravagant. Shangguan Haodong looked at Lu Tingchong, thinking that it might be tough for such a small Tingchong officer to come up with 20,000 taels. Therefore, in agreement with Lu Tingchong, he voiced, Uncle, I'll pay for this myself. In the next moment, Zhaojia saw stacks of silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels, appear before her. Under Shangguan Haodong's indication, Zhaojia took them. Unable to resist, she spat saliva onto her fingers, and after counting, it was exactly 20 pieces. Instantly, Zhaojia's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, regarding Shangguan Haodong as a god of wealth. Sir, rest assured, I will ensure your arm remains perfect. Saying so, Zhaojia instructed Shangguan Haodong to take off his top clothing on the right side, and then asked Shinming to hold his right arm. At this point, Shangguan Haodong's entire right arm was powerless. Without Shinming's help, it couldn't even be lifted. Even with Shun Ming's assistance, just lifting the arm caused pain so severe that his lips quivered. Zhao Taohua let Shangwan Haodong sit on a chair. She placed her left hand on his shoulder and infused spirit energy through her palm into his shoulder, blocking the retreat of the witchcraft worm when it tries to escape later. Simultaneously, this spirit energy acted like an anesthetic, relieving Shangwan Haodong's pain. Shangwan Haodong, who had been grimacing in pain, suddenly felt comfort spreading from his shoulder throughout his entire arm. It was the most comfortable he had felt in a month. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Taohua in astonishment, with only one thought in his mind. These 20,000 taels were worth spending. Indeed, Lu Tingchong hadn't exaggerated. There truly was a great master within the boundaries of Luo Town. While Shangwan Haodong was lost in his thoughts, a glint of cold light suddenly appeared. As a soldier, he had an innate sensitivity to blades. Suddenly, a small white willow leaf knife appeared in Zhao Taohua's palm. The tip of the blade grazed the skin, and blood instantly gushed out. However, Zhao Taohua stopped after making an incision no bigger than the size of a fingernail. Next, she merely placed her fingers over the wound as if waiting for something. None of the others understood what Zhao Taohua was doing, so they could only watch silently. What left them astonished was that they saw something under Shangwan Haodong's skin moving toward the wound. Suddenly, a sharp, thorn-like object pierced through the wound. It acted as though it smelled something delicious, greedily heading toward Zhao Taohua's fingers, seeking to consume her flesh and vitality. Zhao Taohua instructed Shangwan Haodong not to move, then began circling her fingers around his arm, slowly guiding the witchcraft worm's body out from within him. Gradually, everyone could see that the length of the witchcraft worm was actually more than 3 feet long. It was as thick as an adult's index finger, its entire body covered by a semi-transparent membrane, as if coated with grease. Its body was stained with Shangwan Haodong's blood. The moment it fully crawled out, Shangwan Haodong immediately felt significantly lighter and relieved. Seeing the opportune moment, Zhao Taohua quickly grabbed the witchcraft worm and threw it into a bamboo basket. Lu Tingchong was startled. "Ms. Zhao, aren't you going to kill that witchcraft worm? What if it harms someone else?" Shangwan General suffered such excruciating pain from the witchcraft worm entering his arm that the doctor declared his life could only be saved by amputation. Zhao Taohua smiled and pointed to the bamboo basket. "Tingchong Lu, why don't you check if it can survive inside that bamboo basket?" Lu Tingchong, seeing her confident smile, curiously walked towards the bamboo basket near the door. Jie La, as he approached, there seemed to be some faint sounds coming from within the bamboo basket. With great trepidation, he cautiously edged closer, fearing that the witchcraft worm might harm him. However, when he drew near, he saw a nail-sized object trembling inside. That 3-foot-long witchcraft worm had already turned into a dry corpse. Pop! Suddenly, a foreign seed pod cracked open. Chapter 157. How many children will we have? A yellow-green furry wing suddenly appeared. Then, another wing broke open the whole wasp pod. The village head Lu looked in shock. Is it actually a beautiful moth? Out of the full basket of wasp pods, only this one is hatched into a moth. Could it be that the remaining ones can also turn into moths? He looked at the now desiccated corpse of the poisonous bug and turned to ask Zhao Taohua. "Ms. Zhao, so this moth killed the poisonous bug?" A single green moth could kill a poisonous bug that tormented General Shangwan for quite some time. It was evident that this green moth wasn't ordinary. Zhao Taohua beckoned to the green moth, feeling relatively satisfied with it. To be able, among numerous wasp pods, to suck all of the poisonous bug's powers dry without letting other wasp pods gain any benefit and transform from a larva state into a moth state. When there are 2 moths, one male and one female, they can produce countless offspring. Zhao Taohua nodded at village head Lu and indicated the green moth land on the table. With a command, it could transform back from a moth state into a wasp-like form, leaving village head Lu and the others looking astonished. Curiously he asked, "Ms. Zhao, do you raise these?" Raised for fun, practitioners of Taoist magic always have their hobbies. Saying this, Zhao Taohua took a strip of gauze and bandaged General Shangwan Hao's wound on his arm. It was barely an opening, not even something significant to Shangwan Hao. "Thank you, Ms. Zhao." Shangwan Hao moved his arm, finding it relaxed and comfortable as if he had never encountered the poisonous bug at all. After all, she is his financial benefactor. Zhao Taohua exchanged pleasantries with Shangwan Hao. "Master, if you feel any abnormalities in the future, you can come see me." After sending off Shangwan Hao and village head Lu, Zhao Taohua excitedly pulled out those 20,000 taels of silver. "Village Chief Grandpa, 10,000 taels go to you for rebuilding the city walls. The remaining 10,000 taels, she intended to buy herself a horse." The village chief's mouth stretched almost to his earlobes with joy. "That's more than enough. With these 10,000 taels, it will definitely suffice." He had just mentioned that the money might not be enough when the patron arrived to deliver the funds. The carriage hadn't driven far before Shangwan Hao lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked outward, "Village head Lu, what is the name of this place?" "Here? You mean the village where Ms. Zhao lives?" Village head Lu was momentarily perplexed. Why was General Shangwan curious about this? Then he responded, "General Shangwan, this is Zhao Family Village." "Zhao Family Village." Shangwan Hao repeated softly and slowly, a pause coming to his expression. He again opened the carriage curtain, turning around to look back toward Zhao Family Village. This was Zhao Family Village. Shangwan Hao's pupils slightly contracted. Looking at the neatly arranged blue brick tile houses of Zhao Family Village, as well as the bustling villagers in the herb fields, he sighed lightly. Such a pity. At the Shun family residence, Shin Ming watched as Zhao Taohua earned 20,000 taels in less than half an hour. After the village chief left, he immediately embraced Zhao Taohua and kissed her lips. My lady truly excels. Marrying Sister Taohua is my good fortune. In the future, I'll live comfortably following Sister Taohua. Shenming spoke sincerely from the heart. In Zhao family village, the entire village combined wouldn't earn even 20,000 taels. And Zhao Taohua managed to make that much within half an hour. Lifting her head towards him, hearing his praise made Zhao Taohua feel better. She patted her chest and said, rest assured, with me here, I promise you a good life. You're the husband I've chosen. Light gleamed in Zhao Taohua's eyes, her gaze entirely focused on Shenming. After Zhao Taohua left the Shun residence, she rushed straight up the mountain. Led by the troublemakers, there were practically no evil spirits or monsters that could hide on the mountain. Zhao Taohua acted like a killing god. Everything she came across met its end, and she harvested their cultivation crystals. The wasp spirit transformed into a moth, which was incredibly intelligent, always staying by Zhao Taohua's side. It landed on the wooden hairpin Zhao Taohua wore, looking just like a decorative pale yellow flying moth. On the first day, Zhao Taohua killed various small spirits with cultivation levels ranging from 20 to 30. However, after consuming 10 crystals, the wasp transformed from a moth into a human form. She had sharp, elongated ears, a graceful figure, black long hair falling like a waterfall down her back. Behind her, a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings shivered, casting a soft yellow light. The wasp spirit was thrilled beyond words, as it managed to become the first among all the wasp spirits to take on human form. Greetings, master. Her appearance differed from other demons, resembling something exotic or fairy-like, and her voice matched her looks with a bold charm. Wings. Something came to Zhao Taohua's mind suddenly. Can you fly? Can you take me with you? You wish to fly, master? The wasp spirit questioned in return. The moment Zhao Taohua nodded, the wasp spirit immediately hugged her slender waist from behind and took off on the spot. The summer evening breeze blew across Zhao Taohua's face as she ascended with the wasp spirit, offering an increasingly expansive view. Soon, the entire mountain range and Zhao family village were beneath her feet. However, it was already late in the day, so everything wasn't too clear. Zhao Taohua looked toward the setting sun in the west, feeling as though she were level with the sun. When Zhao Taohua shifted her gaze downward, she suddenly spotted a large lake deep within the mountains. Even under the sunset's glow, it emitted a faint white light. Though curious, Zhao Taohua still instructed the wasp spirit, let's go home. She decided she would investigate again when dawn broke the next morning. The little troublemakers on the mountain enviously watched Zhao Taohua and the wasp spirit soar through the air. How wonderful to have wings. Upon receiving Zhao Taohua's order, the wasp spirit swiftly carried her down towards the Shun residence. At that moment, smoke was rising from every household in Zhao family village, filling the air with the aroma of cooking meals. The instant Zhao Taohua landed in the courtyard of the Shen family, Shenming in the kitchen immediately noticed. He thought something had fallen from the sky into his yard, so he grabbed a spatula and rushed outside. To his surprise, he saw Zhao Taohua and brother Shenming. The wasp spirit transformed into human form. She ate all the cultivation crystals I gathered today, which is how she became this flying wasp spirit. Zhao Taohua introduced excitedly. Having just experienced flight, she felt exhilarated. Inside the hall, the two baskets of wasp pods began stirring upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words. They wanted to break out of their pods too. They wanted to transform into human form too. Even though it could transform into human form, it could still turn back into its velvety, spiky self, inflicting excruciating pain when pricking people. Greetings, Lord Husband. The wasp spirit bowed respectfully to Shenming. Shenming glanced at the wasp spirit, recalling how the 5 spirits tamed by Zhao Taohua were kept at the Zhao family. Clearly, their future home would house more and more spirits, making it lively. Still, he preferred the liveliness to come from other sources. As he pondered, Shenming cast a glance toward Zhao Taohua's abdomen. Lady, wash your hands for dinner. Supper will be ready soon. On the table, Shenming had just set out all the dishes when he suddenly asked, Lady, calculate our fate. How many children will we have? Boys or girls? Chapter 158, Wild Horse. As Zhao Taohua was about to take a bite of the dish she had just picked up with her chopsticks, she froze at what was said. A child? Up until now, Zhao Taohua had never considered this issue or paid it any attention at all. Actually, given her current state of being brimming with energy every day, she didn't even need to consult fortune-telling. She just needed one glance at Shenming's facial features, and everything became crystal clear. Zhao Taohua stared at him, and with just one look, she discerned exactly how many children Shenming would have in the future, and even their genders. So many? Her heart sank. Was she about to give birth to piglets? Zhao Taohua quickly lowered her eyelids and continued eating. Lady, why aren't you speaking? Shenming asked. She placed a piece of eggplant into his mouth, blocking his questioning, then replied. Sons and daughters both, blessings in abundance. You can rest assured. The moment Shenming heard the word many, he understood that he and Sister Taohua would have numerous children. When will they come? When will we have children? Right now, there were only the 2 of them in their home. If they had children, their household would become livelier. Shenming looked forward to having children. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua raised her gaze to look at him, immediately getting an answer. She would be pregnant by September this year. However, in December, other armies would arrive at Zhao's village, encircling the entire place. Having foreseen her pregnancy during that time, Zhao Taohua suddenly felt a sense of impending danger rise within her. It was different from the fear she'd experienced before when predicting disasters for the village. After realizing she would soon become a mother, her heart seemed to naturally generate a kind of maternal instinct. At no point had she ever wanted more than now to successfully complete the building of the wall around the city, so it could smoothly fend off those officials entering the village to fight over this area. There were only 2 months left. She did not know if her body would still be able to use abundant spirit energy after becoming pregnant. After all, she hadn't been pregnant in her previous life. Moreover, once she became pregnant, she feared that she might no longer be able to quickly obtain large amounts of spiritual energy from Shinming. Thus, time was pressing. Within these 2 months, she had to find as many cultivation crystals as possible and capture more spirits to assist her. Brother Shinming, tomorrow, will you accompany me up the mountain? Zhaojia suddenly spoke to Shinming. By keeping Shinming nearby, she would always have enough spiritual energy to replenish herself. She had to act decisively. Shinming nodded. For the sake of their child arriving in 2 months, as husband and wife united in purpose, it was definitely doable. Tomorrow morning, I'll go tell my parents and ask them to hire someone to pick the herbs in our family's medicinal field and take care of them. Shinming said that this way, he could focus entirely on accompanying Zhaojia up the mountain without neglecting the money the family would earn. The next morning, after making all the necessary arrangements, the two of them immediately set out for the mountain. Along the way, Zhaojia killed some minor spirits and took their crystals. But gradually, Zhaojia noticed that the little spirits in the mountain seemed to detect the danger and began hiding themselves. As they went deeper into the mountains, Zhaojia immediately recalled the white lake she had seen floating in the air yesterday evening. This was a place she had never seen before. After confirming its location in the air with the help of the Yang Lizi spirit, Zhaojia led Shinming through the forest, walking towards the deeper regions. They walked for an unknown amount of time, surrounded by a scene resembling a primeval forest, as if no one had ever been here. Because Shinming was present, the mischievous little spirits kept their distance from the pair. Suddenly, Shinming grabbed Zhaojia's hand, stopping her from moving forward. Brother Shun. Before Zhaojia could finish her sentence, Shinming covered her mouth with his hand. He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, Sister Taowa, don't make a sound. Something seems to be approaching. While speaking, he strained his ears to carefully listen to the faint sounds coming from afar. This sound is rather strange. It doesn't sound like a wolf's steps, sometimes heavy, sometimes light. Shinming further explained to Zhaojia quietly at her ear. Each breath of his warmed her ear as he exhaled, creating a tingling sensation. Zhaojia bit her lips lightly, finding her brain momentarily unable to think clearly. Suddenly, her line of sight caught the Yang Lizi spirit flying midair. Could she have the Yang Lizi spirit investigate what was approaching? Zhaojia summoned the Yang Lizi spirit telepathically, asking it to scout the surroundings. Meanwhile, Shinming gently lifted Zhaojia and slowly hid behind the tree trunk. In this way, their presence wouldn't be discovered. When the Yang Lizi spirit flew high in the sky, it immediately saw something white darting between the trees. Its movements were obscured by the trunks, preventing the Yang Lizi spirit from fully identifying the creature. It telepathically informed Zhaojia. White, snow wolf, white fox. Just at this moment, Zhaojia saw a snow-white horse slowly appear on the grass, not far away from behind the tree trunk. After stopping, it took a bite of grass. However, Zhaojia immediately recognized that it was no ordinary grass, but rather a small cluster of ice vine grass, which contained a trace of spiritual energy. What an intelligent horse. Probably because it had eaten the ice vine grass, its mane resembled winter icicles, smooth and glossy. Its legs were long and strong, with tense muscles, making it completely different from all the horses she had seen in the market stables earlier. Even though Zhaojia didn't know much about horses, she still felt it was undoubtedly better than all the horses sold in the market stables. If those horses were worth 10,000 taels each, then this one must be worth at least 100,000 taels. The horse, having eaten the ice vine grass, seemed especially cheerful, leisurely swaying its tail. Shinming hadn't expected a wild horse to show up deep within the forest. He had hunted on this mountain for 9 years and never once seen a wild horse here. Clomp. Suddenly, it heard a step sound, lifting its head to see a 15-year-old girl tiptoeing her steps. Zhaojia hadn't expected the horse to notice her presence after taking just one step. With eye contact between her and the horse, its eyes showed a spirit of unruliness and untamed wildness, along with alertness. As soon as Zhaojia took another step forward, it bolted towards the other side. Its speed was incredibly fast, with its 4 legs dashing like the wind. Zhaojia panicked. Why is it running away? Little sister Taowa, do you want it? Shinming asked. The moment Zhaojia nodded, Shinming dashed off like lightning in the direction the wild horse had fled. Quietly in her heart, Zhaojia cheered Shinming on. A horse worth 10,000 taels, if she could get it, would save her exactly 10,000 taels. Zhaojia waved at Yang Lizi, preventing Shinming from losing track. She let Yang Lizi carry her and follow from the air. They were moving too fast, forcing Yang Lizi to rapidly vibrate its wings to keep up. It wasn't until this moment that Zhaojia realized an issue. Shinming could actually run this fast? Horses were naturally gifted runners, with 4 legs. Yet how could Shinming also be so powerful? In relentless pursuit, they were only 3 meters away from the white horse. Chapter 159. Did it have sinister plans for him? Suddenly, Shinming's feet stirred up the wind as he leaped into the air and directly landed on the horse's back. The white horse clearly did not expect this human to catch up with itself. It abruptly braked, standing upright in an attempt to throw off Shinming, who was behind it. However, Shinming firmly held onto the mane of its neck, and no matter how much it jumped, he never fell down. Zhaojia immediately had the Yalong crest descend and stood beside her, watching this scene with trepidation. She saw, at the bottom of the wild horse's eyes, not just dislike, but also a trace of fear. This wasn't just an ordinary wild horse. It emitted a faint white glow from its body. Could it be because of eating ice-fine grass? That contained spiritual energy within it. And as Shunming fought to tame the horse, a surging murderous aura continuously released from his body. The more this murderous aura intensified, the more it enveloped the whole body of the wild horse. In the end, the wild horse gradually calmed down under Shunming's control. Even without reins, he still held onto the horse's neck hair tightly, making it obediently follow his will. Shunming rode the wild horse over to Zhao Taohua and extended his hand toward her. Sister Taohua. Zhao Taohua reached out her left hand and was pulled onto the horse's back by him. Only after this moment, when Zhao Taohua had intimate contact with the wild horse, did she confirm her inner thoughts. It was indeed afraid of Shunming. The horse's back beneath her palm slightly trembled. Meanwhile, Zhao Taohua was delighted to find that the wild horse had a great deal of spiritual energy. Was this a spirit horse? The spirit horse felt utterly helpless in its heart. How could it have met such people? However, with the presence of this woman, the man's murderous aura quickly diminished, making it feel much more comfortable. Looking up, Zhao Taohua shouted toward the Yang Lazi essence, "Lead the way in the sky and take us to that lake." Subsequently, she addressed the spirit horse, "Let's have a race. Who will reach the white lake first?" Earlier, while flying through the air with the Yang Lazi essence, Zhao Taohua noticed that the lake appeared whiter during the day, refracting dazzling light into the sky, as if the lake water contained diamonds. Upon hearing Zhao Taohua's description, the spirit horse immediately understood where she referred to. Without even needing to look up at the Yang Lazi essence above, it surged forward faster than even the Yang Lazi essence itself, leaving the airborne Yang Lazi essence dumbfounded. Did it know the location? How could it run so fast? However, after observing the direction it ran towards, the Yang Lazi essence discovered that it was heading in the correct direction. Zhao Taohua, tightly embraced by Shunming, bounced along together on the galloping horse. Though the spirit horse ran extremely fast, everywhere it went remained perfectly safe, with no branches scratching the two of them. A cool breeze accompanied their summer sprint, offering comfort. This feeling of comfort made Zhao Taohua instinctively spread her arms wide, looking up to enjoy this sense of freedom. After experiencing the joy of flight, she now firsthand relished the thrill of riding a horse. Swift winds brushed her strands of hair across Shunming's neck, who embraced her tightly as he looked down at her side profile. For some reason, seeing her smile, an uncontrollable burst of laughter escaped Shunming's chest. After not too long, once the spirit horse passed through a forest, Zhao Taohua was suddenly blinded by a glaring brightness, forcing her to close her eyes. When the horse stopped, she looked down and saw that there were many diamond-like objects around the lake. She picked one up and clasped it in her hand. Was this salt? Looking elsewhere, she realized that due to the crystallized salt layer on the lake's surface, they refracted light under the sun. Gazing at this expansive salt lake, Zhao Taohua was completely stunned. Seeing the scene before him, Shunming too was shocked. He hadn't expected such a place would exist deep in Zhao family village's mountains. Salt in Daxia country was controlled by the government, priced at 20 large coins per pound. The price was slightly expensive, but since every household needed it, no matter how pricey, it still had to be purchased. Shunming stared at the salt crystals covering the entire lake and said, "Dear, do you think how deep is below? And how many pounds of salt can be produced?" Zhao Taohua only responded with 2 words, "A lot." Then she continued, "Brother Shunming, Zhao family village has just over 100 households. With such a large salt lake, we'll never run out. After 6 months, once our village wall is built, our village has salt and need not worry." Suddenly, Zhao Taohua remembered something else. In Daxia country, coarse salt was sold, but she knew how to refine fine salt. Resolute, she couldn't let this vast wealth sent by heaven go to waste. Just that Daxia country severely punished those who smuggled salt. This wealth must be utilized at an opportune time. To prevent others from finding this place, Zhao Taohua immediately formed an incantation seal, cloaking the entire massive salt lake and setting up a shielding array. The immense salt lake drained a great deal of Zhao Taohua's spiritual energy. Fortunately, she had been fully replenished before leaving the house today. Still, her body went limp immediately after she set up the shielding array, almost causing her to lose her balance. Since her marriage, she hadn't experienced such a depletion of her inner spiritual energy. However, when she saw the salt lake that she was protecting, a slight smile curved her lips. Besides her, no one would discover this place. "Miss Peach Blossom, what's wrong with you?" Shunming worriedly held her steady and observed her eyes fixed on his lips. In the next instant, his lips were met with a warm press. Zhao Taohua felt a large amount of spiritual energy flow into her, making her feel much more comfortable overall. Fortunately, she let Shunming accompany her up the mountain today. Just as she felt happy, suddenly she noticed a gaze directed at her. Turning her head, she saw the spirit horse staring at her, its mouth slightly agape, unsure if it was in shock or for some other reason. Once the spirit horse realized Zhao Taohua was looking at it, its expression quickly turned calm, pretending as if it understood nothing. Still, deep inside, it found the situation incredible. Moments ago, it had clearly seen numerous streams of spiritual energy flowing from Shunming's body into Zhao Taohua's. But whenever it looked at Shunming, it could only see ominous killing intent. How could spiritual energy be transferred to her? Could it be some kind of illusion spell that made him appear differently? While contemplating this, the spirit horse stealthily approached Shunming without making any sound. It wondered, perhaps it could also gain abundant spiritual energy from him, just like Zhaojia. Every step it took resembled someone sneaking around. Shinming watched its every move with perfect clarity. With its massive form, Zhaojia found it nearly impossible not to notice. When both Zhaojia and Shinming grew curious about its intentions, it suddenly stretched out its tongue and licked Shinming's face. Realizing its plan, Shinming's face darkened instantly as he raised a hand to block the horse's mouth. Meanwhile, Zhaojia stood guard like someone who tasted a sour vinegar jar, hands on hips while glaring warily at the spirit horse. Did it want to plot harm against him? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Zhaojia's mind. Could it be that the spirit horse can see spiritual energy? Chapter 160. Are we all sick? So, that's why she could precisely eat only the iced-in grass inside the deep forest earlier. She pinched a ball of spiritual energy the size of a glutinous rice ball at her fingertips, and sure enough, she saw the spirit horse staring at her 2 fingers without blinking. Zhaojia's lips curled upward. Shinming couldn't see the spiritual energy in Zhaojia's hand, but he did see the expression on the wild horse's face showing flattery. Shinming's lips twitched. He had never expected to see such an expression on a horse's face one day. An hour ago, when it saw Sister Taohua approaching, it immediately ran off in the opposite direction. Seeing the spirit horse drooling, Zhaojia knowingly asked, "Do you want it?" The spirit horse nodded furiously and even let out some snorts. If it could speak, it would have already said a lot of flattering words to please her by now. "I can give it to you, but from now on, you'll have to listen to me." The spirit horse hummed and nodded, its eyes fixed on the ball of spiritual energy in her hand. Zhaojia was extremely satisfied with its attitude. "Then let's first give you a name. Oh, are you male or female?" As she spoke, Zhaojia moved toward the horse's backside. The spirit horse panicked and quickly turned its hindquarters around. Zhaojia raised her eyebrows. "Male." The spirit horse made a sound from its nostrils and nodded. Zhaojia had Shinming confirm again. This time, it didn't avoid Shinming. It was indeed male. After pondering for a moment, Zhaojia clapped her hands and said, "You shall be called by Ma Wangzi, Prince White Horse." With that, she threw the ball of spiritual energy in her hand, and Prince White Horse leapt up with his front hooves, immediately catching it. This much spiritual energy could offset eating 10 ice-stew plants for it. Although this woman's chosen name was a bit long, at least it included Prince. Zhaojia and Shinming rode Prince White Horse back to the village, heading straight for the medicinal fields. The tall and handsome white horse immediately caught the attention of many villagers. "Taohua, you and your husband bought a horse? How much did it cost?" Mrs. Jiang asked. Even though she knew a horse in town costs 10,000 taels, she still felt this horse should be worth more than that. "Aunt Jiang, this is a wild horse Shinming helped me catch in the mountains. I just tamed it." After hearing Zhaojia's explanation, Mrs. Jiang was envious. No money involved. A horse costs 10,000 taels, Shinming caught one, directly saving the family 10,000 taels. Mrs. Jiang looked approvingly at Shinming. Shinming is really a good man, effortlessly earning the family 10,000 taels. Still, it's Ershu and Hanyan who are fortunate to have such a good son-in-law. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Jiang, the two headed straight for the Zhao family's medicinal fields. Zhao Ershu had driven the ox cart onto the ridge and was placing bamboo baskets full of medicinal herbs onto it. "Dad, use the horse-drawn carriage to deliver the herbs. It needs to be faster." As soon as Zhaojia finished speaking, Shinming immediately dismounted to help Zhao Ershu tie the carriage to Prince White Horse. Prince White Horse used to roam freely in the deep forest, carrying neither people nor doing work. Now suddenly, a carriage was attached to him, and he wasn't very happy about it. However, thinking about Zhaojia's spiritual energy ball, he suppressed this dissatisfaction himself. Following Zhaojia, it could eat spiritual energy balls in the future, far better than slowly searching for iced-in grass with only a tiny bit of spiritual energy in the deep forest. With the help of Prince White Horse, the family became much more efficient in selling medicinal herbs. When they weren't selling herbs, Zhaojia would ride it into the mountains. In this way, after a month, she had killed through all the surrounding mountains, as if disinfecting the entire range, and no spirits were seen anymore. As a result, there were no appearances of any spirits in Zhao Village during this month. The foreign chili peppers being cultivated at Shun's home under the support of numerous decades-old cultivation crystals also began emerging from their cans. However, they were still far from transforming into human forms. They needed more cultivation crystals. It's strange, before, spirit creatures with 100 or 200 years of cultivation often appeared in Zhao family village, and even ones with 300. Why do they seem to have disappeared lately? Could it be they realized I'm killing them, so they all ran away? Zhaojia curiously watched the larvae of the chili pepper insects moving on the ground. The only one who had already transformed into a human form among the chili pepper spirits suggested, "Master, maybe we should check other places? Like other villages, other towns." Zhaojia thought it was feasible. After all, according to the calculations, she should be pregnant in a month. Some things needed to be arranged before then. Just as Zhaojia was preparing to go out with the chili pepper spirit, Shinming suddenly returned. "Sister Taohua, I'm going to the town to sell medicinal herbs. I might return a little later today. We haven't sent the carts of medicinal herbs to either our family or my parents' house to the town yet." Zhaojia was surprised. Didn't Dad usually take care of delivering the herbs to sell in town? "Today, Father isn't feeling too well. He feels nauseous and has diarrhea," Shinming replied. "What? Have we gone to Grandpa's shopping to get medicine?" In Zhaojia's memory, Zhao Ershu had always been in good health. Ever since she came to this world, she hadn't seen him fall ill even once. This made Zhao Taohua somewhat worried. Just then, she heard Shinming say, "Mother also has a slight fever and headache. I just finished boiling the medicine for her and told her to rest. I'll bring her dinner later tonight. Mother is sick too." Zhao Taohua felt a twinge in her heart. With both Zhao Ershu and Qian Shi falling ill at the same time, Zhao Taohua recalled all the warmth of family love she had experienced from them when she was with the Zhao family. Therefore, upon hearing about their illness, Zhao Taohua felt extremely concerned. At this moment, she also sensed a sense of warmth from Shinming. When her family members were sick, he didn't show any complaints or dissatisfaction, but instead helped patiently and took care of them. Zhao Taohua threw herself into Shinming's arms, pressing her head against his chest and wrapping her arms around his slim waist. Originally, she only regarded him as a tool person, thinking it would be fine to spend her life in ancient times with someone like him. It wasn't until today that she gradually began to feel a sense of responsibility and commitment in Shinming. Would such a person make a good father in the future? Shinming brother, thank you for all your hard work. After speaking, Zhao Taohua stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed his jawline. Not at all. It's our duty to take care of and honor our parents, Shinming said before leaving after finishing his words. Because Zhao Taohua couldn't help but worry about Zhao Ershu and Qian Shi, she decided to delay leaving the village and headed toward the Zhao family. However, as soon as she stepped out of the door, she heard continuous coughs coming down the road. Zhao Taohua looked over and noticed one by one. They all showed signs of fatigue. Some had an unhealthy redness to their faces. Others coughed while accompanied by runny noses. Ouyang Shengfeng, who passed by her house, suddenly screamed while clutching her rear. "Oh no, I can't hold it. I have to go. Taohua, may I borrow your outhouse?" Seeing Zhao Taohua was about to lock the courtyard gate, Ouyang Shengfeng immediately stopped her. Zhao Taohua immediately ceased her action and let her in. Ugh, not far away, Zhao Shengjing suddenly vomited, her face turning ashen. A frown creased Zhao Taohua's forehead, and an ominous feeling arose in her heart. Were they all sick? Chapter 161, The Influenza Monster. In ancient times, if everyone got sick at the same time, it was likely an epidemic. Zhao Taohua was very worried and immediately went to Zhao Xiangping's house after Zhao Shengfeng left. At this moment, Zhao Xiangping had already been surrounded by the villagers. Each of them had some unusual symptoms, either a runny nose, sore throat, or coughing. Recently, Zhao Xiangping could sell more cold and fever medicine in one day than he used to sell in a whole year. Luckily, his son had gone to town yesterday and bought some more back. "Master, they are all sick. You should stay away from them," Yang Lazi reminded her. Zhao Taohua raised her hand and covered her mouth with her sleeve as a makeshift mask. Zhao Xiangping caught sight of Zhao Taohua outside the crowd and asked while examining someone's pulse. "Taohua, are you also suffering from a cold?" Zhao Xiangping was surrounded by the villagers in layer upon layer. Everyone was waiting for their diagnosis. Zhao Taohua knew it would be impossible to finish before nightfall. She asked her most worrying question. "Grandpa Xiangping, is it just a common cold or fever that everyone has?" Not being proficient in medicine, she could only ask Zhao Xiangping. Zhao Xiangping nodded, but had a concern of his own, even though he was proficient in medical arts. "Taohua, did a spirit cause most people in the village to catch a cold or fever this time?" It was very abnormal for so many people in the village to have the flu. Zhao Taohua shook her head. "Grandpa Xiangping, I haven't detected any spirit energy on anyone here." Zhao Xiangping frowned. "Not a spirit? So, they were just suffering from common colds?" Zhao Taohua shook her head again. "It may not be. This spirit might be adept at concealing its energy. I'll investigate first. If it's indeed a spirit causing trouble, I will not let it go." Then, Zhao Taohua asked Zhao Xiangping who was the first person in the village to catch a cold. Before Zhao Xiangping could answer, a villager jumped in and replied. It was Rin Chunmei. At first, everyone was fine, but we kept hearing her cough nonstop all day. Could it be she infected us? Her husband and son have both left the village, so why is she still hanging around here? Isn't this harming everyone? Everyone became affected by this statement. Even usually kind-hearted Jiang Shuier couldn't help but speak up. A menace like her should be driven out of the village. After cursing, she began to cough violently again. Beside her, Zhao Feng consoled her. "Shuier, don't get upset. You are carrying now." Due to her pregnancy, Jiang Shuier was especially sensitive. She felt unwell and was worried about how the medication might affect her unborn child, which led to her particularly irritable temper. Zhao Taohua glanced at her belly and was about to leave when she suddenly saw Ren Chunmei sneaking out of the door. She quickly ran after her. Ren Chunmei cried as she ran home, locking the door. No matter how Zhao Taohua knocked, no one opened it. Is she going to do something stupid? Zhao Taohua had a bad premonition. Fortunately, she had brought Yang Lazi the spirit with her. Flying over the courtyard wall, they indeed found Ren Chunmei who had tied a rope to the beam and kicked away the stool under her feet. "Hurry, get her down." Under Yang Lazi's manipulation, Ren Chunmei was brought back from the brink of death. Taohua. Seeing Zhao Taohua, Ren Chunmei's tears streamed uncontrollably. Ren Chunmei, who had resolved to die, now no longer had the courage to after surviving instead. All that remained was fear of death. Only after almost dying once does one realize how terrifying death truly is. Yet, she was now a sinner in the eyes of the village. How could she have the face to continue living? Having nowhere else to go, it was the village chief who helped her obtain residence registration and settle into the village. The village chief and everyone else had been so kind to her, and it was she who spread the cold to everyone. Zhao Taohua gently patted her back, consoling her. "Sister Chunmei, stop crying. We'll figure things out. Tell me, where have you been recently, and what did you do there?" Ren Chunmei cried as she answered, looking confused. These days, she had only helped prepare and deliver meals to the workers building the city wall and earned money by picking medicinal herbs in the village. Most of her time was spent in the village, and she rarely ventured out. After listening to her account, Zhao Taohua furrowed her brow slightly, detecting nothing unusual. Sister Chunmei, did you notice anything abnormal at any time? Even the slightest detail? Think carefully. Zhao Taohua continued probing. After a moment, Rin Chunmei remembered something. A few days ago, when I delivered food up the mountain, I was walking at the back of the group. Suddenly, I felt a chill down my back. Then when I returned home, I noticed a soreness in my shoulders, and I wasn't able to use much strength. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taohua immediately fixed her gaze on Rin Chunmei's back. Sister Chunmei, take off your top so I can take a look. Rin Chunmei froze for a moment, then shyly followed the instructions. When Xia Yi removed her summer clothes, she revealed a plump figure immediately. Rin Chunmei's wheat-colored skin showed a noticeable shadow on her back. It was spherical in shape, resembling an influenza virus, covered all over with sharp protrusions. It appeared on Rin Chunmei's back like a terrifying brand. So this is it. Zhao Taohua's eyes narrowed as she spoke. Taohua, what's wrong? Is there something on my body? Rin Chunmei felt afraid upon hearing Zhao Taohua's words. Zhao Taohua first captured a wisp of the influenza monster's aura from Rin Chunmei, then helped her get dressed again. Sister-in-law, it really is a spirit causing trouble. But don't worry, everything will be fine. I'll go look for it right away. With that, Zhao Taohua picked up the rope lying on the ground and let Yang Lotzi carry her as they flew towards the mountain. Zhao Taohua had never expected that such a powerful spirit existed in Zhao Village. No wonder she could only capture some small spirits before. This one had at least 500 years of cultivation. As Rin Chunmei watched her leave her courtyard, her heart was filled with hope, flourishing like greenery. Just as Zhao Taohua had flown halfway into the sky, the village chief rushed over and shouted, Taohua, it's not good. Most of the workers building the city wall have fallen ill. Many are vomiting themselves into exhaustion, unable to work at all. If this continues, our project will definitely fall behind schedule. Village chief, don't worry, everyone will get better soon. I already know what's causing this trouble. Leaving these words behind, Zhao Taohua continued flying up the mountain with Yang Lotzi. The village chief was curious. What is it? At this point, Rin Chunmei opened the yard gate and stepped out, saying, Taohua said it's the influenza monster. She firmly believed Zhao Taohua would surely defeat the influenza monster. Chapter 162, Zhao Xinlin's Will. Flu monster. The village chief repeated this phrase in his mouth. Was it because of this thing that everyone caught colds and fevers? In the mountains, the flu monster was like a floating gray dandelion, freely rising and falling between the trees. It comfortably ate the sickly aura drifting over Zhao Village. Recently, there were few spirits or monsters to be found in the mountains that could be eaten. Luckily, Zhao Village had a large population, which helped supplement its cultivation somewhat. Just as it was comfortably floating and absorbing energy, it suddenly saw a foreign spicy spirit that had transformed into human form flying in midair. Instantly, all the protruding spines on the flu monster's body excitedly trembled. Its whole body suddenly became twice as large. It excitedly trembled, thinking if it ate such a little treasure, it would be equivalent to eating the sickly auras of 10,000 people. It flew up fiercely, directly charging towards the foreign spicy spirit, its body stretching from the size of a dandelion into a human form. Many strange protrusions topped its head, looking like countless spikes drilling out from under the skin. Blue-gray skin, blood-red fiery eyes. Its approach carried diseases and bacteria. Without even touching anyone, the sickly aura from its body swept towards Zhao Taohua and the foreign spicy spirit. Inside Zhao Village, Rin Chunmei immediately saw something approaching Zhao Taohua. Village chief, do you think that might be the flu monster? It doesn't look like anything good. It's even uglier than the 6 spirits raised by Taohua's family. The village chief nodded as many villagers also noticed the situation in the air above the mountain. My goodness, it's a spirit causing trouble again this time. Damn ugly thing, making my whole family cough until our lungs are about to come out. Zhao Taohua, upon seeing the flu monster's true form, instantly grinned with an unrestrained smile. This flu monster had exceeded her expectations, already possessing 800 years of cultivation within its body. Even though it may have been built up from the accumulation of recent illness qi, as long as she extracted its crystal stone, it would absolutely be an 800-year cultivation crystal stone. Thinking about this, Zhao Taohua's smile became even more maniacal. The flu monster looked utterly baffled. It had only had eyes for the fragrant delicacy that was the foreign spicy spirit, but Zhao Taohua's, a mere human's, smile was simply too glaring, impossible not to notice. It thought that this human probably couldn't see it, and was enjoying the pleasure of being held and flown by the foreign spicy spirit. Unaware that she was soon going to fall from the sky and turn into mush. However, just as it released the sickly aura intending to surround the foreign spicy spirit and reached out to snap the neck of the foreign spicy spirit, an unexpected event happened. It saw that woman who it hadn't taken seriously before actually grabbed hold of the spike-like protrusion on its head, playing with it as if it were a toy and swinging it around. But those protrusions on its head were all elastic. Thus, the flu monster felt both dizzy and had a painful scalp. Zay! The flu monster emitted a painful and terrifying cry. Unfortunately, before it could finish yelling, it was pressed down to the ground by Zhao Taohua from high above. At this moment, the flu monster finally sensed terror from Zhao Taohua. She could make a spirit monster that had transformed into human form willingly carry her while flying in midair. How could she possibly be an ordinary person? This woman was absolutely terrifying. Alas, it realized too late. If it was pressed by Zhao Taohua from the sky to the ground, wouldn't it be smashed into mush? Fear of death made it struggle fiercely, trying to break free from this crazy woman, Zhao Taohua. Unluckily, all efforts were in vain. It had no power to resist. Her cultivation definitely crushed it. The villagers of Zhao Village and the workers building the city walls watched Zhao Taohua quickly descending while pressing down on an ugly creature, each person tensely holding their breath in anxiety. Zhao Ershu and Qian Shi came out of their room after hearing the commotion. A loud bang echoed throughout the entire Zhao Village. Qian Shi covered her mouth worriedly. Is Taohua alright? Saying this, she intended to drag herself, despite being ill, up the mountain. The monthly bleeding spirit hastily blocked her. Don't go. Let us check it out. The monthly bleeding spirit went up the mountain with the stubborn spirit and the mother fungus spirit, leaving the durian spirit and snail spirit at home to guard the house. Pooh. The instant it was slammed to the ground, the flu monster spat out its cultivation crystal. Zhao Taohua caught it immediately, her lips curling upwards as she laughed. This has saved me the trouble of retrieving it myself. An 800-year cultivation crystal will surely be extremely useful for her. Seeing its cultivation crystal stolen by Zhao Taohua, the flu monster hurried to grab it back, anxious and agitated. But now its inner chi was completely depleted. Forget grabbing it back, its whole body was as fragile as an ant that could be easily squished. Zay. The flu monster made a rustling sound, and the foreign spicy spirit, seeing it disturb Zhao Taohua's peace, directly stomped on its body. Die, you noisy thing. In an instant, as soon as the foreign spicy spirit finished speaking, it turned to ashes. At the moment of death, the flu monster regretted it immensely. If only it hadn't tried to talk with the foreign spicy spirit. It had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, eating many small spirits and sick auras, accumulating its current cultivation level. A single wrong judgment led to total failure. Miss Zhao, are you alright? The monthly bleeding spirit and the 3 other spirits quickly climbed up the mountain to find her. There was Zhao Taohua standing unharmed in the same place, holding an 800-year cultivation crystal stone in her hand, including the foreign spicy spirit. All 4 spirits were envious. They couldn't help but imagine, if this crystal stone were given to one of them to eat, how strong would they become? But Zhao Taohua just wiped the crystal clean and put it into her bosom, not showing any intention of giving it to any of them. Let's go home. Now, Zhao Taohua's mood was extremely good. She had already made up her mind and couldn't wait to return home. Inside Zhao Village, Zhao Xinglin was coughing incessantly. He felt like he was about to die. The medicine that Grandpa Xiangping prescribed for him was completely ineffective after drinking it. Only he was left in his house. Once he died, the brick house and medicinal fields would be empty. Right now, there was only one person in his mind. Although Zhao Lianhua had already betrothed herself to Zhao Xingda, he still wanted to leave everything to her after his death. Cough, cough, cough. While thinking about it, he almost coughed out his lungs again. He went looking everywhere and finally found the village chief at Ren Xuanmei's door. Village chief Grandpa, cough, cough. I need your help. I want you to help me make a will. I want everything to go to Zhao after I die. The village chief and Ren Xuanmei didn't expect him to come for a will. The village chief and Ren Xuanmei immediately began to dissuade him. Just as Zhao Xinglin was about to say the last 2 words, he suddenly felt much better. No discomfort, no coughing anymore. Zhao Xinglin was about to say when he heard cheers echoing through the village. I'm not feeling bad anymore. Am I cured?